Zhao Yuan, Zhao Yuan? A voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, woke Zhao Yuan from his slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was not caught in the clutches of the sixth-tier feral beast, the Shadow Lord. To his surprise, he was lying on a desk, asleep. There were no corpses or blood around him, nor the treacherous pair who had betrayed him for 30 years. In front of him was a classroom brimming with the nostalgia of youth. What day is it today? The classroom was silent and nearly empty. Beside him sat a girl dressed in a somewhat worn, blue and white school uniform. Her neat, high ponytail and breathtaking beauty radiated an aura of youthful vigor. At this moment, her face was tinged with a shy blush. The classroom had only her and Zhao Yuan left. It's almost time for the awakening. Don't oversleep, the girl said softly, lowering her head with palpable shyness. Zhao Yuan tried to cast away the memories of the mountain of corpses, the sea of blood, and those two treacherous people. He struggled to recall the long-buried memories. It was now the year 500 of the new calendar, the day of the martial awakening exam. The girl in front of him was none other than their school's beauty, Lu Rui. Lu Rui's family wasn't well off, much like Zhao Yuan's past circumstances. They had been neighbors since childhood, but somehow, at some point, their destinies diverged completely. Zhao Yuan awakened an A-rank martial soul, the Sky-Slaying Blade, a name he had chosen himself. His martial soul was indeed a blade, which also set him on the path of mastering swordsmanship in the years to come. Lu Rui's martial soul, however, was a hen. Yes, a hen, the kind you commonly find on dinner tables. Such a martial soul, utterly lacking in combat capability, was typically ranked F or E. On the day of the awakening, Lin Yan confessed her feelings to him, while Lu Rui vanished completely. 10 years later, when he heard news of Lu Rui again, she had experienced a second awakening in a battle. Her hen martial soul had transformed into the legendary SSS rank martial soul, the Fiery Phoenix. But alas, her glory lasted only a single day after enduring 10 years of humiliation. Her second awakening occurred in a desperate situation and was extinguished in one as well. He vaguely remembered that Lu Rui and her team had been tasked with protecting the flank of the main army Zhao Yuan was part of. At that time, corrupted martial artists led feral beasts in a flank assault. Her team of 10 held off hundreds of beasts, ultimately securing victory for Zhao Yuan and his comrades. Second awakenings were extraordinarily rare, though later, methods were discovered to deliberately pursue them, but not without significant risks. 30 years later, after reaching the pinnacle of martial Dao, Zhao Yuan came to understand these dangers all too clearly. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Zhao Yuan stood up, only to feel something sharp against his palm. His pupils suddenly contracted. Could this object have followed him back in time? Without showing any emotion, he discreetly pocketed it. Just as he was about to call Lu Rui to go downstairs with him, she unexpectedly dashed out of the classroom, her face flushed. They had known each other since childhood, but due to fate, they had not been in the same class since the 4th grade. This was also why their relationship had gradually grown distant. In his previous life, he had been a fool for love. In this life, he would no longer waste his energy on emotions. Not only would he seek revenge, but he would also achieve his dreams. An SSS-ranked Fiery Phoenix, no, an F-ranked 10? While others scorned it, Zhao Yuan decided he wanted it. Zhao Yuan walked out of the classroom. As he reached the stairwell, he heard a series of suggestive noises. Brother Xie, stop. Hearing this voice, Zhao Yuan's eyes reddened with fury. Lin Yan. Then the other person must be Lin Xie, right? What are you afraid of? That fool stayed up all night preparing a gift for you, another voice replied, accompanied by the sound of intense movement and a young girl's soft gasps. Disgusting. In that instant, Zhao Yuan wanted nothing more than to rush out and kill them both. However, he restrained himself. Killing them here would be too easy on those two scum. The sound of their passionate kissing filled his ears, but his mind cooled in that moment. Acting now would not only be too merciful but also drag him into endless trouble. Unwilling to linger and listen to their performance any longer, Zhao Yuan returned to the classroom and laid back down on the desk. About 5 minutes later, hurried footsteps approached. Behind them came a warm, familiar voice. Yan, slow down. If not for witnessing their dirty dealings with his own eyes, who would have imagined that these two prominent figures of the class could be such consummate actors? Zhao Yuan, wake up. Lin Yan's voice rang out. Her face was flushed, and her breathing was rapid. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had thought her flushed face was because she had run all the way to find him. The awakening is about to begin. Zhao Yuan opened his eyes to see a face that was as sweet and charming as a blooming peach blossom. This was a face he was all too familiar with, few in the world knew it better than he did. Unfortunately, after what he had seen in his past life, this face now brought to mind the most repulsive scenes. Sorry, I stayed up too late last night, Zhao Yuan said, scratching his head in embarrassment. His expression and actions were identical to those in his previous life. In fact, due to his different experiences now, he seemed even more innocent than before. Yuan, even if not for anything else, you should at least rest properly for the martial exam, Lin Xie said, his voice gentle yet authoritative. As one of the two campus heartthrobs at Third High, Lin Xie always gave off an impression of refined elegance. Whenever something came up, it was always Lin Xie who kept reminding Zhao Yuan and Ling Yan. In his past life, Lin Xie had indeed helped Zhao Yuan quite a lot. Got it, brother Xie. Zhao Yuan quickly stood up and even secretly slipped something from his desk into his pocket. His actions were a little exaggerated, but the other two chose not to expose him. Zhao Yuan was really quite naive. He had worked tirelessly for an entire year to prepare this gift for Ling Yan. Yet for someone like Miss Ling Yan, this was something so trivial that she could easily discard it on a whim. The three of them walked downstairs side by side. Today was June 8th of the new calendar year 500. It was the final day of the martial arts exam and also the day of the awakening ceremony. Their appearance caught the attention of many. Under the sunlight, the first heartthrob Zhao Yuan, the refined second heartthrob Lin Xie, and the eldest Miss Lin, who was pampered by the two, formed a scene that was impossible to ignore. Whenever they appeared together on campus, they would inevitably draw the gazes of numerous students. In a corner of the crowd, a girl in a school uniform watched the harmonious trio with a glimmer of sadness in her eyes, though it was quickly replaced by a flash of cold malice. Regardless of whether it was sadness or malice, she concealed it perfectly. Right now, she had no voice, no power. But if she could awaken a decent martial soul, then... Lin Yan had always loved the feeling of being the center of attention. With the two most handsome boys at school surrounding her, it was impossible not to attract attention. But today, everyone's eyes were not on them. Because today was Awakening Day, the true turning point in everyone's lives. No matter if you were a wealthy heiress, the school belle, or a rich second-generation heartthrob, if your awakened ability was too weak, you'd immediately lose favor. Lin Yan had basked in the spotlight at school for years, but if she dared to awaken a power below Class C, she'd instantly fall out of favor with her family. The classmates who once admired her, her sworn brother Lin Xie, and even that boyfriend Zhao Yuan, would undoubtedly distance themselves from her. Zhao Yuan wasn't exactly her official boyfriend. However, rumors had it that if both their awakened abilities weren't too bad, Ling Yan planned to confess to Zhao Yuan today. Of course, some believed that no matter what rank Ling Yan's martial soul turned out to be, Zhao Yuan, being the infatuated type, would never abandon her. At exactly 8:30, elite warriors from the military arrived at the schoolyard with the awakening stone. Every year, on the last day of college entrance exams, they would come here. This year's students had already witnessed such a scene twice before. S-City was merely a Tier 3 base city, with a total population of less than 1 million. The city had no top-tier martial universities, and its only martial university was second-rate even within the martial education system. There was no helping it, S-City was just that small. Even when combining all the newly awakened students in the city each year, they couldn't fill the enrollment quota of a single martial university. As for students from outside the city applying here, that was virtually impossible. Who would be foolish enough to move to a Tier 3 base city? The new students they accepted were all locals, those who lacked the ability to leave but still dreamed of pursuing the path of a warrior. Once the military elites arrived, they immediately began the awakening tests. The process was the same every year, and this year was no different. There were only 7 classes in the senior year of Third High School, with a total of just over 300 students. Starting with Class 1, the students were called up in order of their ID numbers to undergo awakening. S-City was too small, and resources had always been insufficient. The most talented individual ever to emerge from the city had only achieved an S-class aptitude. As for Third High School, which ranked at the bottom among the 10 high schools in S-City, it had never produced an S-class student since its founding. In its best years, having 1 or 2 A-class students was already considered impressive. The school leadership rarely attended these events. For Third High School, the martial arts candidates were just there to go through the motions mandated by higher authorities. They were in no position to compete with the other 9 schools. As usual, from Class 1 to Class 3, only 5 students achieved martial souls above Class C. The best among them awakened a B-class black bear martial soul. At the moment of awakening, a 5-meter-tall black bear appeared behind a boy who was only 2 meters tall. The sheer sense of oppression was suffocating. With a B-class martial soul, he could already secure admission to a standard martial university. Not the second-rate university in S-City, but a proper, reputable one. For those with C-class martial souls, it would depend on whether their academic scores met the criteria. As for those below Class C, getting into a martial university would be exceedingly difficult. Now it's Class 4's turn. Do you think they'll produce a promising candidate? The near-complete failure of the first three classes left everyone's eyes fixed on the students of Class 4. To be precise, their attention was focused on one particular girl with a high ponytail. Lu Rui, the school belle of 3rd High School, ranked first in the liberal arts stream. People placed high hopes on her for more than just her beauty. Many aspired to defy the odds and change their fate as martial candidates, but very few had the talent for it. Every high school student nationwide could learn some basic martial techniques. Lu Rui stood out with her swordsmanship, which was unparalleled at 3rd High School. Last year, as a sophomore, she was already capable of defeating senior students in their final year. Her exceptional martial prowess hinted at the possibility of an extraordinary martial soul. Although this wasn't a guaranteed correlation, it often turned out that way. In her previous life, the Lin family's treacherous duo had set their sights on Zhao Yuan precisely because his combat skills were among the best in 3rd High School. As it turned out, their judgment was spot on. Zhao Yuan eventually awakened an A-class weapon-type martial soul, a blade. Class 4 students stepped up one by one, but their results were even more disappointing. In the entire class, only one girl managed to awaken a martial soul, barely reaching C-class. Finally, it was time for the school belle, Lu Rui, to take the stage. If Lin Yan drew everyone's attention due to her family background and the two handsome boys by her side, Lu Rui was different. Standing over 170 centimeters tall, with long, straight legs that could only be described as stunning, she was in a league of her own. But it wasn't just her height and legs, her slender waist, perfect facial features, and her signature high ponytail that seemed to never change made her truly unforgettable. Every word etched itself into the heart of a youthful boy. Zhao Yuan stood in the crowd, silently watching Lu Rui step onto the stage. In the past, his heart had only been filled with Lin Yan. He had never noticed that there was such a stunning beauty by his side. But now, this dazzling beauty who had captured everyone's attention was about to face a monumental challenge. Lu Rui ascended the stage, confidently placing her slender hand on the awakening stone in front of the military officer. She was full of confidence in her talent, and more than that, she knew something else. Even if the attention today was solely because of this significant awakening moment, she mustn't perform poorly. The moment her hand touched the stone, a warm aura radiated from her body. A distinct and audible power of fire. Could it be that this campus belle was about to awaken some incredible fire-based martial soul? As everyone focused on the stage, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Rui. A beast-type martial soul? Was Lu Rui about to take flight? But just as this thought arose in everyone's minds, the wing's full appearance was revealed to the crowd. Even though this hen's wings had a few red feathers different from an ordinary chicken. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an old hen. Candidate Lu Rui, awakened E-rank martial soul, hen. Even the military officer revealed a trace of surprise in his gaze. Just moments ago, he had thought this girl might awaken some extraordinary martial soul. But now, no matter how he looked at it, it was merely a hen. As the examiner's voice fell, Lu Rui staggered back 3 steps. How could it be an old hen? At that moment, the crowd's gazes instantly turned cold and mocking. She came from a poor background, with only an elderly grandmother at home. If her awakened ability was remarkable, she could naturally soar to great heights and even bring glory to her grandmother. But if her awakened martial soul was just an E-rank, a useless one, what awaited her would be an endless nightmare. The powerful elites wouldn't let a rare gem like her fall into the mud. Her fate would only become a plaything for these aristocrats. Miss Lu, our beautiful campus belle, why don't we get married after the college entrance exams? A boy suddenly spoke. He was the one who had awakened the black bear martial soul. With his decent talent, getting into a martial academy was practically guaranteed. If lucky, he might even enter a prestigious university. Coupled with his family background, it would be hard for an ordinary girl to refuse him at a moment like this. Campus belle Lu should just stay with Lu Ming. With his talent and family background, he won't let you be bullied by others, someone chimed in, supporting Lu Ming. Playful glances shifted between Lu Ming and Lu Rui. After all, up till now, the strongest martial soul awakened in 3rd High was Lu Ming's. I currently have no plans to get married. Lu Rui glanced coldly at the crowd and said, I will get into a martial academy. That Lu Ming, relying on his family's wealth, had always been a playboy. It was rumored that several girls in school had unpleasant experiences with him, only to be abandoned in the end. She walked down the awakening stage with a sense of disappointment. She had initially planned to share some heartfelt words with him today, but now she lacked the courage. At that moment, a tall figure walked past her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." A familiar and warm voice echoed in her ears. Behind her, the students from Class 5 were preparing for their awakening, and the first to take the stage was Zhao Yuan. Lin Yan and Lin Xia both fixed their gazes intently on him. They had no interest in this so-called campus belle, Lu Rui. Their real target was Zhao Yuan. Without Zhao Yuan as a scapegoat, their relationship would never be recognized by the Lin family. Unless one day, they became strong enough to silence everyone. Lu Rui's steps briefly hesitated, but she soon blended back into the crowd of Class 4. This time, nearly all the students from Class 4 had failed miserably, their spirits crushed. The once hopeful Lu Rui now seemed to have fallen into the abyss with them, and a trace of schadenfreude inevitably arose in their hearts. Some even openly cast lewd glances at her. She dared to reject Lu Ming, yet her days ahead would certainly not be easy. Perhaps, in the future, this once aloof campus belle would also become their prey. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Lu Rui, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from the awakening stage. A dense, murderous energy surged from behind the boy on stage, as if something terrifying was about to be unleashed from within him. With this kind of commotion, could it be an S-rank martial soul? Someone exclaimed. An S-rank martial soul had never appeared in the entire history of Third High. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even in S-City, it had only ever appeared once. Zhao Yuan placed one hand on the awakening stone, while the other crushed an item hidden in his pocket. He hadn't expected that he could be reborn through the crystal core of a 6th-tier Shadow Lord. An ordinary high school student, holding the terrifying beast crystal core capable of destroying S-City, and using it for awakening. Such a scene was unimaginable even for 6th-tier martial lords or 7th-tier martial kings. The crystal cores of 6th-tier beasts were extremely rare. Usually, when these beasts realized they were doomed, they would self-destruct their crystal cores before dying to prevent them from falling into the hands of human warriors. However, that Shadow Lord had never anticipated dying at the hands of a 5th-tier human warrior, so it hadn't self-destructed its core. Zhao Yuan possessed a method to enhance the level of his martial soul during awakening using the power of the crystal core. Why didn't he teach this method to Lu Rui? There were two reasons. First, in such a short time, Lu Rui couldn't possibly master it. Most importantly, if she directly awakened an SSS-grade martial soul, the likelihood of her following him in the future would become almost zero. In their previous life, she had managed to achieve a second awakening on her own, so Zhao Yuan wasn't worried about her missing that opportunity. Having experienced a lifetime of infatuation, he wouldn't be so naive this time around. Even if he admired Lu Rui, he wouldn't try to keep her by his side as he had in the past. If there's to be pursuit, she must take the initiative. As the power of the 6th-tier beast's crystal core surged into his body, the aura of killing intent around Zhao Yuan grew heavier. After 10 breaths, the void behind him began to tremble, and a sharp blade gradually appeared. What kind of blade was this? Just the emergence of its tip made everyone feel a sense of awe and reverence. As the blade's body slowly revealed itself, Zhao Yuan was surrounded by a golden light, like a war god descending upon the world. At this moment, his handsomeness was no longer his most striking feature. Golden light, it was a privilege belonging exclusively to martial souls of S-grade and above. And the fact that his entire form was almost enveloped in this golden radiance suggested an SS grade, or perhaps even an SSS grade martial soul. Candidate Zhao Yuan, SSS grade blade martial soul. The examiner's loud declaration made everyone realize this truth. For hundreds of years, S-City had only seen S-grade martial souls. Today, they witnessed a historic moment. Commander, request the highest level of security. The examiner quietly pressed a button. An SSS-grade martial soul, these guards present were far from sufficient to ensure safety. Zhao Yuan retracted his hand, and the blade behind him disappeared along with it. Even though the golden light had faded, he still shone brilliantly in the eyes of everyone around him. Those girls who usually fawned over him didn't dare to speak recklessly at this moment. What did an SSS-grade martial soul mean? It meant that as long as he didn't die prematurely, he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, occupying the highest position on all of Blue Star. Even Lin Yan, who had always treated Zhao Yuan as a mere tool, was now contemplating whether to abandon Lin Xia and truly elevate Zhao Yuan to power. However, such thoughts disappeared in an instant. Back in her 9th grade, she had already experimented with a forbidden relationship with her adopted brother, Lin Xia. In order to legitimize this relationship, they had been searching for a scapegoat for years. Zhao Yuan, he had been under observation for quite some time. This person was frighteningly innocent, so pure that he hadn't even held hands with anyone. Next, while everyone was still in a daze, the examiner's voice rang out again. The subsequent tests were relatively uneventful. Even though Class 5 produced 2 more A-grade martial spirits, it didn't stir much excitement. Almost everyone's attention was fixed on a particular spot in Class 5. As the last student stepped down, the awakening ceremony officially concluded. By now, the perimeter of the sports field was packed with spectators. Journalists from outside and elegantly dressed school leaders were waiting for interviews. More than an hour had passed since Zhao Yuan's awakening of an SSS-grade martial spirit. The entire S-City knew that 3rd High School had produced a prodigy with an SSS-grade martial spirit. Not just in S-City, the news had already spread swiftly across the entire nation. After the awakening ceremony, 3rd High School might start receiving enrollment calls. At this moment, the previously quiet sports field resounded with a bold voice. "Zhao Yuan, be my boyfriend." Just like in his previous life, Lin Yan's voice was even more resolute this time. She had to secure Zhao Yuan, no matter that he had awakened an SSS-grade martial spirit. His feelings, everyone in their grade had seen them with their own eyes. The reporters blocked outside the sports field had already turned on their cameras, ready to capture the highlight of this legendary newcomer. After all, the one confessing to Zhao Yuan was none other than one of the 2 A-grade awakeners from 3rd High School. And her family background was nothing short of extraordinary. She was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the elite of S-City. "What did you say?" Zhao Yuan turned to look at the young lady beside him, her face radiating innocent charm. But his response was so cold that it seemed to lower the temperature of a scorching midday in June. "I want to be your girlfriend." Although Lin Yan felt an inexplicable chill and unfamiliarity emanating from Zhao Yuan, she still boldly spoke up. "Today, you will indeed have a girlfriend." Zhao Yuan nodded slightly. "I will indeed have a girlfriend today." As soon as he said this, Lin Yan felt dizzy, not from discomfort, but from sheer joy. So what if he had awakened an SSS-grade martial spirit? He was still going to be under her thumb, wasn't he? Just as she was basking in happiness, Zhao Yuan reached into another pocket. It was a gift he had prepared for 365 days. But just as she extended her hand to receive it, Zhao Yuan bypassed her and walked toward the back of the crowd in Class 4. "Lu Rui, will you be my woman?" "Who?" Zhao Yuan's words left the entire audience dumbfounded. In the entire senior year of 3rd High School, who didn't know about Zhao Yuan's deep affection for Lin Yan? The Lin siblings came from a privileged background, yet they were willing to be with him, a poor boy from the slums. To repay their kindness, Zhao Yuan had always taken care of Lin Yan, sparing no effort to look after the siblings. But now, when the eldest daughter of the Lin family confessed to him, he turned to pursue another woman? Could it be that Zhao Yuan's image of a devoted lover had always been a facade? Had his true nature been exposed after awakening his SSS-grade martial spirit today? Some people watched with amusement, while others cursed or even despised Zhao Yuan in their hearts. So what if he had awakened an SSS-grade martial spirit? His character was still abysmal. Who knew how many despicable acts he'd commit in the future? Could someone like him truly become a martial arts protector of humanity? "Ah Yuan, stop fooling around." Lin Xie's voice rang out. He was the only big brother brave enough to speak at this moment. After all, Zhao Yuan was no longer the same as before. He was now the possessor of an SSS-grade martial spirit, worshipped by the entire nation. Did you think the journalists surrounding the sports field, and the prominent figures of S-City, came for anyone else? Of course, they were here for Zhao Yuan. Exactly, Ah Yuan. Lin Yan's face turned pale. She had never seen Zhao Yuan so indifferent. Since their high school years began, he had always indulged her, for 3 whole years. "Can't you feel my sincerity?" Lin Yan, worthy of her prestigious upbringing, was a master of both acting and manipulation. Her eyes instantly turned red with tears. "Sincerity?" Zhao Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. "Secretly dating someone else while seeing me as your backup plan? Ah Yuan, what are you talking about?" Lin Yan's pupils instantly contracted. Could he have figured something out? Impossible. This guy is so naive, almost like a fool, being toyed with by me and Xie as if on a string. But whether he knows or not doesn't matter. With so many reporters present, I can't show any sign of panic. On the other side, another person who was stunned by Zhao Yuan's words and couldn't recover for a long time was Lu Rui. She lost her mother at birth, and her father passed away when she was 5 years old. Her name was given by her grandmother, who hoped she would live a smooth and fortunate life. But her life seemed to never go as hoped. The boy she grew up with gradually drifted away, finding someone else. Her grandmother, too, didn't live to see her awaken her martial spirit, passing away 3 months ago. Perhaps her grandmother not witnessing today's awakening was a kind of relief. After all, She believed Rui had talent in martial arts and was not lacking in strength. In her grandmother's eyes, Rui was destined to awaken a decent martial spirit. But now, with an E-level trash martial spirit, she only felt more inferior. And the scene she stumbled upon in the hallway this morning? She couldn't muster the courage to confront him about it. Disappointment and inferiority grew deep within Lu Rui's heart. Especially when the golden light shone, she found herself lost in confusion. She even forgot the "don't be afraid" he whispered to her on the awakening platform. Even now, as the boy pushed through the crowd to stand in front of her, she still seemed dazed. "Rui?" The boy's voice rang out again. "What should I do? What should I say?" Lu Rui felt her mind freeze. Did he just ask if I wanted to be his girlfriend? The confession I've been waiting for all these years is right in front of me, yet why does it feel like a dream, so unreal? It must be a dream. Otherwise, why can't I find the words to reply? Why can't I move my lips? Stupid mouth, move already. Ayuan, we've been together for over 1,000 days and nights. Lin Yan's voice now carried anger and grievance. Stop playing around, okay? From now on, I'll do whatever you want. Lin Yan's words finally pulled Lu Rui out of her dreamlike state. The scornful gazes from the crowd swept back and forth between Zhao Yuan and her. That feeling, the feeling that she was the third party intruding on someone else's relationship, was unbearable. Zhao Yuan was the one who betrayed Lin Yan. At this thought, the years of suppressed resentment and anger in Lu Rui's heart suddenly erupted. Lin Yan's voice still sounded full of grievance. The crowd's impression of Zhao Yuan plummeted to rock bottom. Earlier that morning, the three of them had left their homes so happily together. Now, after awakening an SSS-level martial spirit, he had immediately abandoned this young lady and turned to choose the fallen from race school belle? No matter how beautiful Lu Rui was, beauty couldn't be eaten as food. Even disregarding their past relationship, the future Miss Lin would undoubtedly be someone who could help him. But this school belle, who had awakened an E-level old hen talent, would only drag him down. Lin Yan's grievance and unwillingness did not elicit any response from Zhao Yuan. He didn't even turn around, only standing silently and staring at Lu Rui, as if all he cared about was her answer. Zhao Yuan! Lin Yan shouted loudly. No matter how composed she usually was, she was, after all, just an 18-year-old girl. Zhao Yuan, once a sincere and innocent person, had suddenly turned into someone cold and heartless, and she couldn't bear it. For 18 years, since her birth, she had always been the center of attention no matter where she went. How could a bumpkin from the slums dare to treat her this way? Yan, calm down. Lin Xia, whose composure far surpassed Lin Yan's, tried to intervene. He sensed that the change in Zhao Yuan's attitude today wasn't just because of awakening an SSS-level martial spirit. But Lin Yan was no longer in the mood to listen to his advice. Zhao Yuan's betrayal had enraged her to the core. If Zhao Yuan had only awakened an A-level or S-level martial spirit, she wouldn't have been this angry. What was so great about that cheap wretch Lu Rui? Lin Yan had the figure, the looks, and connections that could crush her completely. Yuan, how could you betray me? Lin Yan screamed hysterically. Her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot, her entire demeanor one of someone utterly devastated by betrayal. Zhao Yuan is such a shameless jerk, someone whispered. Exactly, another person chimed in. Today, of all days, when he awakened an SSS-level martial spirit, should have been a day of fame and fortune for him. He's been with Lin Yan for 3 years, and now this young lady actually confessed to him in person. If he had just said yes, fame and wealth would have been at his fingertips. Having someone like Miss Lin as your girlfriend, you'd save 30 years of struggle. Getting into martial university isn't cheap, you know. Can Zhao Yuan, an orphan, really afford such exorbitant tuition fees? At Wuda, expenses were far more than just tuition. Learning martial arts techniques and selecting battle equipment all required a significant amount of money. While a strong martial soul was undoubtedly important, resources and connections after one's awakening were equally indispensable. The mocking and insults thrown at him were entirely ignored by Zhao Yuan. These people were the ignorant bumpkins, not him. The significance of an SSS-level martial soul? How could they possibly comprehend it? Originally planning to gradually get acquainted with the Lin siblings, Zhao Yuan suddenly felt a surge of interest. Perhaps it was time to collect a little interest up front. So, it seems none of you can bear to suffer even the slightest loss, Zhao Yuan said as he turned, his gaze falling on Lin Yan, who knelt on the ground in pain, and her adoptive elder brother Lin Xia, who stood beside her, looking angry yet maintaining his refined demeanor. The ones who betrayed him are you. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to act, a furious voice came from behind him. Lu Rui, who had been self-conscious for over an hour due to awakening an E-level martial soul, unexpectedly stood up at this moment. Shameless, someone sneered directly. No wonder she awakened a hen as her martial soul, she's already learned how to seduce men. Of course, a hen is still a chicken after all. Ha ha ha. Having been cornered earlier by those scornful remarks, Lu Rui was on the verge of emotional collapse. Yet now, buoyed by the confession of the SSS-Level martial soul holder and the most handsome student at the school, she quickly regained her composure. Her pretty face is truly enviable. Though the voices of doubt could have deeply affected her, in this moment, Lu Rui decided to throw caution to the wind. After all, she had witnessed what happened earlier. Right? When Lin Yin confessed, Zhao Yuan turned to her and confessed instead. Wasn't that an act of defiance against Lin Yin? Even as a tool, she had to stand her ground. You two despicable lovers, stop pretending here. Lu Rui disregarded the mocking and cursing around her and directly questioned, I ask you, when you went upstairs at 7:50, why did you only call Zhao Yuan down at 8 o'clock? Even if you walked slowly and spent 5 minutes talking to Zhao Yuan, what were you doing in those other 5 minutes? As Lu Rui's questions rang out, a sense of gossip suddenly filled the crowd on the field. Something felt off. Was there going to be a twist? Going from downstairs to the 3rd floor to call someone wouldn't take more than 10 minutes, 30 seconds would suffice. Don't tell me you went to the restroom. Lu Rui boldly pressed on. Even though today is the awakening ceremony, the restrooms are sealed off for cleaning at that time every day. You wretched woman, what exactly are you trying to say? Lin Yan stood up in a panic. We just saw that Yuan was sleeping soundly, and since the awakening ceremony hadn't started yet, we let him sleep a few more minutes. Do you have any other questions? Her voice was icy, her gaze filled with hatred. I don't know when you started seducing Yuan, but you, a worthless hen, will never win his true heart. After finishing her words, Lin Yan walked toward Zhao Yuan. Yuan, you still like me, don't you? Lin Yan reached out to grab Zhao Yuan. Don't let her ridiculous accusations deceive you. Xie Ji and I are siblings, there's absolutely nothing between us. As her hand extended, Zhao Yuan sidestepped to avoid her. Their eyes met, and in Zhao Yuan's gaze, Lin Yan saw a coldness she had never witnessed before. So, you stayed in the classroom waiting for Zhao Yuan just to let him sleep a little longer, was that really the case? Lu Rui glanced at Zhao Yuan's subtle movements, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. Of course, it's true. Lin Yan firmly replied. Yuan worked tirelessly for me for 365 days straight to prepare a gift for my confession. He didn't get enough rest, I know that better than anyone. Lu Rui's expression dimmed slightly at that moment. Even though Zhao Yuan had uncovered the secret relationship between the Lin siblings earlier that morning, he had still worked hard for an entire year to prepare a gift for Lin Yan. Even during the new year, he hadn't stopped working. As their neighbor, Lin Yan naturally knew all of this. If you knew how hard he worked, why didn't you let him take it easy? Lu Rui countered. Her question left Lin Yan momentarily speechless. Some of the boys and girls who initially saw Zhao Yuan's devotion to Lin Yan as something out of a romantic drama began to realize the gravity of the situation. What kind of gift could a high school student's part-time earnings afford? The Lin family's status wasn't easily satisfied, and yet Lin Yan had allowed Zhao Yuan to toil for an entire year right in front of her eyes. That's Yuan's heartfelt effort. How can you measure that with money? Lin Yan sneered coldly. You're just jealous because you can't gain Yuan's attention and affection, so you're trying to frame me. Really? Lu Rui's lips curved slightly upward. Facing Lin Yan's retort, she showed no weakness. You think there are no cameras in the stairwell, but the corridor does have them, you know? Why don't we pull the surveillance footage and see if you were waiting for Zhao Yuan in the classroom or doing something disgraceful in the stairwell? Lin Yan's face instantly turned pale. Even Lin Xia, who was always gentle, composed, and calm, now appeared flustered, his eyes even flashing with a trace of murderous intent. What? The surrounding onlookers were stunned. If Lu Rui dared to say this, she must have evidence. Could it be that the Lin siblings really did something shameful in the stairwell? Everyone knew that the Lin family's strict family rules would never allow such a thing to happen. Even though Lin Xia was an adopted son of the Lin family and had awakened an A-grade martial soul. You're spouting nonsense. Lin Yan lifted her bowed head again, shouting angrily, if you keep talking, you wretched girl, I'll tear your mouth apart. She, too, had awakened an A-grade martial soul, and hers was the shadow leopard cat, specializing in speed. In her last life, she had used this ability to avoid Zhao Yuan's attention and carry on an illicit affair with her adopted brother. What irony! Even though her ability had only just awakened, her speed had already significantly improved. In a flash, she lunged forward and swung her hand toward Lu Rui. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed across the entire schoolyard. The furious Lin Yan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. She had been the pampered young lady for 18 years, and no one had ever dared to cross her. Behind Zhao Yuan's back, she would push and shove the household servants. At school, she bullied other girls without restraint. But she had forgotten that the Lu Rui before her was one of the strongest fighters in the entire school. Wretched girl. It was Lu Rui's first time cursing someone, but she found it immensely satisfying. What did you say? Lin Yan, clutching her red and swollen cheek, asked in a voice tinged with terror. Lu Rui, even if Yin Yan was wrong, how could you resort to violence? Lin Xia quickly stepped forward to block Lu Rui, who was about to strike again. Slap. Another crisp slap rang out. Lu Rui swung her hand once more, delivering a slap to the second most handsome boy in the school. Two A-grade martial soul awakeners, both slapped by a girl with an E-grade martial soul. Who would believe this if it were told? You all call me gentle and refined, but to me, you're disgusting. Lu Rui's anger burned fiercely. If Lin Yan had the temper of a spoiled young lady who often bullied the weak under the Lin family's protection, then Lin Xia was the one who always cleaned up after her, apologizing everywhere to maintain his nice guy image. Zhao Yuan, the most popular boy in school, was out of reach for most girls. But Lin Xia was definitely the prince charming in the hearts of most female students at third high. Lu Rui, have you gone mad? The boys who had initially been watching the drama now started jeering. Even the girls began to chime in. All kinds of unpleasant words poured out like a torrent. The reporters on the sidelines were stunned. The school leaders were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Zhao Yuan, being confessed to in such a situation, would awaken an SSS-grade martial soul and become the new center of attention. With the right promotion, Third High could gain fame not just in S City but across the entire southern province. Perhaps in the future, they could even build a martial arts university around Third High, making it S City's pride. But the way events had unfolded was completely beyond their expectations. What was supposed to be a mutual confession of love had suddenly been interrupted by a third party. And this third party's appearance had flipped the narrative yet again. This love triangle even had an ethical scandal mixed into it? If the story had ended there, it might have been tolerable, but now it had escalated into physical altercations? Some school officials wanted to intervene to stop the situation from spiraling further out of control, but they were blocked by martial artists from the military. Until the examiners officially announced the conclusion of the awakening ceremony, no one was allowed to interfere. In the center of the commotion, Lu Rui remained indifferent despite the ridicule directed at her. She had experienced such highs and lows today that, at this moment, she no longer cared. She hit me, and you didn't stop her. But when I hit her, I'm the one in the wrong? Lu Rui sneered, and her words instantly silenced the crowd. When she hit you and bullied you, did Lin Xia ever step in? When she was done tormenting you, Lin Xia would swoop in to play the good guy, and you still felt grateful to him? As she continued speaking, the girls who had been protecting Lin Yan like mother hens suddenly froze. It seemed, she was right. It was clearly the Lin siblings' fault, so why were they grateful to him? Lin Xia, don't think you can weasel out of this by relying on them. Lu Rui said coldly, pulling out an old, worn-out phone. Apologize to Zhao Yuan, or I'll expose what you did this morning in the stairwell to the public. No, Lin Yan hadn't even let Lin Xia respond before she cried out and rushed forward. She tried to snatch the phone from Lu Rui's hand, but Lu Rui easily dodged her. Apologize. Lu Rui's voice was icy cold. I'm sorry. We're not in a relationship, so whoever you want to confess to has nothing to do with me. Lin Yan lowered her head and apologized to Zhao Yuan. The so-called betrayal simply doesn't exist. Lin Yan really lowered her head. It seemed Lu Rui was right. Could the Lin siblings really have done something shameful in the hallway? Rui, it seems you've forgotten something. A voice suddenly interrupted as Lu Rui was gaining the upper hand in condemning the Lin siblings. It was Zhao Yuan. He walked towards Lu Rui. Originally, like a victorious general, Lu Rui instantly lost her earlier dominance. I know you're just using me as a tool to cut ties with them. Lu Rui lowered her head and said softly. Who said that? Zhao Yuan stared at Lu Rui, not even sparing a glance at the Lin siblings. If it weren't for your reminder this morning, I would still be in the dark about their deceit. But such despicable people aren't worth your anger. He reached into the large pocket of his school uniform. This is a gift for you. What? Lu Rui was stunned. While she was still in a daze, Lin Yan abruptly snatched the old phone from her hands. This phone doesn't even turn on? Lin Yan shrieked, then hurled the phone back at Lu Rui. You wretch, how dare you deceive me? As Lin Yan made her move, Zhao Yuan quickly pulled Lu Rui into his arms, and the old phone missed its target. The phone smashed onto the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Get lost! Zhao Yuan roared, his voice as thunderous as a clap, sending chills down the Lin siblings' spines. It was the killing intent he had accumulated on the battlefield. Though it had only just awakened and couldn't be fully unleashed, this single shout was enough to leave the vile pair dumbstruck. The sharp and clear shout caused the Lin siblings to hurriedly bow their heads and flee the playground. At the center of the playground, the boy and girl remained tightly embraced. In the quiet night, Lu Rui had imagined countless times what it would feel like to be held by this boy. But now, as it truly happened, her mind went completely blank. The courage and confidence she had moments ago vanished without a trace. At this moment, she felt her entire body go weak. Her legs, trained through long hours of practice and martial arts, suddenly couldn't even support her weight. I broke your phone. I'll replace it with this one, Zhao Yuan said as he let go of Lu Rui. Though today's matter was resolved, the Lin siblings would surely not let it rest. There were still things he had to deal with. It was already broken. It stopped working 3 months ago, Lu Rui whispered, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Take this. Zhao Yuan placed the box in her palm. Inside was the latest model of a fruit brand phone. He didn't particularly like it, but he knew girls loved it. That's why he had spent over a year saving up to buy it. Lu Rui dumbly accepted the box, watching Zhao Yuan turn and leave. If you accept my gift, you belong to me now, he said softly as he handed her the gift, leaving Lu Rui completely stunned on the spot. After saying this, Zhao Yuan walked toward a nearby examiner, a strong figure from the military department. Sir Examiner, shall we make a deal, he said. With the Lin siblings storming off in fury, the awakening ceremony at Third High finally came to an end. A swarm of reporters rushed in. While the earlier drama had been entertaining, it paled in comparison to the allure of interviewing the newly awakened SSS rank martial soul wielder. Unfortunately, this year's top student of S-City, possibly even the top scorer for the National Martial Arts exam, was nowhere to be found for interviews. Outside the principal's office at Third High, Principal Shui Sanjin and Director Yang He could only stand in the corridor, flanked by several military personnel. The examiner had ordered that the SSS class newcomer be strictly protected. Until the arrival of reinforcements from the military, they were not allowed to leave the principal's office. Shui Sanjin and Yang He tried to approach the office, but they were mercilessly pushed aside. The soundproofing of the principal's office was excellent. Standing near the door, they couldn't hear a thing from inside. Inside the office, Zhao Yuan sat across from the examiner. I trust the promises you've made won't disappoint me? Zhao Yuan asked, looking at the man before him, a man in his 30s with a cultivation level reaching the 3rd rank. Awakening a martial soul was one thing, but true strength still depended on cultivation. After all, even the strongest SSS class martial soul wielder couldn't defeat a seasoned ranked martial artist on the day of awakening. Are you doubting your own judgment, or are you questioning my ability? The examiner snorted coldly. The reputation of Gao Xinhub, the 8-armed blade mantis, is something I trust, Zhao Yuan said with a slight smile. I'm just concerned that you might not take her seriously enough. This comment was half in jest, but the military was naturally treating him, an SSS class newcomer, with utmost importance. However, Lu Rui was a different matter. To them, she was nothing more than an E-rank waste. You actually know me? Gao Xinhut was slightly surprised. Of course, I know you. Years from now, you will become one of my most trusted aides. You died, after all, right in front of me, Zhao Yuan. After being reborn, Zhao Yuan didn't recognize Gao Xinhut at first. After all, when they truly met, it was 20 years later. By then, Gao Xinhut appeared much older than he did now. Surely you don't think I came to negotiate with you without any preparation, do you? Zhao Yuan asked with a smile, which made Gao Xinhut grow serious. At present, Gao Xinhut was merely a major in the Southwest 3rd Corps. 20 years later, when he returned to S-City, he had already lost one arm on the front lines, and his cultivation level had dropped from Tier 5 to Tier 4. A few years after Zhao Yuan's return to S-City, Gao Xinhut retired from the front lines. As his trusted aide, Zhao Yuan was quite familiar with his story. Before recognizing him, Zhao Yuan had planned to proceed slowly. After recognizing him, he realized he could immediately begin his revenge against the Lin family. Although his current abilities wouldn't be enough to deliver a devastating blow to the Lin family, he could still leave them scrambling for quite some time. In this life, he would no longer foolishly let those two parasites drag him down. He was confident that he would soon reach the pinnacle, overlooking the entire Lin family. It wouldn't take long at all. Speak. What kind of deal are you proposing? Gao Xinhut brought the conversation back on track. Having been praised too much could easily lead one to fall into a trap during negotiations, and Gao Xinhut was no stranger to being duped. The military has suffered the loss of several SSS awakeners over the past 2 years. Am I wrong? Zhao Yuan began, directly exposing the military's wound. Each year, while most new awakeners would go on to study at martial universities, some of the most talented individuals were often recruited by major factions before they even applied. The military, the Martial Association, and the World Association, as the three major powers, along with some smaller factions, would rarely let a genius graduate from martial university without first pledging allegiance to one of them. Back then, Zhao Yuan had turned down countless tempting offers because of the Lin family, making him very familiar with this process. In the 10 years following his return to S-City, he had even preemptively recruited many newcomers for the Lin family. If someone else had pointed this out, Gao Xinhut might have exploded with rage, cursing at them on the spot. But the young man in front of him was only 18 years old. And, perhaps more importantly, he was someone Gao Xinhut absolutely had to secure. In no more than half an hour, people from the Martial Association and the World Association will come looking for me, Zhao Yuan continued. So, while agreeing to offer me the highest level terms, you must also agree to my second deal. Kid. Gao Xinhut pointed at Zhao Yuan's nose but ultimately refrained from cursing. If the boss found out that someone had been snatched from under his nose, he might end up staring at the camp gates for the rest of his life after returning to the barracks. Speak, Gao Xinhut said in a deep voice. You should know, we are the military. We have our principles. I want to report the Lin family of S-City. Zhao Yuan stated bluntly. They are involved in forced transactions, smuggling, and other serious violations. I request that you, Commander, send someone to investigate immediately. What? Gao Xinhut slammed his palm onto the desk. The solid wood desk instantly shattered into 8 pieces. The 8-armed blade mantis had another nickname, Gao Xinhut, the nemesis of evil. The Lin family was one of the top families in S-City. Though they were insignificant compared to true aristocratic families, in S-City, they firmly ranked within the top 5 or even the top 3 families. Do you have evidence? Gao Xinhut asked in a deep voice. Of course, Zhao Yuan nodded firmly. But there's one condition, no matter what you uncover, you can't associate it with me. I still want to peacefully attend Martial University. So, the so-called romance between you and the Lin family's young lady isn't real, is it? Gao Xinhut chuckled, a forced smile emerging from his shock. Was the young man in front of him truly only 18 years old? These 2 deals were impossible for him to refuse. The first deal concerned his future. The second deal was essentially a gift of merit. Of course, that was assuming this kid wasn't playing him. In 20 minutes, experts from my division will arrive with a contract, Gao Xinhut said in a deep voice. Once you sign the contract, they will protect you until you enter Martial University. After you arrive at the university, they won't be able to stay with you. From then on, you'll have to walk your own path. With Zhao Yuan's talent, he was sure to gain admission to one of the most prestigious martial universities on the entire Blue Star. Outside of the military, the Martial Association, and the World Association, there was another vast power group. That was the Martial Schools Alliance. Those globally renowned martial universities were absolutely no weaker than the top 3 factions. After all, most members of the 3 great powers were originally graduates of these martial universities. Deal. After a loud bang, I gradually regained my composure. Outside the principal's office, Principal Shuet and Director Yang were anxiously pacing back and forth. But soon, everything returned to silence, until about 20 minutes later, a tall and upright figure strode in. The martial artist who had been blocking them opened the door, allowing the 2 of them to enter the principal's office. In the brief moment the door opened and closed, the 2 caught a glimpse of the person inside. There wasn't much damage, except for the poor solid wood desk. The matter has been resolved. The Lin family might be busy for a while, the man announced as soon as he stepped through the door. Qin, Gao Shihu immediately tried to stand and salute upon seeing him, but the man waved him off. I'm only here to carry out a protective mission, and I handled the contract issue in passing. Putting on his cap, he seated himself on the sofa without further ado. Not long after, a faint snoring sound could be heard. A 5th-rank powerhouse. In my previous life, even when I was in my 50s, I was still stuck at this level. Yet this powerhouse before me, at most, was only 30 years old. Perhaps even younger than Gao Shihu. In my past life, because of Lin Yan, her mother, and the Lin family, I missed out on too many extraordinary opportunities. Student Zhao Yuan. With the contract delivered, Gao Shihu's demeanor became much more solemn. Though the desk was shattered, fortunately, the principal's office still had a tea table. For reporting the Lin family's illegal industries, you deserve full credit. Technically, I shouldn't doubt your sincere motives. Holding the contract, the major gave it a slight shake. But as a matter of protocol, I still have to ask, student Zhao Yuan, what is your purpose in practicing martial arts? Hearing this question, Zhao Yuan immediately straightened his previously relaxed posture, radiating a serious demeanor. My reason for practicing martial arts is simple. A man born into this world should live with a clear conscience and act with integrity. Hearing these words, Gao Shihu couldn't help but silently praise him. No wonder this young man had the courage to report the Lin family's dirty industries. It turned out this seemingly mature teenager harbored such passionate ideals in his heart. Even the young man pretending to nap on the sofa slightly adjusted his cap. The military contract offered to Zhao Yuan was top tier in every aspect. Not only would he receive 1,000,000 yuan in cash as an annual living stipend, but he'd also gain the opportunity to select a martial skill every time he advanced to a new level. Additionally, any purchases made in the military's resource stores would be at a 40% discount. In his previous life, with an A-grade martial soul and top-notch comprehension, the contracts Zhao Yuan had received from various factions trying to recruit him were only A-grade. Those contracts included an annual stipend of just 100,000 yuan, a 10% discount on purchases, and martial skill opportunities limited to one random chance upon reaching the 3rd rank, 5th rank, and subsequent levels. For first and second year martial university students, cash wasn't particularly significant. As long as they survived their missions, even a single battle could earn them over 1,000,000. Of course, for martial artists, money held little ultimate importance. This was an SSS-level contract of legend. Besides that, there's one more crucial benefit, Gao Shihu said gravely. If you're willing to enlist directly, you'll receive a rank and treatment equal to mine as soon as you join. I'll have to decline that last offer. Zhao Yuan shook his head. I'll report to the military when the time comes, but not now. He chose to refuse directly. In his previous life, he had spent most of his first 20 years on the front lines. Though he had several opportunities for promotion within the military, he ultimately handed those chances to Lin Xie for the sake of the Lin family. Now, having awakened an SSS-grade martial soul by a stroke of fortune through the 6th-rank Shadow Lord's Crystal Core, his future path was bound to be different. He remembered several major events that had occurred within the Martial Academy Alliance during his 4 years at Martial University. In his past life, because of his ties to the Lin family and his less-than-stellar talent, he had only participated in one of those events. Even participating in just that one had significantly advanced his martial path. In this life, if planned correctly, he didn't want to miss a single one. Alright, since the contract's signed, you may leave now. Gao Shihu relaxed his previously stern demeanor after securing the contract. Faced with such a young talent, he tried to keep the atmosphere light. Your little girlfriend is probably getting impatient. With one copy of the contract in hand, Zhao Yuan naturally received his own copy as well. After tucking it into his pocket, he walked out. As for the Qin surname powerhouse lounging on the sofa, Zhao Yuan didn't spare him another glance. A 5th-rank powerhouse was practically invincible in all of S City. While the man was here to protect him, there was no way he'd follow him around all the time. Upon stepping out of the office building, Zhao Yuan saw Lu Rui squatting by the roadside. He had just spent over an hour in the principal's office. This girl must have been squatting here for over an hour too. In his memory, Lu Rui always wore her school uniform, exuding a cold and distant aura that made her hard to approach. Yet this time, he had witnessed her textbook-perfect comebacks and sharp retorts. Rui? A soft call awakened Lu Rui, who was squatting on the curb by the roadside. The familiar yet unfamiliar voice was truly calling her name. At the moment she looked up, the boy's side profile appeared dazzling under the setting sun. Thud. Perhaps she had been squatting for too long. When Lu Rui stood up, her legs went numb, and she unexpectedly knelt right in front of Zhao Yuan. There was no denying that it was hard for Zhao Yuan to refuse a stunning beauty like Lu Rui kneeling before him. However, in such a public setting, it felt terribly inappropriate. Such a grand gesture, don't you think it's a bit much? Zhao Yuan's teasing voice once again reached Lu Rui's ears. I was just squatting too long, my legs went numb. Lu Rui struggled to stand up, her ears blushing so red they seemed ready to drip blood. Let's go. Zhao Yuan didn't linger on the topic. The girl had been through a lot today, he didn't want to hurt her self-esteem any further. Go? Lu Rui froze for a moment. Where? Home. Half an hour later, Lu Rui stood with her hands clenched tightly, feet together, her head lowered, staring intently at the ground. Horror. Home was only half a street away from his, yet somehow, because of one sentence from him, she had followed him all the way to his doorstep. Watching him unlock the door, Lu Rui panicked. If she left now, she feared missing this chance, and the two of them might never cross paths again in this lifetime. If she stayed, what reason did she have to remain? Apart from today, she couldn't even recall the last time they spoke. Was it during a morning meeting a year ago, or was it 3 years ago on the day they started school? Not coming in? As she hesitated, Zhao Yuan had already opened the door and was looking at her with slight curiosity. Coming in? Lu Rui couldn't tell whether she was asking him or herself. You'll stay at my place tonight, Zhao Yuan said, turning and heading inside. From now on, you'll always stay at my place. Unfortunately, Lu Rui's brain had already short-circuited upon hearing the first half of his sentence, completely missing the latter half. The arrangement of Zhao Yuan's home hadn't changed much compared to a few years ago. Back when Zhao Yuan's parents were still alive, she used to come here often to play. After all, her grandmother and Zhao Yuan's parents were barely considered colleagues. After the elderly retired, Zhao Yuan's parents had helped her grandmother a lot. Later, Zhao Yuan's parents passed away in a car accident, and Zhao Yuan spiraled into a long period of despair. Lu Rui, being naturally reserved, could only watch helplessly as their relationship grew more distant. It had been years since she last visited, and amidst the familiarity, there was now a strange sense of detachment. Lu Rui almost wanted to cry out of frustration. Zhao Yuan hadn't even formally invited her, yet she had still followed him inside so spinelessly. She had grown up without parents, raised only by her grandmother. Her personality had always been introverted, marked by overwhelming insecurity. Her desire to get into Wuda University had stemmed from Zhao Yuan's passion for martial arts. She wanted to find more common topics to talk about with him. However, she hadn't expected him to gradually fade from her life, turning his attention to someone else instead. Since then, she had poured all her energy into studying and martial arts practice. The little thoughts she had were buried deeply in her heart. Can you cook? Zhao Yuan asked as soon as they entered the house. Of course, she could. She had lived with her grandmother for many years, rarely eating out because they couldn't afford it. Yes, I can, Lu Rui replied softly. I'll go take a shower. You can start cooking, Zhao Yuan said before heading straight to the bathroom. Shower? When Lu Rui snapped back to her senses, the sound of rushing water was already coming from the bathroom. Wait, what am I even thinking? I need to hurry up and cook. She rushed toward the kitchen in a flurry. The bathroom. Though it was already June, Zhao Yuan submerged himself in icy water so cold it pierced his bones. Yet his entire body instantly turned crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. While Lu Rui was still in a daze, Zhao Yuan had already emptied every ice cube from the freezer into the tub. The crystal core of a 6th-tier Shadow Lord was not something easily absorbed. The malevolent energy from a beast was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people exposed to even a tiny amount could fall gravely ill, and absorbing too much could lead to instant death. Even martial artists rarely dared to absorb a beast's crystal core directly, as it was essentially a concentrated mass of malevolent energy. The fact that Zhao Yuan had endured this much was entirely due to his immense willpower, which was on par with that of a 6th-tier martial artist. In his previous life, he had been trapped within the Lin family, where his martial path was fraught with obstacles. Yet his love for martial arts had never wavered. He could have advanced to the 6th tier much sooner, but his sacrifices for the Lin family had left him stuck just below that threshold. Thus, he had tried countless methods. Raising the level of his martial soul was one, and another was tempering his body. Perishing alongside the 6th-tier Shadow Lord wasn't an act of foolishness. Zhao Yuan had always had his eyes on this beast, as its power resonated perfectly with his sky-splitting blade. Absorbing its crystal core wouldn't just help push him into the 6th tier, it would also enhance the level of his martial soul. If successful, he could step into the realm of a 6th-tier martial sovereign, becoming a true powerhouse, and even hold significant influence in a secondary city. At that time, he had also envisioned leading the Lin family to greater heights. Unexpectedly, after desperately crossing ranks to slay a 6th-tier ferocious beast, he sustained serious injuries and could have preserved his life, yet he was betrayed by that treacherous couple. Fortunately, he had returned, bringing with him the crystal core of the 6th-tier beast, as well as the Nether Fiend body refinement technique. He endured the invasion of the fiendish energy, his entire body racked with excruciating pain as if being cut by 1,000 blades, sitting cross-legged in the bathtub. This body of his had never before undergone the baptism of fiendish energy, nor had it truly cultivated internal energy. After awakening, a warrior would gradually unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 principal meridians within their body. Baptizing the muscles and meridians with fiendish energy was the very core of the Nether Fiend body refinement technique. Zhao Yuan whispered hoarsely, "Sky-splitting blade." A blade tip emerged from the top of his head. This morning, with the aid of the awakening stone, it had finally manifested fully. At this moment, being able to summon even this much of the blade tip had already pushed his willpower to its limit. A wisp of cool energy flowed out from the blade tip and seeped into his body. Under the soothing influence of this cool energy, the raging fiendish energy inside him gradually calmed down. Indeed, though it lasted but a few seconds, Zhao Yuan could feel the subtle transformation as his martial soul elevated from grade A to grade SSS. As time went on, the chaotic fiendish energy within him began to align itself. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Yuan let out a muffled groan and began to unblock the yin and yang heel meridians among the 8 extraordinary meridians, using the fiendish energy as the source to charge through them. He was performing an unprecedented feat. Large beads of sweat rolled continuously down his forehead, and the icy water in the bathtub quickly returned to room temperature, even starting to emit steam. After 10 minutes, the entire bathroom was enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial realm. However, the fiendish energy was incredibly domineering. Ordinary people who absorbed even a trace of it into their bodies would go to great lengths to expel it, as this energy clashed with the body's natural energy. At best, it would harm the body; at worst, it could cause one to lose control or even lead to death. Time passed gradually, and the sky had completely darkened. Lu Rui had already prepared dinner, 3 dishes and a soup, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Though she was timid and conflicted in her thoughts, she had realized her only redeeming skill, her cooking. But despite the food being ready, where was Zhao Yuan? By her count, over an hour had passed and he was still in the bath? Some people had peculiar habits with bathing, but soaking for so long in the heat of summer was unusual. Zhao Yuan, classmate? Lu Rui hesitated for a long time before deciding to knock on the door. Bathing for so long, what if something happened? Dinner's ready? Just as she was about to knock a second time, the bathroom door opened. The young man walked out, wearing only a pair of shorts, drying his hair as he stepped out, mist swirling around him. His physique, not overly muscular but with perfectly proportioned 8-pack abs, deeply captured Lu Rui's gaze. Not done yet? Zhao Yuan turned back and asked. Lu Rui's face instantly turned red. Indeed, the saying that bathing is a man's best beauty treatment proved true. In just a few minutes, Zhao Yuan's aura seemed to have undergone a transformation. Already known as the most handsome student in school, he now appeared even more aloof and striking. "It's ready," Lu Rui said as she untied her apron and hurried toward the dining room. Zhao Yuan's home, in truth, had not always been poor. Their neighborhood was an old residential area, but it was a proper housing complex for workers. All the basic facilities were in place. However, ever since his parents passed away, he had virtually no income for the past few years. Being too young, even part-time work was hard to come by. The two quietly finished their dinner, with Zhao Yuan consuming nearly 90% of the food. He had expended an enormous amount of energy in one go. Watching Zhao Yuan devour the meal, Lu Rui hardly dared to eat much herself. "Why aren't you eating?" Zhao Yuan asked, noticing her holding her bowl and staring at him as he ate to about 80% fullness. If he hadn't asked, Lu Rui might have gone hungry tonight. After eating his fill, Zhao Yuan sat on the sofa in a daze. Having spent over an hour in the bathtub, he had practically faced life and death. However, such a risk was clearly worth it. From the moment a warrior awakens their martial soul, they also awaken a foundational power. This power is referred to by 2 names. One is basic vitality, as they have not yet cultivated techniques and cannot call it internal energy, inner force, or true chi. Of course, since the power cultivated varies from person to person, there is also a unified term for it, force points, also known as cards. For a warrior, their foundational vitality, or force points, typically ranges between 0.1 card and 0.5 card upon awakening. 1 card of power is equivalent to 1 ton. The power of 0.1 points corresponds to the numerical values of F-grade and E-grade martial souls. The higher the numerical value, the higher the martial soul level. Although Zhao Yuan had never been tested, he believed his basic vitality should be around 0.45. That was his former self. Now, he was completely different. His martial power points should have reached around 2.5. When a martial artist enters the initial stage, they must open the yin-yang meridians, the yin-yang dimensions, as well as the 8 extraordinary meridians, Dai, Chong, Ren, and Du. Generally speaking, at this stage, a martial artist's power points should be around 10. In his previous life, Zhao Yuan barely reached one power point when he followed the cultivation method to unlock the yin-yang meridians. In this life, due to awakening a higher-grade martial soul and using the Nether Fiend body refining technique to open his meridians, his power points were 1.5 times higher than in his previous life. In the later stages of opening the meridians, the increase in power points becomes even more significant. It seems that in this life, he is destined to witness more extraordinary landscapes. Zhao Yuan, classmate, I'm going back now. Having finished tidying up the kitchen, Lu Rui walked up to him. She felt that she still needed to return home to sleep. She couldn't just stay overnight at his house because of some casual remark he made. It wouldn't look good for her reputation. Didn't I say you'll stay at my place from now on? Zhao Yuan frowned. I really don't feel like going out again right now. When did you say that? Lu Rui was stunned. Did she remember it wrong? Didn't he just ask her to stay at his place for tonight? Today, you spoke boldly and offended the Lin siblings, those petty villains, Zhao Yuan said in a deep voice. If you go home to sleep now, I can't guarantee you'll see the sunrise tomorrow. But I don't have any clean clothes to change into. Lu Rui lowered her head. She had been busy all day and was covered in sweat. It was her first time staying overnight at a guy's house, and she didn't want to smell bad. Zhao Yuan. At this moment, shouldn't you be more concerned about the Lin siblings' revenge? The night deepened. When Lu Rui finally came out of the bathroom after dawdling for ages, her whole appearance exuded a soft pink hue. Her height was already quite impressive, over 170 centimeters. But Zhao Yuan was taller, likely around 183 to 185 centimeters. The oversized t-shirt he gave her looked like a nightgown on her, hanging loosely and appearing especially ill-fitting. The most frustrating part for her was his pants. They were impossible to wear, far too big. Fortunately, the t-shirt was loose enough to comfortably drape over her body, just covering her thighs. However, when she saw Zhao Yuan, he was already sound asleep on the sofa. Exhausted from suppressing the aura of the sixth-tier Shadow Lord the night before, he had been utterly drained. Even the bedding in the room had been replaced with fresh sheets. Lu Rui quietly lay down on the bed, her heart a mix of emotions. Here she was, sleeping in his house, yet he had chosen to sleep on the sofa. But perhaps this was for the best, it made her feel less frivolous. That night, Zhao Yuan didn't sleep well. He dreamt alternately of his fierce battle with the sixth-tier Shadow Lord and of being ambushed by those two traitorous scoundrels, which led to his tragic death. When he woke up, sunlight was already streaming into the living room, shining on his face. As he slowly sat up, he realized there was a thin blanket draped over him. You're awake? Lu Rui peeked out from the kitchen, sweat glistening on her temples. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Early that morning, when she saw him sleeping, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered and instinctively covered him with the blanket. Afterward, she went home to grab some clean clothes and personal items, then headed to the market to buy some groceries. With some time left before Martial University started, she had recklessly decided to live with him for a month. After all, once he joined one of the nation's top martial universities, she probably wouldn't have another chance to see him in this lifetime. After being a good girl for 18 years, why not be a little impulsive for just 1 month? As Zhao Yuan got up and looked at the lively figure in the kitchen wearing only an oversized t-shirt and an apron, preparing breakfast, he confirmed that everything that had happened yesterday wasn't a dream. He had been so exhausted last night that he didn't even have the energy to do anything improper. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to act like a gentleman. Even just sharing a bed for the night would have made things more convenient for tonight. Now, he'd have to come up with an excuse to enter the room later. Stepping into the bathroom, he suddenly noticed something on the window. Someone had left a note? Ping'an Martial Arts Hall. The note was signed with the character Qin. Only he and Gao Xinhu knew about the master with the surname Qin. Thus, the person who left this note must be that great Qin master. For Martial University admissions, receiving the acceptance letter was just one part of the process. Upon enrollment, there would be another entrance exam. The results of this exam would determine the allocation of resources, mentor assignments, and many other factors. Even as an SSS-grade martial soul awakener, if Zhao Yuan failed to achieve a corresponding score during the exam, public ridicule would be the least of his concerns. After breakfast, Lu Rui was about to clean up the table when Zhao Yuan stopped her. Rui, what are your plans next? Lu Rui was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she had made up her mind to move here, the gap between her and Zhao Yuan was simply too vast, like the distance between heaven and earth. When Zhao Yuan left for Wuda University, she planned to enroll in a humanities class and would most likely end up as a small office worker in the future. Do you like cultivating? Zhao Yuan asked. He knew that if he told her he could help her undergo a second awakening and elevate her old hen spirit to an SSS-level fire phoenix, she would definitely not believe him. Generally speaking, even with a second awakening, improving 1 or 2 levels was already considered good. An improvement of 3 levels or more would require extraordinary luck. So, even if she had exceptional luck, the best she could achieve would likely be a B-level spirit. That was common sense. If Zhao Yuan were still the same as in his previous life, just an A-level blade spirit, Lu Rui certainly wouldn't give up. But now, everything was different. He was an SSS-level spirit wielder. Even if one dug up their ancestors' graves, they couldn't stand on the same level as him. I'm planning to enroll in a humanities class and find a job in a company after graduation, Lu Rui said, her voice filled with helplessness. In her past life, she had never been worse off than she was now. Back then, she hadn't given up on cultivation, so why was she giving up now? If he hadn't known she could awaken an SSS-level fire phoenix spirit on her own with a second awakening, Zhao Yuan would never have stopped her. But an SSS-level spirit wielder was considered a strategic level force for humanity. Moreover, as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red, making it clear that her words were far from heartfelt. What if I told you that the spirit you awakened isn't just an ordinary old hen? Zhao Yuan said softly. If you had the chance for a second awakening, it would undoubtedly reveal a power beyond your imagination. Even if it's stronger, could it compare to an SSS-level spirit? Lu Rui pouted, burying her face even deeper. Goodness! He hadn't noticed before, but how could this girl have such a great figure? When she lowered her head, she probably couldn't even see her toes. Zhao Yuan had no doubt about this. Your spirit might be a variant of a legendary spirit, Zhao Yuan said seriously, looking directly at her. It's not impossible for it to rival an SSS-level spirit in the future. What did you just say? Lu Rui raised her head, noticing the deep light in Zhao Yuan's eyes. Yesterday, I researched all avian spirits. Only one type of spirit has crimson feathers. Zhao Yuan's gaze remained profound, but his voice was unmistakably clear. Your base vitality is at least 0.2 to 0.3. That's not a value an E-level spirit should have. Are you saying? Lu Rui hesitated. During yesterday's battle, she did indeed feel a noticeable improvement in both strength and speed, making the fight much easier than before. An SSS-level spirit, Fire Phoenix. Zhao Yuan said in a deep voice. Impossible. Lu Rui shook her head so vigorously it resembled a windmill. With her movements, the waves under her oversized t-shirt surged violently. Good grief, hadn't she gone grocery shopping earlier? Was she not wearing anything underneath? How about we head to the martial arts hall and test it to find out? Zhao Yuan cleared his throat lightly. Go change your clothes, and I'll wash the dishes. I'll wash them instead, Lu Rui said, feeling that since she was staying in his house, she ought to contribute. Do you plan to go to the martial arts hall dressed like that? Zhao Yuan's words startled Lu Rui, making her quickly retreat to her room. Isn't that my room? Zhao Yuan muttered, shaking his head as he listened to the thunderous sound of the door slamming shut. At Pinyin Martial Arts Hall, Room 1. This Pinyin Martial Arts Hall turned out to be a property of the military. As soon as Zhao Yuan arrived with Lu Rui, the staff eagerly approached them, offering to prepare the best training room. Give it a try. Lu Rui stood before the strength measuring device, hesitant to make a move. Zhao Yuan had to gently encourage her from the side. In her previous life, her admission to Wuda University owed much to her performance in the practical exams. Forget it. Why am I hesitating? Lu Rui thought to herself. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly threw a punch at the device. As her fist landed, she could feel that her strength had grown even more compared to the day before. 0.41 kilocalories. Even Zhao Yuan couldn't help but let out a low sigh. If Lu Rui's current results represented the true level of a normal E-level spirit wielder, then his previous life's achievement of 0.33 kilocalories after awakening an A-level spirit might as well have been buried underground. Lu Rui stared at the display showing 0.41, then threw 2 more punches. The results were 0.42 and 0.41, respectively. Her second punch, driven by eagerness, was notably stronger than the first. Could it be that her awakened spirit wasn't a conventional E-level spirit after all? Now, do you still plan to give up martial arts? Zhao Yuan's voice cut in at just the right moment. After 3 tests, Lu Rui finally believed she wasn't dreaming. No, I don't, she declared, her voice firm and resolute like never before. Last night, she lay on his bed, tossing and turning, her mind racing with countless thoughts. She had never been a greedy person, almost never yearning for anything in her past. But yesterday, at her most desperate moment, he stepped forward and said those words. Perhaps it was to spite Miss Lin, or perhaps it was to pull her, someone on the verge of falling into darkness, back into the light. He brought brightness back into her world. So, for the first time last night, she felt a longing, a desire that, no matter what, she didn't want to leave him. But as soon as this thought arose, reality quickly brought her back to square one. He had awakened an SSS-level soul spirit, while she was merely stuck with the lowest E-level soul spirit. Their paths were destined to diverge. Thus, when she questioned herself in the morning, although her heart was filled with reluctance, her first instinct was to give up the martial path. She didn't want the gap between them to grow wider and wider. If, one day, he could soar through the skies while she remained stuck in place, how could she face herself? Rather than enduring that pain and torment later, it might be better to give up early. Yet, her lingering greed prompted her to take her belongings from her home to Zhao Yuan's house. Thankfully, with his encouragement, he even brought her to a martial pavilion for testing. Normally, someone who awakened an E-level soul spirit wouldn't bother spending money on a test, as those below a D-level awakening usually had no future. Even if they forced their way into the world of martial artists, they would likely end up as cannon fodder. Get ready, we'll go to Tiannan Martial University together, Zhao Yuan said decisively. Tiannan Martial University? Lu Rui quickly shook her head. Even though her basic vitality rivaled that of some A-level or even S-level soul spirit awakeners, Tiannan Martial University was still beyond her reach. What truly caught her attention, however, was the fact that Zhao Yuan's talent could undoubtedly secure him a place at Kyoto Martial University or Magic Capital. Martial University, Dragon Nation's two most prestigious martial schools. There, he would have access to the best resources and compete with the top geniuses. You can go to Kyoto Martial or Magic Martial, I can go to any martial university, Lu Rui said, worried that he might give up the best choices because of her. Tiannan might not match Kyoto or Magic Martial, but it's undoubtedly in the national top 5, Zhao Yuan explained. Going to Tiannan wouldn't be any worse than going to the other two. Besides, Tiannan City has the largest number of martial universities in the country. Everyone wants to knock Tiannan Martial out of the top 5, so none of them are subpar. You can choose one of the better ones to apply to. Tiannan Martial University was one of the top 5, and Lu Rui had no chance of getting in right now. They had strict requirements, all entrants must possess at least an A-level soul spirit. Outside of the top 5, other martial academies had their own evaluation systems. As long as applicants met their assessment standards, they were guaranteed admission for advanced training. Zhao Yuan's choice of Tiannan wasn't just because of the number of martial academies there, the competitive environment was also better suited for a waste like Lu Rui to prove herself. He remembered that the first major opportunity lay in Tiannan. Attending university there was the best choice. As for the subsequent opportunities, he would deal with them when the time came. Lu Rui fell silent. What he said seemed to make sense. At that moment, Zhao Yuan picked up a long blade. The weapons in the martial pavilion, though not sharpened, were otherwise identical to regular weapons. The long blade in his hand was about 1 meter in length, with a blade length of 1.2 meters. The blade was slightly longer than usual, and the back of the blade was thicker, resembling the heaven-slaying blade he had awakened. Pick a weapon that feels right, and try attacking me, Zhao Yuan instructed, holding the blade in one hand. His demeanor changed instantly, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. In her past life, Lu Rui had always used a sword as her weapon, and her job was to serve as a guard. But the situation was different now. She was destined to awaken the SSS-level Fire Phoenix soul spirit, meaning that her future would inevitably lead her to the front lines. When battling ferocious beasts, swords were always slightly inferior to blades or spears. With Zhao Yuan's current perspective, he could easily tell which weapon suited her better. Lu Rui seemed a little confused. The martial academies in Tiannan, none of them are bad, Zhao Yuan said in a deep voice. If you want to get in, you'll need to score high in the combat tests. Unsurprisingly, the first weapon Lu Rui chose was a sword. She had always practiced with a sword, not just her, but most girls would choose a sword when first learning to wield a weapon. Swords were lighter and more elegant. However, when facing ferocious beasts, elegance didn't matter. What truly mattered was lethality. Be careful, then, she said. The battle sword in her hand was significantly heavier than what she was used to. Fortunately, she had already awakened, and her strength had increased several times. She thrust her sword straight toward Zhao Yuan's shoulder. Zhao Yuan simply turned slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. The weapons in the martial arts hall are all blunted, so feel free to strike. Zhao Yuan's voice carried a commanding dominance. If you show even the slightest slack again, I won't intervene in your martial path from now on. Once a lord of a city, he still retained an air of authority and majesty. Hearing this, Lu Rui's gaze instantly sharpened. She continued to thrust her sword, but when it was only a foot away from Zhao Yuan, the tip trembled slightly. At that moment, 3 different attack variations flashed through her mind. Clang! The sword tip landed on the blade of Zhao Yuan's weapon, stopping just half an inch from his heart. Not bad, again. Zhao Yuan gave a slight shake of his blade, and Lu Rui felt a powerful force push her back. She had awakened an E-level martial soul and significantly improved her capabilities, but it seemed his growth had been even more extraordinary. After exchanging 7 or 8 moves, Zhao Yuan instructed Lu, the campus beauty, to switch weapons. Swords, spears, staffs, every student had some exposure to these. When choosing her weapon, Lu Rui didn't pick randomly. Sword-type weapons were most suitable for her slender physique. However, after growing taller during her high school years, swords no longer felt as fitting for her. Now, with her newfound strength surging, her recent attack on Zhao Yuan felt somewhat awkward. Unfortunately, she hadn't spent much time on other weapons. She tried nearly all of them, but the results were even less effective than when she used a sword. Should I just stick with the sword? Lu Rui knew that many people, after awakening a martial soul, would experiment with different weapons. Take Zhao Yuan, for instance. He used to favor swords over blades. But now, having awakened an SSS-level blade martial soul, it was impossible for him to choose any other weapon. None of the others caught your interest? Zhao Yuan asked in return. Well, there is one. Lu Rui hesitated, wanting to admit her fondness for the spear. Her basic vitality was higher than average, so perhaps her strength wouldn't be weak in the future. Using a spear could better leverage this advantage. Lu Rui lowered her head, not daring to express her thoughts. Years of living in poverty had deeply rooted feelings of inferiority in her heart. As she awaited Zhao Yuan's verdict, he walked past her and headed straight to the strength tester. He sheathed his blade, clenched his fist, and struck in one seamless motion. The numbers on the strength tester's screen began to roll rapidly, starting at 0.1 and swiftly climbing. In an instant, it reached 0.5, but the numbers showed no sign of stopping. Soon, it surpassed 1, then in a blink, exceeded 2, finally halting at 2.55. Before Lu Rui could even react with a scream, he swung his blade in a slash. The materials of the tester underwent massive deformation in that instant. Fortunately, the tester could withstand the power of his strike. When the display stopped at 5.2, Lu Rui was utterly stunned. A freshly awakened teenager could unleash destructive power of 5.2 kilocalories? If this strength were directed at an ordinary person, it could reduce them to pulp. What do you think of me? Zhao Yuan turned to Lu Rui, not even glancing at the numbers on the screen. You're amazing. She almost blurted out handsome, but caught herself just in time. I opened the yin and yang heel meridians yesterday, which is why my strength reached over 2.5. Zhao Yuan spoke as he twirled his long blade in his hand. But achieving over 5 in power is mainly because I found the right weapon. So, which weapon do you think suits you best? He asked again. Lu Rui couldn't help but glance at the spear. You like using spears? Zhao Yuan followed her gaze. He had already sensed it during their earlier exchange. Lu Rui nodded silently. The spear is the king of all weapons. Weight and momentum are crucial. Zhao Yuan nodded in approval. Your basic vitality is above average, and your strength will undoubtedly grow. Choosing it is naturally a good decision. But in your current state, if you use it in battle, you'll lose every single time. Ha! Lu Rui's face turned pale. She had been excited moments ago because she truly wanted to use a spear and felt happy to receive his approval. I said earlier, the spear is the king of all weapons. Weight is one factor, but the most important is momentum. Zhao Yuan reached for a spear, gripping it with both hands. The spear danced in his hands, its movements sharp and precise, generating gusts of wind that made her short skirt flutter slightly. A longer weapon grants more strength, but also poses greater risks. He continued, the spear's advantages are clear, but so are its flaws. If you remain timid and lack confidence, the day you wield it in battle will be the day you die. As Zhao Yuan spoke, an unintentional trace of killing intent emanated from him. Lu Rui was startled, but her stubbornness kept her from retreating. You are the one I, Zhao Yuan, have chosen. If you lack even this basic confidence, how will you have the courage to stand by my side when facing the surging tides of beasts in the future? Every word he spoke pierced into her heart. If it weren't for Zhao Yuan giving her courage, she might not have come to this martial arts hall, let alone tried out various weapons. As for why he was doing this, Lu Rui couldn't quite figure it out yet. Was it because she might undergo a second awakening of her martial soul? But that didn't seem right either. Second awakenings were a gamble of luck. No matter how many resources were spent, it wasn't guaranteed to awaken a powerful martial soul. Besides, he himself was already a possessor of an SSS-grade martial soul. Even if she awakened an SSS-grade Fire Phoenix martial soul, she would only be on the same level as him. Could it be that he truly had feelings for her? Zhao Yuan's gaze was deep and profound. Lu, the renowned campus beauty, had a slender figure and long, shapely legs. She was indeed a rare gem among gems. If he were merely lusting after beauty, he could easily indulge himself at the 100 Charms Pavilion. In that place, with enough money, any kind of beauty was available. But he didn't like what others had already cultivated for their own use. Having been reborn, he sought not only revenge but also to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Lu Rui was the woman he had set his sights on, but she had to become the most loyal weapon in his hand. The pain of being betrayed by someone he loved was something he would never endure again. I want to learn the spear. Meeting the boy's deep gaze, Lu Rui straightened her back. In the past, due to her overly developed figure, she had almost never dared to stand tall in front of others. But today, she not only stood tall but also wanted to ensure that he saw her. In every way, his favor toward her was well-deserved. Alright, then I'll teach you a basic spear technique today. Zhao Yuan was a man of action. He immediately picked up a spear and demonstrated a set of techniques to her. This spear technique wasn't complicated. In fact, it was just a foundational one. If you can master it by tonight, I'll teach you a method for opening your meridians. The technique only consisted of 3 moves. Zhao Yuan spent an hour teaching her, and to his surprise, the renowned beauty Lu had already practiced it with remarkable proficiency. Her ability to mimic movements was excellent, proving that her decision to pursue this path was not a mistake. However, teaching couldn't solely rely on applying pressure. Appropriate rewards were equally important. Every jujube of encouragement ought to be given without fail. Why was Zhao Yuan able to open 2 meridians in one night? Where did he acquire this spear technique? All these mysteries shrouded him with an air of intrigue. Yet no matter where he came from, Lu Rui didn't care. In this world, nearly every man who looked at her would reveal various degrees of desire. Only he, even after standing on higher ground, was still willing to extend a helping hand to her. Lu Rui swung the spear in her hands repeatedly. If so, then she would treat his spear as her weapon. In the director's office. Knock knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door echoed. Come in. The director of the Pingan Martial Arts Hall was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. At this moment, however, he was respectfully preparing tea for someone. He didn't even sit in the main seat but stood aside deferentially. You're here. Seated in the boss's chair was a young man in his early 30s who didn't even lift his head, clearly aware of who the visitor was. Lord Qin. The visitor's voice was clear and full of youthful vigor, yet he carried himself with a steadiness uncharacteristic of an 18-year-old. The youth's gaze lingered on the middle-aged director for 3 seconds before shifting to the young man. The young man was still dressed in a hooded sweatshirt, but this time, he hadn't pulled the hood up. It was the first time Zhao Yuan had gotten a clear look at his face. It was a face as if carved by a blade or chisel. While not conventionally handsome, it exuded the unmistakable aura of a hardened soldier. You can leave now, the young man waved at the director. The director didn't hesitate and immediately stepped out. Thank you for your efforts, Lord Qin. Zhao Yuan bowed respectfully. Regardless of anything else, the other man's strength was currently 1,000 times greater than his own. Even at the peak of his previous life's power, he might not have been able to contend with this young man before him. Back then, he might have had a chance to become a top-tier martial artist. But he was bogged down by cumbersome obligations, gradually losing the opportunity to reach the summit. You wouldn't have come here just to butter me up, would you? The young man with the surname Qin pushed a cup of tea toward Zhao Yuan. Sit down, have a taste. Zhao Yuan didn't stand on ceremony, picking up the tea and draining it in one gulp. The tea was slightly bitter, not exactly high quality. Judging by how calculating you seem, I thought you'd be off somewhere among the so-called upper-class folks, savoring their refined tea ceremonies. The young man surnamed Qin chuckled heartily. You're an interesting one. Didn't Lord Qin also predict that I would come looking for you? That's why you prepared tea, Zhao Yuan replied candidly, taking a seat. I came here to propose a trade, Lord Qin. Another deal? Qin Feng's gaze slightly tightened. This guy is truly intriguing. Back when he struck a deal with Gao Xinhong, on the surface, it seemed like the latter gained the upper hand, but in reality, this kid didn't lose out at all. Not only did he secure the highest level contract, but he also managed to drag the Lin family into trouble without even lifting a finger. With a hint of mockery in his tone, Qin Feng's words instinctively made Zhao Yuan rub his nose. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan had no intention of explaining himself. After all, the reason he came to find Qin Feng was something he had planned immediately after spotting the note on the windowsill that morning. Instead of calling it a deal, let's call it a request. Zhao Yuan grinned as he refilled Qin Feng's teacup. I want a spot for training in Yunlai Mountain. Yunlai Mountain is a place where all the major families in S-City train their young talents, Qin Feng said with a surprised expression. If you want to get in, why don't you go and ask your ex-girlfriend for help? Zhao Yuan. Speaking of Yunlai Mountain, one couldn't avoid mentioning Ling Yan. If it weren't for Ling Yan's request, he might never have known Yunlai Mountain even existed. Although S-City was just a third-tier city, it wasn't without its value. Located at the southwestern edge of the Dragon Nation, one could leave the safety zone by traveling a mere 100 miles south. Many low-level martial artists began their training journeys from here. Moreover, it was less than 500 miles away from the largest military district in the south, the Southern War Zone headquarters. The Southern War Zone headquarters was adjacent to Tiannan City, where Zhao Yuan planned to apply. If the Southern War Zone headquarters moved 300 to 500 miles northwest, S-City could replace Tiannan City as the largest city in the south. S-City would gain over 10 top-tier martial universities. Though S-City hadn't benefited from this halo effect, it still had its own foundation. The major families had claimed a mountain about 10 miles in circumference in the southwestern part of the main city, where they raised numerous low-level beasts. These low-level beasts weren't particularly strong, even the most formidable among them didn't reach the level of an entry-level martial artist. Their purpose was to serve as live practice for the martial arts candidates from the major families. In simple terms, it was a way for these newcomers to gain some combat experience before applying to martial universities. For Zhao Yuan, however, these low-level beasts offered no opportunity to hone his combat skills. Before the martial university admissions, training Lu, the campus belle, would obviously yield far greater returns than wasting time in Yunlai Mountain. Of course, Yunlai Mountain was the territory of the major families, and gaining access wouldn't be easy for him. Especially after falling out with the Lin siblings, his chances had dwindled to nothing. That morning, upon discovering that the Pinyin Martial Arts Hall was affiliated with the military, a new plan began to take shape in his mind. Everyone believed Yunlai Mountain was the property of the major families. But as a former city lord of S-City, Zhao Yuan naturally knew some lesser-known secrets. Pinyin Martial Arts Hall undertook the security work for Yunlai Mountain. Originally, without knowing their connection to the military, Zhao Yuan would have dismissed this as routine work for the Martial Arts Hall. But considering the military's unique nature, another possibility came to mind. Yunlai Mountain wasn't just a training ground for the major families, it was also a critical military asset. No wonder he couldn't uncover the true background of Yunlai Mountain even during his time as city lord. And no wonder the young heirs from nearby cities who came here to train each year trusted the people of S-City so implicitly. If all these mysteries were tied to the military as the key, everything suddenly made sense. Master Qin, this is all part of our own assets. A small favor from you, and we won't let you suffer a loss. Zhao Yuan forced a fawning smile onto his face. Don't smile like that, Qin Feng leaned back slightly. When you smile like that, it gives off the vibe of a scheming fox plotting its next move. Qin Feng hadn't expected this kid to have such sharp observational skills. With just a hint, Zhao Yuan had managed to catch on and take advantage of the situation. Since it's a deal, you're asking for a spot worth millions. Qin Feng's expression turned serious, his voice laced with a cold sneer. What benefits can I get in return? So it was as he suspected, Yunlai Mountain was indeed a military asset. Qin Feng was someone who, 20 years later, would become the deputy commander of the southern military region. However, even 30 years later, when Zhao Yuan fell in battle, Qin Feng had yet to be promoted. In fact, when Gao Xinhong returned to S-City, there were even rumors that Qin Feng's authority had been stripped to the bone. My bargaining chip is myself, Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan's gaze grew profound. After I graduate from Wuda University, I am willing to serve under you, Lord Qin. It should be noted that 20 years from now, Qin Feng would be a 7th-rank martial king. And as of now, even if he wasn't a 6th-rank martial venerable, he was surely not far from it. A person of such stature would at least hold the rank of brigadier general in the military. Yet he was willing, at this moment, to spend at least a month escorting Zhao Yuan. Perhaps it was tied to the future of the military, but Qin Feng's influence extended far beyond that realm. The Qin family behind him wielded significant power in the military. If he didn't want to, he could have easily found someone else to replace him. So this Lord Qin, in truth, was also trying to win Zhao Yuan over. You're quite the storyteller. Since you first approached Gao Xinhut, you've been painting grand pictures for people. Qin Feng's sharp eyes locked onto Zhao Yuan's, the two men staring at each other as if two peerless masters were clashing. The prerequisite for painting a picture is that there's someone willing to eat that cake. Zhao Yuan's voice turned cold as well, showing no signs of backing down even in the face of a fifth-rank powerhouse. You should know, Yunlai Mountain has its share of death quotas, Qin Feng said gravely. Agreeing to let you enter Yunlai Mountain means that, should anything happen to you, I would bear the consequences of your SSS-level contract. Then it depends on whether Lord Qin has the courage to take that gamble, Zhao Yuan responded, his gaze regaining its clarity. He now appeared just like a university student. Zhao Yuan poured himself a cup of tea leisurely. He didn't particularly enjoy tea, but now wasn't the time to confront Qin Feng head-on. If the other person were a beautiful woman, he wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Roughly 10 breaths later, Qin Feng picked up his teacup and downed it in one go. I can agree to your deal, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Yunlai Mountain will open in 7 days and remain open for a week. Many thanks. Zhao Yuan began to express his gratitude, only to be interrupted. However, I have a few conditions. Qin Feng sneered, making it clear he wasn't so easily dismissed. Please, Lord Qin, state them, Zhao Yuan said helplessly. At the moment, circumstances were not in his favor. If he wanted to go further, he needed to seize every opportunity at hand. First, you cannot enter Yunlai Mountain under the identity of Zhao Yuan. Second, by the time Zhao Yuan left the curator's office, the corners of his mouth were still twitching. Damn it, he had thought he could take advantage of the situation, but in the end, he still suffered quite a bit. However, it was clear that Brigadier Qin would never guess his true purpose for entering Yunlai Mountain. All things considered, he had still come out ahead. Back in the training room, Lu Rui was still gripping her spear, drenched in sweat. For her dignity and for the benefits Zhao Yuan had promised her, she gritted her teeth and persevered, no matter how exhausting it was. At 5 in the afternoon, the Pinyin Martial Hall announced its closure on schedule, and the staff began tidying up. She clocked out on time within the hour. When she got home, Lu Rui had intended to cook, but after a full day of spear training, her arms were so sore she could barely lift them. Go take a shower. I'll cook. Zhao Yuan's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, leaving Lu Rui feeling uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder if her painstakingly practiced spear techniques even counted as beginner level in his eyes. What had he been doing during that half hour he had left? Could he have gone to meet the Lin siblings? Feeling restless, she stepped into the bathroom and took a quick shower, finishing in less than 20 minutes. When she emerged, slightly more relaxed, she was surprised to find that Zhao Yuan had already prepared dinner. Throughout the meal, he remained expressionless, not saying a word, making the house feel oddly cold despite it being June. After tidying up the kitchen, she saw Zhao Yuan stepping out of the bathroom just as she finished. Come here. It was only the second sentence he had spoken in the past hour and a total of 6 hours if including the afternoon. Perhaps because it was his own home, Zhao Yuan was only wearing a pair of shorts. As the saying goes, a full stomach brings energy. At this moment, he seemed well-fed and freshly showered. Lu Rui felt stiff, repeatedly reminding herself 1,000 times, don't overthink, but still, she couldn't help following him into the room. He led her directly to the bedside. Run, you fool, run. Lu Rui screamed internally, her face flushed as she sat on the edge of the bed. What are you standing there for? Take it off. Zhao Yuan's thunderous voice reverberated in her mind, leaving her dazed. Ever since moving into Zhao Yuan's home, she had mentally prepared herself. But now that the moment had arrived, she found herself too nervous to even speak. She glanced up at him hesitantly, her eyes meeting his deep, unreadable gaze. She quickly looked away, afraid of sinking into it if she lingered too long. She murmured softly, her response nearly inaudible. Slowly, she took off her t-shirt and was about to continue when a sudden stop interrupted her. I'm just helping you open your meridians. There's no need to take everything off, Zhao Yuan said, nearly making Lu Rui faint from embarrassment. She had completely overthought the situation. Lie down, he said coldly. At that moment, Lu Rui felt like a puppet, wishing she could become an actual puppet without thoughts or feelings. The divine fire tempering jade technique is the most suitable cultivation method I can think of for you at the moment, Zhao Yuan. Continued, his tone calm and unhurried. Opening the meridians is the key to a martial artist's cultivation. His hand rested on her waist. Even if one's awakened martial soul isn't of a high grade, with the support of this technique, a martial artist won't be weaker in the early stages than those with higher level martial souls, he explained while moving his hand to the Dai Meridian point, then circling to her back. This is the Dai Meridian. The Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique is most suitable for those with fire element martial souls, Zhao Yuan said in a deep voice. If your martial soul truly is a variant of the Fire Phoenix, it will greatly aid in your second awakening. As his hands moved across her body, Lu Rui's body gradually softened. It wasn't until he mentioned the second awakening that she suddenly snapped back to reality. What was she doing? He was clearly just trying to help her open her meridians and facilitate her second awakening. Despite her tension easing, there was a faint sense of disappointment in her heart. But recalling that opening the meridians was crucial for a martial artist's future and her second awakening, she quickly pushed aside any other emotions. Have you snapped out of it? Zhao Yuan's voice carried a slight chill and a hint of teasing. We can begin. Lu Rui nodded firmly. Then let's get started. A sharp glint flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes, and the tip of the sky-slaying blade above his head reappeared, now visibly half an inch longer than the day before. Lu Rui focused her spirit. When his hand once again landed on her waist, a surge of power passed through his hand and entered her body. Ah! A sharp cry escaped her lips. Opening the meridians was no easy task, even the gentlest techniques required a martial artist to endure considerable pain. The Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique was a powerful method, and to make matters more intense, the person assisting her was someone who practiced the Nether Fiend body tempering technique. In an instant, the excruciating pain caused Lu Rui to curl up into a ball. The pain of opening the meridians is something every martial artist must endure. Though she trembled from the agony, Zhao Yuan's voice remained calm and steady. This was common knowledge, detailed extensively in textbooks. It took quite a while before Lu Rui managed to adjust her posture. Let's go again. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuan walked out of the room, visibly exhausted. As Lu Rui gradually adapted to the pain of opening her meridians, the occasional muffled groans she let out became increasingly hard for him to bear. Though the campus beauty Lu Rui was only 18 years old, her figure was far more developed than anyone Zhao Yuan had seen in his past life, surpassing even Lin Yan's. Staying any longer in the room, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something he might regret. But if he acted on those impulses, the Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique he had spent an entire afternoon selecting would all go to waste. Once outside the room, out of sight and out of mind, he collapsed onto the sofa and immediately fell into a deep sleep, his energy completely drained from nearly exhausting his martial soul's power. While Zhao Yuan slept soundly, Lu Rui in the room buried her face under her pillow, unwilling to show herself for a long time. Today, all her embarrassing moments had been seen by him. The Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique was almost impossible to practice successfully without guidance from a skilled practitioner. To open the meridians alone, one first had to fully unblock the Dai Meridian, one of the 8 extraordinary meridians. This process would take her at least 7 days. I can't live like this. Lu Rui suddenly felt she couldn't face him anymore. About 10 minutes later, she suddenly heard faint snoring coming from the living room. The sound was barely audible, almost imperceptible. How had her hearing become so sharp all of a sudden? It was a benefit brought about by the Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique. In an instant, Lu Rui thought this technique was truly amazing. The next morning, Lu Rui stepped out of her room. After experiencing the power of the Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique, she had completely fallen in love with the feeling of cultivation. More precisely, she had fallen in love with the feeling of becoming stronger. In any case, she had long mentally prepared herself to be Zhao Yuan's woman in this lifetime. As for all the embarrassing things he'd seen, let him see them if he wanted. She might even show him more, in the future. When Zhao Yuan woke up, his routine remained the same, eating, taking her to the martial arts hall for training, and continuing to help her open her meridians at night. This routine lasted for 7 whole days. On the 7th night, Zhao Yuan finally helped her fully unblock the Dai Meridian. This time, he did not leave the room immediately as before. I need to go out for at most 7 or 8 days, a hint of weariness flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes. Heavens knew how much self-control he had to maintain. The girl before him grew more uninhibited by the day. Tonight, she simply didn't bother wearing a bra, pairing a tank top with short shorts as she sprawled in front of him. Can I come with you? Lu Rui turned her head, completely unaware of the glimpses she was revealing. I'm going to teach you the next phase of the Divine Fire Tempering Jade technique. I hope that by the time I return, you'll have unblocked Your second or even third extraordinary meridian. Zhao Yuan didn't answer her question, instead tossing her t-shirt onto her head. The moment she heard him finally mention the next phase of the technique, Lu Rui stopped asking questions. Without a shred of embarrassment, she slipped the t-shirt on right in front of him. After unblocking the girdle vessel, she had truly entered the vein-opening realm. The power within her body had more than doubled. In comparison, Zhao Yuan, who already appeared exhausted, now seemed weary and worn, while she was brimming with vitality. The divine fire tempering jade technique consisted of only a little over 300 words. Apart from detailing the sequence of unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians in the first half, most of the content was merely tips to heed during cultivation. After Zhao Yuan finished explaining, he hadn't even prepared to leave before collapsing at the bedside, immediately snoring away. These days must have been so hard on you, Lu Rui murmured as she carefully adjusted Zhao Yuan on the bed to a proper sleeping position. As he slept, he seemed neither as stern nor as terrifying as he usually did. There was no denying it, Zhao Yuan had completely occupied Lu Rui's heart. She stared at him for a long while before drowsiness quietly crept in. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and Lu Rui woke the moment the light touched her. As she woke, she realized she seemed to be entangled by an octopus. She hadn't expected that, while watching him last night, she had unknowingly lain down beside him. Fortunately, he was still sound asleep at the moment. She gingerly climbed out of bed to prepare breakfast, and by 7 o'clock, Zhao Yuan appeared punctually at the doorway. Over the past 7 days, he had woken at this exact time every day. Could it be that her cultivation progress had made a difference? But without the presence of malevolent energy, it wouldn't be easy for him to open his veins. If he couldn't secure an opportunity to enter Yunlai Mountain, he truly would have to spend some time contemplating his decision to train in the dark malevolence tempering body technique. Zhao Yuan stepped out of the room with a trace of doubt. Today, he felt particularly refreshed upon waking. Of course, when he woke up, he didn't see Lu Rui and assumed she had quietly slept on the sofa the night before. Unfortunately, he hadn't noticed that the light blanket he had casually placed remained in the exact same position as yesterday. After breakfast, Zhao Yuan left directly. Under his instructions, Lu Rui continued practicing her spear techniques at the martial hall. In 10 days, the Lin siblings must have opened at least 3 or 4 of their martial veins, right? The Lin family had encountered significant trouble and would surely make compensatory efforts in other areas. With 2 A-grade martial souls appearing in the family simultaneously, the Lin family would undoubtedly spare no expense in intensifying their training. In the previous life, the Lin family hadn't been investigated. Even under a lack of attention from higher-ups, they had already prepared numerous resources for the Lin siblings and Zhao Yuan, their future son-in-law. Currently, aside from those 2 scoundrels awakening A-grade martial souls, there was no good news for the Lin family. To restore their reputation, they would definitely create hype around those 2. Of course, none of this mattered to him. Even if they opened 4 martial veins, their combined strength would barely reach 3 carats. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. In a cafe, Zhao Yuan met with Qin Feng. You really should get a phone. After 7 days of not seeing each other, Qin Feng began complaining as soon as they met. Zhao Yuan used to have a phone, but after being approached by several other women, he had removed his SIM card and left the phone on his bedside table as an ornament to avoid making Lin Yan jealous. After a few months, when he tried recharging it a few days ago, it still wouldn't turn on. Too broke, Zhao Yuan replied with a bitter smile. Why don't you help me chase up on when the relief funds from above will be dispersed? The military contract had promised 1 million a year, but the funds still hadn't arrived. If you had a phone, you'd know it's already been deposited, Qin Feng said, exasperated, holding his forehead. Forget it. Here's your new identity. Qin Feng, unwilling to argue further, tossed a small satchel in front of Zhao Yuan. Master Qin, could you lend me some money? Get lost. Spending an hour, Zhao Yuan bought a new phone and then went to a weapons shop to purchase a steel blade. Without delay, he headed straight to the departure point. As for the 3,000 yuan he received from Qin Feng, well, since buying a phone was at Qin Feng's insistence, Zhao Yuan figured he was merely following orders. Being so obedient, surely it was fine for his superior to equip him with a phone, wasn't it? However, this steel blade, it was surprisingly expensive. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention, but how could it cost so much? The long sword in his hand wasn't much different from those in the martial hall, the only difference being that the edge had been sharpened. This blade didn't contain any special metals or beast bone powder, yet it had cost him 8,888 yuan. Weapons for cultivators were outrageously priced. When Zhao Yuan arrived at the departure point, The staff merely glanced at his identification badge and let him through. Qin Ming, from Tiannan? The attendant muttered after Zhao Yuan had departed. Why would someone from Tiannan come all the way to Yunlai Mountain? Tiannan had places 10 times better than Yunlai Mountain. But he quickly shook his head. These were just the tricks of the wealthy and powerful families. Perhaps this Qin family was merely a minor household back in Tiannan. Riding in a private car, Zhao Yuan quickly left the main urban area. After passing through 3 checkpoints in succession, he finally exited the true safe zone. The area beyond the 3 checkpoints, roughly 100 miles out, was still technically part of S City, but it could no longer be considered a safe zone. Within this range, one might encounter low-level feral beasts. After all, these feral beasts were originally ordinary animals native to Blue Star, but they had mutated after absorbing fiendish energy. Fortunately, vehicles like theirs were always accompanied by real martial practitioners for protection. After an hour, they arrived at Yunlai Mountain. At the mountain entrance, the martial practitioner escort checked Zhao Yuan's identity card once again before allowing him to proceed. Without any delay, Zhao Yuan immediately entered the mountain forest. The moment he stepped into the forest, he sensed the dense presence of fiendish energy. After taking a few shallow breaths, he abandoned the idea of sitting down to cultivate. On the spot, based solely on the scattered fiendish energy in the air, it would take him at least a year or two to fully open his 8 extraordinary meridians. He only had a week in Yunlai Mountain, so his target was the low-level feral beasts. About half an hour after Zhao Yuan disappeared into the dense forest, another car arrived. Brother Xia, without the Lin family's support, Zhao Yuan wouldn't have even made it to Yunlai Mountain, even if he awakened an SSS-level martial soul. A pair of strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals stepped out of the vehicle. I heard that ever since his awakening, he brought that bitch Lu Rui back home, Lin Xia said disdainfully. This sudden misfortune for his family is actually a great opportunity for us. The Lin family had more than just Lin Yan as a direct descendant, there were many Lin family offspring. Over the past 10 days, the family not only increased their investment in resources for them, but also hired 2 martial practitioners to personally train them. After 10 days, if they encountered Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui, they would make sure the 2 knew what true family heritage meant. The Lin siblings had already entered Yunlai Mountain, but Zhao Yuan remained indifferent. Even if he knew about their arrival, it wouldn't surprise him. He had 2 objectives for this trip, and right now, he was focused on the first. Generally speaking, when a martial practitioner opened up their 8 extraordinary meridians, their strength would reach at least 10 car. This 10-car threshold became the standard for beginner martial practitioners. For newcomers to Yunlai Mountain, most were sent here by their families at great expense for practical combat training. However, at this stage, almost no one could fully open their 8 extraordinary meridians. Even if someone managed to, beginners like them wouldn't choose to train in a place like Yunlai Mountain. The reason was simple: the feral beasts here were all low-level, with strength not exceeding 10 car. At present, Zhao Yuan had already opened his Yin and Yang heel meridians. He hoped to rely on his internal force to open the Yin and Yang linking meridians. Unfortunately, the nether fiend body refining technique he practiced was too unique. With only the fiendish energy in his body, it would take him at least 3 months to open his 3rd extraordinary meridian. And as progress continued, the difficulty would only increase. Therefore, he had only one goal now: slaughter. About a mile into Yunlai Mountain, Zhao Yuan encountered a stone-horned ram. If fully matured, this type of feral beast could reach a strength of 20 car, making it a mid to lower tier beast among first-level feral beasts. The ram before him, however, stood at a maximum height of 1.5 meters and a length of no more than 2.5 meters, indicating it was still in its growth phase, with a strength likely not exceeding 5 car. Feral beasts that hadn't entered the first level couldn't unleash special abilities. Without its special abilities, the stone-horned ram could only attack using its single horn. For a martial practitioner who had opened 1 or 2 extraordinary meridians, such a beast posed no challenge at all. The stone-horned ram locked eyes with Zhao Yuan, its gaze instantly turning blood-red. Influenced by the fiendish energy, these animals would become frenzied and highly aggressive the moment they caught the scent of a human. It leaped forward several steps and charged at Zhao Yuan in an instant. Though its speed was impressive, its bulky frame made it impossible to change direction once it began its charge. As it closed in on Zhao Yuan, he merely shifted slightly to the side, unsheathing his long blade in one fluid motion. In an instant, the blade pierced the ram's neck, killing it with ease. The ram staggered forward a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. Zhao Yuan walked leisurely to its corpse, pressing one hand against the wound on its neck. Netherfiend body refining technique, absorb. A torrent of chaotic energy surged out of the ram's corpse and flowed directly into Zhao Yuan's body. However, the energy he gained from this low-level stone-horned ram was less than a tenth of what he had absorbed when he first opened his extraordinary meridians. Back then, he had absorbed the crystal core of a Shadow Lord, elevating the quality of his martial soul while leaving residual energy behind. 3 seconds later, Zhao Yuan continued deeper into the forest. Without a spatial storage device, there was no way for him to carry the feral beasts he killed. Many people froze in shock the first time they encountered a feral beast, but Zhao Yuan remained utterly indifferent, not even bothering to wipe the beast's blood off his hands. Fortunately, every newcomer carried an emergency distress device, but no one monitored their activities. Otherwise, anyone witnessing his decisiveness and cold-blooded demeanor would undoubtedly be astonished. In the next mile, Zhao Yuan encountered 5 ferocious beast attacks. The bloodstains on his palms were deliberately used to lure them. These brainless creatures indeed took the bait. After slaying 6 ferocious beasts in succession, he retrieved a small bottle resembling a sunscreen spray from his backpack. However, the bottle didn't contain sunscreen but a scent-eliminating liquid. The subsequent beasts he encountered were all more formidable than the first stone-horned sheep. The malicious energy provided by the 6 beasts should be sufficient for him to open his third extraordinary meridian. This was Yunlai Mountain, a military-owned territory but also a wilderness. He wouldn't wait, as he did before, for the malicious energy within his body to reach its limit before breaking through. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he quickly found a cave nearby. After setting up a concealment at the entrance and sprinkling some beast-repellent powder, he sat cross-legged and began his second session of cultivation to open the third extraordinary meridian. Using the malicious energy extracted from the beasts for the second time to open his meridians, the pain he felt was no less intense than before. Fortunately, after successfully opening the Yin linking and Yang linking meridians, his strength and physique had significantly improved. Even without the aid of ice water, he managed to open the third extraordinary meridian, the Yin linking vessel, within half an hour. The Yin linking vessel connects all the Yin meridians and even links to the heart meridian. Once opened, it brings mental clarity and enhances cognitive sharpness. Some say that if this meridian is opened successfully, a person's mind becomes more open, and their comprehension ability improves as well. Zhao Yuan had experienced this before. While there was some truth to it, the effects were not particularly pronounced. What truly delighted him was his strength level increasing by 1.2. At this moment, his strength had reached 3.7+. In his previous life, when he had opened 3 extraordinary meridians, his strength barely reached 2.5. Now, it had increased by a full 50%. Moreover, as he progressed, the strength boost from opening each meridian would grow even larger. He picked up 2 small stones, fiddling with them for about 3 to 5 minutes, before walking out of the cave. As a former peak-level 5th-tier powerhouse, adapting to such a strength increase came swiftly to him. Although an increase of just 1.2 cards might seem insignificant to true experts, for his current self, this boost was almost a doubling of his power. Some people might even require time to adapt just to walk properly. Of course, there were also prodigies who, it was said, could adapt to massive power increases in mere moments. After stepping out of the cave, Zhao Yuan resumed his killing spree. This time, it was already around 5 o'clock in the evening. In the wilderness, it was best to find a resting spot before nightfall. For low-level warriors, even first or second-tier ones, their ability to assess danger at night would be significantly diminished without talent or skills in ocular techniques. Meanwhile, ferocious beasts grew even more menacing at night. Their vision not only remained unaffected but became even sharper than during the day. After carefully securing the cave, Zhao Yuan first took out some rations from his backpack. Only after eating and drinking his fill did he proceed to work on opening the 4th extraordinary meridian, the Yang linking vessel. Unfortunately, the beasts he hunted in the afternoon were relatively few, and as the process of opening his meridians progressed, the required energy grew increasingly immense. He only managed to complete half the process before reaching his limit. As a result, the next day, he headed straight into the deeper regions of Yunlai Mountain. Moving swiftly, he ventured about 20 miles into the mountain. This particular area was frequented by beasts with strength levels exceeding 8 cards. For novices training on Yunlai Mountain, most wouldn't venture this deep unless they were part of a team. For others, this area might be difficult to approach, but for Zhao Yuan, his actions were utterly unrestrained. His increased strength allowed him to handle these low-level beasts with ease. There was no need for skill, just pure slaughter. Throughout the entire day, he killed over 10 beasts with strength levels ranging from 7 to 8. This achievement allowed him to successfully open the 4th extraordinary meridian, directly boosting his strength to 5 cards. The Yang linking vessel alone brought an increase of 1.3 cards. In the martial arts world, the meridians usually open first are the 2 linking vessels, the 2 hill vessels, and the Chong and belt vessels. These are referred to as the lower 4 meridians, while the remaining 2, along with the Ren and Du meridians, are called the upper 4 meridians. This distinction is not physical but refers to the levels of strength improvement for warriors. He estimated that opening either the Chong vessel or the belt vessel next would likely boost his strength by at least 1.5 to 2 cards. As for the Ren and Du meridians in the upper 4, the enhancement they provided was even more astonishing. In this life, by using the malicious energy of ferocious beasts to open his meridians, he was taking a great risk, but it had also doubled his strength. If he could achieve a strength level exceeding 20 cards by the time he opened all the extraordinary meridians, that would be incredible. However, he reminded himself not to harbor overly high expectations. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In martial cultivation, mindset is everything. Arrogance and unrealistic ambition are fatal mistakes on the path of martial arts. The second day passed uneventfully, but on the morning of the third day, Zhao Yuan's luck took a significant turn for the better. He encountered 2 powerful, ferocious beasts, each with a vitality of approximately 9 carats. With their defeat, his own strength surged to 6.8 carats. Using the malevolent energy from these beasts, he successfully opened the 5th meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the belt vessel. This improvement amounted to an increase of 1.8 carats. Although it fell short of the anticipated 2 carats, it still surpassed the enhancement he achieved when opening the 4th meridian by 0.5 carats. His heaven-slaying blade and the nether fiend body tempering technique he had chosen were particularly suited for combat. The more he fought, the faster his cultivation advanced. Perhaps it was time to plan his next steps ahead of schedule. He still had 7 days left. In his previous life, he had encountered the wounded Howling Moon Silver Wolf on the 5th day, but this life had already seen many changes. Now, he possessed the strength to contend with pseudo-first-tier ferocious beasts with a vitality of about 12 carats. Additionally, he had nearly cleared out all the low-tier ferocious beasts in the vicinity. To progress rapidly, he would have to take some risks. Once he made his decision, he acted immediately. Continuing to hunt other low-tier ferocious beasts might still leave him unable to open the 6th thrusting meridian by the 5th day. The best way to retaliate against the Lin siblings was to silently seize the opportunities that should have belonged to them. With the Howling Moon Silver Wolf in play, he was confident he could open the 6th meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians in one go, enabling the internal energy within his body to form a small circulation. As for the remaining 2 meridians, the conception and governing vessels, even relying solely on his own cultivation, it wouldn't take too much time to break through. With this in mind, he glanced at the sky and then determined his direction. To the southwest of Yunlai Mountain lay a ravine known as Shiyunjian. This ravine was a vital water source for Yunlai Mountain. Under normal circumstances, novice adventurers training in Yunlai Mountain would never venture there. Approaching it could result in being surrounded and attacked by ferocious beasts. Relying on his superior strength, Zhao Yuan headed straight for Shiyunjian. Perhaps he had killed too many beasts, or maybe his luck was simply poor. On his way from the depths of Yunlai Mountain to Shiyunjian, he failed to encounter a single ferocious beast. In his previous life, after the Howling Moon Silver Wolf incident, the people of Yunlai Mountain had investigated and discovered that it hadn't truly broken through to the 1st tier. Each time someone patrolled the area, it deliberately concealed its strength. As a result, this pseudo-first tier Howling Moon Silver Wolf became a ticking time bomb for this generation's trials. Fortunately, it had apparently encountered a formidable opponent. By the time the newcomers crossed paths with it, it was already gravely wounded. The specific cause of its injuries remained undisclosed, even by the overseers of Yunlai Mountain. "I'll lend you a hand this time, considering how much I've already taken advantage of the military," Zhao Yuan thought to himself. Upon arriving at Shiyunjian, Zhao Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was one thing not to encounter any ferocious beasts along the way, but how could there still be none here? Could it be that he had frightened them all off with his earlier killings? That didn't make sense, though. Low-tier ferocious beasts lacked the ability to think. Even if a 7th-tier martial king were standing here, let alone a mere unranked warrior like him, those low-tier beasts would still dare to charge. He cautiously approached Shiyunjian, the strange situation forcing him to remain vigilant. Could it be that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had grown tired of its performance and driven all the other beasts away? The strong scent of blood filled the air. On the clearing near the water source in the creek cloud ravine, there were at least 17 or 18 corpses of ferocious beasts lying around. Could it be the Howling Moon Silver Wolf committing a massacre here? It doesn't seem like it. The fatal wounds on these beasts were all located on their necks and heads, with precise and clean cuts, definitely not something that ordinary beasts could cause. There must have been someone with exceptional swordsmanship who came here to clear the area. Calling them a master might be an exaggeration, but compared to the newcomers from the major families and these low-level beasts, they were indeed slightly stronger. It seems the foundation of these families is extraordinary after all, as they've sent a genius with strength exceeding 10 carats. Only such a person could achieve this one-sided slaughter of these beasts. But what about the Howling Moon Silver Wolf? Its fur was pure white, which is why it was called the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Zhao Yuan scanned his surroundings but did not see any trace of it. It seems that cunning wolf managed to hide itself. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to head down to collect the corpses, don't misunderstand, he was planning to extract the fiendish energy from the corpses of these beasts. Although he didn't know who had killed them, it was obvious the person hadn't cultivated the nether fiend body forging art. Under normal circumstances, people below the 3rd or 5th stage rarely practiced this technique. Even among those above the 5th stage, very few dared to choose it. Directly absorbing fiendish energy into the body was far too dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to deviation or even allow the fiendish energy to erode one's mind, turning them into a monster driven only by slaughter. Just as he was about to step forward, the previously calm surface of the water began to ripple. Could that beast dive underwater to avoid danger? Zhao Yuan halted his steps, his gaze fixed on the water's surface. One of his hands was already resting on the hilt of his blade. From the moment ripples appeared to the foreign object emerging from the water, the entire process took no more than 2 seconds. When it surfaced, even Zhao Yuan, who prided himself on his composure, almost exclaimed out loud. So white, so big. Fortunately, despite his lack of experience with delicacies, he had witnessed beauty just days ago with Lu, the campus belle. And the figure that leaped out of the water was even more stunning than Lu. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf had it transformed? Zhao Yuan quickly shook his head, dismissing this sudden thought. Not to mention a pseudo-first stage Howling Moon Silver Wolf, even a 7th stage king-level beast couldn't possibly take human form. It seemed this woman was the one who had slaughtered those beasts. Truly a genius from a major family, her unparalleled elegance left Zhao Yuan momentarily dazed. Wasn't it said that the one from the Qin family had come to Yunlai Mountain? The woman muttered as she gently scooped water onto her fair neck, complaining incessantly. What's so special about him that I had to follow along? She was clearly full of resentment. After washing for a while, she began striking out with her palms, one after another. The splashing water shot out, hitting the stones and vegetation on the shore with surprising force. Her strength was at least between 13 and 15 carats. For an unranked woman to possess such power, it was astonishing. It seemed her awakened martial soul talent and cultivated techniques were of exceptional quality. Though she appeared upset, she soon calmed herself. I, Fu Miaoyin, have never needed to rely on a man. Even without the Qin family's support, I can still ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, she snorted coldly. Fu Miaoyin? Zhao Yuan seemed to recall the name. Isn't she a year below me? In his past life, due to Lin Yan, he rarely paid attention to other women. Fu Miaoyin wasn't from the same martial academy as him, making her even harder to notice. However, her reputation had indeed been impressive back then. With her frost sword, she swept through the freshmen of Tianwu Academy. As a sophomore, she bested the 3rd years, and by her junior year, she was undefeated among the students of Tiannan Martial Academy. More importantly, she had a significant grudge with the Qin family, where Qin Feng belonged, which had caused quite a stir. But here's the problem, if her strength had already surpassed 10 carats, why was she a year below him? It was said that when she enrolled, she hadn't even entered the 1st stage. In other words, for some unknown reason, she remained stagnant for a whole year. Considering her later feud with the Qin family, it was likely related to them. This personal vendetta was something Zhao Yuan had no intention of getting involved in. Although Qin Feng had helped him greatly, Zhao Yuan was no saint and would never intervene in such matters. Aside from her grudge with the Qin family, the woman's achievements on the battlefield against ferocious beasts were truly unparalleled by most men. When Zhao Yuan returned to S City from the front lines, he had heard that she had already risen to the rank of lieutenant general in the military, boldly declaring her ambition to become the first female general of the Tiannan military district. Zhao Yuan practiced martial arts not out of interest. After years on the front lines, he deeply understood the threat that ferocious beasts and demonic creatures posed to humanity. In his previous life, his talents were limited, and he was dragged down by the Lin family. But in this life, his potential had caught up. The moment he awakened his SSS-level talent, Zhao Yuan's first thought wasn't revenge against the Lin family but rather to charge into the abyss of demons, annihilate the monstrous entities within, and create a bright and peaceful world for the human race on Blue Star. He wasn't a saint, but he had his aspirations and passion. His martial training wasn't for the sake of reckless fights or showing off. Those warriors fighting on the front lines for humanity, weren't they afraid? Zhao Yuan still remembered that, after their first battle, 99% of the warriors in his batch cried silently under their covers at night. They were flesh and blood humans, not mindless war machines. But if they didn't fight, ferocious beasts and demonic creatures would ravage human cities. A single 6th-tier Shadow Lord nearly brought city to the brink of destruction. And yet, on the front lines, a 6th-tier Shadow Lord wasn't even considered a true boss-level enemy. Now, there was at most half a month left until the start of the academic year. If this girl had truly delayed her enrollment by a year due to some accident, then she was likely here in Yunlai Mountain. Zhao Yuan shook off his thoughts and quietly observed the stream in Shiyun Valley. "Who's there?" Fu Miaoying, who had just calmed down, asked in a low voice. "What?" For a moment, Zhao Yuan's gaze wavered in panic. He was at least 50 meters away from her and had deliberately concealed his presence. Even an entry-level martial artist shouldn't have been able to sense him. Fortunately, in the next instant, Zhao Yuan realized that the girl hadn't detected him. As the water splashed around, Fu Miaoying leaped out of the stream, grabbing a t-shirt in one hand and wielding a battle sword in the other. So the scenes in those idol dramas were all lies. Those protagonists, when caught bathing and attacked by assassins, would always appear fully dressed at the moment of danger. In contrast, this girl, upon sensing danger, hurriedly threw on a t-shirt and stood with her sword, staring at the opposite side of the stream. Emerging from the shadows was a towering beast, standing 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long, drooling as it approached her. A howling moon silver wolf. When Zhao Yuan had last encountered it, it was already severely injured. Back then, they estimated the wolf's strength to be no more than 12 calories. However, the current scene made Zhao Yuan immediately overturn that judgment. Its power now approached 15 calories. Forget being a pseudo-first-tier beast, it was likely a genuine first-tier ferocious beast. "So, you're the one ruling this area," Fu Miaoying said, her grip on the sword tightening with tension. Even though she had slain countless low-tier beasts, facing an entry-level beast of this caliber still brought tremendous pressure. What should she do? Fu Miaoying's strength had not yet reached entry level. Against this howling moon silver wolf, her chances of victory were at most 30%. Yet, if she acted now, the fact that someone had peeked at her bathing would certainly come to light. Reassessing the wolf's strength, Zhao Yuan realized that it was the very culprit responsible for Fu Miaoying's forced year of recovery before her return. When encountering an entry-level beast, the normal reaction should be to retreat and call for help. However, the battle intent igniting in this girl astonished Zhao Yuan. Perhaps this was the pride of a genius, retreat wasn't even in her vocabulary. At this moment, Zhao Yuan, whose strength was barely at 7 calories, also kept his eyes locked on the howling moon silver wolf. Obtaining its crystal core would make breaking through his 6th heavenly meridian almost effortless, and perhaps he might even unlock the 7th Ren meridian. Oh whoa! The howling moon silver wolf let out an enraged howl, leaping instantly and pouncing toward Fu Miaoying. Martial artists had a deadly allure for ferocious beasts. The higher the martial spirit's grade, the stronger the martial artist's power, the more it provoked the beast's bloodthirst. Among low-tier beasts, the howling moon silver wolf was remarkably intelligent. The aura Fu Miaoying had inadvertently released while splashing the water had drawn it out of hiding. Its speed was incredibly fast, but Fu Miaoying was even faster. Facing the pounce of this ferocious beast, she did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward. The two collided in midair, the long sword clashing against the sharp claws, sending dazzling sparks flying. Not being able to use armament is so annoying, the young girl thought discontentedly as several notches appeared on her battle sword from the exchange. She pushed off the ground with great force, leaving 2 half-inch deep imprints on the surface. Her strength was by no means inferior to this feral wolf. Hence, calling for help was out of the question. Because she had awakened an SSS-grade martial soul, the Frost Sword. In the beautiful maiden's eyes, the battle spirit grew ever stronger. As the two passed by each other, her reactions proved to be even faster than the Howling Moon's silver wolf. Just as it steadied its stance, Fu Miaoyin lunged forward once more. Not good. Zhao Yuan's heart tightened as he quickly dashed out from behind the boulder. This was Yunlai Mountain, there shouldn't have been any ranked feral beasts here. The Howling Moon's silver wolf's disguise was exceptionally convincing. Though its strength surpassed 10 carats, people would instinctively overlook it. Even Zhao Yuan, at this moment, merely thought it was a pseudo-first-rank beast. However, the sudden swelling at the base of its silver-furred neck made Zhao Yuan wary. This was the sign of it releasing its innate skill. A feral beast's innate skill was significantly more powerful than its normal attacks, ranging from 50% stronger to several times more destructive. A beast like the Howling Moon's silver wolf, without extraordinary fortune, would not surpass the third rank at most. Its innate skill might only have the minimum 50% amplification, but even that was enough to inflict a fatal injury. This creature understood human nature remarkably well and was adept at seizing opportunities. If Fu Miaoyin were given enough time, she could also detect the anomaly. Therefore, by the second exchange, it was already gathering power. No, it had begun gathering power during the very first move. That strike was merely a feint, deliberately misleading Fu Miaoyin. The Mingsha body tempering technique within Zhao Yuan's body began to circulate furiously. Though his 5 meridians and 8 vessels were not yet sufficient to form a small celestial cycle, they could still channel internal energy into his legs. Each step he took left an imprint about an inch deep in the ground. This demonstrated that his strength at this moment had already surpassed Fu Miaoyin's. After just 3 steps, Zhao Yuan swiftly covered over 20 meters. A flash of white light streaked through the air. The Howling Moon's silver wolf unleashed its first innate skill of its lifetime, pouring out its raging power. But Fu Miaoyin, a newcomer who had unlocked 6 meridians and 8 vessels and possessed an SSS-grade martial soul, was no pushover. Behind her, the phantom of a silver-white longsword suddenly materialized. "Break," she growled softly. The long sword in her hand was instantly coated in frost. Her battle sword struck the white light, cleaving it directly onto the Howling Moon's silver wolf's neck. So that's how its injury had come to be. However, though the white light was pierced, it did not dissipate. In an instant, it landed on Fu Miaoyin's chest. A gay muffled groan escaped her lips as Fu Miaoyin was sent flying. The tremendous force made her feel suffocated in an instant. Zhao Yuan couldn't spare a moment to think. He pushed off with his feet again, effortlessly leaping over a stream more than 10 meters wide, catching the girl just before she fell into the abyss of Streamcloud Gorge. Ugh! She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her consciousness beginning to blur. This beast had hidden itself too well, and she had been too careless. For a moment, she thought she was doomed. "Sit tight," Zhao Yuan said casually, placing Fu Miaoyin down. She felt a bitter taste in her mouth as a pill appeared between her lips. In front of her, the young man gripped a long blade, facing the beast directly. "Beast, today you won't escape." Zhao Yuan growled lowly. "Qin Ming, oh Qin Ming, I wonder if anyone from your Qin family could match this. Today's heroic rescue of the damsel in distress is now up to you to perform." A few days ago, word spread within the clan that a genius of the Qin family in this generation had unexpectedly gone to a small place like S-City to participate in a trial. In order to get closer to this Qin family genius early and secure better opportunities for development, the Fu family secretly sent Fu Miaoyin over. An SSS-level genius traveling, yet so low profile. Fu Miaoyin was filled with anger. Although she was 100 times unwilling in her heart, under the pressure of the clan's higher-ups, she still came. She did want to see what kind of talent this Qin family genius possessed that made the strong members of her clan attach such importance to him. After all, she had awakened an SSS-level martial soul, not an SS-level, much less an S-level. At its core, they simply wanted to sacrifice her happiness to curry favor with the Qin family. Fu Miaoyin was well aware of this, so she hadn't come to cater to the Qin family, she had come to teach him a lesson. She was an SSS-level sword martial soul wielder, and her sword carried the frost attribute, the frost blade. In the future, she was destined to become a 7th tier or higher powerhouse. When she reached that level, what would the Qin family even amount to? So there was no way she would sacrifice herself for the sake of her family's interests. So what if her family was in decline now? In 20 or 30 years, she alone could support a super clan. In this military-controlled, secretive Yunlai mountain, Fu Miaoyin spent every day searching for the person with the surname Qin. After searching for days without finding him, and given that a pampered young lady like herself couldn't stand not bathing for several days, she ended up locating a gathering ground for fierce beasts and decisively cleared out Xian Stream. Just as she was enjoying her bath to her heart's content, she unexpectedly encountered a pseudo-first-rank fierce beast with a power level exceeding 10. As a favored daughter of the heavens, upon encountering such an opponent, not yet of the first rank but possessing strength equivalent to a ranked martial artist, her first thought was to confront it head-on. Once they clashed, she quickly realized that her strength and speed were on par with this beast. Her fighting spirit soared as she prepared to take on this fierce beast, but she hadn't expected the creature to be so flawlessly disguised. It could use its innate skill, meaning it was actually a true first-rank fierce beast. The silver energy spat out by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was something she could only match with all her might, leading to mutual destruction at best. She summoned her martial soul, the Frostblade, and struck heavily at the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The outcome? She was gravely injured and on the brink of death, while the beast was merely seriously wounded. It hadn't died. Blasted into the air by the energy spat out by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, she fell into Xian Stream. Even if she didn't drown, she would be eaten by the beast. As she was sent flying backward, a figure leaped across Xian Stream and caught her. It was a boy with a rugged face, around the same age as her, yet utterly unafraid of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. "Vile beast, today you won't escape," the boy shouted angrily at the first-rank fierce beast. The human girl had been rescued, and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's gaze flickered with panic. But upon sensing the blood energy emanating from the boy, its desire to flee vanished instantly. He was yet another unranked martial artist, albeit a top-notch human genius. The aura from both of them was undeniably overpowering. "Awoo!" The Howling Moon Silver Wolf howled furiously and lunged forward. But he hadn't entered the ranks yet. How could he possibly be a match for this first-rank fierce beast? Fu Miaoyin immediately sensed that the boy with the surname Qin hadn't reached the ranked stage. From the way he drew his bow and stepped forward, it was clear his strength couldn't exceed 10 car. To know, she had already opened 6 meridians, and her 7th, her conception vessel, was about to be unblocked. Her strength was close to 13 points. Even she was no match for this beast, so how could he dare charge in? Qin, could he be the very person she was searching for? Fu Miaoyin wanted to tell him to flee at once. She had come to beat him up, but she definitely didn't want him to die. However, she was too gravely injured. When she tried to speak, blood spilled from her lips. If not for the pill the boy had fed her, she might already have passed out by now. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf moved swiftly, fully aware of the importance of resolving the fight quickly. If it couldn't finish them off in a short time, the strong human warriors would arrive. By then, it wouldn't just lose the chance to devour these two delicious human geniuses, it would lose its life. It charged at them with ferocious speed, now 30% faster than when it had fought the girl earlier. This damn beast, hiding its strength as well. Fu Miaoyin cursed inwardly. Had it shown such speed and power from the start, she would have turned tail and fled, seeking help immediately. Geniuses could afford their pride, but they couldn't afford to make fatal mistakes like this. "Quick!" Fu Miaoyin had just begun to speak when she suddenly burst into a violent coughing fit. At that moment, a flash of dazzling blade light ripped through the air, as if shaking the heavens and earth. The rocks, grass, and trees disappeared instantly without a trace. The blade light pierced straight into the neck of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Already gravely injured, the beast succumbed to this single strike. A boy, whose strength was no more than 10 cards, had managed to kill a Tier 1 ferocious beast in one blow. It was a display of astonishing courage, sharp judgment, and decisive execution. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was incredibly fast, so fast that Fu Miaoyin's only thought was to run away. Yet, the boy before her wielded a blade with power that far surpassed 15 cards, perhaps even 20 cards. Could it be that he had mastered his blade technique to the 3rd stage, achieving the realm of lifting heavy as though it were light? After slaying the Howling Moon Silver Wolf with one stroke, the boy turned around. Though his face was pale, it stunned Fu Miaoyin, leaving her in awe for the entire summer. If he were truly the Shilin son of the Qin family, it seemed there would be no harm in following her family's arrangements. Just as she was about to speak, blood surged from her mouth, and she lost consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Fu Miaoyin slowly regained consciousness, her nose catching the scent of roasted meat. Her stomach growled in protest, and her face flushed slightly as her gaze turned toward the source of the aroma. She saw a boy sitting there, leaning against an entire wolf leg. Awake, the boy's voice rang out. Fu Miaoyin struggled to sit up, only to realize she couldn't move. "Don't move yet. I'll feed you in a moment," the boy continued, still not turning around. "After you eat, I'll send out the distress signal for you," he added. Fu Miaoyin wanted to say something but found herself unable to speak. She had been gravely injured, yet he hadn't sought help from the military. Fortunately, she seemed to be in no immediate danger. Apparently, he had saved her. I retrieved your belongings for you but didn't open them, so only you can activate the signal, the boy said. I'll wait here until they come to get you, but I can't stay. Was he refraining from calling for help because he didn't want to touch her belongings without permission? Or was it because he didn't want to waste his own one chance at sending a distress signal? Fu Miaoyin began piecing the events together. The boy used a small knife to slice the roasted wolf leg into strips, feeding her slowly until she could eat no more. Only then did he turn to eat for himself. What's your name? The warm energy from consuming the Tier 1 beast's meat flowed through her body, finally giving Fu Miaoyin the strength to speak. I'm Fu Miaoyin. Qin Ming, the boy replied, focused on gnawing at the wolf leg in his hands. He seemed ravenous, biting directly into the leg, which weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Is it the Ming as in to remember? Fu Miaoyin asked softly. The boy nodded, then resumed eating the wolf leg. The cave fell silent. Her clothes were in disarray, a sign that the boy was principled but also straightforward, a typical straight man. At this moment, however, Fu Miaoyin was taken aback by his name. Qin Ming? There was someone in her class named Qin Ming as well. He was a 180 centimeter tall, 180 kilogram deadweight nerd. At least, that was how she remembered him. During the awakening ceremony half a month ago, the nerdy Qin Ming had awakened a B-rank greedy wolf martial spirit. The rank wasn't bad, but he was far from being a genius. Her mother had once asked about her interactions with her classmates, wondering if she liked any of the boys. At the time, she had gone through the class photo with her mother, answering questions about each student. When they reached Qin Ming, her mother had asked 3 questions in total. In the Fu family, her mother was one of the few who strongly encouraged her to associate with members of the Qin family. Could it be that the fatty was just a disguise? Was this his true form? At least weight could be disguised, but how could height be faked? This Qin Ming before her was at least 185 centimeters tall, maybe even 187, nearly 10 centimeters taller than the nerdy Qin Ming in her class. Moreover, the nerdy Qin Ming never participated in martial arts classes. But this person before her had slain a Tier 1 ferocious beast with a single blow. His proficiency in blade techniques must have taken over a decade to achieve. Something was deeply amiss. If you want to go back, press the distress button now, the boy spoke again, urging her to leave. And what if I say I don't want to leave? Fu Miaoyin replied softly. I've already wasted an entire afternoon because of you, the boy said, glancing at her. At daybreak, I'll be gone. Your life or death won't be my responsibility. Fu Miaoyin's cheeks puffed up instantly, like a little pufferfish. She had never resorted to acting cute before, but in front of this boy who had saved her life and possessed remarkable martial talent, she instinctively did just that. Press it or don't, your choice, the boy said again. If you plan on pressing it in the middle of the night and disturbing my rest, I'll leave right now. Press it now. Fu Miaoyin practically forced the words out, one at a time. Turn around. The young man did not turn around but walked straight out of the cave. He had seen enough. She was tidying up her clothes herself, and there was really nothing more to see. Zhao Yuan did not know what kind of grudge Fu Miaoyin had with the Qin family, but after today's life-saving favor, it might ease things a little in the future. He wasn't someone who enjoyed meddling in others' affairs. This was merely his way of repaying Qin Feng, his old friend, for looking after him. As for not speaking to her or planning to get close to her, it was because he didn't want his identity to be revealed. If he ended up being unable to help the Qin family and instead offended someone, it wouldn't be worth it. Since he was destined to grow closer to the Qin family in the future, naturally, he wouldn't get too close to someone like Fu Miaoyin, who was at odds with them. All done. After about 5 minutes, Fu Miaoyin's voice came from within the cave. However, Zhao Yuan did not re-enter the cave. Another 5 minutes passed, and 2 figures approached rapidly. Fu Miaoyin had pressed the retreat button, so they hadn't hurried. If she had pressed the distress button, those who arrived wouldn't have been second-tier martial artists like these two but at least third-tier or even fourth-tier masters. As she was being taken away, she never saw that young man again. Excuse me, among those participating in the trial this time, is there someone named Qin Ming? Fu Miaoyin was being carried down the mountain on a stretcher by the 2 men. Miss, the rules of Yunlai Mountain forbid us from disclosing the identities of trial participants, the man walking behind her responded coldly. They were paid to do their job, and rules were rules. What if I insist on knowing? Fu Miaoyin's voice turned similarly cold. Though she had come here secretly, that didn't mean anyone could disregard her. If you wish to find someone, you may wait after your return, the man's words abruptly cut off as he closed his mouth. Because the token in the young woman's hand left no room for refusal. The three of them stopped. The man behind her took out a tablet, which listed the information of all trial participants. Qin Ming from Tiannan? Upon seeing the name Qin Ming, a playful smile appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, in a restaurant in City S, a young man, standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing at least 200 pounds, was seated at a table covered with various meat dishes, eating with great relish. Sitting across from him was a man in his early 30s. "Big brother, can we get another plate of roasted lamb leg?" the young boy asked while devouring his food, looking eagerly at the young man in front of him after swallowing a large piece of meat. "That's a stone-horned sheep, a fierce beast." The young man rubbed his forehead helplessly. He had known for a long time that the boy in front of him would turn out like this after awakening, but seeing it with his own eyes still left him feeling exasperated. "Can we have more?" The boy looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Yes, we can. I knew Big Brother was the best. Mother only lets me have one serving at most back home." Mount Yunlai. After seeing Fu Miaoyin off, Zhao Yuan returned to the cave. The person was gone, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. However, he didn't care. The crystal core of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had helped him break through the belt vessel in one go. His strength had also successfully reached 9 Ka. This was only the 6th of the 8 extraordinary meridians, and it had already increased his strength by 2.2 Ka. Next, he was filled with anticipation for the run and do vessels. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was already dead, and he had also cleared half of his run vessel. The remaining low-level fierce beasts would provide him with minimal benefit. But there were still 4 days left, and he didn't want to waste them. If he could fully clear the run vessel before returning, his strength would officially surpass 10 Ka. By then, he would have the power to contend with a true first-rank martial artist. After setting up the cave, Zhao Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in another cave, Lin Yan, who was being intimate with Lin Xia, suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable anxiety. It was as if something was slipping away from her. "What's wrong?" Lin Yan froze suddenly, and Lin Xia's enthusiasm instantly waned. Seeing Lin Yan daze off at such a moment, Lin Xia felt a surge of anger in his heart. He had been coaxing Lin Yan all along, all for the purpose of gaining complete control over the Lin family in the future. So what if he was an adopted son? He could still control everyone in the Lin family. For this goal, he was even willing to share Lin Yan with that pathetic Zhao Yuan. "We're out in the wild, let's restrain ourselves a bit," Lin Yan said, unaware that the crystal core of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, which should have belonged to her, had already been absorbed by Zhao Yuan. Of course, in the previous life, Zhao Yuan had also gone to great lengths to obtain that same crystal core. Lin Yan's lack of cooperation left Lin Xia displeased, but he still comforted her gently. Looking at this gentleman, the figure that had just risen in Lin Yan's mind gradually faded into obscurity. It didn't matter. With Brother Xia by her side, she could always find another tool to use after entering martial university. The appearance of a first-rank fierce beast on Mount Yunlai, which had even severely injured the eldest daughter of the Fu family from Tiannan, should have caused quite a stir. But strangely, the eldest daughter of the Fu family didn't seem to pursue the matter. She merely reviewed the list of participants in the trial before being secretly escorted back to the city for treatment. That night, the person in charge of Mount Yunlai personally conducted a thorough inspection of the trial grounds. Only after confirming that nothing was amiss did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the next 4 days, Zhao Yuan encountered far fewer low-level fierce beasts than he had anticipated. Despite his best efforts to search, he still failed to clear the Ren vessel. However, on a positive note, he had successfully cleared his minor heavenly circuit and could now use the inner energy within his body to work on clearing the Run and Du vessels. On the return trip, Zhao Yuan was still alone. The confidentiality work at Mount Yunlai was done quite well. As soon as he got back to the city, he ran into Qin Feng. Qin Feng yanked off the human skin mask from Zhao Yuan's face and said in a low voice, "Remember, you've never been to Mount Yunlai." Zhao Yuan didn't ask questions, only sensing that this 5th-rank expert seemed extremely fatigued. After finally sending off his younger cousin, Qin Feng touched his now empty wallet and couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't send this kid to Tiannan soon, he wouldn't even be able to afford food anymore. Qin. Zhao Yuan was about to invite him to a meal when the man disappeared before his eyes. Could it be that he knew Zhao Yuan was planning to freeload a meal off of him? It wasn't even close to dinner time yet. How stingy. Zhao Yuan pulled out his phone and was about to call Lu Rui when 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. "Zhao Yuan, what are you doing here?" A low voice reached his ears. What rotten luck. He hadn't even gone after these 2 scumbags on Mount Yunlai and had only taken back what was his. Yet, now that he was back, he still ran into them. At this moment, Lin Xia and Lin Yan had both cleared 3 or 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. In his previous life, at this point in time, they had only cleared 2. It seemed the Lin family had indeed invested quite a bit in them. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin. Zhao Yuan continued playing with his phone as he walked, not wanting to engage with them. Zhao Yuan, stop right there. Lin Yan's voice suddenly rose by several octaves. This is the restaurant you work at, isn't it? Looks like even if you've awakened an SSS-grade martial soul, you still can't escape the fate of being a worker. Lin Yan wore a smug expression. What's the point of choosing an old hen? Are you planning to take it home to lay eggs? I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to marry into the Lin family, I'll still accept you. Zhao Yuan raised his eyes. Idiot. With that, he continued walking forward. Just being around this pair of vile people made the air feel contaminated. Zhao Yuan, what did you just say? Lin Xia bellowed. Don't think you can insult us just because Yen Yan likes you. In the half-month since they last met, he had already broken through the 4th of the 8 extraordinary meridians, and his strength had reached 3.5 cards. So what if Zhao Yuan had awakened an SSS-level martial spirit? Without cultivation techniques, his strength probably hadn't even reached 1. Where did this stray dog come from, barking so loudly? Your mouth reeks. Zhao Yuan frowned, waving his hand in front of his nose as if to clear the stench. Zhao Yuan, don't push your luck. Lin Xia's face contorted with rage. He took a step forward, preparing to strike. Xia Ge. At that moment, Lin Yan stopped him. The Lin family is under scrutiny right now. If we cause trouble again, father will definitely cut our resources. Lin Yan watched Zhao Yuan's retreating figure, her chest tightening with frustration. This boy had once been wholly devoted to her. Though she had never truly liked him, his current indifference still left her feeling aggrieved. Fine, Lin Xia muttered, his voice tinged with reluctance. In the past, whenever he wanted to beat up a pauper like Zhao Yuan, Lin Yan would have been the first to step in. It seemed that the SSS-level martial spirit had indeed brought Zhao Yuan some significant advantages. Zhao Yuan ignored them and walked away. He knew that simply beating them up wouldn't be enough to settle the score. Right now, they weren't even worth his effort. When he arrived home and reached for his keys to unlock the door, it swung open before he could. You're back. A young girl stood inside, holding a spatula in her hand. I saw your message 20 minutes after you sent it. Looking at the boy before her, she felt that he had grown even more handsome in the few days they'd been apart. When he left, he had only opened the Yin and Yang meridians. Now, only the Run and Du meridians remained untouched. Zhao Yuan appeared more vibrant and energized than ever. He knew that a man's confidence was built on the foundation of his strength. It's fine. I'll just take a shower. Though Zhao Yuan wasn't a neat freak, he hadn't bathed in the 7 days he'd spent in the mountains. He certainly didn't want to end up like Fu Miaoying, who once had someone walk in on her while she was bathing. Oh, okay. Lu Rui handed him a pair of clean slippers before returning to the kitchen to continue her work. With her enhanced hearing, Lu Rui had been the first to notice Zhao Yuan's return. She had received his message about coming home for dinner and had hurried to the market, forgetting to reply to him in her rush. After washing away the exhaustion of the day, Zhao Yuan stepped out of the bathroom to find a table full of steaming dishes waiting for him. Having a woman at home truly was a blessing. She had cleaned his slippers until they shone. In the past, he hadn't been particularly concerned about cleanliness, but as a man living alone, his home had never been this tidy. Now, the house was immaculate, almost spotless. In a few days, I'll be heading to Tiannan. You don't have to keep the house this clean, Zhao Yuan mentioned after finishing dinner, bringing up an important matter. Hearing this, Lu Rui's expression grew uneasy, and she lowered her head. What's wrong? Zhao Yuan frowned. He had asked Qin Feng to look after the renowned Lu campus belle. Who would dare to bully her? I applied to all the martial universities except Tiannan, but none of them accepted me, Lu Rui said in as steady a voice as she could manage. However, a smile spread across her face as she quickly ran to her room. Seconds later, she returned with a thick stack of admission letters. These are your acceptance letters from all over the country. Jingwu, Mo, Chuanwu, Beiwu, and Tianwu. Lu Rui singled out 5 letters, each from one of the top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Receiving even one of these was enough to bring honor to one's family. Yet the boy before her had been accepted by all 5. Zhao Yuan picked up the letter from Tianwu, ignoring the others. If you have time, you should create an account on Tianwu's official website, Lu Rui advised, having spent the past few days researching it thoroughly. This girl, even though she hadn't been admitted to a single martial university herself, remembered every detail about his affairs and patiently reminded him of everything he needed to know. Zhao Yuan's cold heart felt a flicker of warmth. Next week, we'll head to Tiannan. Before that, I'll personally train you, Zhao Yuan said firmly. When the time comes, we'll fight our way in with strength. The melancholy in Lu Rui's eyes instantly dissipated as she excitedly responded, okay. I see your complexion is rosy, and your breathing is smoother than before. How's your progress in cultivation? The glimmer of hope in the eyes of the campus beauty Lu Rui caught Zhao Yuan's attention as he began to focus on her cultivation progress. It's okay, I guess. The moment her cultivation progress was mentioned, Lu Rui immediately stood up. She stood with her feet together, hands clasped in front of her, resembling a primary school student preparing to be inspected by a teacher. Stretch out your hand. After a few days of outdoor training, Zhao Yuan was in a much brighter mood. He wanted to tease the beautiful girl in front of him. Ha! Lu Rui hesitated, fidgeting with her hands. Shouldn't he at least ask before inspecting her work? Why jump straight to punishment? Stretch it out. Zhao Yuan's voice turned stern. Lu Rui had no choice but to extend her left hand. Her right hand was reserved for cooking, washing clothes. The moment Zhao Yuan reached out, Lu Rui closed her eyes. However, the imagined punishment never came. Instead, Zhao Yuan's two fingers gently rested on her wrist. As I thought, your yin-yang stepping vessels are already unblocked. Zhao Yuan's tone was calm, but his heart was filled with waves of emotion. The girl in front of him, though she might undergo a second awakening in the future and awaken an SSS-level Phoenix martial soul, at present, her martial soul was merely an E-level old hen. An old hen that might, perhaps, contain a trace of Phoenix fire. Even though it was just E-level, this was a solidly tested result. The cultivation technique Zhao Yuan practiced, the Nether Fiend body refining art, was quite unique. It required first unblocking the microcosmic orbit, in order to rapidly absorb the baleful energy of the world and then unblock the Ren and Du meridians, followed by the 12 standard meridians. However, Lu Rui's divine fire jade refining art was different. She only needed external assistance to unblock the first extraordinary meridian, after which she could rely on her own strength to unblock the remaining extraordinary meridians and the 12 standard meridians. Most cultivation techniques followed this pattern. But while the Lin family siblings had family resources to assist them and both possessed A-level martial souls, they had only unblocked about 4 meridians so far. Lu Rui, on the other hand, had relied entirely on herself and had already unblocked 3. If she could find a truly powerful mentor to guide her, she could unblock several meridians in just one day. Perhaps by now, she might have unblocked 4 or even 5 extraordinary meridians. This meant that, with the same resources, Lu Rui's meridian unblocking speed far exceeded that of ordinary A-level martial soul awakeners and could even rival S-level awakeners. Zhao Yuan was shocked in his heart, but in this situation, he refrained from directly praising her. He understood that building confidence required time, and he couldn't let her become arrogant. 7 days later, they would set off for Tiannan. He needed her to hold on to her drive, so she could perform at her best when they arrived in Tiannan. Not bad, Zhao Yuan nodded, then shook his head, but it's still not on par with my SSS-level martial soul. Zhao Yuan, can I ask you a question? Lu Rui looked at the young man in front of her. She felt he was becoming increasingly mysterious. 6 meridians, Zhao Yuan replied without holding back. I should be able to unblock the Ren meridian before we head to Tiannan. Lu Rui immediately lowered her head. I'll keep working hard. She silently cheered herself on. Even if she couldn't catch up to him, she couldn't fall too far behind. After that, Zhao Yuan explained the important points to keep in mind while cultivating the divine fire jade refining art. After 9 o'clock, Lu Rui returned to her room. She didn't close the door completely, nor did she leave it wide open, but left just a small gap. Unobtrusive, yet noticeable at a glance. However, Zhao Yuan sat in the living room practicing the Nether Fiend body refining art, and by around 10:30, he was already fast asleep. He didn't come in to sleep. Having finished her own cultivation, Lu Rui couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After 7 days apart, she quite missed the feeling of waking up in his arms. At dawn, Zhao Yuan brought Lu Rui to the Ping'an Martial Hall. Her E-level martial soul talent had caused her to face quite a few closed doors. If she wanted to establish herself at Tiannan's Martial Academy, she would face significant challenges over the next 7 days. In the morning, as the two of them ate at the Martial Hall, Lu Rui was surprised to find that the meat in front of her was noticeably better than usual. It's just low-level beast meat. You don't need to cook for the next few days before we head to Tiannan, Zhao Yuan said as he focused on eating. Their meal portions were different. Zhao Yuan's was clearly more expensive. But won't this cost too much? Lu Rui's eyes instantly reddened. During the days Zhao Yuan had been away, she'd barely managed each meal with just one dish. Even basic meals had become difficult to handle. After all, the upcoming travel expenses and tuition for Tiannan were things she had to consider. She and her grandmother had depended on each other for so many years, always living frugally. This exotic beast meat set meal, wouldn't just one meal cost several hundred? I signed a contract with the military. My annual living allowance is $1 million. Zhao Yuan lightly tapped the table, his tone turning serious. Eat. Lu Rui carefully finished her breakfast and sneaked a glance at the menu. Her portion alone cost 800 yuan. Oh no, at this rate, she'd use up more than a year's worth of her living expenses in just 7 days. The Ping'an Martial Arts Academy was under the military, so Zhao Yuan could dine there at half price. After all, his meal set was 2,000 yuan each. It was Lu Rui's first time eating an exotic beast meat set meal, and her face stayed flushed all day. The effects were noticeable, though she didn't feel tired at all during an entire day of training. Every morning, he would personally guide her for an hour, after which they trained separately. In the evening, it was one-on-one sparring sessions. Zhao Yuan said she would suffer, and he wasn't wrong. And the one torturing her was none other than Zhao Yuan himself. Martial artists sparring often resulted in injuries. In battles, injuries and even deaths were commonplace. Having unblocked 3 meridians, her strength had already surpassed 3 KAs, on par with the A-ranked Lingyan. Zhao Yuan suppressed his strength to match hers and ended up beating her up 5 or 6 times a day. Thankfully, her cultivation technique had excellent body strengthening effects. Even though she was bruised all over after every session, sometimes to the point of feeling like crying from frustration, by the next morning, the bruises would be gone. The technique he had taught her was truly miraculous. Getting beaten every day made her train even harder. In 7 days, she managed to unlock the Yin-Yang second meridian consecutively. With an E-grade talent and only basic exotic beast meat as an energy source, she forcibly unblocked 5 meridians. Her strength even reached 6 KAs. This was entirely at the level of an A-ranked awakener. As for her marksmanship, Lu Rui herself wasn't sure of her current skill level. One thing was certain, though, she was still getting beaten as much as ever. The more she trained, the more beatings she took. While showering earlier, she had seen a handprint on her thigh, and it made her grit her teeth in frustration. When she stepped out of the bathroom, she deliberately wore hot pants today. That handprint was now on full display in front of the man. They were heading to Tiannan soon, where they would attend different schools. Word had it that the fairies in university didn't hesitate to eat people alive. So, this time, she took the initiative to squeeze onto the man's couch. A cold sensation came from Zhao Yuan's thigh. When he turned his head, Lu Rui's gaze met his. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Zhao Yuan flicked her forehead with his finger, his voice hoarse, and his eyes bloodshot. Until you've fully unblocked all 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal meridians, don't even think about it. Though the train ride from S-City to Tiannan was only 500 to 600 miles, a one-way ticket cost as much as 10,000 yuan. Zhao Yuan had bought the tickets. Besides the fare, he also transferred 200,000 yuan to Lu Rui. Last night, this girl had finally confessed her feelings to him, and he had, in his own way, accepted them. Their luggage was simple, just a backpack and a suitcase. However, before heading to the train station, Lu Rui had an additional 1.2-meter-long case on her back. Traveling wasn't convenient nowadays, with danger lurking at every corner. As a result, only martial arts students like them or genuine martial artists typically traveled across cities. Merchants were the exception. When boarding the train, their luggage underwent detailed inspections. Lu Rui's case contained a modular long rifle. While not an official weapon, it was forged from refined steel and cost more than Zhao Yuan's long blade. After showing her exam admission card, such a weapon was allowed on board. Train travel had strict regulations. Unless one bought a private cabin ticket, weapon blades were not permitted to be exposed in public view. Violations resulted in fines and warnings for the first offense, and weapons would be confiscated on the second. Severe cases could even lead to detention by the security squad. The existence of fallen martial artists had always been a looming threat to humanity. In their train carriage, there were many young men and women, most carrying various wooden cases. The striking pair of Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui naturally attracted attention. However, Zhao Yuan kept a cold expression, while the beautiful Lu Rui stayed closely by his side. Those who initially had intentions quickly gave up. Only a young man who thought himself quite handsome dared to approach. "Hey there, classmate, May I ask which martial university you're applying to? He inquired. We're heading to Tiannan, Lu Rui replied. Having been approached countless times since she was young, this time was a first. Despite leaning against Zhao Yuan, she was still approached. So, she emphasized the word we in her response. Tiannan? Upon hearing this name, the others immediately dismissed the idea. Tiannan is the hub of the strongest martial arts academies in the southern region of Long Nation, known collectively as 1 Major and 7 Elite. The 1 Major refers to Tiannan Martial Academy, one of the top 5 academies in Long Nation, while the 7 Elite are 7 other prestigious martial academies. Simply put, without an A grade or higher martial soul talent, going to Tiannan is a waste of effort. Even if one forces their way into these 8 academies, without exceptional talent, they'd have no choice but to remain in the shadows. Observing the calm and composed demeanor of the young man beside the beauty, it was likely his talent was at least S grade. Although the train wasn't starting from S City, the odds of encountering a top-tier prodigy in a single carriage were still slim. Most of the young men and women in this carriage had C grade or B grade talents. A grade martial soul holders were probably no more than a rare few. Many of them were heading to take exams in other second-tier cities. Lu Rui was well aware of this, which is why she not only said we but also mentioned Tiannan to make the other party give up. She had worked hard to gain Zhao Yuan's recognition, and absolutely didn't want any mishaps before she fully unlocked her 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians. What a coincidence, I'm going to Tiannan as well, the young man smiled, his expression bright and full of vitality. My name is Lu. Keep your voice down, I didn't sleep well last night. Zhao Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly leaned over and collapsed into Lu Rui's embrace. Wake me when we arrive. It was late June. Lu Rui wore only a t-shirt, yet she let him nestle comfortably into her ample chest. The sunny boy across from them froze for a moment, his expression darkening, and dragged his luggage to another carriage. The others wanted to laugh but didn't dare, nearly choking on their suppressed amusement. At first, they thought the two were just classmates traveling together, but judging from the situation, the beautiful girl had long been thoroughly won over by the boy next to her. No one could blame her, being able to study in Tiannan was already an unattainable dream for many. Her choosing him was perfectly reasonable. After the train started, it took only an hour and a half to travel from S City to Tiannan. Throughout the journey, the carriage remained silent, as everyone was careful not to disturb the prodigious student heading to Tiannan. As he napped, whenever someone stole a glance at him, their hearts were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. The reason? They could only curse the fact that the girl beside him possessed a remarkably generous chest. Tiannan City, this was not Zhao Yuan's first time here. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder and pulling his suitcase with one hand, he walked off. Lu Rui wanted to snatch back the box, but her efforts were in vain. Zhao Yuan had already enrolled and only needed to report in. But today, Lu Rui decided to stick to him like a shadow, hoping to bolster her presence. Exiting the train station, Zhao Yuan directly hailed a taxi. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tiannan University Town. This university town wasn't just some small cluster of schools hastily put together. Tiannan University Town gathered the top martial academies in the Tiannan region. Each martial academy here occupied an area equivalent to a small town. The strongest among them, Tiannan Martial Academy, was grand in scale. Tiannan not only had these 8 martial academies, the others were scattered in remote corners of the city, entirely incomparable to these. Is that the inter-campus tram? In this small town, it would take 3 days to explore on foot. Yeah. Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui boarded the tram, which ran every 10 minutes, connecting the 8 martial academies. The tram wasn't particularly fast. 10 minutes later, they got off. Lu Rui felt her steps heavier than ever, as if even the air had thickened, making it hard for her to breathe. With so many martial academies in Tiannan, apart from these 8, she had tried applying to others before, only to be rejected by all. Heading straight to these elite academies upon arriving in Tiannan, was this really a good idea? When she stepped off the tram, her feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Zhao Yuan said, gently patting Lu Rui's head. All right. Hearing this, Lu Rui felt a subtle surge of confidence well up inside her. Their first stop was the Tiannan Second Martial Academy. This academy was located on the edge of the university town. When Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui appeared at the school gate, they immediately drew attention. It was enrollment season, and many freshmen had come to Tiannan. Naturally, such a striking pair of a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman attracted many eyes. Hey, are you here to enroll? The second academy might be on the outskirts, but it wasn't the weakest. The decision to select this location had been made thoughtfully by the academy's leadership. Freshmen would notice the second academy's signboard at first glance. "I'm here to accompany someone taking the test." Zhao Yuan's demeanor was composed and unhurried, catching the attention of several sophomore students from the second academy at first sight. Although he didn't exude the aura of an awakened warrior, his strength was undoubtedly close to 10 cals, a definite prodigy. With Zhao Yuan's words, their gazes shifted to the person behind him. "Oh, so it's this lovely junior?" The senior sister who had just spoken smiled warmly at Lu Rui. Lu Rui, tense and slightly timid, still stood out with her exceptional appearance and figure. If she managed to get into the second academy, she would almost certainly be crowned as the new campus belle in advance. "What's your name, junior? Have you registered yet?" This senior sister, who had a few freckles on her face, had a decent appearance, about 7 or 8 out of 10. She asked Lu Rui and then winked at Zhao Yuan. "Junior, if you haven't registered yet, you can also consider transferring to our second academy. It'd be nice for you two to look out for each other." Her gaze was suggestive, clearly noticing how much Lu Rui relied on this handsome junior. "I haven't registered." Lu Rui's voice was low. Despite her nervousness, what bothered her more was the thought of other girls throwing themselves at Zhao Yuan. "You haven't registered?" The smiles on the senior students' faces instantly vanished. Though they were responsible for welcoming new students, they didn't have the authority to influence the academy's decisions. Every year, there were always some average talented individuals desperately trying to join Tiannan. "Please present your admission ticket," the freckled senior sister said, her expression turning serious. This pair might look impressive, but that didn't mean they could let just anyone in. If someone just wanted to see pretty girls, they could stand at the gates of the liberal arts university in a month and see plenty. Lu Rui took a deep breath and finally handed over her admission ticket. Each ticket was personally assigned, tied to the candidate's identity. The freckled senior sister took her ticket and swiped it casually on the device in her hand. "Rui Lu from S-City, Martial Soul, E-Level Old Hen." She didn't bother reading further. Although the second academy wasn't on par with Tiannan Martial Academy, they didn't accept just anyone. The second academy had a strict policy: they absolutely wouldn't admit awakened individuals below sea level. Even among sea level freshmen, their proportion was relatively low. Just like those people Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui had met on the train, even if they barely managed to get into one of the 8 major academies as sea level students, they would have to keep a low profile. As for the other ordinary martial academies in Tiannan, except for locals or students from the surrounding areas, outsiders were almost never considered. After all, if someone asked about Tiannan University town and you couldn't answer even basic questions, it would be utterly embarrassing. "I'm sorry, junior," the freckled senior sister said in a stern tone. "Your situation doesn't meet the requirements of our second academy. You'd better check out the ordinary academies as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, it might be hard to find a taxi, and missing their enrollment period could affect your martial arts future." Senior Sister Freckles' attitude wasn't too arrogant, but every word she spoke struck Lu Rui like a thunderbolt in her heart. "I remember that apart from the 5 great martial academies, no other martial academies across the nation have the authority to reject new applicants from taking the entrance exam, right?" As Lu Rui lowered her head, Zhao Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Rui's results are completely within the acceptable range." His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and powerful. "Our second academy's minimum requirement for enrollment is the awakening of a martial soul ranked C or above. Martial souls ranked E shouldn't even try to get close." Although Senior Sister Freckles maintained her composure, a woman standing beside her frowned. The recruitment process for the martial academies had entered its second day. Senior Sister Freckles had gathered a few early arriving freshmen to help out. Among this small group, there were only 3 sophomores. As their commotion grew, both freshmen who had registered and those who hadn't yet surrounded them. Spectating was practically a national pastime for the people of Long Kingdom. Zhao Yuan's gaze swept over the woman who had just spoken. With an appearance that scored an 8 out of 10, she could easily be considered the class beauty. However, her figure was as flat as the tablet in Senior Sister's hand. With her looks, she was usually the center of attention. The sudden appearance of this pair, a man and a woman, instantly captured the attention of the majority present. Especially the girl with the ear-ranked old hen martial soul, just stepping out from behind the boy immediately made her the focus of all the male students. "Shu Yao!" Senior Sister Freckles hissed sharply. Revealing someone else's academic information directly was not a good practice. The woman named Shu Yao turned pale but still lifted her head arrogantly. Doesn't our second academy have rules? I was just clarifying things for them according to the regulations. Wang Shuyao first acted coquettishly toward her senior sister, then turned to face Zhao Yuan and his group. Our senior sister is kind-hearted and even reminded you to take note of the registration deadline. But I'm not so patient. She raised her pristine chin. Trash belongs in the trash pile. Wang Shuyao's words completely ignited the atmosphere on the scene. An ear-ranked old hen martial soul, calling it trash wasn't an exaggeration. Many had been hoping that the second academy would produce a campus-level beauty, but instead, they were met with a joke. In an instant, the admiration and longing in the crowd's gazes turned into ridicule and mockery. So what if it's ear-ranked? Unless the second academy replaces Tianwu as one of the top 5, it has no right to reject Rui's application. Zhao Yuan's voice was grave. Otherwise, I will definitely file a complaint with the Martial Academy Alliance. The top 5 academies had their own set of rules, but those rules were not to be emulated by others. In this world, it was always the strong who made the rules. Junior, while you may know the rules, our second academy also has its own principles. Senior sister Freckles had been calm, but upon hearing this boy speak so boldly at the entrance of the second academy, her expression darkened. A freshman who hadn't even registered was attempting to lecture her about rules. If the second academy backed down today, how could they ever hold their heads high in Tiannan again? The rule of our academy is that if a candidate's martial soul talent is at level C or below, they must unblock the lower 4 meridians among the 8 extraordinary meridians before the assessment. Moreover, they must achieve an excellent rating or above in the practical assessment. For a freshman who awakens a martial soul below level C, unblocking more than 4 meridians within a month is nearly impossible. Even with wealth and resources, it would still take at least over 2 months. This is the rule of the second academy. At the same time, it leaves candidates with martial souls below level C utterly disheartened, not daring to sign up at all. This isn't just us in the second academy, all 7 major academies of Tiannan follow the same rule. The freckled senior exuded a powerful aura. If you want to complain, go ahead and file a complaint against all 7 academies of Tiannan. Zhao Yuan, of course, understood this rule and was waiting for this very statement. That's indeed an option. But with the semester about to begin, I assume you've already dismantled the practical assessment points. Zhao Yuan stared coldly at the freckled senior. Am I right? The freckled senior's eyes flickered briefly, surprised that this newcomer had seen through her intentions. For such an overly bold freshman, the best strategy was to delay. Delay until the registration deadline passed, then no matter what complaint they filed with the Alliance, they would be powerless against the Academy. There's another way. Zhao Yuan's gaze swept across all the freshmen. Freshman Lu Rui, challenge them now. I challenge all the freshmen of the 7 academies. As soon as Zhao Yuan finished speaking, many people had already taken out their phones to record. Are you joking? The freckled senior's face changed drastically. Things were spiraling out of control. Who would be so reckless? After all, the last time someone did this was over 20 years ago. Her gaze shifted to Lu Rui. Lu Rui, Jr., your grades aren't bad at all. You don't need to challenge the 7 academies. If you fail the challenge, no other martial academy in Tiannan will dare to accept you. And once this is over, you won't have time to apply to other cities. Don't mess around with him. The worried and nervous expression on Lu Rui's face had completely disappeared by now. A month ago, she would never have taken on the 7 martial academies freshmen just because of someone else's opinion. But now, she unconditionally trusted the man beside her. Candidate Lu Rui hereby challenges the freshmen of the 7 martial academies of Tiannan. As her voice fell, she slowly unstrapped the wooden case from her back. A few seconds later, a 2-meter-long spear appeared in her hands. With the spear in hand, all traces of timidity vanished from this young woman. In this moment, her fighting spirit surged like a tidal wave. The freckled senior turned to ask with a heavy expression, "Did you record it?" A nearby sophomore nodded. Posted on the Tiannan Martial Academy's Alliance homepage. The freckled senior looked toward Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui, her expression serious. Though you have chosen to make a scene here in our second academy, we will absolutely accommodate you. Take them to the martial arena. Someone publicly challenged the 8 academies of Tiannan. This was not just a challenge to this year's freshmen, it shook the entirety of Tiannan. When the video was posted to the public forum of the Tiannan Martial Academy's Alliance and pinned to the top, it caused an uproar within just 3 minutes, with comments surpassing 10,000 in 10 minutes. All the freshmen who had registered on the official websites of the 8 academies immediately received the challenge notification. Senior students also noticed this declaration of war on their campus forums. Some reacted calmly, watching from the sidelines. Do these two really think this is a game? Once the challenge is issued, it takes effect immediately. They'll never survive in Tiannan after this. Of course, others, with fiery tempers, were furious. Do they think the 8 Academies alliance is a joke? Do they think this is a stage for performers, where looks are everything? Nonsense. Looks are justice everywhere, okay, someone retorted immediately, though they added, I admit, these two are indeed good looking, but slightly below my level. This looks are justice guy instantly became the target of countless sarcastic comments. Even after some time, the comment count on this post was still increasing by 300 to 500 per minute. Freshmen from the 8 academies were rushing toward the 2nd academy while scrolling through the forum posts. Those who couldn't wait for inter-campus shuttles rode bicycles or electric scooters. Some, of course, drove luxury cars to the campus, calling their friends as they sped toward the 2nd academy. Tiannan Martial Academy, freshman dormitory. A girl was half lying on her bed, sipping milk while scrolling through posts. She had been injured a few days ago, and her family was supplementing her calcium intake. Unexpectedly, among this year's freshmen, there was such a bold individual who dared to challenge all the freshmen of Tiannan. No, to be precise, all freshmen except those from Tianwu Academy. She held her tablet with both hands, the milk carton securely resting on her chest. If she were to participate, this pretty little girl probably wouldn't stand a chance. She didn't want to bully anyone, especially not a fellow girl like Lu Rui. However, this didn't stop her from enjoying the drama. 3 days ago, she had secretly arranged to meet that old acquaintance. Unexpectedly, just a month after the martial arts exam, he had gained at least 200 pounds. It seemed that guy wasn't truly a member of the Qin family. Bored, she continued scrolling through the posts, watching videos and photos uploaded by the freshmen from the 2nd academy. She casually clicked on one, and in an instant, she sat bolt upright, so quickly that the milk didn't spill. The next second, she leapt down from the top bunk and dashed out of the room. Meow meow, where are you going? Her roommate called out softly. To watch the fun, her voice echoed from afar. Her roommate dumbly tidied up her things, not even noticing the continuous notification sounds on her phone. The challenge incident continued to ferment as time went on. At this moment, the protagonists of the event, Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan, had already arrived at the 2nd Academy's freshman martial arts arena. It would take some time for freshmen from the other academies to arrive. But for now, the crowd around the arena was already substantial. In just 10 minutes, 300 to 400 people had gathered, and the number was still growing. By the time students from the other martial academies arrived, the arena was expected to be packed with at least 3,000 people. The pair of young boy and girl stood isolated in one corner of the martial arts arena. Neither the freshmen of the 2nd academy nor those rushing over from the other academies approached them. The courage to challenge all 7 academies was admirable, but today, no one could empathize with them. After all, they were the ones being challenged. Some people were even bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. All they knew was that they had just arrived at Tiannan for registration today and were already thrust into the antagonist seat. Making such a big scene, don't tell me this is some publicity stunt by your 2nd academy? As more people arrived and students from various martial academies gathered, the crowd grew to over 1,000. Meanwhile, Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan stood quietly in one corner of the arena, appearing isolated and helpless. For some, it was their first time being cast as villains, and they were somewhat uncomfortable with the role. From the videos and photos, the girl issuing the challenge was already quite beautiful. But upon seeing her in person, she turned out to be even more stunning than the media portrayed. Under such circumstances, some began to accuse the 2nd academy students. After all, among the 8 martial academies in the university town, the 2nd academy was known for stirring up trouble. What a joke! Don't take us from the 2nd academy for pushovers. Even if we were to pull some stunts, we wouldn't send out someone with a C-grade martial soul. And yet, an E-grade martial soul. The students from the 2nd academy were secretly nervous. Hearing this, students from the other academies lost their interest in causing trouble. Indeed, as long as one had any common sense, who would use an E-grade martial soul to issue a challenge? This suggested that these two really saw themselves as children of destiny. Some who were in the know immediately began digging through the histories of the various martial academies in Tiannan. Incidents like this occasionally happened in the past. However, for someone with a low-grade martial soul to overcome high-grade martial soul geniuses and achieve a comeback was extremely rare. In the past 100 years, only one person had successfully challenged and entered the 7 academies. That incident dated back over 20 years. Moreover, that individual came from a prominent family, had martial arts guidance from a young age, and possessed at least a D-grade weapon-type martial soul. As for Lu Rui's background, many had already looked into it. She hailed from a small city like S-City and came from an ordinary family. It was almost impossible for her to have been selected by the Second Academy as a publicity stunt target. Enough people are here. Why doesn't the Second Academy take the lead? The number of freshmen at the Second Academy's martial arts arena had already exceeded 1,500. Some impatient individuals began to jeer. "Fine, we'll go first. As hosts, we were just giving you all the chance to make the first move," responded the Second Academy students, not backing down. "Lu, I'm Pang Bo, a freshman from the Second Academy. My martial soul is a B-grade fierce tiger." A boy, approximately 180 centimeters tall and weighing about the same, stepped forward. He didn't look fat, his body was packed with muscle. The fierce tiger martial soul combined both strength and speed, excelling in both offense and defense. The Second Academy wasn't being overly aggressive. They sent out someone with a B-grade martial soul. After all, a B-grade fierce tiger against an E-grade old hen naturally had the upper hand. On the sidelines, Lu Rui hadn't expected that the challenge, originally scheduled to start in half an hour, would begin just 20 minutes in when someone couldn't hold back any longer. Her previously calm demeanor instantly turned tense. Zhao Yuan. Since yesterday, she had stopped adding classmate after his name. "Don't be afraid." Zhao Yuan's face showed a faint smile. This time he didn't say, "With me here," but instead whispered, "Show them what you're made of." Lu Rui picked up her spear and stepped forward. Faced with Pang Bo's challenge, she walked out without hesitation. Freshman Lu Rui, E-rank poultry martial spirit. Entering the arena, Lu Rui announced her status. Before, the students from the Second Academy had only mentioned that the challenger was an E-rank martial spirit. Now, hearing it from her own mouth, the crowd instantly fell silent. So it was true. Hearing it directly from her felt completely different. This girl, had she been brainwashed by the boy accompanying her? Was that why she dared to challenge? That boy, from start to finish, looked like he was simply watching a show, entirely too composed. Because of Lu Rui's near-perfect figure and stunning appearance, most people had initially overlooked Zhao Yuan. Only now did they think of checking his background, but the match had already begun. "I don't know hand-to-hand combat, so I won't set down my weapon." Holding her long spear, Lu Rui spoke calmly. Over the past week, the number of beatings she'd endured had taught her to never show mercy to an opponent, nor underestimate anyone. Every martial path has its merits. "I've practiced with blades for a short time and am better with hand-to-hand combat," Pang Bo, who had awakened the fierce tiger martial spirit, said straightforwardly. "Feel free to use your weapon. If I lose, I won't make excuses." As a host from the Second Academy, Pang Bo displayed a magnanimous attitude. "Now that's a real man," some freshmen in the crowd couldn't help but praise. A B-rank martial spirit against an E-rank one did seem a bit unfair. However, since none of them had yet unlocked their 8 extraordinary meridians, the amplification from martial spirits wasn't significant. At most, it provided some advantage in basic vitality. Be careful. As the challenger, Pang Bo made the first move. For the sake of his personal reputation and the honor of the Second Academy, he couldn't afford to lose. As soon as Pang Bo attacked, it became evident that his well-built muscles weren't just for show. Each step he took was firm and powerful, like a dragon's stride or a tiger's leap. When he rushed in front of Lu Rui, he suddenly lowered his body and pounced like a starving tiger. With his physique and strength, combined with his sprinting speed, that pounce likely carried over 6 cals of force. Anyone daring to make a move in such a situation, having been admitted to the Second Academy, undoubtedly had skill. This attack was both fast and fierce, clearly the result of long-term practice. But so what if he'd created this much commotion? In the Second Academy, Pang Bo probably wouldn't even rank in the top 100 among freshmen. Against such an opponent, Lu Rui should be easily defeated. Pang Bo's pounce was swift and aggressive, but just as he was about to grab Lu Rui, he was suddenly flung backward. At the very moment his hands were about to clamp down on Lu Rui's shoulders, she moved. The butt of her spear swept across, with speed, precision, and power all executed to perfection. With one strike, Pang Bo was sent flying 3 or 4 meters, landing with his eyes rolling back as he passed out. "A spear wielder must never allow anyone to get close," someone suddenly remarked. Lu Rui hadn't attacked immediately when he closed in but had instead retreated first because she had absolute confidence in herself. She knew she could counterattack before he landed his blow. Her spear skills were exceptionally refined. Lu Rui, with her E-rank martial spirit, had effortlessly defeated Pang Bo, who wielded a B-rank martial spirit. The entire arena plunged into silence. Second Academy students, please take him down to rest. Lu Rui glanced at the group from the Second Academy. Her sweeping spear strike had only caused Peng Bo to faint from breathlessness. It wasn't a fatal blow, nor would it require bed rest. Of course, if his recovery ability was poor, he'd still be in pain for at least 3 to 5 days. The students from the Second Academy quickly carried Peng Bo to the side. One boy pinched his underarm, and Peng Bo regained consciousness. I lost? Peng Bo looked bewildered. He had clearly been about to succeed. How could he have been sent flying without even realizing it? Did this mean that his and her combat levels weren't even in the same league? Lu Rui, how much strength do you have now? Peng Bo struggled to his feet, asking the stunning figure still standing in the arena. I haven't tested in the past few days, probably around 6 cals, Lu Rui answered honestly, as most of today's information would be publicized anyway. I've already unlocked 5 of my 8 extraordinary meridians, and I'm only at 5.5 cals, Peng Bo said, retreating into the crowd with a dejected expression. Awakening on the same day, his B-rank martial spirit's power was actually inferior to that of someone with an E-rank martial spirit. I'll go. Lu Rui pierced Peng Bo with a single spear strike, swiftly drawing everyone's attention. Her attack demonstrated her rich combat experience, but just how formidable her spear skills were, no one could tell. At this moment, another freshman stepped forward. Unlike Peng Bo, he held a long blade in his hand. Fan Yu, freshman of the Second Academy, B-grade blade martial soul. I am here to challenge you, he said. Fan Yu was about 1.7 meters tall, roughly the same height as Lu Rui. He wasn't particularly tall, nor was his build imposing. Weapons-based martial souls provided strong initial combat power in battles. Especially since Peng Bo had just been defeated in one move, Fan Yu's willingness to step forward at this moment clearly showed his confidence. Please, Lu Rui instinctively held her spear horizontally, assuming a defensive stance. The crowd thought she had felt the pressure emanating from Fan Yu. In truth, she had spent countless hours practicing against an unsharpened training blade over the past few days. Fan Yu said no more and directly approached with his blade raised. As his blade struck, the crowd witnessed his ferocity. His technique was both cunning and ruthless. When Peng Bo attacked earlier, he still took into account that his opponent was a woman, especially a beautiful one, and only targeted her shoulders. But Fan Yu showed no mercy, aiming directly at vital areas like her chest. If he succeeded, even though several senior students from the Second Academy were present, Lu Rui would still suffer severe injuries. Lu Rui used her spear to parry, producing a series of sharp clink sounds. Having a weapon really makes a difference, someone murmured softly. Fan Yu's relentless attacks firmly suppressed Lu Rui. Moments ago, the Second Academy's freshmen had been feeling disheartened. Although Peng Bo wasn't considered an expert, being defeated by Lu Rui in a single move had been a blow to their morale. Now that Fan Yu had the upper hand, their spirits were visibly lifted. However, the situation changed in an instant. After enduring several of Fan Yu's strikes without counterattacking, Lu Rui suddenly swept her spear horizontally and then gave it a sharp upward flick. Fan Yu's long blade was sent flying, and before he could react, the cold tip of her spear was already pressed against his throat. One more step forward, and it would take his life. Another instant victory? What had Fan Yu's earlier dominance meant? Was Lu Rui deliberately pretending to be weak, or had she been acting all along? Lu Rui withdrew her spear and stepped back a few paces. She had claimed yet another victory. You clearly have the strength to defeat me instantly. Why did you pretend to be weak? Fan Yu asked through gritted teeth, his gaze icy. I used to spar often with a master swordsman. Whenever he attacked, I never had the chance to fight back, Lu Rui recounted her experience calmly. When I saw you wielding a blade, I instinctively chose defense. The humiliation in Fan Yu's eyes disappeared instantly. Her clear, unwavering gaze left no room for doubt. She wasn't lying. I lost, he admitted, picking up his long blade and retreating silently into the crowd. Defeat after defeat, the alliance of the 8 Southern Academies seemed to be losing face. Classmate Lu, is your martial soul really E-grade? Someone couldn't help but ask. Their tone carried suspicion and mockery, clearly doubting Lu Rui's claim. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. Lu Rui's spear skills were indeed extraordinary, clearly not just the result of rich combat experience. Some even speculated that her actual combat experience might be limited. How else could she mistake any random swordsman for her training partner? An E-grade martial soul, how could she have unlocked more than 5 meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians within a month? With an E-grade martial soul, her base vitality should not be high. Yet for her to possess a strength of over 6 cards, she must have unlocked at least 5, if not 6, meridians. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and some even spouted outrageous claims. If you're really an E-grade martial soul, I'll eat sh*T-live, someone declared brazenly. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, some even muttering curses under their breath. Lu Rui, however, remained completely indifferent. Compared to the scene on the day of her awakening, today's situation was nothing at all. Academic records can be checked anytime, Lu Rui said as she looked around. If my rank were a bit higher, things wouldn't have come to this today. Her direct challenge was tantamount to slapping the faces of all the new students of the 7th Academy. Even if she successfully passed this round, she would inevitably offend many people. The crowd. The martial exam was of utmost importance, and even the most powerful families wouldn't dare manipulate it. Anyone else dare to challenge me? Lu Rui's gaze fell upon the person who had loudly proclaimed he'd live-stream himself eating dung. This man had the loudest mouth and had been mocking her incessantly. But when Lu Rui's eyes swept over him, he immediately retreated to the back of the crowd. I'll do it. I'll do it. The ones who had won 2 consecutive matches were still provoking her. If no one stepped forward, wouldn't that be too pathetic? Besides, Lu Rui had merely defeated 2 B-level awakened today, which only meant she had beaten a couple of average individuals within the 8 academies of Tiannan. The real elites were the A-level or S-level awakened. Of course, challenges like these were unlikely to lure out geniuses above the A-level. For them, defeating an E-level awakened would be an embarrassment in front of other prodigies. And if by some chance they lost, how could they ever show their face in the martial arts world again? Hold it! Just when more and more people were about to step forward, a loud shout interrupted them. A handsome young man, who had come with Lu Rui, stepped forward. Anyone with strength below 6 car or a martial soul below A-level, don't waste time. Zhao Yuan scanned the new students of the 8 academies. If you're too weak, it's pure time wasting. Or, are you trying to exhaust Rui's stamina through a war of attrition? In this type of challenge, the concern wasn't the initial matches, but rather that those who came later would grow progressively stronger. If she couldn't manage her stamina perfectly, there was a high chance of stumbling in an unexpected way. Who do you think you are? Someone tried to lash out at the young man. But as soon as they met his gaze, the crude words got stuck in their throat. What kind of eyes were those? Just looking into them made one feel suffocated. Senior sister, given the current situation, my suggestion isn't unreasonable, is it? Zhao Yuan turned to the freckled senior sister from the 2nd Academy. Most of the people here were new students, with only a handful of senior students present. The freckled senior sister wasn't weak, she might already have reached the 2nd tier. Here, she acted as both a referee and a first responder. If either side got too heated or harbored malicious intent during the sparring, she would undoubtedly step in immediately. Anyone below A-level doesn't need to step forward, the freckled senior sister declared, essentially backing Zhao Yuan's proposal. Peng Bo and Fan, you might not have been the strongest among B-level martial souls, but at this moment, how many could confidently claim they could easily defeat them? Even among the A-level junior brothers and sisters, few might have much of a chance. This time, it might indeed require an S-level genius to step up. The 2nd Academy folks really are hopeless. A mocking voice rang out. From the crowd, a figure stepped forward. On his back was also a wooden case, strikingly similar to Lu Rui's. This person stood there, exuding an aura of sharpness. New student of the 7th Academy, he said while undoing the wooden case. Though, I haven't officially registered yet. As he assembled the long spear from inside the case, he formally introduced himself. Zhao Hui of the 7th Academy, A-level top-tier martial soul, Dragon Roar Spear. The moment he finished speaking, he gave the spear in his hand a shake, and it actually emitted a dragon's roar. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected this guy to show up. Zhao Hui was the only top-tier genius among the A-level awakened of their cohort who had been able to keep pace with him for years. Zhao Yuan's goal for Lu Rui wasn't the 2nd Academy, but the 7th Academy. The 7th Academy had a 5th-tier peak veteran professor. While his personal strength wasn't the greatest among the mentors, his skill in teaching students was absolutely top-notch. Feeling the battle intent emanating from Zhao Hui, Lu Rui couldn't help but tighten her grip on her long spear. Zhao Yuan had just told her that many unexpected geniuses would appear today, but she believed she could defeat them all. Please. An A-level genius had stepped forward, and not just any A-level, but a top-tier one. His aura was far beyond what an ordinary person could muster. I've already opened 6 of my 8 extraordinary meridians, Zhao Hui said, gripping his spear with both hands. If you can't handle it, just concede directly. If you don't concede and end up injured, don't blame me. With that, Zhao Hui assumed a bow stance. Behind him, a faint and indistinct shadow appeared, seemingly hinting at his weapon, a long spear with a dragon's head. Awakening a weapon-type martial soul inherently gives a martial artist an advantage when facing opponents who also use weapons. The woman opposite him had no intention of showing mercy. As the saying goes, a flash of cold brilliance, the spear moves like a dragon. At this moment, Zhao Hui embodied this phrase perfectly. His spear thrust forward with such speed that it left the crowd unable to react. The spear vibrated, producing a dense, buzzing hum that intertwined like a dragon's roar, striking fear into all who heard it. Many of the new students on the sidelines imagined themselves standing in Lu Rui's position, only to realize they wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. The oppressive force of this spear was so overwhelming that even some freshmen with A-grade martial souls wouldn't dare to retaliate. In just 1 month, the number of meridians most people had managed to activate was simply insufficient. Lu Rui let out a low shout, and under the pressure of her will, Zhao Hui's oppressive force seemed negligible. Pointing her spear forward, she unexpectedly aimed directly at Zhao Hui's shoulder. Zhao Hui, who had initially been full of confidence, instantly turned pale. If he continued his attack, he might injure the woman in front of him, but the price would likely be his own left arm. His dragon roar spear was supposed to suppress other spear-wielding martial artists, so why was it completely ineffective against this woman? He hurriedly withdrew his spear, retreating step by step. As doubts about himself began to cloud his mind, the woman's offensive surged forward. Like an unstoppable tide. Through sparring with Zhao Yuan, she had honed her attack techniques, using them with precision and fluidity. She had not trained step by step in a conventional way, instead, she mastered each move and applied it according to her own understanding. It turned out that everything she had done was to fully integrate and master her spear techniques. Lu Rui's spear techniques grew stronger with every move. Past uncertainties gradually became clear in this moment. Stop! After being suppressed for over 20 moves, Zhao Hui finally shouted stop in embarrassment. The martial talent of this woman was utterly terrifying. From her first spear thrust to the last, her attacking power had increased by at least 30%. Her strength continued to grow throughout their battle. How could the Second Academy possibly reject such a talent? And yet, this caused such a commotion that he had made a fool of himself. No, this woman still hadn't stopped. I concede. Zhao Hui shouted loudly. The tip of her spear stopped just at the tip of his nose. If his reaction had been any slower, he would have been disfigured. With his handsome face, he still hoped to charm many women in the future. While the woman before him was beautiful, she was also thorny, and he wasn't interested. Zhao Hui? Isn't that the one from the Zhao clan of Tiannan? At this moment, someone finally recognized Zhao Hui's identity. Although they shared the same surname, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Hui's Zhao clans were entirely unrelated. Years ago, the Zhao clan had tried to recruit Zhao Yuan, even going so far as to pull strings and fabricate a blood relationship, but naturally, it had been impossible. Zhao Yuan's family had been rooted in S-City for generations, while the Zhao clan of Tiannan had migrated from the north, with no connection whatsoever. The Zhao clan of Tiannan? The one renowned for its spear techniques? Someone began digging deeper, and soon Zhao Hui's background was revealed. Originally, he had planned to report to the academy and make a grand impression at the 7th Academy. Now, not only had he lost his chance to shine, but he had also thoroughly humiliated himself. What are you looking at? Zhao Hui snapped at the crowd, particularly the students from the 2nd Academy. After a brief pause, his expression shifted. If the 2nd Academy doesn't want you, we at the 7th Academy will. Lu, would you like to join me and enroll at the 7th Academy? The situation on the field shifted rapidly, leaving onlookers stunned. The challenger Lu Rui, who had just been criticized by the major martial academies, had, after a few battles, immediately drawn their intense attention. The reason was simple: the combat talent displayed by this beauty was nothing short of astonishing. Her combat prowess was so impressive that it even heightened the impact of her beauty. If someone like her had awakened a martial soul that wasn't E-grade but instead B-grade, A-grade, or even higher, how terrifying would her combat power be? The definition of a genius wasn't limited to the grade of their martial soul. Talent in martial arts was equally crucial. Currently, among the 7th-tier martial kings of the Dragon Kingdom, there was one whose martial soul grade was below us, the blood-drinking Blade King. His martial soul awakening had only been A-grade. In theory, A-grade awakened individuals could only reach the 5th tier at the peak of martial arts. In his past life, Zhao Yuan had been stuck at the limit of the 5th tier, unable to break through to the 6th. He had hunted the 6th tier Shadow Lord in an effort to trigger a second awakening of his martial soul, hoping to enhance his cultivation talent and increase his chances of breaking through. Of course, beyond the 5th tier, many factors determined whether a martial artist could continue to advance. There had even been SSS-grade awakeners who remained stuck at the 5th tier for years, ultimately choosing to risk their lives on the battlefield because they couldn't advance further and perished as a result. Although the Bloodblade King only possessed an A-level talent, he ranked among the best within the 7th tier martial kings. This was due to his terrifying martial arts talent. In his previous life, Zhao Yuan did not understand the significance of martial arts talent to a practitioner, but after his rebirth, his first thought was to retrace the Bloodblade King's path. Even though his martial soul level had been elevated to SSS level through the crystal core of a 6th tier Shadow Lord, he did not relax. On the contrary, he became even more focused on refining his martial arts skills because, in this life, he was determined to surpass the Bloodblade King. Wait, someone suddenly shouted. Zhao Hui, you, a defeated warrior, want to take her away too? As soon as Zhao Hui spoke, he drew dissatisfaction from the various martial academies. A low-level martial soul could undergo a second awakening. What if it was an E-level martial soul? After a second awakening, it could potentially reach B-level, or even A-level. With Lu Rui's martial arts talent, combined with an A-level martial soul, she wouldn't just replicate the Bloodblade King's path in the future, she might even reach the 6th tier. Even if she only made it to the 5th tier, she could still establish a solid position in a 3rd tier city. Although the road to a second awakening was challenging, the potential rewards far outweighed the difficulties. Right now, Lu Rui was akin to a prime stock. Would it rise? Of course, it would. Student Lu, join my 5th academy. A female student stepped forward, her aura as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Behind her was indeed a 3-foot-long green blade. If she held the sword in her hand, her aura would be even more striking. That's Ruan Qingzhu from the Martial Academy. With a top-tier S-level sword martial soul, someone immediately recognized her. Though her appearance was not outstanding, her temperament far surpassed that of Chen Shuyao. Ruan Qingzhu, are you deliberately causing trouble? Zhao Hui's face instantly darkened. The crowd assumed the two were at odds over Lu Rui, but only Zhao Yuan knew the truth. These two had been betrothed since childhood. Zhao Hui's public invitation to Lu Rui naturally enraged Ruan Qingzhu. You know my mentor is the best spear instructor in all of Tiannan. Zhao Hui glared at Ruan Qingzhu, his fighting spirit even stronger than when he had faced Lu Rui earlier. To the uninformed, one might think they were mortal enemies. Just wait. Ruan Qingzhu stared at him for 3 seconds before abruptly turning and leaving. I'll say this, if you can find a spear instructor better than Master Pei, I'll immediately walk away. Zhao Hui, defying his family's opposition, insisted on abandoning the 5th academy for the 7th academy precisely because of the mentor he mentioned. That mentor had 5 5th-tier disciples and 1 6th-tier disciple. If he could train as 7th-tier Spear King, Master Pei's name would resound throughout the Dragon Nation. Although Lu Rui's martial soul wasn't related to spears, her ability to withstand the suppression of Zhao Hui's Dragon Chant spear had greatly impressed him. To gain Master Pei's guidance, Zhao Hui chose to give up the 5th academy. Young Master Zhao, aren't you and Miss Ruan childhood sweethearts and fiancés? Someone suddenly asked. Did you give up on Miss Ruan and choose the 7th academy because you knew about Miss Lu beforehand? Are you abandoning your old flame for a new love? This question immediately shifted public opinion in another direction. To compete for a new student with an E-level martial soul, some people started letting their imaginations run wild. Zhao Hui's expression grew complicated. Choosing the 7th academy already went against his family's wishes. He had made this decision under immense pressure. If such rumors spread, his family wouldn't just prevent him from attending the martial university, they'd also drag him back from the 7th academy. If that happened, his dream of training under Master Pei would be completely shattered. Amidst the ruckus, Lu Rui instinctively glanced back at Zhao Yuan on the sidelines. Her heart had long since chosen its place, and nothing would change that. Just as she was about to respond, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the corner. They had arrived not long ago and had witnessed Lu Rui defeating Zhao Hui, a prominent young master. The Lin family, a top-tier family in S-City, was merely an observer during aristocratic gatherings in a place like Tiannan. Initially, if Zhao Hui had taken Lu Rui directly to the 7th academy, they wouldn't have been able to intervene. But upon hearing that the girl Zhao Hui was competing over was his fiancée, their perspective shifted. Wretched woman. One of the girls stepped forward, positioning herself between Zhao Hui and Lu Rui. Back in S-City, you climbed the ranks by interfering in other people's relationships. And now that you're in Tiannan, you want to use that face of yours to secure a spot in an academy? She pointed at Lu Rui, her voice filled with disdain. You, a girl from the slums, who didn't even have a phone to your name, where did you get the money to pre-purchase cultivation techniques? In the past, you relied on your looks to climb the ladder. Now that you're in Tiannan, you haven't changed a bit. People like you don't deserve to be in Tiannan. The suddenly appearing woman, though not as stunning as Lu Rui, was still a top-tier beauty. Compared to Ruan Qingzhu from earlier, she was even more striking. This beauty, had she also been taken by Lu Rui at some point? It seemed plausible. After all, didn't everyone see how the eldest young master of the Zhao family was utterly captivated by her the moment he laid eyes on her today, to the point where he completely ignored his fiancée? Many people wore the expressions of onlookers enjoying the drama. Initially, they thought today was just about watching a martial arts prodigy challenge the 7 academies. Who could have expected so much intrigue behind the scenes? Lu Rui's mastery of the spear had already shocked many, but it turned out her prowess extended far beyond that. Whether it was her figure or her looks, this woman was a campus queen wherever she went. Lin Yan, nothing good ever comes out of your mouth, Lu Rui said. She had initially intended to explain things to Zhao Yuan, but after expressing her feelings so clearly earlier, how could there still be any hesitation? Upon seeing Zhao Yuan's gaze, she immediately realized there was no need to explain anything. He clearly didn't care about such baseless gossip. Instead, when he looked at the Lin siblings, she could distinctly sense a shift in his eyes. You wretch, what did you just say? Lin Yan's face darkened instantly. She couldn't comprehend what Lu Rui had gone through, how, in merely a month, she had grown so powerful. Lin Yan had watched Lu Rui spar with Xiao Hui earlier. Though she was reluctant, she had to admit that Lu Rui's strength now surpassed her own. I said nothing decent ever comes out of your mouth. Lu Rui sneered coldly, her demeanor entirely different from before. She might ignore what others said, but Lin Yan was a different story. Lin Yan had occupied the heart of someone dear to her for 3 years, yet she had the audacity to string along 2 men simultaneously. You have such a habit of picking up others' leftovers, it's truly hard to change, isn't it? Lin Yan's expression turned even darker. Initially, she had intended to storm forward and slap Lu Rui, as she had done in the past to anyone who angered her. But when she saw the long spear in Lu Rui's hand, she immediately dismissed the thought. But where's Zhao Yuan? Lin Yan scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the familiar figure. Seems like you'd sacrifice anything to climb higher, she remarked, then turned her gaze toward Zhao Hui, warning him sternly. Young Master Zhao, she used to tag along with some rural kid with an SSS-grade martial soul just to get close to you. You'd better be careful now. Lin Yan knew that Zhao's family in Tiannan was a true aristocratic powerhouse, with 5th-tier peak experts in their ranks. In contrast, her own Lin family's strongest members were merely 4th-tier fighters. Zhao Hui frowned. It seemed these two, like Lu Rui, also hailed from the small city of S. He didn't care about what others said, but when someone brought it up so directly, he couldn't just ignore it. Xiaozhu wouldn't have gone far. He had been avoiding her recently, not because he didn't like her, but because the disparity in their martial soul awakening had dealt a blow to his male pride. First of all, I won't involve myself in your personal disputes, Zhao Hui said in a low voice. So don't try to drag her matters onto me. My interest in bringing her into the 7 academies is solely based on her talent. I, Zhao Hui, have always had someone I truly like. With this statement, he made it clear to Xiaozhu that he was not a fickle person. Lin Yan. What was going on here? Just moments ago, he'd been at odds with his fiancée, and now he was washing his hands clean of the situation? She had hoped to leverage Zhao Hui's status to crush Lu Rui completely. Zhao Yuan had originally intended to confess to her, but had turned against her after awakening his martial soul, favoring this despicable Lu Rui instead. Lin Yan didn't even like Zhao Yuan, but she couldn't stand the thought of her loyal admirer, especially one of such high quality, leaving her for someone like Lu Rui. Lu Rui, this is a matter you must handle yourself, Zhao Hui reminded her. Otherwise, neither the 7 academies nor any other martial academy will consider accepting your application. With that, he stepped aside. Affairs of jealousy and rivalries were commonplace and rarely garnered attention. But if it involved stealing someone's boyfriend and being exposed in public, her reputation would be irreparably damaged if confirmed. Lu Rui nodded calmly. With Zhao Yuan supporting her, she felt no panic whatsoever. Lin Yan was someone she had been burned by back in S City. This time, she had no intention of showing mercy. Who's your boyfriend? Do you dare to tell everyone? Lu Rui, at least 10 centimeters taller than Lin Yan, approached her and looked down at her. Under Lu Rui's overwhelming aura, Lin Yan involuntarily took several steps back. Of course, it's... Lin Yan's gaze flickered with panic as she stole a glance at Lin Xie. Could it be this classmate here? Lu Rui turned her head toward Lin Xie. The eyes of over 2,000 spectators on the sidelines also shifted toward Lin Xie. That's my brother, how could he possibly be my boyfriend? Lin Yan's face instantly turned pale. So, it's your brother? Lu Rui's face was filled with surprise, her gaze shifting back and forth between them. Just now, when you two walked out hand in hand, I thought he was your boyfriend. Everyone immediately felt the topic had gotten a bit awkward, especially since the Lin siblings had just walked out from that particular spot. A few people started to tease. I can vouch for it. Lu Rui wasn't lying, someone said, waving their phone. I just recorded it. The way they were acting all close definitely doesn't seem like siblings. Lin Yan's expression turned even darker. There were too many people, so my brother was just helping me squeeze through, Lin Yan quickly explained. After all, in her previous life, she had been adept at manipulating Zhao Yuan. She didn't bother arguing with that person and instead turned the attention back to Lu Rui. Where did your cultivation technique come from? And where exactly did you kick Zhao Yuan? Lin Yan coldly questioned. Or did you kick him so far away that he can't come back? Is that why you've come to Tiannan looking for opportunities? She scanned the surroundings but didn't see any trace of Zhao Yuan. She was certain Zhao Yuan had already seen through this wretched woman's true colors and had long since parted ways with her. Zhao Yuan? Which Zhao Yuan? At the mention of that name, someone finally started to recall. This year's martial arts exams across the southern cities had been a massive success. There were plenty of S and SS ranked martial soul awakenings, and, exceptionally rare, 2 SSS-level newcomers. One of them was Fu Miaoyin of the Fu family in Tiannan, known as the Frost Sword. The other came from the seemingly insignificant S-City. S-City had a small population and had never been particularly notable. Among past martial arts examinees, the highest martial soul rank awakened had been S-level. But this time, S-City had finally produced a true dragon. Yet, ever since the martial arts exams ended, this dragon had remained unseen. Even local reports from S-City hadn't shown his trace. Now, 3 days into the school term, none of the 5 major martial academies had heard of this dragon arriving in Tiannan. Naturally, Tiannan wanted to recruit such a figure. As someone of that caliber is a rare find even in a year. Although the people of Tiannan hadn't seen Zhao Yuan in person, his reputation had already spread far and wide. Could Zhao Yuan have come to Tiannan too? Someone suddenly asked. And just like that, the topic shifted from Lu Rui supposedly stealing someone's boyfriend to whether Zhao Yuan had arrived in Tiannan. Lin Yan's face darkened, thinking, asterisk, how can everyone's focus be so strange? Are they really going to let this wretched Lu Rui off just like that? Asterisk. At that moment, a tall, 187 centimeters guy with exceptionally handsome features stepped forward. He walked up and casually put his arm around Lu Rui's shoulder. Lu, the great beauty, didn't resist at all. In fact, she leaned into his embrace. Look at her. After stealing my boyfriend, Lu Rui dove straight into another man's arms. Lin Yan shrieked furiously, pointing at Lu Rui's nose. You wretch, you're rotten to the core. Who is this guy? How dare he steal Zhao Yuan's girl? The bystanders were increasingly entertained by the drama. They whispered among themselves, impressed by the guts of this young man. After all, stealing from an SSS-level genius is no small feat. While everyone was curious about the guy's identity, Lin Xie, standing to the side, couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why did this guy look so familiar? You said your boyfriend is Zhao Yuan, the handsome young man in the center asked Lin Yan, intrigued. Yes. Lin Yan nodded firmly, then shook her head. To be exact, he's my ex-boyfriend, stolen by her. Even now, Lin Yan was relentlessly attacking Lu Rui. This wretched woman could seduce anyone, no matter where she went. Zhao Hui looked decent, but this guy was even more handsome than Zhao Yuan. But how could I, Zhao Yuan, possibly have an ex-girlfriend like you, the handsome guy said, looking at Lin Yan with evident confusion. And an ex-girlfriend who doesn't even recognize me? What? The crowd instantly felt like their brains had short-circuited. If this guy really was Zhao Yuan, then the earlier gossip was completely baseless, possibly even a joke. Of course, if he really was Zhao Yuan. This scene today was shaping up to be quite the spectacle. Classmate, even jokes should have their limits. Lin Yan glared at the man in front of her, trying to identify some hint of Zhao Yuan in him. Yet, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see any resemblance. I was in the same class as Zhao Yuan for 3 years. We even dated for 3 years. Lin Yan continued her endless tirade. For 3 years, she had treated him as a lackey, a tool. Her current rage toward Lu Rui wasn't just about those 2 slaps. She was consumed by hatred, feeling betrayed that her tool had left her and fallen into Lu Rui's arms. You all listen up. Zhao Yuan turned to the surrounding crowd. She keeps claiming she was in the same class as me for 3 years, yet she doesn't even remember what I look like. He smiled, a smile of relief. 3 years had passed. Although he had changed his hairstyle and grown a few centimeters taller due to cultivation, she still couldn't recognize him after these slight changes. Thinking back to his previous life, it was truly pathetic. At this moment, Zhao Yuan brushed his bangs aside, hunching his body slightly to make himself appear no taller than 1.8 meters. His expression reverted to the dreamy, detached demeanor he used to have. Is it really you? Only then did Lin Yin exclaim, covering her mouth in a fluster and staggering backward before falling to the ground with a thud. The boy in front of her bore some differences from the Zhao Yuan in her memory, but there was now a 70 to 80% resemblance. The Zhao Yuan of the past was very self-conscious, often hiding his eyes behind his bangs, earning him the title of the melancholy prince in their class. In contrast, the sunny, handsome, and slightly mischievous Xie Gu was the type she truly liked. If Zhao Yuan back then had been as tall, handsome, and confident as the man standing before her now, how could she have possibly chosen Lin Xie and treated Zhao Yuan as a mere tool? Looks like you've figured out who I am. Zhao Yuan gently brushed his bangs upward to the top of his head. In truth, he had changed drastically. His once long hair had been trimmed into a clean, neat style, with his sideburns closely cropped to his head. His entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation alongside his martial prowess. Of course, if Zhao Yuan had glanced back at them during that fateful encounter, there would have been at least a 30% chance they would have recognized him back then too. Zhao Yuan? With Lin Yin falling to the ground, the others finally saw the truth clearly. Dude, are you really Zhao Yuan? The man before them was indeed Zhao Yuan. There was no way Lin Yin could have been Zhao Yuan's girlfriend. What kind of girlfriend wouldn't even recognize her own boyfriend? Lin Yan's conflict with Lu Rui had nothing to do with some so-called love triangle. Zhao Yuan's willingness to accompany Lu Rui to Tiannan was enough to prove that their relationship was nothing like what Lin Yin had claimed. Without a doubt, Zhao Yuan's gaze no longer lingered on Lin Yin. The Lin siblings tucked their tails between their legs and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Are you here to drop off Lu Rui, or are you also enrolling at Tiannan University? A girl standing nearby completely ignored Lu Rui and stared starry-eyed at Zhao Yuan. She had already thought the guy beside Lu Rui was handsome. Now, with the revelation that he was an SSS-ranked martial soul awakener, Zhao Yuan had instantly become the target of admiration for all the female students from the 7 academies, and even the 8th academy. Of course, I'm here to enroll in Tianwu Academy, Zhao Yuan replied, releasing Lu Rui's hand as he spoke. He wasn't used to such public displays of affection. But naturally, I'm also here to accompany Rui for her enrollment. Junior Zhao Yuan, our 2nd academy would be more than happy to accept Lu Rui as a student. A freckled senior sister stepped forward boldly. She had long noticed Zhao Yuan's extraordinary presence, initially thinking he was some prodigy who had awakened an S-ranked or even SS-ranked martial soul. She hadn't expected him to actually be the legendary wandering dragon Zhao Yuan. I'm just here to accompany Lu Rui. Which academy she chooses is entirely up to her. Zhao Yuan stepped aside, giving the spotlight back to Lu Rui, the true protagonist of the day. In an instant, the news of Zhao Yuan's arrival at Tiannan spread across the Alliance of 8 Academies official website. Not only within Tiannan but also among the major university alliances, the news traveled swiftly. Do you all remember? Lu Rui once mentioned that she gets thrashed daily by an incredibly skilled blade master? The crowd's focus shifted back to Lu Rui. If Lin Yan hadn't jumped out earlier with her wild accusations, they might never have figured out that Zhao Yuan was at Tiannan. Zhao Yuan's awakened martial soul is an SSS-ranked blade-type martial soul, isn't it? Someone exclaimed. Could it be that Lu Rui's sparring partner was Zhao Yuan all along? At that moment, everyone finally understood why Lu Rui's combat skills were so formidable. Who wouldn't improve quickly with an SSS-ranked sparring partner? Comparisons like this were enough to drive anyone mad with envy. Junior Lu Rui, how about joining our 2nd academy? The freckled senior sister cast a glance at Zhao Yuan, thinking to herself that if she could recruit Lu Rui, perhaps she might also have a chance to win Zhao Yuan over from Tianwu Academy. She remembered Zhao Yuan mentioning earlier that he hadn't yet submitted his enrollment application. Even if he hadn't submitted an application, so what? And even if he had, it didn't matter. As long as he hadn't officially registered, his academic information wouldn't be finalized. The second academy still had its chance. I heard earlier that Elder Pei's spear techniques are absolutely top-notch. Lu Rui looked at the senior sister with an apologetic smile. After all, this senior sister had been quite kind throughout. However, the new female freshman standing beside her seemed rather arrogant. The moment Lu Rui refused, the freckled senior sister shot a cold glance at Chen Shuyao. "You don't need to follow me anymore." Chen Shuyao's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. She had arrived early, hoping to secure a strong ally. While the freckled senior sister's appearance was average, she was undoubtedly a powerhouse among the second-year students in the second academy. Senior sister. She just opened her mouth to admit her mistake, but all she saw was the back of her senior sister. "Zhao Hui, could you please introduce Ruwei to Elder Pei?" Zhao Yuan walked up to Zhao Hui and extended his hand. Zhao Hui awkwardly extended his hand as well. "Not gonna lie, brother, if you'd revealed your identity earlier, the 7 families would have fought over taking your girlfriend in." Zhao Hui's voice was quiet, audible only to Zhao Yuan. "She's very strong-willed, so I don't want her to bear too much scrutiny," Zhao Yuan replied in a low voice as well. "Miss Ruan is still waiting for you." Zhao Hui took out his phone and added Lu Ruwei as a friend. "I have to go now. Once you get to the 7th Academy, remember to find me." Zhao Hui had no intention of trying to win Zhao Yuan over. From the moment Zhao Yuan spoke those words earlier, Zhao Hui had realized the depth of Zhao Yuan's mind. If Zhao Yuan were willing, he would have joined the 7th Academy long ago. If he wasn't, no one's persuasion would change his mind. Since Lu Ruwei's enrollment issue was resolved, she and Zhao Yuan quickly left the 2nd Academy. After wasting so much time, they needed to hurry. After all, once Zhao Yuan sent Lu Ruwei to the 7th Academy, he still had to head to Tianwu. Not pre-registering was, at best, a personal quirk. But if he were late for registration, he could earn himself a reputation for arrogance. So, Zhao Yuan and Lu Ruwei boarded the intercampus tram. However, the tram was overly crowded, with almost everyone staring at them. It wasn't until Lu Ruwei finished registering at the 7th Academy and they stepped out again that the crowd around them thinned significantly. Most of those who left were new students at the 7th Academy. They were all wondering if Zhao Yuan would also join the 7th Academy with Lu Ruwei. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Zhao Yuan boarded the tram once more, and by the time he got off at the Tianwu stop, the crowd around him had dwindled to a few people, all of them new students at Tianwu. "Zhao Yuan, are you here to register at Tianwu?" These few students carried large bags on their backs, while Zhao Yuan had only a backpack and a knife slung over his shoulder. "Yes," Zhao Yuan replied, standing still. The others chuckled and quietly headed toward the registration office. Following others too closely was indeed impolite. By now, it was already late, and by the time those few finished registering, the entrance to Tianwu had become deserted. "Your admission letter." Among the 3 upperclassmen in charge of freshman registration, the leading senior spoke indifferently. Like the freckled senior from the 2nd Academy, this senior was also one of the top-ranked students in his grade. At Tianwu, the top students of each year were considered elite talents even on a national scale. "Senior, here's my exam admission ticket." Zhao Yuan handed over his ticket. The senior frowned slightly at first, but when he saw the name on the ticket, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. 2nd tier. This senior had only been at Tianwu for 1 year, yet his cultivation had already reached the 2nd tier. It seemed that the places he hadn't been able to reach in his previous life due to the Lin family were indeed far more fascinating than he had imagined. The senior casually picked up the machine and scanned Zhao Yuan's ticket. Every year, on the last day, there were plenty of people who came to register at Tianwu. Most of them were just trying their luck. Either they doubted their combat skills, or they thought their martial spirit talent wasn't high enough, so they hoped to get into Tianwu through sheer luck. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that, with Tianwu's strict standards, only a handful of such applicants ever made it in. Occasionally, however, there were some exceptional individuals who, relying on their extraordinary talent, aimed to attract attention at Tianwu, hoping to show off. Frankly, it was all for vanity. Tianwu generally didn't reject such gifted individuals, but they would certainly make them suffer a little. Beep, the machine emitted a sound, and Zhao Yuan's information quickly appeared on the screen in front of them. City? He came from a remote southern city. There was basically no need to look any further. However, as a representative of Tianwu's welcoming committee, the senior still continued reading. SSS-ranked blade-type martial spirit. As expected, the martial spirit rank isn't very high. He thought to himself as he looked at the screen. Wait, SSS rank? His preconceived notions about S-City made him initially think Zhao Yuan was just some opportunistic rookie. But when he saw the 3 bold letters SSS echoing in his mind, he immediately snapped to attention. If it weren't for the fact that he had just advanced to the 2nd tier, gaining better control and confidence, Zhang Geng would have likely jumped up on the spot. "You're that roaming," he coughed lightly, cutting off the word dragon. "You're Zhao Yuan?" His expression grew stern, his inner emotions carefully concealed. "Senior, your machine isn't broken, is it?" Zhao Yuan asked in return. "Of course not. Tianwu's equipment is top-notch, how could it possibly malfunction?" Zhang Geng replied gravely. "What I mean is, you're not deliberately waiting until the last moment to register, flaunting your high martial spirit rank to seek special treatment at Tianwu, are you?" Zhao Yuan wouldn't dare. "It's just that his family is poor, and he only just bought a phone." He pulled out a phone that looked quite new. Tianwu had already conducted an investigation into Zhao Yuan's background. Because they couldn't reach him, everyone assumed this kid was playing hard to get, holding out for a better offer. People knew Tianwu's capabilities, whatever conditions the other 4 academies could offer, Tianwu could match. But as time passed, the academic year had already begun at the major martial arts academies. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days went by, and none of the 4 academies, including Tianwu, had received any news about Zhao Yuan. Who would have thought that this kid wasn't refusing all contact to act cool, but simply because he didn't even have a phone? Zhang Geng, who had access to inside information, knew the extent of what Tianwu was willing to offer to recruit Zhao Yuan. What shocked him even more was that this legendary figure had quietly come to Tianwu. Just as Zhang Geng was about to rise and bring Zhao Yuan into the heart of Tianwu, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The blade at Zhao Yuan's waist, though not formal weaponry, didn't appear simple. It could easily be exchanged for 3 or 4 phones at least. And the confident aura he exuded, there was no way he seemed like someone who couldn't afford a phone. "Didn't your school ever notify you?" Zhang Geng's gaze sharpened. "If you were willing to engage with them, they'd likely offer you a significant bonus, wouldn't they?" Of course, they had tried to contact Zhao Yuan. His homeroom teacher, the dean, even the principal, had approached him on multiple occasions. But during that period, he happened to be at Yunlai Mountain. Later, when he got a phone, he also changed his number. As for why they hadn't sought him out again, he wasn't entirely sure. Maybe they gave up after failing to reach him. Or perhaps Qin Feng had intervened. Not that any of this mattered to him. "I signed a contract with the military department and have been focused on training lately. I didn't think about buying a phone," Zhao Yuan said, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Zhang Geng studied his junior brother with a touch of suspicion. To be honest, aside from his modest family background, this junior was a true prodigy. At least 187 centimeters tall, with looks that rivaled the most popular students, and an SSS-grade martial spirit talent for weaponry, he was nothing short of extraordinary. The sun was shining brightly, and Zhao Yuan's smile was so endearing that one couldn't help but want to give him a playful pat on the back of his head. He seemed a little shy. Just with these traits alone, the nearby girls were already swooning, utterly captivated. The originally quiet school gate instantly became lively with Zhao Yuan's arrival, drawing the attention of numerous freshmen who stopped to watch. Of course, over 70% of them were girls. Normally, they wouldn't act this crazily. Could it be that they already knew Zhao Yuan was coming? Sitting in this spot, he ought to be the one most informed of such news. "Senior brother Zhang Geng, take a look at this," one of the girls beside him excitedly said, holding up her phone. On her phone was the homepage of the 8 Schools Alliance website, with 2 pinned posts that caught the eye. One was a hot-breaking scoop, and the other was about Zhao Yuan's arrival at Tiannan. With Zhao Yuan being such an SSS-level genius, there were almost no other choices for him apart from joining Tianwu at Tiannan. Could it be that everyone had already gotten word of his arrival in advance? Zhang Geng did not click on the post but handed the phone back to the girl. Although they were of the same grade, at Tianwu, strength was paramount. Power and combat ability determined one's standing. So even within the same grade, this girl still addressed him as senior brother. "You couldn't register on the website earlier, but it's not too late to do so now," Zhang Geng said, shifting his gaze back to Zhao Yuan. "But it's understandable. After all, our Tianwu isn't a place devoid of compassion." The man and woman standing beside him were astounded, thinking to themselves how even the iron-faced Yaman Zhang Geng could display such warmth. This was what people called tact. That afternoon, he had already turned away countless newcomers who tried to take shortcuts into Tianwu. The girl obediently began registering, while Zhang Geng stood silently beside her. Only when he saw Zhao Yuan's application appear on the tablet in front of him did he casually approve it. With an SSS-level talent, even if his martial arts ability was subpar, Tianwu could still find a way to train him. But now that Zhao Yuan was officially part of Tianwu, the procedures still had to be followed. Junior brother Zhao Yuan, though Tianwu is accommodating, you've missed the final registration deadline, Zhang Geng stated after clearing his throat. The practical assessment has already ended. He pointed to the clock nearby, which read 4:05 p.m. Indeed, it was past the registration deadline. If not for Zhao Yuan's SSS-level martial soul talent and the special admission privileges granted by the Martial Academy, his application wouldn't have been approved just now. Here we go. The two people beside Zhang Geng glanced at Zhao Yuan with a hint of pity in their eyes. Though this junior brother had outstanding talent and good looks, their iron-faced Yama senior brother, Zhang Geng, wouldn't go soft on him because of that. His earlier kindness had almost fooled them, but now it seemed senior brother Zhang Geng was merely luring this kid in for the kill. You'll still have to complete the practical assessment, won't you? Zhang Geng's expression suddenly turned cold. Tianwu's rules will naturally be followed, Zhao Yuan replied, easily seeing through the other party's ploy. But this was exactly what he wanted. In truth, he had come here to catch someone's attention. Notify all the freshmen to gather at the martial arena within 10 minutes. Zhang Geng instructed the male student beside him. Got it. The other student quickly picked up his phone, and 10 seconds later, notification sounds echoed throughout the area. Even Zhao Yuan, who had just registered, received the message. Notice, all freshmen must gather at the martial arena within 10 minutes. The brief message, highlighted in bold red with 3 exclamation marks, clearly indicated its importance. The surrounding freshmen began heading toward the martial arena in droves. Junior brother Zhao Yuan, follow me, Zhang Geng said as he stood up, leaving the remaining registration tasks to the man and woman. Junior brother Zhao Yuan is so handsome, the female student couldn't help but exclaim as she watched them walk away. If I had SSS-level talent, I'd be handsome too, the male student replied sourly. Despite his words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This genius from S-City, though his true abilities were still unknown, had chosen to join Tiannan over the other 4 major martial academies. Perhaps this year, in the freshman competition, Tianwu would finally shed its reputation as the weakest of the 5 great academies. Hurry up and finish tidying up. Once you're done, go deliver this. I'm going to watch the fun, the female student said, giving her companion an annoyed glare. Handsome is handsome, what does that have to do with being SSS level? Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan followed Zhang Geng toward Tianwu. Junior brother Zhao Yuan, why did you choose Tianwu? Zhang Geng asked as they walked. The train fare was the cheapest, Zhao Yuan replied bluntly. Zhang Geng nearly choked on his own saliva. If Zhao Yuan had praised Tianwu even a little, he could have taken the opportunity to elaborate on the academy's strengths and merits. But what did he mean by the train fare was the cheapest? Sure, S-City was only 500 or 600 miles from Tiannan, making it naturally closer than the other 4 academies. After all, even the second closest, the magic capital, was over 1,000 kilometers away. Zhang Geng fell silent, he truly didn't know what to say. Should he compliment him by saying, Tiannan's journey home will be convenient? Tianwu Academy had a long-standing history, a powerful faculty, and was teeming with formidable individuals. Whether one sought to establish their own family or join a major power, a diploma from Tianwu was the best recommendation letter. The treatment they could receive would generally be the best among their peers. However, thinking about how this young man had already signed with the military and had the guarantee of an SSS-level talent, it seemed that no matter what he pursued in the future, the name of Tianwu might not even matter anymore. Thus, Zhang Geng grew even quieter. It wasn't until the two arrived at the martial arena that this second-year prodigy regained his sharpness. At this moment, the martial arena was already crowded with people, at least 200 by a rough estimate, with more arriving from all directions. Tianwu recruited 500 freshmen each year, and every student admitted had at least an A-level martial soul. In some small cities, even a single S-level or SS-level martial soul might not appear in an entire year, yet Tianwu could recruit a dozen or more annually. This year, they had even pre-admitted a local from Tiannan with an SSS-level martial soul. It could be said that this was truly a gathering place for geniuses. Zhang Geng stood silently at one end of the martial arena with Zhao Yuan, while the freshmen quickly gathered on the other side. News of Zhao Yuan's presence in the second academy had already spread throughout Tianwu. Events like Lu Rui's challenge to the 7th Academy were not of great interest to Tianwu's freshmen. After all, no matter how much trouble she caused, it was impossible for her to storm Tianwu. The Academy's rules were simply too stringent. They had seen countless geniuses over the years. Of course, they didn't disregard freshmen with low-level martial soul talents but strong martial arts potential. It's just that such individuals would receive more attention and resources elsewhere. Spending time training a novice with exceptional martial arts potential was simply not cost-effective for Tianwu. Time's up. Zhang Geng stepped forward, casually waving his hand to stop the latecomers at the edge of the martial arena. From now on, anyone else arriving will stay outside and observe. His voice was as cold as ice, earning him the nickname Iron-Faced Yama. Under his overwhelming aura, the freshman had no choice but to obediently remain outside the arena. 3 minutes passed, and nearly 100 freshmen were left standing outside. Today, we have a new member joining Tianwu. Zhang Geng motioned for Zhao Yuan to step forward. He's a rookie with an awakened SSS-level martial soul. Haven't you all been talking these past 2 days about wanting to see what an SSS-level rookie is capable of? Well, here he is. If you want to challenge him, step forward. After finishing, Zhang Geng glanced at the 100 or so people standing on the sidelines. As for you lot, don't even think about it. Just sit back quietly and watch. His reputation as the Iron-Faced Yama wasn't just due to his merciless strikes. He also had a unique way of dealing with those who broke the rules. When I say you have 10 minutes to arrive, you have 10 minutes. Exceed that by even a second, and you'll lose your chance to challenge an SSS-level genius. These words should have set the stage for a scene where the 400 people inside the arena cheered while the 100 outside sulked. Yet the reality before him was entirely different. The 100 or so people outside wore relaxed expressions, as if they were simply here to enjoy the show. Some even pulled out sunflower seeds from their pockets and began munching casually. In contrast, the 400 or so people inside the arena looked as tense as if they were heading into battle. None dared to show excitement or enthusiasm for the challenge. What was going on? Just 2 days ago, a few troublemakers had been itching to make a move. Especially yesterday, when news spread that the eldest daughter of the Fu family had enrolled. A dozen people immediately issued challenges to her. But that young lady merely replied coldly, not interested, before heading back to her dorm. She had already opened 7 meridians, and even if her strength hadn't yet reached 20 points, it wouldn't be far off. She had no interest in those rookies. Even so, some still went to the girls' dormitory to provoke her. If Zhang Geng hadn't shown up with a dark expression and dealt with a few of them, who knows what kind of farce might have unfolded? Could it be that I went too hard on them yesterday? But that didn't make sense. Against these youngsters, he had handled them with ease. Even if they got beaten up, a good night's sleep should have fixed them. Zhang Geng scanned the surroundings, suspicion growing in his heart. His gaze swept over each individual, even those who were usually the most active troublemakers. Yet, even they kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact with him. They looked as though they were terrified of being singled out to face Zhao Yuan. When did Tianwu's freshmen become so timid? Could something unusual have happened during today's recruitment? Wang Xuan. Zhang Geng's eyes locked onto a freshman nearly 2 meters tall. This guy looked like he weighed at least 200 pounds, yet he had been very active in recent days. Senior brother, I was actually here in exactly 10.02 seconds, Wang Xuan said with a silly smile, trying to appear relaxed. I should be standing over there. After speaking, Wang Xuan took big strides and walked outside the martial arts arena. I was late, so I'm not qualified to issue a challenge. Although he didn't say it outright, his actions clearly conveyed this message to everyone. Zhang Peng. Zhang Geng noticed a boy, no taller than 175 centimeters, with a thin frame. Senior brother, I twisted my wrist while practicing yesterday, said the boy named Zhang Peng, stretching out his left hand. No way, brother. That band-aid on your wrist is not a bandage. Also, what's that in your palm? Is that the medicine packet from the band-aid? Did you stick it on right here and now? Zhang Geng's expression instantly darkened. What on earth was going on? Why were all these guys so afraid of Zhao Yuan? Zhang Geng wasn't a fool. He could tell from their evasive glances that they were terrified of Zhao Yuan. Wang Xuan and Zhang Peng, these two guys, had easily fought no fewer than 10 matches in the past 3 days. And the stronger the opponent, the more they wanted to challenge them. They'd get beaten black and blue, rest for a while, and then come back for more. If they accidentally got injured, recovery potions could always help. Sparring among newcomers rarely led to fatalities. Even if they had some skills, unless they genuinely wanted to take someone's life, it was almost impossible to kill. So the root of the problem lay entirely with Zhao Yuan, the one about whom almost no information could be found from the outside world. What's the matter? Weren't you all yelling every day about wanting to spar with an SSS-level awakened one? Zhang Geng felt his pride had taken a hit. He wasn't particularly concerned about saving face, but he had made such a big show of this just to give Zhao Yuan a little warning. Even if one or two of them stepped up and went through the motions, that would suffice. Zhang Nian. Zhang Geng called out in a low voice. From the crowd, a boy stepped forward. He looked at Zhang Geng, his face full of tension. Brother, my dear brother. I'm your little brother. Your real, full-blooded brother. That classmate Zhao Yuan. Zhang Nian was filled with nerves but still had to cooperate. After all, the person in front of him was his real brother. Even if Zhao Yuan was a killing machine, he still had to step forward. Blades and swords are blind, it wouldn't be good to injure anyone. He glanced at the long knife at Zhao Yuan's waist. I wonder if I could spar with Zhao Yuan using just hand-to-hand combat. With every word Zhang Nian said, Zhang Geng's face grew a shade redder. Was this really his little brother? Even though Zhang Geng was there to keep him in check, Zhang Nian wouldn't dare go too far. But every time those brats stirred up trouble, when had he ever not been around? I didn't expect our classmates at Tianwu to be so kind and friendly. It seems I made the right choice coming here. Zhao Yuan nodded at Zhang Geng, then put down his backpack and walked into the arena. Zhang Nian, right? Zhang Nian nodded vigorously. That's right. Zhao Yuan, your memory is excellent. Zhao Yuan. Zhang Geng. The other informed freshman silently gave Zhang Nian a thumbs up. Are we sparring with just hand-to-hand combat? Zhang Nian spoke while keeping his eyes fixed on the long knife in Zhao Yuan's hand. Sure. Zhao Yuan casually tossed the knife, which landed precisely next to his backpack. With just that move, Zhang Nian let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Yuan had not only thrown the knife back but had placed it so steadily next to the backpack that it didn't even slide or make a sound. As expected of an SSS-level Blade Martial Spirit Awakener, his control over the knife was no less than that of a second-rank swordsmanship master. Zhang Geng's face turned from red to black. Such cowardice. When they got back, if Zhang Nian couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he'd beat him up every day from now on, no, twice a day. Zhao Yuan hadn't studied many fist techniques, but he had definitely seen numerous styles. Did Zhang Nian want to challenge his hand-to-hand combat skills because he knew Zhao Yuan had awakened an SSS-level Blade Martial Spirit, so he deliberately chose the opposite approach? Zhang Geng was dumbfounded, and Zhao Yuan was a little stunned too. However, Zhao Yuan had seen far more significant scenes than Zhang Geng had. So, he retaliated against Zhang Geng without hesitation, responding directly to Zhang Nian's actions. Zhang Nian did not put on any airs, as he understood very well just how terrifying this man was. Since childhood, he had practiced a particular martial art, and recently, he had unlocked 5 of his extraordinary meridians. Using this martial art, he had consecutively defeated 7 opponents in the past few days. Zhang Nian threw a punch, and before his fist even reached, a fierce gust of wind arrived first. Zhao Yuan stood still, bringing his palms together like a blade, directly striking out. In situations where the strength is comparable, the destructive power of a fist is 3 to 5 times greater than that of fingers. Everyone watched Zhao Yuan intently, eager to see how this terrifying newcomer would counteract. Zhang Nian's strength had already reached 8 calories. If he could unlock his 6th meridian, his strength would undoubtedly surpass 10. The innate vitality of his S-rank explosive Savage Bear Martial Soul was absolutely on par with most SS-rank Martial Soul Awakeners. At the moment their fists collided, Zhao Yuan's fist, sharp as a steel blade, directly stopped Zhang Nian's punch. His Zhang Nian retracted his fist and stepped back, feeling a sharp pain in his knuckle bones. A rough estimation suggested that this man's strength definitely exceeded 10 calories. The video clip lasted only a few seconds, showcasing the scene where Zhao Yuan killed a first-order Howling Moon Silver Wolf with a single strike. The new students watched it over and over. Even though it was just a back view, the figure and the blade in the individual's hand bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Yuan. When the news spread that Zhao Yuan, an SSS rank awakener, had appeared in Tiannan, that post was quickly circulated across the 8-School Alliance. About 10 minutes later, an anonymous user posted an 8-second video below the post. The video depicted Zhao Yuan's process of killing the First-Order Howling Moon Silver Wolf. It should be noted that 6 of the 8 seconds were in slow motion. In real time, his entire process of killing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had taken only 2 seconds. After being repelled by Zhao Yuan's handblade, Zhang Nian realized that his opponent seemed to have no formal training in martial arts. Who would waste time practicing martial arts after awakening an SSS rank blade-type martial soul? With that in mind, Zhang Nian began his counterattack. His punches came faster and faster, forcing Zhao Yuan to keep blocking. Meanwhile, Zhang Geng was receiving an endless stream of messages, particularly the last video. The sender insisted that he must watch it carefully. Zhang Geng glanced at the ongoing fight in the arena and then opened the video. That brief 8-second video shocked him 3 times. The first was seeing a youth who had yet to reach the first rank killing a first-order Howling Moon Silver Wolf with a single strike. The second was the replayed footage, where the videographer analyzed the process. In just 6 seconds, they deduced that the individual was none other than Zhao Yuan. The third shock, as a martial artist who used blades himself, was realizing that this youth's blade techniques had reached an incredibly advanced level. The entire process of killing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf lasted only 2 seconds, but the angles, strength, and prediction of the wolf's attacks were flawless. His comprehension of martial arts, especially in blade techniques, had already reached an extraordinarily refined level. And this realm was precisely what Zhang Geng had been tirelessly pursuing but had yet to achieve. Zhang Geng watched the 8-second video 3 times, taking a deep breath before his gaze returned to the arena. At this point, Zhang Yan and Zhao Yuan were locked in an intense battle, their fight evenly matched. Zhang Yan's expression was focused, while Zhao Yuan appeared at ease. Zhao Yuan's blade techniques were extraordinary, clearly showcasing his astonishing martial talent. Even with minimal experience in martial arts, his exceptional combat instincts allowed him to reach a remarkably high level. Martial arts mastery is typically divided into several stages: entry, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, followed by subtlety, transformation, and perfection. Whether there are realms beyond perfection remains unclear to Zhang Geng. For now, the generally recognized stages end at these 6. Many martial artists spend their entire lives trying, often failing, to comprehend their techniques to the subtlety stage. Yet this newcomer, even before entering the academy, had brought his blade techniques to such a level? If given another 3 to 5 years, or even a decade or two, wouldn't he be capable of reaching the transformation or even perfection stages? Perfection, huh? Zhang Geng shook his head, finding that realm far too elusive. Even among 7th-rank martial kings, few could attain that level. Transformation might be a more realistic goal. Suddenly, Zhang Geng felt a chill run down his spine. Transformation wasn't just an ordinary threshold, it was a goal most martial king experts strove for with all their might. This guy, he might very well reach it in no time. He called this group of newcomers originally to give Zhao Yuan a show of strength. No wonder they all had excuses like being late or having a sprained wrist. Even his tiger-headed younger brother made a heroic entrance. So that's what was going on. Actually, Zhang Geng was overthinking things. No matter how talented this group of newcomers was, what they witnessed was Zhao Yuan, with his unranked cultivation, reversing the odds and killing a Tier 1 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. In their eyes, what stood out the most was Zhao Yuan's ruthless and ferocious efficiency in slaying the beast, not the fact that his blade technique had already reached the subtlety level. After all, the vast majority of newcomers' understanding of martial arts levels still lingered at the stages of entry or proficiency. Only a very few geniuses could comprehend martial techniques at the mastery level during this phase. The subtlety stage was still a long way off for them. Zhang Geng himself only began to understand and pursue the subtlety realm of blade techniques after stepping into Tier 2. Zhang Yan gave up on a weapon duel and chose to compete in hand-to-hand combat with Zhao Yuan, clearly worried about being defeated in one swift strike. "Are you two playing house?" Zhang Geng scolded in a dissatisfied tone. "Trading dozens of moves in hand-to-hand combat without determining a winner?" Anyone with sharp eyes could tell neither of them had dedicated much effort to their hand-to-hand skills. Of course, in the eyes of the newcomers, the duel between the two was still quite exciting, with an even back-and-forth exchange. "Zhao Yuan, I'm going to use my ultimate move now," Zhang Yan said, feinting a strike before quickly retreating 3 steps. His footwork shifted rapidly as he launched a swift counterattack. He noticed that Zhao Yuan clearly hadn't practiced fist techniques, as even his blocks were executed with knife-hand strikes. Zhang Yan deliberately warned Zhao Yuan as a gesture of respect for his decision to abandon the blade and engage in a fair hand-to-hand contest. The rapid footwork technique he used could be seen in many professional athletes and was very practical in combat. This technique made Zhang Yan's movement speed almost 30% faster, bringing him in front of Zhao Yuan in an instant. However, his fist stopped about 10 centimeters away from Zhao Yuan. A knife-hand strike was already pressed against his throat. "If this were a real blade, I'd be dead now," Zhang Yan said, retracting his fist and stepping back. "Even without a blade in your hand, I can't beat you." Zhang Yan conceded defeat, and none of the surrounding newcomers jeered at him. After all, he had already engaged Zhao Yuan in dozens of moves, which, in a sense, demonstrated that his strength was already greater than that of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. In a friendly sparring session, there's no need to talk about life or death so lightly, Zhao Yuan said, withdrawing his hand and stepping back. Among martial artists, it was common for duels to result in injuries or even death. There were those who, in pursuit of honing their spear techniques, went around challenging others, leaving dozens dead or wounded in their wake, most of them geniuses. The path of martial arts is no child's play. Right now, everyone had just enrolled, and the people and martial techniques they had encountered so far weren't particularly lethal. Even though these 500 or so individuals were all prodigies, at least half had already encountered ferocious beasts beforehand. However, the vast majority of them still didn't truly understand the dangers of martial arts. Just like the newcomers Zhao Yuan encountered in Yunlai Mountain before, they thought participating in trials would give them a full understanding of ferocious beasts? Wrong. That howling moon silver wolf, in reality, was merely the lowest tier of beasts in the wilderness. A powerful Tier 5 ferocious beast could easily wreak havoc in a Level 3 city. A Tier 6 beast could single-handedly destroy an entire city. If not for Zhao Yuan's all-out efforts in his past life, S-City would have long been reduced to ruins. In this world of humanity, there is no such thing as mercy among martial artists. Of course, since they were all in the same school and considered fellow students, perhaps the situation would be slightly better. These truths, they would soon come to understand. Zhao Yuan, do you have a girlfriend? Just as Zhang Nian retreated into the crowd after conceding defeat, a female voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Yuan's face instantly darkened. What kind of question was this? If you do, would you mind having one more? Someone even bolder didn't seem to care whether he already had a girlfriend. Ever since the abyss emerged, ferocious beasts and demonic creatures had wreaked havoc across the world. Now, the population of Blue Star was less than 3 billion. It's worth noting that before the abyss appeared, Blue Star's total population exceeded 20 billion. The current 3 billion was only achieved after 500 years of development, following the emergence of awakened individuals. According to incomplete statistics, humanity's population at its lowest point might have been less than 100 million. Moreover, in most cases, the proportion of males among awakened individuals was higher. In the major nations of Blue Star today, the male-to-female ratio was approximately 3 to 7. In some countries, this ratio was even lower. After all, most of those fighting on the front lines were men. As a result, the nations of Blue Star now actively encouraged having more children. Although there were no explicit rules allowing polygamy, if someone sought multiple partners, no one would intervene. In the Lin family, where Lin Yin resided, being a small family clan, her father had at least 3 wives and concubines. As for larger families and powers, it went without saying. People from other schools might find it hard to imagine. Such bold words actually came from the mouth of a genius girl from one of the 5 great martial academies, Tiannan Martial Academy. It's important to know that the students of Tianwu, regardless of gender, were full of pride and self-esteem. When Lu Rui challenged the new students of the 7 great martial academies during the day, almost none of the Tianwu students attended. Because, to them, that kind of excitement was less interesting than watching the troublemakers among their own freshmen challenge others everywhere. Looks like everyone's enthusiasm is really low today. Zhang Geng swept his gaze around, finding that almost no one dared to meet his eyes. No, wait, outside the martial arena, among the crowd, there were a few troublemakers who were staring at him with a theatrical expression. But words once spoken were like water spilled, it was impossible to take them back. At this moment, he couldn't very well call those troublemakers in to be beaten. Senior brother, we at Tianwu shouldn't let others look down on us, should we? Just as Zhang Geng was about to wave his hand to dismiss everyone, a figure slowly emerged from the rear of the crowd. To be precise, as soon as she spoke, the new students of Tianwu automatically made way for her. Classmate Zhao Yuan, would you be willing to show everyone your blade technique? A tall, coldly beautiful young woman stepped out from the crowd. The girl had an exceptionally tall and striking figure. When she first appeared at the gates of Tianwu, her long legs and graceful presence had already led her to be unofficially crowned as the school flower among the new students. However, the reason people stepped aside for her as she walked wasn't her beauty or figure. At Tianwu, students were not so shallow as to be mesmerized by a pretty face. The real reason for their deference was that she was the first SSS grade freshman of the year at Tianwu. She was the eldest daughter of the Fu family in Tiannan, possessing an SSS grade frost sword martial soul. Any one of these titles was enough to make her stand out among her peers. As a descendant of a prestigious local family in Tiannan City, her admission to Tianwu was a foregone conclusion. Thus, even before the semester started, her reputation had already spread among most of the new students. Since she registered at Tianwu yesterday, people have been challenging her non-stop, but the eldest Miss Fu hasn't responded to any of them, someone whispered. Some say she's naturally aloof and unwilling to engage with others. Others claim she's injured. She was reportedly seen at the largest hospital in Tianwu. Turns out neither is true, she just doesn't want to bother with us ordinary people. The boy who spoke wasn't just any ordinary person. Zhang Ping, he had awakened an S-grade sword martial soul. Also possessing a sword-type martial soul and coupled with decent talent, Zhang Ping was considered relatively outstanding among the freshmen. Of course, his actions were partly motivated by a desire to catch Fu Miaoyin's attention. At this age, boys often harbored strange feelings of competitiveness. Even if they fancied a girl, they felt the need to position themselves advantageously before confessing. His challenge to Fu Miaoyin wasn't purely out of curiosity about the power of an SSS-grade martial soul. He hoped to defeat her first, then confess his feelings. However, the moment Fu Miaoyin stepped forward, Zhang Ping buried those thoughts deep within himself. Even someone as formidable as Zhao Yuan made Zhang Ping's heart tremble and left him hesitant to act. And yet, this campus beauty walked out to issue a challenge. With her background and talent, she should clearly recognize Zhao Yuan's strength. Could it be that she hadn't seen that particular forum post? It's almost dark, how about we do this next time? At the sight of Fu Miaoyin, Zhao Yuan maintained a calm expression, but deep down, he felt an inexplicable unease. I saved her life, what am I feeling guilty about? It's not even 5 o'clock yet, there's still some time before dinner, Fu Miaoyin said as she stepped into the arena, her cold gaze fixed on the boy opposite her. If classmate Zhao Yuan can defeat the sword in my hand, I'll treat you to dinner. The young lady Fu, who wouldn't utter a single word even when others approached her or challenged her, is inviting someone to dinner? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The campus beauty, that girl who was just a little more handsome, a little more talented. But this differential treatment? That's just too harsh. If Fu, the campus goddess, were willing to nod, the boys present would likely be fighting to pay the bill. Will it be all you can eat? Zhao Yuan's words threw everyone's minds into complete chaos. At a time like this, shouldn't he be saying something like, win or lose, this meal's on me? If he loses, there's no guarantee he'd even get the chance to dine with Fu, the campus goddess. And what the heck does will it be all you can eat even mean? A man like this, can he really find a girlfriend? Not only was the crowd dumbfounded, but Fu Miaoyin also froze for a moment at Zhao Yuan's response. Though his tone wasn't as cold, this manner of speaking was exactly the same as that person's. Fu Miaoyin could now confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the boy standing before her was the person she had been searching for over the past half-month. Zhao Yuan, are you afraid of not eating enough? She let out a cold snort. With the wealth of the Fu family, we could afford to feed you for a lifetime without any problem. At those words, countless young men's hearts shattered into pieces. Was the campus goddess openly declaring her intention to keep this guy? Fu Miaoyin clearly hadn't realized that her offhand comment carried significant implications. Even if she didn't mean to suggest she wanted to keep Zhao Yuan, it could easily be interpreted as the Fu family trying to win him over. One meal will do, Zhao Yuan raised a single finger. I've already signed with the military, there's no way I could keep freeloading off the Fu family long-term. On Fu Miaoyin's jade-like cheeks, a faint blush crept up. Fortunately, as it was nearing evening, the glow of the sunset made it less noticeable. She hadn't even considered this issue, which had led to some misunderstandings. Especially the subtle smiles from the people around them, which only made her feel her face growing hotter. Actually, so what if you've signed with the military? There are still ways to bring you into the Fu family. Fu Miaoyin secretly pinched her thigh. What am I even thinking? So what if he saved your life? Are you seriously swooning over him now? You are the eldest daughter of the Fu family, possessing an SSS-grade martial spirit, the Frost Sword. You are destined to become a martial king powerhouse, perhaps even ascend to greater heights. Her gaze turned slightly colder, and a chill emanated from her body. Fu Miaoyin seemed to calm down entirely. Draw your blade, Fu Miaoyin said softly, as a silver longsword fell into her hand with just a slight motion of her 2 fingers. The sword in her grasp, though it was only early July, Zhao Yuan could feel a biting chill. Was this the characteristic of the Frost Sword? Back then, this girl had managed to severely wound the Howling Moon's silver wolf, thanks to the power of her SSS-grade martial spirit. Fu Miaoyin's martial spirit was named the Frost Sword. Zhao Yuan still remembered her stepping out of the safe zone in a past life to fight ferocious beasts, her icy powers reducing countless beasts and monsters into frozen shards. Now, though she had yet to clear her 8 extraordinary meridians and truly enter the ranks, she already carried such a chill. When she finally ascends, awakens her martial spirit fully, and manifests it at the 5th rank. What kind of scene would that be? Zhao Yuan slowly walked back to his backpack, casually picking up his blade. But he held the sheath, showing no intention of drawing his sword. What is he doing? Does he not plan on drawing his blade? Someone questioned as they observed Zhao Yuan, noting how he seemed entirely uninterested in unsheathing his weapon. Moments ago, they thought he was hopeless at conversation and might never find a partner, but their opinions shifted in an instant. Isn't this a perfect display of tender affection? Do you refuse to draw your blade? Fu Miaoyin asked softly. When she returned to heal her injuries, she had also unblocked her conception vessel. Now, even when facing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, she felt confident she could slay it, even if it ambushed her. My blade, once drawn, tastes blood, Zhao Yuan said calmly, his tone devoid of any romantic undertones. The male spectators at the sidelines. For a moment, they didn't know whether to feel relief or sorrow. With emotional intelligence like that, at least they wouldn't have to worry about him stealing their crushes. The sad part was, with such low emotional intelligence, he might not even need to charm anyone, there would still be plenty of girls drawn to him on their own. Previously, many girls had shown interest in Zhao Yuan, but ever since Fu Miaoyin appeared, several of them had suddenly backed away. Who was Fu Miaoyin? The first SSS-grade martial spirit awakener in the past 3 years at Tianwu Academy, and also the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. Whether in terms of family background or personal qualities, she fully lived up to her title. Yet here was Zhao Yuan, standing before her, not acting like the other boys who practically forgot their own names upon seeing Fu Miaoyin. In that moment, the girls watching couldn't help but reassess Zhao Yuan, raising their evaluations of him considerably. My blade, once drawn, tastes blood. These 7 words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Was such a bold declaration really meant for a stunning figure like the eldest Miss Fu? The person standing across from you will be your classmate for the next 4 years, perhaps even a companion in battle. She had just invited you to dinner earlier, too. With emotional intelligence like that, forget dinner. If Miss Fu doesn't leave you half dead out of sheer anger, consider yourself lucky. Many people began to gloat. After all, if Zhao Yuan managed to anger Fu Miaoyin, they'd have one less formidable rival to compete with. All right. Amidst the silence, Fu Miaoyin only responded with a single word, all right. She wasn't angry? Why wasn't she angry? Miss Fu was famously called the Ice Queen of the Academy, unapproachable to strangers. Could she really let such provocation slide? From childhood, countless boys had pursued her, and she had never been interested in entertaining any of them. Some had even tried shamelessly to pester her, only to show up the next day battered and bruised, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Though no one knew who had done it, everyone suspected Fu Miaoyin. After that, the boy never dared to come within 5 meters of her again. Logically speaking, when faced with such blatant provocation, Miss Fu should have lashed out in fury and taught this guy a harsh lesson. Could it be that Miss Fu was also intimidated by that video? Yet if Fu Miaoyin dared to step forward now, she must have been prepared. If that video had truly shaken her, she wouldn't have chosen to act at this moment. As long as the 8 extraordinary meridians are fully opened, these new students can skip the apprentice warrior phase and become true entry-level warriors. Wouldn't it be even more advantageous to challenge Zhao Yuan at that point? Fu Miaoyin paid no attention to the murmurs around her. That video, of course, wouldn't scare her after all. The one who uploaded it was none other than herself, Fu Miaoyin. But she was also the only eyewitness who had seen Zhao Yuan slay the Howling Moon Silver Wolf with her own eyes. The shock she experienced on-site far surpassed anything the video could convey. Judging from his current behavior, Zhao Yuan didn't seem to have a love-struck personality. If he truly hardened his heart, the result would be far from what Fu Miaoyin desired. Earlier today at the second academy, Fu Miaoyin had carefully observed him in the crowd. Zhao Yuan was the person she'd been searching for. In the entire Dragon Country, there might be many freshmen practicing blade techniques, but there were very few who could comprehend the blade to such an extent. Coincidentally, in S City, there happened to be a new student who had awakened an SSS-grade blade-type martial soul. Although she hadn't found any information on Zhao Yuan and could only speculate, she didn't dare to confirm it. Until today, when she saw Zhao Yuan's silhouette in a post from the 8 Schools Alliance. With one glance, she was 70% certain that the person before her was the one who had saved her on Yunlai Mountain. When she learned that this person, like Lu Rui, was also from S City, she became even more convinced. It wasn't until he admitted that he was Zhao Yuan that Fu Miaoyin edited and released that 8-second video. Today, she stepped forward simply to stand openly and confidently before him. The sparring challenge was merely an excuse. Please. One yes, and one please. The personality of an SSS-grade awakener was truly peculiar. Fu Miaoyin pushed aside her wandering thoughts, recalling how she had been deceived by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and gravely injured that day. If she had known from the start that it had already reached the entry-level stage, she would never have been so careless as she was last time. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan's sudden intervention, even if she had managed to press the distress signal in time, she might not have survived. She wasn't someone purely driven by romantic feelings. Instead, seeing Zhao Yuan evoked a strong sense of competitiveness within her. She wanted to ensure that when this man looked at her, his gaze would no longer be empty. Family alliances? Tribal futures? She couldn't care less about such things. She only wanted him to fall for her, and then kick him aside, well, depending on his performance. If he impressed her, maybe she wouldn't kick him. With a burst of power from her feet, she closed the 5-meter distance in an instant, appearing directly in front of Zhao Yuan. Her long sword approached him but didn't recklessly thrust forward. Fu Miaoyin already had a good understanding of her opponent's combat instincts. Her attack was a slap, aimed straight at Zhao Yuan's face. Well struck. As expected of Fu Miaoyin, her move immediately made everyone feel the vast difference in skill. This slap was not only brilliant but also completely unexpected. Who would directly aim for someone's face during a sparring match between classmates? And it was such a handsome face at that. In response to Zhao Yuan's bold words, Miss Fu unhesitatingly replied with a simple yes, leading the onlookers to believe she was blinded by infatuation. Little did they know, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This move from Fu Miaoyin astonished the audience, and even Zhao Yuan hadn't anticipated it. His outstretched hand had no choice but to withdraw. He had no intention of harming her, still doubting that her injuries could have healed so quickly. After all, he had once considered standing up to the Qin family for her. How could a mere meal provoke her wrath? He pulled back his long blade just in time to block her strike. Fu Miaoyin's power was indeed extraordinary, even bending the forged steel of her sword. Her attack strength had already surpassed 15 carats, outmatching him by a solid 3 points. The tip of her sword stopped just an inch from his face, its chilling aura penetrating his very being. A phrase flashed through his mind: never underestimate any ability above S grade, especially an SSS grade martial soul, their power is unparalleled. Zhao Yuan loosened his grip on the blade, letting it spin in the air with a piercing hum. In that instant, nearly everyone covered their ears. Even Fu Miaoyin, standing closest to him, furrowed her brows and charged forward again, sword in hand. Opening the Yang linking vessel could enhance hearing, and if controlled properly, it could also block out certain piercing sounds or even shut off hearing entirely, reducing the damage from sonic attacks. It seemed that during their encounter on Yunlai Mountain, he had indeed underestimated her. Fu Miaoyin's rapid reactions made Zhao Yuan put away his playful attitude. As his descending blade met his stride, the onlookers were shocked to find that he had somehow appeared behind Fu Miaoyin. What kind of movement technique was that? In truth, it wasn't any particular movement technique. Zhao Yuan simply seized the timing gap in his opponent's attack. Though their cultivation levels were comparable, the disparity in combat experience was vast. The scabbard pressed against Fu Miaoyin's throat, and the intense feeling of suffocation made her acutely aware of the threat of death. Don't challenge others recklessly when you're not at home, Zhao Yuan's voice lingered near her ear. A warrior must be ready to die in battle when challenging someone. The two were positioned, one in front of the other, their posture appearing somewhat intimate. If not for the fact they held weapons in their hands, the onlookers might have thought Zhao Yuan was merely putting on a show. It was supposed to be a sparring match, wasn't it? That's the only reason the eldest Miss Fu would have made her move. If it had been a life-and-death duel, would Zhao Yuan really have kept his blade sheathed? Although their posture seemed ambiguous, no one believed Zhao Yuan stood a chance against Fu Miaoyin in a serious fight. After finishing his words, Zhao Yuan immediately released his grip and stepped back. At this moment, Fu Miaoyin's face alternated between red and pale, her emotions conflicted. How could he speak so close to her ear? Though she heard him clearly, she had no energy to think about it, nor the ability to process the situation. Before this afternoon, her only goal had been to find the imposter posing as Qin Ming to save her life. But now, after seeing Zhao Yuan, her state of mind was gradually spiraling into something deeper. Especially just now, she couldn't stop recalling the scene of being carried into the mountain cave by this man. It was as if the memory was playing out again before her eyes. Miss Fu wasn't truly aloof, in fact, she was deeply socially anxious. From a young age, her mother had instilled in her the idea of securing a marriage alliance to benefit the family, leaving her with a persistent sense of inadequacy. Being born into a prominent family didn't necessarily mean she had to become some domineering and arrogant figure. Her mother was her father's third wife. Though Fu Miaoyin was her father's firstborn child, her status in the family was still inferior to that of her two younger brothers. She understood that with her awakening of an SSS-level martial soul, as long as she worked hard and endured through 4 years of university, there was a good chance she could break free from her family's constraints. Yet, in the end, she hadn't been able to resist her mother's relentless persuasion. Following her family's arrangements, she came to Yunlai Mountain to try her luck, hoping to encounter the legendary prodigy of the Qin family. In recent years, rumors had been circulating among the influential families of Tiannan that the Qin family had produced a prodigy with a top-tier bloodline. This Kirin child was said to be destined to become a pillar of the southern war zone. Her father's forces had suffered devastating losses on the front lines, leaving their family's strength severely weakened. If they could form a connection with the Qin family, it might reverse the family's declining fortunes. But she didn't want that. She knew she had the ability to break free from these chains and pursue her own freedom. Why should she become a sacrificial pawn for a marriage alliance, like those women who couldn't awaken their martial souls? I lost. Though Fu Miaoyin's expression remained cold, a faint gleam flickered in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Yuan. With the defeat of Miss Fu, this farce of a show of dominance for the newcomers came to an end, or so Zhang Geng thought. The subsequent events were something Zhang Geng didn't involve himself in. He had picked up Zhao Yuan earlier today and still had plenty of matters to handle. This year, Tianwu had admitted 2 SSS-level freshmen, a first in the school's history. Moving forward, Tianwu was likely to face significant pressure, particularly among the second and third year students. For now, the newly enrolled freshmen didn't need to fully expose themselves to the others. Once Zhang Geng left, the martial arena instantly became lively again. A group of men and women surrounded Zhao Yuan and Fu Miaoyin. Zhao Yuan, how did you manage to keep such a low profile? Someone leaned in toward Zhao Yuan. Everyone's been guessing which of the 5 great academies you'd choose to attend. A girl stepped forward. What made you decide on Tianwu? Did someone from Tianwu contact you ahead of time? The barrage of questions gave Zhao Yuan a headache. Who said people from Tianwu were cold and aloof? This group was noisier than a flock of ducks. Miss Fu, about that dinner invitation, still on? Zhao Yuan shouted loudly, finally managing to quiet the crowd. There were plenty of people gathered around Fu Miaoyin as well, but her cold and aloof demeanor kept anyone from daring to strike up a conversation. Yes, Fu Miaoyin said just one word before leading Zhao Yuan out of the bustling scene. Besides Zhang Yan, Fu Miaoyin was the only person whose name Zhao Yuan had bothered to remember. There was still a sense of reverence toward Zhao Yuan among the crowd. After all, the memory of him killing a first-tier ferocious beast in an instant was still fresh in everyone's minds. The two walked side by side out of the martial arena, leaving behind murmurs of awe. You should go report to your dorm first, otherwise, you might end up sleeping on the streets tonight, Fu Miaoyin suddenly said after a few steps. All right, Zhao Yuan nodded. Due to the earlier delay, the sky was gradually darkening. If he waited any longer, the dormitory's registration system might close. Just go inside and have the dorm supervisor scan your face. Fu Miaoyin stopped about 20 meters away from the male dormitory. Thank you, Zhao Yuan said without hesitation as he walked toward the dormitory building. Watching him enter, Fu Miaoyin's face suddenly flushed red. Had she just escorted a guy to his dormitory? She felt as though the chains deep within her heart were slowly beginning to unlock. As time passed, Fu Miaoyin's thoughts slowly drifted away from her childhood memories. She noticed that more and more gazes were falling upon her. The boys who had looked a bit dejected earlier suddenly realized that Fu Miaoyin was standing in front of the boys' dormitory building. Miss Fu didn't go to eat with Zhao Yuan? A group of boys watched Fu Miaoyin from afar, wanting to approach her but lacking the courage. She didn't seem intimidating at first, but as soon as she realized she was being watched, her expression immediately turned cold. That icy aura was no less chilling than her frost sword martial soul. It looks like she's waiting for someone? Someone noticed that although Fu Miaoyin's face was cold, she kept glancing in the direction of the boys' dormitory. But everyone's here now, so there shouldn't be anyone in the boys' dormitory, right? Today, they had all been called to the martial arts arena, and everyone knew about Senior Zhang Geng's methods. No one would dare to skip it. Could she be waiting for Zhao Yuan? After all, she had left early with Zhao Yuan. Come on, let's check out which dorm Zhao Yuan got assigned to. A group of boys quickly rushed into the dormitory building. At Tianwu, dormitories were generally for 2 or 3 people. Most were 2-person rooms, and only in rare cases of overcrowding where special circumstances would there be 3-person or single-person rooms. If they could latch onto Zhao Yuan, they might have an easier time at Tianwu for the next 4 years, or even longer. The way boys think is indeed hard to fathom. Just moments ago, they were crowding around Fu Miaoyin, but now they had all swarmed into the dormitory building. However, Fu Miaoyin felt relieved. After all, she truly didn't know how to interact with those people. Dormitory 303. Zhao Yuan arrived at his assigned room, key in hand, and began setting up his new bedding and essentials. Tianwu was considerate in this regard. The quality of living supplies for new students was quite good. Just as he finished making his bed, a figure appeared at the dormitory door. This person seemed to have hurried over, as they stood at the door, looking both surprised and unsure. Zhao Yuan? The boy, about 178 centimeters tall, not too tall but also not short, called out hesitantly. Zhao Yuan frowned slightly, as if he didn't recognize the boy standing before him. I'm also assigned to 303. The boy stepped forward and extended his hand, only to retract it quickly. My name is Zhang Tao. Zhao Yuan nodded briefly. Zhang Tao seemed a bit nervous and sat down across from Zhao Yuan. You're probably the last student to register for Tianwu this year. So, it looks like it'll just be the two of us in this dorm. Zhang Tao spoke awkwardly, trying to make conversation. Peaceful, Zhao Yuan replied succinctly. Hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately fell silent. I don't mean you're a bother. Two people sharing is just right, Zhao Yuan added after a few seconds. Zhang Tao finally realized that Zhao Yuan's comment about it being peaceful wasn't directed at him. By the way, I saw. Before Zhang Tao could finish his sentence, Zhao Yuan's phone rang. It was a video call. Zhang Tao quickly stopped talking. Zhao Yuan. As soon as the call connected, a sweet and pleasant voice came through. It was a girl. Have you settled into your dorm? Zhao Yuan's tone noticeably softened. As he continued organizing his belongings, he casually asked. Zhang Tao, though not one to pry into others' personal matters, couldn't help his curiosity. After all, there was still a stunning beauty waiting for Zhao Yuan outside the dormitory building. Since Zhao Yuan had his back to him, Zhang Tao could clearly see the face of the girl on the other end of the call. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. On the phone screen was a face that Zhang Tao found breathtakingly beautiful. Though her attire wasn't as extravagant as Miss Fu's, it was simple and understated. Yet, there was no doubt she was a campus beauty-level stunner. If he had to compare, this girl appeared even more innocent and pure than Miss Fu. No wonder Zhao Yuan had been so indifferent toward Miss Fu. Turns out, he already had someone in his heart. My dorm is just for one person, the girl, Lu Rui, spoke with a hint of loneliness and dependence in her voice. She had sent Zhao Yuan several messages that afternoon, but he hadn't replied to any of them. Of course, after dropping her off at the 7th court, Zhao Yuan had been busy with his own matters, only now finding time to settle into his dorm. She felt a bit guilty but couldn't resist calling him. After all, they had been living together for the past few days, and now that they were apart, she couldn't help but miss him. Living alone is good. You can focus more on cultivating, Lu Rui thought to herself. Her divine flame jade refinement technique would bring increasing benefits as her cultivation advanced. Zhao Yuan, for one, was looking forward to seeing what she would be like after her second awakening. All right. Lu Rui continued chatting with him about trivial matters. Zhang Tao didn't dare to keep looking and sat silently in his spot. It was obvious that this girl was very dependent on Zhao Yuan. If she wasn't his girlfriend, then something was definitely off. However, since Zhao Yuan already has a girlfriend, what about Miss Fu? With Miss Fu's status and talent, how could she possibly be content as a mere second choice? In just 2 short minutes, Zhang Tao's mind had already constructed a vivid scene of chaos and drama. By the way, what was it you were about to say? Zhao Yuan asked as he ended the call and looked at Zhang Tao. Fu Miaoyin is still waiting for you downstairs, Zhang Tao almost blurted out Miss Fu instead. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan rubbed his forehead, realizing he had been so busy when he entered the dorm that he forgot about it. Thanks for the reminder. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Yuan was already heading out of the dormitory. Zhang Tao stood frozen in place. It seemed his new roommate truly had a wandering heart. He already had a girlfriend, yet he wasn't planning to let Miss Fu go. Downstairs at the freshman dormitory building, a figure had been waiting for half an hour. If this was outside the girls' dormitory, it wouldn't be surprising. But for someone to be waiting outside the boys' dormitory, it was unusual, especially considering that this person was none other than Fu Miaoyin, the newly crowned campus belle of Tianwu Academy and an SSS grade awakened martial soul holder. This made the situation even more peculiar. Fu Miaoyin had always been known for avoiding close contact with others, so how could she possibly be waiting patiently for someone? Several people were discreetly peeking from their windows, and some were even placing bets on how long it would take for the person she was waiting for to come down. I bet 5 minutes. I bet 10 minutes. But 5 minutes passed, then 10, and even 20 minutes, until finally, after half an hour, a figure emerged from the dormitory entrance. Sure enough, it was Zhao Yuan. Those who won their bets were smug, while those who lost were in low spirits. This was still during the registration period, and the official semester hadn't even started yet, but their campus bell was already eating out with a guy. Zhang Tao, up in dorm room 303, discreetly snapped a photo of them leaving with his phone. Future sister-in-law, we haven't met yet, but I'll make sure to document Zhao Bro's evidence for you. Zhang Tao nervously glanced around before saving the freshly taken photo in a private folder. As the pair walked out of the dormitory area, a post titled New Freshman Campus Bell on the Tianwu Academy forum was flooded with the anguished cries of countless young admirers. The post was divided into several sections. The senior female students, 1 year above them, were merely watching silently. But the real focus of everyone's attention was the freshman campus belle, Fu Miaoyin. Heartbroken petal, my goddess went to have a meal with someone, a guy she just met today. Rising breeze, relax, it was just a bet. The goddess is merely fulfilling the terms of it. Yeah, there's still hope for us. As everyone chimed in to console themselves, one comment suddenly sent the entire thread into chaos. Roaring waves, it seems like they're not going to the cafeteria but an off-campus restaurant. Heartbroken petal, Rising breeze, oh no. Roaring waves, I heard he already has a girlfriend. We have to find a way to stop Miss Fu from going down the wrong path. Oh no. The screen was filled with angry outbursts, but Zhang Tao fell into deep thought. Shouldn't everyone be working together to help the campus belle escape this predicament? His innocent mind clearly didn't understand that, in an era where early marriages and higher birth rates were encouraged, no one could truly empathize with him. Zhao Yuan and Fu Miaoyin did indeed leave the campus, but considering that Tianwu Academy locks down its campus at 9 p.m., with penalties for unauthorized overnight stays, they couldn't go far unless they obtained special permission from the Martial Academy. The two didn't venture far, they chose a restaurant less than 200 meters from the campus gates. Although the campus shuttle bus ran from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., which could have taken them to other restaurants, they opted for a closer option. There was a particularly famous eatery near the 3rd Academy building that Fu Miaoyin frequently visited over the past 2 days. However, after giving it some thought, she couldn't find a valid excuse to take him on such a long shuttle ride to the 3rd Academy building. Instead, they chose a restaurant near the campus gates called Authentic Little Diner, which was known as one of the tastiest spots near Tianwu Academy. Fu Miaoyin had already done her research on it while waiting for Zhao Yuan. The food here is really good, especially their exotic beast meat, which is more flavorful than other places. As they approached the restaurant entrance, Fu Miaoyin began her introduction. But before she could finish, the man beside her had already stepped inside. Humph. Fu Miaoyin glanced around, making sure no one was watching, before quickly following after him. Hello, miss, how many in your party? The receptionist, a young woman, brightened up immediately upon seeing Fu Miaoyin enter. Plenty of guys and girls dined here, but it wasn't every day you'd see someone this stunning. 2, Fu Miaoyin quickly responded. Table 2 is available now, the receptionist said, handing her a table card. No, I'm with him. Fu Miaoyin's face flushed red as she pointed to the man she came in with. My apologies. Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, Fu Miaoyin had already made her way to the table where the man was seated. What was going on here? Was this a case of a girl chasing after a guy? The boy walked over without even asking how many people there were and went straight inside. Such a beautiful girl, and she still has to chase after him? She shook her head helplessly. That boy was indeed very handsome, but little sister, you're not bad either. Of course, these thoughts were only muttered in her heart. If she said them directly to the young girl, how could she continue her business in the future? What do you want to eat? Fu Miaoyin had just sat down and was about to ask Zhao Yuan about his preferences. I've already decided, Zhao Yuan said as he pointed to a set meal. Yes, a set meal. 1 portion. He didn't order anything for Fu Miaoyin. Miss Fu awkwardly took the menu and quickly ordered one for herself. Zhao Yuan's order was dominated by exotic beast meat dishes, with only 2 vegetarian options. His Ren meridian was less than 20% away from being completely unblocked. Supplementing more could accelerate the breakthrough. Zhao Yuan, you don't talk while eating. With just 3 words, Zhao Yuan completely cut off Fu Miaoyin's attempt to speak. He didn't wait for her, and Fu Miaoyin didn't think much of it. She never liked waiting for others. He didn't order for her, she could chalk it up to him not knowing her tastes. But then, he suddenly came out with, "Don't talk while eating." Fu Miaoyin understood now why people often felt awkward or disappointed when she refused their invitations, even if they tried to hide it. But deep down, there was always a small sense of injustice. It turns out that being disregarded really does make one feel wronged. In the next 10 minutes, the two began an unspoken competition with their respective meals. As they ate, Fu Miaoyin lost her appetite. Because he was truly eating, he didn't look at her even once the entire time. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? From childhood to now, she had always been praised for her looks. Her sense of aesthetics should be fine, and she considered herself quite attractive. The last time they met was at Yunlai Mountain, and then later that afternoon at the martial arts arena. Now, she'd personally invited him to a meal. Such an opportunity was truly rare. From childhood till now, she had never accepted a classmate's invitation, let alone actively invited someone else to eat. She put down her chopsticks and quietly watched him eat. Clearly, the last time they met, he at least cut wolf leg meat into small pieces. Back then, although he didn't talk much, he was gentle. Even if he had been pretending at the time, could someone's personality really be faked? In front of strangers, there shouldn't be a need for pretense, right? Fu Miaoyin wasn't the kind of person who would fall for someone just because they saved her once. She simply saw attentiveness, gentleness, and integrity in him. Under such circumstances, most people would harbor at least a little selfish intent, wouldn't they? Her earrings were equipped with the latest micro-camera technology. She had reviewed all the footage after his appearance. Aside from necessary contact, this man had not overstepped any boundaries. Miss Fu didn't care about vanity, but she had absolute confidence in her looks and figure. "Thank you for the treat, Miss Fu." While Fu Miaoyin was in a daze, Zhao Yuan had already finished all the food on his plate without her noticing. Clean as a whistle, not a single crumb left behind. The higher a martial artist's level, the greater their energy demands. Unless one reached the 5th rank, martial masters could absorb the energy known as spiritual chi from heaven and earth to replenish themselves, thereby reducing food intake to some extent. It's said that when martial artists reach the 6th or 7th rank, they can even instantly absorb all the spiritual chi in their surroundings. That's why it's harder for martial artists to die of exhaustion in late-stage battles. Some experts can even fight continuously for 10 days and nights, slaughtering terrifying beasts. As his words fell, Fu Miaoyin snapped out of her thoughts. She realized the man across from her had already stood up, ready to leave. Wait a moment. Fu Miaoyin quickly stood up and blocked Zhao Yuan, who was about to leave. Perhaps it was because he felt a little soft-hearted after accepting her treat, or maybe he was curious about what she wanted to say. This time, he didn't leave on his own. "Miss Fu, are you thinking I ate too much and now regret treating me?" Zhao Yuan frowned as he asked after Fu Miaoyin sat back down. "Zhao Yuan." Fu Miaoyin took a deep breath. Sitting across from her, Zhao Yuan immediately averted his gaze. He knew her proportions very well, at least a D+. With such a deep breath, he was afraid her blouse buttons might pop off. Thankfully, Miss Fu wasn't just any ordinary person. Her clothing quality was top-notch, avoiding such an awkward scenario. "I know it was wrong of me to secretly post your video in the forum, but you don't have to hold a grudge against me because of it, right?" Fu Miaoyin initially spoke firmly, but her confidence wavered as she continued. She had thought for a long time and couldn't figure out how else she might have offended him. The only possibility was that video. "I only have a micro camera on my earrings when I leave the safety zone. And even then, my family can't access it without my consent." The more she explained, the more wrong she felt. Her eyes reddened in an instant. "What video?" This time, Zhao Yuan was genuinely puzzled. "Ha?" Fu Miaoyin was stunned too. Was it not because of the video? Then what was it? "Give it here." Zhao Yuan extended a hand. Left with no choice, Fu Miaoyin reluctantly handed over her phone. Zhao Yuan immediately recognized himself in the video. From this angle, only Fu Miaoyin sitting to the side could have recorded it. The events in the martial arts arena that afternoon instantly made sense. There's no way a newcomer from Tianwu would be this timid. Except for Fu Miaoyin, no one else would dare to challenge him outright. "Miss Fu, you must have mistaken me for someone else, right?" Zhao Yuan returned the phone to her after watching the video. "You can disguise your face with props, but the mole under your ear can't be faked, can it?" Fu Miaoyin pouted, feeling helpless. What she really didn't want to complain about was that the knife he used had remained unchanged from start to finish. She had heard that he couldn't even afford a phone before, so no wonder he hadn't replaced the knife. Judging by his cultivation progress, in the next 10 days or a month, he might fully unblock all 8 extraordinary meridians and become a true entry-level martial artist. Combat equipment could be quite valuable. right? Coming from the Fu family, though not a direct descendant, she had never had to worry about money. But he couldn't even afford a phone. How could he manage to buy his own combat gear? That would be difficult. If you've recognized me, why are you treating me so coldly? Fu Miaoyin looked at him with grievance. At the very least, we've been through life and death together as friends. I saved you. I wouldn't die in a place like that. Zhao Yuan responded coldly. Fu Miaoyin's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing her own carelessness. Besides, it was the people from Heiress city who made the mistake of putting a first-level ferocious beast among the freshmen. She hadn't even held them accountable, and yet he was mocking her over it? We both lived through it, doesn't that count as sharing life and death? Fu Miaoyin muttered softly, feeling indignant. And yet, after saving your life, you exposed my background on the forum for everyone to laugh at? Zhao Yuan's voice suddenly rose. His questioning startled Miss Fu into immediately standing upright. Everyone was praising you, who would laugh at you? A surge of competitiveness rose in Fu Miaoyin's heart. If not for me, at least 20 people would have challenged you this afternoon. Do you think I'd be afraid of them? Zhao Yuan's gaze instantly sharpened. But didn't you just travel such a long way? I was worried you'd be exhausted. Fu Miaoyin felt like she had said more today than in the past 18 years combined. I am exhausted right now. My back and shoulders ache, and I'm infuriated by the person I saved plotting against me. My head's buzzing. Zhao Yuan held his forehead with one hand, putting on a pained expression. Ah, are you okay? Fu Miaoyin immediately moved from her spot to stand beside Zhao Yuan. If someone were to give me a massage, I might feel a bit better. Zhao Yuan sighed deeply. The dignified eldest daughter of the Fu family, who had probably never given anyone a massage, would surely give up pestering him now. He had already planned to join Qin Feng, which might put him at odds with Miss Fu in the future. It would be best to distance himself early to avoid awkward situations later. Just as he thought his plan had succeeded, two hands landed on his head. With a gentle pressure, he felt his head sink into a cloud of softness. Wait, no way, are you seriously doing it? Zhao Yuan had already resolved that in this lifetime, he would never foolishly devote himself to loving just one person as he had in his previous life. However, his experience in this area was still quite limited. After setting his sights on Lu Rui, he hadn't sought out a second target in all this time. Miss Fu's looks might be slightly inferior to Lu Rui's, but in every other aspect, she was entirely her equal. Especially her height, she might even be a little taller. At this moment, in order to ease Zhao Yuan's headache, she was even willing to bend over in an awkward position to massage his temples. Back at the Stream Cloud Gorge on Yunlai Mountain, he had already caught a distant glimpse of her figure. But now, with this close contact, he realized he had underestimated her before. According to his memories from his past life, there seemed to be an irreconcilable conflict between Miss Fu and the Qin family. Originally, he had thought to do his best to help the Qin family and mediate the grievances between Fu Miaoyin and them. That's why he had deliberately left behind the name Qin Ming back then. But after meeting her today, especially during their meal, he couldn't shake the feeling of awkwardness. Unexpectedly, all his actions hadn't managed to scare off Miss Fu. Did this young lady think he was deliberately toying with her, and her rebellious streak had kicked in, making her act contrary? Forget it. For now, Miss Fu likely didn't yet understand the depth of his relationship with Qin Feng. He might as well enjoy it for now and experience the young lady's massage techniques. After about 5 minutes, Zhao Yuan clearly felt her hands slowing down, and she was slightly out of breath. Fu Miaoyin was indeed starting to tire. She wasn't short to begin with, and Zhao Yuan was sitting down. In order to let him rest against her comfortably, she had to half-squat and bend over. It wasn't an issue for a short period, but over time, it was undeniably exhausting. If you're not sincere about this, you can leave, Zhao Yuan said. Exchanging a life-saving favor for a personal massage from the young lady herself, I'd say I'm not losing out. Ever since he began his actions at the dormitory building, everything he did had been awkward. Now, he spoke to test just how rebellious Miss Fu really was. To put it bluntly, he wanted to see where her boundaries lay. With the added identity of being classmates, if he could get along well with this young lady, it might even help ease her conflict with the Qin family or even eliminate it entirely. In their past life, the two families had been at odds, primarily because of Miss Fu targeting the Qin family, which caused countless setbacks in their endeavors. In fact, the Qin family's fall from power within the Southern Military Division was largely due to Fu Miaoyin. His dealings with Qin Feng had tied his own future interests for the next 10 to 20 years entirely to the Qin family. And given Qin Feng's personality, Zhao Yuan held a relatively high opinion of him. In the short term, Qin Feng was also his greatest ally. If he could help the Qin family resolve this trouble, perhaps in this lifetime, Qinfeng might rise even further. Should someone like that take charge of the Southern Military Division, Zhao Yuan might one day wield him as a sharp blade in his hands. Of course, all of this was just Zhao Yuan's plan, contingent upon him surviving to see that day and improving his martial prowess. As Zhao Yuan finished speaking, Miss Fu finally let go of him. After all, as a young lady from a prestigious family, even if she wasn't born of the main wife, her pride was far beyond that of ordinary people. The fact that he had enjoyed those 5 minutes of tenderness was already a result of both the life-saving favor and her rebellious streak. If it were someone else, she might have already taken action. Seeing her step back, Zhao Yuan prepared to stand up. But a pale, delicate hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Who said I wasn't sincere?" A soft voice, with a hint of breathlessness, reached Zhao Yuan's ears. Miss Fu suddenly straddled his lap directly. "Ah!" Zhao Yuan's words caught in his throat. In an instant, he felt his face sink into a soft, spongy embrace. Zhao Yuan froze. This young lady's actions could no longer simply be described as rebellious. This was a restaurant, with people coming and going. If he didn't know her identity, Zhao Yuan might have suspected if she had taken up some sort of unusual profession. Of course, the young lady's stiff posture, paired with her massage technique, which could only be described as clumsy but trying, instantly dispelled that notion. Back in those days, Lin Yan had once casually mentioned that she didn't like overly frequent intimacy. Taking her words to heart, Zhao Yuan had foolishly restrained himself for 30 years. Coupled with her flat, board-like figure, Zhao Yuan had never experienced such tender treatment before. Since he had already decided not to be a naive and overly pure-hearted man anymore, and with the young lady forcing him into this situation, it was impossible for him not to respond. He opened his arms and wrapped them directly around Miss Fu's slender waist. "What are you doing?" Fu Miaoyin only felt her head buzzing. Even she didn't know why she had suddenly become so bold. Such behavior was something completely inconceivable for her former socially anxious self. So, when Zhao Yuan's arms circled around her, her whole body froze like a puppet. "No place to put it." Zhao Yuan's deep voice came from her embrace. "No place to put it?" When she went for a massage or beauty treatment with her mother, she never put her hands on the waist of the masseuse. "Are we continuing or not?" Before she could retort, Zhao Yuan's voice sounded again. 10 minutes. Fu Miaoyin only lasted 10 minutes before she bounced up like a rabbit. From the moment those hands wrapped around her waist, the massaging hands had gradually started moving downward. She felt that her composure could no longer suppress the rising heat in her body. "Let's stop here for today, we'll continue next time." Seeing Zhao Yuan's expression of lingering enjoyment, she quickly explained, "The school is about to close." As soon as Fu Miaoyin finished speaking, she dashed out of the small parlor. About 3 minutes later, Zhao Yuan emerged, half bent at the waist. Although he had suppressed the fire in his heart, the stimulation earlier was an experience unlike any he had ever had. When he stepped outside, he thought Fu Miaoyin would have already left, but she was standing outside the restaurant, waiting for him. It wasn't until they both left the restaurant that the woman at the front desk silently shook her head. Looking at this seemingly innocent girl, she couldn't believe how bold she actually was. "Wasn't the school about to close?" Zhao Yuan asked proactively when he noticed Miss Fu stealing glances at him. After all that had just happened, despite the barrier of the Qin family between them, he thought it was time to consider other ways to reconcile. "Scan this." Fu Miaoyin pulled out her phone. "Miss Fu, it wasn't me who suggested the massage earlier." Zhao Yuan noticed her reddened ears and felt an urge to tease her. In those short minutes, his perspective had started to shift. Previously, Lin Yan, his ex, wouldn't even let him into her bed more than once a month. Now, this Miss Fu, who was far superior in figure, appearance, and background, was willing to treat him like this. How could he possibly let her down? "This isn't for payment," Miss Fu quietly responded. "I want you to add me as a friend. If you're tired next time, I'll make up for today's session." How could Zhao Yuan not see that she wasn't showing him a payment QR code but instead a friend request? To add him as a friend, Miss Fu suppressed her shyness and even came up with this excuse. Zhao Yuan pulled out his phone but didn't scan it immediately. "I won't add you as a friend unless you pay extra." He deliberately stretched his words. "Ha?" Fu Miaoyin was dumbfounded. "What money? I'm not paying to add you as a friend. You only got half a massage today. That's considered skipping work." Zhao Yuan said righteously. "3 more times." "Ha?" Fu Miaoyin froze. Just one session had already embarrassed her to no end. 3 more times? She might as well dig a hole and bury herself in it. "Fine, forget it then," Zhao Yuan said, pretending to put his phone away. All right. Fu Miaoying's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. 5 times. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuan raised the stakes. How can you be like this? Fu Miaoying puffed out her cheeks in frustration. 7. 5 times. Fu Miaoying thrust her phone in front of Zhao Yuan. Deal. Only when she saw Zhao Yuan accept her friend request and the approval notification pop up on her phone did Miss Fu bolt away like a streak of light. The current Miss Fu, her future self, would not be an ordinary ice goddess of death. Resolving the grievances between her and the Qin family should be manageable, right? Zhao Yuan looked at her friend's display name, Meow Meow. Back at the dormitory, it was only 8:30. As soon as Zhao Yuan entered, he noticed someone staring at him. What's the matter? He frowned. At this hour, one should either be cultivating or sleeping. Although the Martial University's schedule wasn't as packed as the regular universities, everyone was racing against time to complete their cultivation tasks. The main gates closed at 9, but the Martial Institute's cultivation rooms stayed open until 11. Brother, did you just go out for dinner with Miss Fu? Zhang Tao's eyes were full of admiration. She said the cafeteria doesn't have anything good at this hour, Zhao Yuan casually explained. The cafeteria at Tianwu never runs out of food before 8. As long as it's on the menu, they can make it. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. Clearly, Miss Fu just wanted to take Zhao Yuan out for a meal. If they had gone to the cafeteria, they wouldn't have dared make such a bold move. Just a little while ago, someone had posted photos of a couple being intimate in the forum. The guy in the picture was too shy to get too close, but Zhang Tao immediately recognized the guy as Zhao Yuan. At first, he thought Zhao Yuan was sneaking around behind his girlfriend's back. But after seeing the photo, he realized that wasn't the case. This wasn't Zhao Yuan and Miss Fu's first meeting. Who hugs like that on a first meeting over a meal? It's very likely Zhao Yuan had already known Miss Fu for a while. You ask how Zhao Yuan from S City knew Miss Fu from Tiannan City? That's a secret. Who would dare ask? Was the food at that restaurant good? Zhang Tao scratched his head shyly. I don't have many hobbies, but I really enjoy good food. If it's good, please recommend it. Authentic small eatery, just 200 meters west from the exit. The taste is pretty good, Zhao Yuan said as he started searching through his clothes. Today, he felt a bit heated, unrelated to the weather. So it was the authentic small eatery. The flames of gossip burned brightly in Zhang Tao's heart, but he didn't dare ask this godlike figure directly. He could only silently open his phone and continue sharing the news with his friends. After a cold shower to cool down his temper, Zhao Yuan went straight to bed. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao kept playing with his phone, acting all mysterious, leaving others puzzled. Zhao Yuan glanced at him, and Zhang Tao quickly hid his phone. Zhao Yuan had no intention of prying into others' privacy, nor would he do so just after moving in. At 6 in the morning, Zhao Yuan got up on time. The next 3 days were for free activities, a time for freshmen to get familiar with the campus. After all the freshmen had arrived, Tianwu would assign mentors based on their needs. Just after breakfast, Lu Rui sent a message. She posted a photo of her breakfast. Exotic beast meat set meal, half the price of outside. She was clearly in a good mood. Looking at Lu Rui's selfie, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but think of Miss Fu. The latter had a bit of flesh around her waist, which felt noticeably more comfortable. Eat more, being too skinny doesn't look good, Zhao Yuan replied, then headed to the lakeside to practice his swordsmanship. At the 7th Academy cafeteria, Lu Rui glanced down at herself. She was already big enough, any more weight would just become a burden. Excuse me. A boy walked up to Lu Rui. Sorry, my boyfriend doesn't let me eat alone with others, Lu Rui replied, scaring the boy off with one sentence. With so many people in the cafeteria, it was obvious he was trying to use the opportunity of sharing a table to strike up a conversation. In the past, she didn't care who she shared a table with, as long as she didn't have to speak. But now, she didn't feel like dealing with these things. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Yuan arrived at the lakeside at 6:30 in the morning to practice his swordsmanship, continuing until 11:30. Passers-by, upon seeing him, could only silently shake their heads and look for another spot. The training rooms at Tianwu weren't entirely free. Although the fees were only about 20 to 30% of what they were outside, over time, the costs could still add up. If it weren't for the goal of breaking through his 8 extraordinary meridians, Zhao Yuan wouldn't have chosen to train there. Of course, there was another reason he came to the lakeside so early every day. He wanted to make this spot his personal territory. He didn't intend to claim it through brute force, but if he showed up early every day, others would gradually get used to it and stop competing for the spot. This way, he could save money while also working towards his main reason for coming to Tianwu. It was said that a mentor at Tianwu often came to the lakeside to train in the mornings. In his past life, Zhao Yuan only learned about this after he had reached the 5th tier. By then, that mentor had already resigned and gone to the front lines. Mentors at major martial academies usually didn't teach here for too long. A decade or two was common, but staying for 3 decades was almost unheard of. His mentor had been teaching at Tianwu for exactly 30 years this year. The mentor's last disciple had been accepted during this very year. According to rumors, what moved the mentor wasn't extraordinary talent, but relentless daily training. With Zhao Yuan's current resources, seeking out this mentor directly was nearly impossible. So, he could only use the simplest method, one that this mentor preferred the most: diligent practice in the places where the mentor frequently appeared. Zhao Yuan's daily visits were not just to see his mentor. The enhancement of his talent had brought him numerous benefits, and the combat experience from his previous life had given him a significant edge. Under such circumstances, if he did not seize the opportunity, reaching the realm he aspired to in the future would be almost impossible. Today was his 3rd day here. Tomorrow, he would find out which class he would be assigned to, the schedule of the instructors, and then adjust his morning blade practice accordingly. At 8:30 in the morning, he had already been practicing for 2 hours. Even with his current strength, he was feeling a bit strained. He walked under the shade of a tree and picked up the prepared salted water to drink. The weather in early July was getting hotter. He sat for about 10 minutes, preparing to resume his blade practice. Just then, a voice rang out, "Kid, still practicing, eh?" The voice belonged to an elderly man no taller than 1.7 meters. He had a white goatee, hair streaked with black and white, and his appearance resembled that of an old man out for morning exercise. At this moment, his hands were clasped behind his back as he walked up to Zhao Yuan. When Zhao Yuan saw his face, his pupils contracted slightly but quickly regained composure, showing an expression of slight embarrassment. Zhao Yuan scratched his head. "Am I interrupting your morning exercise? If so, I'll find another spot next time. I used to exercise here often," the old man said as he approached, "but now that I'm older, I don't visit the martial academy as much." "How could that be? You look quite energetic," Zhao Yuan replied, picking up his water bottle, only to quickly set it down again. "I've got no tea here, just some salted water," the old man remarked. "Salted water is perfect, drinking more of it in the summer is good for your health." The elderly man reached out, took the water bottle from Zhao Yuan's hand, and gulped down several mouthfuls. "It's too hot today, I drank all your water without realizing it." When the old man handed the bottle back, it was already empty. That bottle had held 2 liters of water, and since Zhao Yuan had only drunk half a liter earlier, it meant this old man had downed 1.5 liters in one go. "Senior, could it be that you're one of the legendary masters of Tianwu?" Zhao Yuan asked in astonishment as he took back the bottle. He knew that an ordinary person could never drink that much water in one go, let alone such a frail-looking old man. The old man looked at Zhao Yuan, his eyes flickering with a hint of brilliance. When accepting disciples, what he valued most was diligence, but that didn't mean he would accept a fool who only knew how to train tirelessly. If faced with 2 choices, one with average talent and the other with outstanding talent and intelligence, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. "This old man is just a janitor nearing retirement, not some legendary master," the old man sighed. "A few days ago, I returned to the martial academy to revisit old haunts, only to find you tirelessly practicing your blade strikes. While this kind of repetitive practice can improve the accuracy and success rate of your strikes, doesn't it seem a bit dull?" Zhao Yuan's eyes gleamed, sensing that the old man was about to offer advice. However, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. "But I at least need to open all the 8 extraordinary meridians to even have a chance at learning true blade techniques." Though he knew some decent blade techniques, Zhao Yuan wasn't going to reveal them easily. As a poor young man, he could attribute his skills to the military contract he had signed, but if he suddenly displayed mastery of numerous powerful martial techniques, not even the highest level SSS military contract would justify such support. "At my age, I'm not skilled with blade techniques. Once formal classes begin, you should be able to find ways to learn," the old man said, while gently stroking his goatee. "But having spent so many years at Tianwu, I happen to know a rather effective blade training method." You were fully focused on your blade practice when this seemingly harmless old man, who looked like someone out for a morning stroll in the park, suddenly appeared. There was no visible sign of martial prowess about him. He claimed he could teach you some techniques. Most people might grow impatient or even chase him away. Those with bad tempers might even hurl a few insults. But this old man had just downed 1.5 liters of water without any sign of discomfort. Clearly, he was no ordinary person. If not for your rebirth, you might have paid more attention to this stranger. If his teachings were useful, you could learn from them. If not, you could treat it as harmless entertainment. Well, kid, want to give it a try? The old man asked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yuan. Most people probably wouldn't agree, considering he was just an old man, offering advice to a prodigious youth. But the old man had already demonstrated his extraordinary nature by drinking all that water, testing whether Zhao Yuan had noticed. Senior, if you're willing to guide me, how could I dare refuse? Zhao Yuan respectfully bowed, his tone earnest. His dedication to cultivation, exceptional talent, courteous demeanor, and sharp mind naturally made him likable. Then watch closely, the old man said, flipping his hand. In his palm appeared 3 small balls in red, yellow, and green, about the size of quail eggs. If I throw them at you simultaneously from 5 meters away, can you guarantee to hit the color I call out? With that, the old man leisurely walked 5 meters away. I've never tried, but I'm willing to give it my best shot, Zhao Yuan replied, gripping his long blade tightly. He raised his left arm horizontally, resting the blades back on it. At the moment he lifted the blade, his gaze sharpened dramatically, and an aura of killing intent seemed to flow around him. The old man's eyes deepened as he sensed the aura. As expected from the possessor of an SSS-grade blade martial spirit, he naturally exuded this killing intent. Although it was different from the ferocity of beasts, it carried an equally formidable destructive power. After searching for decades for a successor, it all depended on whether Zhao Yuan could pass his test. A glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face, quickly replaced by the look of an ordinary old man strolling in the park. Don't be too tense, just take it easy. He spoke casually, but before his words were finished, the 3 small balls were already in the air. Red. While feigning incompetence, the old man skillfully threw the balls. He deliberately distracted Zhao Yuan, catching him off guard. As soon as Zhao Yuan relaxed slightly, the 3 balls were already right in front of him. At a mere 5-meter distance, by the time the old man shouted red, the balls were less than half a meter away from Zhao Yuan. The difficulty of precisely hitting the targeted ball multiplied instantly under such a distraction. In just 0.1 seconds, the blade flashed, slicing the red ball cleanly in half while the other 2 balls landed on the ground. The smile on the old man's face grew wider, but like performing magic, he rapidly threw out more balls. Red, yellow, green, yellow, black. His timing was impeccable. Every time his voice reached Zhao Yuan's ears, the interval was almost exactly 0.1 seconds. Dozens of times in succession, Zhao Yuan hit the exact target the old man called for with unwavering precision. The final time was particularly challenging. The old man called out black, but he had only thrown red, yellow, and green balls. There was no black ball at all. Within 0.1 seconds, Zhao Yuan swung and pulled back his blade, demonstrating remarkable control. But red and yellow sounded phonetically similar to black, making it nearly impossible to react in time. The long blade swept between the red and yellow balls without hitting either. Oh my, young people sure have sharp eyes, the old man said, placing his hands on his hips and pretending to be out of breath. But this old back of mine can't keep playing with you all day. Zhao Yuan quickly set his blade aside and rushed over to support the old man. No need, the old man waved him off. Nonetheless, they both moved to the shade of a tree to rest. You've got quick reflexes, young man, the old man complimented as he sat down. You're an ordinary person, sir, so I had a bit more time to react. Zhao Yuan shook his head modestly. Besides, those were just regular small balls. If they had been flying daggers or needles thrown by other martial artists, I'm not sure I could have handled it. You think that way? The old man was momentarily taken aback before lowering his voice to ask, I happen to know of a special training room. It can shoot 7 different types of small balls, and the speed can be adjusted at will. Would you like to give it a try? A training room like that must be hard to book, right? Zhao Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. His meaning was clear. Practicing with a blade by the lake and then renting such specialized facilities seemed extravagant. He couldn't afford the high cost. There's an old saying, literature is for the poor, martial arts for the rich. In this era plagued by ferocious beasts, the truth behind those words was more evident than ever. Take Zhao Yuan, for instance, his daily need for exotic beast meat alone cost nearly 3,000 yuan. 3 days' worth of food expenses could cover a year's tuition at a liberal arts college. Even though the cafeteria at Tanwu Academy allowed him to save 80% on food costs, the 100,000 yuan provided by the military was quickly being drained. On top of that, he had to take care of Lu Rui. The pressure was immense. With his level of martial understanding, the specialized training room the old man mentioned piqued his interest. Ordinary training facilities held no appeal for him. "Didn't I tell you? I'm retiring from Tianwu in a year," the old man said, pulling out a card and handing it directly to Zhao Yuan. "You can use that training room as much as you want for the next year." "Sir, this is too much," Zhao Yuan protested. Even knowing the old man's identity, he was unwilling to take advantage of his generosity. "Then how about we make a bet?" The old man's expression turned serious, but he didn't take back the card. "Well, what kind of bet?" Zhao Yuan had no choice but to respond. "If you can clear the first 3 modes within 3 months, I'll recommend a master for you," the old man said with a smile. "That's not fair. Either way, I'm the one benefiting." Zhao Yuan shook his head. "Ah, that's not necessarily the case," the old man shook his head. "If you succeed, your master will surely give me enough benefits. If you fail, just pay me back double the cost of the training room within 3 years. How about that?" Zhao Yuan looked at the old man's face and carefully tucked the card into his pocket. "Then I'll accept it for now." At this point, the old man prepared to stand up and leave. "Wait a moment, senior," Zhao Yuan stopped him. "You should at least tell me your name, shouldn't you? What if I fail the assessment? Aren't you afraid I might default on my debt?" In Tianwu, no one dares to default on the old man's debt. The old man waved his hand and walked away without looking back. It wasn't until the old man's figure disappeared at the end of the path that an uncontrollable surge of joy welled up in Zhao Yuan's heart. That old man just now was named Wang Heng. His name was not often mentioned, but Zhao Yuan's primary purpose in coming to Tianwu was to meet him. Wang Heng, the #1 Blade King of Blue Star, a peak-level 7th-tier powerhouse. According to his memories, Wang Heng's appearance at Tianwu was supposed to be at least 3 months after the new student's registration period. Why had he returned early? Could it possibly be for him? Wang Heng wanted to find a successor, and Zhao Yuan, a new student with an SSS-grade blade martial spirit, just happened to appear as Wang Heng was about to leave Tianwu. Perhaps this was destiny's arrangement. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhao Yuan quietly gathered all the small balls and continued practicing his blade swings. The situation was still uncertain, he couldn't afford to be careless. Who knew if the old man was secretly observing him? Sure enough, half an hour later, a figure finally left the small grove by the lake. As time progressed toward noon, Zhao Yuan tidied himself up a bit and headed to Tianwu's cafeteria. The Tianwu campus was incredibly vast. Just the area for new students had its own cafeteria and dormitories. Each grade level was essentially managed separately. Outside of major events near the school gates, students from different grades rarely had the chance to meet. As Zhao Yuan arrived at the cafeteria entrance, he noticed a familiar figure. That figure seemed to have been waiting there for a long time, drawing occasional curious glances from passing students. "Miss Fu, waiting for someone again?" Many onlookers were paying attention to Fu Miaoyin and Zhao Yuan's interactions. Aside from dining together 3 days ago, they hadn't been seen together since. At this moment, Fu Miaoyin was repeatedly checking her phone. Could her phone be broken? How had it been 3 days without receiving a single message? After adding Zhao Yuan's contact bubble, she had been so excited that night that she couldn't sleep. When no message came that night, Fu Miaoyin thought he might be tired and had gone straight to bed. The next day, she figured he was busy familiarizing himself with the campus. The third day, she guessed he had probably gone out with classmates or dorm mates to socialize. But now, on the 4th day, her phone still hadn't received a single message from him. She began to wonder if her phone was malfunctioning. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to send a message to Zhao Yuan first. What would she even say? Should she bring up the topic of continuing the massage? No way, she didn't want to be the one to mention that, especially since she was a girl. This internal struggle had been ongoing since the morning and hadn't let up at all. Unable to take it anymore, she found herself standing at the cafeteria entrance. If she couldn't find Zhao Yuan anywhere else, surely he'd show up to eat. The cafeteria was the most likely place to encounter him. "Miss Fu?" Just as Fu Miaoyin was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. "Zhao Yuan." Seeing him, she instinctively rehearsed her words over and over in her mind before finally speaking. "Do you need a massage?" Zhao Yuan furrowed his brows. The male students passing by were all stunned, staring in disbelief at the campus belle. What was going on? Was the campus belle moonlighting as a masseuse? Was she openly soliciting customers? "I mean, have you eaten yet?" Realizing her slip-up, Fu Miaoyin's ears turned red as if they might bleed. Fortunately, her years of experience with social Anxiety allowed her to maintain her composure, correcting herself without changing her expression. Only then did the onlookers realize they must have misheard. If I had eaten, I wouldn't be here at the cafeteria, Zhao Yuan teased, intending to make fun of the young lady. However, in the moment their eyes met, he saw the plea in her gaze. Last time, you said the food here wasn't to your liking. Fu Miaoyin hesitated before continuing, so today, I'll make it up to you. The cafeteria food is actually quite good, you can choose anything you'd like. Alright then, I won't hold back, Zhao Yuan said as he took the lead and walked into the cafeteria. Seeing the two of them walk into the cafeteria with calm expressions, the crowd decided not to dwell on what they'd just overheard. After all, it must have been their imagination who would offer massages in a cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria was bustling with people. The two of them got their meals and only managed to find 2 seats in the corner, sharing a table with 2 other girls. Don't you smell bad? As soon as they sat down, Fu Miaoyin heard this question. I don't smell bad, do I? She sniffed her own arm. She had a unique physique, naturally emitting a faint, cool fragrance. I meant me. Zhao Yuan, having trained by the lake for half the day, was covered in sweat. But instead of sitting next to the 2 girls, Miss Fu insisted on squeezing in beside him. Fu Miaoyin leaned closer to Zhao Yuan and took a sniff, her face instantly turning red. Everyone always said men reeked of sweat, but this guy, despite sweating, didn't have any unpleasant odor. On the contrary, there was an indescribable allure about him. Was this what they called the scent of pheromones? The 2 girls initially wanted to strike up a conversation with them, but upon seeing their blatant flirting, they exchanged a glance and focused on their meal. Realizing this, Fu Miaoyin also lowered her head and began eating. July in Tiannan City was growing increasingly hot. As she ate, Miss Fu felt herself heating up all over. Even though she possessed the frost sword martial soul, which could emit cool energy to lower her body temperature in summer, at this moment, a large hand naturally rested on her smooth thigh. The more she ate, the more it felt like her face was about to catch fire. This was the cafeteria, after all. Even if they were seated in the farthest corner, what if someone saw? How could she face anyone after that? Release some cool energy, Zhao Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in her ear a few seconds later. It was so soft that even the 2 girls across the table couldn't hear it. Oh, okay. Fu Miaoyin discreetly gathered her icy energy to her leg. The cold spread through his palm and instantly coursed through his body, finally making him feel comfortable. I helped you out earlier at the cafeteria entrance, Zhao Yuan whispered, turning to her. Count it as +2. Only the 2 of them understood what that count meant. The 2 girls overheard but were clueless about the context. Fu Miaoyin lightly shook her leg, but the large hand showed no intention of retreating. Fine. She had no choice but to agree for now. Zhao Yuan ate quickly. His Mingxia body refining technique was incredibly powerful. Once he managed to open all 12 standard meridians and achieve a full circulatory flow, his digestion speed would increase several times over. By the time he finished eating, Fu Miaoyin and the 2 girls opposite them were still eating slowly. I have training later. I'll need a bit of help from you for something, Zhao Yuan said, looking at Fu Miaoyin. Miss Fu, meanwhile, hadn't fully opened her 8 extraordinary meridians yet, so the cooling energy she emitted came in intermittent waves. Sure, Fu Miaoyin replied as she ate. She genuinely didn't dare lift her head. Earlier, while eating, this guy had only placed one hand on her thigh, but now, he was even sliding it up and down. Oh heavens, Zhao Yuan wasn't doing this because her legs were longer and more slender than Lu Rui's, right? He simply wanted to cool off. Only when the 2 girls across from them finished eating and got up to leave did Zhao Yuan finally withdraw his hand. How could you do that? As soon as the girls left, Fu Miaoyin lifted her head, her eyes pleading as she looked at Zhao Yuan. I was just borrowing some coolness, wasn't I? Zhao Yuan's gaze was deep, devoid of any trace of lust. Fu Miaoyin. Was it really just her misunderstanding? But his behavior made it so hard not to overthink. Forget it, this was still better than not hearing from him for 3 days straight. I'm done eating too. Fu Miaoyin put down her chopsticks. In her heart, this man was someone she absolutely had to win over. Giving him a little sweetness wouldn't hurt. Then let's go? Zhao Yuan picked up his tray and walked off. Let's go? Fu Miaoyin panicked instantly. She had intended to fulfill her promise. But somehow, the number of massages she'd agreed to give him had increased from 3 to 5, and now it had even reached 7. At this rate, wouldn't it be endless? She wanted to give him a little sweetness, but she still felt overwhelmed by the kind of massage she'd given him last time. God knows how long she had agonized over it before working up the courage to add him as a friend after that incident outside the restaurant. Although her heart screamed 100 refusals, her feet moved involuntarily to follow him. This is... Zhao Yuan pulled out a card and headed to the second floor of the training hall. Each grade had its own training hall, but the training rooms on the second floor and above were usually reserved for sophomores. Besides, could Zhao Yuan even afford the expenses here? This is my private space, no one will disturb us. Zhao Yuan opened the door to a cultivation room, and Fu Miaoyin's face immediately flushed. What did he mean by no one will disturb us? Did he intend to do something besides getting a massage? Fu Miaoyin hesitated. She was completely unprepared for this. Coming in or not? Zhao Yuan's voice came again. Fu Miaoyin hesitated for 3 seconds but ultimately followed him inside. He probably wouldn't force her, so long as he didn't force her, it would be fine. Upon stepping into the training room, Fu Miaoyin was immediately dumbfounded. It was indeed a training room, and a rather peculiar one at that. At the far end of the room stood a control console. Zhao Yuan walked straight over, swiped his card, and activated the control center. With a casual flick of a switch, small, dense circular holes appeared on the walls and ceiling of the training room. These holes were about the same size as the spheres that the old man had thrown earlier in the morning. On the floor, numerous mesh-like pits emerged, seemingly designed to retrieve the balls. Next to the console, a weapons cache was opened, revealing an array of swords and blades. On the screen, 3 modes were displayed: training, attack, and kill. The first 2 were fairly straightforward to understand, but the third one, kill mode, was utterly baffling. Could it be that this room could actually fire real hidden weapons? Zhao Yuan casually tapped on it, but the result showed that he had to clear the first 2 modes before gaining access to the third one. He clicked into the first mode, which was divided into 5 difficulty levels. The first level was the simplest, involving 3 colored balls, while the highest level featured 7. Once Zhao Yuan fully grasped the operation of the console, he walked over to the weapons cache and selected a long blade that closely resembled his own weapon. The balls in this room only needed to be hit, there was no need to shatter them. Operate the console for me. Finally, Zhao Yuan spoke as he moved to the center of the training room. Fu Miaoyin couldn't help but feel her heart flutter as she looked at the serious expression on his face. However, for some reason, a faint sense of disappointment arose within her. So, this guy had really called her over just to help him train. She walked over to the console and pressed the button for the first level. A mechanical whirring sound echoed, followed by a prompt, red. 3 colored balls shot out, their speed at least 50% faster than the old man's throws that morning. Moreover, they weren't launched from fixed positions. Zhao Yuan stood within a 2-meter diameter circle, with the walls about 8 meters away from him on all sides and the ceiling 5 meters above. As the prompt ended, the sound of the balls cutting through the air filled the room. Within the circle, Zhao Yuan constantly moved and swung his blade. Only when the console reached 100 shots did the barrage of 3 colored balls come to a halt. Perfect score. The training room's sole spectator, Fu Miaoyin, gasped softly. Beyond her astonishment, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. That feeling was even more exhilarating and satisfying than when she herself scored full marks. In other words, throughout the 100 rounds of shots, Zhao Yuan had hit the red ball with pinpoint accuracy every single time. With such a level of difficulty, she estimated she'd have at most a 50 to 60% chance of passing. Continue. This was just the first difficulty level of the first mode, which, for him, posed little challenge. The second level increased the difficulty by adding a 4th ball and boosting the ball speed by about 10%. Fu Miaoyin selected the start button for the second level, and another mechanical whirring sound followed. 4 balls now appeared, and the difficulty was far more than just a simple 33% increase. This was because the launching points could now come from any 4 of 5 different directions. Not only did he have to determine which direction the balls were coming from, but he also had to hit them with precision. For this level, Fu Miaoyin knew she wouldn't stand a chance. On the console screen, the score began climbing from 1. By the time this round of shots concluded, the score prominently displayed 100. He passed again. How was this even possible? Fu Miaoyin was left with nothing but shock. She finally understood just how enormous the gap between her and Zhao Yuan truly was. If it were her, she might manage the first few rounds, but after 10 rounds, mistakes would start piling up. After 100 rounds, scoring over 30 points would already feel like an extraordinary performance. At this moment, Zhao Yuan stood in the center of the room, panting heavily. In terms of skill, Zhao Yuan was confident he could push straight to the 4th or even 5th difficulty level. But in his current physical condition, his body simply couldn't sustain such high-intensity activity. Without the aid of technique, he might not even achieve a perfect score on the second level of the first mode. After about 10 breaths, Zhao Yuan straightened his posture once more. Continue. Fu Miaoying raised her hand, then lowered it again. You don't need to rush, do you? Take a moment to rest before continuing. Zhao Yuan's voice rang out coldly. I said, continue. The internal energy of the Mingsha body refining technique was already circulating. If he stopped now, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours before he could try again. Better to press on in one go and make another push forward. Do you still want to challenge the third level? When the word continue came out of Zhao Yuan's mouth once again, Fu Miaoying couldn't help but think to herself, this guy is absolutely crazy. Even at the difficulty of the second level, he was already drenched, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His pale complexion looked as though he had stayed up for 8 nights in a row. Of course, it was somewhat similar to those frail-looking guys often joked about on the internet. However, Fu Miaoying understood that there wasn't the slightest sign of actual weakness in him. They were both freshmen this year. If she were to challenge this level, she'd probably collapse to the ground in exhaustion the moment it ended. She didn't really want to press that button, but under the sheer determination in this man's voice, she still extended a slender, fair finger. Be careful. If it's too much, don't push yourself, Fu Miaoying advised before pressing the start button. At the third difficulty level of the first round, the number of balls increased to 5. Purple. After a black ball was added in the second round, now there was an additional purple ball. The speed at which the balls shot out of the holes was about 10% faster compared to the second round. The whizzing sound of the balls cutting through the air was relentless as Fu Miaoying's eyes stayed fixed on the scene. The balls were as fast as lightning. Just from the first 3 waves of projections, she knew she wouldn't be able to pass. If she had gone through the first 2 rounds consecutively, she might not even be able to pick out the purple among the 5 balls in the first wave, let alone hit the target. The sound of the blade slicing through the balls kept ringing, interwoven with the sharp whistling of the balls shooting through the air, forming a strangely captivating symphony. The number on the screen started climbing from 1, quickly surpassing 10, 20, 30, until it stopped at 52. Fu Miaoying immediately hit the pause button and dashed toward Zhao Yuan, who was lying on the ground. He was utterly exhausted. Zhao Yuan lay there, feeling as though every bone and muscle in his body was about to fall apart. As a former 5th-rank blade master, he might have been able to breeze through 3 levels and 15 stages in his prime. But now, he hadn't even fully opened the 7th meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Ren meridian. With the way the difficulty was ramping up, he'd at least need to fully open all 8 meridians to pass the 5th stage of the first round. This was the feeling of having a mind that could keep up but a body that refused to obey. Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan. Lying on the ground, Zhao Yuan heard an urgent voice calling his name. Take me to the bathtub. Zhao Yuan managed to squeeze out these 5 words just before his consciousness nearly faded completely. He had just opened a small circulation of internal energy and forcibly operated the Mingsha body refining technique to clear the stage. Such a level of challenge was, to him, the real test. The new students at Tianwu Academy weren't even contenders in his eyes. He had thoroughly enjoyed himself, but his body was beginning to fall apart. Fu Miaoying hastily picked up Zhao Yuan and anxiously rushed toward the small door next to the control console. Such specialized training rooms typically came equipped with private washrooms. For such an exorbitant expense, having a private bathroom was only to be expected. Upon opening the door, Fu Miaoying found that there indeed was a bathtub in the bathroom. She placed Zhao Yuan into the tub and quickly turned on the cold water. The chill of the water jolted Zhao Yuan's fading consciousness back to life. Having just brushed against death, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. At this moment, the fear wasn't about Fu Miaoying harming him. It was about the reverence for death. Only those who had faced life and death could truly understand the preciousness of life and the terror of death. Just as she grabbed a towel, Fu Miaoying noticed Zhao Yuan's body, as red as a cooked shrimp. Feeling both shy and concerned, she quickly increased the drainage speed of the water. Coming from a martial family, Fu Miaoying naturally understood his current state. He must have used some kind of secret technique to forcibly ignite the internal energy within his body. Such techniques were only permitted in life and death battles during critical moments. And yet, he had chosen to risk his life just to pass the 3rd level. Fu Miaoying felt a surge of anger, upset at his disregard for his own body. But more than that, she felt admiration and heartache. He came from an ordinary household, yet possessed such terrifying combat talent. Perhaps it was this reckless determination that had brought him to his current level of achievement. In front of Zhao Yuan, she, who was also an SSS-level martial soul awakener, was like a child learning to walk, utterly powerless. As he regained consciousness, Fu Miaoyin looked at Zhao Yuan and caught that fleeting trace of horror in his eyes. In all the time she had known him, she had never felt such intense emotional fluctuations from this man. For a moment, she even thought Zhao Yuan might slip away at any second. At that moment, the water in the bathtub rose to cover Zhao Yuan's face. Cough, cough. A violent bout of coughing erupted from his mouth. Damn! It turned out his current expression of terror was due to his own mistake. To cool Zhao Yuan down, she had turned the bathtub faucet on to its maximum. In no time, the water nearly submerged him completely. Fu Miaoyin hurriedly reached out, pulling Zhao Yuan out of the water. I'm sorry. She apologized repeatedly, but as her hand touched the skin of his neck, she realized it was alarmingly hot. How can it be this hot? This condition was at least twice as severe as the aftereffects of forcibly using secret techniques she was familiar with. Without time to think further, Fu Miaoyin immediately stepped into the bathtub. The cold water seeped through her skin, yet she felt nothing. Because at this moment, Zhao Yuan, half reclining in her arms, was like a human furnace. When the water reached her neck, she quickly turned off the faucet. In less than a minute, the water in the bathtub became tepid. 3 minutes later, the water temperature had surpassed 40 degrees. The entire bathroom began to fill with steam. This won't do. Fu Miaoyin knew deeply that this couldn't go on. If Zhao Yuan completely lost consciousness, it might directly fry his brain. If that truly happened, even if he were saved, he might drool for the rest of his life. Zhao Yuan. Fu Miaoyin called out in a low voice, then pressed her fingertip to the center of his brow. The icy power of the frost sword surged forth instantly, and after about 3 breaths, a hint of clarity returned to Zhao Yuan's gaze. The first thing he saw was an anxious yet breathtakingly beautiful face. It had to be said, Miss Fu's beauty was truly astonishing. He leaned half against her arms, looking up from below, a perspective that was simply fatal. You're awake? Fu Miaoyin saw the light return to Zhao Yuan's eyes. Zhao Yuan wanted to speak but found that apart from his eyes, he couldn't move any other part of his body. He had approached Fu Miaoyin to resolve the feud between her and the Qin family. The path he had chosen was destined to diverge from that of Miss Fu, whose conflict with the Qin family was irreconcilable. So during their interactions, he had kept himself relatively restrained. It wasn't until this moment that he realized this girl might actually have feelings for him. Sharing a bathtub in such a position, especially with the urgency and tremor in her voice, was not something a girl of her age could fake. Should he wait until he recovered and then talk to her about the Qin family matter? While Zhao Yuan remained conscious, Fu Miaoyin simultaneously opened both the bathtub's drain and faucet. To her, Zhao Yuan's life was far more important than this bit of water. After half an hour, Zhao Yuan finally regained some mobility. His consciousness returned, and he began activating the Nether Fiend body refinement technique, striving to restore his state. As time passed, he gradually entered a meditative state. Despite the occasional bursts of cold energy from Fu Miaoyin, he unexpectedly managed to control the violent internal energy surging within him. In his previous life, he had never cultivated the Nether Fiend body refinement technique, only knowing that the technique was extremely dangerous. Just the step of introducing fiendish energy into one's body was enough to scare off 99% of martial artists. Seeing this requirement, most would balk and retreat. Introducing fiendish energy into the body could lightly harm the physique or severely damage the meridians, completely ruining a martial artist's future. Relying on his newly awakened body, the control he once wielded as a peak 5th-tier martial sovereign, and the aid of a 6th-tier Shadow Lord's crystal core, he finally succeeded in drawing fiendish energy from a ferocious beast into his body, stepping through the gateway of this technique. Subsequent cultivation went relatively smoothly. He hadn't expected the secret method to unleash the internal energy of the Nether Fiend body refinement technique to bring about such terrifying aftereffects. At this moment, the fiendish internal energy within him was at least 3 times stronger than usual. Gaining fiendish energy nowadays is truly no easy task, Zhao Yuan thought to himself as he weighed his options. Should he utilize this overwhelming power to break through the Ren Meridian? If controlled properly, unlocking the 7th of the 8 extraordinary meridians would be effortless. After all, no matter how monstrously talented a first-year student at Tianwu Academy was, they were not permitted to leave the safety zones. He could channel this power along with the cool water flowing through the bathtub to recover within half an hour at most. However, if he missed this opportunity, acquiring such a massive force again might take a long time. Can you hold on? Zhao Yuan asked. At this moment, Fu Miaoyin's face was slightly pale. If it's just maintaining the previous intensity, it's not too much of a problem. As her cultivation continued to improve, her control over her ice power grew increasingly adept. "All right." Zhao Yuan responded simply and closed his eyes. In the next moment, Fu Miaoyin felt an explosive surge of power emanating from him. Though fleeting, she was absolutely certain that this was the residual effect of his secret technique, where he had failed to fully release all his strength. She believed that with her help, she could expel this energy, allowing Zhao Yuan to recover at least 30 to 50% of his state. After a bit of rest, he could be almost fully recovered by tomorrow. But this surge of energy was forcibly retained within his meridians by Zhao Yuan in an instant. What was he thinking? Fu Miaoyin was on the verge of losing her mind, nearly losing control in her fury. This guy was incredibly reckless, actually attempting to use this energy to break through his 8 extraordinary meridians. This kind of power, which could almost burn him to a crisp, he still refused to let go. However, the arrow had already left the bow and could not be taken back. Attempting to stop him now would only push Zhao Yuan into an even more dangerous abyss. Thus, she boldly utilized her own rampaging internal energy to impact his 8 extraordinary meridians while focusing intently on assisting him. Whenever he showed even the slightest expression of pain, Fu Miaoyin would transmit her icy energy to him. This continued for an hour. The color of Zhao Yuan's skin returned to normal, but the energy within him grew increasingly violent. Any carelessness could result in his body exploding. Fortunately, as time passed, Zhao Yuan's aura suddenly surged. After breaking through the run meridian, his energy diminished by 60 to 70%, leaving just enough to open about 10% of his due meridian. It worked! Zhao Yuan opened his eyes, a swirl of red and black energy flickering within them. With his Ren meridian unblocked, his strength had surged to over 18 kar. Based on this explosive breakthrough, once his due meridian was fully opened, his strength could reach or even surpass 30 kar. At that point, he would step into the first tier, with strength nearly double that of an average first-tier martial artist. "Thank you." Zhao Yuan stood up and, with heartfelt gratitude, spoke the gentlest words he had ever said to Miss Fu since they met. "Zhao Yuan, you scared me to death." Miss Fu looked at him, now fully recovered, her heart filled with worry. The next moment, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying softly and helplessly. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yuan gently patted her back, his tone comforting. Moments ago, he had been at death's door, and then fully focused on breaking through the 7th of his 8 extraordinary meridians, leaving him no time to notice the allure of the young lady before him. Summer clothing was already thin, and after soaking in water for 2.5 hours, the two of them embracing each other felt as though they were wearing nothing at all. In that instant, little Yuan seemed to rebel. In such a situation, Zhao Yuan would never let anything happen. He hurriedly pushed Fu Miaoyin away and stepped out of the bathtub. "Change into something dry." In the bathroom, there were all sorts of brand new living essentials, including 2 bathrobes. They couldn't go downstairs soaking wet, it would prevent any unnecessary gossip. After changing clothes, the two immediately put their wet clothing into the washing machine. In no more than an hour, the clothes would be clean and dry. To save Zhao Yuan, Fu Miaoyin had done everything she could, even disregarding the usual proprieties between men and women. But now, having changed into a bathrobe, she seemed to have lost her earlier courage and didn't even dare to look him in the eye. After all, beneath the bathrobe, she was wearing nothing at all. "Miss Fu, there's something I must ask you." The two sat quietly, listening to the gentle hum of the washing machine. "What is it?" Fu Miaoyin instinctively responded. "I've signed a contract with the military and have deep collaborations with the Qin family of Tiannan." Zhao Yuan's voice was low, his gaze fixed on her face. Upon hearing the name Qin family, Miss Fu's expression remained unchanged, even appearing calm. Her conflict with the Qin family wasn't something that could be resolved overnight, and she wouldn't show weakness even before a 7th-tier king. "The Qin family of Tiannan," Zhao Yuan emphasized again. "And then?" Fu Miaoyin looked puzzled. "Don't worry, the Fu family has quite a few collaborations with the Qin family. If you're with me, my family shouldn't oppose it." If not for the quietness of the bathroom, Zhao Yuan might not have caught her faintly spoken words, "with me." Throughout the entire conversation, Fu Miaoyin showed no aversion to the Qin family, nor did she express any trace of hostility. Could it be that in his past life, after taking a year off from school and entering Tianwu, that's when she began targeting the Qin family? Later, she rose step by step to the 7th tier, even suppressing the entire Qin family to the point of suffocation. Could it be that her grudge with the Qin family stemmed from something that happened while she was recovering? At that thought, Zhao Yuan felt an urge to slap himself. So, he had misunderstood all along. The current Fu Miaoyin was still focused on her development at Tianwu, and she had already avoided the events that could lead to conflicts. Realizing this, Zhao Yuan's gaze toward Fu Miaoyin grew more fervent. The misunderstanding between Miss Fu and the Qin family was something Zhao Yuan remembered vividly. The reasons for this were twofold: first, due to Miss Fu's astonishing potential, and second, because the conflicts with the Qin family had caused a significant stir throughout Tiannan. Because of this, Zhao Yuan had never considered getting too close to her. Preconceived notions were indeed a frighteningly powerful inertia of thought. Even after 2 lifetimes of experience, he still couldn't shake off the influence of this mindset. Miss Fu Miaoyin could feel the intense heat in the gaze cast by the man beside her. As a result, her face gradually turned a rosy red. However, that gaze abruptly shifted away after just a few seconds, bringing with it a long silence. The entire washroom, apart from the faint hum of the washing machine, was so quiet it felt as if no one was there. "What's wrong?" The blush on Fu Miaoyin's face slowly faded, and a sense of nervousness began to rise in her heart. Never in her life had she been so moved by a man. What of those sons of noble families? What of the genius from Tiannan's most prominent family, the Qin family? She didn't care at all. Ever since she was saved by Zhao Yuan on Yunlai Mountain, she had been curious about him. As their interactions grew, she discovered he was completely different from other men. He was always indifferent to her, neither warm nor cold. Initially, an inexplicable sense of competitiveness drove her to make him see her in a new light. She wanted him to fall in love with her, and then kick him to the curb? Maybe she would, or maybe she wouldn't. But before she even had a chance to execute her plans, she found herself already deeply trapped in the web this man had woven, unable to extricate herself. Ask yourself, would she have stayed by anyone else's side in a bathtub for 2.5 hours, guarding them? Would she have disregarded her martial soul's endurance to forcefully channel cold energy to him for such a long period? Would she have shared a bathtub so intimately with him? The answer was no. Absolutely not, not even for those with blood ties to her. When she saw his desperate gaze, when she heard him gently say thank you, she understood. Her plan had failed. But failure didn't matter. The fact that he could look at her like that meant her plan had at least been half successful. At the very least, he now saw her in a new light. At worst, she simply wouldn't kick him away. But that burning gaze lasted only a few seconds before it abruptly shifted away. Was the happiness she longed for over in just a few seconds? And so, amidst this tranquil silence, the inner turmoil within Miss Fu began to rage. Should she take the initiative to ask him why? Having little experience in interacting with others, she didn't know how to open her mouth. But if she didn't ask, once today's special training ended, how difficult would it be to find a better opportunity than this? If I were to join the Qin family in the future, and if there were a conflict of interest between the Qin family and the Fu family, whose side would you stand on? After a long silence, Zhao Yuan suddenly asked heavily. The Qin family again? Miss Fu couldn't help but feel like laughing. Perhaps when one was speechless, laughter really was the only response. She didn't understand why she had to choose between the Fu family and the Qin family. The Fu family, Fu Miaoyin replied, her voice turning solemn. But her words didn't end there. As long as the Fu family doesn't face the threat of annihilation, their gains and losses have little to do with me. Her voice was colder than ever before. It was as if the Fu family she spoke of had nothing to do with her at all. Of course, it wasn't entirely unrelated either. After all, she had made it clear that she wouldn't stand idly by if the Fu family faced destruction. So, what exactly had happened in the previous life? Zhao Yuan had no way of knowing now. The only thing he could confirm was that the issue wasn't a conflict between the Fu family and the Qin family. It was a personal grudge between Fu Miaoyin and the Qin family. Upon close reflection, while Fu Miaoyin had targeted the Qin family multiple times, the Fu family behind her had not been involved. In this life, due to Zhao Yuan's unexpected appearance, Fu Miaoyin hadn't suffered the severe injury that had required a year of recuperation before returning to school. The events of that year were now virtually impossible to replicate. There's something you might not know. The Fu family is constantly thinking about how to win the favor of the Qin family, Fu Miaoyin said, adjusting her emotions. She thought that perhaps it was because she was born into the prominent Fu family, while he was just an orphan boy who had risen from the slums. That must be why he worried she would be swayed by her family and didn't dare to entertain other thoughts about her. Now that she thought about it carefully, every excessive act he had done before wasn't something someone of his character would do. Every time, he was trying to push her away. They raised me and provided me with enough financial support. But they also took everything from my mother's family. So, I don't feel grateful to them. She not only felt no gratitude toward the Fu family, but she also held some resentment toward them. She hated them for turning her mother from a gentle and virtuous lady into someone who only calculated for her own interests. Zhao Yuan. At this point, Fu Miaoyin's pride as a young lady almost completely collapsed in front of this man. Is it because of that girl named Lu Ruoi? At the mention of this name, Fu Miaoyin felt a sharp pain in her heart. That girl, just an E-rank waste martial soul awakener, could still earn his affection. Not only did he accompany her in training, but he also stood up for her in such a grand setting. What was the difference between herself and that girl? No matter how much Miss Fu thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Was it simply because she appeared a little later? Zhao Yuan was startled. What did Guan Ruoi have to do with this? Why was she suddenly brought up? Zhao Yuan, no matter what you think, I've already decided to cling to you. Fu Miaoyin stood up, looking down at this man. This kind of courage might only come to her once in her lifetime. This man could be very domineering at times. If she missed today, he might not give her another chance like this. Zhao Yuan was a bit dazed. He hadn't even said anything yet. How far could Miss Fu's imagination run? Do you mind, if there's one more? Under Zhao Yuan's gaze, Miss Fu's voice grew quieter and quieter. So much so that, in the end, even Zhao Yuan's cultivation level couldn't catch the last few words. But her lip movements clearly spelled out the words girlfriend. Just like that, Miss Fu seemed to have conquered herself. Ding! As Miss Fu anxiously waited for Zhao Yuan's reaction, the sound of the clothes dryer finishing interrupted them. Get dressed first, let's go have dinner. At this moment, Zhao Yuan stood up. It would have been fine if he hadn't moved, but the moment he did, his stomach protested loudly with a growl. He had indeed consumed an extraordinary amount of energy this afternoon. It was still that small diner, located just outside the Tianwu campus. Still the same pair of extraordinarily good-looking young man and woman. Still, the young man eating quickly on his own, while the young woman was even more nervous than the last time. The woman at the front desk had been watching this pair for more than half an hour. Even when several tables of customers called her over to order or pay, she only reacted after being reminded. As the boy finished eating, he quickly walked to the front of the restaurant. The one who paid was still the stunningly beautiful young woman. Miss, as someone with experience, I must warn you. The front desk woman glanced at the boy standing by the door and cautiously leaned closer to the stunning young woman. Even though he's handsome, he doesn't seem to care about you. He might just be using you for free meals. The woman sincerely offered her analysis to the beautiful young woman. But I'm willing to keep feeding him and giving him drinks, the stunning girl replied in a single sentence, almost making the front desk woman choke. She had been standing there for over half an hour, her mind filled with things to say to this girl. Miss, you're so beautiful and wealthy. Why don't you find someone who actually loves you? The woman sighed deeply, thinking she should give the girl another chance. But I love him. After saying these 6 words, the girl took her card and walked out. This time, she reached out and held onto the boy's arm. The boy neither resisted nor pulled away. They say a persistent woman can win over a reluctant man. Could it work the other way around too? The front desk woman watched the two of them slowly disappear into the distance, her mind momentarily blank. Afterward, she picked up her phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in a long time. Hello. The woman mustered her courage to speak. But before that familiar voice could respond, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. You bastard. I've already given you 2 kids, and you're still flirting around? A furious female voice shouted, followed by the sounds of objects being smashed. 2 kids? The front desk woman froze. It had only been 3 years since she last contacted him. And he had 2 kids in those 3 years? Before reaching the school gate, Fu Miaoyin let go of Zhao Yuan's arm. She enjoyed the feeling, but the almost instinctive social anxiety deeply ingrained in her made her uneasy. Especially since leaving the training room, he still hadn't responded to her. Without a proper status, she dared not hold his hand any longer. The reason she acted so boldly earlier was that she didn't want the receptionist to look down on her. What's wrong? Zhao Yuan stopped in his tracks. We're not coming here to eat anymore, Miss Fu replied with puffed cheeks. The taste wasn't bad though? He had been a bit hungry earlier and admittedly found the food a little hard to swallow. As for whether the food was good or not, he wasn't particularly picky. It's not about the taste, Miss Fu said, hopping a few steps ahead. Even if the intention was kind, she couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of him. It was still early in the day, barely 5:40 in the afternoon. Though the two didn't talk much, they silently strolled around the campus for a while. Until, unintentionally, they found themselves near the boys' dormitory. You should head back and rest early, Fu Miaoyin instructed with a serious expression. From now on, if I'm not around, don't don't recklessly use the secret technique to erupt. Zhao Yuan nodded solemnly. The nether fiend body tempering art, this was his first time practicing it. In his past life, he had stumbled upon this secret technique by chance and only memorized it with a mindset of giving it a try. After all, the very first line of the manual described the terrifying consequences of fiendish energy invading the body. Across the world, aside from its creator, no one had ever truly mastered this secret technique. As for who its creator was, no one in the world could ascertain. Before he had cleared all 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal channels, enabling a complete circulatory pathway in his body, he wouldn't dare to attempt it recklessly. After sending Zhao Yuan back to his dorm, Miss Fu lingered under the boys' dormitory building for 5 more minutes before skipping away happily. He still hadn't agreed, but he hadn't refused either. Standing there under the boys' dormitory, quite a few people had already seen her sending Zhao Yuan back. She wanted to use this little ploy to subtly let others know that her relationship with Zhao Yuan had become very close. In today's Blue Star, the number of women was more than 3 times that of men. So what if she took the initiative? If you didn't act quickly to claim a good man, someone else might snatch him away. Lu Rui from the 7th Academy had known Zhao Yuan longer than she had, but now he was at Tianwu, and she had more time and opportunities to get closer to him. The former her, who had looked down on her mother's little schemes, found herself mastering them with ease. Miss Fu, Tianwu's newly crowned campus belle. In the hearts of most boys, she was a goddess. Today, she appeared once again outside the boys' dormitory. This time, she was there to send a man back to his dorm. If she were just sending him off, so be it. But after sending him, she lingered downstairs for 5 minutes and 20 seconds before leaving. On a particular secret forum thread, countless boys were devastated, almost ready to cry on the spot. I really wish the goddess standing outside the boys' dorm was here for me, someone lamented. No need for 5 minutes and 20 seconds, even 5 seconds of her stopping for me would be enough to satisfy me, another said. You're all too greedy. I'd settle for 3 seconds, replied a user named Realman, accompanied by a doghead.jpg emoji. Damn! A type of plant. Get him! Instantly, the entire thread erupted in attacks on him. Meanwhile, in room 303, Zheng Tao was holding his phone, laughing like an idiot. He had just collected a particularly juicy piece of information. Every day, Zhao Yuan would return from training drenched in sweat. But today, not only was there no sweat, but there was also the distinctive scent of high-end hotel shower gel. While everyone else was busy fighting over who got to be the man the goddess sent off, his new roommate had already scored. Big bro, you look so exhausted today, Zheng Tao said, pulling a cold Coke from the fridge. As one of the 5 major martial academies in Longhua, Tianwu's dormitories were indeed luxurious. Thanks. Zhao Yuan glanced at the Coke, frowning instantly. I'm a bit tired today, you drink it yourself. With that, he began taking off his clothes, preparing to climb into bed. Declining the Coke, weariness written all over his face. Coupled with Zhao Yuan's usual habit of going to bed promptly at 9:30, today, he couldn't wait and climbed to the top bunk by 7:30. Without a doubt, his new brother today had successfully scored. That seemingly delicate young lady, regarded as a goddess by many, actually possessed such strength she had turned the strongest freshman into this state. A few moments later, faint snores drifted from the upper bunk. Zheng Tao picked up his phone and entered the forum again. This time, he was prepared to engage in a fierce debate with the masses until dawn. When Zhao Yuan woke up, he felt refreshed and brimming with energy. After unblocking his Ren Meridian, his strength had increased by 6 cards, bringing him to 18+. By the standard of a first-tier martial artist being above 10 cards, he was already 1/10 of the way to the second tier. He had already grown accustomed to the feeling of increased strength during the process of getting dressed and climbing out of bed. Zhang Tao, that rascal, isn't here? After washing up, Zhao Yuan noticed that his roommate, who should have been asleep in the dormitory, had already left early. Out of habit, he glanced at the wall. Clock, 7:50. His biological clock was always accurate, waking him up at 6 every morning with no more than a 5-minute deviation. It seemed the aftereffects of last night's fun had lingered into today. At 7:59, Zhao Yuan snatched the last bit of time to make it to the freshman auditorium. Today was the day for orientation and class assignments. While he didn't plan to attend every class, he also didn't want to be late on the first day. Fortunately, after wandering around with Miss Fu last night, he already knew the way. Boss, over here. As soon as Zhao Yuan entered the auditorium, Zheng Tao called out to him. Scanning the room, Zhao Yuan quickly spotted Miss Fu sitting in the first row. There was an empty seat beside her, just like the one next to Zheng Tao. Unlike Zheng Tao, who called out loudly. Miss Fu simply stared at him with her big eyes. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan went straight to Zheng Tao in the second-to-last row. For a tedious and dull occasion like the opening ceremony, he really didn't want to sit in the front row. "Boss, did you sleep well?" Zheng Tao scratched the back of his head. When he left the dorm in the morning, he saw that Zhao Yuan was sleeping soundly and had only left him a message on his phone. He thought to himself, if he'd known Zhao Yuan would nearly be late, he definitely would have woken him up earlier. Half an hour of sleep wasn't enough to make up for yesterday's exhaustion. Yet today, the boss looked even more energetic than before. Youth. As Zhao Yuan sat with his roommate, Miss Fu had no choice but to look away. What should she do? Send him a message to check in? After yesterday's interaction, her courage had grown considerably. She took out her phone and spent quite some time composing a message before finally sending, "Have you eaten?" Just as Zhao Yuan finished reading Zheng Tao's message, he glanced at the first row. She had spent all that time on her phone, only to write this? No. Zhao Yuan's reply was succinct. He had woken up late, and it was already a miracle that he wasn't late. There was no time for breakfast. After receiving the message, Fu Miaoyin started fiddling with her phone again. However, before she could finish editing her next message, a group of people walked onto the stage at the front of the auditorium. There were 13 of them, both men and women. The youngest appeared to be in their 30s, while the oldest was the elderly man leading the group. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with a bald head and a half-foot-long goatee. As he walked out, he wore a kind and benevolent smile. Among the 13, only he had a smile on his face, the others all looked stern. 500 freshmen at Tianwu, and only 13 instructors? This was already considered a lot. The bald elder was Hong Changsheng, the principal of Tianwu Academy. Zhao Yuan knew of him. By the time he first heard about Hong Changsheng, he was already the principal. 30 years later, his appearance hadn't changed at all. However, aside from knowing his nickname, the benevolent monk, Zhao Yuan had never seen him in action. As for the other 12, Zhao Yuan wasn't familiar with them, he hadn't even seen them before. After all, in his previous life, he never had the chance to come to Tianwu. "Welcome to Tianwu," Hong Changsheng said as he stepped forward and stood at the microphone. But the microphone was a bit too low for this elderly man, who was at most 165 centimeters tall. He jumped several times but couldn't adjust the microphone to a suitable height. His actions caused a wave of laughter to ripple through the auditorium. Many students glanced at the others behind him, wondering why no one stepped up to help. Especially the two burly men over 2 meters tall. Was this how they treated an elderly man? Just as someone couldn't bear it anymore and was about to step forward to assist, the old man stomped his foot, and the heavy object beneath him flew over everyone's heads. The loud noise brought the entire hall to silence. That was a solid concrete podium, and yet the bald old man had kicked it dozens of meters away with 1 foot. "I've told you before, no more building this kind of podium." "But you just wouldn't listen," the old man said, glancing back at the others. The 12 instructors all looked down silently, though they were inwardly complaining. "You're the one who personally ordered it to be built, and you pull this stunt every year. What's the point?" they thought to themselves. Of course, everyone knew how formidable the principal was, and no one dared show any sign of dissent. At Tianwu, everything depends on strength. The old man turned around, once again facing the stunned young people, his face softening into a kind smile. "We won't evaluate you based on attendance. Even if you don't show up for an entire month, as long as your monthly assessment scores meet the standard, there will be no punishment. However, there is one very important rule at Tianwu that everyone must be aware of. And that is the elimination system for the lowest performers. Anyone who ranks last in the assessments for 2 consecutive months will be eliminated accordingly." His smile grew even more benevolent, yet everyone couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of reverence. "All right, you may continue to chat," the old man said before walking away. Zhao Yuan noticed clearly that after the departure of this kindly elder, the other 12 instructors visibly relaxed quite a bit. Tianwu Martial Academy was one of the 5 great martial academies in the Dragon Kingdom, considered one of the most elite martial organizations on Blue Star. Just how terrifying his strength was, ordinary people could hardly imagine. He wondered how the principal compared to the master he sought to apprentice under, who was stronger. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away at the Southern Military Headquarters, an old man about 1.7 meters tall suddenly felt his nose itch and sneezed twice. "Could it be that chatting too late with Old Bay last night left me on rest?" the old man muttered to himself, pulling out a blanket on the spot, ready to nap. Sick? That was impossible. Below the platform where he sat, dozens of military elites were holding an important meeting. In this strictly disciplined military assembly, no one dared spare him a glance. Back at the Tianwu New Student Assembly Hall, the expected lengthy meeting did not occur. After the 12 instructors introduced themselves, they began taking attendance. Apart from 2 directors who were not assigned to classes, the other 10 instructors each took charge of about 50 students. Zhao Yuan was assigned to Class 7. The female instructor looked to be around 40 or 50 years old, and her name seemed to be Yang Ying. Zhao Yuan searched his memory but couldn't find any information about her. Of course, not finding anything didn't mean she wasn't strong. The instructors at Tianwu were responsible for leading teams to hunt outside the safe zones. Without sufficient skills, who would dare lead a group of new students beyond the safe zones? Every one of these instructors must have at least 4th-tier strength. After the semester begins, apart from basic courses, you'll need to arrange your own cultivation schedules, Director Lu Ming said sternly. There will be discounts for using all the cultivation rooms and training facilities. But, I must remind you, at the longest, you have 3 months, at the shortest, just 1 month. The other 7 schools of the Southern 8 will come to Tianwu to hold the annual New Student Martial Exchange. Before the Martial Exchange, you may sign up voluntarily. Dismissed. Under Lu Ming's lead, the 12 instructors all left in unison. And just like that, this new student assembly came to an abrupt end? Apart from the hour spent on roll call, the entire opening ceremony for new students lasted less than 10 minutes. Boss, where are you going? Just as Zhang Tao was still in a daze, he noticed that Zhao Yuan had already gotten up to leave. Breakfast. I'm hungry, Zhao Yuan replied as he walked. Everyone's busy signing up. What about you, boss? Zhang Tao looked at the chaotic group of new students in front of him, feeling a bit anxious. Not signing up. Not interested. As those 5 words reached Zhang Tao's ears, Zhao Yuan had already exited the assembly hall. Was Zhao Yuan really going to eat? Of course not. There was something on his mind that required immediate action. He had to act quickly and settle it. Teacher Yang. About 3 minutes later, Zhao Yuan finally caught up with his instructor. When the female instructor, Yang Ying, saw Zhao Yuan, her brows furrowed slightly at first. After 3 seconds, recognition dawned on her face. You're Zhao Yuan, right? Teacher, you remembered me after just one look at the roster. You really have an extraordinary memory. Zhao Yuan exclaimed softly in amazement. You cheeky boy, stop flattering me, Yang Ying lightly scolded, though the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. After assigning the classes, we record everyone's information, Yang Ying continued. The others are probably all busy thinking about signing up for the martial exchange among the 8 schools, aren't they? You came to find me alone. Don't tell me you're asking me to pull some strings for you, she teased. Zhao Yuan's face darkened briefly, but he quickly shook his head. Teacher, how could you misunderstand me? In fact, it's the opposite. He looked aggrieved. I grew up without a mother, and when I saw you, it felt like seeing the mother in my memories. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. All right, I misunderstood you, Yang Ying said, her heart softening as she looked at this teenage boy. Let's talk in my office, she said, leading Zhao Yuan into her office. Speak, what brings you to me today? Yang Ying's expression was stern, but her tone had softened significantly. First of all, I want to talk about the freshman exchange event you just mentioned. Zhao Yuan stood honestly, hands clasped together, looking like an obedient child. I've said it before, this is something you must strive for with your own strength, Yang Ying said earnestly. Whether it's an A-level martial soul or an SSS-level martial soul, we at Tianwu treat everyone equally. Teacher, I mean it sincerely, Zhao Yuan replied, his face full of earnestness. I really don't plan to participate in this exchange event. Although the exchange event would take place in 3 months and nearly all participants would have reached the level of a first-order martial artist by then, even if he hadn't unlocked his final governor meridian by that time, those people still wouldn't pose much of a challenge to him. And why is that? Yang Ying frowned. You must understand, this exchange event is not just about personal performance, it also impacts the reputation of our martial academy. It doesn't matter where you come from, once you join Tianwu, you are part of Tianwu for life. Yang Ying reminded Zhao Yuan, knowing the road ahead for them was still long. Unless he could ascend to the peak of Blue Star, Tianwu would always remain their most solid support. Teacher, here's the situation. Zhao Yuan began explaining in detail about his encounter with the mysterious elder by the lakeside. A mysterious elder, a unique training method, and a high-stakes gamble. Even second and third-year students would find such a situation daunting. Halfway through his explanation, Yang Ying's gaze had already changed. The affection she originally felt stemmed from his earlier utterance of the word mother. Though he didn't address her directly, this orphan's heartfelt words were indeed moving. And yet, this boy turned out to be the disciple chosen by that elder. To think, that elder hadn't called her in ages, but just last night, he suddenly wanted to see the freshman list and wouldn't stop rambling. So, it turned out he was asking her to open a door of opportunity for the disciple he had chosen. And then? Yang Ying pressed on. If I can ensure my other coursework and assessments aren't neglected, I would like full freedom of movement, Zhao Yuan said. Yang Ying frowned and pondered for a long moment before nodding. Fine, but such freedom comes at a price, she said seriously. Teacher, please instruct me. Zhao Yuan immediately agreed. First, Tianwu's rules must be followed. Yang Ying raised 3 fingers. During the designated time set by Tianwu, you cannot leave the campus at will. If you're caught, even I won't be able to help you. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan promised he would comply. The second point concerns the martial exchange event, and I need to reiterate. Under Yang Ying's explanation, Zhao Yuan finally understood. It turned out that students who performed exceptionally well in the 8th school freshman exchange event could qualify to represent Tiannan in the 5 Academy martial meet. At that time, not only would there be ample credit rewards, but also weapons, martial techniques, and numerous other benefits. Even though he had already signed a contract with the military, such resources were absolutely not to be missed. Thirdly, this is actually closely tied to the second point. I'll secure a substitute position for you, so during the internal competitions of the 8 Southern Academies, you likely won't need to take the stage. But during the Grand Martial Meet, the teacher requires that under no circumstances can you slack off or retreat. For us martial artists, if we fight, we never retreat. Zhao Yuan raised one hand above his head and declared firmly. This was the slogan of the military. If you fight, you do not retreat. So young, and having only signed with the military a few days ago, yet already possessing such awareness. Write a request later, and the teacher will sign it for you. Yang Ying waved her hand. Walking out of the mentor's office, Zhao Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. He yearned for complete freedom, not just for the sake of practicing hard to pass the test. With his qualifications, writing a textbook would undoubtedly rival those written by the mentors. Old Master Wang Heng's test was meant to help him better pass this application. He was entirely honest, given Yang Ying's age and experience, she should know the old master. He showed no pretense, which made it easier to win over Yang Ying. As for the freshman martial arts exchange meet, he claimed he wasn't interested, but it was merely to gain leverage while pursuing his freedom. Just as he stepped out of the office, his phone rang. Most of our third-class courses are in the morning, said Miss Fu. This time, though she was reporting grades and the course schedule, it was finally less stiff. Then come to my training room in the afternoon for cultivation, Zhao Yuan replied with just one sentence and headed toward the cafeteria. It was Monday, the official first day of classes at Tianwu. From Monday to Friday, students could only leave campus after 5:30 p.m. The food at the cafeteria was also quite delicious. He would never admit it was because the cafeteria food was cheap. On the other side, Miss Fu replied with a simple okay and put down her phone. After realizing the gap in strength between herself and Zhao Yuan, her competitiveness in martial arts began to emerge. Both were SSS class martial spirits, and both were top-tier weapon spirits. There was no reason for her to lag far behind him. At 12:30, Miss Fu arrived punctually at the training room. At that moment, Zhao Yuan was practicing at the 3rd level of intensity for the first stage. The control console of this training room was quite unique. Once started, the difficulty could only increase continuously. To return to the initial mode, one would have to wait until the session was fully completed. Over the past 3 hours, he had attempted 5 times. The scores for the 5 rounds ranged from 42 to 49. Overdoing it again? Fu Miaoyin walked up to the console, glanced at the level displayed, and couldn't help but tease. However, upon seeing his scores, she didn't actually get upset. He had already opened his Ren vessel, and both his cultivation and strength had significantly improved. But his scores were lower than yesterday. This stupid training can only go up, not down. Zhao Yuan stepped out of the circle. Want to give it a try? I don't want to torture myself. After a few casual exchanges with Zhao Yuan, Fu Miaoyin said, from now on, every afternoon I need to cultivate to break through the 8th meridian, so I'll meditate for 2 hours first. Subconsciously, she felt that Zhao Yuan had called her here to utilize her ice power. But just as she had decided earlier, if she wanted to pursue this man, her own strength had to keep up. Arrange it as you see fit. If I need your help, I'll let you know in advance, Zhao Yuan said, pointing at the console. It can be operated via voice control. Miss Fu's face flushed slightly, and she quickly retreated into the washroom. Though called a washroom, the space was large, and part of it was well suited for meditative cultivation. "Miss Fu, are you a chameleon?" Zhao Yuan teased lightly before turning to the console to replay the records of his recent attempts. Simply brute forcing his way through the challenge, passing it within 3 months would be nearly impossible. Summarizing, reviewing, and addressing the problems that arose were the sources of his confidence in completing the challenge within the 3 months. Day by day passed. A week later, nearly all of Tianwu's 500 freshmen had completed their registration for the 8 Academy's Martial Showdown. With so many applicants, internal competitions were naturally required to select the true participants. Even if they had been prodigies during their high school years, this was Tianwu. They would still have to follow the rules and determine the 10 slots fairly. Thus, nearly every day, Tianwu's freshmen were engaged in passionate confrontations. Some students fought 4 or 5 matches a day just to secure a spot. Even the more introverted students were eventually forced to participate in at least 1 match a day. Amidst the fierce competition, no one noticed that the person who left everyone breathless hadn't appeared from start to finish on the final day of registration. Male dormitory, room 303. "Boss, the schedule for the 8 Academy's exchange meet is out." At 9:30 in the evening, just as Zhao Yuan climbed into bed, Zhang Tao's excited shout rang out. After 9:30, "Keep quiet," Zhao Yuan replied impatiently. "One last question, boss, are you really not going to compete for the spot?" Zhang Tao looked at Zhao Yuan with great anticipation. "This is a chance to become famous among the 8 schools. All the girls from the 8 schools will be paying attention to you, watching how you showcase your skills. Pity for those 2 sisters-in-law of ours, wonder how many rivals they'll have to face then." Of course, he muttered this last part under his breath, so Zhao Yuan couldn't hear it. "When is it?" Zhao Yuan casually asked. "It starts on the 13th of next month, just in TI." Before the word month could leave his mouth, a pillow came flying straight at his face. Zhang Tao shut his mouth immediately. His boss wasn't someone to mess with, especially since their boss suffered from sleep deprivation-induced rage syndrome. Over the weekend, Miss Fu decided to return home. Early Saturday morning, Lu Rui video called Zhao Yuan. Since registration day, it had been 10 days since she last saw him. She was acutely aware of the significant gap between them, which constantly pushed her to train harder. However, the more she suppressed her longing, the more it rebounded. During these 10 days, Zhao Yuan hadn't taken the initiative to message her about anything other than asking about her training progress. It was always her sharing little snippets of her daily life. Growing up with her grandmother in poverty, Lu Rui had always found it hard to fit in with other children. Falling in love was an entirely new experience for her, and not knowing how to navigate it, she could only do what she felt was right. Zhao Yuan, a lazy voice came from the other end of the call. It was 6:30 on a Saturday morning, and she only showed half of her sleepy face on the screen. "Balancing work and rest is important." Zhao Yuan's voice was as clear and firm as ever, indicating he was already up. Lu Rui suddenly sat up in bed as the thin summer blanket slipped down, revealing her alluring figure. "I signed up for the freshman exchange event," she said, her voice much clearer now. She placed her phone on the bedside table and started getting out of bed. "Opportunities like this are rare, you must seize them," Zhao Yuan said earnestly, setting aside what he was doing to give her his full attention. "Yesterday, I also became a disciple under Master Pei." She had originally wanted to tell him this in person, but hearing his voice filled with concern, she couldn't help but blurt it out. "Do you need to prepare long weapon armaments?" Zhao Yuan asked immediately. "Not yet," Lu Rui quickly shook her head. "I'm just a registered disciple for now. If I can break through to the first rank within 3 months and pass Master Pei's evaluation, I can become a formal disciple. At that point, Master Pei would reward her with a piece of beginner-level equipment." For a dignified 5th-rank powerhouse to reward a disciple with beginner-level equipment was no trivial matter. However, she didn't elaborate because she lacked confidence. In the past 10 days, Lu Rui had already cleared 6 of her 8 extraordinary meridians. Her cultivation speed could rival that of an A grade, perhaps even a peak A grade, awakened martial spirit. But an E grade was still an E grade. Until she achieved a second awakening into the SSS grade Fire Phoenix, as Zhao Yuan had mentioned, she was nothing more than an E grade old hand martial spirit. She had no confidence until she truly succeeded. Zhao Yuan rubbed his forehead lightly. Regarding armaments, all she needed upon reaching the 1st rank was a basic 1st rank weapon. Other protective gear was unnecessary for now. He didn't believe in pursuing overly expensive equipment. 10,000 to 20,000 yuan would suffice. Ordinary weapons, even those forged from 100 refined steel, couldn't withstand the monstrous strength of 1st-rank martial artists. As for Lu Rui, besides a long spear, she'd at least need a heart shield mirror. Long weapon armaments weren't cheap, starting at a minimum of 200,000 yuan. Adding the heart shield mirror to the mix, the cost would be astronomical. For this year's National Freshman Martial Arts Exchange Conference, he'd have to pull some weight and gather as many benefits as possible. Zhao Yuan, I've been facing significant obstacles in clearing my run meridian recently. Could you come help me? Lu Rui's voice interrupted his thoughts about earning money quickly. The path of cultivation lies in diligence and self-discipline. Zhao Yuan was about to decline. He was certain Lu Rui had a chance to undergo a second awakening into the SSS grade fire Phoenix martial spirit, so he didn't want to interfere too much in her training. If she worked harder, her foundation would be much stronger when the time for her second awakening came. Just then, he saw Lu Rui move. She was wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown, rummaging through her belongings. Where are my stockings? Lu Rui held a few pieces of clothing in her hands. Ironically, she might not have been fully awake, as she was clearly holding two stockings. Aren't they in your hands? Zhao Yuan instinctively pointed out. Ah! With a scream, Lu Rui rushed straight for her phone on the bedside table. The tranquil morning ended abruptly as the video call was cut off. The path of cultivation lies in diligence and self-discipline, Zhao Yuan murmured to himself. But the guidance of a good mentor and friend can help them progress more efficiently in their training. Half an hour later, Zhang Tao slowly woke up. In the past, he would sleep until at least 7:30, but under the influence of the diligent and extraordinary boss, he had gradually adjusted to waking up at 7 o'clock. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhao Yuan's spot. Was the knife still there? It's the weekend. Even the boss isn't training today. Why should I get up early? Zhang Tao muttered to himself as he lay back down, deciding to get some more sleep. At this moment, Zhao Yuan had already arrived at the gates of the 7th Academy. In the early morning, the school gates were bustling with students coming and going. Just as he steadied himself, a beautiful figure ran out from the campus. Lu Rui had been at the 7th Academy for about 10 days and had quickly become the second most popular school beauty among the freshmen. In truth, the reason she ranked second wasn't because her looks or figure were inferior to the first, nor because her martial spirit talent was only rated at E-level, but simply because she already had a boyfriend. This morning, she stepped out barefaced, dressed in a loose t-shirt and a pair of pajama pants, looking every bit like the girl next door. But with her stunning figure and beauty, even such casual attire appeared exceptionally appealing. Zhao Yuan. Seeing Zhao Yuan, Lu Rui couldn't help but marvel. Had he grown taller again? Although Lu Rui was not short herself, standing at 170 centimeters, she appeared even more petite in Zhao Yuan's arms. Why are you wearing pajama pants? Zhao Yuan wrapped an arm around her waist, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Rui tugged slightly at her pajama pants, but Zhao Yuan's sharp eyes immediately caught on to the truth. It was a pair from the Coulisse collection. It wasn't surprising, though. Lu Rui wasn't the type of person like Miss Fu. While Miss Fu suffered from some social anxiety, she had grown up in the public eye and occasionally dressed boldly. It was perfectly normal for her. Why haven't I seen these before? Zhao Yuan's voice suddenly turned deeper. Because I bought them just to see you, Lu Rui thought triumphantly. Recently, she had done a lot of research. Without a roommate and during her non-training hours, she had been studying how to be a good girlfriend. After all, she had never been in a relationship before. After saying this, Lu Rui slipped out of Zhao Yuan's embrace on her own. Hand it over, she said as she reached out to take the Tianwu student ID from Zhao Yuan's hand. Sir, this student is from Tianwu, here to collaborate with us on the Freshman Martial Arts Exchange Conference, Lu Rui said, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she approached the security guard. Unless it was a major event concerning all 8 academies, the 7th Academy, like Tianwu, also maintained strict access controls. Zhao Yuan? The security guard was initially skeptical. After all, the two of them had been hugging so intimately at the gate. How could this be about discussing the martial arts exchange? But upon hearing that name, the guards recalled the recent buzz spreading across Tiannan and the entire Dragon Nation's martial academies over the past 2 weeks. Yulong of S City had ultimately chosen the closest academy, Tiannan. This year, Tianwu had enrolled 2 SSS-level freshmen. Perhaps this time, in the 5 great martial meets, Tianwu could finally shake off its reputation as the perennial underdog, and the 8th Academy of Tiannan could also gain some recognition alongside it. There are certain areas you can't enter casually. I trust we don't need to remind you of that. Even though the visitor was a Tianwu SSS-level freshman, every martial academy had its own secrets. I guarantee we won't break any rules, Lu Rui nodded, happily retrieving Zhao Yuan's student ID as she had planned. She effortlessly brought Zhao Yuan into the 7th Academy. The two strolled leisurely along the academy's tree-lined paths. It's only been a few days, and Lu Rui has learned to lie? Zhao Yuan suddenly remarked, looking at Lu Rui, who was walking ahead with her head lowered. What else was I supposed to do? Lu Rui thought to herself. She wanted his help. She couldn't possibly waste money renting a training room. At a martial arts hall, could she? After all, she lived alone, and the dormitory manager wouldn't monitor her every move on the weekends. Based on her prior observations, the dorm matron wouldn't start her rounds until after 8:30 or even as late as 9 o'clock on weekends. So, before taking Zhao Yuan to her dormitory, she first led him to experience the cafeteria at the 7th Academy. The girls' dormitory was different from the boys'. Here, there were only cameras at the main entrance and in the lobby on the first floor. As they passed the corner of the lobby, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but want to tear off the wig on his head. Under the pleading gaze of Lu Rui, they entered dormitory 202, and he finally found relief. He hadn't expected Lu Rui to have even prepared a wig. Sorry to trouble you. As soon as he removed the wig, Lu Rui threw herself into his arms again. It's okay. He was simply unaccustomed to wearing a wig. Let me first help you solve your cultivation problem. Her dormitory was in a corner, and the curtains were tightly drawn. After Zhao Yuan spoke, she locked the dormitory door behind them, ensuring that even the dorm mother couldn't come in casually. In truth, she hadn't encountered any real problems, it was merely an excuse to see Zhao Yuan. After days of practice, Lu Rui discovered that her meridians were far sturdier than those of an average A-grade martial soul awakener. They could even compare to some S-grade martial soul awakeners. After opening her 6th extraordinary meridian, her strength had reached 8.2 car, an increase of 2.2 car. Once the divine fire refining jade technique formed a small circulation within her body, the growth rate of her inner strength had more than doubled. For every martial artist, opening 6 extraordinary meridians would naturally enhance the speed of inner strength extraction. The increase could range from 10 to 30% at the least, to as much as 50%. But for someone like her, whose speed had doubled outright, she dared not ask others casually. With Zhao Yuan's arrival, she confided everything to him without reservation. After hearing her account, a peculiar thought flashed through Zhao Yuan's mind. Perhaps Lu, the campus belle, had lived too frugally in the past, resulting in malnutrition. This could explain why, though she had the potential to awaken an SSS-grade Phoenix martial soul, her energy nearly depleted her martial veins during the explosion. As a result, her martial soul level ended up extremely low, though her foundational vitality remained remarkable. Her meridian strength, which was close to top-tier A-grade or borderline S-grade, was sufficient proof of his theory. However, Zhao Yuan did not voice these thoughts. Instead, he spoke sternly, "This is merely an initial manifestation of the Phoenix power within you, so you must never slack off in your cultivation." "I understand," Lu Rui nodded earnestly. She didn't understand why Zhao Yuan was so confident that she could awaken an SSS-grade Phoenix martial soul during her second awakening, but she didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm either. Since he believed in her so much, she had to give it her all. Even if the final outcome wasn't ideal, at least she wouldn't regret not trying. The upcoming 8 Academy exchange determines the spots for the 5 freshman exchange, Zhao Yuan revealed again. To participate in the final 5 Academy exchange, reaching the first stage is the minimum requirement. Of course, this standard was just his guess. For the South 8 Academies, he was certain he would take one spot, and Miss Fu would take another. The remaining 8 spots would be selected from the academies. For an E-grade martial soul awakener, this difficulty was self-evident. Before today, Zhao Yuan merely wanted Lu Rui to broaden her horizons by participating in the 8 Academy Freshman Martial Exchange. Her real breakthrough phase should come after her second awakening. He hadn't expected that after opening 6 extraordinary meridians and forming a small circulation within her body, she would uncover so much new information about her martial soul. Before opening the 12 standard meridians, even if she entered the first stage and formally awakened her martial soul, her combat strength would only increase modestly. As long as Lu Rui kept up with her cultivation, she still had a chance to compete. "Today, I'll help you break through the Ren Meridian." Zhao Yuan's voice was solemn. "You must stay focused, free your mind of distractions." For the next half hour, Lu Rui struggled to find that mental state. Having finally gotten a chance to meet, she found it difficult to calm her thoughts. It wasn't until Zhao Yuan told her that if she became one of the 10 selected, even if she wasn't a student at Tianwu Academy, she would be allowed to freely enter Tianwu, train, and cultivate with them. The thought of being able to see Zhao Yuan often over the next 2 or 3 months, or perhaps even longer, instantly calmed Lu Rui's heart. Zhao Yuan had already broken through the Ren meridian and wasn't far from breaking through the Du meridian. His inner strength was approximately 3 times that of Lu Rui's. Having experienced a first guiding session before, the pain of his Mingxia inner force entering her body, though still causing her to groan, was something she gritted her teeth to endure, keeping her mind steady. Stay steady, and begin the breakthrough. After opening 6 extraordinary meridians, a martial artist could finally perform inner vision. At the moment, Lu Rui was completely unguarded, allowing him to transfer his nether fiend internal energy to her. He had to admit, he was now witnessing her unique qualities firsthand. The width and resilience of her meridians were even stronger than his own in his past life. This girl was truly low-key. Even top-tier A-grade martial spirits couldn't compare to her. She could easily rival an S-grade awakened individual. Having understood the situation, his resolve grew even firmer. The Ren meridian starts from the Baozhong acupoint, passes through Huiyin, Yuanhai, and 24 other acupoints, and finally ends under the chin. Like the Du meridian, it serves to better develop a martial artist's dantian, enabling it to accommodate more internal energy. Thus, unblocking the Ren and Du meridians is something every martial artist prioritizes. The benefits gained from doing so far surpass those from unblocking the other 8 extraordinary meridians. In less than 10 minutes, the Ren meridian, which was already 30% unblocked, expanded by another 10% with Zhao Yuan's nether fiend internal energy. This 10% was no small matter. In the future, when her Fire Phoenix martial spirit awakens, this 10% enhancement would amplify the benefits tenfold, even 20-fold. She let out a muffled groan, akin to the mournful cry of a cuckoo, deeply alluring. At this moment, she lay quietly on the bed, the stark contrast of black and white fully captured in Zhao Yuan's eyes. Calm your mind, focus. Do not get distracted. Zhao Yuan commanded in a low voice, not knowing whether he was reminding Lu Rui or himself. Time ticked by, and 2 hours passed quickly. When a suppressed, resonant cry finally escaped Lu Rui's lips, her 7th extraordinary meridian was successfully unblocked. Zhao Yuan had spent 2.5 hours here, equivalent to at least 10 days of his own arduous cultivation. Yet this sense of teetering on the edge of life and death was truly nerve-wracking. Had it not been for the deep mutual understanding and unwavering trust between the two, problems would have arisen long ago. This level of trust, even between master and disciple, was rare. Even those apprenticed to powerful mentors seldom received such assistance in this manner to help them break through. I've broken through. Lu Rui sat up, her body drenched in sweat. Her strength had surged from 8.2 car to approximately 13.5 car. This exceeded her original estimate of 12 to 13 car by an entire car. While this might seem insignificant to high-level martial artists, for newcomers not yet ranked, this was a leap from A grade to S grade. For the next 2 or 3 days, familiarize yourself with this newfound strength before attempting another breakthrough, Zhao Yuan said, his voice hoarse. Who could endure 2.5 hours of torment in the presence of such a lure? The moment Lu Rui broke through, Zhao Yuan could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward. Meanwhile, the door to room 201 in the 7th courtyard's girls' dormitory quietly opened. A petite figure, barely 1.6 meters tall, emerged like a small potato. Rui Jie? After stepping out, she didn't leave immediately but instead approached the door to room 202 across the hall. This was Zhou Mengmeng, Lu Rui's newfound and only friend, as well as her mealtime companion. It was nearing 11:30 p.m., and she had come to find Lu Rui as usual. Standing at the door, Zhou Mengmeng heard muffled groans that sounded somewhere between pain and discomfort. Rui Jie? Zhou Mengmeng raised her voice slightly. The two of them lived in separate dorm rooms and had almost no other friends. She knew Rui Jie didn't have much money, so she often practiced in her own room. Could something have gone wrong during her cultivation? Undecided, she hesitated whether to force her way in or wait for Rui Jie to overcome the problem on her own. Her mother had once said that unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians wouldn't cause major issues, as long as one wasn't too reckless. However, external interference could lead the person breaking through to suffer from energy deviation. Yet, the muffled groans inside were growing more frequent and urgent. About 10 seconds later, everything suddenly quieted down. Rui Jie, open the door. Once the room fell silent, Zhou Mengmeng banged on the door with some force. After roughly 3 seconds, Lu Rui's head peeked out from the doorway. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, and her face was bright red. Rui Jie, are you okay? Zhou Mengmeng asked with concern. I'm fine. I was just breaking through. Look, I've already unblocked my Ren Meridian now. Lu Rui extended a hand but showed no intention of opening the door. Rui Jia won't let me in? Zhou Mengmeng muttered under her breath. Are you hiding some delicious food? This little potato was nothing short of a foodie. No, I just broke through, and things are a bit messy, Lu Rui replied softly. Mengmeng, go back to your room and wait for me for 20 minutes. I'll wash up and then join you for a meal. Lu Rui's gaze flickered nervously, realizing she had completely forgotten about this little troublemaker. Zhou Mengmeng snorted softly. She then reached out and swiped her finger across Lu Rui's mouth. You're clearly hiding something to eat. She tasted the milk Lu Rui had secretly stashed and found it surprisingly delicious, even better than the high-energy drinks she usually consumed. Zhou Mengmeng's small gesture made Lu Rui's eyes widen in shock, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Go back first. I'm going to take a shower. With a loud slam, the door shut, leaving Zhou Mengmeng smacking her lips as she returned to her own room. Could this be a specialty of S-City? She decided she would ask Sister Rui to share some with her later. As soon as Lu Rui closed the door, she rushed to the bathroom. Zhou Mengmeng had knocked on the door so urgently earlier that she hadn't had time to handle the milk properly and was forced to drink it all. Who would have thought that there was still a bit left on the corner of her mouth, and Mengmeng ended up eating it. Mengmeng, oh Mengmeng, not everything is edible. Blamed Zhao Yuan. They had known each other for so many years, and this was the first time she felt resentment toward this man. After leaving the 7th hospital, Zhao Yuan felt as if he were walking on air. It wasn't because he was weak, but because he was reflecting on his life. In his previous life, Lin Yan had once said, the first time must be saved for the wedding night. In his early 20s, during the prime of his youth, he had spent 4 years in university living a single life. Less than 2 months after their marriage, Lin Yan announced she was pregnant. After giving birth, Lin Yan always came up with various excuses to refuse his requests. Even so, he had never doubted her loyalty. To be honest, if it weren't for the Lin family siblings personally revealing the truth, he might have thought his entire experience was just a dream. Their acting was too flawless. So flawless that as Zhao Yuan reflected on the past while on the brink of death, he found no trace of deception. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Back then, when he had intimate moments with Lin Yan, he was so nervous and self-conscious that his performance was mediocre. Afterward, Lin Yan used that as an excuse to evade him, making him believe he was inadequate. He even sought out a lot of instructional materials to improve himself. Yet Lin Yan rarely gave him opportunities to put what he learned into practice. Now, in this new life, Lu Rui, this little enchantress, was so tender and captivating it made his heart melt. Though he hadn't taken her virginity, he had done everything else he could with her. As a young man, love or the lack of it was very apparent in such situations. If someone constantly avoids and deflects basic needs, it's simply because they don't love you. If it weren't for recently having opened his Ren Meridian, he might not have had the chance to witness this little vixen's tricks. However, her skills were not yet refined. Like martial arts, practice makes perfect. 7th Hospital Cafeteria. Sister Rui, what brand of milk did you drink at lunch? Zhou Mengmeng's tray was piled high with various meats. In contrast, the food on Lu Rui's plate was less than a fifth of Mengmeng's. Lu Rui's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. The thought of having drunk it all made her cheeks grow even hotter. That's a specialty of S-City. I'll see if I can bring you some next time I go back, Lu Rui replied, feigning nonchalance. Little did she know, Zhou Mengmeng had already ordered a box of every brand of milk and yogurt available in S-City. Her martial soul was quite unique. While waiting during lunch, she had noticed a tiny leftover bit from Lu Rui's lips, and astonishingly, it had stimulated her martial soul to grow stronger. However, when she knocked on Lu Rui's dorm room again, there were no other brands of milk to be found. She had even tried the same milk herself, but it had no effect on her martial soul. She had originally asked Lu Rui in passing, but the reply was flawless and gave nothing away. Then I'll thank you in advance, Sister Rui, Zhou Mengmeng said, before burying her head back into her meal. Interrupted by a small potato, Zhao Yuan found himself at a loss on how to spend the afternoon. He returned to the dormitory somewhat unenthusiastically, only to find Zhang Tao fiddling with his phone, chatting with someone in a mysteriously secretive manner. Boss, why are you back so early? Zhang Tao asked in surprise. Zhao Yuan hadn't gone to the training room today, so it seemed he had gone on a date. But it was only 12:30, and the date seemed to have ended a bit prematurely. Training requires a balance between work and rest. I'll treat this morning as a break, Zhao Yuan replied casually. He had grown quite familiar with his roommate by now.
Apart from Zhang Tao's mysterious phone, Zhao Yuan had a decent understanding of him.
Zhang Tao was a warm and cheerful young man.
Zhao Yuan was planning to take a nap.
Rumor had it that Miss Fu had already returned home yesterday, so the girl Zhao Yuan went on a date with today must be his childhood sweetheart from the same hometown. Once Zhang Tao heard the faint sound of Zhao Yuan snoring, he immediately opened his phone. On a niche forum, a blogger with the ID Furious Sea Waves posted a 2,000-character gossip thread in just 20 minutes.
The master of time management, not yet 20, exhausted to the point of napping in broad daylight.
The post elaborated on this so-called master of time management, who allegedly juggled relationships with 10 girlfriends simultaneously.
At the end, the blogger even recommended a traditional herbal supplement, Lu Wei Di Huang Wan.
He claimed he would suggest this remedy to the time management master and promised to provide daily updates on the master's condition.
Initially, the post didn't attract much attention.
But when the blogger announced that he would conduct real-time observations, the thread quickly went viral.
Some readers even began asking for the purchase link to the recommended herbal supplement. At this point, the blogger Furious Sea Waves abruptly went offline.
Zhang Tao glanced at Zhao Yuan's bed, then quietly retrieved a delicately packaged box from his cabinet and placed it on Zhao Yuan's desk. Afterward, he left the dormitory silently. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Zhao Yuan woke up. He rarely took naps, and even when he did, they never exceeded an hour. Upon waking, he headed straight to the training room. Just moments ago, he had a brief dream in which a level 6 Shadow Lord appeared. If years down the line he were to confront it again with his current level 5 skills, could he defeat it and save his life?
The answer was no.
In his previous life, it was only due to the Shadow Lord's arrogance and carelessness that he seized a narrow opportunity for victory. If given a second chance, he wasn't confident he could succeed again. Upon arriving at the training room, Zhao Yuan initiated the third trial of the first stage. A minute later, the sound of a notification chimed, signaling his successful completion of the level.
Continue.
Without hesitation, he opted for the fourth level of difficulty. This time, 6 multicolored balls were launched at an even faster speed. But this posed
no challenge for him.
Having opened his Rin channel, he gained an additional 6-card boost in strength, significantly improving his reaction speed and endurance.
The research and trial and error of the past few days had all been in preparation for this moment.
The final level of the first stage, where 7 colored balls were launched simultaneously, was the real challenge he had been gearing up to face. Earlier today, he had an epiphany about love and rejection, shattering a psychological barrier from his past life and tearing away the pure love warrior label he had once worn.
Deep affection and pure love?
Even dogs didn't need such labels. First stage, 5th level, the highest difficulty. Participants without tiered advancement are highly likely to get injured, a mechanical voice announced.
Would you like to proceed?
Proceed, he answered firmly. Following his response, the training room buzzed with the sound of complex machinery. The highest level challenge began, 7 colored balls launched simultaneously, their difficulty exceeding all expectations. Zhao Yuan's eyes scanned in all directions and his ears picked up every sound, his focus reaching its peak. Blue. The system announced the target ball's color, and in the next instant, whoosh, 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 a barrage of 7 colored balls shot out from all directions at breakneck speed. Their velocity was double that of the first level, and even though they weren't in attack mode, the sheer speed and quantity were enough to easily injure a novice who hadn't advanced into a tier. The requirement for tier advancement was a strength level exceeding 10 cards. Zhao Yuan had already reached 18, so he had no concerns in this regard. The dense barrage of 7 colored balls would make even some Tier 1 warriors feel a chill down their spines. Clang, his blade collided with a ball. Zhao Yuan's feet moved in an unconventional pattern, not a martial footwork technique, but a unique step that allowed him to shift directions swiftly. If the target ball wasn't visible in his line of sight, it could only be coming from his blind spot. The limited space of the training room, combined with the speed of the balls, made determining their positions and striking them within such a short time frame an incredibly challenging task. Yet, with a series of clang, clang, clang sounds, the score on the control panel surged rapidly, finally stopping at a perfect 100. Zhao Yuan's face carried a hint of weariness, but he had successfully passed the first stage. In the time that followed, he meditated to recover while also attempting to break through the final governor vessel. The governor vessel was the last checkpoint among the 8 extraordinary meridians. Without clearing it, no matter how much strength accumulated, whether 18, 30, or even higher, it couldn't qualify one as a ranked warrior, as it was impossible to fully summon the martial soul in such a state. Before entering the ranks, the highest recorded strength for a warrior was 30 calories. Zhao Yuan's heaven-slicing blade was not a strength-based martial soul, so even after clearing the governor vessel, reaching the peak strength value might be difficult. However, based on the enhancements he experienced after clearing the conception vessel, he was hopeful to surpass 25 calories, with a potential limit around 28 calories. As for the 30 calories record, it belonged to a monk from Tianzhu. He had awakened an SSS-level White Jade Flying Elephant martial soul, one of the ultimate representations of strength-based martial souls. For the vast majority of warriors, their strength ranged between 10 and 15 calories upon entering the ranks. The standard for a genius was above 18 calories, and exceeding 25 calories meant reaching the so-called level of prodigy in at least one attribute. Weekends always passed by in a flash, and before long, it was Monday again. Typically, Fu Miaoyin would come find Zhao Yuan to eat together and then train in the afternoon training room. Their training methods didn't interfere much with each other. Zhao Yuan practiced in the main training room, while Fu Miaoyin spent most of her time in the washroom striving to break through the final governor vessel. Although the two barely interacted, Fu Miaoyin still liked being around him. As one of the five greats, Tianwu Academy possessed special training rooms that could accelerate the process of clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians. With Miss Fu's status and wealth, there was no need for her to crowd in here with Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan had advised her, but Miss Fu refused to accept his good intentions.
Fu Miaoyin didn't show up on Monday, nor on Tuesday. From Wednesday to Thursday, and even Friday, Fu Miaoyin didn't appear on the second floor. Zhao Yuan focused most of his energy on training. It wasn't until Friday, after returning from the training room, that he sent Miss Fu a message. Though Miss Fu seemed aloof, she was actually easy to understand and not hard to please. For someone who couldn't be persuaded to leave before, her sudden absence surely meant something had happened.
If you're in trouble, you can reach out to me.
This was the first time Zhao Yuan proactively messaged her.
Busy with coursework and family matters over the weekend. Her style was as usual, concise and clear. Zhao Yuan felt the coldness in her words but still acknowledged her reason for being absent. After receiving her reply, Zhao Yuan put away his phone. Since she didn't want to say more, he wouldn't press further. Having gone through the matter with Lin Yan, Zhao Yuan no longer wasted time or energy helping others solve their problems unless they showed enough sincerity. If someone gave up at the first sign of trouble, he wouldn't let it slide so easily. Over the following half-month, Zhao Yuan mostly shuttled back and forth between the dormitory, training room, and cafeteria. He didn't see Fu Miaoyin again, nor did he encounter Lu Rui. Lu Rui had suddenly cleared her conception vessel, drawing the attention of her master, Mentor Pei. The reason Zhao Yuan noticed something different about her was that he knew she could undergo a second awakening, and that her martial soul after the second awakening would be an SSS-level fire phoenix. In his eyes, Lu Rui's current performance and progress were only natural. But to others, her rapid progress was undoubtedly suspicious. The first to notice her, naturally, were the mentors of the 7th Academy. An E-level martial soul awakener, surpassing the cultivation speed of most A-level martial soul students? Led by Mentor Pei, several freshman mentors conducted tests on her condition. Mentor Pei, in particular, personally administered a second martial soul level assessment. The test results were shocking. Lu Rui's martial soul had undergone a transformation. When she awakened in June, her martial soul had been an old hen. The only unusual feature was a single scarlet feather on its wing. But now, over half of the feathers on its wings had turned scarlet. This old hen seemed to have grown far more mysterious. Lu Rui's martial soul had evolved. With just the transformation of its feathers into scarlet, her martial soul level had already reached D. If all the feathers turned scarlet, could it evolve to A level, or even S level? Lu Rui's talent in martial arts was obvious to all, especially in spear techniques, where she was extraordinarily formidable. The old professor made a decisive choice on the spot, directly accepting Lu Rui as his final disciple. Although Lu Rui was a woman, she was exceptionally diligent in her cultivation. With her extraordinary martial arts talent combined with her evolving martial soul, even if only the wings could evolve, as long as they turned completely crimson, Lu Rui's martial soul could reach a B level or even A level. At this moment, she already possessed all the qualifications to become his final disciple. Thus, she was granted the same treatment as Zhao Hui, weekend opportunities to train alone with Master Pei and receive special guidance. In terms of spear techniques, although Zhao Yuan might surpass Master Pei in other aspects, he was absolutely no match for him in this area. With the freshman martial competition approaching, both Lu Rui and Zhao Hui carried Master Pei's high expectations, leaving them no time for other distractions. Despite her hectic schedule, Lu Rui would still squeeze out 5 to 10 minutes to vent her frustrations to Zhao Yuan. Time flew, and it was now the 7th. Only 1 week remained until the 8 Academy's freshman exchange meet. The battle for spots between Tianwu Academy and the other 7 academies had already begun. The 8 major martial academies of the southern region each enrolled between 500 and 800 freshmen annually. This meant that those who could secure a spot in the exchange represented only 1/80th to 1/50th of their respective schools. The time Lu Rui spent calling Zhao Yuan daily had now been reduced to 5 minutes. It wasn't just Lu Rui who was busy striving for a spot. Zhao Yuan's roommate, Zhang Tao, had also started leaving early and returning late. Every night, he would quickly wash up and go straight to bed upon returning to the dorm. This morning and afternoon each have a competition. If I advance smoothly, Master Pei will personally guide me tonight, so I won't have time to call you again. Lu Rui sent a voice message early in the morning. Focus on your training and matches. I'll be waiting for you at Tianwu, Zhao Yuan replied, putting away his phone as he left. In the dining hall, everyone was in a rush. The snippets of conversation that could be overheard all revolved around potential opponents. The selection for the freshman exchange had already begun. As the host academy, Tianwu was also fervently engaged in the process. After breakfast, Zhao Yuan habitually headed to the training room. Today, the training room was exceptionally quiet. As he stepped inside, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure, but the person quickly disappeared. He didn't dwell on it. These past few days, Zhao Yuan had been focusing on breaking through the final meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the governor vessel. After passing the first trial, he had not continued further. Hundreds of miles away, an old man was checking the trial records daily. In less than half a month, that boy had cleared 5 difficulty levels of the first trial. The old man eagerly anticipated the challenges of the second and third trials, hoping they would give the boy more trouble. Who would have thought that the trial records would suddenly freeze, going over half a month without updating? He would have even welcomed a failure record. You little brat, the old man bellowed angrily. Immediately, 2 middle-aged men nearby who were sipping tea put down their cups and obediently approached him. Mr. Wang, have we disturbed you? The man on the left broke into a cold sweat, while the one on the right was drenched in sweat. Get lost, this has nothing to do with you, the old man waved impatiently. And don't come here for tea anymore. Realizing they weren't the targets of the old man's ire, the 2 middle-aged men hurriedly took their leave. They had come here to curry favor with the old man, hoping to discuss intelligence matters over tea, a rare opportunity. As they departed, the old man gazed northward, resolving to return within 3 months. As for the records, he decided to shut them off entirely. Seeing them only irritated him. Boss, tomorrow is the official martial competition for the 8 Academy's freshmen. On the evening of the 12th, at 7 o'clock, Zhao Yuan returned to the dormitory on time and unexpectedly encountered his roommate, Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had been leaving early and returning late recently, and the two had hardly crossed paths. So? Zhao Yuan asked, did you make it through the qualifiers? I didn't even sign up, Zhang Tao replied, looking baffled. I haven't fought a single match. Fighting and killing isn't my thing. Not your thing? Then why have you been leaving early and coming back late all these days? Zhao Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Not telling you for now, Zhang Tao said with a mysterious smile. But, boss, you should have advanced smoothly, right? Lowering his voice, he added, I heard there are people betting heavily on who can take you and your little sister-in-law down. Zhao Yuan didn't continue the conversation. He knew that once Zhang Tao started talking, he wouldn't get a word in edgewise. His focus was on the governor vessel, which was already more than halfway open. Within the next few days, he was confident it would be fully unblocked. Once the governor vessel was cleared, his 8 extraordinary meridians would be entirely connected, and his strength would exceed 25 car. With the 8 extraordinary meridians forming a grand circulation, his power would increase dramatically. Consequently, his recent training had been mentally exhausting, prompting him to return to the dormitory earlier each day. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's phone vibrated. I've made it into the top 10. The message was from Lu Rui. Over the past week, Lu Rui had been reporting her battle results to him daily. Congratulations, Zhao Yuan replied. I told you, I'll be waiting for you at Tianwu. Lu Rui, Master Pei is going to give us a pre-competition summary and guidance in a bit. See you tomorrow, miss you. Zhao Yuan put away his phone, his gaze becoming much deeper. Besides waiting for her at Tianwu, he had also prepared a little surprise. August 13th. As dawn broke, the Tianwu freshman campus was already bustling with excitement.
On this day every year, the 8 major martial arts academies of Tiannan would gather here. Boss, you've got to give it your all today. At the entrance of the cafeteria, 2 of them were having breakfast together for the first time in over a month. Zhang Tao swept his hand grandly and ordered the most expensive set meal for Zhao Yuan. Give it my all? Zhao Yuan frowned. I don't have a match today. Early in the morning, Zhang Tao had been busy running around and even personally brought breakfast to Zhao Yuan. What? Zhang Tao looked utterly shocked. Boss, wake up. The official exchange meeting is about to start soon. Don't tell me you're still dreaming. I never attend classes, you should know that. Zhao Yuan responded calmly. Old Yang directly put me on the first team's substitute bench. At this moment, the freshmen of Tianwu should all already know that after this 8 Academy exchange meeting, the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition would follow. This exchange meeting was to select the participants for the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition. After all, compared to being chosen by Academy higher-ups, determining who's stronger through actual combat was more convincing, as well as fair and just. As one of the 5 great martial arts academies, Tianwu, located in the city of Tiannan, could send out 2 teams to compete. This new policy was announced just a week ago, and Zhao Yuan only learned about it after receiving a phone call from his class advisor, Yang Ying. The National Freshman Martial Arts Competition underwent reforms this year. The 8 academies of Tiannan gathered at the university town, creating a lively atmosphere as everyone vied for the title of the second best martial arts academy in Tianwu. Some even aimed to replace Tianwu altogether. In such circumstances, unity among the participants became especially crucial. In previous tournaments, each of the 5 great academies sent 1 team, while level 1 cities nationwide could also send a team. These teams would first compete in the qualifiers, with the top 5 joining the 5 great teams in the main tournament of the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition. The qualifiers had limited broadcast coverage and were not necessarily streamed live. However, the main tournament was broadcast live nationwide every time. This initiative aimed to motivate major martial arts academies across the country to enhance their focus on developing freshman talents. Unfortunately, the dominance of the 5 great academies left other institutions with little hope. Thus, reforms were introduced this year. First, the number of competing teams increased, and the number of teams directly entering the main tournament rose to 10. In addition to the original 5 great academies, each major academy could now select a team from its city to advance. The eligibility requirement, which previously allowed only level 1 cities to register, was lowered to include level 2 cities. If the reform proved effective, even level 3 cities might be allowed to send teams in the future. The number of teams advancing from the qualifiers to the main tournament also increased from 5 to 10. The 8 major martial arts academies of Tiannan were all key institutions. Logically, each academy had the eligibility to register for the competition. However, after deliberation among the higher-ups of the 8 academies, it was decided that this year's competition spots would still be determined internally within the 8 academies. Behind this decision lay an important reason. Starting this year, the hosting rights for the annual National Freshman Martial Arts Competition would be awarded to the champion of the previous year. Tianwu and the 8 academies of Tiannan were eager to secure this hosting right. After all, every martial arts competition brought a massive influx of visitors to the host city. Of course, the 5 major cities weren't solely focused on the economic benefits. What they valued even more was talent. Apart from economic gains, the concentration of talent was Beijing Martial Academy's biggest advantage over the other 4 great academies. If it weren't for Zhao Yuan's oddity, owning no phone and citing proximity to home as his reason for choosing Tianwu, a freshman with his SSS grade talent would have had at least a 9 in 10 chance of being recruited by Beijing Martial Academy. This time, and for the next 2 or 3 competitions, we must go all out for the championship. Hong Changsheng declared at the 8 Academy principals meeting, leaving the 7 other principals too intimidated to utter a word. There was no choice. This year, Tianwu had recruited 2 freshmen with SSS grade talents. It was the most promising year for claiming the championship. If Tianwu won, both Tianwu and the other 7 academies would benefit from it. Rather than quarreling endlessly among themselves, it would be better to focus their efforts on a united front. Thus, while the format remained unchanged, the number of spots selected in this 8 Academy freshman exchange meeting increased from 12 to 24. Opportunities had doubled, and for the past 7 days, freshmen from all academies had been sharpening their skills and preparing eagerly. Boss, are you messing with me? Zhang Tao's pupils contracted rapidly. Really? Zhao Yuan. It's true, isn't it? Zhang Tao jumped up with excitement. Zhao Yuan nodded. Thank goodness, boss, you're a living Buddha.
Zhang Tao almost lunged forward to kiss Zhao Yuan, but fortunately, the latter dodged nimbly. The next moment, Zhang Tao, like a wild donkey gone mad, disappeared from Zhao Yuan's sight in an instant.
What on earth was going on? Zhao Yuan shook his head. His roommate was mysterious and scatterbrained all day long. He really couldn't figure him out. A few days ago, Zhang Tao even left a box of Luwei Diwang pills on his desk. He was in great shape and had absolutely no need for such things. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, Zhao Yuan took out a tiny black bean the size of a mung bean from his pocket and quickly popped it into his mouth. Not bad, this thing was tangy and sweet, great for digestion after meals. As Zhao Yuan approached the martial arts field, the sound of brakes screeching reached his ears. Not far from the martial arts field was a parking lot designated for the freshman exchange meet of the 8 academies. Today, students from the other 7 academies hadn't arrived by electric bus. There were simply too many people. If they all came by electric bus, the afternoon sparring sessions would drag on until nightfall. Thus, during events like this, the school buses of each academy were mobilized. Each academy had 2 school buses, and besides the competing students, each academy had gathered nearly 100 cheerleaders. The exchange meet this time was close by, allowing them to bring so many people. In a month's time, when they head to Shangjing, only the leading teachers and competing freshmen will leave the academy gates. No one else should even think about it.
After all, the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament held annually lasts at least a month.
This year, with the event's scale expanded, it might take 2 months before they return. For students participating in the tournament, they earn academic credits through the competition. As for others, if they dare to skip classes for 2 months without a valid reason, they can expect to be expelled. One by one, youthful figures full of energy stepped off the school buses. Zhao Yuan's gaze landed on the school bus of the 7th Academy. Coincidentally, the bus from the 7th Academy was parked at the edge, less than 10 meters from him. A few seconds later, a tall figure stepped down. As she got off the bus, her gaze swept across the Tianwu campus in the other direction. So, this was Tianwu, the place where he studied?
Lu Rui had just prepared herself to take in the sights of Tianwu when she noticed a figure standing quietly opposite her.
Zhao Yuan! Lu Rui almost exclaimed in surprise.
Fortunately, she reacted quickly, lowering her voice as she greeted the boy across the greenery.
Zhao Yuan waved and gestured toward the martial arts field. Just then, Lu Rui's classmates were also calling for her. Reluctantly, Lu Rui waved back before turning away.
8 o'clock sharp. The freshmen from the 8 academies of the South gathered fully in the martial arts field. According to tradition, as the host and this year's freshman grade director, I should say a few words. Grade director Lu Ming stepped to the center of the martial arts field. But this year is different. This year, the slots have doubled. All you need to do is showcase your best state. Upon hearing this, the eligible freshmen from the 8 academies, one by one, were eager to get started.
80 people competing for 24 slots. Even being an alternate could earn 1 academic credits.
Besides, with the martial arts tournament lasting so long, injuries were inevitable. Every year, alternates would get their chance to compete. Even if they didn't, gaining early exposure to the event was still invaluable.
Same old rules. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, a team from Tianwu's freshmen stepped forward.
Leading them was a stunning woman with a frosty demeanor.
In the 8 academies of the South, this woman's name was known to all.
She was Miss Fu of the Fu family in the South, the owner of an SSS-grade martial soul, the Frost Sword. Tianwu's freshman campus belle and the top of the 8 academies' freshman beauty rankings.
A powerful family background, an extraordinary martial soul, combined with a flawless figure and stunning looks.
The moment Fu Miaoyin appeared, she captured the attention of most students from the other 7 academies. Behind her were 7 men and 2 women, all with steady auras. It seemed that within the mere month and a half since the semester began, they had fully opened their 8 extraordinary meridians and become Tier 1 martial artists. Even if some hadn't fully advanced, their power undoubtedly exceeded the minimum threshold for Tier 1 martial artists, 10 car. There they are, Tianwu's S+ lineup. The 10 individuals had varying expressions, but they all exuded a strong sense of confidence. Chosen from 500 geniuses, these 10 top figures exuded overwhelming presence. Just seeing this lineup made many from the other 7 academies feel the pressure. SSS grade Fu Miaoyin, S grade Zhang Yan, Wang Shuang. Observing this team, someone could even name them one by one. Something's not right. Why is there only one SSS rank here? Someone shouted loudly. Wasn't there an extra Zhao Yuan who signed up on the last day at Tianwu? Tianwu had been quite proud of Zhao Yuan's situation. It seems everyone is quite concerned about Zhao Yuan, Lu Ming began with a smile,
but his expression quickly turned cold. Tianwu had indeed bragged quite a bit about Zhao Yuan.
It seems everyone is very interested in Zhao Yuan, Lu Ming repeated, smiling at first but then turning serious. He missed the first month's assessment.
According to Tianwu's
rules, he has already lost the qualification to compete for a starting position. Therefore, he will be the first person today to secure a spot in the national competition.
But, Lu Ming paused, he's just a substitute. Lu Ming couldn't understand what Yang Ying was thinking when she agreed to that brat's unreasonable request. An SSS-level talent might be rare, but that didn't mean he could be allowed to get carried away.
Upon hearing this news, everyone from the 7 academies breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Yuan being relegated directly to the substitute bench meant that the number of spots they could compete for had decreased from 24 to 23. Although this was bad news, the good news was that they now had one more starting position to fight for.
Enough talk, let's get started.
Lu Ming's face was gloomy, and the others from the 7 academies decided not to dwell on the matter.
Zhao Yuan had been relegated to the substitute bench due to academic issues, or perhaps Tianwu was deliberately hiding him for now.
None of this was their concern. They only needed to defeat any one of the 10 individuals to secure a main team position.
No matter how well others performed, they could only join the second team or even end up as substitutes.
Zhang Yan, I heard your brother was the captain of Tianwu's freshman team last year. Someone stepped forward just as Lu Ming moved aside.
This year it's your turn, so why are you hiding behind a woman?
Judging from the lineup, Fu Miaoyin was clearly the captain of Tianwu's freshman team, while Zhang Yan stood in the second-to-last position.
Xin Fei, it was definitely a mistake for you to join the second academy out of spite back then, Zhang Yan said, stepping forward. Over the past month, he was no longer the same person who had faced Zhao Yuan. The relationship between Zhang Yan and Xian Fei mirrored that of their families, the Zhangs and the Qians, long-standing rivals. The two had been classmates since childhood and fierce competitors. On the day of their martial soul awakening, both awakened S-rank martial souls.
Upon hearing that Zhang Yan was going to Tianwu to follow his brother Zhang Geng, Chen Fei decisively chose the second academy to focus his efforts there.
Over the years, how many times have you beaten me?
S-rank martial souls received no special treatment at Tianwu, but at the second academy, they were given abundant resources.
A wolf does not dwell among sheep, Zhang Yan said, gripping his saber. Even if you're a starving wolf, how much ferocity do you have left after staying in a sheep pen for so long?
These words left the freshmen from the second academy exchanging puzzled glances, thinking, why drag us into your personal feud?
Ridiculous. Xian Fei retorted, wielding his own large saber. His weapon was a heavy ring saber, embodying immense strength.
His martial soul was the S-rank Gale Wolf, and Zhang Yan's taunt directly targeted it. Both were young men of 18 or 19, and neither wanted to back down.
Chen Fei dashed forward with incredible speed, appearing before Zhang Yan in an instant.
Clang, the sound of their blades clashing was deafening.
Surprisingly, it was Qian Fei who was forced back. Fortunately, he wasn't injured.
Instead, he pushed off the ground with both feet and charged forward even faster. How did he get even faster? A nearby freshman asked, bewildered. To be knocked back and still maintain such speed was already impressive.
This is a unique leveraging technique of the Gale Wolf martial soul. He's definitely advanced a stage, someone with sharp eyes revealed the truth.
This time, Chen Fei was even faster, but he still couldn't succeed. Zhang Yan's ring saber precisely blocked his attack again, sending him flying back with immense force. Xian Fei was repelled again and again, yet he kept charging back, while Zhang Yan remained rooted in place throughout. If he can't break through the move, no matter how fast he is, it's a waste of effort, someone sighed in frustration.
Xian Fei was too headstrong. If he could lure Zhang Yan into attacking, he might have a slim chance of victory. However, his competitiveness
wouldn't allow him to adopt a hit-and-run strategy. To win, he needed to defeat Zhang Yan head-on, just as he'd always tried in their past duels. Unfortunately, after over a dozen attempts, all his attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Zhang Yan. You can't win, Zhang Yan said, shaking his head slightly as he looked at the panting Xian Fei. Of course, I also, before Zhang Yan could finish his sentence, Xian Fei interrupted, admitting defeat outright. If it were just a sparring match, their differing strengths, one in power, one in speed, made it hard to determine a winner. But in a life-or-death battle, failing to break Zhang Yan's defense would only lead to his eventual exhaustion and death. Xian Fei retreated to the Second Institute's team with a sense of disappointment. Although the exchange meeting was not yet over, he felt his chances slipping away.
Zhang Yan's words had dealt a significant blow to his confidence.
In the past, he had always surpassed Zhang Yan in terms of technique, consistently suppressing his rival over the years. Yet in today's battle, the weaknesses he knew so well in his opponent seemed to have completely vanished. Little did he know, within the Second Institute, he was already considered a top-tier talent. But here at Tianwu, there were more than 10 students with S-level or higher talents. He earned one of the 10 coveted spots by defeating other S-rank students. The opponents he usually faced were top-tier A+ fighters. He had even encountered S+ level fighters and had a brief sparring session with the SSS-ranked Zhao Yuan during the opening ceremony. This made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and the SSS rank, solidifying his determination to keep striving forward. These were experiences unrivaled by other martial academies. After Qian Fei's challenge, a series of challengers stepped forward to face him. The rules for newcomer challenges stated that no one could challenge the same person consecutively, and throughout the entire exchange event, a single individual could only be challenged up to 5 times. If a Tianwu student could win 5 matches in a row, they would secure a spot as a main force member of the first team. By midday, 17 matches had taken place. Not a single person had won. As one of the 5 premier martial academies, Tianwu was the top institution in Tiannan City and the southern regions of the Dragon Nation. Their recruitment process already gave them an overwhelming advantage. In past freshman martial exchange events, if 2 or 3 students from the other 7 academies made it through, it was considered an achievement. This year, the number of available spots had doubled, but the number of participants from Tianwu remained unchanged. It was practically a golden opportunity for the other 7 academies. However, after witnessing the morning's challenges, the morale of the freshmen from the 7 academies was on the verge of collapse. It was almost completely one-sided. The standout performer was unquestionably Qian Fei, who had been the first to take the stage. In a certain sense, the two of them were immovable forces to each other. Yet, the boys' competitive spirit left Qian Fei at a disadvantage. After all, this was just an exchange event, and Tianwu would never let their guests leave on an empty stomach. Defeating a group of famished warriors would be utterly disgraceful if word got out. Amid the 7 academies' teams, a figure quietly slipped away. Zhao Yuan. Lu Ruoi dashed into Zhao Yuan's embrace. Your Tianwu people are just too strong. Earlier in the morning, she had wanted to find someone to challenge. But after watching a few matches, she felt utterly unprepared. By the end of the 17 matches, everyone seemed like an unbeatable monster to her. It's only the first day. The real experts haven't even stepped in yet, Zhao Yuan comforted her softly. Lu Ruoi nodded. At least the first and second strongest students from her academy hadn't stepped up yet. I heard your academy tweaked your admission records, changing your martial soul level to B? Zhao Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The temporary strength is roughly at D+, so Master Pei helped me adjust it to B+. Lu Ruoi hadn't expected him to pay such close attention to her. The matter of altering records wasn't something most people would notice. Her martial soul could improve as she cultivated, but she hadn't had a chance to tell Zhao Yuan about this yet. She originally planned to surprise him with the news after making a big impression today. Who could have anticipated that anyone Tianwu randomly sent out would be this formidable? All 10 of them were above S rank. So, your current cultivation speed is almost on par with S rank, isn't it? Zhao Yuan took her hand and headed toward the cafeteria. Lu Ruoi nodded gently. To be precise, her speed had already surpassed some S-rank martial soul holders, reaching at least S+ level. As the two chatted, they quickly arrived outside the cafeteria. Isn't that Zhao Yuan? Someone recognized him. I heard recently that Zhao Yuan and Miss Fu have been inseparable? That girl is wearing the uniform of the 7 academies, isn't she? The Lu Ruoi was also incredibly beautiful, she clearly lacked the air of nobility that Fu Miaoyin exuded. Could my favorite couple have broken up already? Someone lamented loudly. Since when were they your couple? Miss Fu never admitted to having any relationship with Zhao Yuan. The murmurs reached Lu Ruoi's ears, and she suddenly realized she had been holding hands with Zhao Yuan the entire time. Her first instinct was to pull her hand away. She had some guesses about who this Miss Fu was. This year, Tianwu had admitted 2 SSS-ranked freshmen, Zhao Yuan and the girl who led Tianwu's team earlier today. Lu Ruoi had never doubted her own beauty and charm, but after seeing that girl, she instinctively felt a bit inferior. Her first impression of Fu Miaoyin was that such perfection shouldn't even exist in this world. Yet, she didn't let go of his hand. Dislike me? Zhao Yuan's voice sounded beside her ear. Of course not. Her palms were sweating, but she still held on cooperatively. The sight of them holding hands as they entered the cafeteria quickly spread throughout the 8 academies of Tiannan. After all, both Zhao Yuan and Lu Ruoi were quite well known among the freshmen of the 8 academies.
However, it wasn't long before waves of criticism began to emerge. Lu Rui was just someone with an E-ranked martial soul. Wasn't she only here to cheer on her fellow 7 Academy students? How did she end up getting close to Zhao Yuan? Of course, there were also those who argued, they're just a couple. What's wrong with having a meal together? But such voices were soon drowned out by the other discussions. Tianwu has always been the absolute core of the Southern 8 academies. As one of the 5 great martial academies of the Dragon Nation, it is not only the pride of numerous martial academies in the south but also the goal they all strive for. Everyone knew they were strong, but no one expected them to be this powerful. In nearly 20 challenges held in the morning, the challengers from the other 7 academies did not win a single match. Moreover, the 2 SSS grade awakened individuals had not even appeared yet. Fu Miaoyin had yet to be challenged, and Zhao Yuan, for some unknown reason, had been preemptively suspended by Tianwu itself. In just one morning, the atmosphere in the martial arena shifted from newcomers brimming with confidence and vying for spots to a dead silence. Now, all the newcomers from various academies could think about was when someone would step up and win at least one match. No one knew how long this situation would last, and everyone's mood was heavy. It was at this moment that Zhao Yuan and the second bell of the 7th Academy walked into the cafeteria hand in hand, and the situation finally changed. The Tianwu students hinted that Zhao Yuan, who possessed an SSS grade martial soul, had a close relationship with Fu Miaoyin, another SSS grade martial soul bearer. During the exchange event, the combined efforts of the 7 academies failed to secure a single victory, yet someone managed to surpass Tianwu in a different way. Winning over Zhao Yuan from Miss Fu was a remarkable feat for this girl from the 7th Academy. Of course, no one dared to say such things out loud. After all, few knew the real story. Lu Rui was ranked as the 2nd belle of the 7th Academy precisely because she had a boyfriend. Perhaps she and Zhao Yuan had been a couple long before. Naturally, this was merely the speculation of those curious about the relationships between Zhao Yuan, Fu Miaoyin, and Lu Rui. Others weren't as concerned. No matter how amicable the relationships among the 8 academies were, the current moment was one of fierce competition. For a girl like Lu Rui to privately meet Zhao Yuan, it was somewhat inappropriate. As a result, wherever they passed, murmurs and pointing followed. Still nervous? Zhao Yuan bought Lu Rui her favorite dish, pork ear slices. Not really nervous anymore. Lu Rui was in a fairly good mood, though she felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of stairs once they entered the cafeteria. Not only were there many, but some were downright intimidating. On the other hand, Zhao Yuan seemed naturally thick-skinned, utterly unfazed by the attention as he ate and drank with ease. You'll shine even brighter in the future, Zhao Yuan remarked, seemingly engrossed in his meal but always paying attention to her every move. At this moment, Lu Rui felt as if she had forgotten how to hold chopsticks properly. She had once thought this man was inherently aloof, but now she realized he had been watching over her all along. The meal was finished quickly. The afternoon challenges were set to resume at 1:30 p.m., leaving them with nearly an hour of downtime. Zhao Yuan took Lu Rui to the training room to make the most of this time by giving her some extra practice. Purely training, don't overthink it. After more than half a month of effort, her governing vessel was on the verge of complete activation. Until it was fully unblocked, her power amplification remained limited. Zhao Yuan was checking her spear techniques. Professor Pei from the 7th Academy was renowned as the best spear instructor in the South. Lu Rui's progress over the past month at the 7th Academy was truly impressive. Even Pei Shi's unofficial disciples are taught so well. After a brief sparring session, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Then, he gave Lu Rui a once-over, his gaze tinged with a trace of peculiarity. Actually, I've already officially become Pei Shi's disciple. Lu Rui finally couldn't hold back her excitement upon seeing Zhao Yuan's stunned expression. She shared the good news, I'm now his final and direct apprentice. I was planning to tell you after advancing to the next stage, she added nervously, fidgeting with her fingers. She hadn't meant to keep it a secret, it was just that she hadn't expected Zhao Yuan to have such sharp eyes. As expected of the renowned Pei Shi of the southern region. His discernment is truly exceptional, Zhao Yuan praised once again, offering her encouragement. Securing a spot in this martial tournament won't be difficult for you. Lu Rui had been somewhat confident when she first arrived, but the shocking results of the morning matches had shaken her. Now, with her crush's affirmation, her determination was reignited. For the next half hour, Zhao Yuan let Lu Rui take a short nap. Around 1:20 p.m., he gently woke her up. Well-fed, well-rested, and with someone to wake her up. At the perfect time, Lu Rui suddenly felt like the luckiest person in the world. No matter what, she had to step onto the stage for the afternoon challenges. One push, then decline, and finally exhaustion. She would never delay such things until tomorrow. The two descended from the second floor and unexpectedly encountered someone in the first floor lobby. With such a short midday break, aside from people like Zhao Yuan, who had their own private training rooms, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to secure a room just for themselves. Unless that person was Fu Miaoyin. As an SSS-ranked newcomer, Fu Miaoyin had been heavily recruited by Tianwu with substantial resources. Tianwu had invested a great deal of effort and means for her. One of the perks was free access to the training room for her entire freshman year. Her training room happened to be right across from the staircase. The three of them found themselves face to face in an unavoidable encounter. Zhao Yuan's expression remained calm, not even a flicker in his eyelids. But Lu Rui instantly tensed up. Fu classmate, she greeted in a small voice. After all, she wasn't a Tianwu student. Sneaking into the Tianwu training room might cause trouble for Zhao Yuan if word got out. You must be Lu Rui, right? Fu Miaoyin glanced at her indifferently. Lu Rui was surprised. The campus belle of Tianwu, the eldest daughter of the Fu family, actually knew who she was. I heard there was a discrepancy during your martial soul test, which led to that incident back then. Fu Miaoyin seemed to notice her surprise and offered a brief explanation. After saying this, she turned and walked away. During her departure, she only gave Zhao Yuan a silent glance before heading straight out. Don't worry, she won't report it, Zhao Yuan reassured, patting Lu Rui on the head. After all the effort to help her adjust her mindset, it wouldn't do to let her have any emotional disturbances right before she was about to perform. Are you very familiar with Fu? Lu Rui couldn't shake the odd feeling. Earlier in the cafeteria, she had overheard many people gossiping about Zhao Yuan and the eldest Miss Fu having an unusual relationship. But from their recent encounter, the two didn't even exhibit the casual acknowledgement strangers might exchange, let alone the warmth of acquaintances. Moreover, both of them were rather self-centered individuals. If you forced the two of them together, they might not exchange even a word in half a day. Lu Rui quickly exited the training room, while Zhao Yuan walked at a leisurely pace. With his status, bringing someone into the training room was hardly a big deal. As for Fu Miaoyin pretending not to know him, he couldn't care less. He had no idea what had happened after Fu Miaoyin returned to her family that weekend. This abrupt alienation didn't bother Zhao Yuan in the slightest. Rui, on the other hand, was better. She communicated promptly and even tried various ways to please him. Of course, this didn't mean he particularly enjoyed being flattered. After what happened with Lin Yan, he had become much more cautious about relationships. Until someone showed genuine sincerity, he wouldn't let himself truly fall for them. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the challenge resumed. But the freshmen from the other 7 martial academies were much more cautious this time. So far, 9 out of Tianwu's 10 competitors had already taken the stage. Only their leader, Fu Miaoyin, had yet to appear. The scene remained quiet for a few minutes until someone finally couldn't resist making a move. This led to another 3 consecutive matches, with Tianwu maintaining their undefeated streak. The newcomers from Tianwu had achieved a 20-match winning streak. Among them, the competitor with the most victories had already secured 3 wins. Just 2 more, and this person would earn an early slot for advancement. I was planning to wait until the 3rd day to step in. At this moment, a tall male student stepped out from the crowd. He was at least 2 meters tall. Although not particularly muscular, he exuded a very dangerous aura. His weapon was a long spear. In comparison to Lu Rui's 2-meter-long spear, his weapon measured at least 3 meters. Gaoli from the 5 academies, SS-ranked martial soul, Overlord Spear. His spear swept horizontally, passing right in front of Tianwu's 10 competitors. No, it swept in front of 9 of them. Who will face me in battle? If I were you, I'd bring the eldest Miss Fu along. A male student stepped out from Tianwu's team. Unless you directly challenge her, the eldest miss won't bother with you. This male student stood in the 3rd position of the team. Other than Fu Miaoyin, he was the only competitor who had appeared just once. In fact, some people didn't even remember his name. My name is Zhou Ming, SS-ranked martial soul, saber-toothed tiger. He pulled his hand out of his pocket. What had been an empty hand now held a pair of sharp claws. These weapons were known as fist claws. Very few people used such weapons because they sacrificed the advantage of attack range. Whether in combat against humans or fierce beasts, wielders of fist claws often placed themselves in peril. Among 100 martial artists, you might not find even one who used fist claws. Once you encounter a player like this, you must be exceptionally cautious. Because such a person is either a fool or an extremely dangerous existence.
Since Zhou Ming could stand among the 10 challengers, he was clearly not the former. This morning, when he made his move, he didn't use his clawed fists and easily defeated a challenger. Until now, no one knew he would use this kind of weapon. Not only were the freshmen from the other 7 academies shocked, even the freshmen of Tianwu were equally astonished. During the internal competition within Tianwu for placement, he had willingly chosen the 3rd position and never revealed his clawed fists. The looks directed at him by others were filled with surprise. Could this guy have been hiding his true strength during the internal competition? The S-tier Overlord Spear martial spirit was one of the most powerful among all martial spirits. When he stepped forward, aside from the freshmen of Tianwu, everyone else thought that the 7 academies were finally going to claim their first victory. To their surprise, the opposing side also sent out a freshman with an S-tier martial spirit. Especially the clawed fists in his hands, which looked truly chilling.
Stop trying to be mysterious.
Someone felt uneasy, but as the challenger, Gao Li was confident in his own strength. He swung his spear, pointing it at Zhou Ming.
So what if the opponent was a master of clawed fists?
Long weapons naturally counter clawed fists, and with Gao Li being over 2 meters tall, his spear was even longer than a normal one. As long as the gap in strength wasn't massive, Gao Li was naturally at an advantage against this guy named Zhou Ming.
The two of them quickly stepped into the arena.
Both were freshmen this year, both wielded S-tier martial spirits.
The gap in strength between the two couldn't possibly be wide. Gao Li chose to take the initiative, thrusting his spear directly.
This choice was actually risky, as the opponent used clawed fists, which were short weapons designed to exploit an opponent's overreach and hasty attacks. If Gao Li failed to pull back his spear in time, it would become utterly useless, a burden, even.
The spear's thrust was incredibly fast, not at all like a 3-meter-long weapon.
It was as agile as a 3-foot-long war sword. His speed was fast, but Zhou Ming's speed was even faster. The saber-toothed tiger martial spirit wasn't as domineering and powerful as other tiger-type martial spirits but instead had the dual advantages of agility and extreme speed. At the moment the spear tip missed Zhou Ming's shoulder, he had already closed in 2 meters. This distance was already half of Zhou Ming's attack range. Half a meter closer, and Gao Li's spear would be no better than a fire poker. The freshmen of the 7 academies watched with their hearts in their throats.
If even Gao Li lost, the chances of victory for the others would be slim. Tianwu's 10 freshmen had been selected from 500 geniuses, their strength truly terrifying.
And yet, such a lineup was almost always ranked at the bottom of the 5 great academies each year.
One can only imagine what the scene would be like at the National Freshman Martial Tournament. Gao Li and the others didn't make their moves recklessly, they had prepared.
He had 2 advantages over ordinary spearmen, but they were also 2 extreme weaknesses. Those were his 2.2-meter height and nearly 2.5-meter arm span. At the moment the spear missed Zhou Ming's shoulder, he had already started pulling the spear back. To most, maneuvering a 3.5-meter-long spear would be incredibly cumbersome, but not for him. When Zhou Ming was halfway through his advance, a sudden chill crept up from behind him at an oblique angle.
Clang clang clang, a rapid series of piercing metallic clashes rang out. Zhou Ming's reaction was lightning fast.
He actually grabbed the spear's tip, using the force Gao Li applied to propel himself forward even faster. The freshmen from the 5 academies were on the verge of a mental breakdown.
That was the Overlord Spear.
Despite Gao Li's seemingly lean figure, his strength was ranked first among the freshmen of the 5 academies.
Grabbing it directly with his hand, even with clawed fists, could result in severe injury or even permanent damage.
This was just an initial trial, with only 23 spots up for grabs. Risking the crippling of one hand just to win, truly ruthless. Zhou Ming's actions left Gao Li momentarily stunned. Thus, when the spear was pulled halfway back, he stopped. At that moment, Zhou Ming's other clenched fist landed right on Gao Li's neck. If Zhou Ming exerted force, Gao Li would die on the spot. Zhao Yuan, amidst the crowd, nodded slightly and then shook his head. This was merely a sparring match. If it were a real challenge,
his opponent wouldn't just disable Zhou Ming's hand, they'd take his life.
But compared to Zhou Ming's risk-taking, Gao Li losing focus in a duel was akin to gambling with his life. If Gao Li's personality or way of thinking didn't change before stepping out of the safety zone,
even with his SS-grade martial soul and immense combat power, Zhao Yuan would never let someone like him join his team. This is why various nations established martial academies, to give these newcomers a chance to grow. Growth often comes with pain. Throwing them straight into military camps would be a price no nation could afford. Neither could humanity. Are you all right? After Zhou Ming withdrew his hand and stepped back, Gao Li almost wanted to chase after him to ask. Zhou Ming frowned. You're a martial artist, you shouldn't be so naive. In this world, there are very few fools. How others make their choices naturally comes with their own reasoning. Zhou Ming's claw-like weapon was custom-made, still in the process of being crafted. It turned out that the palm section of the claw had an added layer of mesh-like metal. With its protection, the palm's vulnerability could be minimized to the greatest extent. Gao Li had a tall figure, with long limbs. He was a natural spear-wielding prodigy. But his temperament still required a long period of refinement. Gao Li lost. The other 7 academies in the Tiannan 8 academies felt as if the sky was falling. S-grade geniuses were not uncommon in the other 7 academies. Each academy had 3 or 5 of them. But SS-grade geniuses were truly rare as phoenix feathers. The 5th academy had one, as did the 2nd. The 1st and 7th academies were rumored to have one as well. But the actual situation was only known to them. At this moment, no one knew what they were thinking. Challenging those S-grade newcomers might give them a better chance of winning. But at this age, who could bring themselves to do such a thing? Even if they walked up to Tianwu as a challenger, no one wanted to deliberately target an opponent with a lower talent level than themselves. After a long time, someone else stepped onto the stage. And again, it was defeat. 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 Time quickly approached 5 in the afternoon. At most, there were 2 or 3 matches left before the first day's challenges concluded. Throughout the entire day, Tianwu's newcomers had been challenged 34 times. Already, 2 individuals had reached a total of 5 victories, securing a spot as a main team member in advance. These 2 were none other than Zhang Nian, armed with an S-grade explosive wild bear martial soul, and a girl with an equally S-grade martial soul. They seemed the easiest to win against, yet both calmly endured 5 rounds of challenges. The number of matches in the morning and afternoon is about the same, someone whispered. Why not just call it a day? After all, except for Fu Miaoying, every other newcomer from Tianwu had already stepped forward more than once. Once they returned, the mentors from each academy would undoubtedly provide them with targeted guidance and analysis. Someone chimed in, agreeing that it would be better to end things here for now. Surely, they couldn't let this challenge end with 0 victories. Lu Rui from the 7th Academy, B-grade blazing firebird martial soul. At that moment, a stunning figure stepped forward from the 7th Academy's ranks. Lu Rui, with a spear in hand, exuded an aura that was genuinely intimidating. However, when she revealed her origins, the crowd was left speechless. B-grade blazing firebird? Wasn't her martial soul the E-grade old hen? Few noticed that her martial soul level had been upgraded, especially those from other academies. Our sister Rui was ill during the awakening ceremony. A petite girl, standing at most 1.6 meters tall, stepped forward from the 7th Academy's ranks. So there was an error in her assessment. Not long ago, Professor Pei from our academy reapplied for a chance to test her. The results have long been published on our academy's official website. Even with a B-grade martial soul, the gap between her and Tianwu's full lineup of S+ martial souls was still enormous. Today has already been 34 consecutive losses. Let's just call it a day, go back, and strategize for tomorrow. Why must you step forward now? Someone questioned her decision. It's still within the challenge time. Lu Rui's gaze swept over those people, and an intense aura seemed to erupt from her. I have the right to represent the 7th Academy. And naturally, I have the right to challenge. To the students of Tianwu, if anyone isn't tired yet, please come and face me in a duel. The appearance of Lu Rui was truly unexpected. Seeing her having lunch with Zhao Yuan at noon, one might have assumed she was merely there to cheer for the contestants from the 7th Academy. But to everyone's surprise, she turned out to be one of the 10 competitors representing the 7th Academy. The fact that her E-level martial spirit managed to stand out was nothing short of astonishing. After all, the contestants from the other 6 academies all possessed A-level martial spirits. These competitors were meant to represent Tiannan in the national competition. In such a prestigious event, including an E-level contestant seemed utterly insignificant. It wasn't until a petite figure, less than 1.6 meters tall, stepped forward to defend Lu Rui that everyone learned she wasn't truly an E-level martial spirit. After a second evaluation, her martial spirit was classified at B+ level. While she might not have a significant advantage in terms of martial spirit strength, she wouldn't lag behind most people either. You may not know this, but Professor Pei of the 7th Academy has already taken her as his final disciple, someone whispered, revealing this secret. Professor Pei was renowned in the 7th Academy for his ability to turn waste into treasure, maximizing the potential of his students. Among warriors with martial spirits below S-level, he held an esteemed reputation. However, in the eyes of those who had awakened S-level or higher martial spirits, he seemed less impressive.
To them, Professor Pei appeared to be someone with limited abilities. His own cultivation had stagnated at the 5th-tier martial sovereign level, and none of his students had ever surpassed the 6th tier. He was always trying to find the best among the mediocre, but as they were all considered mediocrities, how could he ever produce a truly exceptional general? If he truly had talent, he could easily recruit a few SS-level or even SSS-level newcomers as disciples and long since shed the reputation of being unable to nurture 7th-tier martial kings. Speaking of which, Gao Li, from the 5th Academy, had awakened an SS-level Overlord Spear martial spirit. If the 7th Academy had managed to recruit someone like him, there would be no competition for Professor Pei to claim him as a disciple.
Students of Tianwu, if any of you aren't feeling tired, you're welcome to come face me in battle. Just as everyone was murmuring among themselves, Lu Rui's statement shocked the entire crowd. She, an E-level, no, a B-level awakener, instead of picking a single opponent to face, had directly issued a challenge to all the students of Tianwu Academy?
On the day of registration, she had indeed defeated quite a few individuals, showcasing decent spear skills.
However, at that time, most people had little to no martial skill experience.
Now, 2 months later, everyone's martial skills had improved by leaps and bounds.
Especially the 10 representatives of Tianwu, who were outstanding in every aspect. Even someone as strong as Gao Li had avoided challenging the SSS-level competitor during the selection. Lu Rui's bold move left 8 of Tianwu's 10 representatives, 2 of whom had already secured their main positions, in stunned silence.
In Zhou Ming's eyes, a dangerous glint flickered. He had come to Tianwu intending to establish himself as the top figure, but this year, Tianwu had historically recruited 2 SSS-level newcomers. Before advancing to the next tier, he had decided not to challenge these 2 for now, and most others shared the same mindset. However, Zhou Ming was different. He had a ruthless and obsessive streak. He hadn't yet challenged those 2, so why should anyone else get the chance? Just as he was about to step forward and stop others from challenging Fu Miaoyin coldly stated, "I'll take this one. The others have fought at least 2 matches already and are somewhat worn out. Since I haven't fought today, I'll handle this final challenge." Her words caused Zhou Ming's expression to darken. His gaze toward Lu Rui became increasingly hostile. When he turned to look at Fu Miaoyin, a faint red light flickered in his eyes. At Tianwu, wasn't Miaoyin the one who usually ignored everyone? She had disregarded countless challenges from others. So why was she so eager to accept a challenge from a low-level outsider like this? After speaking, Fu Miaoyin glanced back at the rest of the team, her gaze lingering briefly on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Then, the dangerous glimmer in his eyes faded, and he forced a smile onto his face. If the young lady wants to have some fun, who are we to object? With this statement, the rest of the team became lively as well. We'd also like to see how much the young lady's strength has improved over these past days, someone chimed in, even starting to flatter Fu Miaoyin. Her sudden involvement left Lu Rui somewhat bewildered. Beside her, Zhao Yuan's expression grew uneasy. When they had encountered Fu Miaoyin in the training room at noon, the young lady hadn't spoken to him. He knew that Fu Miaoyin wouldn't report him. However, what he hadn't expected was that this young lady would actually accept Lu Rui's challenge. "Go, Sister Rui." Xiao Tudo, Zhou Mengmeng, waved her small, rosy fists enthusiastically as she cheered. "Lu Rui, go for it." The freshmen from the 7th Academy followed one after another, chanting loudly. Today, Tianwu Academy seemed like an invincible demon king. Among the 70 challengers, Lu Rui accounted for exactly half. Nearly half of those challengers had already taken their turns, yet not even a single small victory had been achieved. At previous exchange conferences, at least in the past 5 sessions, such a situation had never occurred. It must be noted that back then, the available spots were only half of what they are now, making the competition even fiercer. What had never happened under those circumstances actually occurred in their session. Under the influence of the rookies from the 7th Academy, many from the other 6 academies also started shouting. Lu Rui gradually steadied herself, her gaze falling upon the crowd from Tianwu Academy. The moment Zhao Yuan met her eyes, he nodded affirmatively. A surge of battle intent erupted in Lu Rui's heart. She raised her spear horizontally in front of her. "Student Fu, please." These 2 beauties, equally stunning in appearance, or similar height and physique. Just by standing quietly in the arena, they stirred an uncontrollable urge in the onlookers to scream. Yet their temperaments were entirely different. One was as gentle as an orchid, while the other was as cold as frost. "Rui, dear sister from afar, please make the first move." Fu Miaoyin, holding her sword in one hand, lightly twirled it into a flower and spoke softly. "Very well." Lu Rui's fighting spirit instantly surged, and her demeanor shifted accordingly. In just a split second, she seemed to transform into an ancient female general. As soon as the word "well" fell from her lips, she stepped into a battle stance and charged swiftly toward Fu Miaoyin. Compared to Gao Li's desperate struggle, Lu Rui's spear technique was more agile and exquisite. With one thrust, the tip of her spear bloomed into 3 blossoms. The real and the fake were indistinguishable, leaving others unable to grasp her intent. Her footwork and spear technique have already reached a certain level of mastery. The surrounding freshmen exclaimed in astonishment. And it wasn't just an ordinary level of mastery. Once her cultivation advanced into the next stage, these 2 martial techniques of hers could easily reach full mastery. Among the 8 martial academies, with 4,000 to 5,000 freshmen in total, Lu Rui not only continued breaking through her 8 extraordinary meridians but also managed to make significant progress in her martial techniques. The initial claim about her E-grade martial soul turned out to be nothing but a gimmick. The strength of her martial soul, calling it B-grade, might not even be entirely accurate. As the spear thrust approached in an instant, Fu Miaoyin took half a step back. Her sword swung again, crafting 3 blossoms of its own. Regardless of whether the moves were feints or real strikes, Miss Fu adeptly handled them all. Clang! 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 The sound of fierce weapon clashes rang out, the sheer power exceeding the standard threshold of 10 carats. A B-grade martial soul, without yet fully breaking through the 8 extraordinary meridians, already displayed a force exceeding 10 carats. The 7th Academy truly had extraordinary methods, still unwilling to reveal the truth even at this point. After her first attack was countered, Lu Rui did not panic. The spear in her hands danced like a roaming dragon, spinning deftly between her palms. The continuous offensive, just like in the training room earlier that noon, had even left Zhao Yuan astonished. Her spear technique poured forth like an unrelenting tide. Amazing! The freshmen, who initially just wanted to watch 2 beautiful women gracefully spar, now all wore serious expressions. Lu Rui's first 2 moves had already left many A-grade freshmen breaking out in cold sweats. As her unending offensive cascaded on, fewer than 5 spectators could remain calm while watching. And that count excluded Zhao Yuan and Zhou Mengmeng, who believed in Lu Rui unconditionally. The remaining individuals stared wide-eyed, utterly unable to believe the immense strength displayed by a rookie with a B-grade martial soul. "My spear technique is called Ji Yun Spear, personally taught to me by Master Pei." Lu Rui's attacks surged like a relentless tide, suppressing the SSS-level soul master, Miss Fu, with a series of over 10 consecutive strikes. She wasn't boasting, she was bringing glory to Master Pei. Although she had become Master Pei's disciple due to Zhao Yuan's scheming, after taking her in, Master Pei showed no prejudice against her despite her low soul level. On the contrary, considering Lu Rui's weaker foundation, Master Pei dedicated even more effort to her than he did to Zhao Wei. Especially when he discovered that Lu Rui's soul was capable of self-evolution, he even leveraged connections he had rarely used to forcibly elevate her soul level to B+. She knew that her participation might bring some negative rumors about Master Pei. But as long as she displayed sufficient strength and demonstrated robust skills, she could silence those murmurs. After over a dozen exchanges, none of the novices present dared to question her prowess anymore. Even Gao Li, the master of the Overlord Spear, stood dumbfounded as he watched the 2 in the arena. In terms of both technique and combat experience, he couldn't compare to this woman. If he couldn't take advantage of his spear's reach from the very beginning, he wouldn't last beyond 5 moves. It wasn't just him, others were also wondering whether they could withstand Lu Rui's relentless assault. Indeed, the reputation of Professor Pei's disciples from the 7th Academy was well deserved. Of course, while the crowd marveled at Lu Rui's spear technique, their interest in the other competitor in the arena grew even stronger. During their exchanges, Fu Miaoyin voluntarily gave up her offensive opportunities. To endure such formidable and exquisite attacks for over 10 consecutive moves without faltering, if she were to counterattack, how overwhelming would her strength be? "If I have free time in the future, I will surely visit the 7th Academy to meet Professor Pei." Amid the storm-like offensive, Miss Fu's voice was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of strain. This was proof that she felt absolutely no pressure under this barrage and could counterattack at any moment. Her performance went beyond everyone's expectations. If that were the case, why had she been defending without attacking all this time? Some began to sense that something was amiss, but most had no such thoughts. They believed that even if Fu Miaoyin were stronger than others, it wouldn't be by much. Lu Rui's attacks were flawless.
Even for Fu Miaoying, she would have to wait for Lu Rui's moves to fully unfold before finding an opportunity to retaliate. As if to align with the majority's assumptions, when Lu Rui's spear technique finally repeated a move, the ever-defensive Fu Miaoying suddenly changed her actions. Her longsword extended forward by half an inch during a block. This slight adjustment caused Lu Rui's successive moves to lose their original power. One by one, sword blossoms bloomed amidst the spear's shadows. 5 blossoms seemed to appear out of nowhere, heading straight for Lu Rui. The spear transitioned from offense to defense, and the reaction was astonishingly quick. However, the force brought by the long sword was exceptionally immense. With a loud clang, the spear was knocked out of Lu Rui's hands. When she turned back, the sword's tip was already 3 inches from her throat. Sigh. A long sigh echoed. Defeated again. Lu Rui's performance had stunned everyone. But this was, after all, a challenge, a competition for the main positions in preparation for the national tournament. Lu Rui's defeat meant that out of the 7th Academy's first 35 participants, precisely half had been eliminated. 3 days ago, I cleared the final meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the governing vessel, Fu Miaoying said as her gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on Lu Rui. If not for that, it would have been difficult for me to break through your consecutive moves. Cleared the final meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the governing vessel? That meant Miss Fu had already ascended to a higher rank. The crowd could no longer focus on her praise for Lu Rui, their minds buzzing with disbelief. The academic year had only just begun a month and a half ago. While all 8 academies were elite martial institutions, the vast majority of students had only cleared 5 or 6 meridians so far. Those participating in this selection were generally either currently working on or had just cleared the 7th meridian, the conception vessel. Most were at this level. Perhaps among the 4,000 to 5,000 newcomers across the 8 academies, only a few were attempting to break through the 8th meridian. But for someone to have actually cleared the governing vessel and become a true ranked martial artist within just a month and a half, it was unthinkable for ordinary people. In other, less prestigious martial academies, some were likely still struggling with their 2nd or 3rd meridians. And now, someone had accomplished what they couldn't even dare to imagine. So, this match was really because of my itchy hands and undeserved victory, Fu Miaoying said. After speaking, she cast a slightly apologetic glance at Lu Rui before stepping aside. What seemed like an apology was, in fact, a display of the young Lady Fu's magnanimity. The crowd soon noticed an intriguing detail: Lu Rui's outstanding performance today was entirely orchestrated by Lady Fu. In truth, Fu Miaoying, who had already stepped into a higher echelon, could have countered Lu Rui's first move with ease. If she had chosen to end the match with a single strike, Lu Rui's opportunity to showcase her remarkable spear skills would have been utterly impossible. However, not only did Fu Miaoying allow Lu Rui to demonstrate her full capabilities, but her parting words even elevated Lu Rui's reputation further. After all, according to Fu Miaoying, if she hadn't made a breakthrough in recent days, Lu Rui might not have been able to secure victory at all. Lu Rui had already cemented her place among the 24 slots. On the grandstand of the arena, the mentors from the 8 colleges gathered, nodding frequently at the performances of the 2 young women, clearly satisfied. The day is coming to an end. The challenge tournament lasts 3 days, so there's still plenty of time, the freshman director of Tianwu announced with a wave of his hand. Dinner has been prepared. Everyone, eat before you head back. The 8 colleges were all located within the university town, and the farthest drive was merely 10 minutes. With Tianwu securing more than half of the slots, Lu Ming had been dejected for quite some time after learning the news. However, today's clean sweep had lifted his spirits. We'll skip dinner, someone stood up with a grim expression. Losing every single match after one meal with you, if we stay for another, we wouldn't know how to account for ourselves. My 2nd college has to return for more training, said the mentor of the 2nd college, who promptly led their freshmen away. The other colleges followed suit, departing one after another, with the 7th college leaving the latest. Although all of them had suffered complete losses, the freshmen of the 7th college, particularly Lu Rui, received widespread praise from most of the mentors. Old Lu, how about giving that girl a chance? The director of the 7th college, Wang Xiao, leaned closer to Lu Ming. No way, Lu Ming shook his head hastily. This can't be done. I still want to stick around in Tianwu for a few more years. Though he couldn't agree to this request, Lu Ming was nevertheless in good spirits. How about having dinner before you leave? Wang Xiao blared at him before swiftly leading his team away. That sly old fox. Lu Ming muttered under his breath after the 7th college team drove off. While today had seen the emergence of strong newcomers like Gao Li and Lu Rui, it was certain that each college had kept some tricks up their sleeves. If Tianwu wasn't prepared, the following days might see them suffer unexpected defeats. Summon the remaining 7 over here, Lu Ming instructed the deputy director beside him. Right now? The deputy director was visibly surprised. After dinner. Lu Ming's forehead twitched with veins. Understood. The 7th college team departed, and Lu Rui reluctantly boarded the car as the last one to leave. She had finally come to Tianwu but had no chance to spend quality time with the one she held dear. Zhao Yuan didn't approach her either, only standing at the edge of the parking lot, watching them leave. As the vehicles of the 7th college disappeared from sight, the Tianwu freshman campus returned to its usual quiet. Today's fierce battles were bound to spark intense discussions among the freshmen, but for now, the tree-lined path was deserted except for Zhao Yuan. No, there was one other person. Zhao Yuan? Just as Zhao Yuan was about to turn and leave, a voice called out to him. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat, Zhao Yuan replied without even turning his head, his voice cold as ice. We'll talk when there's time. His steps were resolute, showing no sign of hesitation. Fu Miaoyin stood behind him, her eyes shimmering with tears. She hadn't expected her good intentions to backfire. With Lu Rui's skill, as long as she didn't encounter the likes of Zhou Ming, she had a fair chance of advancing to the top teams. However, sensing that Zhou Ming was about to step in earlier, Fu Miaoyin had intervened. Zhou Ming certainly wouldn't show mercy just because his opponent was a girl. The grievance in her heart was something she couldn't express. When she looked up again, Zhao Yuan had already turned the corner and disappeared from sight. The day's battle results quickly spread like wildfire across the 8 colleges' alliances forums. Apart from Tianwu, the freshmen from other schools had won at most 20% of their matches. Initially, there had been high anticipation for this competition. But as the news spread that all 35 challenges on the first day had ended in defeat for the challengers, the comments section was instantly filled with despairing laments. Some even gave up their hard-earned spectator passes. After all, with a record of 35 losses in 35 matches, it was a blow too heavy for the faint-hearted. Only Tianwu's freshmen left comments almost unanimously reading, "Keep up the good work." As such replies became increasingly dominant, the thread eventually faded into silence. Sister Fu was so kind. In dorm 303, Zhang Tao was absent, and Zhao Yuan was video chatting with Lu Rui. Lu Rui was full of praise for Fu Miaoyin, she's so beautiful. It seemed that every compliment Lu could think of could be applied to this young lady. She was stunning, came from a privileged family, was exceptionally talented, and had a particularly kind heart. Today, her mentor informed her that she had almost secured a spot. In truth, Fu Miaoyin's abilities didn't require giving Lu so many opportunities to showcase herself. Although the reality was harsh, the fact remained that Fu Miaoyin, who had already advanced in rank, could easily defeat her. Yet, not only did she refrain from going all out, but she even allowed Lu to take the upper hand throughout the match. When Master Pei learned about this, he reminded her to express her gratitude properly the next time they met. I heard from Master Pei that the training camp will take place at Tianwu. Lu Rui chirped on like a lark for quite some time. Zhao Yuan didn't interrupt her because he noticed that it had been a long while since this girl had been this happy. The two chatted for over an hour, finally stopping at 9:30 when Zhao Yuan prepared to go to bed. Due to the upcoming challenge competition, Lu Rui hadn't contacted him much lately. "Can we talk?" After ending the call, Zhao Yuan saw a message. It was from Miss Fu, sent around 8 p.m. when he had just started chatting with Lu Rui. Unfortunately, all he wanted was to sleep. So, Zhao Yuan tossed his phone aside and drifted off peacefully. On the other side, Miss Fu waited until around 10 p.m. before confirming that he wouldn't reply. From their past interactions, she knew well that this person never stayed up past 10. She couldn't quite figure it out. Just a while ago, they had been so close. So why had he suddenly turned so distant? Could it be that Lu Rui had found out about her and Zhao Yuan but disapproved of their relationship? That didn't seem to be the case. When Lu Rui saw her today, she hadn't shown any signs of unusual behavior. What Miss Fu hadn't realized was that when Zhao Yuan had actively inquired about her situation, her avoidance and coldness were interpreted by him as a breakup. Having lived another lifetime, Zhao Yuan would never again endure everything for a woman's minor acts of kindness. Fu Miaoyin might have her own troubles, he had asked about them, but when she refused to answer, he took it as a sign of distrust. In his eyes, the belief that bearing it alone is better for the other person simply didn't work. Rather than silently sacrificing 100% behind the scenes, showing even 20% in front of him mattered far more. A night passed. At 8:30 in the morning, the challenge for the spots continued.
After yesterday's crushing defeats, the freshmen from each academy approached today's matches with much more caution.
Perhaps it was the result of their mentors' careful planning the night before, as the 5 matches in the morning were far more thrilling than those of the previous day. Even Lu Rui's senior brother Zhao Wei failed to secure a single victory. As time went on, 2 more freshmen from Tianwu locked in their spots.
Among the candidates considered easiest to challenge, for had now become untouchable. At this point, the freshmen from each academy frowned deeply. Setting aside Fu Miaoyin, Zhou Ming, and the other 3 top contenders, only 3 challengers remained.
Each of these 3 had only 1 or 2 opportunities left, making it inevitable they would soon secure their spots.
At this juncture, the hidden talents from each academy finally stepped forward.
After fierce battles, 2 of Tianwu's freshmen were unexpectedly defeated.
When only Fu Miaoyin and 2 other Tianwu freshmen remained on the field, the remaining freshmen from the 7 other academies were filled with despair. To qualify for the competition, they had no choice but to try and gain some
standing by competing against these 3. Even if they couldn't win, they needed to show their strength to their mentors. Unfortunately, these 3 seemed unwilling to delay matters.
Their strikes were swift, decisive, and ruthless. Especially Miss Fu, who had exchanged more than a dozen moves with Lu Rui just yesterday, seemed like she had swallowed gunpowder today. Anyone who challenged her was defeated in a single move. The remaining 20 or 30 people who had never dared to challenge her could only regretfully be eliminated. The selection of these spots was of utmost importance to both Tianwu and the entire 8 martial academies of the southern region.
In such a situation, hoping to secure a spot through cunning without taking action? That was impossible.
When Fu Miaoyin defeated the final challenger with a single sword strike, the spot challenge came to an end.
Less than half an hour after the challenge ended, the 24 slots for the 2 teams representing Tianwu in the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition were finalized.
Lu Rui, as expected, secured a spot with no surprises. Originally planned to last 3 days, the challenge concluded ahead of schedule in just over 1 day. Now it was the afternoon of the 14th, at 3 p.m.
Aside from these 24 freshmen, everyone else can leave now.
Lu Ming waves dismissively, indicating that he had no intention of hosting the faculty and students from the other academies for dinner today. After all, it was only 3 p.m., far from dinner time. They had more pressing matters to attend to. The 24 freshmen from the 8 academies, along with Lu Ming and 3 Tianwu instructors, gathered in a classroom at Tianwu. First of all, congratulations to everyone who made it into the list of 24 for this year's National Freshman Martial Arts Competition, Lu Ming said with a beaming smile. He specifically mentioned Huang Feifeng from the 2nd Academy and Zhao Chuan from the 6th Academy. The 2 of them were the only ones in this challenge to defeat Tianwu freshmen and secure a spot. However, while we celebrate, Lu Ming's tone shifted. A new issue has arisen. In Team 1, aside from Fu Miaoyin, Qifei, Zhou Ming, Zhang Yan, Wang Shuang, Guexian, Feng Jun, and Yang Yu, plus Huang Feifeng, Zhao Chuan, and Jia Yuan, there are currently only 11 members. This meant that among the remaining 13, 1 more had to be chosen as a substitute for Team 1. The position of a substitute was usually one that no one wanted. However, it was a highly critical role. Tianwu's Team 1 had a significant chance of reaching the top 3 nationally. If they made it to the top 3, the rewards would be substantial. The problem was, as a substitute, what could have been an excellent opportunity for growth might turn into a situation where they wouldn't even get a chance to step onto the field. Even if, on rare occasions, someone were injured severely enough to lose their qualification, Team 1 still had Zhao Yuan, who, though listed as a substitute, was actually Tianwu's hidden ace.
If a substitute was needed, Zhao Yuan would undoubtedly be the first choice. As for the second substitute, they might not even have the chance to sip the soup. The moment Lu Ming brought up this issue, without directly stating that someone needed to be chosen as Team 1 substitute, the classroom fell into dead silence. After all, everyone was at an age filled with fiery ambition. Who would want to sit on the bench for Team 1? However, the silence lasted no more than 5 seconds. Director Lu, may I volunteer for Team 1? A figure stepped forward. It was Lu Rui.
She stepped forward voluntarily, seemingly sacrificing herself for the group.
But among the remaining 12, almost no one felt gratitude.
The National Freshman Martial Arts Competition, apart from the awakening ceremony, was the best opportunity for everyone to showcase themselves. There wouldn't be another chance like this to draw all eyes onto a single freshman.
Anyone else?
Lu Ming scanned the room and nodded lightly.
It seems there are no objections.
Then the rosters for Team 1 and Team 2 are finalized. After confirming the teams, Lu Ming was the first to leave.
Among the remaining instructors, one immediately took the members of Team 2 away.
The other instructor's gaze then fell upon the remaining group.
"Some of you may already know me," this instructor said, picking up a piece of chalk and writing her name on the blackboard, Yang Ying. It was unexpected that this instructor had left behind her own class of Year 7 students to lead the national competition team. "Student Lu Rui, I admire your courage," Yang Ying said after introducing herself, immediately addressing Lu Rui. "I hope your decision to join Team 1 is for your own growth and for the benefit of the team, and not for someone else." At this point, Yang Ying shot an annoyed glance at Zhao Yuan.
Ha ha ha!
The classroom erupted in laughter. For the past few days, Lu Rui had been having lunch with Zhao Yuan. Some claimed they were merely from the same hometown, but who would have lunch with a fellow townsman while holding hands on the way to the cafeteria? Amid the teasing, Lu Rui's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. "Teacher, I'm not." Her voice grew softer and softer, her defense feeble. She had foreseen this outcome long ago. After all, it was Zhao Yuan's idea. During lunch, he had specifically instructed her to seize this slot that no one else wanted. If she ended up in one of the two teams, he couldn't guarantee he'd have time to train with her. People are selfish by nature, and Zhao Yuan was no exception. Lu Rui stole a quick glance at Zhao Yuan, then swiftly turned her head away. Their little exchange did not escape the notice of Fu Miaoying, who was seated behind her. What exactly made Lu Rui better than her? She had pondered over it for half the night but couldn't figure it out. Yang Ying let the group mingle for a while before preparing to leave. "Huang Feifeng, Zhao Chuan, Lu Rui, the three of you, come with me." Yang Ying cast a glance at the others. "Zhao Yuan, you too."
Among the students of Class 7, only Zhao Yuan could participate in this year's National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. As their mentor, Yang Ying couldn't afford not to have at least one capable person she could rely on. The other three weren't students of Tianwu Academy. To ensure they could receive adequate resources during their training at Tianwu, Yang Ying had to arrange temporary identity cards for them. These cards were valid for only 1 month, granting them access to all the public resources available to Tianwu freshmen, including accommodations and other necessities. After receiving their identity cards, Huang Feifeng and Zhao Chuan left the campus immediately. They needed to prepare some things. After all, living at Tianwu for a month meant they couldn't go empty-handed. Only Lu Rui, accompanied by Zhao Yuan, returned to the 7th Institute. This time, Lu Rui had planned to use her usual trick to sneak Zhao Yuan in, but the security guard instantly recognized her. Upon learning that a Tianwu freshman was helping her move, the guard let Zhao Yuan in without hesitation. The freshman who had returned to the 7th Institute earlier had already spread the news of Lu Rui's achievements. With the talent of a B-grade martial soul, she had secured a slot for the 7th Institute. Now, the institute was showering her with favor. Such a trivial matter was easily overlooked. Even the dormitory supervisor was aware of her accomplishments. When they reached the dormitory area, the supervisor pretended to nap right in front of them, so deeply asleep that she couldn't be roused. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, otherwise, Lu Rui would have been embarrassed. Back in the dorm, Lu Rui threw herself onto Zhao Yuan, clinging to him until she was breathless before letting go. "What are you doing? Planning to eat me alive?" Zhao Yuan was caught off guard by her sudden change in demeanor.
"Yes," Lu Rui answered firmly.
Zhao Yuan had only been teasing, but her response triggered an even more aggressive move.
Over an hour later, when Zhao Yuan carried Lu Rui's suitcase downstairs, his legs were trembling. "She's turned the tables on me." As he walked, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but grumble to himself.
If it weren't for wanting her to successfully undergo her second awakening, he wouldn't have let her take advantage of him like that. He simply wanted her to understand that today's 2 defeats were by no means a reflection of his true strength. By the time he had helped Lu Rui settle in, it was already 9 p.m. Tianwu's dormitories weren't as easy to sneak into as those of the 7th Institute. Zhao Yuan simply dropped her off and returned to his own place. Back in his dormitory, he finally saw Zhang Tao. After a few days apart, Zhang Tao's dark circles had deepened, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Boss, you're finally back." Zhang Tao nearly burst into tears upon seeing Zhao Yuan. "Spit it out," Zhao Yuan said, stopping Zhang Tao's attempt to throw himself into his arms. "I've been working my butt off these past few days, and then, just like that, you swoop in and replace me. I almost lost enough to not even afford bitter tea." Zhang Tao wore a face full of misery. Zhao Yuan frowned. "It's the Freshman Challenge Tournament. I set up a betting pool." Zhang Tao rambled on, clearly having not consulted Zhao Yuan about participating. Because of Zhao Yuan's unplanned entry, Zhang Tao had lost every single bet he'd placed. Though the amount he'd wagered wasn't much, the profits from other matches had just barely offset his losses. Next time, let me know in advance, Zhao Yuan said, surprised to discover such talent in his circle.
To dare open bets under these circumstances and still manage to close the books without incident, Zhang Tao's capabilities had earned Zhao Yuan's respect.
What do you mean? Zhang Tao looked puzzled.
This is only the beginning. The national tournament has just started, Zhao Yuan said in a low voice.
Boss, do you think you can lead us to win the championship? Zhang Tao's trust in Zhao Yuan had never been higher. Why else would I participate?
Zhao Yuan replied coolly. All right. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up instantly. I'll start arranging things right away. The profits, I want half.
Zhao Yuan said calmly. 70% for you, boss. Zhang Tao made a hand gesture, then separated his thumb and index finger to form a heart.
Get lost. Zhao Yuan snapped. I'll only handle the fighting. Everything else is up to you. Split it 50-50.
Boss. Zhang Tao exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if to pounce forward. It wasn't until Zhao Yuan almost raised a foot to kick him that he stopped. Zhang Tao continued to busy himself with his phone, while Zhao Yuan went to bed on time. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yuan got up, but Zhang Tao had already disappeared without a trace. He had thought that this kid's early mornings and late nights recently were all about competing for a spot, but it turned out what Zhang Tao was truly passionate about was making money. Such talent must be cultivated properly. As for the 50-50 profit split this time, it would serve as a test of the kid's abilities. After practicing with his blade for an hour in the morning, Zhao Yuan headed toward the cafeteria. At 8 o'clock sharp, he arrived at the classroom. This was the first time he'd been so proactive in more than a month since the semester started. The rules for the national competition have undergone changes again this year, Yang Ying announced a bombshell as soon as she entered the room. As the training camp began, Yang Ying delivered significant news to everyone.
This is absurd. Yang Ying muttered to herself first, then swept her gaze across the bewildered freshmen.
The National Freshman Martial Combat Tournament had been held for nearly a century without ever changing its competition format or standards.
This year happened to mark its 100th anniversary.
The competition standards had been drastically elevated this time. Aside from the teams from the 5 major schools, which could directly enter the main tournament, all other teams were required to participate
in preliminaries and semifinals.
Tianwu's second team, which originally could have advanced directly to the semifinals, was also forced to participate in the preliminaries due to the new reforms. Although the number of teams advancing from the preliminaries and semifinals to the main tournament had been expanded from 5 to 15,
the competition in the preliminaries had become even fiercer. The second team's path to advancement was now fraught with uncertainty.
The notification arrived just this morning, and the second team members were already busy registering and booking train tickets, as the preliminaries were set to begin in just 3 days. Other teams might have already departed in advance, while they needed to make last-minute adjustments. Looking at his furious mentor, Zhao Yuan felt a wave of disorientation. Neither the adjustment of quotas nor the changes to the competition format had occurred in his previous life. He had no idea what had caused so many differences in this lifetime. For a fleeting moment, he even felt as though his former memories were nothing but a dream. However, everything in reality told him that this was definitely not a dream. For instance, during the first few days of school, he had met Old Master Wang in advance, and then there was Lu Rui's martial soul, which was indeed evolving. The so-called chicken martial soul was not her martial soul's true form at all. The existence of the nether demon body tempering technique and the divine fire tempering jade art was also far beyond what he should have been able to access at his current stage. In his days, Zhao Yuan's resolve became sharper and more focused. His gaze was firm and profound, but soon it returned to normal. "Teacher, do we need to head to Shangjing in advance?" someone asked. The second team would have to leave early and might have to compete immediately after settling down. "Our training schedule remains unchanged, but I will compile some highlights of matches for you all to watch and learn from." Yang Ying rejected the suggestion. Although heading there early would allow simultaneous training and selective observation of matches, the resources and equipment available there would undoubtedly be inferior to what they had at their own base. After all, training outside meant that students would have to bear 3 to 5 times the cost for the same resources. "If any of you can break through to the first rank within half a month, Tianwu's martial arts rewards will be effective for everyone," Yang Ying said, her gaze falling on Huang Feifeng, Zhao Chuan, and Lu Rui. A single martial art technique, even at the lowest level, would be worth hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million. Tianwu's training rooms will also not charge extra just because you're not full-fledged Tianwu students. At this, Lu Rui and Zhao Chuan both beamed with joy.
Even someone as financially secure as Huang Feifeng looked visibly astonished. "Teacher, you're so generous," the group exclaimed in unison. "Follow me," Yang Ying said, waving her hand grandly as she led the group out of the classroom. As they stepped outside, they happened to see members of the second team carrying large bags and heading out. At that moment, many people's gazes fell on Lu Rui, who was trailing at the end of the first team, their emotions complicated. The second team was leaving without even participating in the training camp. Whether they could make it to the main tournament was still uncertain. Perhaps Lu Rui would only get to compete in 1 or 2 matches at most during the main tournament, but it was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to showcase herself before a nationwide audience. In contrast, no matter how hard the rest of them worked, they might only catch the attention of freshmen and their parents. Advancing was not even a guarantee. Yang Ying took them to Tianwu's indoor martial arts arena, a facility usually reserved for use during inclement weather or high-level sparring events. Starting today, all information regarding the training progress and cultivation breakthroughs of these dozen or so newcomers was to be strictly confidential. As you all know, the national competition isn't solely about individual combat strength, Yang Ying said, holding a teaching pen in her hand as she brought up some materials on the large screen. Each team consisted of 10 members, along with 2 substitutes. Not all 12 individuals were required to participate in the match. Victory was achieved only when all 5 members of the opposing team either surrendered or were rendered incapable of fighting. The competition was divided into 2 parts, individual battles and team battles. Each team would send out 5 participants for each category. The rules of the individual battles were as previously described. Victory was determined when all 5 members of a team either surrendered or were incapacitated. For the winning side, an additional point was awarded for each undefeated or uneliminated participant remaining. The minimum score was 1 point, and the maximum was 5 points. While the number of participants for the team battles was the same, the points awarded were higher by 1. The minimum score for team battles was 2 points, and the maximum was 6 points. In other words, team battles held far greater importance in determining a team's chance of victory compared to individual battles. This adjustment had only been implemented this year. Last year, the scoring systems for individual and team battles were identical. The weight of the 2 categories was essentially the same. "Teacher, doesn't that mean if we can ensure a complete victory in the team battles, we would be unbeatable?" Zhang Yan raised his hand to ask. His question had been carefully thought through. The others looked at him excitedly. Because, indeed, that was the truth. If the team battles were won decisively, even forfeiting the individual battles entirely would result in a final score of 5-6, granting their team the victory. The National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament is truly full of hidden talents. Yang Ying snorted coldly. If that method worked, how could Tianwu Academy rank at the bottom every time? If such a strategy were effective, Tianwu could at least ensure they wouldn't lose. Furthermore, these students were the top talents selected from the 8 southern academies. To put it bluntly, at this stage, the primary focus of their training was on improving combat effectiveness and offensive capabilities. There were almost no individuals who specialized in defense. Especially within this 12-person squad, every single one of them was offensively strong but defensively weak. "For the next few days, we'll be conducting team battles every morning," Yang Ying said, shutting off the PowerPoint presentation. As a mentor, Yang Ying could guess the purpose behind the reforms initiated by the capital's organizers. It was precisely this insight that had earned her greater authority from Tianwu's leadership. She picked up a prepared wooden box and announced, "Team members for the matches will be selected randomly." The 10 main players were evenly divided into 2 teams. As for Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui, the 2 substitutes, their initial task was to assist Yang Ying in identifying issues within the team battles. After all, substitutes were there to step in when needed, and to help out otherwise. The group's mentality hadn't fully adjusted yet when the training began. In the first round of the draw, Fu Miaoying, Qi Fei, and Zhou Ming, 3 powerhouses, were all assigned to Team A. Their teammates were Zhang Nian and Wang Shuang. The other team, Team B, was led by Huang Feifeng and Zhao Chuan, with Guoxian, Feng Jun, and Yang Yu supporting them. Judging by strength alone, the disparity between the 2 teams was evident. The members of Team A remained calm, while those in Team B looked bewildered. Especially Huang Feifeng and Zhao Chuan. They had no confidence in defeating those 3 powerhouses, which was why they had avoided targeting them during the earlier challenge matches. Unexpectedly, on the first day of training, they were forced to face them. Of course, the 3 freshmen from Tianwu, Guoxian, Feng Jun, and Yang Yu weren't in great shape either. During the internal qualification matches, Miss Fu had swept through her opponents, Qi Fei had fought with elegance, and Zhou Ming had displayed ruthless precision. Apart from Zhao Yuan, who hadn't competed in over a month, these three were privately referred to by the freshmen as the Three Titans of Tianwu. What's this? Does seeing a stronger opponent on the battlefield mean you'll drop your weapons and surrender? Zhou Ming glared at the five bewildered members of Team B, his eyes blazing with anger. Yang Ying did not reprimand him for this outburst. On the contrary, individuals like him were incredibly valuable in a team setting. As long as there was someone within the team to keep him in check, he could become a powerful motivator for the team's fighting spirit. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the five members of Team B were immediately ignited with determination. After all, they were young men and women, only 18 or 19 years old, full of youthful vigor and passion. And at this moment, it wasn't just a sparring match, even in a life-and-death duel, they would never back down. Zhou Ming's words instantly set Huang Feifeng and the others ablaze with fury. Thus, a fierce showdown began. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two sides was too significant, and the battle lasted only a dozen seconds. With the three titans each defeating their respective opponents in succession, the team battle ended in an utterly one-sided and humiliating fashion. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Ying clapped her hands furiously, but not a single one of the 10 people on the field dared to laugh. On the sidelines, Zhao Yuan frowned, while Lu Rui, sensing the tense atmosphere, lowered her head and kept silent. You are supposed to be the elite selected from the 8 martial academies of Tiannan. Yang Ying's gaze swept over each person, her eyes full of mockery and disdain. And that chaotic brawl you just displayed, you call that a team battle? Yang Ying's words were merciless, like bullets aimed at each one of them. Even the so-called three giants of Tianwu were not spared as she pointed at them and scolded directly. The enemy's strength is weaker than yours, so you think you can recklessly charge into the crowd? This time, she pointed at Zhou Ming. If they had even a bit of coordination, the first to die would have been you pig. Despite her seemingly gentle demeanor as a middle-aged mentor, the words that came out of Yang Ying's mouth were sharp and piercing. The smug expression on Zhou Ming's face instantly vanished. He dared not argue, for in that moment, he had felt a chilling aura from this mentor. It wasn't just killing intent, it was as if she regarded him as a dead man. Team battles require coordination, she said as she observed everyone's expressions. Huang Feifeng. She called out the name of a strong contender from Team B. You think your teammates are weak, so you disregard their lives? If you had taken a little more consideration for your teammates earlier and teamed up with Yang Yu, would you still have lost to Zhou Ming? Zhou Ming had charged the fastest, immediately targeting Yang Yu, who was closest to him. Meanwhile, Fu Miaoyin, cold by nature, was the last to make a move. Had Huang Feifeng not been solely focused on Fu Miaoyin and instead coordinated with Yang Yu from the start, the gap between the two teams could have been closed in an instant. Team battles mean making the most of your strengths, exploiting the opponent's weaknesses, and quickly weakening or eliminating the enemy's forces during the match. Again! Soon, the 10 participants were reshuffled and regrouped to continue their team battles. This time, everyone performed much better. They began to consider their teammates' conditions and look for flaws in their opponents. But Yang Ying's roars were even louder than during the first match. On the sidelines, Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan sat upright, afraid of being dragged into the fray. However, they still underestimated Yang Ying's wrath. As the clock approached noon and yet another round of team battles concluded, Yang Ying finally directed her fury at the two of them. I assigned you the task of documenting the strengths and weaknesses of these teams and the compatibility between each member. Yang Ying's cold gaze fell on Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui. And yet, you two sat here all morning doing nothing, not even taking a single note? Faced with such anger, Lu Rui immediately lowered her head. No one had told her she was supposed to take notes. When she joined the martial arts training for the competition, she had assumed she would be fighting and sparring like everyone else. Who would have thought she'd be stuck with this kind of task? Teacher, instead of random pairings, why not listen to the students' suggestions? Unlike her, Zhao Yuan remained calm and composed. Oh? Yang Ying turned her head, her anger slightly abated. In all 6 rounds of team battles, Zhou Ming, regardless of whether he was attacking or defending, never once considered his teammates. Zhao Yuan said bluntly. Putting him in a team battle only wastes his impressive individual combat abilities and sabotages the chances of his teammates. During the first match, Zhou Ming had been in the same team as Fu Miaoyin and Qi Fei. The wide disparity in strength had led them to victory. Even pairing him with one of them in later rounds, their team almost always lost. At first, Zhou Ming felt dissatisfied with Zhao Yuan's remarks, but upon hearing the latter part, he couldn't help feeling a bit pleased. When martial artists step out of the safe zone, whether hunting, battling ferocious beasts, or confronting magical creatures, they typically fall into 2 categories, team players or lone wolves. With his temperament, Zhou Ming was clearly destined to be a lone wolf. Huang Feifeng's situation is similar.
If she's unwilling to be part of a team battle, she could also choose solo combat, Zhao Yuan said with a serious tone. Though Huang Feifeng didn't belong to Tianwu Academy, she didn't show the slightest mercy either. As for the remaining 8 participants, apart from Qi Fei occasionally taking care of his teammates, the others' team combat abilities are all mediocre.
Zhao Yuan's evaluation of Fu Miaoying
was no different despite her strength disparity with the others. After all, it was everyone's first time participating in team battles, and their coordination skills were indeed average.
Your analysis is too vague, Yang Ying said, clearly dissatisfied with his conclusion.
If we want our team to score as many points as possible in team battles, there's only one way, Zhao Yuan said, still unflustered.
Let's hear it, Yang Ying replied.
Her curiosity was piqued, as she knew Zhao Yuan had a unique perspective. In our team, the only ones truly adept at both offense and defense are Zhao Chuan and Gu Xian, Zhao Yuan spoke boldly. The rest of us, whether in terms of combat habits or martial souls, are mostly skewed towards offense.
So why don't we place these 2 well-rounded classmates into the individual match lineup and create trouble for the other teams during their individual battles?
The rest of us just need to focus on pushing our offensive capabilities to the extreme.
Yang Ying fell silent.
Zhao Yuan's words, while a bit extreme and even potentially putting the team at risk, were indeed the best option given their current lineup. This year's increased weight on team battle points had forced teams that originally emphasized individual matches to shift more of their focus onto group battles.
Enough, let's leave it there, Yang Ying interrupted Zhao Yuan's train of thought.
This afternoon, training and cultivation tasks are up to your own discretion.
Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we'll meet here again.
Having said that, the instructor left in a hurry.
It was already noon, and Yang Ying never extended class unnecessarily. As soon as the instructor left, 11 out of the 12 people on the field turned their attention to Zhao Yuan. This morning, they had been left a bit dizzy.
From Yang Ying's randomly assigned match training, and only now did they remember that there was such a formidable figure sitting on the substitute bench.
Zhao Yuan, could we train together later? Huang Feifeng boldly approached Zhao Yuan.
Though not extraordinarily beautiful, this girl was a solid 7 or 8 out of 10, enough to be considered one of the class's beauties. I can use my privileges to book a large training room. Fu Miaoying glanced at Zhao Yuan before addressing the group.
Anyone interested can join in for some sparring and practice. Not for the next few days, I'm afraid. Zhao Yuan declined Huang Feifeng's request, which was also a veiled rejection of Fu Miaoying's offer.
I want to focus on breaking through my governor vessel before the competition starts. So, Zhao Yuan was also at a critical stage in breaking through his governor vessel.
Just a few days earlier, Fu Miaoying had advanced to the next stage, putting considerable pressure on the group.
Now, with Zhao Yuan's announcement, the atmosphere within the team grew even more tense. Nevertheless, many of the students accepted Fu Miaoying's generous offer. After a brief discussion, they decided to gather for group training and sparring from 1 to 3 p.m. after lunch.
Anything beyond 3 p.m. would be left to individual arrangements. Zhao Yuan did not participate, and naturally, neither did Lu Rui.
The 2 substitutes had their own matters to attend to.
Why not join them?
In the special training room on the 2nd floor, Lu Rui looked at Zhao Yuan with a puzzled expression. Over the past 2 days, she had noticed that there seemed to be some friction between Miss Fu and the man in front of her. Although they were polite on the surface, they were undeniably the 2 strongest members of the team, yet they barely interacted. Putting everything else aside, among the top 5 academies this year, Tianwu had the best recruitment record, having brought in 2 SSS-level newcomers in just 1 year. If their relationship were better, the odds of winning group battles would undoubtedly improve.
Not enough time, Zhao Yuan shook his head.
If my cultivation speed were faster and I could step into the first tier sooner, the situation in the group battle would change. He had promised Yang Ying that he would do his best to help Tianwu achieve good results in the national competition. But recently, he had run into his own troubles. The Nether Fiend body refining technique required the absorption of fiendish energy to forcefully open the 8 extraordinary meridians in 12 principal channels, making a martial artist's inner strength more domineering and powerful. After the risky breakthrough of the Run Meridian last time, he had only managed to open 70% of the Du Meridian over the past month. Moreover, the difficulty of advancing further was growing exponentially. The fiendish energy content in his inner strength remained insufficient. Even if he forcibly opened the channels, the Du Meridian would not achieve the desired effect. At that point, his strength would definitely not exceed the anticipated 25 kilocalories. Without advancing to the next tier, his personal advantage would not be enough to lead Tianwu to victory in the national competition. As a result, he was now dedicating more than twice as much time to cultivating the Nether Fiend body refining technique compared to before. If he could kill 1 or 2 first-tier beasts, he could advance quickly. But currently, he needed to apply for permission just to leave the Tianwu grounds, let alone venture outside the safety zone. As for the possibility of a beast appearing in Tianwu, if one dared to appear here, it would be the kind of beast whose mere sneeze could crush him 1,000 times over. Before long, Zhao Yuan began meditating and cultivating. Lu Rui didn't dare slack off either and joined him in training.
An hour later, Zhao Yuan emerged from his cultivation, though Lu Rui had woken slightly earlier.
The two stretched their limbs and began sparring. After the national competition, Lu Rui would need to find a reliable faction to sign with. Ideally, it would be the military, but with the military, they would need to secure at least an S-level or higher contract. Otherwise, the mandatory military service would consume a significant amount of her time.
Lu Rui's performance in the national competition was crucial. With a dull thud, Zhao Yuan's tactical blade struck heavily against Lu Rui's abdomen.
The blow instantly covered Lu Rui's forehead in sweat, and the intense pain nearly made her want to vomit.
"Can you keep going?"
The man's voice was like the whisper of a devil. Thankfully, this wasn't her first time sparring with Zhao Yuan. Back in S-City, he had trained her like this. The results were undeniable. When they first entered Tianwu, her spear alone had intimidated many of the new recruits at the 7 academies.
"I can."
It wasn't until an hour later, when Lu Rui lay motionless on the ground, completely drained, that this one-sided torment came to an end.
"Don't rest too long.
Right now is the best time to practice the Divine Fire Jade refining technique," Zhao Yuan said as he took a sip of water and sat down to continue his own cultivation. After lying down for about 3 minutes, Lu Rui struggled to her feet, went to the washroom to clean up a bit, and finally regained some energy. Watching the man who was already meditating again, she gritted her teeth and resumed her training. Day by day, time passed. The group battle drills continued in the mornings, though Zhou Ming and Huang Feifeng had already been excluded from the drawing list. Among the remaining 8, 3 were selected to form an attacking team, while the other 5 became the defending team.
Zhao Yuan's earlier remarks did indeed have a certain effect.
But Yang Ying, being an experienced teacher who had been instructing for years, was not about to make decisions lightly based on a single comment from a teenager.
Even after 5 days, their group battle performance was still somewhat lacking.
However, compared to the initial chaos, things had improved considerably. Around 10 o'clock, after 3 rounds of team combat drills, Yang Ying called an end to the day's group battle training. "The number of participating teams this time exceeds our expectations," Yang Ying said, opening up a large screen in the training hall. After 3 days of competition, Team 2 has already fought 2 matches. Over the past few days, the students of Tianwu Academy had been closely following the progress of the preliminary rounds.
Due to the
temporarily amended rules, all matches were being held in Shanjing, though the preliminary rounds had still been divided into 4 divisions.
"Team 2 has already won 2 matches, someone murmured.
Among the 13 people present, 12 turned their attention to him.
Go Xin scratched his head awkwardly. "I only know the results. I didn't look into the specifics." With group training, personal training, and the need to focus on breakthroughs in cultivation, everyone's schedule was packed to the brim. Such an opportunity comes only once in a lifetime for everyone. No one wants to miss it.
As a result, everyone wants to treat each day as if it were too.
Besides cultivating, there's no energy left to care about anything else. Go Xin wasn't lying when she said she planned to watch the matches before bed, to familiarize herself with the process and potential opponents.
Unexpectedly, just as she clicked on the match records for Tiannan's second team, she fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. The second team won, and they won 2 matches in a row. Yang Ying cleared her throat lightly, drawing everyone's attention to her.
But both matches were won in a very unsightly manner.
She didn't go into detail about the individual matches, as their opponents were martial academies from secondary cities. One academy could barely be considered notable, while the other was just an ordinary martial academy.
Encountering Tiannan's second team in the preliminary rounds could only be described as bad luck for them. The teams from all the major top-tier cities are overwhelmingly strong.
While Yang Ying worried about her own team's lineup for group battles, most of her focus was on these teams from the larger cities.
These people are Tianwu's potential opponents.
Yang Ying played the footage of the second team's 2 group battles. In one match, they scored 5 points, in the other, 6 points. Even the team from the barely notable academy was far inferior in overall strength to the second team. However, it was clear they had done considerable preparation before the competition. After all, they were all from the same martial academy, unlike Tianwu's 2 combined teams. In terms of teamwork, the second team was less coordinated than the first team. Their victory was purely because their opponents were too weak. Do you see this? Even an ordinary martial academy can use teamwork to make the second team lose points. Yang Ying's expression was grim. Our goal for this collaboration is to ensure Tianwu takes first place and secures the hosting rights for the next newcomer martial arts tournament. But with performances like this, we might as well let each team fight on their own. Although Yang Ying was critical, breaking up the team again was impossible. There was no other candidate for the additional spot either. Having the 7 academies arrange another competition to settle on a representative was simply out of the question. If it were up to her to organize such a tournament, she would pre-assign regions, with each city serving as the most basic competition zone. The teams within each zone would fight for qualification, leading to the semifinals of the 4 major zones. The number of slots to advance to the semifinals would also differ based on the city's level. This would provide a relatively fair competitive environment for all the martial academies nationwide. Of course, with Shangjing now taking the initiative to lead reforms, the considerations are certainly not comprehensive enough. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this reform is happening due to some catalyst or event. After all, before this, the people in Shangjing always centered their efforts around stability. This tournament marks the first event after the reforms. The next session would undoubtedly see more comprehensive reforms. Team 2 was harshly criticized by Yang Ying, leaving the members wanting to laugh but not daring to. After all, their performance wasn't much better than Team 2's. 5 days had passed, and the team battle lineup was still undecided. Starting tomorrow, I'll bring over the team battle videos of any top-tier teams, Yang Ying said coldly. If the lineup isn't finalized in half a month, we'll withdraw from the competition. After saying that, Yang Ying left early. She left behind 3 videos, and everyone turned their gaze toward Fu Miaoyin. Over the past few days, although Fu Miaoyin rarely spoke, she had become the backbone of the team. Let's take a look, Fu Miaoyin said as she opened one of the videos. The video featured a battle between 2 prominent martial arts academy teams from the Southern Division. The segment Yang Ying had selected highlighted the most exciting moments of the team battle. Compared to the chaotic team battles of Tiannan's Team 1 and Team 2, the coordination between these 2 teams was exceptionally seamless. After watching one battle, the members of Team 1 were all red-faced with embarrassment. The talents of the players on these teams were mostly Grade A, with a few Grade S martial souls. But compared to Team 1's All S plus main lineup, their overall strength was significantly weaker. Even if these 2 teams were swapped in, unless they relied on Fu Miaoyin's strength, no one could guarantee victory in the team battles. And this was just the preliminary round of the regional competition. If they encountered other strong teams, their chaotic team battle strategy would surely lead to a devastating loss. After all, a month later, some players in strong teams would undoubtedly break through to the first tier. Without team coordination, they would lose crucial points in the battles. The other 2 videos were also examples of excellent team battles. There's no way we're disbanding the team. After the videos ended, Zhou Ming was the first to speak up. Our biggest problem is something everyone here knows all too well. Zhou Ming's eyes burned with dissatisfaction, clearly showing his anger. All of us are elites who came to Tiannan from all over the country, with top-tier talents. Who doesn't want to shine in this martial arts tournament? Who's willing to play second fiddle? Am I right? His words struck a chord with most of the people present. Before coming to Tianwu, they had all been the top students at their respective schools. Especially in the month following their awakening ceremony, they were regarded as prodigies. Although Huang Feifeng and Zhao Chuan hadn't registered for Tianwu, they were highly regarded in their martial arts academies as well. But after arriving at Tianwu, everyone had to cooperate with others. Whether it was team battles or individual matches, the spotlight could only be on Miss Fu. If you don't know how to speak properly, then shut up. Zhou Ming's blunt remark hit hard, but who would be willing to hear it? Shi Fei tried to stop him, but it was clearly too late. You're the nice guy, but I'm not, Zhou Ming said coldly. If the team can't even train properly, we might as well replace Wang Peng and Fang Heng. Back when the lineup was being selected, those 2 had been left out because their martial souls were more suited for defense. If they were included, the team would gain 2 defensive specialists, and their team battles might look a bit more polished. Replace who? Someone asked coldly. Of course, replace the weak ones. Zhou Ming replied bluntly. His words targeted not just Huang Feifeng and others, but everyone present. Fu Miaoyin and Shi Fei, as fellow members of the Big Three, might not care, but the others were definitely displeased. It's over, Shi Fei thought to himself with a heavy heart. Before Zhou Ming's outburst, the team's coordination had been mediocre, but with enough training, results could still be achieved. After all, their raw strength was undeniable, and their losses weren't that significant.
But now that he'd said this, they were all just 18 or 19-year-olds who would willingly play second fiddle to someone else. Zhou Ming, I've tolerated you for long enough.
Wang Xuan was the first to object. Back when they were registering, he had already been one of the most troublemaking members. That he held back until now was only because no one else had said anything, so he hadn't wanted to stand out.
You really think Tianwu is some so-called big three? Wang Shuang said coldly, pointing at Zhou Ming.
The real pillars of this team are only Miss Fu and Zhao Yuan.
Don't think just because a few people praise you, you can forget who you really are.
Our Tianwu has always been at the bottom among the 5 great teams.
Do you think the higher-ups are willing to go all out for a good ranking just because of you? A troublemaker, an absolute lone wolf.
The two are at odds, and it seemed like a private fight was about to break out. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a sudden round of applause rang out. Everyone was drawn to the sound and turned their heads to see who was clapping.
Was it Zhao Yuan?
Apart from the first day of training, he had barely voiced any opinions these past few days. On the contrary, Lu Rui had been diligently taking notes every day.
Now that's more like it.
When warriors gather, it should be about whose fists are bigger.
Whoever has the strength gets the say.
Zhao Yuan said coldly. A strong leader who doesn't take charge, leading a group of self-righteous soldiers.
Managing to coexist peacefully for 5 days is truly a miracle.
Though Zhao Yuan's words weren't as sharp as Zhou Ming's, they were no less filled with sarcasm.
As soon as he said this, Fu Miaoyin's expression finally shifted.
Regardless of the evaluation, at least he had mentioned her.
These past days, she had been participating in training, coordinating with the team in group battles.
Yet every day, watching Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui getting closer, she felt as though her soul had left her body. She was naturally introverted and fearful of social interactions, and now she had even less energy to care. That special training room on the 2nd floor, which she used to access freely. She had chosen to train alone for a while because of family matters. Afterward, there were several times she wanted to approach Zhao Yuan. But the thought of Lu Rui being there made her lose the courage to come closer.
Today's commotion might be an opportunity.
It could change the dynamics of the team and perhaps even thaw the ice in her relationship with him.
Zhao Yuan, stop acting like this has nothing to do with you.
Zhou Ming's eyes burned even redder. You talk so much, yet you're just hiding on the bench, not doing anything. No matter how much Zhou Ming had shouted before, Lu Rui always maintained an indifferent attitude. She was a substitute, the second substitute at that. During the entire martial arts tournament, it would be fortunate if she got even one chance to step up. No matter how sharp the opponent's words were, she didn't feel much. But if the target was Zhao Yuan, that was a different matter.
You wanted to take me on that day, didn't you?
Lu Rui, like a mother hen protecting her chick, immediately stepped in front of Zhao Yuan.
How about we fight now?
Lu Rui, who usually didn't say much, suddenly becoming so aggressive shocked everyone.
Bring it on.
Zhou Ming, who was already feeling stifled in this oppressive environment, was ready to make a move.
Enough.
Fu Miaoyin, staring at Lu Rui, suddenly looked as if she had discovered a new world.
She had an epiphany. Zhao Yuan, why don't we hear your opinion first? Fu Miaoyin's single question instantly cooled the heated atmosphere of the training ground.
Even the fire in Zhou Ming's eyes diminished significantly. Our team has been assembled for so long, it's impossible to break up now. Zhao Yuan's gaze lingered on Fu Miaoyin for 3 seconds before sweeping over the group.
Tianwu has never had such a precedent, unless we all abandon this opportunity. So, we can only find the strategy that suits us best within the current framework. Although Yang Ying might not truly have to lead the team to forfeit, the team needed results. And to achieve results, changes were necessary. If we can't cooperate well in 5v5 battles, can't we do better in 2v2 or 3v3? Two-person team battles were the smallest scale group fight. Coordinating with just one other person was undoubtedly easier than with the entire team. Hearing this, even Zhou Ming's eyes cleared up somewhat. They were all skilled in offense, there was no need to follow the typical team's approach of balancing offense and defense. Whether you test it yourselves this afternoon or apply to Teacher Yang tomorrow, first figure out the best pairings for 2v2 or 3v3. Zhao Yuan turned his gaze to Qi Fei. You should be able to handle this, right?
Qi Fei's martial soul was unique, making him the best at teamwork among the 12 present.
I'll do it. Fu Miaoyin stepped forward. Since Zhao Yuan thinks I'm not contributing, I have to admit that fault.
Fu Miaoyin's proactive admission of fault caused the others to exchange looks, and they soon all nodded in agreement with the plan.
Dismissed. Zhao Yuan waved his hand and then walked out of the training ground.
Lu Rui didn't hesitate and followed him directly.
Fu Miaoyin watched their retreating figures and decided to focus on coordinating the team first.
As for the matter between her and Zhao Yuan, she would find a chance to address it privately.
Dawn. Yang Ying held the video materials in her hand, so troubled that even her breakfast tasted bland.
The preliminary round was a round-robin competition, and yesterday, Team 2 finally encountered a top-tier team. Although Team 2 held a significant advantage in individual battles, securing 3 points, they only managed to eliminate 2 opponents in the team battle despite their best efforts.
According to the original rules, this match should have ended in a draw, but due to the increased weight of the team battle, the final score became 3-4, resulting in their first loss. The strength of Tiannan's Team 2 shouldn't differ much from that of Team 1.
Losing a match before even making it out of the preliminaries was truly concerning. This happened even as their team battle performance had been steadily improving in practical matches. Looking again at her own team, despite boasting a lineup no less than a king bomb in strength, their team battles performed like a third-rate city team.
That old man even had the leisure to arrange her breakfast. Couldn't he spare some time to give pointers on their chaotic team battles? Before 8 o'clock, she arrived at the indoor training ground on time. The kids seemed to be in better spirits today compared to yesterday. Could it be that they were somehow motivated by the news of Team 2's loss?
Never mind, better to start training first and go over the team battle video later.
What are you daydreaming about?
If everyone's here, draw lots, Yang Ying said in a low voice. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. There were rumors that other teams had more than 3 new members advancing in rank. With more than half a month left before the official competition, by then, every team's strength would only grow stronger. She couldn't afford to let them spend too much time on team battles either. Today's grouping remained the same as before.
Zhou Ming and Huang Feifeng led the offensive team, with Fu Miaoyin also drawn into the group today. The other 2 were Zhang Yan and Guo Xian.
The remaining 5 were led by Qi Fei, including Wang Shuang, Yang Yu, Feng Jun, and Zhao Chuan. It was clear that today's offensive team was significantly stronger. Even though Fu Miaoyin always restrained her strength in team battles, their group still held more than 70% of the overall advantage.
However, when the 2 sides clashed, Yang Ying realized her judgment was wrong.
At the beginning of the skirmish, Fu Miaoyin, Zhou Ming, and Huang Feifeng's powerful prowess forced the defensive side to retreat step by step. But as Wang Shuang and Feng Jun, the 2 frontliners, steadied their positions, with Zhao Chuan and Yang Yu each providing support, they quickly stabilized their defense. Especially with Qi Fei in their lineup, a leader perfectly suited for team battles. By the 3-minute mark of the team battle, the 2 sides were evenly matched. By the 5-minute mark, the defensive team had gained the upper hand. Zhou Ming, one of the so-called 3 titans of Tianwu, was shockingly the first to be eliminated. And the ones who took him out were the team's weakest members, Feng Jun and Yang Yu. With the loss of such a powerful combatant, the balance of power, already tilting, suddenly shifted drastically.
Huang Feifeng was the next to fall, followed by Zhang Yan and Guo Xian.
In the end, only Fu Miaoyin remained, and the match was halted. The team showed due respect to this number 1 player. After all, if she fought with her full strength, even if the 5 could win, several of them would likely be gravely injured. This was team training, there was no need to go that far.
A complete victory. Yang Ying's eyes went wide.
If Fu Miaoyin were replaced with an ordinary rookie prodigy, a newcomer who hadn't yet advanced in rank, the defensive team would have achieved an outright victory today. This was the first time such a result had occurred since their initial, most lopsided matchup.
Could it be that these kids suddenly had a breakthrough overnight? Uncertain, she had to observe further.
Yang Ying, as usual, pointed out some mistakes from the battle and, after a 5-minute break, commenced the second training session of the day. This time, the offensive team drew Zhang Yan, Feng Jun, and Yang Yu. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was significant, and this battle should have ended quickly. They had drawn such lineups before, and she knew exactly how it would play out. However, the development of events was beyond her expectations. Today, the fight between the 2 groups lasted noticeably longer than before. The 3rd match, the 4th match. Gradually, Yang Ying even forgot about the day's planned video teaching task. She had intended to focus on analyzing Team 2's loss in their team battle. First, to motivate the group, and second, because their opponent's team battle performance was indeed excellent. She felt it was necessary for these kids to study it carefully. It wasn't until 11:30. After 5 rounds of team sparring, Yang Ying was 100% certain. These kids all had a breakthrough overnight. No, Zhou Ming and Huang Feifeng still hadn't changed.
Innate nature is not something that can be changed in just a day or 2. She glanced at Zhao Yuan and Lu Rui, who were as still as statues on the sidelines, and several times she wanted to pull them off the bench to replace Zhou Ming and Huang Feifeng, the Lone Wolf and the Iron Lady. But today, everyone's performance was truly unexpected, and she couldn't find a reason to bench them. Though their teamwork was still lacking, at least they were participating in team training. Especially Zhou Ming, who was noticeably more dedicated than in the past few days. Although your coordination is still terrible, I have to commend you. Yang Ying clapped her hands, gathering everyone together. Compared to the chaotic mess from a few days ago, today's training is finally starting to resemble something worthwhile. Hearing their mentor say this, the group didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since they started practicing martial arts, when had they ever received such praise? The past few days of training had let them know what it felt like to be scolded repeatedly. Teacher, today's group battle video hasn't been shown yet. Wang Shuang, the former troublemaker, finally mustered the courage to speak up instead of just listening to the reprimands. Watched the video? Yang Ying chuckled lightly. Are you trying to slack off? For the first time in nearly a week, the mentor cracked a smile. If someone suddenly had an epiphany overnight, I might believe it. But for the entire group to suddenly wake up, that's clearly too much of a coincidence. She swept her gaze across the group, locking eyes with each individual. So, who came up with the idea? Although the group was initially confused, after observing a few matches, Yang Ying also noticed the tactical adjustments made by this bunch of youngsters. All eyes instinctively turned toward the back of the team, Zhou Yuan. Him again. The idea came from brother Yuan, but it was coordinated by classmate Fu. Someone stepped forward to clarify, giving credit to Fu Miaoyin. She had spent the entire afternoon yesterday helping everyone out. Oh? Yang Ying turned her gaze to Fu Miaoyin. Among the main team members, she was far ahead in terms of talent and cultivation. Her performance over the past few days had been steady, though not particularly proactive. It seemed that after her outburst yesterday, these kids had indeed undergone some sort of change. They no longer seemed indifferent to the upcoming martial arts tournament. In that case, I have some good news to announce to everyone. Yang Ying finally felt like she was truly leading a team ready for competition. As soon as she spoke, the group collectively held their breath, listening intently. Our application to head to Shangjing early was approved yesterday, she revealed the first bit of news. As long as there's some progress in your group battle training, we can set out. So, we can leave tomorrow, someone shouted excitedly. Yang Ying nodded. It was precisely because of the changes she observed in today's training that she felt confident enough to share this news. The preliminary and second rounds would run until the 10th of next month, leaving about 3 weeks. According to past practices, they wouldn't typically set out until the beginning of next month, but this time they were leaving 2 whole weeks early. The second piece of news, you've all completed the group battle training goals ahead of schedule, Yang Ying said solemnly. As for the reward I promised, you won't have to wait half a month. Anyone who advances a rank before the main competition will receive a martial technique from me for free. Wow! The crowd's enthusiasm was reignited. Teacher is amazing. Just days ago, they harbored resentment toward this strict mentor due to her harsh scoldings. But now, their impression of her had transformed in an instant. The classic carrot and stick approach never went out of style. Huang Feifeng, Zhao Chuan, Lu Rui. As the excitement settled, Yang Ying called out 3 names. Present. The 3 quickly stepped forward. Head back to your respective martial academies this afternoon to secure travel permits, Yang Ying instructed, feeling her own mood lighten considerably. Yes, they responded in unison before retreating. You all don't need to help with this, Yang Ying said, turning to the students from Tianwu Academy. Later, just follow me to handle the permits. The procedures couldn't be skipped. She would submit another application to the principal. As for their expenses outside, the Tianwu school administration would cover half of the costs for the students. The permits for Tianwu would be handled directly by Yang Ying, and the students only needed to go through a formality to complete the process. The rest of the day was left for individual arrangements. Whether they chose to rest, pack their belongings, or engage in extra training, the energetic students had the freedom to decide. The group dispersed, each busy with their preparations. Zhao Yuan had little to prepare, he could leave at a moment's notice. In the afternoon, he planned to head to the training room to continue his regimen. Just as he arrived at the training facility and began ascending to the second floor, the door to one of the training rooms opened, and a breathtaking figure appeared before him. Without pausing his steps, he continued walking toward the second floor. Zhao Yuan. Fu Miaoyin's voice called out. Can we talk? Zhao Yuan stopped but didn't turn around. If it's about training, talk to the mentor. Without her permission, substitutes can't get on the field. With that, he resumed his ascent. Watching his figure about to disappear around the corner, Fu Miaoyin glanced around nervously, bit her lip, and quickly followed after him.
The door to the special training room opened, and Zhao Yuan walked inside. Just as the door was about to close, a fair and slender hand reached out, stopping it.
We need to talk.
Fu Miaoying lifted her head, her gaze meeting Zhao Yuan's directly. She was a little socially anxious and immediately lowered her head. But as the door's force gradually increased, she raised her head again, staring at him intently. Today was a rare opportunity, getting another chance to be alone with him might be nearly impossible. In this era of rampant ferocious beasts, men were already far fewer in number than women. Her father, the clan leader, had even married several wives.
So, regarding the existence of Lu Rui, she didn't care much.
But she understood that if she didn't resolve the misunderstanding between her and Zhao Yuan, she would truly have no hope in his heart.
In such a spacious training room, does Miss Fu think she can come and go as she pleases?
Zhao Yuan's voice was cold, his tone entirely unwelcoming.
I'm sorry, okay?
Fu Miaoying swore to herself she'd been binging romantic dramas these past few days just to prepare for this moment. While waiting for him earlier, she had already deleted all those dramas from her device. The usually aloof Fu Miaoying suddenly transformed into a sweet and coquettish girl.
Pouting, she acted cute while leveraging the strength advantage of her earlier advancement to push her way into the training room.
The moment she stepped inside, she swiftly shut the door behind her.
Zhao Yuan frowned and was about to say something.
A whiff of fragrant air brushed past him. "Please forgive me," she murmured. The lines and gestures she had practiced from romantic dramas had been rehearsed countless times. The once cold and distant eldest daughter of the Fu family had suddenly turned into this version of herself. Even Zhao Yuan, whose heart was as steadfast as stone, froze in place.
For 10 seconds, they stood there quietly embracing.
Fu Miaoying could feel her face flushing scarlet.
Zhao Yuan finally spoke. Is this really the right way to talk?
It's perfectly fine, she replied softly, her voice gentle. The contrast between this girl's exterior and her inner feelings was simply overwhelming. It was August 20th, and the weather was still sweltering. Although Zhao Yuan didn't feel anything for this young lady, the sheer proximity of their interaction made his body react involuntarily. After all, he was once a fifth-tier powerhouse. Zhao Yuan forced himself to regain control.
Then let's get straight to the point.
Miss Fu has already advanced, while I still have a long way to go, he said, taking a deep breath, his tone still cold.
It's my family. They told me to stay away from you.
Fu Miaoying's soft, honeyed voice carried a hint of vulnerability. She had meticulously studied this apologetic tone.
Did they?
Zhao Yuan's tone grew even colder. I recall someone once saying that as long as it wasn't a matter of the family's survival, they would always stand by me.
They do. They do stand by you.
Fu Miaoying tilted her head up, looking at Zhao Yuan. For someone with her high, aloof demeanor, a future super-strong warrior, to look up at you from below and speak in such a tone was irresistibly appealing.
They want me to form a marriage alliance with the Qin family. I refused. So I had a fallout with them.
Their final ultimatum was for me to win the national championship. Before this, if anyone saw me getting too close to you, they would definitely intervene. Her words, in the end, remained unspoken.
Because her family had threatened her with Zhao Yuan's safety. Would they really dare to lay a hand on me? Zhao Yuan snorted coldly and finally pulled Fu Miaoying out of his embrace. They definitely wouldn't, Fu Miaoying shook her head. But the Fu family still holds some influence. Many senior brothers and sisters within Tianwu have cooperative relationships with my family. At that time, it might not endanger his life, but if they forcibly intervened and caused him injury, delaying his cultivation, what then? Fu Miaoying looked at Zhao Yuan with pitiful eyes.
I told you, when facing trouble. Before Zhao Yuan could finish his sentence, something soft suddenly pressed against his lips.
Miss Fu, the eldest daughter of the Fu family, had actually kissed him.
Unfortunately, it was clear that this young lady had no experience in such matters.
This clumsy kiss instantly ignited Zhao Yuan's fury.
He pulled her tightly into his arms. The eldest daughter clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Zhao Yuan took swift strides, heading straight for the washroom. The accumulated malevolent energy from his Mingxia body tempering technique had been making his temper run hot lately.
That little girl Lu Rui was off limits for now. Now that Miss Fu had taken the initiative, how could he let the opportunity slip? The expansive training room fell silent in an instant.
And inside the washroom, there were moments of wild storms and others of gentle breezes. From 1:30 until 4 o'clock, the storm finally subsided. At 4:30, Lu Rui returned from the 7th courtyard. She knew Zhao Yuan's personality and was sure he'd be doing extra training in the training room. So, after dropping her things off at her dormitory, she headed there immediately.
Sister Fu?
As she reached the second-floor corner, she ran into a familiar figure.
What was Fu Miaoying doing on the second floor? Didn't she have her own private training room?
I had some free time this afternoon, and since I haven't sparred with Zhao Yuan in a while, I came up for a visit. Fu Miaoying's voice was cool, but it held a faint tremor as she spoke.
So Zhao Yuan is here?
Lu Rui didn't think much of it and made her way upstairs.
As she walked into the special training room, Fu Miaoying's face suddenly turned crimson.
She limped slightly as she made her way downstairs. Today, she had done many bold things, and she had even learned to lie. Inside the training room, Lu Rui used her access card to enter directly. Zhao Yuan wasn't in the training area, but there seemed to be sounds coming from the washroom. She crept closer and, sure enough, discovered he was taking a shower. Since they had already seen each other without barriers before, Lu Rui didn't avoid the sight. Instead, she watched him with great interest.
When would he finally fully open all the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 primary meridians? Is achieving a second awakening really that important?
She sighed to herself.
You're back already? Zhao Yuan walked out of the bathroom and spotted Lu Rui leaning against the doorframe. A 2.5-hour battle. Right now, he couldn't even feel the ground beneath his feet when he walked. Everything felt weightless.
I just ran into Sister Fu, Lu Rui said as she watched Zhao Yuan get dressed, swallowing hard without realizing it. Why did this man seem more and more tempting the longer she looked at him?
Did you two spar? Zhao Yuan nodded.
That battle could be considered a spar in a certain sense.
Who won? Although she already knew Fu Miaoying had advanced in rank, Zhao Yuan's strength was formidable as well.
There were wins and losses, Zhao Yuan replied as he finished dressing, preparing to leave.
He couldn't afford to linger in such a confined space with Lu Rui any longer.
You sparred more than once?
Lu Rui's attention was quickly diverted.
Fu Miaoying had already advanced in cultivation. I lost 3 times but won, about 7 or 8, Zhao Yuan said.
The next morning, at 7:30, the 12 participants were to gather at Tianwu Academy's gate.
A school bus would take them directly to the train station.
Representing Tianwu in such a major competition meant they naturally wouldn't be taking the tram or hailing a cab. The team was being led by their mentor, Yang Ying. Breakfast was shared between Lu Rui and Fu Miaoying.
After returning to Tianwu yesterday afternoon, Zhao Yuan had been meditating and cultivating the Mingsha body tempering technique to restore his state.
Even so, his steps remained unsteady when he walked.
Before parting, Zhao Yuan, who rarely cared about others, even specifically asked Lu Rui to look after Fu Miaoying. Thinking back to when she encountered Fu Miaoying at the staircase, her face had indeed carried an unusual flush of red.
Both were SSS-level awakened.
Fu Miaoying, the wielder of the frost sword, had advanced early in her rank. The two had battled fiercely for an entire afternoon, with the outcomes evenly split. It seemed that during their sparring, emotions had gotten out of hand, igniting a genuine clash. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Rui noticed that this young lady hadn't even eaten dinner and had already gone to lie down and rest. Sister Fu, Lu Rui proactively offered to help Fu Miaoying with her suitcase. Most of the boys only carried large backpacks, while each girl had a suitcase. Seeing Lu Rui pulling 2 large suitcases by herself, Wang Shuang and the others quickly came over to help, but she declined. After all, they were all martial artists, 2 suitcases weren't a big deal for her. Besides, these were girls' belongings, and the boys wouldn't know how to handle them. If anything got damaged or disorganized, it would only add to the hassle. Fu Miaoying was already naturally fair-skinned, and with her cold expression, the others didn't notice her discomfort. Only Lu Rui could tell that she was forcing herself to walk properly. Yesterday's battle had truly been infuriating. As soon as the two boarded the school bus, Zhao Yuan and Zhang Nian arrived late. Yesterday afternoon, Zhao Yuan had looked weak and drained, but today his face was glowing with vitality. Everyone knew his combat abilities were impressive, but they hadn't expected his recovery rate to be equally astonishing. Feeling sorry for Fu Miaoying, Lu Rui chose to sit next to Zhao Yuan. The journey to Shangjing was a long one, and it would be a good opportunity to catch some rest.
Lu Rui's attentiveness made Fu Miaoying feel a pang of guilt.
Yesterday, overcome with emotion, the two had fought in the washroom until they were utterly exhausted.
During the
battle, she hadn't felt much, but once she returned to the dormitory, the pain and fatigue hit her all at once. Forcing herself through a quick wash, she collapsed onto the bed and
didn't want to move anymore.
From last night until now, Lu Rui had been taking care of her warmly and attentively. Although Lu Rui had only just had her first taste of forbidden fruit yesterday, it was clear that little Rui beside her hadn't experienced anything of the sort. Otherwise, with how close they had been, she would have noticed something.
Seeing Zhao Yuan exude such strength, she had assumed that the two of them had long since. At this thought, Fu Miaoyin's guilt towards Lu Rui deepened. When Zhao Yuan boarded the school bus and saw Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui sitting side by side, he gave them a slight nod before walking to the back. A few minutes later, everyone had arrived. The school bus headed straight for the train station, just in time for the 8:30 train. From Tiannan to Shangjing, the journey would take a full day and night. Thanks to Tianwu Academy's arrangements, they were traveling in soft sleepers. The soft sleeper cabins were two-person rooms, and if they could calm their minds, they might even be able to use the journey to train. Among the 12 freshmen, there were 7 boys and 5 girls. To take care of Fu Miaoyin, Lu Rui naturally shared a room with her. Huang Feifeng and Guo Xian paired up, while Yang Yu shared a room with their mentor, Yang Ying. As for the boys, except for Zhao Yuan, who had a room to himself, the rest shared in pairs. This wasn't any special treatment for Zhao Yuan. On the contrary, when the tickets were purchased, he was originally paired with a stranger, but the other passenger didn't show up when it came time to board. Due to the other passenger's health issues, they had cancelled their trip at the last minute, and the ticket couldn't be refunded. As a result, the room wouldn't be resold to any potential passengers boarding later. With ferocious beasts and magical creatures rampant, long-distance travel had become exceedingly difficult, and passenger information was now strictly controlled. By midday, Lu Rui went to the dining car to order food. The two of them ate in their own compartment, while the others dined in the dining car. It wasn't until this moment that the group realized something was wrong with Fu Miaoyin's condition. "Miaoyin, she's all right, isn't she?" Yang Ying stopped Lu Rui. Although the competitions hadn't started yet, the team would need to maintain regular training once they arrived in Shangjing. Student Fu sustained a minor injury during her training yesterday. Lu Rui shook her head gently. "She just needs to rest today. By tonight, she'll be fine to resume her practice." She carefully glanced at Zhao Yuan, silently reminding herself that now was not the time to sell him out. "All right, go ahead," Yang Ying replied. For a martial artist, injuries were commonplace, so she didn't pay it much mind. However, to be cautious, once they reached Shangjing, she planned to personally examine Fu Miaoyin. "Big sister Fu, it's time to eat," Lu Rui called out to Fu Miaoyin, who was napping lightly on the bed. All morning, Fu Miaoyin had been meditating to recover her state. Though she wasn't a strength-focused martial artist, after opening her governor vessel, her strength had reached 25.5 calories. In terms of strength, she had reached the benchmark for an SSS-grade awakened prodigy. After advancing, strength improvements no longer relied solely on opening meridians. Over the past few days, her strength should have neared 26, perhaps even close to 27 calories. After resting last night and training this morning, her discomfort had significantly eased. The two sat across from each other, chatting as they ate. The atmosphere relaxed. Lu Rui deeply felt that others misunderstood Miss Fu far too much. She simply disliked speaking in front of unfamiliar people. Once someone got to know her, she became much more talkative. "Rui, is S-City fun?" Fu Miaoyin asked. Their conversation wandered from daily outfits to fierce beasts and magical creatures. Somehow, the topic shifted to S-City. But for Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan, their memories of that city weren't pleasant. As a result, her response was somewhat indifferent, lacking the joy and pride one might express when discussing their hometown. After a few exchanges, Fu Miaoyin realized that Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan hadn't had a good life in S-City. Two orphans, how could they have fond impressions of such a place? Thus, Fu Miaoyin dropped the subject of S-City and instead asked about Zhao Yuan. "Has Zhao Yuan always been this aloof?" Fu Miaoyin finally inquired. Even though she'd given her all, yesterday he still coldly told her that when it came to decisions, she must either stand firmly with him or completely sever ties. "He's not actually aloof. He used to be warm-hearted," Lu Rui recalled. When they were children, Zhao Yuan would stand up for her whenever she was bullied, chasing away the troublemakers. If neighbors had issues, he was always eager to help. It wasn't until the unexpected deaths of Zhao's father and mother that his personality began to quiet down. Of course, even then, he wasn't as cold as he is now. These days, aside from interacting with Lu Rui slightly more, the rest of his time was wholly devoted to training. Did something else happen during those years? Fu Miaoyin noticed Lu Rui's evasive gaze and urgently asked. Although the two were in a private compartment, Lu Rui still felt uneasy, glancing around nervously. Finally, she nodded slightly. "Can I ask about it?" Fu Miaoyin eagerly pressed, wanting to know what had transpired. But on second thought, with Zhao Yuan's official girlfriend present, she suppressed her emotions, feigning nonchalance and inquiring in a gossipy tone. "Actually,
Lu Rui softly recounted the grudge between the Lin siblings and Zhao Yuan to Fu Miaoyin. After hearing everything, Fu Miaoyin finally understood why his stance was so resolute. She had only distanced herself slightly from him due to family pressure, yet he had nearly written her off entirely. That Lin Yan truly mistook a worthless stone for treasure, discarding a priceless gem as if it were trash. But in hindsight, if not for that incident, given Zhao Yuan's former devotion, she would never have stood a chance. In a way, she felt she owed that woman a bit of gratitude. By the afternoon, Fu Miaoyin was feeling much better. Lu Rui took a moment to visit Zhao Yuan's compartment. As she expected, Zhao Yuan was still diligently training. The two exchanged a few brief words. He casually inquired about Fu Miaoyin's condition, and upon learning that she was essentially fine, he returned to his training. Though he was confident he could defeat one, or even two, newly advanced martial artists, if there were 3 or more opponents of that level, the pressure would be immense. He had made a promise to Yang Ying, and Zhao Yuan was not one to break his word. To ensure he advanced before the competition, he had to train with all his might. As for Fu Miaoyin, she'd have to reflect on her own. What he said yesterday was no joke. Time swiftly approached 5 o'clock, with dinner less than half an hour away. The train traversing the wilderness was extraordinarily quiet. Even the freshmen on their first long journey had quieted down after the lengthy ride. Apart from the friction of wheels against tracks, only the occasional faint mechanical noises could be heard. Suddenly, the train came to an abrupt stop, its speed dropping dramatically. Whether they were training, sleeping, or daydreaming, all passengers were startled awake. What happened? Yang Ying immediately inquired of the train's management personnel. Today, she was leading a team on a long-distance mission, accompanied by 2 SSS-class genius squads. There couldn't be any mishaps. About 500 meters ahead, there's a group of bloodbats, the head of the train's security team promptly replied. Give us 3 minutes, and we'll handle them quickly. Bloodbats were low-level feral beasts. Their individual combat strength was mediocre, barely able to crack the glass of a train window. However, their sonic waves posed a significant threat to a moving train. If the train windows were shattered by their sonic attacks, it would spell disaster. Are you certain? A glint of sharp light flashed in Yang Ying's eyes. Our new detection device is over 3 times more accurate than before, the security captain responded as he mobilized his team. Hold on, I can send a few people to assist, Yang Ying decided after a brief pause of 3 breaths. Mentor Yang, we know you're a peak 5th stage powerhouse, but, as the security captain, his primary responsibility was the safety of the passengers. We are the new student team sent by Tianwu Academy to compete in Shangjing. Since you're confident there aren't any other feral beasts, then this mere group of bloodbats will serve as a perfect training opportunity for us, Yang Ying said firmly. If your people can't handle it, I'll personally step in. Rest assured, Mentor Yang. We guarantee there won't be any accidents, the other side responded quickly. After hanging up the internal call, Yang Ying immediately summoned 12 freshmen. There are bloodbats blocking the way ahead. If anyone is interested, you can join the security team in hunting them, Yang Ying got straight to the point. Although the train was decelerating, they couldn't afford too much delay. I'll go. Me too. Even Fu Miaoyin, who had earlier claimed to be feeling unwell, raised her hand enthusiastically along with many other freshmen. Are you sure you can manage? Yang Ying glanced at the young lady. I'm fine now, Fu Miaoyin nodded affirmatively. Quickly, gather in carriage 1. With a wave of her hand, Yang Ying directed everyone to grab their weapons and head toward carriage 1. The train's security captain was a 3rd-stage martial artist. It was important to note that the train's defenses were incredibly robust. Feral beasts below the 5th stage would struggle to pose a threat to it, and high-level feral beasts entering its vicinity would be detected swiftly. Even top-tier martial artists couldn't always stay stationed by the train. All 12 of them are going? The Tianwu competition team was a major focus on this train. After all, these freshmen and the Tianwu Academy behind them weren't people anyone could afford to offend. Yes. With Yang Ying's gesture, the group had already rushed out of carriage 1's door. Their swift movements left the security captain astonished. Follow them. With a command, the 20 martial artists stationed in carriage 1 quickly followed suit. The security captain had already instructed his team to let the bloodbats serve as a training exercise for the Tianwu freshmen while ensuring the students' safety is their top priority. The train's security team members were mostly in their 30s or 40s, with cultivation levels around the 1st stage. Only 2 deputy captains had reached the 2nd stage. When the bloodbats were first detected, their strength had already been assessed. Aside from 2 that had barely reached the 1st stage, the rest were ordinary bloodbats, perfect for these freshmen to practice on.
Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Mentor Yang Ying wanted the freshmen to experience real feral beasts. When the security team disembarked, they were stunned to see that the young students had charged several hundred meters ahead. The leading boy was less than 20 meters away from the cluster of bloodbats. "This kid," one deputy captain muttered under his breath, stomping his foot before swiftly chasing after them. However, before he could even catch up to the last few freshmen, the boy at the forefront had already transformed into a killing machine. With every swing of his long blade, at least 2 to 3 bloodbats were cleaved in half. Impressive. Is this kid really a freshman? The deputy captain's pace slowed as he no longer felt the need to rush. To martial artists, the bloodbats weren't particularly strong. These creatures, once fully grown, wielded strength of around 7 to 8 carats. With a single pounce, they could easily tear off an ordinary person's head. Yet under the boy's blade, these ferocious bloodbats were being slaughtered relentlessly. Upon closer inspection, each time the boy struck down a bloodbat, a faint trace of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. However, no one noticed this detail at the moment, as everyone was captivated by the scene of these 18 and 19-year-old freshmen in action. "So, this is Tianwu's new generation," someone sighed in admiration. They were all in their 30s or 40s, with cultivation levels around the first tier. However, someone noticed in horror that despite decades of training, their combat strength might not even match the best among this group of newcomers, especially the boy who had charged into the swarm of bloodbats first and the girl wielding a sword. "These aren't just newcomers to Tianwu, they are the most outstanding geniuses among the newcomers," one of the vice-captains corrected everyone's assumptions. Representing Tianwu on this expedition, this group represented Tianan City, and even the reputation of numerous southern base cities. While the others marveled, the two vice-captains watched the battlefield intently with a serious expression. The captain had boasted in front of the mentor, and no mishaps could be allowed. "Stay alert. If something goes wrong, guess if the captain will skin us alive," one of the vice-captains hissed in a low voice. Only then did everyone brace themselves and prepare in earnest. The bloodbat's lethality wasn't particularly strong. At the start of the operation, the mentor had already distributed 2 cotton balls to everyone to plug their ears, preventing their hearing from being affected by the bat's attacks. Although such injuries weren't fatal, they could disrupt their actions and perception, which could be deadly when dealing with fierce beasts. "Awesome!" Zhao Yuan roared inwardly. Since returning from the Yunlai Mountains, he hadn't absorbed any real baleful energy for 2 whole months, causing his cultivation progress to stagnate. Now, as he slew the blood bats, pure baleful energy surged into his body. Though the amount was mediocre, it was raw and unrefined, which was highly beneficial for his cultivation and meridian flow. He didn't even need to use his blade techniques, such low-tier beasts didn't require him to exert his true skills. Relying on his combat instincts alone, he could continuously kill them. What did it matter if there were relatively few of them? Among the 500 to 600 bloodbats here, with his methods, he could at least slay more than half. Small accumulations lead to great results. This number of bloodbats was enough for him to fully open his governor vessel. But it wasn't just about that. With such a large swarm of bloodbats, there was surely a true bloodbat king among them. By unleashing his full abilities and slaying these bloodbats continuously, he aimed to lure the bloodbat king out. These creatures were masters of concealment, but if too many of their offspring were killed, they would inevitably erupt in fury and reveal themselves. "Boss, you're too incredible." Zhang Yan and a few others followed behind Zhao Yuan. Unfortunately, to fend off the bloodbat's sonic attacks, everyone had temporarily blocked their hearing. Zhao Yuan couldn't hear him, but the others, like Zhang Yan, were equally astonished in their hearts. While fighting the bloodbats, their gazes at this killing god were filled with shock and admiration. Although their strength wasn't inferior to these bloodbats, the creatures, despite being only the size of a soup bowl, were incredibly fast in flight. It often took them 10 seconds or even longer to kill just one, and that was while fighting on the periphery, not daring to charge into the swarm. Zhao Yuan, on the other hand, had charged straight into the swarm of bloodbats, and with each swing of his blade, he could precisely kill several at once. While some of them had only managed to kill 3 to 5 bloodbats, Zhao Yuan had already slain dozens, if not nearly 100, in the same period. A monster. This time, it wasn't just the escorting martial artists who were shocked, even the so-called geniuses were left speechless in awe. Just then, a long sword streaked through the air, swiftly joining the fray in the swarm of bloodbats. Although Fu Miaoying's kill efficiency wasn't as high as Zhao Yuan's, she could still slay one bat every 3 seconds. Just Zhao Yuan alone was already shocking enough, and now Fu Miaoying's performance once again left everyone dumbfounded. Kill. The young men and women could no longer hold back. Each of them unleashed every ounce of their fighting spirit, pushing themselves to 200% of their capacity. Crazy, absolutely crazy. The escorting martial artists widened their eyes in disbelief. This group of individuals was continuously growing stronger as they fought. A flash of sword light pierced through the head of a bloodbat with precision. This bloodbat, as large as a sea bull, measured nearly 3 feet across when its wings were fully spread. Logically, after being killed, it should have left a mess of blood and gore. However, the bloodbat that fell lifelessly to the ground, pierced by the silvery battle sword, did not spill a single drop of blood. Upon closer inspection, its wound was covered with a thin layer of frost. With her frost sword, Fu Miaoyin finally revealed her true strength against such dangerous creatures. Once a warrior ascends to a higher tier, they can summon a phantom of their martial spirit to enhance their combat abilities. Of course, some martial spirits inherently possess unique powers. For example, Fu Miaoyin's SSS rank martial spirit, the Frost Sword, not only granted her immense vitality and extraordinary cultivation talent but also bestowed upon her the power of ice. This kind of power was not something every martial spirit could provide. During group battles, Fu Miaoyin rarely unleashed her full strength, let alone used this special attribute power. As she wielded her sword with increasing rhythm and stability, her efficiency in slaughtering these low-tier beasts steadily improved. I've heard that this year, Tianwu Academy recruited 2 SSS-ranked newcomers. 2 vice-captains, observing a man and a woman recklessly fighting amidst the swarm of bloodbats, couldn't help but recall this rumor. The young man wielding a blade didn't display any extravagant techniques. Every move he executed was a basic blade technique, the kind everyone learns before their martial exams. Yet, with just these simple techniques, he was able to wreak havoc among the bloodbats. Over the years, they had witnessed the rise of countless geniuses. But one as ferocious as this young man? That was truly unprecedented. Aside from him, there was another youth using fists and claws, equally fierce and ruthless. Every strike he threw was lethal, entirely uncharacteristic of a novice who had yet to ascend tiers. And then, there was a young woman wielding a spear. After her initial fluster, she quickly showcased formidable combat prowess. As time went on, these newcomers began to coordinate their efforts. A boy holding a long whip stood at the center, directing the group. 6 or 7 others gathered before him, forming a small, loosely organized yet surprisingly cooperative team. After all, as tierless freshmen, most of them only possessed around 10 carats of power. Following a prolonged battle, they began to feel their stamina depleting. Such teamwork was undoubtedly the correct strategy for them to adopt. After watching for a while, the 2 vice-captains ultimately locked their gaze on the young man who had ventured deep into the swarm of bloodbats. This small team, fighting on the outskirts of the swarm, would likely face no significant issues. It was the 4 individuals acting alone who required closer attention. A spear pierced through the air, precisely claiming the lives of the bloodbats. As Zhao Yuan and Fu Miaoyin ventured deeper into the swarm, Lu Rui swung her spear repeatedly, struggling to keep up. However, in terms of both strength and combat experience, she was no match for the other 2. As a result, she found herself trapped on the outskirts of the bloodbat swarm. She and Zhou Ming were in a similar predicament, separated from Qi Fei's main group and unable to catch up to Zhao Yuan and Fu Miaoyin in the inner layer. Though her martial spirit was unique, her strength at this moment was only about 12 carats. In her first encounter with ferocious beasts, she was struggling to control her own power. After fighting with all her might for just 2 or 3 minutes, fatigue was already setting in. The bloodbat's attacks struck her body, though she dodged swiftly, the sharp claws and spiked wings of the beast still managed to scratch her. The pain from these attacks was twice that of an ordinary wound. At this moment, among the 12-person team, apart from a select few, most of them were more or less injured. For many, it was their first real battle, and they were up against a massive swarm of bloodbats. The continuous injuries caused Lu Rui to start losing focus. In the brief moment she was distracted, a bloodbat lunged at her from behind, aiming straight for the back of her neck. Its sharp fangs were already bared, ready to deliver a devastating or even fatal blow to Lu Rui. At the critical moment, a flash of sword light swept in from the side. Where the light passed, the bloodbat was cleaved in 2. As its blood sprayed out, it instantly froze into frost. Rui, don't push yourself. It was Fu Miaoyin, who had been heading toward the center of the swarm but turned back to rescue Lu Rui upon noticing her worsening state. Sister Fu. Lu Rui, jolted awake by the chill emanating from Fu Miaoyin, snapped back to her senses. The bloodbat's attacks don't just double the pain. If you're wounded by them repeatedly, their strikes will accumulate neurotoxic paralysis. Fu Miaoyin continued to swing her sword, cutting down the bloodbats charging at them one by one. But Zhao Yuan, Lu Rui glanced toward the center of the bloodbat swarm. The overwhelming mass of bloodbats surrounded the area, making it nearly impossible to see the lone figure within. A few months ago, he could easily slay a howling moon silver wolf. Fu Miaoyin shielded Lu Rui as they charged into the battlefield. He's calmer than any of us. During the fight, Fu Miaoyin had never seen anyone as composed as Zhao Yuan. Of course, at the same level of cultivation, no one was stronger than him. Lu Rui rejoined the group and threw herself into the fray. Fu Miaoyin once again saved the endangered Zhou Ming. After 2 rounds of rescues, her strength was greatly diminished. The difficulty of charging into the center of the blood-bat swarm increased dramatically. She glanced at the nearby martial artists from the guard team and had no choice but to fight the enemy on the outskirts. In the very center of the blood-bat swarm, Zhao Yuan's eyes had turned fiery red. Though he had only been fighting for 5 or 6 minutes, he had already slain over 100 bloodbats. As the nether fiend body tempering technique circulated, the fiendish energy he absorbed grew increasingly abundant. Though he hadn't yet found the bloodbat king, the fiendish energy in his body was nearing 70 to 80% of the requirement to open the governor vessel. Of course, this was far from enough for him. He wanted to open all 8 extraordinary meridians in one go and complete the full cycle of energy circulation. By then, his strength would undoubtedly surpass 25 and soar to even greater heights. After enduring for so long, he had finally encountered such a swarm of bloodbats. How could he be easily satisfied? The power in his battle blade surged forth like a tidal wave. With his strength of 18 Heiress, he was slaughtering the bloodbats, whose average strength was only 10 Heiress, as though it were a massacre. This kid doesn't waste even a shred of energy. Others couldn't see it, but the 2 second-tier vice-captains could. The tall vice-captain marveled at how Zhao Yuan, in the depths of the bloodbat swarm, wielded his blade with such precise strength and accuracy that not a single motion was wasted. Such meticulous control was something even he couldn't achieve at his current level. He hasn't even stepped into the first tier, yet he dares to recklessly slaughter these lesser bloodbats. The bloodbat king will soon come for him, the burly vice-captain snorted. The other 11 juniors, including the girl who had already entered the first tier, had regrouped at the outer perimeter. The 2 experienced vice-captains focused more of their attention on the center of the bloodbat swarm. Though their words seemed like banter, they were, in fact, a prophecy. After 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, the number of bloodbats had dwindled by 20 to 30%. Such losses were unbearable, even for the bloodbat species, which relied on sheer numbers. A few seconds later, Zhao Yuan suddenly felt a sense of impending danger, a chilling sensation of being targeted by a powerful predator. Bloodbats, even those that had entered the first tier, generally didn't exceed a strength of 20 Heiress. With his current power, he shouldn't have felt such a threat. Could it be? Zhao Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Could the king of this bloodbat swarm have reached the intermediate tier? Based on the strength of bloodbats, a first-tier bloodbat king's maximum strength was 20 Heiress. Upon advancing to the intermediate tier, its strength would be at least 30 Heiress, with an upper limit reaching 40 to 50 Heiress. Only a bloodbat king of this caliber could make him feel such a sense of crisis. Zhao Yuan's pupils dilated rapidly, but his expression remained calm, as though he hadn't noticed anything. With this bloodbat king, not only could he open his governor vessel, but he might also take a small step forward within the first tier. Bring it on! Zhao Yuan's blade kept cutting through the air, and one bloodbat after another fell to the ground. As he slashed 2 ordinary bloodbats in one stroke, a bloodbat at least 50% larger than the others appeared in his line of sight. Its speed was astonishing. By the time it appeared before Zhao Yuan, it was less than 3 meters away. In the blink of an eye, it had already closed in on him. Not good, the tall vice-captain muttered under his breath. He suddenly pushed off the ground, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. His long blade swept through the air, and countless bloodbats were reduced to blood mist. If it had been an ordinary first-tier bloodbat, Zhao Yuan would have been in no danger given his performance. Even if he couldn't win, they could have rescued him in time. But they had underestimated this bloodbat king's strength. It was, shockingly, an intermediate first-tier bloodbat king, powerful enough to make most first-tier martial artists retreat in fear. And this young man hadn't even reached the first tier. Please, don't let anything happen to him. As long as his life is intact, everything will be fine. The tall vice-captain prayed silently. Yet, in this critical moment, Zhao Yuan's blade, originally aimed at an ordinary bloodbat, inexplicably lowered by 3 inches. The long blade pierced precisely into the mouth of the intermediate-tier bloodbat king. Blade mastery at its finest, once again displayed. Is this a coincidence? Of course not. The blood bat's mouthparts, especially its teeth, are extremely hard. But at this moment, Zhao Yuan had no other way to deal with it. Once a blood bat steps into the first tier, its skin becomes tougher, and the bones of its wings become as strong as steel. Before advancing to the first tier, it is impossible to truly arm oneself. Facing this Tier 1 mid-level beast, Zhao Yuan might not even be able to break through its defenses. The movement of the long blade was exceptionally precise. Even though the Blood Bat King had hard teeth, its speed was even more astonishing. At the very moment it reacted, the tip of the blade had already pierced into its mouth. It immediately closed its jaws, its hard teeth biting into the blade. At that instant, Zhao Yuan's arm suddenly trembled slightly. The long blade vibrated, and the difference in strength seemed to vanish completely under his unique vibration technique. Several of the Bloodbat King's teeth shattered instantly, and the long blade met little resistance as it plunged straight in. The entire process was so fast it was almost unbelievable. By the time the tall deputy captain arrived at Zhao Yuan's side, the Tier 1 mid-level Bloodbat King had already been pierced through by a single strike, hanging on the blade like a skewer. As the tall deputy captain moved, the other guards quickly followed. Giving these young ones a chance to practice was already generous. It wasn't realistic to expect them to clear out all the bloodbats. After all, with 12 young trainees, each would have to face 50 bloodbats on average. Such a number would be a challenge even for Tier 1 warriors in the guard team. Young one. The tall deputy captain approached Zhao Yuan and immediately inquired. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's clothing from his arm to his shoulder had completely torn apart, a testament to the terrifying power unleashed by his vibration blade technique. Just slightly dirty, Zhao Yuan replied. As he spoke, the long blade in his hand had already shattered. The battle blade, forged from refined steel, could not withstand the impact of more than 40 kilocalories of force. Its mission ended the moment it slew the Blood Bat King. The tall deputy captain kept swinging his blade, ordering, "Stand down." Now, it was their turn to act. Though he had witnessed everything, he still couldn't quite understand how this Tier 1 mid-level Blood Bat King had been killed. As the vile energy from the Tier 1 mid-level Bloodbat King entered Zhao Yuan's body, he began to struggle to control it. The remaining low-tier bloodbats, while not deadly, were somewhat wasteful to deal with. At this moment, he needed to return to the carriage to break through his limits. Zhao Yuan quickly withdrew, and the other trainees continued to retreat as well. Watching the true Tier 1 warriors of the guard team in action, their talents might not have been exceptional, but when faced with these low-tier bloodbats, they fought as if slicing through melons and vegetables. This was the power of experience. In the future, when these young ones faced beasts, they would do even better than this. Are you all right? As Zhao Yuan retreated, Fu Miaoyin was the first to approach and ask. I'm fine, Zhao Yuan nodded, glancing at everyone. At this moment, aside from himself, almost everyone bore injuries. Even Fu Miaoyin was no exception. Stop staring. Go back to the train and rest, Zhao Yuan said, drawing everyone's attention. With more real combat, you'll surpass them tenfold, 100-fold in the future. With those words, the group reluctantly returned to the train. Although nearly everyone was injured, their morale was far higher than before. At the rear, Yang Ying watched this scene, a trace of relief flashing in her eyes. Now, the team had undergone subtle changes amidst life and death. They were all chosen elites, yet at this moment, they were still weak. Even these low-tier bloodbats, before advancing to the first tier, could threaten their lives. They should now have a clearer understanding of the warrior profession. Back in the carriage, Yang Ying personally took out medicinal ointments and distributed them to everyone. As they helped each other apply the medicine, they began to discuss the thrilling moments from earlier. Of course, some returned to their compartments early. This was their first real combat. While they hadn't felt it during the fight, the intense smell of blood still affected their state once they stopped. About 3 minutes later, the train guard team's warriors had completely cleared out the bloodbat swarm. The train resumed its journey, and the group of young ones returned to their carriages. Mentor Yang. 2 deputy captains approached Yang Ying, ready to apologize and inquire about Zhao Yuan's condition. What you've seen and heard today, I don't want to hear a word of it outside. Yang Ying raised her hand, cutting them off. Ordinary passengers couldn't leave the train, so only the guard team members had witnessed the performance of the newly enrolled Tianwu students today. The story of Zhao Yuan slaying a Tier 1 mid-level beast was something only the tall deputy captain understood. The tall deputy captain furrowed his brows. Don't doubt my ability. Yang Ying waved her hand, signaling them to leave. This instructor was at least a 5th-tier powerhouse. The Tianwu faction she represented was even more untouchable. Just her own strength alone made her a formidable superpower. Understood. The two quickly departed.
Not long after, two vice-captains personally led their teams to deliver a sumptuous dinner to the Tianwu group, completely free of charge.
All 12 members, including Yang Ying, enjoyed the meal.
Only Zhao Yuan's private room remained locked, and he did not come out to receive the food.
You all go ahead. Yang Ying stopped the others' curiosity and dismissed the guards.
She glanced over and noticed the young man's internal energy surging wildly.
It seemed he had grasped a key insight during that battle.
He was very close to breaking through his Du Meridian and officially advancing in rank.
As expected, Zhao Yuan was in the process of unlocking his Du Meridian.
However, the reason was different. He had absorbed too much sinister energy and had no choice but to break through his Du Meridian at this moment in order to advance successfully. The Mingsha body refining technique was operating frantically. The sinister energy within his body flowed along with his internal energy, ultimately charging toward the Du Meridian in his 8 extraordinary meridians. Unlike the past month, his internal energy today was powerful and ferocious. Under this forceful impact, the previously blocked Du Meridian rapidly expanded and broke through. The intense pain turned Zhao Yuan's eyes bloodshot as he sat cross-legged on the ground, almost to the point of bleeding. When sinister energy invades the body, martial artists inherently suffer endless pain. If not for his long-term practice of the Mingsha body refining technique, the amount of sinister energy he absorbed today could have killed him 10 times over. Normally, internal energy wraps around sinister energy to break through meridians, but today, it was sinister energy enveloping the internal energy.
The process was at least 10 times rougher. Yet at this moment, Zhao Yuan's mind was unusually clear.
He had been waiting for this moment for over a month.
Break for me.
Zhao Yuan let out a muffled grunt, and the energy within him grew even more violent. The already partially unlocked sections of his Du Meridian and the other 7 meridians expanded further as a result.
Time ticked by. Sections that would typically take at least half a day to break through were completely cleared in under 20 minutes.
The instant his Du Meridian was fully unlocked, Zhao Yuan distinctly felt a surge in his internal energy by 10 Ka. In other words, at the very moment he broke through the 8 extraordinary meridians, his strength had already reached 28 Ka. But this was far from over. 70% of the sinister energy within him had been consumed. He activated the Mingsha body refining technique to commence a major circulation cycle. The sinister energy was continuously absorbed, refined, and transformed into his Mingsha internal energy.
After about 2 hours, Zhao Yuan finally exhaled deeply.
When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with sharp brilliance.
33 Ka.
With a single breakthrough, he had attained such terrifying strength. Normally, this level of power would correspond to an intermediate first-tier martial artist. Yet his cultivation realm was merely at the very initial stage of the first tier. He stood up and practiced a basic set of boxing techniques in the private room. In just about 5 minutes, he had fully mastered this nearly doubled strength.
The door opened, and Zhao Yuan stepped out to find Fu Miaoying and Lu Rui sitting in the hallway. Zhao Yuan had just slain a first-tier blood bat and then spent several hours in the compartment.
It was impossible for them not to worry.
Seeing Zhao Yuan emerge unscathed, the 2 girls rose simultaneously.
Lu Rui flung herself unabashedly into Zhao Yuan's embrace, while Fu Miaoying, locking eyes with him, felt as though she were witnessing the awakening of an ancient beast. She hadn't been able to defeat him before, and now, facing him again, she felt utterly outmatched.
He had advanced. Are you hungry? Want to grab some late-night snacks with me?
Zhao Yuan's voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke.
Sure. Zhao Yuan ordered a meal set made from first-tier ferocious beast meat. The captain of the guard personally came forward to greet the young genius and even waived the cost of his dinner. The profits from the slain bloodbat could not be shared with these students. Allowing them to experience the ferocity of a beast was already an exception. Sharing the profits would make their records difficult to justify. Therefore, the proceeds from that first-tier mid-level bloodbat king were used to offset the cost of this pricey meal. Of course, the meal cost was less than a tenth of the bloodbat king's value. I won't disturb your meal.
The captain of the guard looked at Zhao Yuan and couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. This young man, not yet advanced, had managed to kill a first-tier mid-level ferocious beast. On top of that, he had 2 school beauty-level girls by his side. Most people would count themselves lucky to have 1 female companion, but he had 2. Youth truly had its advantages. The 2 girls had followed the meal cart over, but Zhao Yuan didn't engage in much small talk with them. Instead, he focused on his meal. Occasionally, he would glance up at them, and the blood-red hue in his eyes not only didn't fade but grew increasingly intense.
Zhao Yuan, have you advanced? Lu Rui asked. Her perception wasn't as sharp as Fu Miaoying's, so she couldn't clearly sense the changes in Zhao Yuan.
She only noticed that his aura seemed stronger, but she couldn't confirm the specifics.
Yes. Zhao Yuan responded while eating the exotic beast meat.
His voice was even raspier than before.
What's wrong with you?
Lu Rui asked, a hint of worry in her tone.
He's been invaded by baleful energy, Fu Miaoying said quietly from the side.
In truth, she shouldn't have followed them, she should have let
Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan have some time alone.
But upon noticing something off about Zhao Yuan, Miss Fu couldn't help but tag along silently.
What should we do? Lu Rui asked anxiously. I'll go find a mentor.
The invasion of baleful energy could damage one's meridians at best, but at worst, it could cripple a martial artist's foundation or even lead to death by bursting from within.
No need. Zhao Yuan grabbed Lu Rui's arm as she prepared to get up.
My cultivation technique is unique, it can absorb and neutralize the baleful energy.
Don't you remember the first time you came to my house?
Back then, he had taken a bath in ice water, which had scared Lu Rui out of her wits. They hadn't been as close at the time, so she hadn't dared to ask too many questions. I'll have to trouble classmate Fu in a moment.
Zhao Yuan looked at Fu Miaoying. May I borrow your ice power? Of course, Fu Miaoying nodded.
After they returned, she had already meditated to adjust her condition. Later, when Lu Rui noticed that Zhao
Yuan hadn't come out of his room, she waited for him in the corridor. Fu Miaoying, concerned that Lu Rui might feel awkward sitting there
alone, had joined her. Fu Miaoying understood the process of breaking through a cultivation stage better than Lu Rui, so she wasn't too worried. However, her relationship with Zhao Yuan hadn't been made public yet, especially not in front of Lu Rui, so she felt a bit uneasy.
Thank you. With that, Zhao Yuan began eating faster.
Ordinary people wouldn't dare consume exotic beast meat like this, but with his recent advancement, his physical capabilities and strength had significantly improved. After dinner, the group returned to Zhao Yuan's cabin. By now, it was late at night, and everything was quiet.
Zhao Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot while Fu Miaoying placed a fingertip on his forehead. Rui, you should go rest. No external disturbances are allowed right now.
The dim lighting in the cabin concealed the sudden blush that rose to Fu Miaoying's face, a detail Lu Rui didn't notice.
Oh, okay, Lu Rui replied, a bit deflated.
At times like this, she felt utterly useless. Ever since Zhao Yuan had stood up for her during the awakening ceremony, he had been helping her time and again, while she had done nothing but drag him down.
Don't worry.
With me here, you can go rest without concern, Fu Miaoying reassured her, escorting Lu Rui out of the cabin.
Once she returned, she immediately locked the door behind
her. As soon as the lock clicked, a tall figure loomed over her, pinning her against the door. His eyes were blood red, and his breath was so scorching it felt like it could melt her.
Not by the door. Go further inside. In an instant, Fu Miaoying felt her legs give out.
A large hand scooped her up by the waist and carried her swiftly to the depths of the cabin. The night was deep, and the entire train was silent except for the rhythmic clatter of wheels against the tracks. By early morning, Lu Rui woke up.
When did Sister Fu return?
She had stayed up until around 3 in the morning. Despite her worry, the exhaustion from their earlier battle with the blood bats had eventually lulled her to sleep. The cabin door had been locked, but she had been too careless to notice at the time. After washing up, she stepped outside and immediately ran into Zhao Yuan.
Are you okay now? Lu Rui quickly walked over to his side.
Yes. Zhao Yuan stood tall, walking alongside her toward the dining car. The battle from the previous night had lasted until dawn. During their last fight, Zhao Yuan had barely won due to the disparity in power and cultivation, leaving him completely drained. This time, despite the longer fight, he walked with steady steps, showing no signs of discomfort.
The morning passed uneventfully.
Zhao Yuan claimed he was consolidating his cultivation in the cabin but ended up sleeping soundly. Fu Miaoying, on the other hand, didn't wake until noon, skipping breakfast entirely.
Lu Rui brought lunch back to the cabin for her.
They were expected to arrive in Shangjing around 2 p.m., so lunch would have to be eaten on the train. Thank you, Sister Fu, for your hard work, Lu Rui said warmly, serving extra food onto Fu Miaoying's plate. The past few days of traveling together on the train had significantly deepened their bond. Fu Miaoying didn't hold back after all, she was indeed exhausted. That morning, as she sneaked away, she had asked that man why he hadn't gone to find Lu Rui instead. Only then did she understand why Lu Rui, despite having a relatively low-ranked martial soul, could rival many geniuses with S-level or even SS-level martial souls. It turned out that this young girl had the potential to awaken an SSS-level martial soul. Until her 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians were fully activated, she couldn't afford to lose her vital energy.
Any lingering guilt in Fu Miaoying's heart instantly transformed into bitterness.
Were it not for this reason, she wouldn't have had to bear the brunt of the ordeal alone. Thankfully, apart from being a bit worn out, she hadn't suffered any other ill effects. After lunch, Fu Miaoying sat quietly in meditation, cultivating for over an hour. Her state had almost fully recovered.
At precisely 2 o'clock, the train arrived in Shangjing on schedule.
As soon as the train stopped, passengers who had come to Shangjing started disembarking one after another. At the same moment they stepped out, the exterior of the train station was adorned with various banners.
Travel these days was not convenient, and long-distance travelers were few, so train stations were usually quite desolate.
However, today, the outside of the station was covered with banners.
Warmly welcome Team Tianwu.
Such slogans were not just in the dozens but likely numbered in the hundreds. Seeing these banners, the young members of the group tried to restrain themselves, but most couldn't help feeling a hint of pride in their hearts. However, their team leader, Yang Ying, wore a cold expression.
Tianwu had almost always ranked at the bottom, with 4th or 5th place being the usual outcome.
Yet, the people of Shangjing insisted on these ostentatious displays every year, which was truly irritating. They might not necessarily be doing it out of kindness, Zhang Yan said coldly, extinguishing the group's brief sense of pride.
Our results in previous years weren't great.
Last year, his older brother was one of the team
leaders for Tianwu.
Despite giving it his all, he only managed to secure 4th place. That had already been Tianwu's best result in nearly a decade. Out of 10 competitions, Tianwu had ranked 5th in at least 7 or 8.
With Zhang Yan's words, the pride on the others' faces immediately faded considerably. What's there to panic about?
Just assume they're genuinely welcoming us, Zhou Ming snorted coldly. After all, only the people of Shangjing and Tianwu truly understood
the hidden intentions behind this. We cannot let anyone look down on us. Didn't the eyes of others light up with envy and admiration whenever they saw Team Tianwu?
Zhao Yuan straightened his back, standing tall and walking alongside Zhou Ming toward the dining car. The night before, the two of them had battled fiercely until dawn. The fight had drained a significant amount of Zhao Yuan's energy. Though he had barely won last time, it had come at a considerable cost. Today's battle had lasted even longer, yet he walked steadily, showing no signs of fatigue.
With nothing scheduled in the morning, Zhao Yuan used the excuse of consolidating his cultivation to take a long nap in the carriage. Fu Miaoying, on the other hand, had slept straight through until noon.
Skipping breakfast, she enjoyed lunch in the carriage with Lu Rui, who had brought the meal back for them to share. Since their arrival in Shangjing was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, lunch was still settled on the train.
"Sister Fu, you must be so tired," Lu Rui said warmly as she offered Fu Miaoying some food.
After spending several days together on the train, the two had grown increasingly close. Fu Miaoying did not decline, as she was indeed utterly exhausted. At dawn, when she could no longer hold on, she had taken the opportunity to ask that guy why he didn't turn to Rui in such moments.
She finally understood why Lu Rui's martial soul level was so low, yet her strength rivaled that of most S-level, even SS-level, geniuses.
It turned out this young woman's potential was limitless, with the possibility of awakening an SSS-level martial soul.
Until
her 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians were fully unblocked, she couldn't afford to lose even a shred of her primordial energy. What had once been a guilty conscience was now replaced with helplessness.
If not for this reason, Fu Miaoying would never have borne such immense pressure alone.
Fortunately, aside from feeling tired, she experienced no other discomfort this time. After lunch, Fu Miaoying quietly meditated for over an hour, and her condition had nearly returned to normal.
At 2 o'clock, the
train arrived in Shangjing on schedule. As soon as it stopped, passengers heading to Shangjing began to disembark in succession. The moment they stepped out, they were greeted by the sight of countless banners hanging outside the train station.
Since travel was
inconvenient and long-distance trips were rare, train stations were usually quite empty. But today, the area outside was filled with banners.
"Warmly welcome Team Tianwu."
Such banners were easily in the hundreds. Seeing these slogans, the young members of the team tried to suppress their emotions, but they couldn't entirely hide their pride.
However, their captain, Yang Ying, wore a
stern expression, knowing full well that Tianwu's performance had been consistently poor, often finishing 4th or 5th. Yet, the people of Shangjing insisted on these superficial displays of welcome every year, which was utterly exasperating. They might not be sincere, Zhang Yan remarked, dispelling the group's fleeting sense of pride.
"Our past results haven't been great.
Last year, his brother had been part of the Tianwu team, and, despite giving his all, they only managed 4th place. That had already been Tianwu's best performance in nearly a decade. Out of 10 competitions, Tianwu had placed 5th at least 7 or 8 times.
With Zhang Yan's reminder, the pride on the others' faces diminished considerably. Don't panic.
Just assume they really are welcoming us, Zhou Ming snorted coldly. After all, only people from Shangjing and Tianwu truly understood what was going on behind the scenes.
We cannot let anyone look down on us. After all, didn't others' eyes fill with envy and admiration when they saw Team Tianwu? Besides, this year, they had 2 monsters on their team. Yang Ying stepped forward, leading the team. Behind her was Fu Miaoying, followed by Qi Fei, and finally Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan. The aura of Tianwu's team was as strong as a raging river. Is this the Tianwu first team?
Under Yang Ying's lead, the young people holding banners stared intently at the team.
The other 3
of the 5 great academies had already arrived days earlier. Teams from the preliminary and qualifying rounds had arrived even earlier.
Is that the leader, Tianwu's campus belle and number 1, Fu Miaoying? All eyes immediately landed on Fu Miaoying.
The 5 girls in their team were all quite attractive, especially Fu Miaoying and Lu Rui, both of
whom were campus belle-level beauties. However, the icy and aloof temperament of Miss Fu was something no ordinary person could emulate.
To put it bluntly, there were very few who could compare to her in this regard. She's so beautiful, someone murmured in admiration.
She's the captain of Tianwu, don't get any funny ideas, or you might get yourself into trouble, someone nearby quickly cautioned. And she's the eldest daughter of the Fu family from South Tian.
I'm so handsome, and my family never said I couldn't marry into another family, the person replied. The person next to him, noticing the large patches of acne on his face, quickly shifted away from him.
Yang Ying, Teacher Yang?
As Yang Ying led her team out of the ticket gate, a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, wearing black-rimmed glasses, approached. Behind him were a young man and woman, both appearing no older than 18 or 19.
That's me. And you are?
Yang Ying turned slightly, positioning herself to block the man and the young people behind him.
I'm Yang Kai from Jingwu, and also a freshman mentor for this year's cohort. Yang Kai extended his hand. We share the same family name. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Yang.
This mentor, Yang Kai, exhibited a demeanor of utmost refinement in both speech and manner.
The school bus is waiting over there. After shaking hands, Yang Kai pointed toward the station's exit. No one in Longwo would dare to openly impersonate someone under the name of Jingwu. The Tianwu teacher badge on his chest was unquestionably authentic.
This way, please. The 2 young people guided the Tianwu freshmen along. Their steps were steady, and they appeared composed in the presence of the group, in stark contrast to the excitement of the surrounding teenagers. Clearly, they had been transferred from major martial arts academies in Shangjing to serve as sparring partners, and these 2 were the real Jingwu freshmen. Though they were of similar ages, the pair had already unlocked 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Particularly the young man, he might already be working on unlocking the 8th, the governor vessel.
Hey, beauty, are you also a competitor? Wang Shuang brazenly sat down next to the Jingwu girl.
We're just from the welcoming committee, we can't compete, the girl replied softly, a hint of regret crossing her face.
With those words, Wang Shuang's initial interest in flirting instantly vanished.
The girl was indeed beautiful, but her words hit
home. Even random members of their welcoming committee had at least unlocked 7 meridians. What chance did the competitors have?
If it were any other martial arts academy, they might already have lost confidence in defeating Jingwu. After all, when Tianwu's second team had come to Shangjing back then, not all of them had even
unlocked the 7th meridian.
Now, the first team had only just completed unlocking the 7th meridian within the past couple of days, and everyone was working on the final one, the governor vessel. If that weren't the case, they might have been overawed by Jingwu's powerful presence the moment they boarded the train today. The school bus started smoothly, arriving at a grand academic institution around 2:30 p.m. Along the way, the group had a chance to take in the sights of Shangjing. The gate of Jingwu Academy turned out to be even more impressive than that of Tianwu.
After disembarking, they finally understood Zhang Nian's earlier comment.
Despite the buzz they had created at the train station, Jingwu's entrance was cold and quiet, not even a single banner. The preliminary rounds are nearing their end today, so everyone has probably gone to watch the matches, Yang Kai explained with a hint of embarrassment as
he glanced at Yang Ying.
The preliminary rounds occurred almost daily, and Tianwu's second team had already played nearly 10 matches in the past few days.
After the preliminary rounds, there will be 3 days for rest and adjustment.
As Yang Kai led the Tianwu group inside, he explained.
The new rules for this year's competition. If Teacher Yang wishes to arrange sparring sessions, you're free to do so during that time. Jingwu's indoor martial arts arena will be prioritized for Tianwu's use. Although Yang Kai said this, the priority was actually extended equally to all 5 major academies. Thank you, Teacher Yang, Yang Ying replied graciously. However, we've been a bit short on training recently and haven't had time to observe the other team's matches, so we're not sure which team to challenge. I'll send you some footage of the strong team's matches later, Yang Kai responded with a smile. If Tianwu has any other needs, feel free to let me know. After completing the enrollment process, Yang Kai and Yang Ying departed together. The Tianwu freshmen were then led to the dormitory area by the 2 young members of the welcoming committee. As they walked, they barely encountered anyone. From one direction, however, occasional cheers and screams could be heard. It was undoubtedly coming from the preliminary match area. The final day of the preliminary round determined the advancement opportunities for many teams, and the intensity of the competition had likely peaked over the past few days. The dormitory area for Team Tianwu 1 was a separate courtyard. Some people had asked members of Team 2, who all lived in collective apartments. It wasn't unusual for people who had just faced off in a match that morning to run into each other in the evening at the apartment complex. Although it couldn't be said for sure that conflicts or acts of vengeance would arise, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be awkward if they did meet. At this age, losing was humiliating, and weakness brought embarrassment. After settling into their accommodations, the group left. Brothers! Wang Shuang shouted loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Noticing a few girls glancing his way, he quickly added, and sisters, too. How about we go watch Team 2's match? After a 30-hour journey, a few of the more energetic friends were feeling incredibly bored. Though not as lively as Wang Shuang and Zhang Nian, the others were also intrigued. After all, today was the last match of the preliminaries, and Team 2 might face a strong opponent. Watching a match live was far better than watching it on video. Team 2's opponent has already been decided. They can't advance and have forfeited the match, Gu Xian said at that moment. But they're watching a very important match right now. Gu Xian waved her hand. Anyone want to go watch? I have the location. I'm in. Zhang Yan and Wang Shuang were the first to raise their hands. Then let's go together? Fu Miaoyin glanced around. She was the mainstay and captain of Team Tianwu. Her words mainly sought Zhao Yuan's opinion. He wasn't someone easy to persuade and might not agree with her decision. Luckily, he nodded this time without objection. At your command, Captain, someone quipped playfully. Under Gu Xian's lead, the group quickly arrived in front of a grand building. What's going on? Just as they approached the main entrance, a few security personnel stopped them. We're new students from Tianwu, just arrived at Jingwu today. Before Miss Fu could speak, Zhou Ming had already stepped forward with an air of arrogance. Are you saying we can't enter this competition venue? The 2 security guards immediately lowered their heads. Of course, you can enter. In fact, once a match began, people were only allowed to leave, not enter. If someone had something to do or didn't want to watch anymore, they could leave at any time. But entering mid-match might disrupt the event. Faced with Zhou Ming's imposing demeanor, the security guards felt conflicted. They weren't warriors or instructors from Jingwu, they were merely stationed there. Refusing someone from Tianwu could lead to bad press. The 2 exchanged glances and ultimately decided to let them in. You can go in, but please don't make too much noise, one of the security guards reminded. If rules are broken and we're punished from above, we won't take responsibility. They dared not offend the Tianwu group. Humph! Zhou Ming snorted coldly. As the group entered the indoor martial arts arena, they arrived at the very top. The spectator seats were nearly full, buzzing with energy, while the 2 teams below stood on opposite sides. It was unclear when the match had started, but it was clearly at a critical stage of the team battle. The team on the left wore blue uniforms, and all 5 members were still in the match. The team on the right, in yellow uniforms, had only 4 remaining members. One of their teammates had already been escorted to the sidelines by Jingwu's medical staff to rest. With 1 member down, the remaining 4 huddled together defensively. Who are these 2 teams? The martial arts arena wasn't that big but could accommodate at least 2,000 spectators. Not only were all the seats occupied, but many people were also standing along the upper railings. The team in blue was Modu Team 2, from Modo Second Academy. A nearby spectator turned to see a petite beauty asking the question, and his previously impatient expression softened immediately. The team in yellow is from Zhuhai Martial Academy, in Xinshi. This is the most anticipated match in the Eastern Division preliminaries. Zhuhai already lost a team member so quickly. Their performance has been pretty average. A burly young man emerged from behind the petite beauty. What do you know? The student who had been about to retort with a curse held back in the end. Because behind the petite beauty, several figures stepped forward one by one. The aura of this group was clearly extraordinary. Who knew which martial academy they were from? Wang Yun was admitted to Jingwu from another province, possessing an A-rank sword martial soul. His family was well off, so within the 3 months following his martial soul awakening, he had already cleared the 7th meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Such progress would have made him a top student in ordinary martial academies of 2nd or 3rd tier cities, or even in some lower-ranked key martial academies. On the recent battlefield, many contestants' talent and combat power were not much stronger than his. However, within Jingwu, his talent was considered average. After all, over 70% of Jingwu's students had cleared the 7th meridian within 3 months of awakening, and 30% had even cleared the Ren meridian and were already challenging the final meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Du meridian. It was said that among the 12 contestants competing, several had completely cleared the 8 extraordinary meridians, becoming true rank-advancing martial artists. Growing in such an environment, Wang Yun's insight was naturally exceptional. Today's match attracted more than half of the freshmen, and even teams without matches came specifically to watch, filling the 2,000-seat indoor martial arts arena number 3 to capacity. Because Wang Yun had overslept by a few minutes at noon, he had to stand at the very top of the stands. The advancement of the Moto Second Academy and Juma Martial Academy had already been secured, but it was rumored that there were some hidden frictions between them, which led to today's unusually serious competition. Wang Yun was watching intently when he suddenly noticed a group of people walking out from a passageway. Were they heading to the restroom? But judging by their neatly uniformed appearance, with both men and women, it didn't seem that way. Initially, Wang Yun was in a good mood, as one of the pretty girls in the group approached to chat with him. However, shortly after, someone emerged from behind her and brazenly declared that the students from Juma Martial Academy were no good. What do you know? Wang Yun was about to retort when he saw that the person was at least 190 centimeters tall, with a robust and imposing physique. Just standing there, the individual exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. More importantly, Wang Yun had only casually glanced at him earlier, not paying much attention, especially since the match was at a critical juncture. As the towering young man stepped forward, the others slowly followed. There were 12 people in total, undoubtedly a participating team. What stood out most was their demeanor. While not everyone wore expressions of pride, the sharp, predatory air they carried was far beyond what ordinary contestants could compare to. While most spectators were there to observe and learn, these individuals seemed to be scrutinizing the so-called elite team's actual strength. Wang Yun's gaze lingered on the chest of the towering youth, where a blue and gold character, Tian, meaning heaven, was embroidered. The others also bore the same. This was the standard uniform of the Tiannan Martial Academy. Wang Yun had seen the uniforms of Tiannan's second team before, which were almost identical to the first team's, except that the golden detail in the character was slightly less pronounced. One of Juma Martial Academy's main players suffered a minor injury last time. Wang Yun's tone and demeanor immediately became more serious. This was a team of true prodigies. As a seeded team directly entering the main competition, they didn't need to participate in preliminary or secondary rounds. The one who just got eliminated was their substitute, Wang Yun explained, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Wang Shuang turned to glance at their own team's substitutes. Their own 2 substitutes. How could they forget? Substitutes from other teams were entirely different. Some teams might have fairly strong substitutes, but such cases were rare. For the vast majority of teams, substitutes were often there just to make up the numbers. No joke, this year, with the temporary expansion of the competition roster, many martial academies struggled to even gather 10 people. Having 12 was even more challenging. During the preliminary round, the second team faced one squad that only sent 2 people, easily sweeping the opposing personal battle lineup. This was a decision made merely for training purposes, otherwise, even one person would have been enough to overwhelm the entire opposing team. The disparity between ordinary martial academies and key martial academies was starkly evident. While Jingwu students sometimes indulged in small intrigues, they also possessed insights unmatched by others when it came to the realities of the uneven development of martial academies across the country. The expansion of the national freshman martial competition's quota and scale was precisely aimed at stimulating the comprehensive improvement of the new generation of martial artists nationwide. Wang Yun refocused his attention on the arena, no longer engaging with the Tiannan group. At this moment, the Tiannan team also directed their gaze toward the match. As Wang Yun had mentioned, the strength of the Zhuma Martial Academy was truly impressive. Even though they lost one team member at the start, the team battle continued without pause. The competition was merciless, leaving no room for stalling. If anyone deliberately delayed, their team would be warned or even disqualified. The two teams once again engaged in an intense confrontation. This team battle was far more thrilling than the second team videos Zhao Yuan and his group had watched before. Though the four members of Zhuma were not perfectly coordinated, they had achieved everything possible within their skill level. By the end of the battle, only one person remained standing on each side, both teams utterly exhausted from the prolonged fight. The results of the previous individual matches were unclear, but in this team battle, despite losing a member early due to the substitute's poor performance, they managed to tie with the opponent's main lineup. 3 days later, when their full team would be intact, they would surely become the dark horse of the semifinals. Should we try to arrange a match with them? Zhang Yin suggested. After their battle with Bloodbats, Tianwu's team coordination had once again improved. However, compared to Zhuma Martial Academy, Tianwu still had a long way to go in terms of synergy. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Someone voiced concern. Would Tianwu lowering themselves to invite an inferior team for a match be seen as losing status? Moreover, the Zhuma team had just gone through a major battle. If Tianwu were to crush them again, it could affect their performance in subsequent matches. How awkward would that be? Xinxin, come with me to find their team leader. Fu Miaoyin made a decision. The rest of the team immediately turned their attention to her. Their captain had changed a lot over the past few days. We don't need to have an official match with them. We can just frame it as a practice team battle, Fu Miaoyin said, feeling a bit nervous as everyone stared at her. But this time, she didn't stay silent and began to speak up for herself. If they want individual practice matches, everyone should be ready to spar with them. She glanced around after finishing. Is that okay? Their captain finally started to take charge, so naturally, no one had any objections. Listen to the captain. After the competition, the Zhuma team lost this match. Through the discussions of those nearby, they learned the result. Their schedule had been arranged in an incredibly unlucky manner, as their last two matches were against some of the strongest teams in the division. Failing to maintain their ranking yesterday, their main players had been injured during both the individual and team battles. They weren't underestimating Motosecond Academy, on the contrary, they took them very seriously. Thus, they prioritized securing a spot in the winner's bracket. If they had lost the match yesterday, there would have been no guarantee of victory today. Losing both matches would mean the Zhuma team might fail to enter the winner's bracket. The preliminary rounds would have teams from all four divisions advancing to the next stage. Even if they advanced, there would still be distinctions between stronger and weaker teams in the semifinals. By then, teams from the four divisions would compete in mixed matches, with the top-ranked teams forming the winner's bracket, avoiding other winner's bracket teams in the first round. This would prevent strong teams from facing each other too early. Once the semifinals began, it would be a single elimination format. This was why every team gave their all during the preliminary rounds. After the match ended, the audience began to leave the venue. Everyone was discussing the highlights of the match, especially the team battle. It was simply spectacular. After most of the crowd dispersed, Fu Miaoyin led Guoxian toward the Zhuma team. They explained their intentions and directly challenged the other team to a warm-up match. Having just experienced a major battle, the Zhuma team members were all wearing wry smiles upon hearing that the challengers were from Tianwu's first team. Their team was relatively strong in team battles, but with so many spectators present today, the upcoming matches would likely be even tougher than expected. Coach Joe, let's accept it, someone suggested. While the team was still resting, the arrival of two beautiful women immediately drew everyone's attention. Learning of their identities and intentions, the fatigued team members suddenly perked up. Captain Fu, we accept, a sunny and handsome young man stepped forward. Both Fu Miaoyin and Guoxian recognized him. He was the engine of Zhuma's team battles. Gu Sijuan, captain of the Zhuma team, he introduced himself, extending his hand. Fu Miaoyin frowned slightly, and Guoxian quickly stepped in, shaking his hand on her behalf. Then it's settled. We'll arrange the time with you later, she said, pulling Fu Miaoyin away immediately after. Knowing Fu Miaoyin's temperament well, Guoxian would never let this hard-won practice match be ruined by the other party's impoliteness. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? Being approached is perfectly normal. Guoxian herself often gets approached. But their captain? She was the least adept at handling such situations. Her only method of dealing with them was to ignore them. However, this time, the person in question was the other team's captain, and ignoring him would have been inappropriate. Thank you, Fu Miaoyin said softly as the two walked away from the arena. Guo Xian was a little surprised, but she quickly nodded.
She understood that her team captain would definitely be teased by the sunny boy in their squad. Everyone probably thought the captain was being shy and that was why she
was taken away.
In reality, she had seen countless handsome guys try to strike up a conversation with her captain, only to be ignored. If another challenge were to arise, all their previous efforts would have been in vain. The two of them walked forward, preparing to follow the team back. But before they could get close, a commotion ahead caught their attention. It was coming from the spot where their team was waiting.
Quick, let's go! Guo Xian grabbed Fu Miaoyin and ran forward.
Their team had quite a few hotheads, and without a mentor around, the captain going off to arrange a duel was bound to lead to trouble. When they arrived, sure enough, they saw Wang Shuang and Zhang Nian standing at the forefront, confronting someone.
The second team was also there? And in the distance, there were familiar faces like Qian Fei.
To think that someone dared to provoke them in front of both Tianwu Team 1 and Team 2, these 5 or 6 individuals were definitely not easy to deal with.
What, planning to gang up on us just because you have numbers?
The person standing at the front had a face full of provocation. His arrogance even surpassed that of hotheads like Zhang Nian and Wang Shuang.
But these people, why did they look somewhat familiar?
To deal with you, we wouldn't need a group fight. Wang Shuang stepped forward boldly, exuding an intimidating aura.
You 6, I alone am more than enough.
When it came to stirring up trouble, Wang Shuang had
never bowed to anyone.
In all his years of causing mischief, the only time he backed down was during the opening semester when he encountered Zhao Yuan's terrifying blade.
Beyond that, he had never retreated.
Clearly, you could search the entire nation, and it would be nearly impossible to find someone as monstrous as Zhao Yuan.
Doesn't your Tiannan region boast about having the 8 great martial academies and some kind of martial alliance? The man didn't care at all. Why don't you bring out all 8 academies and let me see? Forming 2 ragtag teams, what's the point of that? Are you just putting on a show for laughs?
As he spoke, he cast a glance toward Tianwu Team 2. With just one look, Team 2 immediately lowered their heads. You have no right to speculate or sow discord about the relationships among Tiannan's 8 academies. Just as Wang Shuang was about to explode, Guo Xian and Fu Miaoyin arrived.
The rules for this reform are imperfect, and everyone knows it, Guo Xian began.
If our Tianwu takes the championship this time, the next National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament will be 10 times more exciting than this year.
Fu Miaoyin followed. The 2
of them stepped forward, with the girl in front tall and cold as an ice queen. The first line was spoken by the shorter girl, while the next 2 lines came from the icy beauty.
Tiannan's 8 academies have always been united.
Though there's been reform this time, the opportunity is equal for all, Fu
Miaoyin continued.
As for your so-called victory over our Team 2 the other day, do you really think that proves your strength? That was nothing more than you taking advantage of the fact that we had just formed the team and the members were unfamiliar with each other. Fu Miaoyin's words came out sharp and unyielding, her usual social anxiety gradually dissipating. While her upbringing kept her from uttering anything too harsh, her remarks still shocked Zhang Nian and Wang Shuang.
Is this still our captain? Since when did she become so eloquent? Of course, the others didn't know Fu Miaoyin well and didn't find it strange.
Instead, they were stunned by her performance, and their amusement only grew. Forming a ragtag team was your own choice, wasn't it? The other side sneered.
And now you're using that as an excuse? He swept his gaze across Tianwu Team 1.
A bunch of men, actually being subdued by a woman.
Tianwu really ought to withdraw from the top 5.
My Pingzhou Martial Academy is perfectly ready to take your place. Pingzhou Martial Academy was one of the top academies in the southern region
of Longhua. Tianwu Team 2's first loss had been at their hands.
Though they were technically in the southern region, they were closer to the Magic City than Tiannan, having established themselves as a top-tier academy rivaling Tianwu with the support of Modu Martial Academy. This wasn't a secret. Ordinary people might not know much about it, but as the eldest daughter of the Fu family in Tiannan, Fu Miaoyin was well aware.
Were you just off arranging a duel with your childhood friend? The opponent's firepower was relentless, clearly looking for trouble. Tianwu was truly pathetic, going to the Eastern Division to challenge some childhood friend.
My Pingzhou is always ready to welcome you, he taunted.
The people from Pingzhou were incredibly arrogant. By contrast, the members of Tianwu's second team kept their heads down. If it weren't for this failure, how could the first team have been humiliated alongside them?
Yet, a single sentence from Fu Miaoyin caused everyone in the second team to widen their eyes. They had been on a train for 30 hours and were forced to come watch immediately after arriving. It could be said that they were physically exhausted, and coupled with the lack of training in recent days, their moods were understandably irritable. Now, being provoked like this could very well lead to an incident. The second team could lose, but if the first team suffered a defeat right after stepping out, Tianwu's reputation would be utterly ruined, beyond salvation. Others might not understand, but Pingzhou's team battles were indeed formidable. At the time, they had deliberately sent 2 substitutes, resulting in a crushing defeat for the Tianwu side. Do you accept? Wang Shuang's tall figure stepped forward again. Accept? Of course, the young man sneered, but if you use fatigue from travel as an excuse, Pingzhou won't take the blame. We were the ones who initiated the challenge. Winning or losing is Tianwu's own business, no excuses. Fu Miaoyin's voice turned completely cold. Fine, see you at the training ground in half an hour. The group sneered as they left. Now they'd truly accepted the challenge. The members of Tianwu's second team were filled with regret. Fu Miaoyin, why are you so impulsive? Someone from the second team couldn't help but sigh. At least familiarize yourself with the environment first, or at the very least, rest for a night before making a decision. It's off-season thr. Shut up. Zhou Ming sneered, if it weren't for your loss. Stop arguing. At that moment, Zhao Yuan interrupted Zhou Ming with a stern tone. The strong never complain about their circumstances. First, report to the mentor, and then head to the training ground. Earlier, they were talking about camaraderie among the 8 academies, but now they were already in fighting. A truly pathetic sight. With Zhao Yuan's reprimand, the others couldn't be bothered to continue arguing. Zhou Ming, the troublemaker, felt a chill on the back of his neck and immediately stepped aside. When he turned around, the members of the first team were already leaving. So what if they were substitutes? When an SSS grade awakener spoke, the authority was evident. The second team members looked at them with a tinge of envy in their hearts. Little did they know, Zhou Ming and the others had witnessed Zhao Yuan's strength the evening before, which left them thoroughly impressed and convinced. It's just Pingzhou Martial Academy, do they really think they can beat our first team with 2 SSS grade rookies leading? Fu Miaoyin made a phone call to Yang Ying, who was still busy and had no time to deal with them. Having just arrived at Jingwu, they had already scheduled 2 training matches, and their mentor approved of it. More importantly, they had been granted significant autonomy. Since they had found their own opponents, they could freely arrange future training matches at their discretion. As for whether the opponents were willing to face Tianwu's first team, that would depend on their ability. Securing 2 training matches within 2 hours of arriving at Jingwu left Yang Ying with no doubts about their capability. Half an hour later, inside Jingwu's training ground number 3, only the medical team dispatched by Jingwu and a professional referee were present, aside from the teams from Pingzhou and Tianwu's first team. As for spectators, there were none, not even Tianwu's second team was allowed to watch. This was a long-standing tradition. Training matches were not open to external viewership. This approach not only protected the privacy of both teams but also conserved resources. During the off-season and preliminaries, training matches were frequent, and Jingwu had to consider the possibility of unexpected incidents to avoid excessive resource consumption. The medical team consisted of 2 people, while the professional referee was a Tier 3 martial artist. Jingwu's instructor, teacher Yang Kai, had promised to prioritize scheduling Tianwu's training matches for their convenience. The 12 members of each team gathered at the center of the training ground. The training match can enable full field recording. Do both sides agree to the recording? After confirming the roster for both teams, the referee immediately posed the question. We don't mind. The captain of Pingzhou Martial Academy was a youth taller than Wang Shuang by a head. His name was Lin Yiping, standing at 201 centimeters tall. He stated, it's rare to have a training match with one of the big 5. We'd like to review the video afterward for learning purposes. Fine, Fu Miaoyin responded succinctly, with no intention of elaborating. Recording? Let them record. Whether they wanted to learn, mock Tianwu, or even share it publicly, it didn't matter. Tianwu's captain remained expressionless, and most of the others bore cold expressions as well. Wang Shuang and Zhang Yan, however, cast contemptuous glances at their opponents, as if they had already seen through their intentions. You Tianwu people are really arrogant, huh? A boy with tousled hair and a roguishly handsome demeanor from Pingzhou's team sneered. Let's see if your strength is truly better than the second team's. He was called Hao Shuai, the leader of the Pingzhou team. I hope when you lose the match in a bit, you won't keep your heads down like the second team. Faced with this provocation, even Zhou Ming remained silent this time. Lately, he felt that the captain's completely dismissive attitude was rather satisfying. Especially against those chatterboxes, it was incredibly effective. Just now, when the referee asked about the replay, the captain only replied with 2 words. And now, by staying silent, he had the other side seething with rage. If neither side has any objections, this training match will proceed under standard competition rules.
The referee ignored the squabbling of
these young men, long accustomed to their fervor. Although it was just a training match, the proper procedures still needed to be followed. 3 minutes for both captains to submit their individual match rosters, the referee instructed as both teams took their seats, pushing the process forward immediately. It was nearing 4:30 p.m., and he had no desire to work overtime. Almost exactly a minute later, both captains stepped out simultaneously, each handing over a list. Lin Yiping was somewhat surprised at how decisive the opposing team was in their first battle. "Captain Fu, I asked for the individual match roster," the referee said, glancing at Fu Miaoyin with a questioning look after receiving the list.
"It's our first time competing as Tianwu.
We lack experience in adjustments, so we'll play a few training matches first to gather experience," Fu Miaoyin explained further.
The Pingzhou team members all looked visibly angry.
The audacity of the other side to submit both the individual and team match rosters simultaneously, how arrogant.
The
Pingzhou Martial Academy had been a top-tier Southern academy for many years. While not one of the top 5, it had consistently been a regular in the national tournaments. Lin Yiping's expression darkened.
Arrogance comes with a price.
The referee glanced at both sides' rosters, and the scrolling screen above displayed the participants for the individual match.
Leading Pingzhou Martial Academy's lineup was Hao Shuai.
The remaining 4 participants were Zhao Yu, Zhongli, Huang Yu, and Zhou Kong. The names, displayed in blue text on a white background, indicated that these 5 were all core members of Pingzhou's team. The Pingzhou players were visibly furious, clearly upset by Tianwu's earlier actions. But what came next made all 5 of them pale, with some turning red with anger. Because on the screen, at the end of Tianwu's roster, there appeared a name in red text. Everyone knew that red text was reserved for substitutes. What on earth was Tianwu taking them for? 2 SSS-ranked newcomers weren't even participating in the individual match, and they had the audacity to send out a substitute. Pingzhou wasn't some second-rate team that hovered around the fringes of the main tournament every year. "You Tianwu people, what's the meaning of this?" Hao Shuai, a hot-headed and fiery member of Pingzhou Martial Academy, immediately erupted.
"Sending out a substitute right off the bat to provoke them? What do you mean?"
Zhou Ming feigned indifference, but it was completely out of character for him.
"Are you treating Pingzhou like a joke, sending a substitute first thing?" Hao Shuai's eyes reddened as blood vessels began to surface. "Everyone rarely gets a chance to play.
They might not have the opportunity to get on stage during the main tournament," Zhou Ming sneered.
"Besides, the outcome here doesn't affect the rankings."
Lin Yiping's face grew even darker. The reason he had withdrawn from the individual matches to focus on the team battle was because he greatly respected Tianwu's players.
He had assumed they would field an SSS-ranked newcomer to secure the points.
Who could have guessed that Tianwu's lineup for the individual match would consist of Zhou Ming, Huang Feifeng, Zhang Yan, Yang Yu, and Lu Rui? Of the others, Lin Yiping had at least heard some rumors. But as for this substitute, Lu Rui, they had no prior information at all. 2 SSS-ranked players were reserved for the team match. Tianwu's first team must have observed the second team's internal scrimmage and aimed to secure victory in the team battle. The individual match could have been an easy win with the SSS newcomers, yet they chose to concentrate their strength on the team match instead? Lin Yiping had stepped back into the team match, assuming the other side would send 1 SSS-ranked player to secure points. Instead, they were playing completely against expectations.
Tianwu's first team consisted of 9 members, all from Tianwu.
His plan was for Tianwu to send 1 SSS-ranked player, 2 from their own academy, and 2 from other schools for the individual match. The team match would then be entirely played by Tianwu's own members for better coordination.
But now, Tianwu had indeed sent 2 players from other schools for the individual match. However, the choices were far from what they had anticipated.
They had sent Huang Feifeng and Lu Rui,
which meant they had also included someone less coordinated, like Zhao Chuan, in the team match lineup? What fools!
Lin Yiping sneered internally.
Tianwu might have an edge during admissions compared to regular martial academies.
But in every other way, they were ridiculously incompetent.
Fine, then.
Let me give you a crushing defeat and shatter your top 5 arrogance. Rui, you go first, Fu Miaoyin called out directly, ignoring the disputes on both sides.
Be careful, don't get hurt.
Got it, Captain. Lu Rui gripped her long spear and stepped forward.
You all are truly arrogant. Hao Shuai glanced at the team. She wants some practice. Who's willing to spar with her? The Tianwu team sent out a substitute. At first, the players from Pingzhou were still somewhat angry.
But when they saw that the person stepping forward was an incredibly beautiful woman,
their anger instantly dissipated. Their expressions turned playful. "I'll go." Huang Yu was the first to step out. "I'm the weakest, so this is a good opportunity to give the lady a chance to shine." Although he spoke lightly, the other members of the Pingzhou team wore strange smiles. The opponent was using a long spear, which, naturally, couldn't be very fast. Huang Yu, on the other hand, wielded a pair of short blades, each only 40 centimeters long. Huang Yu's build wasn't muscular, and he appeared to be an agility-type soul master. If the opponent made the first move, Tianwu could easily send Zhou Ming to deal with him. But, "Lady, you can make the first move." Huang Yu held his dual blades, his attitude seemingly courteous as he voluntarily let her take the initiative. Zhou Ming shook his head, thinking to himself that this was just another worn-out trick. The opponent clearly wanted Lu Rui to attack first, planning to exploit his speed advantage to strike back. If luck was on his side, he might even defeat her outright. Lu Rui remained silent, her right hand gripping the spear while her left steadied the shaft. She immediately lunged forward with a straightforward thrust. Using both hands on the spear, attacking an agility-type fighter in this manner? The members of the Pingzhou Martial Academy smirked inwardly. A substitute is just a substitute, no wonder she's on the bench. This was practically handing points to Pingzhou. Could she really have made it onto the Tianwu team's roster for reasons other than her looks? Speaking of the 5 female members of the Tianwu team, all of them were stunning. Especially the captain, Fu Miaoyin, and this substitute. Either of them could be campus queens at any martial academy. Just as the spear was about to pierce Huang Yu, he finally moved. With a push of his feet, he instantly vanished from the range of the spears. Attack! It seemed he was already on the verge of unlocking the 8th meridian, and his soul master's agility was beginning to shine. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Lu Rui. Even with training weapons, if Huang Yu unleashed his blades, Lu Rui would be in serious danger. But at that moment, Lu Rui's spear suddenly shifted. In an instant, it transformed into 2 short spears. As a direct disciple of Master Pei, she was well versed in countering agile opponents wielding short weapons. In the split second when the weapons exchanged, Huang Yu's expression changed drastically. Her spear techniques were incredibly advanced. Even with short spears, she immediately suppressed him. She had intentionally left an opening to lure him in. Her purpose was to dominate him in close combat. The short spears danced in Lu Rui's hands. Huang Yu, before he could even make a strike, was forced into a continuous retreat. Though he possessed an S-grade swift rabbit soul, making him the fastest among the 5 combatants, he found himself unable to create distance once she closed in. More importantly, Lu Rui's attacks came down like a relentless storm. By the 7th strike, one of the short spears was pressed against Huang Yu's throat. The first individual match is over. The referee's voice rang out at just the right moment. The cold touch at his throat made Huang Yu acutely aware of the threat of death. He hadn't landed a single strike and had been on the defensive the entire time. Worse yet, under her overwhelming offensive, he couldn't even defend himself properly. If this had been a fight to the death, his throat would already have been pierced, leaving him dead on the spot. Cold sweat drenched his entire body, and a sudden, intense urge to urinate struck him. Thankfully, as the referee's announcement concluded, the short spear finally moved away from his throat. "Thanks for the match." Lu Rui clasped her hands together, and the 2 short spears merged back into one. Having been relentlessly beaten in training by Zhao Yuan, she often doubted whether she was truly strong or weak. But one thing she was certain of: this guy in front of her was definitely weak. Defeated? Less than a minute after the match started, Huang Yu, a top-tier agility-type assassin, had been utterly defeated. Pingzhou's Hao Shuai and the others stood frozen in shock. "She's no ordinary substitute. You all need to get serious," Lin Yiping shouted sharply. This woman's wealth of combat experience even made Lin Yiping feel inferior. Of course, if he were to face her, he was confident he could defeat her in one move. But for the others, it wouldn't be so easy. As Lin Yiping shouted, he exchanged a glance with Hao Shuai. This woman was certainly no simple substitute. He signaled Hao Shuai to step into the arena. Hao Shuai was Pingzhou's second best. Second only to himself, a genius. Although sending Hao Shuai in so early might affect the final outcome of the individual matches, Pingzhou's main strength lay in the team battle. Eliminate this substitute woman first, the others aren't worth worrying about. In Lin Yiping's view, Lu Rui was a trump card hidden on Tianwu's bench. Now that they're bringing her out, could it be to avenge the second team? Ah, the youth. They really can't keep things to themselves. Revealing their trump card so quickly, this year, Tianwu is destined to rank last among the 5 major teams. Hao Shuai paused for a moment but still followed the captain's orders.
Lin Yiping came from a prestigious family and was undoubtedly the top figure in Pingzhou. His word was law, and even Hao Shuai dared not defy him. Lu classmate's strength doesn't look like that of a substitute, Hao Shuai said coldly as he walked out. I am a substitute, Lu Rui replied calmly, showing no fear. Her demeanor was like that of the girl next door. If Fu Miaoyin was the aloof school beauty, then Lu Rui was the approachable one. She possessed an undeniable charm that earned others' trust. Hao Shuai froze briefly, then refocused, mobilizing his inner energy. His weapon was a straight blade, similar to Zhao Yuan's combat knife, but lighter. Just like before at the second academy, Lu Rui instinctively adopted a defensive stance. This habit seemed hard to break. Seeing Lu Rui's posture, Hao Shuai felt a bit more secure. He was the second most prominent figure in Pingzhou, with some renown even outside. Please. Lu Rui positioned her spear horizontally in front of her. Lu classmate's offense is strong, but how about her defense? Hao Shuai showed no courtesy and charged forward with his blade. Although arrogant, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. He could tell that Lu Rui had exceptional spear skills and rich combat experience. With such ability, she was undoubtedly a core player among the 5 major teams. Despite his arrogance, Hao Shuai was cautious. The long blade unsheathed, and his strikes were swift and decisive. Clang! 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 In an instant, he unleashed several attacks. Lu Rui's spear handled them with ease, showing no signs of struggle. However, with one misstep, she was struck by a flurry of a dozen consecutive moves, unable to find an opening to counterattack. Yet as the battle progressed, it was Hao Shuai and the Pingzhou spectators who began to feel uneasy. Hao Shuai's martial spirit wasn't blade-related but an SS Tier 8 armed blade mantis. This spirit granted him significant boosts when using blade weapons, making his attacks both fast and fierce. Within the Pingzhou team, aside from Lin Yiping, no one could endure more than 10 of his strikes. Had the opponent exposed their trump card so early, confident in their chances in both individual and team battles? Hao Shuai hesitated briefly, and his blade unexpectedly struck air, a moment of failure. Hao Shuai, what are you doing? Lin Yiping roared. Hao Shuai snapped back instantly, but his momentum had already been interrupted. Lu Rui, who had been suppressed for over a dozen exchanges, turned the tide with her spear, darting forward like a venomous snake, turning defense into offense. A single lapse, and the roles reversed. In that instant, Hao Shuai understood why Huan Yu had lost so swiftly. This girl's spear attacks were even fiercer than those of a short spear. As her spear struck down, the vibrations traveling through the weapon made him feel as though he was facing a ferocious beast, rather than a seemingly delicate young woman. The power behind her strikes easily exceeded 20 kilocals. But she hadn't fully unlocked her meridians yet. Where was this monstrous strength coming from? 1 strike, 2 strikes, by the 5th strike, Hao Shuai's blade was knocked out of his hand, and the spear's tip was once again pointed at the throat of a Pingzhou competitor. Hao Shuai defeated. Pingzhou's second top player had been taken down by a substitute from Tianwu. Whether this girl was Tianwu's trump card or not, Pingzhou Martial Academy was destined to be engraved on the pillar of shame this time. Having consecutively defeated Huan Yu and Hao Shuai, none of the 5 Pingzhou competitors could stop her now. Second match of the individual battles. Tianwu wins. The referee's voice rang out. Lin Yiping's face darkened. The individual battles could essentially be written off now. In the team battles, how could they possibly triumph against 2 SSS tier opponents? Could Pingzhou be doomed to lose today? Rui, remember the rules from our training matches? At that moment, Fu Miaoyin finally spoke up. Understood, Captain, Lu Rui replied, forfeiting the match without attempting to sweep all 5 opponents. For the newcomers from Pingzhou, the opponent's decision not to go for a 5-person sweep was a godsend. But why couldn't they feel happy about it? Captain Fu, forfeiting will cost you 1 point in the standings, the referee reminded. In our training matches, no individual player is allowed to win more than 2 rounds, Fu Miaoyin stood and bowed to the referee. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Rui's voluntary forfeiture brought a glimmer of hope to the Pingzhou team. Her strength was undoubtedly a hidden weapon within. Tianwu, only second to their 2 SSS tier geniuses. The reason no one had previously uncovered information about her was that she had always been kept on the bench. Plus, this was the first public appearance of this team. Who could have foreseen that a substitute could defeat Pingzhou's main players in one fell swoop? Even among the other 4 major teams, such a feat might not have been possible. The contestant from Tianwu voluntarily gave up the chance for consecutive wins. The referee's reminders were to no avail, and naturally, there was no further intervention. The match continued.
Zhou Kong from Pingzhou. Which one of you from Tianwu will step up? After Lu Rui exited the stage, the remaining 3 from Pingzhou reignited their fighting spirit. Zhou Kong, holding a spear, calmly walked forward. All of them were skilled spear users. Initially, he planned to go second after Huang Yu's failure, but the team captain let the handsome guy go first, so Zhou Kong held back. Unexpectedly, the girl couldn't even be beaten by that handsome guy. In that instant, he had already prepared to play dead. Unless the opponent could defeat all 5 of them, he would only step up reluctantly. As long as the opponent wasn't another spear user, even if they were stronger, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. After all, their leader and others were focusing on securing the team battle. In individual matches, facing any of the top 5 wouldn't grant them much advantage. Zhou Kong stepped forward with his spear. From the Tianwu team emerged another person. Zhou Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was an expert in fist and claw techniques. Seeing this, Zhou Kong felt a twinge of tension. While long spears generally have a natural advantage over short weapons, fist and claw techniques were not something just anyone could master. Please, Zhou Kong cautiously uttered a polite gesture. During the match between Lu Rui and Huang Yu, if it weren't for the spear's ability to break into 2 pieces, the outcome might not have been the same. For long spears to counter short weapons, the conditions required both parties to be of equal skill. If the short weapon wielder was significantly stronger, the long weapon would become a burden. As soon as he said please, he thought the opponent would return the courtesy. After all, without knowing each other's strength, whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming moved extremely fast. Zhou Kong barely had time to raise his spear to block. All the techniques he had learned about countering with the spear and controlling the opponent's advance lost their effectiveness against Zhou Ming. The heavy fist claws struck his spear, bending it alarmingly under the immense force. With a second punch, Zhou Kong was sent flying without even having the chance to make a move. He was already defeated. Compared to Lu Rui, another spear user, he was leagues behind. And of course, this Zhou Ming was far stronger than Huang Yu. Lying on the ground, Zhou Kong retched uncontrollably. It was just a match, so Zhou Ming withheld the sharpness of his fist claws and instead struck Zhou Kang's abdomen with his fist. However, with the power of his SS rank saber-tooth tiger martial soul, his strength exceeded 15 carats. This punch alone would leave Zhou Kong needing at least 3 days of rest. For the upcoming break, if there were any practice matches, he could only spectate from the bench. The strength Zhou Ming displayed was even greater than Lu Rui's. The remaining 2 opponents had completely lost their will to fight. Zhou Ming won 2 matches, and Huang Feifeng easily claimed another. In the individual battles, Tianwu remained undefeated. However, due to the voluntary forfeits by Lu Rui and Zhou Ming, Tianwu only accumulated 3 points. 3 points was a decent lead, but not overwhelming. Pingzhou Martial Academy still had a chance to win. Team battles were their forte, and with their captain Lin Yiping joining another member back for the team match, earning 3 to 4 points was entirely possible. After the individual matches, Lin Yiping once again approached the referee. The team battle roster in his hand had undergone slight adjustments from the initial plan. The opposing team's deployment of 2 SSS rank fighters in team battles clearly indicated their intent for a decisive victory over Pingzhou Martial Academy. A minute later, the team battle roster appeared on the screen. Tianwu's team battle lineup was led by Fu Miaoyin as captain, with Qi Fei, Zhao Chuan, Guo Xian, and Wang Shuang making up the rest of the team. Only one of the 2 SSS rank fighters was fielded? Fang Jun wasn't part of the main lineup? Wasn't he supposed to be the main player? According to earlier investigations, Tianwu, known for their straightforwardness, had unexpectedly been playing a deceptive game this time. It seemed their team now had someone offering them strategic guidance. Lin Yiping smirked coldly. If Fu Miaoyin and Zhao Yuan were both fielded, he might have had some concern. But now, Tianwu was bold enough to rely on just one SSS rank player to anchor their team. Moreover, their roster included Zhao Chuan, who came from another martial academy in the southern region. Lin Yiping envisioned the chaotic scenes of Tianwu's first team and team battles, which weren't much different from their second team. For Pingzhou's side, Captain Lin Yiping led Wei Ming, Wei Yi, Gao Yang, and Jiang Yu. Especially the last member, Jiang Yu, their name was highlighted in red. During the individual matches, a super strong substitute had appeared on Tianwu's bench. Similarly, in the team battle, Pingzhou had unveiled a new ace. Both teams entered the arena simultaneously. The 10 participants first exchanged polite bows. Despite Pingzhou's near-total defeat in the
Individual matches, the 5 of them showed no sign of frustration or worry. Instead, their faces were marked with the words "victory is certain." "That Jiang Yu doesn't look simple at all," said Lu Rui nervously on the sidelines, clutching Zhao Yuan's sleeve as she anxiously watched the scene unfold. "They must have known you'd also participate, so they unveiled a major trump card in advance, right?" From the recent urgent assessments, it was evident that Pingzhou Martial Academy's team was renowned for their exceptional team battle capabilities. Although Lin Yiping hadn't participated in team battles during the earlier match against the second team, this time he fielded Jiang Yu. Pingzhou's team battle prowess was bound to skyrocket. Tianwu used to rank at the bottom among the Big Five, but that doesn't mean they were at the bottom among all teams. Zhao Yuan held Lu Rui's small hand. "Don't worry, Captain Fu will find a way to handle them." Lu Rui nodded. With Sister Fu around, there shouldn't be any problem. What she didn't know was that the lineup and battle order this time were actually decided by Zhao Yuan. Her Sister Fu was merely a puppet, everything was under his control. The two teams took their positions on the field. Pingzhou Martial Academy stuck to their usual 2-3 linked formation. The twin brothers Wei Ming and Wei He likely didn't have high martial soul levels, probably A+ at most, and definitely not exceeding S. However, both had awakened power-type martial souls. One wielded a staff, while the other carried a shield. In Zhao Yuan's eyes, the one using the staff would switch to a spear after the National Martial Arts Tournament, while the one with the shield would transition to a sword and shield combo. Most participants in the Freshman Martial Arts Tournament hadn't reached any tier yet, meaning they couldn't even use real combat equipment. At this stage, they were merely testing and refining their teamwork. Even after reaching a tier, it was common for martial artists to change their primary weapon. Among the 3 in the rear, Lin Yiping wielded a battle sword, Gao Yong a long blade, while Jiang Yu had no visible weapon. As a substitute, she hadn't appeared in the previous preliminary rounds. Tianwu had no information about her at all. On the other hand, the Tianwu team adopted a 2-2-1 formation. Zhao Chuan and Fu Miaoying stood at the front, Shi Fei held the center, while Guo Xian and Wang Shuang positioned themselves on the wings. This formation was similar to Pingzhou's 2-3 setup, but Guo Xian and Wang Shuang were positioned further forward compared to Gao Yong and Jiang Yu. Of course, there was one significant difference. In Tianwu's team, except for Qi Fei in the center, all 4 others were armed with swords or blades. Against an equally matched opponent, their team lacked any defensive specialists, unable to withstand a direct assault. Unsurprisingly, Tianwu Team 1's strategy mirrored that of Team 2, pure offense. Zhao Yuan understood that his awakened SSS-grade blade martial soul was destined for an offensive path. Apart from Fang Jun, whose background was unclear, the rest were all attack-type fighters. Tianwu's team composition was nothing short of outrageous. Begin! With the referee's whistle, the atmosphere of the match instantly grew tense. Before the Tianwu team could make a move, the Wei Ming and Wei He brothers had already closed in toward the center while steadily advancing. Lin Yiping and his teammates in the rear matched their pace. The battlefield wasn't large, and their aggressive advance could easily corner their opponents. If Tianwu didn't want to lose, they'd have to face a situation of being outnumbered. Guo Xian, having prepared beforehand, quickly called out softly to Fu Miaoying, who stood not far in front of her. On the way to the arena, she had already shared the relevant information with the rest of the team. This kind of pressing formation wasn't uncommon, but few could execute it with the seamless coordination the Pingzhou team displayed. Suddenly, Fu Miaoying stepped forward from the right flank. Her 3-foot-long sword flashed coldly as she charged directly at the Wei brothers. In the rear, Lin Yiping frowned. Tianwu's individual battles were always unpredictable, and this was especially true in team fights. As Tianwu's captain, Fu Miaoying was the strongest member and had already reached the level of a first-tier martial artist. Her decision to attack the Wei brothers' defensive line was clearly unwise. Although Lin Yiping had also reached a tier, breaking through the Wei brothers' defense would still take time. The Wei brothers shouted in unison and decided to stop advancing, closing ranks again. Wei Ming raised his shield in a defensive stance, while Wei He kept a sharp eye on Tianwu's captain. Ever since their encounter with Tianwu's second team, the brothers had begun strategizing for their match against Team 1, particularly targeting Tianwu's 2 SSS-grade players. Zhao Yuan wasn't present today, likely still preparing to break into the first tier, which reduced the pressure on the twins significantly. Qi Fei, on the other hand, was the top-ranked fighter beneath the 2 SSS-grade players. Wielding whip techniques and based on his position, he appeared to be the core of Tianwu's team combat. At the moment Fu Miaoying leaped into action, a golden flash shot out from the rear of the Tianwu formation like a venomous snake, heading straight for the staff in Wei He's hands. Clearly, the Tianwu team was prepared and aimed to break the Wei brothers' defense right from the start. At the same time, a silver flash shot out from the Pingzhou formation, preemptively entangling Qi Fei's golden whip. 1 gold, 1 silver, both weapons were whips. Such long-range support and binding tools often served as the core in team battles. However, Jiang Yu's position wasn't at the core of Pingzhou's formation. At the moment when the two long whips intertwined, the Wei brothers' shield and staff had already faced Fu Miaoying's 3-foot-long sword. Their combined effort could withstand the attack of a first-level martial artist for around 5 breaths. Even though Fu Miaoying was an owner of an SSS-level martial soul, they were confident they could hold her off for at least 3 breaths. And within those 3 breaths, it would be enough time for their captain to take significant action. It must be said, the 5 members of Pingzhou cooperated with impeccable harmony. The instant Fu Miaoying's attack was blocked, Lin Yiping had already charged forward with his sword. Whether it was Jiang Yu's support or Lin Yiping's rear assault, their movements were swift to the extreme. On the other hand, the Tianwu team clearly lagged in response. Except for Qi Fei, who had already acted, both Zhao Chuan and Guo Xian were a beat too slow. And that single beat could spell disaster. At the moment Fu Miaoying was held back by the Wei brothers, Lin Yiping's longsword shot forward like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Fu Miaoying's vital points. Their coordination was clearly the result of countless rehearsals. If Fu Miaoying could be taken down, the rest of the Tianwu team wouldn't even be worth mentioning. It seemed that today, the Pingzhou team was poised to claim a perfect score in this team battle. No matter how much they lost in individual matches, as long as they secured full points in the team battle, Tianwu would undoubtedly make a name for themselves in Shangjing this time. But just at this critical moment, an astonishing chill suddenly erupted from Fu Miaoying's sword. The frost sword's power sent a shiver through the Wei brothers, their bodies instinctively slowing down. Both of them roared in unison, determined to endure this crucial moment. However, just as the two were about to muster their strength, they suddenly felt their bodies lighten significantly. Fu Miaoying's attack surged forward like a tidal wave, heading straight for Lin Yiping. The two battle swords collided in mid-air, sparking bursts of light. That strike of hers was never meant to defeat the Wei brothers. So, there was absolutely no chance of Lin Yiping taking advantage of the situation. She was merely putting on a show, feigning an attack. Doing this was only to make herself and her teammates react slower. At the very moment the two captains clashed, Zhao Chuan and Guo Xian, who had delayed their moves slightly, charged forward. Their target wasn't to support Fu Miaoying but to take down the Wei brothers. Who said the Tianwu team didn't understand teamwork? Even the tall and burly Wang Shuang joined in the attack. The 5 of them had a very unified goal. 2 long blades simultaneously struck the necks of the Wei brothers, instantly eliminating them from the match. Of course, in a competition like this, it wasn't as though they were literally slashing their opponents with blades. With referees present, the two merely staggered back after being struck, but they had no choice but to quickly exit the stage. Everything happened so fast. Though it sounded complicated, it was over in less than 3 seconds. Zhao Chuan and Guo Xian instantly eliminated the Wei brothers, Qi Fei was tangled up with Jiang Yu, and Fu Miaoying had cornered Lin Yiping. Gao Yong, who had originally intended to support Lin Yiping, had no choice but to fall back to rescue the Wei brothers at that moment. And his move was blocked by Wang Shuang. Beautiful. The Tianwu spectators on the sidelines almost cheered in unison. Guo Xian and Zhao Chuan exchanged a glance. What an impressive move. The attack had taken a lot out of them. By the time they'd slightly recovered, the team battle on the field had already devolved into 3 separate one-on-one fights. Should we step in again? Zhao Chuan hesitated, feeling that intervening now would make it an unfair fight. Idiot, this is a team battle. Guo Xian swung her willow leaf blade and charged at Wang Shuang's opponent. Zhao Chuan looked around and ultimately decided to assist the captain. Brother Fei was one of the team's big 3, or rather, formerly one of the big 3. Against a single girl, he felt there was no need for him to step in. The situation on the field was changing too rapidly. By the time Lin Yiping realized what was happening, he had already cursed Tianwu's strategic prowess 100 times over in his mind. How could Tianwu's team battle tactics be this strong? It was impossible. After their side had lost 2 members, the best move for Guo Xian and Zhao Chuan should have been to team up and assist one other person. 3-on-1 could quickly take down an opponent. Then it would be 4-on-1, and finally 5-on-1. The end result would undoubtedly be a 5-0 victory, earning them 6 points in total. But instead, each of them went to assist a different person, leaving Jiang Yu, arguably the most troublesome opponent aside from Lin Yiping, alone to deal with Qi Fei.
If Chi Fei's skills were any weaker, there might still have been hope for their side. Unfortunately, what was originally Pingzhou's biggest advantage in a team battle was completely shattered by Tianwu's simple feint strategy. Zhang Yu was stuck dealing with Chi Fei and couldn't come to Lin Yiping's aid. As for Gao Yong, his role was the least critical, anyone else on the team could substitute for him. Hold on. Lin Yiping's long sword erupted with terrifying power, forcing Fu Miaoyin, Wang Shuang, and Zhao Chuan back simultaneously. We surrender. From Huang Yu onward, everyone had sustained injuries to varying degrees, especially Zhou Kong, who was severely hurt. Continuing the fight would only result in their side's complete defeat. Unless Lin Yiping went all out, but risking injuries for a mere 1 or 2 points wasn't worth it with the upcoming major tournament on the horizon. Lin Yiping's surrender signaled a crushing victory for Tianwu over Pingzhou Martial Academy's team, earning them an incredible 9 points. A score like this was essentially a total sweep. Captain Fu, you're quite interesting, Lin Yiping said, pulling out his phone. Can I get your contact information? Perhaps we'll have a chance for a rematch someday. Faced with Lin Yiping's feigned calm invitation, Fu Miaoyin flatly refused. If you want to meet us again, work hard in the next rounds and win your matches, Captain Fu replied coldly. Then perhaps we'll meet again in the semi-finals. The Pingzhou Martial Academy team, who had arrived in high spirits, left in disappointment. It wasn't until they were gone that the Tianwu team gathered together. Captain! Captain! Everyone except Zhao Yuan kept their eyes fixed on Fu Miaoyin. Since leaving the Tiannan region, their captain had undergone significant changes. Coming from a prominent family like the Fu clan of Tiannan, paired with her exceptional talent and striking looks, Fu Miaoyin was the kind of person who seemed to radiate brilliance just by standing there. Having spent so much time together, they had gradually grown accustomed to her aloof, quiet demeanor. But over the past couple of days, not only had their captain become more talkative, but her tactical and strategic skills had also deepened significantly. Despite not knowing their opponent's lineup beforehand, she had preemptively devised a frontline elimination plan. The captain must have studied their match footage and anticipated that the opponent would undoubtedly field those two powerful frontline players. The team battle ended quickly. Fu Miaoyin's strikes against the opposing frontline duo, as well as her provocation to lure Lin Yiping into attacking her, were all part of her plan. Even the deliberate delay in Zhao Chuan and Gu Xian's rescue was her strategy. Of course, this so-called rescue wasn't an actual rescue. It was more of a tactical maneuver where, the moment the captain managed to pin down the opposing team's two frontline members, the team launched their main offensive. During this process, Chi Fei was responsible for distraction, while Wang Shuang served as the final roadblock. Regardless of whether the opponents could counteract, the captain had already calculated everything in his plans. The team from Pingzhou truly had some skills. If Zhang Yu hadn't been strong enough, conveniently being a long-range control and support-type fighter, Chi Fei, cooperating with Gu Xian and Zhao Chuan, could have more easily eliminated the Wei brothers. Even while attacking these two, Chi Fei could seamlessly switch his assault to supporting the captain at crucial moments. No matter what, this flawless victory in the team battle was all thanks to the captain. After suppressing the Wei brothers, the captain even managed to handle Lin Yiping, a first-tier expert, with ease. The men and women in the team couldn't help but develop a sense of admiration for Fu Miaoyin. Fu Miaoyin stole a glance at a certain someone, feeling somewhat helpless inside. She hoped their relationship wouldn't be revealed too soon. As a trade-off, she knew she'd have to take on all the team's responsibilities openly for the time being. Previously, she had secretly studied how to manage a team and improve their team battle strategies after training sessions. However, the intricate details of team battles were beyond her anticipation. It was all his ideas, yet he refused to bask in this glory. Let's have something delicious tonight. You've all worked hard. My treat. Fu Miaoyin waved her hand gently and led the Tianwu team out of the training field. The referee and two medical staff watched the Tianwu team's figures fade into the distance. Although their cultivation was higher than these youngsters, they couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Tianwu's team. They were stronger than any previous generation. In the end, the meal wasn't paid for by Miss Fu, even though she could certainly afford it. Just a few steps out of the training field, they ran into their mentor, Yang Ying. When Yang Ying learned that her team had achieved a flawless victory over Pingzhou Martial Academy, she stood stunned for quite some time. At first, she could hardly believe it and harbored some doubts. It wasn't until Gu Xian showed her the video that Yang Ying was truly convinced. Yang Ying knew the strength of Pingzhou Martial Academy far better than these kids. She had deliberately refrained from intervening, leaving the arrangement of the practice match to the team themselves, intending for them to suffer a minor setback first. After all, it was just a practice match, losing wouldn't matter. Only through defeat could the team's weaknesses become apparent, allowing future practice matches and training to be more targeted. Yet as the video ended, Yang Ying still found herself in a state of disbelief. The task she had just dealt with had only taken a little over an hour. While waiting for these kids, she had a drink. All in all, 2 to 3 hours at most? How had these kids suddenly become so strong? Could yesterday evening's battle have elevated their teamwork to this level? Yang Ying began doubting whether she had traveled through time. Perhaps today was already several months later. Of course, such a thing was impossible. After all, the competition was still ongoing. As a high-level martial artist, there was no way she could believe such an absurd notion. Let's go. After a long pause, Yang Ying handed the phone back to Go Xin. Time for a feast. It was just the right time for a meal, and she had also prepared identity tokens for the team members. While the cafeteria at Jingwu had decent food, it was still just a cafeteria. She wanted to take these kids out for something truly special. Sister Fu, how did you come up with today's team battle strategy? After dinner, everyone dispersed. Near Jingwu, there was a commercial street where Yang Ying let everyone roam freely. However, she insisted that everyone must be in groups of at least 2 or 3 and strictly prohibited anyone from acting alone. Lu Rui wanted to stroll around, so she took Xiao Yuan with her. Originally, Fu Miaoyin was about to be dragged away by Gu Xian, but Lu Rui pulled her along too. Gu Xian, who wanted to shop, had no choice but to pair up with Zhang Nian and Yang Yu. Shopping wasn't unfamiliar to Zhao Yuan, but it wasn't exactly his forte either. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and 2 women could be equally lively. Even though dinner was over, Lu Rui kept pestering Fu Miaoyin with questions. What's the plan for the next match against Juma Martial Academy? Fu Miaoyin felt a bit of a headache, as she had only watched one match of Juma before. How about we study it properly when we get back tonight, she suggested. She stole a glance behind her and saw Zhao Yuan walking absent-mindedly, following them at a distance. Let's talk about the competition tomorrow. Why don't we shop for now? Fu Miaoyin stopped. There was a clothing store just ahead. Girls love beauty, and Lu Rui was no exception. However, she came from a poor family and rarely bought clothes other than her school uniform. Ever since being with Zhao Yuan, he had bought her a few outfits. Alright? Lu Rui pinched the hem of her clothes shyly. She currently relied on Zhao Yuan to support her. To earn money, she'd have to wait until the second semester of her sophomore year or even junior year. When she had the opportunity to leave the safe zone, even if it was just dealing with some low-level ferocious beasts or monsters, she could make some money. You've been taking care of your sister these past few days, and she rarely stands on ceremony with you, Fu Miaoyin whispered in Lu Rui's ear. Why not give it a try? Lu Rui glanced at Zhao Yuan, her cheeks quickly turning red. She nodded lightly, agreeing to Fu Miaoyin's invitation. The clothing store was large. Zhao Yuan, feeling a bit drowsy as he wandered around, found a soft sofa and dozed off. He didn't know how much time had passed. Zhao Yuan. A soft voice called, waking him from his hazy nap. All set? Zhao Yuan got up, ready to pay. Although it wasn't public knowledge, the 2 girls in front of him were both his. In such a regular clothing store, even if it were a top-tier luxury brand, he could easily afford it. Just as he opened his eyes and stood up to turn around, 4 straight, slender pillars caught his attention. The girl on the left wore a dark, form-fitting pencil skirt. The one on the right wore a light-colored pencil skirt. Apart from the color difference, the rest of their outfits were almost identical. The 2 girls were similar in height and build, almost like twins. However, their temperaments were worlds apart. The lady on the left, Miss Fu, had always been bold with her fashion choices. This outfit, paired with her cold and elegant gold-rimmed hollow glasses, made her the epitome of a domineering queen. On the right, Lu Rui, when did she become so daring? One was a cold and aloof queen, the other, a shy and sweet girl next door. Even though Zhao Yuan had been thoroughly fed the night before, he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose, as if something was about to erupt. Activating his Mingsha inner strength, Zhao Yuan finally managed to control the nosebleed that was on the verge of gushing out. Do we look good? Fu Miaoyin's voice rang out. Lu Rui, though shy, still looked up at Zhao Yuan. Beautiful, Zhao Yuan replied instinctively. As long as it looks good. Fu Miaoyin grabbed Lu Rui's hand and started walking away. As they left, she discreetly patted Lu Rui on the back, encouraging her to appear more confident. The clicking of high heels on the floor seemed to have a captivating rhythm. Her lips curved slightly upward. Despite how aloof Zhao Yuan always acted, in the end, he couldn't resist their charm. By the time Zhao Yuan came back to his senses, the two girls had already returned to the fitting room. Just as Lu Rui was closing the door, Zhao Yuan walked to the door of another room. No entry, Fu Miaoyin softly but firmly refused. Was he crazy? This was a clothing store. Rui is right next door.
She'll only take 2 or 3 minutes to change, Fu Miaoyin said, feeling the pressure from the door growing stronger. Her previously cold tone softened into a playful, coquettish one.
If she let him in now, how could she face anyone later?
She realized that her earlier teasing might have backfired and turned into playing with fire.
Leave the door open for me tonight,
the man's voice was husky. Thankfully, the force behind the door gradually lessened.
Just as she was about to close the door, wear this set and wait for me. The moment the door clicked shut, Fu Miaoyin leaned against it heavily.
If she had known, she would have let Lu Rui change alone.
But that girl wouldn't dare wear such a bold outfit without her company.
Of course, there was a bit of teasing intent in her actions.
Who told him to act so indifferent all the time? Now look, she and Lu Rui had lit the fire, but putting it out? That would be on her.
No, I need to allocate some resources from home, Fu Miaoyin thought to herself.
She had to accelerate Lu Rui's cultivation progress. Otherwise, she'd have to rely on other sisters to share the burden. But for now, she didn't know who to ask. Randomly picking someone might not lead to a harmonious relationship in the future. Accelerating Lu Rui's cultivation progress seemed to be the best choice.
The two changed their clothes and came out, only to find that guy still sitting on the sofa.
Let's head back.
There's a scrimmage tomorrow, so we can't stay out too late, Zhao Yuan said as he stood up upon seeing the two.
Lu Rui was a bit puzzled. Had he fallen asleep for a few minutes just now?
His voice still sounded a little hoarse. But with Fu Miaoyin by her side, she refrained from acting overly familiar. Of course, Zhao Yuan was already at the first rank of a martial artist. Catching a cold was nearly impossible. Thinking back to how busy he'd been these past 2 days, it was likely that he was simply exhausted.
When they returned to the villa area, some people had already arrived before them.
After over 30 hours on a train, followed by an afternoon match, most of them chose to rest early, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. Lu Rui tidied up briefly and soon fell into a deep sleep.
Morning. Lu Rui woke up very early and immediately went to find Fu Miaoyin. The clothes from yesterday were not cheap.
Having had so few friends over the years, she already regarded Fu Miaoyin as a close confidant.
After knocking several times, Fu Miaoyin's room remained silent.
Left with no choice, she turned and went to look for Zhao Yuan. The latter opened the door immediately when called, though he appeared groggy, despite usually waking earlier than her.
It was already 7 a.m. Hurry up and wash up.
Let's go have breakfast together, Lu Rui said, feeling much more at ease in Zhao Yuan's presence.
All right. Zhao Yuan rubbed his stomach. Last night, he'd battled until 2 a.m. before finally returning to his room.
He had torn through several sets of clothes that Fu Miaoyin had prepared for him. After the fight, he'd felt hungry but, lacking prepared food, had gone straight to sleep.
During breakfast, Zhao Yuan's appetite was even larger than the day before. Zhao Yuan, eating like this, are you sure it won't cause any issues?
Lu Rui's own appetite hadn't changed much. Though she was on the verge of unblocking her governing vessel, her progress was minimal until the breakthrough. After stepping into the first rank, there's an initial period of significant physical transformation, Zhao Yuan explained, only half-truthfully.
So my food intake is higher during this time. Only then did Lu Rui feel relieved.
But this also meant his increased food consumption would lead to higher expenses.
Don't look at me like that, Zhao Yuan said, reaching out to pat Lu Rui's head.
If we win the championship this time, the rewards will be quite substantial. I've already reported my advancement to the military, and the rewards have been approved. Also, the gift I prepared for your advancement has arrived. As soon as you advance in rank, I'll have it ready for you immediately.
Zhao Yuan's voice was calm, soothing the unease in Lu Rui's heart. After finishing their meal, Zhao Yuan packed another portion. What's this? Lu Rui was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he wasn't full yet?
Your captain contributed the most in yesterday's team battle.
She probably hasn't gotten up yet today, right? Zhao Yuan handed the food to Lu Rui.
Yesterday's clothes, did she foot the bill? His voice dropped noticeably.
It was my oversight. Lu Rui finally understood.
Yesterday, she had been so preoccupied with her own shyness that she hadn't thought of anything else.
Watching Lu Rui's hurriedly retreating figure, Zhao Yuan shook his head helplessly.
Considering the battle they had just fought yesterday, and the fact that the Zhuoma team needed time to adjust and recover, the practice match was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon.
The morning was left for everyone to plan their own activities. Those eager to make breakthroughs mostly stayed in the dormitory.
Those hoping to improve their combat skills needed to rent training rooms themselves. Renting training rooms cost money, so those interested would usually form teams. After all, their training time was short, and overtraining could negatively affect the afternoon match. By 1:30 p.m., all of Tianwu's team members had gathered.
"Captain, how are we playing today?" Wang Shuang's tall figure managed to squeeze in front of Fu Miaoyin. During the meal earlier, everyone had eaten together.
However, the cafeteria had been noisy and crowded, making it impossible to discuss strategies.
"You're certainly enthusiastic, asking only right before we go on." Go Xin snorted coldly, clearly displeased.
Around 10 in the morning, after finishing her cultivation, she had gone to find the captain. The captain was busy studying videos of Zhuoma's matches from the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament.
Truly diligent. Wait, Lu Rui was there too. Tianwu's substitute, truly the pillar of Tianwu.
Lu Rui's martial soul level was by far the lowest among the contestants in this national competition, but her combat prowess ranked among the top in Tianwu's first team. She might not make the top 3, but she could definitely rank in the top 6.
Go Xin felt that even she would have a hard time winning against her.
But Lu Rui was truly lucky to have a boyfriend with an SSS-level martial soul and also enjoy a close relationship with the captain, who was of the same caliber.
Even as a woman, Go Xin had never seen the captain get so close to anyone else.
The three of them worked together, repeatedly reviewing some of the more exciting team battle videos of Zhuoma's team.
"The captain said she's resting today and that Rui will continue to take the field," Go Xian answered on behalf of Fu Miaoyin.
"What?"
Everyone was stunned. Tianwu's twin pillars, one perpetually playing dead and now even the captain taking a break?
"The Zhuoma team doesn't even have anyone who has advanced in rank," Go Xian said with exasperation, glaring at the loudmouth Wang Shuang and Zhang Yin.
"Besides, the Zhuoma team is quite polite. They're not like those annoying jerks from Pingzhou.
It's a practice match we scheduled."
"Do you really want the captain to go in and bully them?" Go Xian's retort left the two big guys hanging their heads in embarrassment.
"The purpose of a practice match is to train the team."
Fu Miaoyin took out a notebook and handed it to Go Xian.
The three of them had mostly finalized their plan. She had marked everything they needed to know about how to play. Last night, she'd asked someone for advice, only for that person to suggest swapping out another pair of shoes. Unable to argue, she had no choice but to figure things out herself today.
The brilliant tactics from yesterday had now been reduced to training and adjustment for the team.
Though some were disappointed, they also felt the captain's decision was very reasonable. Tactics, after all, were a gamble when you didn't know your opponent well.
Enhancing team coordination was the real key. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep others waiting."
Fu Miaoyin waved her hand, and the group began walking out of their single apartment dormitory. They had barely walked a few steps before encountering some familiar faces.
"Isn't this Captain Lin?"
Wang Shuang, with his loud mouth, called out without regard for the situation, directly stopping them. "So it's all of you from Tianwu." Lin Yiping and his teammates paused, greeting them with solemn expressions.
"So you guys aren't blind, huh?"
Zhou Ming sneered.
"Defeated losers, next time you see your grandpas, remember to show some respect."
Zhou Ming's words were anything but polite. On their way to the capital, before encountering the bloodbat swarm, Zhou Ming had dared to directly provoke Fu Miaoyin and Zhao Yuan. During their battle with Pingzhou Martial Academy, his attitude toward the captain was one of grudging respect, which had somewhat subdued his behavior in the team. But that didn't mean his nature had changed. The moment he spotted someone from Pingzhou, he unleashed his usual cold sarcasm, not holding back a single word.
"Zhou Ming, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yiping's face darkened. "Literal meaning, can't you understand human speech?"
Zhou Ming sneered, his nostrils flaring.
"If you don't get it, go retake the course."
Lin Yiping was at a loss for words.
He glared at Zhou Ming for a few seconds before turning to Fu Miaoyin. "Captain Fu, is this how you discipline your team members?"
Lin Yiping said coldly.
"If he keeps talking like that, I can report this to the competition training committee." "What, how old are you now? Still running to tattle?"
Zhou Ming was completely unbothered. If it came to that, it would only backfire on Pingzhou. After all, it was their people who provoked first yesterday. The injured party would still likely be them in the end.
"Those guys' mouths yesterday were just as sharp as Zhou Ming's. Then we'll see about that." Lin Yiping and his team left with dark expressions.
Why provoke them further?
Yang Yu asked softly, though she did find it satisfying to see the Pingzhou group humiliated.
"They have people from Mo behind them," Zhou Ming sneered.
"Do you think if we don't provoke them, they'll just leave us alone?" Fu Miaoyin gave Zhou Ming a slightly surprised look.
She hadn't expected this troublemaker in their team to have such perspective.
So what if it's Mo Wu?
They're just stepping over the fallen Tianwu, Zhang Nian said indignantly. This year, we'll show them why the flowers are so red.
This little episode would undoubtedly escalate the conflict between Tianwu and them.
But this conflict was inevitable, and the Tianwu people didn't take it to heart either. When they arrived at the indoor training arena, the Zhuoma team had already arrived earlier. The training match instructor was also not present yet. Leading the Zhuoma team was the sunny and handsome young man, Gu Sijuan.
Captain Fu, you're right on time. At this moment, there were only 2 minutes left until the agreed-upon 2 o'clock.
Gu Sijuan wasn't being sarcastic, his face bore a bright, friendly smile, making him seem extremely approachable.
His demeanor made Gu Xian involuntarily frown.
We ran into some minor troubles on the way, so we were delayed, Fu Miaoyin responded calmly.
The time has come. Captains from both sides, shall we proceed with the usual process for the match? The referee today was different from yesterday. Do you agree to have the entire match recorded? We have no issue with recording.
As for the content of the match, we'll defer to Captain Fu, Gu Sijuan said, flashing his signature smile once again.
Gu Xian couldn't help but think to herself, how is this guy so confident?
It's true that this kind of sunny, attractive guy was very popular before the appearance of the fierce beasts. But in today's era, power reigns supreme.
Strength is the only real truth. Our own troublemakers are already skilled at causing a ruckus, aren't they?
Within Tianwu and even across the 8 academies of the southern region, their popularity was quite significant. Even Zhou Ming, with his sharp tongue, had plenty of girls secretly admiring him. As for the strongest man in the team, probably 90% of the girls across the entire southern region harbored some feelings for him.
However, this man already had Lu Rui by his side.
Even their captain, someone so aloof, was willing to stay close to him. Of course, if you observe closely, Zhao Yuan is actually more handsome than Gu Sijuan.
But this sunny aura of his, most people couldn't really emulate that. To her, Gu Sijuan's smile wasn't so much sunny as it was imbued with a mysterious self-confidence.
Let's go with a team battle, Fu Miaoyin said without hesitation. Zhuoma wasn't on the same level as Pingzhou, they were just a key martial arts academy. Compared to top-tier academies like Moto's Second Academy or Pingzhou Martial Arts Academy, they were far behind. And given their lukewarm relationship with the Moto side, Fu Miaoyin's intention was to avoid crushing Zhuoma's confidence too harshly.
Just a team battle? The referee looked toward Zhuoma's side. Captain Fu was being considerate, sparing Zhuoma some dignity.
Naturally, we won't deliberately offer ourselves up for humiliation, Gu Sijuan said, his confident smile growing even wider.
He believed Fu Miaoyin must be taking their feelings into account.
Even though Zhuoma was a key martial arts academy, the gap between them and a powerhouse like Tianwu was vast. Her initiative in arranging this training match must have been because she valued his performance in team battles. The video of Tianwu's training match with Pingzhou yesterday had already spread. Though it was only circulated in a small circle, Gu Sijuan had gotten his hands on it but hadn't shared it with others.
Tianwu's team battles seemed strong on the surface.
But their lightning-fast victory over Pingzhou Martial Arts Academy relied entirely on Fu Miaoyin's overwhelming strength.
Their sequence of moves seemed flawless, but in reality, it was quite risky.
If Gao Yong from Pingzhou were a bit smarter and could help the Wei brothers fend off this wave of attack, in the ensuing entanglement, Tianwu's win rate would at best be 40%. Now, may the captains of both teams submit their team battle rosters.
The referee opened the recording and began scrolling.
Zhuoma dispatched its captain, Gu Sijuan, leading a 5-person main lineup.
On Tianwu's side, Xi Fei took the lead, accompanied by Zhao Chuan, Wang Shuang, Yang Yu, and Fang Jun.
Except for Fu Miaoyin, who remained off the field, these 5 were actually the most well-coordinated main team members of Tianwu in group battles.
However, the expressions on Zhuoma's team members were far from pleasant.
Even the usually sunny Gu Sijuan wore a somewhat awkward smile at this moment.
Captain Fu, neither of you are stepping in?
Gu Sijuan's voice was a bit hoarse, clearly suppressing his anger. In a practice match, of course, testing formations takes priority. Fu Miaoyin managed to force a slight smile. This lineup is very formidable, please don't underestimate it, Captain Gu.
Both teams entered the field. Tianwu's 5 players showed some nervousness, while the 5 on the opposite side were visibly furious.
It was clearly Tianwu who initiated this practice match, yet now they were unwilling to field even a single true key player. In Gu Sijuan's eyes, Fu Miaoyin, Zhao Yuan, Lu Rui, and Zhou Ming were unquestionably Tianwu's core players. While the others were certainly strong, they were far from being trump cards. The two teams took their positions, with Zhuoma naturally falling into a classic 2-3 formation.
Switch! Gu Sijuan waved his hand, and his teammates instantly understood his intention, swiftly transitioning into a 3-2 setup. He stepped forward from the back, positioning himself directly at the forefront and in the very center of the formation. With all of Tianwu's main players on the sidelines, if Juma couldn't achieve a decisive victory today, how could they continue to call themselves a premier martial academy? Leading the charge, Gu Sijuan adopted the simplest push-forward strategy. This move caused Fu Miaoying, watching from the sidelines, to furrow her brows. She had brought her team here to exchange tactics and strategies with the opposition, but clearly, Gu Sijuan had no intention of engaging in such an exchange. If I had known this, I wouldn't have wasted my time, Fu Miaoying muttered under her breath. Seated on either side of her were Gu Xin and Lu Rui. What's wrong, Captain? Fu? Lu Rui had almost called her sister Fu, but with so many people around, it wasn't the right time for such informalities. We spent so much time studying their tactics and strategies, Gu Xin explained from the side. But because none of you main players stepped in, they felt insulted and simply opted for the most straightforward push-forward tactic. This kind of formation is essentially just chaos. Tactics and strategies? The 5 members of Tianwu were all stunned. The opposing team charged at them like a street brawl of hooligans. Originally positioned in a 2-2-1 formation, the Tianwu team was thrown into chaos in an instant. Fortunately, this chaos was quickly brought under control. Stay calm, stick to what we've practiced, commanded Chi Fei, the team's core member, in a low but firm voice, steadying his 4 teammates. One-on-one, Tianwu was not afraid. But if it was going to be all one-on-one, this training match would be a complete waste of time. So, Fang Jun paired up with Yang Yu, and Wang Shuang teamed up with Zhao Chuan. Chi Fei stayed in the center to mediate while also dealing with Gu Sijuan from the opposing team. A unique team battle erupted on the field. The fight quickly divided into small 2-1-2 skirmishes. The players from Juma, under Tianwu's guidance, were forced into these small-scale battles. Tianwu's players had no intention of fighting one-on-one with their own teammates. Gu Sijuan was so furious he was grinding his teeth, but today, Chi Fei displayed his true strength. One of Tianwu's top 3 experts, he was no joke. Chi Fei's individual combat skills even surpassed those of Zhou Ming and Lu Rui. While calmly handling Gu Sijuan, his long whip was also providing support to his other 4 teammates. Even amidst the deliberate chaos caused by the opposing team, Chi Fei single-handedly upheld the entire team battle. How humiliating! After the idea of one-on-one battles was crushed, Gu Sijuan finally calmed down. They were up against Tianwu's A team. Any random member from their team could be pulled out and placed in any other squad outside the top 5, and they'd still become the absolute core player. He had thought Zhou Ming and Lu Rui were the top players outside of the 2 SSS-level members, but unexpectedly, Chi Fei turned out to be the strongest. One misstep had led to continuous setbacks. The Juma team tried to regroup and regain their formation, but the Tianwu players didn't give them the chance. When it came to small team combat, the Tianwu members were far too experienced. Soon, someone from Juma's side couldn't hold on and was eliminated 1, 2, 3. In the end, only Gu Sijuan was left facing all 5 members of Tianwu. Another flawless victory. As the battle concluded, Fu Miaoying led her team away without even bothering to collect the video recordings. She didn't even maintain basic politeness toward the Juma Martial Academy team. No wonder Juma had been stuck in the semifinals for so many years, rarely advancing to the main competition. They were too petty, too narrow-minded. Miss Fu considered herself to be rather good-tempered, but she was utterly infuriated this time. Tianwu extending an invitation for a training match was already a gesture of goodwill. Captain. It wasn't until the referee left with the medical team that a member of the Juma team finally whispered. Today, they had definitely offended Tianwu. They were already at odds with Mo, and had been suppressed by them for years. Now, having offended Tianwu, Juma might find it hard to take a single step in the southern region. Take the recording and leave. The sunshine-like smile on Gu Sijuan's face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was an extreme gloominess. The Juma team members knew their captain had made a decision. As they walked out of the training field, it was just past 2:30 p.m. The Tianwu members were in rather subdued spirits, and no one spoke along the way. Just as they turned the corner outside the training field, Miaoying? A clear voice rang out, tinged with surprise and uncertainty. There weren't many people around, and there was only one person named Miaoying. Captain? Most of the team turned toward the source of the voice. Around the corner, 3 individuals emerged. A group of 2 men and 1 woman. With just one glance, everyone felt that these 3 were extremely dangerous. It wasn't that they held any hostility, but each of them exuded immense strength.
Faced with the formidable Tianwu team, the trio showed no signs of panic. Their eyes remained calm, like a still lake, devoid of shock or fear. What's more, they were an exceptionally attractive group. The two men, while perhaps not quite on par with Zhao Yuan, were close. Even Shi Fei, the handsome face of Tianwu, seemed slightly outclassed compared to them. As for the woman, when Gu Xian saw her, she couldn't help but glance at Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui. Among their own team, beauties were plentiful, but those who could rival this woman were only these two. Especially in terms of height, this woman seemed to be nearly 180 centimeters tall, a good bit taller than both of them. Still, all three of them had healthy, sun-kissed complexions. Just when they thought their captain's long legs were unmatched, here came someone even more extraordinary. Although it was unclear which martial academy they came from, this girl was undoubtedly the school belle of their academy. Lu Yunfei? When Fu Miaoyin saw him, she surprisingly called out his name directly. Compared to Lu Yunfei's excitement upon seeing her, her reaction was much more indifferent. Over the past few days, they had almost never heard the captain call anyone's name, especially the name of an unfamiliar man. It's over, Zhao Yuan's rival in love has arrived. Ever since Lu Rui appeared, the rumors about Fu Miaoyin and Zhao Yuan had gradually faded. However, their captain was truly hard to approach. Even though they spent every day together, it was almost impossible to really get close to her. So, compared to the captain being taken by another man, they would rather see her with Zhao Yuan. Fu Miaoyin's coldness did not deter Lu Yunfei. On the contrary, for her to willingly call out his name was already a huge improvement. You're Miaoyin's little sister? The two people behind him caught up, and one of the girls looked at Fu Miaoyin with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Fu Miaoyin knew Lu Yunfei, but it was clear she didn't recognize this tall girl. Their encounter filled everyone with curiosity. Who exactly were these people? When the girl approached, the crowd didn't feel anything at first, but as soon as they met her gaze, they sensed a wildness in her eyes. The other boy exuded a similar aura. You're from the northwest? Gu Xian was the first to react. There was an untamed energy about them, as if they came from the grasslands. Zhang Yihan and Zhak Kermu from Sirius Martial Academy, the two behind introduced themselves first, and Lu Yunfei followed. Lu Yunfei. Their self-introductions left the Tianwu group somewhat stunned. With over a dozen people on this side, it would feel a bit strange to start introducing themselves one by one. This is Fu Miaoyin, the one I often mentioned to you. Luckily, Lu Yunfei didn't wait for the Tianwu group to introduce themselves and instead introduced Fu Miaoyin to his teammates. As he spoke, he walked up to Fu Miaoyin. But to his surprise, his childhood playmate took a step back as he approached. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Lu Yunfei's eyes. We were just kids when we knew each other, Fu Miaoyin said with a frown. The last time we met was 7 years ago. There's no need for us to act so familiar. Fu Miaoyin knew very well that although he didn't like to show his emotions outwardly, in private, he was a jealous person. After the misunderstanding last time, she would never put herself in a vulnerable position again. Yunfei, let's go, Zhang Yihan said coldly. Just moments ago, she had warmly called her Miaoyin little sister, but upon seeing Fu Miaoyin's attitude, her demeanor underwent a 180-degree shift. Captain. Lu Yunfei was reluctant. A reunion after 7 years, shouldn't it be filled with heartfelt embraces and emotional confessions? Go! Zhang Yihan uttered just one word before striding off. Kermo quickly followed her. Lu Yunfei glanced at the Tianwu group, sweeping his gaze particularly over the boys, before finally leaving with great reluctance. Captain, what happened? As soon as Zhang Yihan and Lu Yunfei left, the atmosphere within the Tianwu team turned gossipy almost immediately. Gu Xian, Yang Yu, and Huang Feifeng surrounded Fu Miaoyin in no time, and even Lu Rui couldn't hold back her curiosity. However, her focus was different from the other three. She was only curious about the relationship between Fu Miaoyin and Lu Yunfei. My father spent some time in the northwest years ago, and Lu Yunfei is the son of an old friend he met during that period, Fu Miaoyin answered honestly. Without any hesitation. That old friend was very busy with work a few years ago, so he sent Lu Yunfei to stay in the southern regions for a while. That was a long time ago, not worth dwelling on. Fu Miaoyin's response was calm and composed. Her straightforwardness instantly extinguished everyone's gossipy enthusiasm. If she had shown even the slightest bit of shyness or hesitation, they might have continued probing. But Captain, Wang Shuang, ever the straightforward one, chimed in, I think that guy still seems to have some feelings for you? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone gave Wang Shuang a new level of admiration for his courage. This guy really wasn't afraid of the captain's cold demeanor. Fu Miaoyin furrowed her brows, but just then, her phone rang. She picked up her phone casually. It had been silenced during the training match. Now, with the sound still off, the call could only be from her mother or her mentor, Yang Ying. She glanced at the phone and said in a serious tone, "The mentor is urgently summoning me." The gossip was instantly snuffed out. After all, the protagonist of this drama didn't seem to have any ambiguous ties with anyone. With that, the fun of gossiping was halved. When she met Yang Ying, her mentor's expression wasn't great. Could it be that she already knew about the matter with the childhood friend? The unreliable actions of that childhood friend had indeed wasted an entire day, so it was reasonable for the mentor to be upset. "How did the training match go today?" Yang Ying asked about the match as soon as she saw everyone. "I'm sorry, mentor. The matter with the childhood friend was my fault." Fu Miaoying took the initiative to take responsibility. Yang Ying looked somewhat surprised. "You lost?" From her expression, it was clear that she was unaware of the situation. "No." Fu Miaoying began to explain what had happened. "Anything can happen on the battlefield, this is nothing," Yang Ying said, patting Fu Miaoying on the shoulder. It was their lack of vision that caused them to miss the opportunity to form ties with Tianwu. Yang Ying spoke with great conviction. As one of the 5 greats, even though Tianwu's performance in the freshman martial arts competitions had been poor year after year, this didn't mean that Tianwu's overall strength was weaker than the other 4. For hundreds of years, Tianwu had guarded the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom, and their combat prowess was definitely formidable. When it came to training new recruits, Tianwu placed a stronger emphasis on real combat. Competitions and sparring had never been their strong suit. With the recent reforms to the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition, the Tianwu leadership had finally begun to take it more seriously. Due to Tianwu's geographical advantages, the rewards from the martial arts competition weren't particularly significant to them. As long as their combat training was solid, obtaining those resources in the future would be a simple task. However, with the reforms, every faction now had the opportunity to participate in the competition. As long as they had the strength, they could influence certain details. This made all the difference. Although Tianwu was already strong, who wouldn't want to become even stronger? Jingwu had dominated the martial arts academies for years, monopolizing many high-quality resources. This time, Tianwu had no intention of backing down. "I've called you all here because there's something important I need to discuss with you," Yang Ying said, her expression turning serious after reassuring Fu Miaoying. Her demeanor made the young team members focus intently. "Someone from Tianlang just called me. They want to schedule a training match with us." She glanced around at everyone. "And I've already agreed." For one of the 5 greats to propose a training match, especially during the freshman martial arts competition, was an extremely rare occurrence. At least in Yang Ying's over 20 years at Tianwu, this was the first time Tianwu had received such an invitation. What? Everyone was stunned. Upon hearing the news, they all turned to look at Fu Miaoying. Curiosity filled their gazes as they stared at their captain. Yang Ying was puzzled. Why did these people all seem so unbothered? The collective attention on Fu Miaoying. Did something happen that she hadn't been informed about? Is there a problem? Yang Ying pressed further. "No problem," they all answered in unison. To be honest, Yang Ying could sense a hint of perfunctory attitude in their response. "Mentor, what time is the scheduled meeting?" Fu Miaoying asked directly, cutting to the chase. "Tomorrow at 2 p.m., Yang Ying clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Between the 5 academies, it's usually not until the final 5 that they face off. But this time, the chances of us encountering them are much higher. So, Sirius has challenged us to a duel. Everyone, give it your all." "Yes, mentor," the group responded in unison. Although Yang Ying didn't fully understand the specifics, she knew better than to probe too much. After a brief set of instructions, she left. As soon as the mentor departed, everyone's curiosity was ignited. "Captain, is this a case of love turning into resentment?" Wang Shuang was the first to tease. "They just left not long ago, and now they're eager to call the mentor, trying to recover the face they just lost." Zhang Nian nodded solemnly. "Men like that aren't worth it, too petty." His analysis was spot on, but unfortunately, it was directed at gossip rather than the competition. Fu Miaoying nodded in agreement, recalling a certain someone who was even more petty. However, he wouldn't stoop to such revengeful acts. Perhaps this wasn't because of Lu Yunfei. When they were younger, he was naive, completely unlike someone with a scheming mind. People change over time. She never imagined that she'd be able to speak so fluently in front of so many people, let alone with such courage. Sirius isn't just any ordinary martial academy. They wouldn't resort to such petty tricks, Fu Miaoying said seriously. "I have no gossip-related ties with that guy. If anyone keeps spreading nonsense, I'll challenge them myself." It was just past 3 p.m., and the match against their childhood rival hadn't put too much pressure on the Tianwu team. Thus, they decided to head to the training room together. Around 4 p.m., Fu Miaoyin received a call from Yang Ying. "Keep practicing, everyone," Fu Miaoyin said before walking over to Zhao Yuan, who was watching the group train.
"The mentor wants the two of us to go over. What's it about this time?"
The group immediately grew tense. The serious team had just issued a challenge.
How could something else come up so soon? "It's good news," Fu Miaoyin reassured them with a wave of her hand.
The mentor said that the martial techniques permissions from above have finally been approved.
"We're going to select techniques."
Yang Ying had mentioned before that any member who advanced a tier before the competition would be rewarded with an entry-level martial technique.
Wow!
Hearing it was a reward, everyone's enthusiasm surged anew.
Participating in the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament wasn't just about gaining fame.
Making the most out of the opportunities along the way was what truly mattered. "I really have nothing to do with that guy," Fu Miaoyin said as she pulled Zhao Yuan to a corner after leaving the training area. When the two were alone, Miss Fu's voice became noticeably softer. At this moment, she looked particularly pitiable and took the initiative to explain herself.
Zhao Yuan responded nonchalantly, seemingly absent-minded. "Let's go find the mentor."
"Stay out of trouble for the next few days," he said. The training match against Sirius was like a formal competition in the final stages, perhaps even more intense than the semifinals.
Or finals. The three opponents they faced earlier were incredibly strong. He couldn't let Fu Miaoyin exhaust too much energy. Since his rebirth, Zhao Yuan had never truly used martial techniques.
He came from a poor background, and recklessly using powerful techniques would only draw
suspicion.
Furthermore, on Blue Star, every martial technique had its rightful owner.
Before learning one, you had to obtain the qualification to train in it.
Stealing techniques wasn't uncommon, but being caught or reported could have severe consequences.
Without authorization, stealing someone else's martial techniques was absolutely forbidden.
Even a 7th-tier martial king had to abide by this rule. If reported, the minimum punishment was paying over 10 times the cost as a fine.
Most martial techniques could be legally purchased, a fact well known on Blue Star.
However, learning an entry-level blade technique typically required a payment of about 500,000 credits.
But if caught stealing and reported,
the Martial Artists Association could confirm the act, and the penalty could exceed 100 million.
The qualification to learn was one thing,
but the value of an entry-level blade technique was in the tens of millions. After all, such a technique could bring a martial artist to about the 3rd tier. The earning potential of a 3rd-tier warrior was undeniable, and a fine of over 100 million would be a devastating blow. If it were an intermediate or advanced technique, the penalty might not stop at fines.
The punishment could involve the destruction of one's martial arts foundation, a complete loss of abilities, or even death.
He sent Qin Feng a message.
By now, there should have been a reply.
However, if the other party was at the front lines, it wouldn't be unusual for 10 days or half a month to pass without a response. With the support of her family, Fu Miaoyin had already started training in a sword technique.
Mentor, Zhao Yuan and Fu Miaoyin arrived at Yang Ying's residence.
The mentors had a designated living area, which offered privacy. The rewards were just approved.
"Do you two want to start learning in advance?" Yang Ying asked, inviting them to sit down.
Of course.
Zhao Yuan rarely took the initiative like this, and Fu Miaoyin nodded as well.
"Logically speaking, there's a lot to prepare after advancing to a new level," Yang Ying said with satisfaction.
"Martial techniques, armaments. For now, you don't need to leave the safe zone. Other matters can be set aside.
But when it comes to martial techniques, you newcomers must be eager to get started." Yang Ying turned the tablet in her hand toward them.
"You understand the rules for obtaining and practicing martial techniques, right?" Both of them nodded firmly.
After obtaining the qualification to practice these martial techniques, they could only train themselves. Even after mastering them, they were not allowed to casually teach them to others, not even to their own children. "This time, based on our team's configuration, we've allocated quite a number of martial techniques for you to choose from," Yang Ying said, without introducing them one by one. "When it comes to training, everyone has their own aspirations." The two of them pulled their seats closer together and studied the options seriously.
Yang Ying observed the two young people.
Their seating arrangement was rather subtle.
Fu Miaoyin, being slightly shorter, sat very close.
Zhao Yuan, being tall, couldn't stretch his legs under the table, effectively encircling Fu Miaoyin. Although they showed no inappropriate behavior, Yang Ying recalled that the Fu family had always wanted this girl to marry into the Qin family.
Could it be? She didn't dwell on it.
These young people had only just met, so nothing significant could have happened yet.
By the time their university years ended, and their cultivation levels reached a certain stage, even if the Fu family wanted to interfere, it might not be able to control Fu Miaoyin. Yang Ying didn't want to concern herself too much with such matters. Her only concern was Zhao Yuan's choice at this moment. Among the martial techniques offered, there was one that came with only a single opportunity. If the boy didn't select it now, he would have to wait until he passed a grueling test to access it. About 10 minutes later, the two of them pushed the tablet back toward Yang Ying. "Have you made your choices?" Yang Ying was a bit surprised. There were quite a few martial techniques to consider. "I chose the Heavenly Frost Sword Art," Fu Miaoyin immediately announced her decision. With two SSS-level newcomers here, the Heavenly Martial Sect naturally offered several powerful martial techniques. The Heavenly Frost Sword Art was particularly suitable for Fu Miaoyin, who possessed the power of ice. Besides that, there was another ice-based sword technique, but it seemed she didn't quite like that one. Yang Ying took note of her choice and then turned her gaze to Zhao Yuan. This boy, today was truly his moment in the spotlight. "Mentor, may I ask you a question?" Zhao Yuan rubbed his nose and asked. "If you have a question, just ask," Yang Ying replied, feigning annoyance. "Have you forgotten? I'm your class advisor." Zhao Yuan laughed heartily and pointed to the tablet in front of Yang Ying. "This blade technique here, does it have an advanced version?" His curiosity was palpable. "Oh?" A trace of astonishment flashed through Yang Ying's eyes. "Which one are you referring to?" "The Annihilation Blade," Zhao Yuan quickly said. "This technique seems very powerful, but I feel like something's missing. That's why I want to ask." "It does indeed have a follow-up," Yang Ying replied, her initial shock subsiding, though her heart was still in turmoil. This genius could already sense something unique about the technique without having truly delved into advanced blade techniques. Each blade technique came with a basic demonstration video. What exactly had Zhao Yuan noticed from just that? This blade technique. Yang Ying nodded. "It does have a follow-up, and it's an advanced blade technique at that." Jumping directly from a basic blade technique to an advanced one? Fu Miaoyin immediately felt uneasy. What about the gap in between? "Zhao Yuan, perhaps you should choose another one?" Though she normally wouldn't make such a suggestion, she couldn't help but speak up now, even at the risk of revealing their somewhat personal connection to the mentor. Zhao Yuan merely nodded at her before turning back to Yang Ying. "Is the advanced version of this blade technique easy to obtain?" "It's possible to obtain it," Yang Ying replied with a nod. "Its current owner is a rather formidable contemporary powerhouse. But whether you can acquire the follow-up doesn't depend on money, it depends on fate." As she spoke, Yang Ying stood up. "Kid, you'd better think this through. Since it has a follow-up and aligns so well with my preferences," Zhao Yuan said, and as his words fell, the shadow of a battle blade suddenly appeared behind him. "My Heaven Slashing Blade seems to really like this Annihilation Blade technique." Heaven Slashing Blade? She hadn't heard of this type of blade spirit before. Yang Ying looked at the shadow of the battle blade behind Zhao Yuan, noticing faint wisps of black energy coiling around it. The Heaven Slashing Blade and the Annihilation Blade technique, what a perfect match. That old guy, was he finally about to find a successor? "Alright, learning videos for these two techniques will be sent to your academy accounts shortly," Yang Ying said with a wave of her hand. "You're dismissed." "Thank you, mentor." After leaving Yang Ying's residence, Fu Miaoyin immediately turned to him with a tense expression, but before she could offer any words of comfort, she noticed the uncontrollable excitement gleaming in his eyes. Forget it. He had always been domineering, a one-man decision-maker, where everything had to follow his will. Now that he had made up his mind, there was no way she could change it. When his cultivation reached the third tier, she would figure out a way to get him an intermediate blade technique to help him transition for a few years. Zhao Yuan was, of course, thrilled because this blade technique, the Blade of Annihilation, was the foundational technique of Old Master Wang Heng's ultimate skill, the Three Judgments. Wasn't his purpose for coming to Tianwo precisely for this? It seemed that after he swiftly cleared the first trial but chose not to press forward, it had made the old master somewhat anxious, leading him to directly pass this blade technique into his hands. The Three Judgments likely required him to reach the fifth tier of cultivation before he would qualify to learn it. But being able to study its foundational parts now, perhaps he could rely on his past life's blade training to comprehend something uniquely his own. "If you need an intermediate blade technique, I can help you find a way," Fu Miaoyin couldn't help but speak up. Although she wasn't against it, she also didn't want him to delay his cultivation because of this powerful blade technique. Basic martial techniques could be used up to the third level, and the stronger ones might reach the fourth level. But no matter how strong, by the fourth level, they would gradually become inadequate. No need. Zhao Yuan reached out to touch Fu Miaoyin's forehead. In her eyes,
His choice of this martial technique was clearly to wait for an advanced one. Once a martial artist finds a technique that suits them, they would never give it up easily.
I have my considerations.
Seeing that she still wanted to speak, Zhao Yuan pinched her small face.
What are you doing? Fu Miaoying's face instantly turned red. This was the mentor's territory, he wouldn't.
Fortunately, she no longer dwelled on the matter of martial techniques, and Zhao Yuan let go of her. Mainly because this girl was becoming more and more considerate toward him. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, unconsciously drawing closer to her. After letting go, she took a long breath, but there was a slight trace of disappointment. However, this emotion flashed by, as she was no longer as socially anxious as she used to be.
But that didn't mean she could be overly close to Zhao Yuan here. I'll go check on their training first, Fu Miaoying said as she jogged away. Zhao Yuan looked at his phone and decided to head straight back to his dormitory.
He had coincidentally encountered Old Master Wang, received a special training method,
and even made a 3-month bet with the old man, with the ultimate goal of mastering the 3 judgments.
Now that he had acquired the basic chapter of the 3 judgments, his mind was naturally set on studying it thoroughly.
So he didn't go to the training room, since going there would just mean watching anyway.
Turning away from the teacher's apartments, Zhao Yuan headed toward the direction of the freshman dormitories.
After walking a few steps, his brows furrowed.
He quickened his pace, walked about 100 meters, then turned a corner into a path through the woods.
He wasn't heading toward the dormitory.
As soon as he turned the corner, a figure quietly appeared. When that figure turned around, they found the path completely empty, with no one in sight.
The newcomer let out a puzzled hum. Had their abilities somehow lost track of someone in broad daylight?
Miss, if you're looking for Zhao, there's no need to go to such lengths. Just as she was searching around, a voice came from behind her. She turned quickly, only to find that the person was less than 3 meters away from her. At such a close distance, if the other party were to suddenly attack, she would almost certainly be in a dire situation. However, this was Jingwu campus, where private fights or even deadly duels were almost impossible. Just a coincidence, Zhang Ayahan remarked upon seeing the man in front of her, whose physique was comparable to a robust prairie warrior. At 178 centimeters tall, she was rare among women. But this man was half a head taller than her.
Is that so? Zhao Yuan let out a light snort. I have things to do. Goodbye.
With that, he prepared to turn away.
Having just discovered he was being followed, he had taken a detour to this spot.
Wait. Zhang Ayahan was not someone who cared about vanity, but from childhood to now, no boy had ever looked past her so indifferently.
It seems this classmate didn't just come across me by chance.
Zhang Ayahan felt a bit irritated, but she had something to ask at this moment.
I have a question for you, Zhang Ayahan said, looking at Zhao Yuan. You're that SSS-level rookie from Tianwu, Zhao Yuan, who was benched during the competition training for breaking the rules, right?
Zhao Yuan didn't care how others talked about him. The only surprising part was that he hadn't officially announced his participation, yet this girl had already found out.
That's correct. His response was straightforward and concise, and once he answered, he prepared to leave. What's wrong with you? Zhang Ayahan took a deep breath.
Doing her best to restrain her anger, but her chest still heaved violently with frustration. While tall girls often had less prominent figures, this girl seemed to defy that norm. Although she didn't have the same broad horizons as Miss Fu, she was still impressive.
Didn't you just have one question? Zhao Yuan frowned. I already answered it. Shouldn't I be allowed to leave now? That wasn't the question I meant.
Zhang Ayahan tried hard to steady her emotions.
Are we close?
Zhao Yuan's voice was cold. No, Zhang Ayahan instinctively replied.
If not, then me answering one question is already polite enough. With that, he prepared to turn and walk away. Can I exchange a piece of information for the question I really want to ask?
Zhang Ayahan appeared resolute, determined to get her question answered. Why don't you tell me first, and then I'll consider it, Zhao Yuan said after a moment of deliberation, reluctantly agreeing to the other party's suggestion. The video of your scrimmage matches has already started circulating on a small scale, Zhang Ayahan said bluntly, clearly not intending to play any games.
Is that supposed to be intel?
Zhao Yuan sneered lightly. It would be strange if it hadn't circulated. With that, he turned to leave.
I just went to see the mentor earlier and happened to see you with Fu Miaoying, Zhang Ayahan said, seeing he was unwilling to talk further, and directly asked, Are you two in a relationship?
Zhao Yuan did not stop walking. I really just bumped into you two by chance, absolutely not stalking, Zhang Ayahan raised one hand skyward. I swear on the honor of the Northwest Adumbra, I never lie.
Zhao Yuan disliked anyone interfering in his personal relationships. In his previous life, he had been obsessively devoted to love. Though he had no intention of repeating that in this life, he still didn't want others meddling in his affairs. Even if it was Zhang Ayahan, a beautiful woman, he couldn't care less about explaining himself, especially since she was likely asking because of Lu Yunfei, a member of their team. But just as he was about to round the corner, something Zhang Ayahan said stopped him in his tracks. The Northwest Adumbra? The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Adumbra is a type of flower. While it's not well known among the general populace, if you mention its other name, every citizen of the Dragon Nation would recognize it instantly: snow lotus. In the past, snow lotus was merely a precious medicinal herb, but after the great change in heaven and earth, it became a vital spiritual medicine. For those seeking a second awakening, snow lotus became a crucial catalyst. Lin Yan, that woman, had wanted a second awakening back then. So Zhao Yuan organized a team to head to the snowy mountains of the northwest to harvest it. The current northwest snowy mountains were no ordinary place. The Sirius Martial Academy guarded the area, protecting the snow beasts that emerged from the mountains. Back then, to obtain the catalyst, Zhao Yuan led his team into the mountains. After multiple teammates sacrificed their lives, he finally obtained the catalyst. But on the return journey, they encountered a 5th-tier split-tooth snow rabbit. At that time, Zhao Yuan's power was only at the 4th tier, and the strongest person in the team besides him was of the same level. After an intense battle, nearly the entire team was wiped out. The only survivor was Zhao Yuan. Even then, he was barely alive, only hanging on a little longer than the others. Just as he was about to be torn apart by the 5th-tier beast, a blade's light flashed, killing the powerful creature in an instant. Before his eyes stood a tall figure, cloaked in a heavy fur coat. At the time, he was gravely injured. When he regained consciousness, he was already back at the Northwest base. He had inquired about his savior but only managed to learn a nickname, the Northwest Adumbra. During his recovery, he constantly searched for this person. A life-saving grace cannot go unacknowledged. But the figure seemed to have vanished. After searching for nearly a month, he found no trace. Even the nickname was reluctantly provided by the person looking after him, who had asked on Zhao Yuan's behalf out of concern. Zhao Yuan only remembered that the figure was tall and had assumed it was a man. After so much fruitless searching, he could only bury the memory in his heart. In the years that followed, he returned to the Northwest several times to gather information but never heard the name again. It was as if the person had truly disappeared from the face of the earth. Zhao Yuan turned back and stared at the figure. She wasn't dressed heavily, it was summer, after all, and not the snowy mountains. She wore hot pants, revealing half of her legs, and a fiery crop top. It had to be said, the girl's figure and looks were undeniably striking. However, Zhao Yuan wasn't paying attention to any of that at the moment. His mind was preoccupied with the question, could this girl really be the same Northwest Adumbra who once saved him? He knew a bit about Zhang Ayahan's identity. She was the captain of this year's Sirius Martial Academy team, possessing an SSS grade martial spirit. In his previous life, she had led her team to the finals but lost by a single point to the host, Jingwu. During that time, her reputation soared, but it was said she didn't live past the age of 40. She died in battle outside the Northwest safety zone. 40 years old? Zhao Yuan suddenly realized that when he first encountered the Northwest Adumbra, she might have been nearly 40 as well. Afterward, he had gone to the Northwest several times but never found her. If she were indeed the Northwest Adumbra and had died at that point in time, then it would have been impossible for him to find her later. The more he thought about it, the more the two figures overlapped in his mind. If she were draped in heavy furs, she would undoubtedly appear taller, possibly even mistaken for a man. When Zhao Yuan was semi-conscious, he had seen her sheathing her blade, a small, distinctive gesture unique to many martial artists and the only memory he had of the Northwest Adumbra. Northwest Utpal? Zhao Yuan turned around. This name does carry a certain sense of credibility. He subtly complimented, and the anger on Zhang Ayahan's face immediately subsided a little. But you want to pry into someone else's privacy without paying any price? Zhang Ayahan frowned. Isn't your girlfriend Lu Rui? She got straight to the point, abandoning any intention of arguing with him. Could it be that you're seeing Fu Miaoyin behind Lu Rui's back? She stepped closer to Zhao Yuan with each word. My younger brother really likes the Fu family's girl. Can't you give him a chance? So it was her younger brother. Zhao Yuan was somewhat familiar with Zhang Ayahan's reputation. She had a bold and straightforward personality, not someone who beat around the bush. Now it seemed she had figured something out and decided to cut right to the chase. Love is about mutual consent. Zhao Yuan didn't hide anything. As for Miaoyin, your younger brother doesn't stand a chance. You already have a girlfriend. Why not let my brother have a shot? Zhang Ayahan pressed. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Yuan was exasperated.
Even if she might be the so-called Northwest Pole, the first words that came to his mind were brother complex.
You're the one who's out of your mind. Zhang Ayahan's expression grew cold.
Ah Fei's been lonely for years now, 7 or 8 years, to be exact.
He's always muttering about meowing in our ears. Can't you just stay out of it and let my brother give it a try?
Zhao Yuan was at a loss for words. In his heart, both his past love and his only close friend had betrayed him. The only person who could hold an important place in his heart was the Northwest Pole who had saved him in his darkest hour. During this competition, all I'm asking is for you not to interfere, Zhang Ayahan continued. Not to mention the fact that he's basically doomed to fail.
Zhao Yuan looked at her expression.
Just now, that figure overlapping with the Northwest Pole in his mind seemed to shift as well.
If he succeeds, wouldn't that mean I'd have to stand by and watch someone else steal my girl?
Even if she had saved his life, Zhao Yuan wasn't willing to take such a loss.
Despite sharing
the same last name, Zhao Yuan wasn't the type of man to give up a woman for the sake of brotherhood. Especially since between him and Lu Yunfei, there was no brotherly bond to speak of. He had originally planned to spar with this girl to see if she had that particular habit, but now he had lost all interest. Anyway, the two teams were set to have a group match tomorrow, so he'd have plenty of chances to observe and verify then.
Can you let me finish speaking?
Zhang Ayahan quickened her pace, catching up to him in just a few steps. If my brother manages to win over meowing, I'll be your girlfriend.
Zhao Yuan couldn't even be bothered to respond and continued walking forward. Stop.
Zhang Ayahan spread her arms wide and blocked his path.
Am I not as pretty as Fu Miaoyin? Zhao Yuan gave her an eye roll. Sure enough, fixed impressions always mislead people.
He remembered the image of these people, each colder and more indifferent than the last.
Even if not indifferent, they always exuded an air of mastery.
Now that he was interacting with them beforehand, he realized that in their youth, they were actually quite unreliable.
Even if I'm not as beautiful as her, I can't be far behind, right? Zhang Ayahan, noticing Zhao Yuan's gaze, felt slightly uneasy inside.
When it came to Fu Miaoyin, that girl had truly been beautiful from childhood to adulthood.
But in her younger days, Zhang Ayahan was dark-skinned and plain.
Recently, because of her martial spirit awakening, her complexion had brightened slightly, allowing her to barely compare with that girl.
Hey! In the end, Zhang Ayahan compromised. Name your terms. She grabbed Zhao Yuan's arm.
First, let me make something clear, your brother stands no chance.
Zhao Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as he saw a triangular scar on Zhang Ayahan's forefinger.
In his past life, after being rescued by the Northwest Uboluo clan, he had vaguely noticed a similar scar on the forefinger of someone's right hand during his hazy moments of consciousness. However, the scar on the Northwest Uboluo individual was lighter in color.
Second, your promise lacks sincerity. If he can't win over Miaoyin, you won't consider being my girlfriend? You want me to just stand by and watch someone else pursue my woman? What, are all men from the Northwest this generous?
As Zhao Yuan said this, Zhang Ayahan fell silent. In the Northwest, if two men liked the same woman, they would directly duel for her. Of course, if someone took a liking to another man's woman, the latter would likely erupt and fight to the death.
So what do you want?
Zhang Ayahan asked, her tone betraying her unease. Agree to be my woman first, and I'll turn a blind eye to his pursuit of her, Zhao Yuan said with a grin as greedy as a wolf on the prairie.
Fine. After a few seconds, Zhang Ayahan nodded in agreement. Seriously?
Zhao Yuan, surprised, quickly realized what was going on. The time she asked for was less than a month. Even if she agreed now to be his woman, once the martial tournament ended, everyone would go their separate ways, returning to their respective homes and lives. From the south to the northwest, with their current strength, it would be nearly impossible to meet again within a short period. After a few years, once they graduated and he had the strength to find her, she might already be married. Just moments ago, Zhao Yuan had been mentally ridiculing her unreliability, but now he understood her scheme. The two were standing very close at this point, as she was still gripping his hand.
Zhao Yuan wrapped an arm around Zhang Ayahan's waist.
In the next moment, he pinned her directly against a tree by the roadside.
Perhaps things happened too quickly for her to react.
Or perhaps the sheer strength emanating from his hands made it impossible for her to struggle. Not until 5 minutes later, when she felt suffocated and her entire body went limp, did he release her.
Zhao Yuan.
Zhang Ayahan gasped for air, raising a fist to punch him in the face.
Zhao Yuan sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the punch with ease. It was evident that she didn't know any real punching techniques, but it was clear she had been training with blades for years. What, planning to go back on your word?
After a few more punches, Zhao Yuan grabbed her arms, pinning her in place.
Only after being subdued did Zhang Yihan finally come to her senses. Looks like I was right.
You were planning to feign agreement to be my woman, only to return to the northwest and discard that promise, Zhao Yuan said, leaning in close, towering over her with a domineering gaze. From childhood to now, she had always been stronger in fights than most boys. After her martial spirit awakened, she became the top new talent of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Never had anyone dared to look down on her like this.
I wasn't, Zhang Yihan denied, suppressing her anger for the sake of her little brother's happiness.
Then from now on, you are my woman, Zhao Yuan declared, pulling her into his arms again. Even if you escape back to the northwest, you won't escape the palm of my hand.
This time, the kiss was even more aggressive than before. Clearly, she was enduring this humiliation for the sake of Lu Yunfei. As a man, Zhao Yuan's own anger was also simmering. Who knows how much time passed, but by the time the woman in his arms was nearly a limp puddle, he finally let her go.
Tomorrow's training match I'll face you in the individual battle, Zhao Yuan said, releasing her and turning to leave. If all you have is a pretty face, I won't hesitate to take back my word.
It wasn't until Zhao Yuan disappeared down the forest path that Zhang Yihan finally stood upright, her wobbly legs gradually regaining strength.
She stared blankly at the quiet path for a long time before turning and leaving.
That entire night, Zhao Yuan focused on studying the Annihilation Blade technique. Even dinner was brought back to the dormitory by Lu Rui for him.
It had to be said, this blade technique was the foundational chapter of the Three Judgments style from Blue Planet. Even Zhao Yuan, who had once reached the 5th rank, couldn't grasp it immediately. Martial artists learn martial techniques, progressing from beginner to minor mastery, and eventually to major mastery, as their proficiency gradually improves. Judging by Zhao Yuan's skills and blade techniques, he could achieve
minor mastery of an ordinary beginner blade technique just by watching it once. For simpler techniques, he could even directly achieve major mastery. This was because he had devoted 30 whole years to blade training. The destruction blade consisted of 7 forms. Zhao Yuan held the blade, still sheathed, and practiced in his dormitory. If anyone had
witnessed this, they would have been astonished at how his first attempt was exactly like the moves shown in the instructional video. The destruction blade technique enjoyed widespread fame on Blue Star and served as the foundational chapter of the Three Judgments. For ordinary 2nd and 3rd tier blade practitioners, it was already challenging to even get started with this technique, let alone practice it to such perfection as Zhao Yuan did. It was no surprise that he had earned the favor of Old Master Wang. Though many had been taught the destruction blade by the Old Master, only a rare few could truly become his disciples. As for Old Master Wang's unique skill, the Three Judgments, no one was ever known to have mastered it. Even his last disciple, after more than 20 years, had not been rumored to have successfully learned this technique.
Zhao Yuan did not know that disciple's identity.
However, rather than letting such a person occupy the position and waste the opportunity to learn this supreme skill, Zhao Yuan felt it was better to seize the chance for himself.
Having lived through decades of bloodshed, he deeply understood the importance of opportunity. When a chance arises, it must be fought for. Without striving and competing, how could one ever become a true martial artist? After practicing the forms 3 times in a row, Zhao Yuan's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. He was merely mimicking the motions and had not yet grasped the essence of the technique. Simply put, his skill level was somewhere between beginner and minor mastery. Each move of the technique was stronger than the last.
If he exerted himself fully, he might be able to push the technique to minor mastery, but after one move, his strength would be completely drained, greatly reducing his combat power. For him, such expenditure was not worth it. For lower-tier martial artists, it was more practical to focus on unblocking the 12 standard meridians rather than spending excessive time on martial techniques. Each of the 7 forms of the destruction blade grew progressively more powerful. Based on his calculations, the 5th form and beyond likely required a 2nd-tier martial artist's cultivation level to sustain. By the 7th form, it might even demand the cultivation level of a 2nd-tier peak or 3rd-tier martial artist to avoid complete exhaustion. Only by stepping into the 2nd tier and above could one be considered a true powerhouse. In ordinary martial academies, a 2nd tier cultivation level was the graduation standard. Even if a student had lost significant academic credits, reaching this level of cultivation would still allow them to graduate. 70% of key martial academies in Longwei adhered to this standard, with only the top 5 academies and a handful of elite institutions requiring a 3rd-tier cultivation level for graduation. Reaching the third tier within 4 years seemed nearly impossible, yet in super academies like the top 5, graduates achieving third tier or higher each year were not uncommon. Knock, knock. The sound of the door being knocked interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Yuan opened the door to find Lu Rui and Fu Miaoyin standing outside. Sister. Fu, please help me talk some sense into him, Lu Rui said. The two of them entered the room and saw Zhao Yuan drenched in sweat, holding a blade in his hand. Zhao Yuan had been studying the blade technique in his dorm all afternoon, with Lu Rui attending to him even during dinner. He hadn't put down his phone while eating. Now it was already 10:30 p.m., and he still hadn't rested. According to his usual schedule, he should have been in bed by 9:30 p.m. Lu Rui understood that Zhao Yuan was deeply focused on studying the destruction blade technique. It's okay now, Zhao Yuan said, his gaze clearing up, no longer bearing the obsessive look from earlier. This blade technique can't be mastered overnight. Without the required cultivation level, it's impossible to display its true power. Seeing his composed demeanor, Lu Rui and Fu Miaoyin's concerns eased significantly. After all, this world had no shortage of people who became obsessed with certain martial techniques to the point of losing themselves. There were even cases of individuals descending into madness due to their inability to master a specific technique. You two sit for a bit. I'll take a shower, and then we'll talk, Zhao Yuan said, covered in sweat and not wanting to subject them to the smell. Lu Rui didn't mind, but Fu Miaoyin immediately blushed. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan walked straight into the bathroom after speaking. Don't worry. If he couldn't let it go, he wouldn't even acknowledge us right now, Fu Miaoyin comforted Lu Rui. Lu Rui nodded, leaning gently against Fu Miaoyin's shoulder. From the moment they returned that evening, Zhao Yuan's behavior had been surprising. Over the past 5 or 6 hours, his focus state had been truly astonishing. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yuan emerged from the bathroom wearing only a pair of loose shorts, a towel in his hand. Lu Rui immediately handed him a t-shirt upon seeing him. Zhao Yuan shook his head helplessly. It was almost bedtime. What was the point of putting on more clothes? And besides, it was only the beginning. If she called Zhang Ai a Hanover, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? As he mulled over these thoughts, he realized there were other things he needed to address first. However, what he wanted to say now wasn't about these trivial matters. For tomorrow's serious training match, I'm in, Zhao Yuan declared, putting on the t-shirt and sitting down between the two women. The sofa was so small that everyone had to squeeze together. You're joining? Lu Rui frowned slightly. Seeing that Fu Miaoyin didn't seem to show any aversion, she no longer paid attention to his impoliteness. Fu Miaoyin was also somewhat startled by his decision. Individual match, Zhao Yuan said these 3 words and then leaned back. Practicing. This blade technique was indeed physically demanding, consuming a lot of energy. The exhaustion he felt was definitely not feigned. The lineup for others can be adjusted appropriately if we want to win. After saying this, he slightly closed his eyes. He wasn't used to staying up late, and after the huge energy drain from practicing the blade, he was now ready to fall asleep at any moment. Lu Rui wanted to ask something but was stopped by a glance from Fu Miaoyin. Let him sleep first. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. Fu Miaoyin pulled Lu Rui away. After the two left, Zhao Yuan took one step and threw himself onto the bed, instantly falling asleep. Why does he suddenly want to participate? Outside Zhao Yuan's room, Lu Rui turned to ask Fu Miaoyin. Although she didn't know the specific reason, she felt that this time he was stepping up for Sister Fu. Under Lu Rui's gaze, Fu Miaoyin panicked instantly. But this time, the opponent is serious. It's indeed a good opportunity to hone skills, Lu Rui muttered softly before Fu Miaoyin could explain. Instructor Yang Ying gave him the freedom to train, on the condition that he wins the championship for Tianwu. With his personality, he probably won't want to go back to obediently attending classes, right? Lu Rui asked herself and answered her own question, which made Fu Miaoyin let out a sigh of relief. But was that really the reason? Fu Miaoyin felt a bit troubled. Could it be that he was genuinely jealous and wanted to beat up Lu Yunfei? Whether or not he beat up Lu Yunfei was none of her business, but if he really was jealous, the one who might get hurt in the end would be her. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day of the rest period. Morning training could be arranged freely. After lunch, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Fu Miaoyin first arranged the lineup for the individual matches. The opponent is serious. The captain seems unusually serious this time, someone whispered. It felt like today, the captain's aura was colder than ever before. Fu Miaoyin glanced at Zhao Yuan before beginning to announce the lineup for the day's individual matches. At 2 p.m., the Tianmu team arrived at the training ground on time. The serious team had just arrived as well and was whispering among themselves.
Upon seeing the Tianwu team, Lu Yunfei came over again.
"Miaoyin, you're here," he said, smiling warmly. This overly friendly greeting left the Tianwu team somewhat surprised, Zhao Yuan included. Fu Miaoyin's expression was already cold, and instantly, everyone felt as if the late summer training ground had turned chilly.
"This is a training site.
Please mind yourself, classmate." Fu Miaoyin responded, but Lu Yunfei had no choice but to return to his team, looking dejected. At the head of the serious team, Zhang Yahan watched the interaction between Lu Yunfei and Fu Miaoyin, feeling utterly frustrated. She had just noticed Zhao Yuan.
His expression was no different from the others, indicating he was indeed abiding by their agreement not to interfere with Fu Miaoyin's choices. But why did he have to be so disappointing? Hadn't they discussed yesterday that he would achieve an overwhelming advantage after the training match before finding a chance to get closer to her? Approaching her now not only seemed disrespectful to the training, but, if they lost this match, how could he even think about getting close to Fu Miaoyin afterward? Zhang Yahan was so furious that she was grinding her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. For the sake of your happiness, your older sister has practically sacrificed her entire life for you. Thinking back to yesterday evening when she had been pinned against the tree twice by him, Zhang Yahan's gaze grew colder. "You want to test me in the individual match, don't you?
Today, I'll make sure you see what I'm capable of." If both teams agree to enable recording, please submit the lineups, the referee announced, following the procedure.
Fu Miaoyin and Zhang Yahan stood up at the same time, clearly having prepared their lineups in advance.
For the serious team, the individual matches were led by their captain, Zhang Yahan. The members following her were Zach Kermu, Yuda Herring, Gao He, and Wang Lili. These five were all core members of the serious team. On the Tianwu side, the matches were led by Zhou Ming, with team members Huang Feifeng, Zhao Chuan, Zhang Yin, and substitute Zhao Yuan. When the serious members saw that glaring red text, their expressions changed. But when they recognized the name, their faces gradually turned serious.
In the first two training matches of Tianwu, this guy named Zhao Yuan hadn't participated at all.
It seemed that, as last year's runner-up, the serious team had indeed put a lot of pressure on Tianwu.
Even an SSS-level genius who had been sitting on the bench had been brought into the main lineup.
No wonder they all seemed so nonchalant and relaxed when they arrived. Clearly, it was because Zhao Yuan was going to play.
But how did their captain predict Zhao Yuan would participate?
In the previous training matches, their captain either didn't participate or only joined the team battles.
The match begins.
At the referee's command, both sides started selecting players to step onto the field.
On Tianwu's side, Zhou Ming was the first to stand up.
Today, the easiest battles in the individual round undoubtedly belonged to him and a few other players.
Why?
Because the one sitting on the bench had surprisingly decided to step forward early. Everyone had originally thought he would only act during a critical moment, but to their surprise, he volunteered before the official match even started. Of course, they're all young people around 18 or 19 years old, and none of them were willing to give up so easily.
Zhao Yuan's participation added
significant firepower to Tianwu's individual battles. Whether they could achieve a high score advantage, however, would depend on everyone's collective effort. As Zhou Ming stepped forward, in the serious team, all four players, except for their captain Zhang Yahan, stood up simultaneously. Zhou Ming was considered one of the stronger players in Tianwu, and no one wanted to miss the opportunity to challenge him.
"I'll go."
From the team, a tall youth nearly 2 meters in height stepped out. Everyone had seen him before. He was the one who had previously appeared alongside Zhang Yahan and Lu Yunfei. As soon as he spoke, the other three showed disappointment on their faces and sat back down. The captain's attitude toward Lu Yunfei had already caused dissatisfaction among many in the team, and Zach, being closely associated
with Lu Yunfei, was clearly trying to vent on his behalf.
However, with Zach stepping in, the others essentially lost their chance to shine. As for Zhao Yuan, it seemed only the captain could take him on, the rest were irrelevant.
Zach stepped forward, holding a pitch-black staff as tall as his eyebrows.
This type of staff required both strength and skill to wield, and the one he chose was the heaviest among the spare weapons.
"You might as well step back," Zach said, glancing at Zhou Ming and then at the others. "Only Zhao Yuan might be able to take a few hits from me." Zach was nearly 2 meters tall, but he wasn't bulky.
On the contrary, he was lean, and upon closer inspection, the muscles on his body were extremely compact.
Clearly, he was a strength-oriented warrior. Zach Kermuth, SS rank Silverback Violent Ape Martial Soul. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. With the tournament season underway, the National Freshman
Martial Combat Tournament website had already made some basic information about the teams available. From Zach, Zhou Ming sensed an intense pressure. But the more pressure he felt, the more excited he became. "Please," he said, clasping his fists in a rare gesture of respect. Among the opponents he had faced before, such courtesy was almost unheard of. Most of the time, he would be taunting his adversaries. This alone was enough to show how much pressure Zach Kermuth was exerting on him. "You Southerners always like to play these superficial games," Zach sneered, flipping his wrist as the heavy staff spun to form a dazzling flourish. He stepped forward, heading straight for Zhou Ming. The black staff spun rapidly in his hands, creating a natural barrier that short-range weapon users couldn't breach. Judging by the howling sound of the staff slicing through the air, everyone could tell how terrifyingly powerful that spinning staff was. "This is so unfair." Huang Feifeng and Zhao Chuan's expressions darkened. The way Zach was fighting, unless you were stronger or had a longer weapon, you wouldn't stand a chance. The former was straightforward, it was a matter of brute force. But the latter required exceptional skill to wield long weapons effectively. As Zach closed in on Zhou Ming, coming within 3 meters of him, he suddenly leaped forward. He abandoned his natural advantage and opted for a cumbersome aerial strike. It was well known that Zhou Ming, as an SS-rank saber-toothed tiger martial soul user, might not match Zach in strength but definitely excelled in speed. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Zhou Ming neither retreated nor dodged, nor did he attempt a counterattack from the rear. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, crossing them above his head, and chose to take the hit head-on. Knowing full well that his opponent was a strength-based warrior, Zhou Ming still opted for a direct confrontation? Zhou Ming was one of Tianwu's 3 giants, and his combat talent was at least in the top 5 of the entire team. How could he make such a foolish decision under these circumstances? But that was the reality. Zhou Ming seemingly short-circuited and made the worst possible choice. Clang! A deafening crash echoed across the training ground. Zhou Ming's face instantly turned pale. Zach landed his strike successfully but did not pursue further. He stood there quietly, watching the staggering Zhou Ming with mockery in his eyes. "Just admit defeat, it's only a training match," Zach said, planting his staff firmly on the ground as he looked at Zhou Ming, whose arms were trembling uncontrollably. The latter's eyes burned with anger, yet he was unwilling to concede. The opponent was simply too strong. If the serious team produced players like this every season, it was no wonder Jingwu claimed the championship year after year. It was truly intimidating. Zhou Ming said nothing, only glaring at Zach. "If you try again, your arms won't recover before the match is over," Zach added, glancing at the nearby medical team. Nowadays, medical technology is highly advanced. Ordinary injuries can be treated and healed as long as they are not life-threatening. However, with the competition only 10 days away, a serious injury could indeed affect performance. Moreover, this is a critical moment for these young individuals to break into higher levels. Any delay could hinder their cultivation progress. But for Zhou Ming, admitting defeat was simply impossible. Losing was one thing, but he could never lose to someone or disgrace his camp. "Old Zhou, don't fight him head-on. Use your strengths, don't forget," Wang Shuang shouted loudly from the sidelines. Zhou Ming was almost bursting with anger. He wasn't a fool. If he could avoid it, why wouldn't he? As soon as he was locked in by the opponent, he knew there was no escape. Facing him head-on turned out to be his best option. Until now, he had never encountered a situation like this. "He's a weapon master." At this moment, a voice came from the preparation area. "Zhou Ming, admit defeat." If it were an ordinary person asking him to surrender, Zhou Ming would have fought back. But the person speaking was the absolute number 1 of Tianwu. Zhao Yuan was staring at Zach Kermu in the ring, his eyes full of astonishment. Achieving the level of a weapon master required at least Tier 3. After all, it demanded a martial artist to be proficient in various weapons. Only in this way could one decipher most of an opponent's moves when their strength was evenly matched. Being able to read the opponent's moves meant gaining the upper hand. This was also why Zhou Ming felt that no matter how he changed his tactics, the opponent could easily counter them. The consequences of trying to outmaneuver him would be worse than direct confrontation. Zhou Ming's combat instincts were incredibly strong, and they guided him to choose a head-on clash. Yet, in this situation, the opponent's strength advantage left him at a major loss after just one exchange. Though his hands weren't truly injured, they would need at least 2 or 3 days of rest. He had already lost a significant portion of his fighting ability. He hadn't admitted defeat directly because of the stubbornness of youth. What about us? Zhang Nian and Zhao Chuan's faces turned pale. If Zhou Ming couldn't last a single move, wouldn't they fare even worse? Weapon proficiency, that's all, Zach said bluntly. To truly become a weapon master, you'd need to be at least in your senior year of college. Claiming to be a weapon master without reaching Tier 3 is nothing but self-deception. There was no trace of humility in Zack's confident expression. But when he glanced at the Tianwu preparation area, a hint of gravity appeared in his gaze. He wanted to be the first to fight and see if he could take down 5 opponents in one go. What did SSS rank even mean? It wasn't invincible. If the strength of one's martial soul determined everything, then why were less than half of the historical super-strong individuals blessed with SSS rank martial souls? In the early stages, the gap between martial soul ranks might give the illusion that those with lower rank martial souls were inherently weaker than those with higher ranks. However, that wasn't the case. Martial soul talent only determined factors like cultivation speed and foundational strength. As cultivation progressed, factors like comprehension, effort, martial skills, and equipment also played critical roles in a martial artist's overall strength. Brother Yuan. Zhou Ming felt unwilling but helpless. Step down, Zhao Yuan said again. I admit defeat. Zhou Ming turned and walked away. Zack Kermu's gaze swept across the Tianwu preparation area, finally landing on Zhao Yuan. They're no match for me. Why don't you come up directly? Zack pointed his staff at Zhao Yuan. Zhang Nian and the others looked toward Zhao Yuan. Should we go up first to wear him out? Weapon masters were a unique existence in the martial artist domain. Once a martial artist reached Tier 5, they might earn titles such as Blade Sovereign or Sword Sovereign due to their expertise with a certain weapon or martial skill. A weapon master, upon reaching this level, would be called a weapon grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster. Such individuals had virtually no weaknesses in the martial artist domain. As long as their cultivation kept up, Zack Kermu would undoubtedly be the strongest contender among their cohort within the next 4 years. As for this National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament, it seemed like this person didn't care at all. To him, it was just a trivial game. It appeared that this year's serious team was stronger than ever. They, too, were here for the championship. Just as Zhang Nian finished speaking, Zhao Yuan had already stepped forward. I've already broken through. Fighting you would feel like bullying. Even as he said this, Zhao Yuan still walked up to the ring. What was Brother Yuan doing? Saying that was practically slapping his own face. After all, this was about Tianwu's honor. Brother Yuan likely wouldn't forfeit, right? If I'm not mistaken, your capability should be around 20 KAC. So, I'll suppress my strength to 20 KAC and fight you. The mere title of Weapon Master had already made the Tianwu team incredibly tense, fearing Zhao Yuan might make a mistake. But who would have thought Brother Yuan was always Brother Yuan? He dared to provoke like this, willing to suppress his own strength to fight against this person. Zhao Yuan stepped onto the stage, casually holding a battle blade, exuding an imposing aura. Standing opposite him was a weapon prodigy, Zack Kermu. It was truly astonishing that someone so young had reached such a level. Zhao Yuan, I trust you wouldn't be foolish enough to retreat without a fight, Zack said as he tossed aside the staff in his hand, signaling his teammate to throw a battle blade to Zhao Yuan. The blade was almost identical to the one Zhao Yuan held, thick, with a straight blade. My maximum strength is 21 calories. If you truly want to suppress your power, then I'll face you head-on. Zack's tone was calm, as if he had already gained the upper hand in his mind. But he wasn't the type to provoke with words, he was simply confident. Though Zhao Yuan was suppressing his strength, he hadn't chosen the more advantageous staff weapon, instead opting for a blade like Zack's. For someone as young as Zack to master weaponry, his inner pride was no less than anyone else's. If I lose, I can only blame myself. Zhao Yuan's voice was steadier than Zack's. You don't have to use a blade just because I do. He lightly swung the battle blade, and the spinning motion of the blade emitted an unparalleled sense of beauty. I'm not targeting you. In this National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament, anyone who tries to compete with me in swordsmanship is asking for trouble. Two super geniuses faced off. Even without exchanging blows, the surrounding crowd already felt the pressure. Weapon masters under 20 years old, showcasing their skills here, one destined to become a future weapon master, and another who spoke as if he were launching indiscriminate attacks. If there were one word to describe Zhao Yuan, it would be arrogant. He was outrageously arrogant. Zack glanced at his team's preparation area, where another super genius of their faction, Sirius, sat. He was a natural-born swordsman, the only one in weaponry who could outmatch Zack. Zhao Yuan, you're too arrogant. Zack didn't say a word, but someone from Sirius's bench had already spoken up. They knew their captain was hailed as the Northwest's #1 genius swordsman, destined to become a sword king in the future. Faced with the doubts from Sirius's substitutes, Zhao Yuan remained silent.
The people of Tiannan exchanged glances, unsure whether to retort. Although they spent time with Zhao Yuan daily, they didn't actually know him very well. Someone looked toward Lu Rui, though they didn't speak, their expression clearly asking, "Is Yuan always this arrogant?" Lu Rui blushed slightly, feeling helpless. She wasn't sure either. She only knew that Zhao Yuan was always brimming with confidence. His straightforward declaration took her by surprise. Silence. A voice from the serious teen rang out. It was Zhang Ayahan. Her heart was full of fury, and she felt indignant at Zhao Yuan's arrogance. In her entire life, she had never encountered someone so shamelessly self-absorbed. Her dealings with Zhao Yuan had originally been a compromise. Afei's father had died saving her father, and the Zhang family had taken great care of Afei over the years. For Afei's happiness, she was even willing to gamble her own future. But at this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Was it really possible to spend her life with someone like this? Then let me see just how strong you really are, Zak Kermu said, stepping forward as the crowd quieted. He had never encountered someone as arrogant as Zhao Yuan, especially someone who could remain so calm while making such claims. Whether facing doubt, ridicule, or strange looks, Zhao Yuan appeared utterly fearless. It was as if his statement just now, "Anyone competing with me in swordsmanship is asking for trouble," was as simple as saying, "I'm thirsty, I need a drink." This man was either a fool or a madman. The moment their eyes locked, Zak made his move. As a weapon proficient, he typically waited for his opponent to attack first. But against Zhao Yuan, he could hesitate no longer. If he continued this silent standoff, his momentum would undoubtedly be crushed. At this moment, Zak had only one thought: force out Zhao Yuan's true strength. He charged forward swiftly, leaping high into the air, and slashed down with his battle blade. Everything about this move mirrored his previous battle against Zhou Ming. Clang! A piercing sound of friction rang out as the blades collided. Zhao Yuan blocked horizontally, Zak's blade gliding off, but Zhao Yuan showed no intention of counterattacking. The grating sound was the wailing of the blade's edges clashing. Zak's strike missed, and he quickly pulled back to create distance. Still, the other party didn't counterattack. Zhao Yuan's battle blade hung low in his hand as he stood silently, his gaze fixed on Zak. Zak felt a moment of disorientation. From Zhao Yuan's calm expression, he seemed to see two words: clown, asterisk. As a weapon master, Zak excelled at perceiving most of his opponent's attacks and techniques, allowing him to counter with ease. He had initiated this attack to force his opponent to respond. Whether countering or retreating, it would create an opening for him. Zhao Yuan neither counterattacked nor retreated. He calmly parried a slash and quietly observed Zak. He appeared defenseless, yet gave off an unsettling illusion that everything was a trap. In that fleeting moment, Zak struck again. His blade flashed, slashing 3 times in the blink of an eye, each strike swift, precise, and ruthless. Several novice swordsmen on the sidelines observed intently. Could their sword skills surpass those on display? It was hard to say. Except for Zhang Ayahan, none dared to give a definitive answer. After all, the sword was merely one of the many weapons Zak was proficient in. It was said that mastering weapons required proficiency in at least 5, which was why Zak exuded such confidence. Yet, despite his formidable skill, every strike of Zak's was parried by Zhao Yuan. The relentless assault of this future master of weaponry was neutralized with meticulous precision. The more astute observers noticed that Zhao Yuan parried each attack with an air of ease. Some strikes were even blocked before they fully landed, as if Zhao Yuan had anticipated Zak's moves. The very ability that weapon masters excel in, breaking through an opponent's defenses, was now being used against Zak by Zhao Yuan. The crowd was stunned, even horrified. As for Zak, Zhao Yuan's opponent, sweat now drenched his brow. It wasn't from the exertion of his strikes but from the terror of facing such an overwhelming force. Being overly balanced equates to mediocrity. Zhao Yuan's voice resonated in Zak's ears. It's good that you have such talent, but don't over-pursue mastery of every weapon. Choose 2 or 3 to specialize in. Learn the others selectively. Your path will be smoother in the future. While effortlessly deflecting every attack, Zhao Yuan offered guidance to a future master of weaponry, one who might even ascend to the rank of grandmaster. Zak's pupils contracted sharply. As Zhao Yuan said, human energy is finite. To master most weapons, Zak had expended unimaginable effort, only to find that his cultivation lagged behind both the captain and Afei. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes, and a flicker of hesitation flashed in Zak's gaze. Perhaps he truly shouldn't be so stubborn? The onlookers were at a loss for words. The path of a weapon master, which most wouldn't dare dream of, was dismissed by Zhao Yuan as synonymous with mediocrity.
Yet, the terrifying combat prowess and composure he displayed in battle left even Zack unable to cause him the slightest trouble.
What kind of monstrous comprehension must he possess? After several more exchanges, Zack abruptly retreated several steps. "Referee, I concede this match," Zack Quorum called out to the adjudicator.
Then, he sheathed his blade and approached Zhao Yuan, bowing deeply.
"I am indebted to you for your guidance today.
I will repay this kindness in the future. But should we meet again in the arena, I will show you my true strength."
This was the clash of the elite. Though just a training match, it revealed two monstrous talents in succession.
After conceding, Zack humbly expressed his gratitude to Zhao Yuan, marking the end of this duel.
Many onlookers were still in a daze.
The entire exchange spanned barely over a dozen moves. One attacked, the other defended. To an outsider, it looked like two people practicing together, with one merely feeding moves to the other. To the uninformed, it might indeed seem so. Only fellow martial artists and those familiar with the duo's backgrounds understood what had truly transpired. As Zhao Yuan had said, despite Zack being a future weapon master, using a sword in front of him was akin to showing off inferior skills before a true master.
He was indeed toying with Zack. This wasn't arrogance but fact.
In that moment, even the students of Sirius Martial Academy had a fleeting thought.
Both were the same age, both in their first year of university. Why was the gap between them so vast?
Just then, someone from the Sirius Academy team stood up. That's right, their team still had the Northwest's top sword prodigy, the future Blade King of the Northwest.
Zhang Ayahan's gaze was icy.
Her mood today had been a roller coaster of ups and downs. His earlier remarks weren't mere arrogance, they were aimed at provoking her. From Zhao Yuan's performance against Zack, it was clear Zack posed no threat to him, even without provocation.
So, who was he truly trying to provoke?
The answer needed no speculation.
That domineering kiss yesterday, followed by his scrutinizing demeanor. What did he mean by implying that if she couldn't display satisfactory skills, he could void their agreement at any time?
If it had been mere empty words, she might have let it slide. But his audacity during his dominant moments, his unrestrained actions.
Humiliation?
Zhang Ayahan lifted her blade and stepped forward. "Zhao Yuan, you sure know how to lump everyone together with a single remark."
Goodness! The members of Tianwu collectively held their foreheads. Was Brother Yuan just saying those things to provoke Zack? Who would have thought that the opposing team's captain also used a blade? No offense intended. Zhao Yuan cupped his hands in a respectful gesture.
"Captain Zhang, please don't take it to heart."
He actually apologized?
The crowd on the sidelines, especially the people from Tianwu, all wore expressions of shock. Before anyone could react, he spoke again, "And I was merely stating the facts."
The crowd. How were they supposed to respond to this? That last sentence, what was the point of the earlier apology then?
Zhang Ayahan was at a loss for words, her mind spinning as she wondered how she'd ended up encountering such a man.
With a personality so domineering and emotional intelligence so low, what exactly did Lu Rui and Fu Miaoyin see in him?
The two locked eyes, and soon, the atmosphere grew quiet. "If you're ready, we can begin the next round," the referee interjected, reminding them that the arena was no place for idle chatter. At the referee's words, Zhang Ayahan abruptly stepped back 2 paces. Though they appeared to be facing off, she alone understood that his eyes had been fixed on her lips the entire time. She had to admit, the man's lips were quite full, kissing them would be addictive.
"Zhang Ayahan, what are you thinking?"
She nearly slapped herself across the face.
Clearly, he was the one bullying her, so how had she ended up infatuated?
Snapping back to reality, Zhang Ayahan tightened her grip on her battle blade, producing a sharp creaking sound.
Wow, the opposing captain is genuinely angry now. The Tianwu members all had amused, gossip-loving expressions.
Brother Yuan was just too formidable, he made everyone feel an immense sense of distance from him. It wasn't until today, when he revealed his strength in front of everyone, that they realized he was also a person of flesh and blood.
"Brother Yuan, knock that woman down a peg. Better yet, take her home with you." Zhang Nian shouted unabashedly, "Don't let their people covet our captain." The moment Zhang Nian finished shouting, the entire arena fell silent.
All eyes turned to him, and he instantly felt goosebumps erupt all over his body.
So much killing intent. Zhang Nian stealthily hid behind Wang Shuang, no longer daring to poke his head out.
His outburst, however, did somewhat ease the tense atmosphere on the field. But the preparation areas on both sides suddenly became fraught with a tense, combative energy.
As Zhang Nian had said, Lu Yunfei's interest in their captain was practically an open secret.
If Brother Yuan could beat her and bring her back to Tiannan, that would be the ultimate satisfaction. While the crowd on the sidelines was merely joking around, the two people in the arena did not see it that way.
Especially Zhang Ayahan, she had already sold herself out for that scoundrel. Even if she couldn't defeat him, she must carry that guy home. Carry him? What nonsense! Today, she would first defeat this guy and then drag him back to the northwest. How could a woman from the northwest be easily taken away by these pretty boys from Jiangnan? Zhang Ayahan's face turned cold in an instant, and the fantasies in her heart were all tucked away. The score from yesterday hadn't even been settled, and now he wanted to take her back to Tiannan today? No way! The long blade in her hand was unsheathed. The weapon she chose wasn't a traditional willow leaf saber but a battle blade resembling a tang saber. Her blade was over a foot longer than an average tang saber. Speaking of which, both her and Zhao Yuan's blades were of the tang saber variety, but each had its unique characteristics. Zhao Yuan's blade had a thicker spine compared to ordinary tang sabers. On the other hand, Zhang Ayahan's blade was longer. As a woman, her height did not lose out to most men. Using such a blade was not surprising. Since classmate Zhao Yuan looks down on everyone who uses a blade, Zhang Ayahan raised her left arm, letting the back of the blade lightly graze her forearm. As the scabbard hit the ground, she moved. Then I, as the challenger, will test whether classmate Zhao Yuan's blade is as powerful as you claim. Zhang Ayahan advanced in an instant, her long blade aiming straight at Zhao Yuan's chest. Her move was a lethal strike from the outset, her offensive twice as ferocious as Zack's. And with the powerful internal energy she possessed as an entry-level martial artist, she was endowed with strength and speed far beyond ordinary fighters. This strike, fast, precise, and ruthless, reached the pinnacle of all three. Among the 22 team members on the sidelines, only 3 could withstand this strike. Zhao Yuan sidestepped, his battle blade in hand making a light turn. Amidst the flashing blade light, an arc was drawn. The center of this arc was precisely his opponent's thrusting target, his heart. What kind of fighting style was this? The crowd from Tianwu was full of astonishment, but their trust in Zhao Yuan bordered on blind faith. Ding 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 ding, a series of crisp explosive sounds echoed. As Zhang Ayahan's attack advanced halfway, the two blades collided 10 times in an instant. 10 clashes, yet only 4 collision sounds were heard. In truth, there should have been 10 sounds. It was just that the intervals between collisions were so short that the spectators couldn't discern whether they happened simultaneously. When her attack failed, Zhang Ayahan swung her long blade continuously. Swift wind 3 forms, the first form, chasing the wind. The long blade in her hand seemed not particularly fast. However, the dense clashing sounds made the spectators feel an overwhelming pressure. This blade technique was one she had encountered before. Both its instructor and creator were her father. Her formal practice of it began half a month ago. To cultivate a beginner-level blade technique to mastery within half a month was simply unimaginable for a novice. Yet her opponent, Zhao Yuan, had seemingly just broken through in the past couple of days. He hadn't had time to learn any martial techniques. His moves had no established patterns, relying entirely on battle instincts. And yet, it was precisely these instincts that allowed him to counter all 13 variations of her first form. Her shock was even greater than before. Zhang Ayahan's fierce attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Zhao Yuan. Ever since she had faced Zack, she had hardly had the opportunity to counterattack proactively. The members of the serious team all found him mysterious and invincible. Captain. Zhang Ayahan stared solemnly at her opponent. A voice came from the serious substitutes bench. He hasn't taken the initiative to attack from start to finish, perhaps he hasn't learned any blade techniques at all. You are the Northwest's #1 genius blade user. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Lu Yunfei shouted loudly. Everyone anticipated that this battle might earn him an opportunity, but his elder sister instead appeared dazed. Zhang Ayahan's deep thought was misinterpreted by Lu Yunfei as a daze, and his shout made everyone alert, even causing Zack to pause for a moment. Zhang Ayahan frowned, glancing at Lu Yunfei on the sidelines, and for the first time felt dissatisfaction in her heart. If this guy truly cared about her, that would be fine. But he shouted so loudly, and yet his gaze was still fixed on Tianwu's preparation bench. If only you had some guts and won her back. But you're utterly hopeless, she doesn't care about you at all, and that leaves me unsettled. If I were to back out now, wouldn't all the efforts so far have been in vain? With his personality, Fu Miaoyin surely wouldn't be able to take it. And as for Lu Yunfei, that side is definitely hopeless as well. Zhang Ayahan felt a surge of frustration, taking a deep breath to cast aside other emotions. If Lu Yunfei continued to be this useless, she would stop caring for him in the future. Her family had already sacrificed too much for him over these years. 2 years ago, their family had been attacked by a pack of wolves. If not for her desperate protection, Lu Yunfei would have long been dragged away by the wild wolves. Although the wolves weren't particularly strong, ordinary people simply couldn't deal with them. She had to suspend her studies for half a year because of it. If not for the advanced medical treatment available now, she might not have even been able to continue her martial path. Of course, perhaps it was her determination to rise from despair that led her to awaken alongside Lu Yunfei and the others this year, unexpectedly manifesting in SSS-Level Crimsonite Snow Eagle Martial Soul. The Snow Eagle is the most ferocious bird of prey in the Northwest, and the Crimsonite variant is an extraordinary mutation among them. After the world underwent great changes, it became one of the top martial souls, fierce yet loyal. Without love, it values family above all. Once it finds love, its devotion is unwavering until death. She had always believed she would never experience love. Her dominant personality was too much for the equally fierce boys of the Northwest to handle. No one could tolerate her temper. That's why she was willing to accept such terms for Lu Yunfei. He already had a girlfriend, and yet she still agreed, a decision entirely at odds with her own views on love. Thinking of all this only made her more irritable. At that very moment, her pupils began to turn red. In mere breaths, her eyes shifted to a strange crimson hue. She was known as the most talented swordswoman of the Northwest. The power of the Crimsonite Snow Eagle's eyes granted her enhanced perception and reaction speed. She bent her knees slightly, preparing to strike again. This time, I'm serious. If you know you can't win, surrender early. Zhang Ayahan's voice was as cold as frost, her aura shifting accordingly. Anyone who met her gaze instantly felt the oppressive presence of a top-tier predator. And that was just the sensation felt by the bystanders. Zhao Yuan, who faced her directly, could only imagine the pressure he was enduring. Brother Yuan, someone in the Tianwu preparation area couldn't help but whisper. Those crimson eyes belonged to the Crimsonite Snow Eagle. The captain of the Sky Wolf team had already unleashed her martial soul power. They were both using ordinary weapons, but now that martial soul power was in play, could the weapons withstand it? Typically, after advancing to the martial stage, warriors would strive to purchase specialized armaments, as ordinary weapons could no longer endure their strength. Only specialized armaments could fully unleash their combat potential. The National Freshman Martial Duel prohibited the use of specialized armaments because the vast majority of participants had not yet advanced. Even in top-tier academies like Tianwu and Sky Wolf, there were usually only one or two advanced martial artists. Allowing such equipment not only created an imbalance but also posed excessive risks. There was no need for the national competition to result in significant casualties. Zhao Yuan naturally understood this but didn't seem to care. To him, a mere Stage 1 martial artist's martial soul power could only amount to so much. Zhang Ayahan advanced again, starting once more with the first move of the Swift Wind 3 forms. The long blade in her hand danced like a piece of art, every strike more refined than the last. Master-level blade techniques. With the augmentation of her crimson eyes, her mastery of the blade transcended its already perfected state. Even the freshman watching could sense the profound intricacies within her movements. Most martial souls, when activated, only enhanced strength and speed. Martial souls that directly heightened comprehension were exceedingly rare. As expected, SSS-level martial souls each had their unique advantages. This time, she executed more than 10 consecutive strikes without repeating a single move, instead showcasing intricate variations. It seemed that under the influence of her crimson eyes, her understanding of this blade technique had deepened significantly. After 2 or 3 months of awakening, her cultivation had improved, and her mastery of beginner-level blade techniques had reached perfection. Zhang Ayahan's reputation as the Northwest's #1 prodigy swordswoman was undoubtedly well-deserved. However, even with her martial soul power unleashed and her blade skills elevated, she still failed to gain an advantage against Zhao Yuan. The thick-backed blade in his hand moved with visibly faster speed. Whenever she transitioned from her second move to her next strike, he consistently seized the initiative. How was this possible? The blade technique passed down by her father was among the finest beginner-level martial skills. When faced with an opponent, aside from fundamental moves like slashes, sweeps, thrusts, and stabs, there was nothing else to see. Yet, with such basic maneuvers, he always managed to gain the upper hand. She had been training in martial arts for years, and if the contest was solely about technique rather than brute strength, even Stage 2 swordsmen under her father's command might not be able to outmatch her. Micro-level blade comprehension? Her crimson pupils suddenly contracted. How could this be? Wasn't it said that such comprehension was impossible below Stage 3? If not, then what? Could this man before her be using some kind of sorcery? As someone with top-tier talent in blade techniques,
she naturally dismissed the idea of sorcery. But to display micro-level blade comprehension right upon entering the martial stage, this reality was even harder to believe than the existence of sorcery.
Want to test my blade technique?
Perhaps her blade still had further depths she hadn't revealed, but what she had shown so far held little novelty for him.
Her statement immediately drew the crowd's attention.
The Sky Wolf team had never seen him take the initiative, so they were naturally curious. In fact, many suspected he didn't know any martial techniques at all. On the other hand, those from Tianwu who had witnessed him demonstrate the bloodbat technique before advancing to the martial stage understood just
how terrifying Brother Yuan had become after advancing. They couldn't even speculate.
After all, he rarely showcased his skills in front of others.
Zhang Ayahan swept her blade horizontally, then retreated smoothly.
She had attacked for so long without defeating her opponent. Unless she truly unleashed the full power of her martial soul and engaged in a life-and-death battle, it seemed impossible for her to take him down today. Of course, she had another purpose in mind.
She wanted to verify if her earlier suspicion was true.
Despite giving it her all, Zhang Ayahan could not best Zhao Yuan. At this moment, her techniques were nearly exhausted. Zhao Yuan, on the other hand, appeared to have lost interest in the duel, which caused Zhang Ayahan's heart to tighten.
Does he not even acknowledge strength like mine?
Zhang Ayahan felt a surge of anger and thought to herself, I didn't even hold it against you for being second-hand goods, maybe even third-hand. Yet you dared to look down on me, the original,
For some reason, though her personality was fiery and bold, she usually remained indifferent toward others and external matters.
Yet this guy always managed to mess with her thoughts. Just one sentence from him, and she would start overthinking. Captain Zhang, if you can't focus, you won't even be able to take a single strike from me. Zhao Yuan frowned as he observed her somewhat dazed
expression. This woman's talent in swordsmanship was second to none.
With proper training, she could at least become a sword sovereign in the future. In terms of potential, Zhao Yuan had already comprehended the intricacies of swordsmanship before reaching the 4th tier.
Apart from his own
S-rank talent, in his past life, his natural gifts weren't particularly outstanding. Therefore, this time, he intended to seize every opportunity. His expectations for Zhang Ayahan were no less than those he had for Fu Miaoyin. As for Lu Rui's Fire Phoenix martial soul, it had appeared too infrequently in the past, leaving him uncertain. Based on his past memories of Zhang Ayahan, he indeed felt a little disappointed with her at this moment. However, compared to other newcomers of her generation, the captain of the Heavenly Wolf team was undeniably a genius. His interest in this year's martial combat tournament for new students had suddenly grown. Yesterday, I acquired a new sword technique, Zhao Yuan said seriously, his battle blade slanting in his hand.
But its power is too overwhelming. I can currently only utilize its beginner-level effect.
However, Captain Zhang, don't take it lightly.
Zhao Yuan raised his left arm, the tip of his blade pointing at Zhang Ayahan. In the instant the blade
locked onto her, Zhang Ayahan felt a fleeting illusion, as if the man before her was the true predator with crimson eyes, while she was the prey.
This thought was instantly dismissed.
As a martial artist from the northwest, Zhang Ayahan had faced wolf attacks as a child.
Her ability to enter combat mode was far superior to ordinary people.
She gripped her long sword tightly, the crimson hue in her eyes deepening as she prepared to face him. Only when she was fully ready did Zhao Yuan finally make his move.
The destruction blade technique consisted of 7 forms: wave splitter, mountain
sever, starfall, abyss return, no trace, lightless, and obliteration.
The first form, wave splitter, required the practitioner to use extreme speed
and strength to cut through everything before them.
The power of a single strike could cleave waves in half. To fully master wave splitter, one had
to reach the 2nd tier at least. Zhao Yuan couldn't achieve that yet. At most, what he had mastered could only be considered beginner-level power. His words caused the Heavenly Martial team members to frown.
Our captain is demonstrating a perfected blade technique. Somewhat unfair to compare.
Someone muttered, but as Zhao Yuan stepped forward, his battle blade descending in an instant, their words were caught in their throats. Zhang Ayahan gripped the hilt of her sword with one hand and braced the blade with the other, assuming an impeccable defensive stance. Yet she was still forced back 7 or 8 steps by a single strike. Her captain had stepped into the 1st tier half a month ago, and her strength now exceeded 35. To be pushed back 7 or 8 steps by one strike, Zhao Yuan's power was truly terrifying. Or rather, the power of that strike was absolutely fearsome.
Zhang Ayahan's face turned pale instantly. At the moment the strike fell, she clearly felt the blade's edge aimed at her neck.
Yet, Just as it was about to land, it shifted trajectory to strike her sword instead. She had intended to block it, but while her mind reacted, her body couldn't keep up. Crack, crack. A series of fine cracking sounds came from her hands, followed by the crisp clinking of metal. The long sword in her hands shattered into fragments, leaving only the hilt and a small section of the blade intact. Some might think it was because she had infused her inner force into those two parts, sparing them from damage. But as the person involved, she knew the truth. Although she had been forced back 7 or 8 steps, the actual force delivered to her hands was minimal. Zhao Yuan had intentionally controlled his power to avoid harming her. Zhao Yuan twirled his battle blade lightly, creating a beautiful flourish before everyone's eyes. The long sword in Zhang Yihan's hands had shattered completely, while Zhao Yuan's blade remained unscathed. From this single strike alone, the disparity between their mastery of blade techniques and control of power was evident. Even the referee, a third-tier warrior, failed to notice this. It was a stark reminder of the immense gap in talent between individuals on the martial path. "I lost," Zhang Yihan said dejectedly. She understood that it wasn't just a gap in their blade techniques. She couldn't even hold on to her battle knife. Inevitably, she felt a deep sense of incompetence. The onlookers at the sideline, including Fu Miaoyin and Lu Yunfei, who had reached the first stage of cultivation, couldn't quite grasp what had happened. Only Zack seemed to understand a little, though his expression was still one of confusion. "Captain, it's the quality of the tactical knife that's the issue, it has nothing to do with your strength." Lu Yunfei shouted angrily, his face full of discontent and disdain. How could their usually domineering captain become so timid in front of this Zhao Yuan? They were both first-stage warriors, both with SSS-level talent. He was just an orphan from a poor background, while she came from the prestigious Zhang family of the Northwest. If it weren't for his father sacrificing himself to save her father from a beast, how could he have ended up in this situation? "No, that strike just now was indeed somewhat unexpected," Zhao Yuan said, his words confusing everyone. "Your strength, I acknowledge it." The members of Sirius frowned. Though undeniably powerful, this guy was just too good at putting on airs. A simple, seemingly nonsensical statement made their usually fierce and bold captain blush instantly. She even nodded bashfully? What was going on? The members of Sirius were dumbfounded. Their captain, who was usually more manly than the men themselves, wild and aggressive in both training and battle, was acting out of character. At that moment, Lu Yunfei's eyes reddened. Pursuing Fu Miaoyin was only the first step of his plan. Zhang Yihan was his ultimate goal. Compared to the Zhang family's influence in the Northwest, the Fu family was negligible. If he could win over Fu Miaoyin first, then use his father's sacrifice for Zhang Yihan's father as leverage to settle the debt once and for all, his goal would ultimately be to marry Zhang Yihan as well. He had no other choice. Zhang Yihan was just too dominant. Every time he had any ideas, she would crush them under the pretext of their sibling-like relationship. Even if he failed to win Fu Miaoyin, it wouldn't ruin his plans. As long as he acted pitiful after failing, she would surely soften her stance. Then, with a bit of scheming in front of Uncle Zhang, Zhang Yihan would definitely be his to control. Zhao Yuan. It had to be because of him. This man was undoubtedly strong, and in this martial-centric era, it was easy for women to be drawn to such power. In that brief moment. Earlier, the eyes of 7 or 8 girls in the crowd had sparkled when they looked at him. Could it be that Miaoyin's indifference toward him was also because of this guy? The individual match had ended. The Sirius team conceded defeat. Even their captain, Zhang Yihan, couldn't defeat Zhao Yuan, so there was no point in anyone else stepping up. With both sides in agreement, the referee awarded Tianwu 4 points. Against last year's runner-up, Tianwu had nearly achieved a clean sweep in the individual competition. Brother Yuan is amazing. As Zhao Yuan stepped off the stage, the Tianwu team erupted into applause and cheers. Who would have thought that someone from the substitute bench could defeat the runner-up's captain? "We did it!" Zhao Yuan cast a quick glance at the crowd, and they immediately fell silent. Winning the match was certainly thrilling, but they couldn't put too much pressure on Zhang Yihan. He had completely confirmed by now that she was the Northwested Pole who had saved him years ago. Since that was certain, she was one of his own. And you couldn't be too harsh on your own people. With just one look from Zhao Yuan, the Tianwu team quieted down at once. On the other side, Zhang Yihan witnessed this, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Perhaps she wasn't as indifferent as she appeared. Sirius had suffered a crushing defeat in the individual match, and if the opposing team had jeered, she, as the captain, would have been the most humiliated. So when Zhao Yuan made that subtle gesture, her gaze toward him softened. She had always been straightforward and assertive, never taking any man seriously. Zack and Lu Yunfei were both strong, and she could sense their feelings for her. But in her eyes, they still weren't strong enough to measure up to her. Of course, if your strength wasn't enough and you acted foolishly arrogant in front of her, you'd only get beaten. Lu Yunfei and Zack had been beaten into their current level of strength by her. Zhao Yuan's dominance, combined with his overwhelming strength, made her heart race uncontrollably. She nodded slightly before returning to her seat. "Sis, why are you exchanging glances with him?" Lu Yunfei leaned close to Zhang Ayahan's ear and whispered angrily. Zhang Ayahan, who had been in a relatively good mood, immediately flared up upon hearing his accusatory tone. "I just lost the match, and instead of comforting me, you talk to me like this? Go submit the lineup." Zhang Ayahan's face darkened, her tone colder than usual. Lu Yunfei was stunned. What was wrong with Sister Han? In the 3 years since his father's passing, Sister Han had always been gentle and considerate towards him. Except for being strict during training, she was accommodating in every other way. This kind of cold tone, he hadn't heard it in a long time. Oh. Lu Yunfei turned to retrieve the list, taking a few steps before realizing it. Zhang Ayahan was scolding him. His expression immediately turned dark. This woman, she never saw him as a man to begin with. And now, in this setting, while he was still trying to court Fu Miaoyin? The way she treated him now, wouldn't that make him lose even more face in front of Fu Miaoyin? But the list was already in his hands, and he couldn't just return it. Doing so would only make him look even more foolish. He took a deep breath, striving to appear more cheerful. After all, Zhao Yuan had already excelled in the individual battles, and Fu Miaoyin was undoubtedly going to take the lead in the team match. Zhao Yuan had defeated Zhang Ayahan using clever control techniques, earning widespread admiration. As long as he could defeat Tianwu and win against Fu Miaoyin, what right would she have to give him the cold shoulder anymore? "Miaoyin, don't go too hard on us in the team match," Lu Yunfei said deliberately as he handed over the list, waiting for Fu Miaoyin to join him. "Even though it's just a practice match and doesn't affect rankings, please take it seriously," Fu Miaoyin responded indifferently, then returned to her team. That cold demeanor again. A flash of viciousness appeared in Lu Yunfei's eyes. Was he not as handsome as the guys from Tianwu? In terms of talent, he also had an SS-ranked martial soul. As long as he found the right materials, he too had the potential to evolve it into an SSS-ranked martial soul in the future. Was it just because that guy's martial soul was a higher rank that everyone had their eyes glued to him? Lu Yunfei glanced at Zhao Yuan but didn't linger on him long. Paying too much attention to the opponent would only hurt his own chances. His mind was meticulous, which was why he had achieved such a high status within this serious team. Both teams' lineups entered the arena, deploying their main forces, each employing a 3-2 formation. On the serious side, Lu Yunfei was the undisputed core at the front. On Tianwu's side, they unusually adjusted their formation, placing Fu Miaoyin at the center of the front line. The Serious Martial Academy was renowned for its aggressive assaults, while Tianwu lacked defensive specialists. After deliberation among Fu Miaoyin and her team, they decided to meet aggression with aggression. Of course, while both sides used a 3-2 formation, Tianwu's two essentially referred to one person supporting another. Gu Xian was tasked with looking after Wang Shuang, forming a specialized small unit. Shi Fei, on the other hand, had to manage not only Fang Jun but also the other 3 members of the team. In essence, aside from him, everyone else was the last line of defense to prevent being overrun. The rest of the team's task was to block the opponent's aggressive assault as quickly as possible. In a 5-person team battle, even if all were offensive fighters, it didn't necessarily mean they were at a disadvantage. If their individual skills were strong and they could coordinate well, they could still display immense strength, even with limited martial arts or combat experience. In this regard, Tianwu bore some resemblance to Sirius. The only difference was that Sirius's coordination was far more seamless than Tianwu's. In battles involving more than 2-person groups, Tianwu often descended into chaos. This was what had led Zhao Yuan to come up with his later strategy. This match would be a direct clash of brute force. Zhao Yuan's plan was finally about to come into play. The team battle was on the verge of erupting. Lu Yunfei stared at the girl before him, his eyes filled with possessiveness. He had known for a long time that this young lady was adorable, but he hadn't expected her to grow into someone so stunning. In the Northwest, there simply weren't women as beautiful as her. "Miaoyin, I'm going to get serious now," Lu Yunfei said, gripping his weapon, a long spear. Standing nearly 185 centimeters tall, he would have cut a commanding figure with his spear, if not for the gloomy expression in his eyes. But that gaze filled Fu Miaoyin with a deep sense of disgust. As a child, he had been lively and cheerful, often trailing behind her. Though she had seldom paid him any attention, preferring to play by herself. Now, seeing his expression, he felt completely foreign to her. People do change, true, but his transformation was far too drastic. At such a young age, he was already harboring such deep, scheming thoughts.
As the disgust rose within her, the faint goodwill and camaraderie from their childhood instantly vanished. "Go ahead and make your move," Fu Miaoyin said icily, her voice frigid. A chilling aura erupted from her.
Under its influence, the other 9 people on the field all felt an icy cold penetrate their bones.
However, the 4 members of Tianwu, seemingly prepared for it, didn't show much reaction.
Instead, the 5 members of Sirius were somewhat affected. At that very moment, Wang Shuang and Fang Jun gained the upper hand. The SSS grade Frost Sword, back in the previous life, when Fu Miaoyin reached the 7th tier, a single strike could freeze an entire expanse of land.
Even 7th tier king beasts would instantly turn into ice sculptures under her blade.
A light touch, and they would shatter into fragments in an instant. The current chill was nothing compared to that.
But then again, the opponents weren't 7th tier king beasts.
Only Lu Yunfei, with his surging inner strength, remained mostly unaffected.
The power of an SSS grade martial soul, was it already beginning to manifest this early? Lu Yunfei's heart was filled with jealousy, and Zhang Yahan shared the same sentiment.
Her Crimson Eye ability had also revealed itself early on. But his own ability had yet to show any signs. With a shake of his spear, Lu Yunfei took the initiative to attack. Soon enough, the martial arena split into 3 miniature battlefields.
The scene before them bore a striking resemblance to their usual training sessions.
The 3-foot-long blade swept through the air, clashing with the spear over 10 times in an instant.
But in that brief moment, Lu Yunfei's expression shifted.
A biting cold emanated from the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was even coated with a thin layer of frost.
Oops. Even though it was already late August, the weather remained unbearably hot.
To finally cool down, they would have to wait until late September or early October at the very least. Yet today, the members of Tianwu's battle team all wore long sleeves and long pants. Fu Miaoyin, who appeared gentle and harmless, was in fact cold and ruthless, and she even resorted to underhanded tactics. As she continuously unleashed her moves, the temperature inside the martial arena dropped lower and lower. After unleashing 10 consecutive moves, the temperature on the battlefield might have already fallen below 10 degrees Celsius.
"We must finish this quickly." Lu Yunfei's face turned paler as the spear in his hand grew cold to the bone.
Pushing his inner energy outward, the area where he gripped the spear warmed slightly. But as a result, his inner energy consumption increased significantly. Modern martial artists could barely project their inner energy outward, let alone sustain it. To prevent himself from freezing up, he had no other choice.
"Tianwu, those 2 monsters are terrifying."
The members of the Heavenly Wolf team sat on the sidelines, nervously shaking their legs and rubbing their hands together. They were only at the first stage now. If they reached the second or third stage, where they could truly unleash the power of their martial spirits, the scene would be unimaginable.
No wonder Lu Yunfei was so infatuated with this female captain.
Setting aside her beauty, her sheer combat prowess alone was enough to make countless people admire her. On normal days, this guy relied on the captain's favoritism to get whatever he wanted. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could call the wind and summon the rain.
Maybe we should also try courting this stunning beauty?
After all, everyone appreciates beauty, especially someone as strong and gorgeous as her.
However, after some time into the match, the majority began to give up on this idea.
Even Tianwu's team grew increasingly in awe of their captain. After all, if they upset her, they might be frozen into shards of ice in an instant. Who on all 3 battlefields, everyone's movements slowed significantly. The captain had advised her team to wear more layers, but no one had anticipated that summer could feel as cold as winter. Even in the southern winters, the temperature rarely dropped below 10 degrees, yet here on the battlefield, it was undoubtedly below freezing. Their breaths turned into visible white mist as they exhaled. Even with long sleeves, which were just their early summer uniforms, it wasn't much better than wearing short sleeves and shorts.
"Miaoyin, isn't this a bit much?"
Lu Yunfei observed his teammates, noticing how their movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. The chill invading their bodies was causing their techniques to falter.
"Tianwu must win." Fu Miaoyin's voice was icy, colder even than the frost she emitted.
This man was utterly devoid of charm.
He had insisted on taking things seriously, and now that she had taken it seriously, he wasn't pleased anymore.
So fickle, all sweet words and hidden daggers. By contrast, Zhao Yuan, with his domineering temperament, was far more emotionally stable. At this thought, Fu Miaoyin intensified the output of her frost. Within just a few moves, the Tianwu team could no longer withstand it, their movements growing slower and slower.
"Step into the next stage."
Everyone was shouting this in their hearts. Because at this moment, only Lu Yunfei, who had entered the first stage, could move freely in such icy conditions. His battle with Fu Miaoyin had reached a fever pitch. Bro, should we just quit? The members of the Heavenly Wolf team could no longer bear it. Frost had already formed on their eyebrows and between their eyes. Don't think that just because they came from a cold region, they could endure the cold better than those from the south. That was only because they had better insulation and heating. In the middle of this scorching summer, fighting in short sleeves and shorts and sub-zero temperatures was unbearable for anyone. Chi Fei glanced at the others and finally nodded in agreement with the suggestion. After all, it was just a training match, and the score wasn't crucial. As long as they all exited together, even if the captain lost, their team would still come out ahead in points. As for whether the captain would actually lose, the frost on Lu Yunfei's brows and hair provided an answer for everyone. The remaining 8 members retreated from the arena, leaving only Lu Yunfei and Fu Miaoyin. In their combat zone, the temperature visibly dropped even further. By now, it was likely below -10 degrees Celsius, possibly even lower. Miaoyin, how about we call it a draw? Lu Yunfei spoke, his breath forming white clouds that dispersed in the air. Ice crystals clung to his brows, but he had no time to care. His inner energy consumption was enormous at most, he could only hold out for another minute. Fu Miaoyin's face across from him had also begun to turn pale. She spoke with concern, "This is just a training match, it's not worth getting so worked up over. If I've done anything to upset you, I'll treat you to a feast after the match. What annoys me the most is your mouth." Fu Miaoyin's voice was as cold as ice. A man who talks as much as an old lady. Fu Miaoyin rarely lashed out at others like this. Her social anxiety meant she usually avoided interactions altogether. Today, being forced to retort by Lu Yunfei, the members of Tianwu were utterly stunned. Their captain, who usually suppressed others with just a glance, no matter how much they talked, today, for this guy, actually opened his mouth to deliver a rare retort? "Buddy, you're doomed." The Tianwu members, who initially wanted to enjoy the drama, instantly sentenced Lu Yunfei to death in their minds. The audience on the sidelines were already shocked, but Lu Yunfei himself was even more dumbfounded. "I'm a bright and handsome young man, exceptionally talented, admired by countless girls even among the top 5 of Tianlang. And you, Fu Miaoyin, just because you awakened an SSS-level martial soul, dare to speak to me like this?" Lu Yunfei was filled with rage, and for a brief moment, the internal energy within him was blocked. A cold blade pressed against his neck, the bone-chilling cold snapping him back to reality. It was Fu Miaoyin's sword, resting against his throat. Defeated. The individual match was lost, and so was the team battle. In Fu Miaoyin's mind, he lost even more thoroughly. The team battle ended, and Tianwu withdrew immediately. Miss Fu had no favorable impression of the Tianlang team. "Though we won this match, it was more of a tactical trick." Walking out of the training ground, Fu Miaoyin began her lecture. "After today's battle, our 2 major trump cards in Tianwu have been completely exposed to everyone." She honestly didn't want to reveal her trump cards at such a time. Before setting off today, she hadn't even planned to disclose the tactics to anyone. Her ice power had grown so unexpectedly that even she was surprised. It seemed the more she interacted with Zhao Yuan, the faster her martial soul power increased. Today was just a scrimmage. If we encounter them in the main competition later, don't assume this is all they've got. "Captain, you were so cool today," someone praised. Of course, Brother Yuan was cool too. Zhang Nian made sure to include Zhao Yuan. "Today, I'll treat everyone to a feast." Zhang Nian was well off, everyone knew it. A feast? It's still so early. The training match ended quickly, it was only 3 in the afternoon. "Continue training if you need to, rest if you must," Fu Miaoyin waved her hand. Dismissed. Training ground. After Tianwu left, the members of the Tianlang team also departed one after another. Only Zhang Aihan and Lu Yunfei remained in the training ground. The others were led away by Zack, while he stayed outside the training ground. This pair of siblings seemed to have something off with their emotions. "Sis, what's wrong with you today?" Lu Yunfei's face was pale, staring resentfully at the woman in front of him. Zhang Aihan found herself growing increasingly impatient with this brother. Realizing this, she took a deep breath. "What's so scary about that Zhao Yuan?" he said angrily. "If the blade breaks, just get a new one. You're the Northwest's #1 genius swordsman, why are you afraid of him? Do you know how much impact your surrender has on our morale? If not for you, would they have forfeited? Would we have lost so miserably? Would Miaoyin become more and more impatient with me?" As Lu Yunfei spoke, his resentment grew more evident. Every time he wanted something, he used this tactic.
As long as Zhang Ayahan softened, he could get what he wanted.
Most of his cultivation resources came from Zhang Ayahan.
What did I tell you before we came today? Zhang Ayahan's face was ice cold. I told you to show restraint and make plans after winning. You're dithering like some woman. If she doesn't find you annoying, I do. Zhang Ayahan exploded.
Even she didn't know how she tolerated his tantrums. Zhao Yuan's understanding and control of swordsmanship, 10 of her combined couldn't compare to him.
Lu Yunfei, oh Lu Yunfei, I've been far too good to you. She walked up to him.
Originally, Lu Yunfei, who was furious after being rebuked, suddenly felt his mood improve. As long as she was willing to come over and pat his head at this moment, he would regain full confidence. But when Zhang Ayahan approached, she abruptly struck, punching him hard in the abdomen. In an instant, he curled up on the ground like a shrimp. This was Zhang Ayahan's usual method. Nearly all the male members of the team had experienced it,
including Zack. Only Lu Yunfei had never been treated this way. Listen to me, you're an adult now. Zhang Ayahan looked down at him, her voice as cold as a stranger's. From now on, your matters are none of my concern. With that, Zhang Ayahan strode away, leaving Lu Yunfei curled up on the ground.
At the door, Zack saw this but made no move to help him. In serious, Zhang Ayahan was the only one who could tolerate his temper.
But now that Zhang Ayahan no longer indulged him, who else would show him a kind face?
Fu Miaoyin was exhausted, and Lu Rui immediately accompanied her back to rest.
Their relationship made others envious.
Tomorrow was the last day of the break, and Tianwu had no training matches scheduled.
This was because other teams were taking the time to rest and adjust. After all, the first round of the rematch was the day after tomorrow.
The members of Tianwu's first team had been on the road in training constantly, leaving no time for proper rest. So tomorrow was a day for free arrangements.
Today was the same. Everything had to strike a balance between work and rest. Overstretched nerves weren't a good thing. BZZ Zhang Ayahan, walking ahead with a cold face, felt the vibration of her phone in her pocket. She impatiently pulled it out and quickly covered it with her hand. Zack, I have something to do.
Stop following me, she said, glancing at Zack Kermu beside her. He frowned. She rarely acted like this.
Before, no matter where she went, he always followed her.
Of course, so did that brat Lu Yunfei.
All right,
Zack replied, casting a suspicious glance at the phone she was clutching tightly.
Was the captain arranging a training match? Considering Lu Yunfei's situation, could he even participate in a match? But maybe it wasn't about a match.
The captain's mood had been rather unusual these past few days. Still, the thought of her finally coming to her senses and no longer pampering Lu Yunfei made him feel much better.
Hello?
Just as the call was about to automatically disconnect, Zhang Ayahan answered.
It's me.
A familiar voice came through the line. But this time, it carried none of its usual coldness.
What do you want from me? Zhang Ayahan felt inexplicably nervous. Though normally straightforward, she was polite in her interactions with others. Such a blunt tone was unusual for her. Do I need an excuse to meet my girlfriend?
The voice on the other end sounded puzzled.
If you have no objections, let's meet at the usual place.
Before she could respond, the call ended with a series of beeps.
Girlfriend? Whose girlfriend?
Zhang Ayahan realized her heart was betraying her, thumping wildly in her chest.
What usual place? I'm not going.
She put away her phone and turned to leave. The late summer heat lingered, but the forest evening was cool and refreshing.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuan stood quietly in place.
About 3 minutes later, he heard the faint sound of footsteps. He turned around and was greeted by a pair of long, slender legs. At the same time, Zhang Ayahan halted her steps, standing 5 or 6 meters away.
Why are you standing so far away? Zhao Yuan frowned.
She had stopped at a distance.
Didn't you say you wanted to see me?
Zhang Ayahan tried her best to maintain a cold demeanor. Now that you've seen me, I'm leaving. As she turned, a large hand grabbed her wrist.
In
the next instant, she was pulled into a broad chest.
And then came a dominating kiss. The man's kissing skills were exceptional.
Within seconds, she had gone weak in his arms.
Half a minute later, he suddenly let her go. Zhao Yuan looked down at her from above.
The woman, who had been as stiff as a board before, was now starting to respond to him. Zhang Ayahan raised her head to look at him, puzzled. Why did he stop?
Did she do something wrong? The next moment, the man took hold of her hands, wrapping them around his neck.
In his deep, captivating eyes danced a light that made her both anticipate and fear what was to come.
And then he claimed her without restraint. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ayahan was finally released.
In his past life, Zhao Yuan had rarely indulged in such moments.
But with a mind far beyond his years, he wasn't about to take things further in a place like this. The woman in his arms buried her face in the crook of his neck. The two stood quietly for a few more minutes before she suddenly broke free from his embrace. "Did you call me here just to bully me?" Zhang Ahan had never imagined she'd have such a wild day. At first, he had taken the initiative, but later, she had practically lost her mind. If not for the oxygen deprivation jolting her back to clarity, who knows what reckless thing she might have done? Who's bullying whom? Before Zhao Yuan could finish, she clamped a hand over his mouth. "Don't say it!" Zhang Ahan's eyes carried a hint of pleading. She was embarrassed. She, the Northwest's Yubaluo, the tomboy in the eyes of the world. She was actually embarrassed. "It's over. It's all over." He had barely said a word, and she was already fighting the urge to kiss him again. She steadied herself with internal energy circulating through her body, finally regaining full composure. "I did call you for a reason. Let's find a place to talk over dinner." Zhao Yuan took her hand and headed straight for the gate of Jingwu. She had held hands with others before bonfire parties on the grasslands, where singing and dancing were the norm. But never before had someone simply holding her hand made her heart race like this. It wasn't until they stepped out of the door that she realized she should let go of his hand. Walking out together so brazenly today, what if someone they knew saw them? She wouldn't care. In her team, anyone who dared gossip about her would get a beating. But what about him? He had a girlfriend. What's wrong? Before she could withdraw her hand, it was grabbed again by him. She tried to pull away, but it was useless. "If Sister Rui sees us," Zhang Ahan lowered her head. She had always lived an upright life, always holding her head high before anyone. But today, she felt like she had lost that confidence. "You care about her existence?" The man frowned. His gaze locked onto hers, and Zhang Ahan wanted to look away but couldn't bring herself to. After a few moments, he parted his lips slightly. "No, you can't abandon her." Zhang Ahan's mind froze, and the words slipped out of her mouth. If he could so easily abandon Lu Rui, wouldn't she, too, face the risk of being heartlessly discarded in the future? They had only just started holding hands, and she was already thinking about the future. "What are you thinking about?" The man's lips curled into a faint smile. "Let's go order food first, she'll be here soon." Hearing this, Zhang Ahan's heart tightened, and all she wanted to do was run away. What did he mean by "she'll be here soon"? That sounded too strange. But Zhao Yuan's hand, as if predicting her reaction, had already tightened its grip. Internal energy flowed from his hand, making her feel as though her entire body was restrained. What kind of technique was this? Before she could figure it out, he had already pulled her into a restaurant. Halfway through, she noticed the gazes of several diners and suddenly came to her senses, stopping in her tracks. Where are we going?" Zhang Ahan didn't even know what she was saying. "Rui will be here soon. Do you want to wait in the main hall?" Zhao Yuan's gaze shifted toward the private rooms. No way. Zhang Ahan gave in. She knew her usual tricks wouldn't work on this man at all. Forget about trying to carry him back to the Northwest, she'd be lucky to have even a sliver of influence in their dynamic. That alone would be a blessing. "Hello, sir, how many of you?" A server approached them just then. "If it's two, there's a table by the window," the server added. Some couples particularly liked spots like that. It was only 4:30, so the restaurant wasn't busy yet. "A private room. 3 people, Zhao Yuan replied calmly. Private rooms usually had large round tables, and unless there were 6 or 7 people, they were rarely chosen. But of course, the customer is always right. The server had no reason to object and quickly led them to a private room called Spring Garden. Inside, Zhang Ahan sat down directly across from Zhao Yuan. While ordering food, he sent a message to Lu Rui. During the time between ordering and the dishes being served, the two of them sat facing each other, trying to maintain as much distance as possible. Zhao Yuan didn't tease her. With servers coming in and out before all the dishes were delivered, he had no interest in putting on a show for anyone. The last dish was served in less than a minute. The private room door was knocked on again. When the dishes were being served, the door was ajar. Now, with someone knocking, it must be Lu Rui who had arrived. "Come in." The door opened. The waiter wore a puzzled expression. It was clearly stated there would only be 3 people, so why was there one more now? Could it be that this handsome man's 3 referred to 3 beauties? Working at this restaurant near Jingwu for 3 or 4 years, he had never seen 3 top-tier beauties gathered in one place. "Sir, you mentioned 3. The waiter looked at Zhao Yuan with confusion. "That's right. Please add another set of utensils," Zhao Yuan said, slightly surprised. He had mentioned introducing a friend to Lu Rui, but he hadn't expected her to bring Fu Miaoyin along as well. Lu Rui alone was already making Zhang Ayahan so nervous that she couldn't sit still. Now, with the addition of Fu Miaoyin, Zhang Ayahan only felt her mind go blank with a buzzing sound, instantly losing her ability to think. "Come in and sit down," Zhao Yuan gestured invitingly. Fu Miaoyin sensed that something was amiss. She raised her hand to greet Zhang Ayahan. "I just remembered I have something to do." "Come in and sit down." The man's voice rang out again. "Sister Fu," Lu Rui looked at Fu Miaoyin with a pleading gaze. The situation today didn't feel right, and Lu Rui vaguely sensed it. That's why she had brought Fu Miaoyin with her. Little did she know, Fu Miaoyin was even more uneasy than she was. If it had just been the two of them, Lu Rui and herself, she wouldn't have felt as burdened and might have been able to speak candidly. After all, she alone had borne the pressure that should have belonged to Lu Rui. Moreover, as her relationship with Lu Rui grew closer, they talked about almost everything except for that one matter. The reason she had become so eloquent now was half due to Lu Rui's influence. The two sat down. Lu Rui naturally took the seat beside Zhao Yuan, while Fu Miaoyin sat on Lu Rui's other side, though not too close. The spacious private room, with a large round table that could accommodate at least 10 people, still felt empty even after the two had taken their seats. Once the waiter added the extra tableware and closed the door, the atmosphere in the room immediately grew tense. Zhao Yuan calmly picked up his chopsticks, but the other three exchanged glances, none of them making a move. Three women, quietly staring at Zhao Yuan. "Yuan Ji, didn't you say you wanted to introduce a friend?" Lu Rui finally couldn't hold back and spoke just as Zhao Yuan was about to eat. Though she wasn't entirely sure what was happening, she was, after all, the first girlfriend Zhao Yuan had officially acknowledged. "I'm a little hungry and almost forgot about the main matter," Zhao Yuan said as he finally lifted his gaze to look at them. He wasn't afraid of them causing a scene, he had plenty of methods to keep them in check. But he was not unprepared, he wanted to maintain control. "You are all my people, so you'll have to meet each other sooner or later." The calmer he appeared, the more unsettled the three women became. Lu Rui and Zhang Ayahan hadn't reacted much yet, but someone else moved first. "Zhao Yuan, you must have misspoken," Fu Miaoyin hurriedly stood up, speaking as she tried to leave. "I only came to accompany Rui. I didn't know it would be this kind of situation. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Fu Miaoyin looked at Zhao Yuan, her eyes conveying a plea that only the two of them could understand. "Sit down." Zhao Yuan's voice dropped significantly, and the tension in the room thickened even more. Fu Miaoyin was caught in a dilemma, knowing his temperament well enough to realize she couldn't disobey him at this moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. She immediately sat back down, while Zhang Ayahan on the other side became even more nervous. What should she do? She had thought this guy's behavior before was already domineering enough, but she hadn't expected him to be even more so in private. Fu Miaoyin had only come to support Lu Rui but was being reprimanded into complete submission. No wonder he said he'd appear in the individual matches, he really had shown up. It seemed that within the Tianwu team, he was undoubtedly the one in charge. And as for Lu Rui, she was truly too compliant. Zhang Ayahan had thought she would at least be more tactful, but Zhao Yuan had been so direct. Though it made her more nervous, a secret sense of joy stirred in Zhang Ayahan's heart. At least he wasn't planning to hide her away. With her personality, once she made up her mind, she wouldn't easily change it, but she also wouldn't tolerate being someone who had to stay in the shadows. "Rui," Zhang Ayahan stood up, lifting the teacup next to her. "I'm from the northwest, from the Yaboluo clan. I don't like beating around the bush. I've taken a liking to Zhao Yuan, so..." Even with her wild and bold nature, Zhang Ayahan found herself unsure of how to finish her sentence. After all, she had no prior experience in this area. Zhang Ayahan was a year older than them, so she felt she should take the initiative. "Stop talking," Lu Rui suddenly stood up, her head lowered, avoiding eye contact. "Oh." Seeing Lu Rui's reaction, Fu Miaoyin and Zhang Ayahan felt a jolt in their hearts. Even though they were older than Lu Rui, she was Zhao Yuan's official girlfriend. If she lost her temper, the situation would become unmanageable. Fu Miaoyin felt relieved that she had managed to suppress her feelings and not let Zhao Yuan expose the truth on the spot. She resolved to get along well with Rui in the future, so as not to ruin their sisterly bond. Over time, she had genuinely grown fond of Lu Rui as a little sister. Compared to her own siblings, Lu Rui meant more to her than even a fingernail of theirs. "Ayahanjia, is what you said true?" After a while, Lu Rui spoke again. That single Ayahanjia left both Zhang Ayahan and Fu Miaoyin stunned. Was this a genuine term of endearment, or words spoken in anger? Of course. Faced with Lu Rui's gaze, Zhang Ayahan suddenly stammered.
Actually, my awakened martial spirit is only E-level, and I don't come from any notable family background, Lu Rui said, her eyes full of guilt.
I can't do anything to help him and have always been a burden. If Aya Hanjia can assist brother Yuan more, Rui will definitely treat you as her own sister. Zhang Ayahan? Fu Miaoyin? E-level martial spirit? An E-level martial spirit can compete in the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament? An E-level martial spirit could actually make a top-tier team like Pingzhou lose? Zhang Ayahan was stunned, unsure how credible this statement was. On the other side, Fu Miaoyin was equally dumbfounded. During their time together, she hadn't expected Lu Rui to have such a personality. If she'd known Lu Rui could even accept Zhang Ayahan, whom she'd only met twice, why had she held back? She suddenly felt like she had shot herself in the foot. By denying it earlier, it would now be even harder to admit the truth in the future. Alright, we're all on the same side here, no need for this, Zhao Yuan interjected, concluding the matter. Rui's martial spirit isn't an ordinary E-level. Her martial spirit has been evolving and is now roughly at AB+ level in strength. That's right, according to the records, Lu Rui's martial spirit was a B-level flamingo. While a B-level martial spirit was still considered low tier in the freshman martial arts tournament, it wasn't entirely unqualified to compete. The gap between B-level and E-level was like night and day. I've done a lot of research. As long as she prepares properly, her martial spirit might even undergo a second awakening into a phoenix spirit in the future. So that's the truth. In an instant, Zhang Ayahan found this little sister Rui utterly adorable. Even though her martial spirit wasn't bad, she had used it as an excuse to give her a way out. Don't worry, Rui. Your big sister will take care of you from now on. Zhang Ayahan felt a weight lifted from her heart and immediately returned to her cheerful self. Then Ayahanjia, don't just sit there alone. Come over here and join us. Lu Rui stood up and pulled Zhang Ayahan over. Unfortunately, the latter felt embarrassed and refused to sit on Zhao Yuan's other side, instead seating herself between Lu Rui and Fu Miaoyin. As a result, Fu Miaoyin ended up sitting the farthest away, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Let's eat. Everyone's had a long day, Zhao Yuan spoke again, and the meal finally began. Zhao Yuan enjoyed this meal immensely. The three girls at the table were each outstanding in their own way. In his previous life, just having a meal with any one of them would have required all his effort. Though each had her flaws, their pride was undeniable. Now, not only were they gathered together, but they were also behaving so obediently. All of this was thanks to Zhao Yuan's current strength and excellence. Though he had used some minor tricks, they were nothing significant. In his previous life, Miss Fu had been so arrogant, chasing after the elite Qin family of Tiannan and the Dragon Nation for a full 20 years. Now, she had become Zhao Yuan's delicacy, carefully trying to please him. The dynamics among these people didn't even require Zhao Yuan to intervene, they could sort it out on their own. Being able to achieve this naturally filled Zhao Yuan with satisfaction. Of course, he wouldn't show it outwardly and simply continued eating as usual. To suppress Zhang Ayahan today, he had used techniques that shouldn't have been deployed at this stage, resulting in significant expenditure. If no high-level experts noticed, it would be fine. But if someone did, he could only hope that the old master of Tiannan would protect him. This was just a training match. As long as the referee didn't notice anything, there was no need to worry too much. What's the matter? Did I order dishes that don't suit your tastes? Zhao Yuan touched his stomach, feeling good and eating more than usual. The combined appetite of the other three wasn't even close to his. They were all martial artists, and as long as they didn't greedily eat excessively high-grade beast meat, they generally wouldn't gain weight. Regardless of gender, martial artists needed large quantities of beast meat to sustain their cultivation. Eating ordinary food alone would leave them feeling perpetually hungry, no matter how much they consumed. These are all dishes I love, Lu Rui was the first to reply but then glanced at the other two. I haven't entered the ranks yet, so I can't eat much. Sisters, please don't mind me. Zhao Yuan caught a glimpse of Lu Rui out of the corner of his eye, thinking to himself how clever this young girl was with her words. Her statement carried a double meaning. Not having entered the ranks, her need for beast meat was indeed less than the others, but she was also subtly reassuring the other two. Zhao Yuan even suspected that she might have already discerned the relationship between Fu Miaoyin and himself. On several occasions, when speaking with Zhang Ayahan, she had vaguely mentioned Fu Miaoyin. The meal lasted a long time, but towards the end, everyone was mostly eating in silence. After finishing, Zhang Ayahan excused herself to the restroom, paid the bill, and quietly left. The Zhang family from the northwest was far more powerful than the Fu family. Zhao Yuan wasn't worried that this young lady couldn't afford the bill, but the thought of the proud northwest lady running away to avoid confrontation amused him greatly. The remaining 3 didn't feel like lingering to stroll around either. Primarily, Fu Miaoyin seemed unsettled and needed to return to her training. If you have time, organize the match schedules for the second round. Everyone should take some time during training to observe and learn from other matches. Just as they stepped into the gates of Jingwu University, Zhao Yuan suddenly turned back to address them.
Focus on the critical matchups.
Got it, Fu Miaoyin nodded.
Lu Rui frowned slightly. Sister Fu, once the draw is complete, I'll help you sort through them.
Zhao Yuan thought to himself how he was becoming increasingly adept at delegating tasks to Sister Fu. All right. Fu Miaoyin took Lu Rui's hand, and the two walked off quickly, chatting as they went.
On the third day of the rest period, everyone remained quiet.
Other than eating, Zhao Yuan barely left his room.
Over the past 2 days of training, his cultivation had stabilized within the first rank. He spent a significant amount of time each day practicing the Annihilation Blade. Though he couldn't yet unleash its full potential, he understood the importance of reviewing the old to gain new insights. Such a powerful martial art demanded careful diligence, even from him. Time flew by, and the second round of the competition was about to begin. The second round lasted 10 days but only had 2 stages, both single elimination.
Teams from all 5 divisions would be mixed together. In the first stage, higher-ranked teams generally faced lower-ranked opponents.
The results of the preliminary ranking played a significant role. The first team Tianwu faced in this round was relatively average. Most of the Tianwu group went to cheer, while others attended different matches. Their 3 consecutive wins in the training matches hadn't gone to their heads. They understood that apart from the match against Bamboo Horse, the other 2 wins were largely thanks to Yuan Ji and the team captain. In the first match, Tianwu's second team narrowly won by a single point, relying on their superior performance in the individual matches.
The guys from Pingzhou, why are they so formidable in actual combat? Zhang Yan and Zhou Ming went to watch Pingzhou's match. They initially went to watch the match for amusement, considering how badly they had lost to Tianwu before. However, after watching this match, not only did the individual battles shine, but the team battles were absolutely unstoppable. Pingzhou team is the highlight of the first day's 10 matches, a group of people gathered to share information. No matter how strong they are, they pose no threat to us. Guo Xian rapped them lightly on the head.
You're there to learn, not to admire who's more dazzling.
With this remark, Fu Miaoyin also took notice. Zhou Ming's freshly kindled anger was instantly extinguished. Watching Pingzhou's brilliant performance distracted them, they only focused on ridiculing.
That match, in essence, was watched in vain.
If you keep this up, don't bother attending the next matches. Stay back and train.
Fu Miaoyin's voice was so cold it sent shivers down their spines. It felt as though the entire training room's temperature had dropped.
We promise we won't mess up again. Zhang Yan quickly pulled Zhou Ming and made a hasty pledge. Time flew by in such a tense atmosphere.
3 days later, only 2 teams advanced to the judgment round. The second round of the playoffs, also known as the judgment round, used to allow only 5 teams to enter the main competition.
It was truly brutal. Team 2 drew Pingzhou again.
On the third evening of the playoffs, the teams advancing to the judgment round drew lots once more. This time, there were no upper and lower brackets, nor were there divisions by region. For the second round of matches, all members of Team 1 appeared at Team 2's arena. The result was still a crushing defeat. Even though Team 2 had made significant progress over the past few days, they were still 7 points behind their opponents, losing both the individual and team battles.
After Team 2's loss, Team 1 didn't console them.
As warriors, they had to face many things on their own. The defeat of Team 2 and Pingzhou's performance made Team 1 take training and match watching increasingly seriously. Even Zhao Yuan, who usually avoided such things, voluntarily chose to watch a few matches in the past few days. This time, he was walking a path completely different from his previous life. Whether it was because his memory had errors or because his rebirth had altered some cause-and-effect relationships was unclear. This year's martial arts tournament was far more exciting than he remembered.
The major martial academies were almost all using their ultimate cards.
Many geniuses, who had never appeared in his memories, were now emerging on the scene. If not for Tianwu discovering the unexpected surprise that was Zhao Yuan this time, and for Fu Miaoyin not being gravely injured and taking a year off, Tianwu wouldn't even have the real ability to compete for the championship. Zhao Yuan remembered that in his previous life, Tianwu encountered Pingzhou team in the main competition. Despite the team members giving it their all, they ultimately lost by a narrow margin of 1 point. And this was just against Pingzhou team. Among the playoff teams, there were at least 2 other teams who were no weaker.
Yet, in his previous life, those 2 teams were easily eliminated during the playoffs.
So, in this life, many things might deviate from what he remembered.
This meant that many things would be different. As for the future, he would take it step by step. For now, he had to ensure Tianwu secured first place. Whether they could seize the subsequent opportunities would depend on how quickly his strength improved. Waiting passively might lead to significant changes. Among these playoff teams, Pingzhou may not even be the strongest. Zhao Yuan stepped out from the crowd, holding a tablet in his hand. Take a look at the records of these two teams.
Brother Yuan actually took the initiative to pay attention to the teams? Two of them? Wang Shuang rushed forward to grab the tablet, and the others gathered around as well. The records displayed were of the two teams, from the initial preliminaries to the end of the playoffs.
Pretty impressive. Not bad. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. After everyone finished reading, their expressions were exaggerated yet awkwardly complimentary.
Even if they couldn't discern much, Brother Yuan's initiative alone was worthy of praise.
After all, it was rare for Brother Yuan to take the lead. Brother Yuan, forgive my lack of insight.
Zhang Yan, who was slightly more familiar with Zhao Yuan, raised the tablet in his hand. What's special about these two teams is that every time they win, it's by a very narrow margin, never more than 2 points. Yet, they've still managed to advance.
He stifled a laugh, and the others dared not laugh either. Were teams that only managed to scrape by victories each time really worth such special attention?
Everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Yuan.
Let me see.
Before Zhao Yuan could respond, Fu Miaoyin walked over. She took the tablet and quickly flipped through it, then went back to review it again. These two teams have never won by more than 2 points since the preliminaries, Fu Miaoyin said thoughtfully. Her words echoed what Zhang Yan had just pointed out.
Everyone was curious what exactly made these teams special enough to catch Brother Yuan's attention.
This Green River Martial Academy is still alright, with a net victory margin of just 1 or 2 points, Fu Miaoyin glanced at Zhao Yuan, but this Black Dragon Martial Academy, they won the entire match with a net margin of only 1 point. Among the 5 major martial academies, Jingwu, Tianlang, and Mo have consistently been the top 3.
Tiannan Martial Academy and Tianbei Jian often find themselves at the bottom.
Tianwu's situation is slightly better. Jian has been hit harder by the ferocious beast calamities over the years, ending up at the bottom even more frequently than Tianwu.
Fortunately, in the past 2 years, Dragon Country has redeployed troops from other regions, stabilizing the northern situation significantly. The entire match?
Everyone crowded closer, carefully examining Black Dragon Martial Academy's performance records.
Sure enough, their scores were incredibly well controlled.
Whether in individual battles or team matches, though they had suffered defeats along the way, their ultimate results were always victories, each and every one by just 1 point. At least one person on Black Dragon's team has already advanced to a higher tier. Zhao Yuan took over the conversation. Their level of danger is definitely no less than Tianbei.
Tianbei has been losing far too often in recent years.
According to Zhao Yuan's memory, both Tiannan and Tianbei were eliminated in the first round of the main competition this year. However, neither Pingzhou nor the other team managed to gain any advantage against Tianlang and Mo. In the end, the top 3 remained the same trio of powerhouse teams.
Of course, in the following years, both Tiannan and Tianbei heavily ramped up their recruitment efforts, quickly solidifying their positions within the top 5. The National Martial Arts Tournament for newcomers is not merely a stage for rookies to perform.
If any of the top 5 academies are kept out of the top 5 rankings for 3 consecutive tournaments, their strength will be reassessed.
If they fail the reassessment, they will be replaced by another academy.
Within 10 years, Black Dragon Martial Academy completely replaced Tianbei Jian. It was precisely this point that Zhao Yuan had in mind when he began paying attention to Black Dragon Martial Academy. Unexpectedly, this focus also revealed the rise of Green River Academy. It seems that the reforms to the newcomer martial arts tournament starting this year have spurred many powerful martial academies across Dragon Country. In the past, the hosting rights had always been monopolized by Jingwu Academy due to their deep-rooted heritage, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to stand a chance. Now that Jingwu is willing to relinquish the hosting rights, it has naturally drawn considerable attention. Even though they remain overwhelmingly powerful, a sliver of possibility has emerged.
And as long as there is even a sliver of possibility, the situation is no longer the same as before.
This reform has attracted attention far beyond just us and the Tianwu leadership. Zhao Yuan surveyed the crowd. As martial artists, the greatest taboo is to aim too high without a solid foundation. Whether it's personal cultivation, sparring matches, or venturing beyond the safe zones in the future, there must not be a shred of carelessness.
Brother Yuan is absolutely right.
Everyone voiced their agreement. This wasn't mere flattery, his words were undeniably reasonable. Some people are naturally gifted, with overwhelming individual combat strength that makes others dare not challenge them.
Yet Zhao Yuan always maintains calmness and humility. Someone might ask, how could such an unrestrained personality like Zhao Yuan's be associated with humility? Humility doesn't necessarily have to manifest in battles against others. Humility can also be a mindset. From that day forward, Zhao Yuan officially joined the internal training matches. He wanted to win. And so did they. If they could secure the hosting rights for the National Martial Arts Tournament for newcomers for Tianwu, what an honor that would be. Even if, in the future, they might fade into obscurity. Or perhaps, one day, they might fall in battle. But the successors of Tianwu would remember their heroic deeds. Even the entire nation's citizens would remember the names of these 12 individuals. After the semi-finals concluded, a 5-day hiatus began.
Tianwu arranged no training matches during this period. All 12 team members stayed together throughout. By the end of the 5-day break, the injured team members from the semi-finals had mostly recovered. Soon, September 12th arrived. Tomorrow would be the main competition, but today was the draw ceremony. At 2 p.m., Tianwu's 12 team members, along with their long-absent mentor, Yang Ying, stood in formation.
The Big Five are finally stepping in?
Though it was just a draw ceremony, it drew the full rosters of the top 5 academies. The center of everyone's attention was naturally the Jingwu team. They had won nearly 90% of all previous national martial arts tournaments for newcomers. The 12 men and women stood there, seemingly glowing with a golden aura, dazzling and radiant.
To their left stood Mo, the academy with the second most runner-up trophies among the top 5. Mo was similarly formidable, each member exuding an extraordinary aura. On the right was Tianlang Martial Academy, whose members carried an intimidating presence without even trying. Wait, why were there only 11 of them? The Tianwu team members quickly realized the truth. One of Tianlang's absolute core members, Lu Yunfei, was shockingly standing among Mo's team, wearing Mo's uniform.
At such a critical moment, Tianlang had lost one of their key players.
Though Lu Yunfei wasn't the sharpest mind, his strength was undeniable.
During a previous training match, their team captain had narrowly defeated him with just one move.
No one had expected that, in just over 10 days, Lu Yunfei would defect to Mo. Damn bad luck. Wang Shuang let out a cold snort.
Betraying one's team on the battlefield was even more infuriating than fleeing in the face of danger.
How could Lu Yunfei have joined the Demon Martial team without them knowing? As a team they had once faced, Demon Martial was undeniably strong. Lu Yunfei's addition meant that the Sky Martial and Sky Wolf teams had no secrets from Demon Martial anymore.
Captain Zhang, is this your good old brother?
Zhou Ming mocked directly.
Shut up.
Fu Miaoyin softly rebuked.
She didn't care about the others, but Zhang Ayahan was now her absolute teammate.
In a certain
sense, even closer than her own team members. She was determined to get to the bottom of this matter after the drawing of lots. Curiosity filled the air, but the members of the Sky Wolf team remained as composed as ever, maintaining the rumored fierce and valiant aura. Next to them stood the legendary Sky Martial team, said to have recruited 2 SSS-level rookies.
Even
though Sky Wolf had historically been the runner-up the most times and occasionally even tasted championship glory, in this reformed year, if there was anyone most likely to dethrone Jingwu and claim the championship, it was undoubtedly Sky Martial. In comparison, Sky North Jian appeared much more low-key, with some even sensing a tense atmosphere around them. After the 5 major teams made their entrance, the other teams that had fought their way through the preliminaries and semifinals followed. The drawing of lots officially began. After the 5 major teams took the stage, the remaining 15 teams entered in succession.
These teams had survived the intense competition of the preliminaries and stood out in the semifinals.
Each member looked full of fighting spirit, as if declaring, "We fought to enter the main event, and we aim to shine under the spotlight of the national audience."
So what if there were 5 major teams?
They had all tasted failure before. Cameras around the venue captured every move of the 20 teams, while reporters provided detailed introductions for each team as they entered.
Yuan Ji, I'm feeling a bit hot. I really want to find someone to fight right now. Wang Shuang's face flushed with excitement. After the draw, how about I spar with you? Zhao Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile.
If anyone else wants a fight, I've got plenty of time. The previously excited boys immediately calmed down. After such a tense occasion, wanting to fight someone was normal, but absolutely not Yuan Ji, because that wouldn't be a real fight, it would be one-sided humiliation. The boys gradually cooled off, but the girls seemed a bit dazed.
Lately, it seemed that Yuan Ji had truly changed a little. Was he actually cracking jokes? Thinking about it, they suddenly realized that Yuan Ji was genuinely handsome. But alas, he was usually too detached, close only to his girlfriend Lu Rui and somewhat to the captain. The boys didn't care much, but among the girls, it felt like a great chasm separated them. That one joke lightened the atmosphere within the Sky Marshal team considerably, easing much of the tension. Next up was the drawing of lots. In the first round, the 5 major teams would not encounter each other as they were given priority in drawing the top 5 slots. The matchups were set as follows: first seed versus 20th, second seed versus 19th, and so on. The Real mixed draw would only begin in the next round. The drawing order remained inverse, but this time, the 5 major teams were no longer given priority for specific slots. All teams drew from the same box. As long as a team avoided facing the 5 majors in the first round, they could potentially face them in the second round. The chances for other teams to break into the top 5 also significantly increased. The draw proceeded quickly. Jingwu drew the first slot, Sky Wolf the third, Demon Marshal the fourth, Sky Marshal the fifth, and Jian was left with the second slot. As long as we don't draw a slot past the 16th, we have a chance to make it to the finals. Teams taking the stage for their draws silently prayed. Of course, a few teams remained remarkably composed, among them Green River, Black Dragon, and Pingzhou, which Zhao Yuan had previously been keeping an eye on. Sky Marshal previously faced off against Pingzhou, but this time, Green River Martial Academy, 16th slot. Sky Marshal had drawn the 5th slot, but their opponent was no longer Pingzhou. Pingzhou Martial Academy drew the 19th slot. After Lin Yiping drew his lot, he shot a provocative glance at the Sky Marshal team before stepping down. Throughout the process, he seemed entirely uninterested in his actual opponent. In contrast, the captain of Green River gave a slight nod of acknowledgement toward Fu Miaoyin. Yuan Ji's prediction was right. This team is seriously troublesome, Zhang Yan whispered among the group. Facing a team like Green River, which remained so composed against a powerhouse like Sky Marshal with its 2 SSS-level members, was indeed daunting. Black Dragon drew the 10th slot, successfully avoiding all 5 majors. This meant that in the next round, they would not only face pressure from the 5 major teams but also have to watch out for Black Dragon Martial Academy. The entire drawing process took about half an hour. As the main event was nationally broadcast, only 2 matches were held per day. Sky Marshal's 5th slot was scheduled for the morning of the 3rd day. Once the draw concluded, the teams began to disperse. Lu Rui, pulling Fu Miaoyin along, immediately sought out Zhang Ayahan. "Sister Ayahan, your team." Lu Rui looked at her with concern. "A small issue. Without him, we can still make it to the finals." Zhang Ayahan didn't want to talk much about it. That brat, how many years had the Zhang family taken care of him, and yet he dared to demand compensation just because he couldn't win over the girl he loved due to his own incompetence. Years ago, when Zhang's father saved Lu's father's life, wasn't it because Zhang's father accompanied Lu's father in search of spiritual materials for Lu Yunfei? Although Zhang's father was the one who survived. In the end, the Zhang family's compensation to Lu Yunfei over the years could already be considered excessive. Even so, Lu Yunfei only knew how to take. Now, he even dared to make such unreasonable demands. Zhang Ayahan had a furious argument with him, but who would have thought that the boy's heart was so narrow? More than a decade of sibling-like affection, and yet after one quarrel, he submitted a transfer application the very next day. With the support of someone from the Demon Martial Academy, his transfer procedures were completed in less than 5 days. Thus, for the past half-month, Lu Yunfei had been training with the Demon Martial Academy. Zhang Ayahan hadn't wanted to bring it up, but under Lu Rui's persistent questioning, she finally revealed the truth. "There's actually such a shameless man in this world?" Lu Rui exclaimed, holding onto Zhang Ayahan while pulling Fu Miaoyin along. "Ayahanjia, good thing you didn't help that guy back then." At this point, Zhang Ayahan's anger surged again. She had gone so far as to risk herself to help that boy. In the end, he just packed up and left, defecting to the Demon Martial Academy. But at least she had seen his true colors clearly. The man Lu Rui had chosen was far more reliable than Lu Yunfei. "There's something I must remind you of, Ayahanjia," Fu Miaoyin said softly to Zhang Ayahan as they were parting. "Even though you're serious, team strength may not have been significantly affected by Lu Yunfei's departure, it's still better to tell him about this situation. He doesn't like being kept in the dark." Since that meal, Zhang Ayahan hadn't contacted Zhao Yuan. As a woman, especially one as outstanding and proud as she was, she always hoped the other party would take the initiative first. But over these days, as she didn't contact him, he didn't reach out either.
Of course, this wasn't the only reason she hadn't contacted Zhao Yuan.
Lu Yunfei's departure had necessitated a complete adjustment of the team's training.
The entire Sirius team needed her coordination. She was so busy every day that she would collapse into bed exhausted, only to wake up and continue the grind.
All right. Zhang Ayahan nodded and then walked away quickly.
They were the third-seeded team. There was still time to refine their tactics before the match. Lu Rui and Fu Miaoyin had intended to discuss the situation with Zhao Yuan, but he declined, citing his cultivation as the reason. Fu Miaoyin, recalling her past self, didn't press the matter. He appeared indifferent, but in reality, he treated those he considered his own very well. Of course, the premise was that you had to be counted as one of his own. Perhaps Zhang Ayahan's recent actions had already caused some dissatisfaction in him. Time passed little by little, and the main competition officially began. The opening match was led by the host team, Jingwu Academy. Unfortunately, their opponent was too weak. Whether in individual battles or team battles, Jingwu easily secured victory. This was the first match in the main competition where a team was completely swept, earning a perfect score. Jingwu only sent out one person in the individual battle to take down all 5 opponents.
Is Tsushui Martial Academy really that weak?
Both the spectators at the venue and those watching on television began to question Tsushui Martial Academy's strength. But when they picked up their phones to check Tsushui's record, they were shocked to discover
it wasn't that Tsushui was too weak, it was that Jingwu was too strong. From the preliminary rounds, Tsushui had remained undefeated. Yet this team, which had entered the main competition so dominantly, couldn't even earn a single point against Jingwu. As the news of Jingwu's first victory hit the trending topics, another headline quickly replaced it.
Pingzhou Martial Academy had defeated Jian Martial Academy.
On the first day of the main competition, the Upper Realm champion easily crushed their opponent.
After a grueling battle, Jian, one of the 5 weakest teams, fell to Pingzhou Martial Academy, a team that had fought its way through the repechage.
The news spread nationwide in an instant.
Not only the freshmen but also regular citizens were discussing it.
Could Jian's 5 competition slots be in danger of being snatched away? Someone from Tianwu's team remarked.
Green River and Black Dragon, these teams were truly ferocious.
Zhao Yuan didn't say anything, but he already knew the outcome.
In the recent Great Battle, while the northern battlefield's pressure had been mitigated, it had come at a tremendous cost to Jian. If they continued their inaction as before, it wouldn't take more than a few years before they were overtaken by Black Dragon Martial Academy.
Jian's elimination in the first round was a significant blow to the teams from Tianwu and Sirius.
Although Lu Yunfei's departure was offset by Zack joining the team, if they'd stuck to their original lineup, they would have had 3 ranked experts. The already formidable Demon Martial Academy now had the additional support of Lu Yunfei, a first-tier martial artist. Even if he couldn't immediately integrate into team battles, he would still pose tremendous pressure on other teams in the individual matches. On the second day of the competition, both Sirius and Magic Martial breezed through their matches effortlessly. As for Sky Martial, their match was scheduled for the morning of the 3rd day. At 9 o'clock, the entire Sky Martial team gathered together.
Why does everyone look like wilted eggplants?
Yang Ying glanced at the team, noticing their silence and gloomy expressions.
Naturally, tension and frustration were the culprits after all. After being thrashed by Brother Yuan every day for over a week, who could possibly smile? The defeat of Jian brought considerable pressure upon everyone.
Oh, by the way, Zhao Yuan suddenly spoke up. I stayed up too late reviewing materials last night, and I'm severely sleep-deprived today, so I won't be participating. The Sky Martial members exchanged bewildered glances.
Brother Yuan, you're kidding, right? Zhang Nian's eyes widened.
Judging by Brother Yuan's energetic demeanor, he didn't look sleep-deprived at all.
What do you think? Zhao Yuan snorted softly. I didn't participate when we faced Pingzhou either, did I? Keep a calm mindset.
Yang Ying shot Zhao Yuan a helpless glance.
Or should we just chat until 10?
The match was set to start at 9:30.
If they delayed past 10 o'clock, it would automatically count as a forfeit. Regaining their spirits, the team set off for the arena.
When they arrived, it was already 9:20.
The audience seats in the arena were packed.
The Green River team was just about to make their
entrance.
For a nationally broadcasted match, there were commentators providing live commentary.
However, while the commentators' voices could be heard on the broadcast, the sound was inaudible to the contestants in the arena.
This was because it was a martial arts
match, not a gaming competition.
If the commentators got overly excited during critical moments, it might distract the contestants. As the Green River team entered, the camera panned over their coach and teammates one by one. Every face appeared before the nationwide audience.
From the opening match on the first day, major families and factions had been keeping a close eye on the competitors. A stellar performance here could change the trajectory of their lives starting from that very moment. After the Green River team took their seats, Yang Ying led the Sky Marshal team onto the field. Her pace was steady, with the team following closely in an orderly manner. This was their first impression on the national audience, and as the team's coach, Yang Ying naturally understood the importance of this. At 9:30 sharp, the referee and medical team arrived on time. Round 1, Match 5 of the main competition, Sky Marshal vs Green River. The referee raised his hand, and the entire arena fell silent. Will both teams please submit their individual match lineups? Roughly a minute later, the two team coaches handed their lineups to the referee. Holding both lists, the referee reviewed them briefly. Moments later, the names of the two teams appeared on the scrolling screen above the arena. Green River had fielded their main lineup, consisting of 3 men and 2 women, Yang Xiaolu, Zhao Chunming, Gao Lin, Yun Shu, and Zhao Wei. Anyone who had followed their previous matches would recognize this as their regular main roster. It's no small feat for Green River to have made it this far, someone remarked. They struggled their way into the main competition, only to face one of the top 5 teams in the first round. If they'd gone up against another team from the semifinals, they might have had a chance, another chimed in. Indeed, any team that fought their way here had endured a tough journey. Wouldn't matter who they faced, they wouldn't stand a chance, countered someone else skeptically. Honestly, if their opponent wasn't Sky Marshal, I wouldn't have bothered to come watch. The truth was, Green River had scraped by with narrow victories every time, leaving their record somewhat unimpressive. Fair point. I'm here. For Sky Marshal too, another person agreed. I heard Sky Marshal is so strong, they even sent Sirius members running to Magic Marshal. Over the past few days, the reason for Sirius's depleted roster had become clear. It turned out that just 2 days before Lu Yunfei's transfer, they had arranged a practice match with Sky Marshal. What they thought would be an epic clash turned into a crushing defeat. Seeing their key players lose hope, many defected to Magic Marshal. This version of events had naturally reached Zhao Yuan and his team, though they paid it little mind. After all, they were privy to some of the truth. Let's hope today's match is exciting, otherwise, I might doze off out of boredom, someone lamented. Stayed up half the night gaming, and now I'm really feeling it. Sky Marshal's lineup is out, a soft exclamation drew attention from many nearby. Zhou Ming, Huang Feifeng, Zhao Chuan, Zhang Yin, Lu Rui? Even the substitutes are stepping in? It's over. Tianwu clearly doesn't take these underperforming teams seriously. They're just using this as a chance to train. The excitement in the crowd instantly dissipated. Not a single one of the 2 SSS-ranked players was sent out. Tianwu truly has sharp judgment, recognizing that Lu Zhang's strength isn't enough to pose a threat. This is the perfect opportunity to train their team. Could it be that in the upcoming team battles, the 2 SSS-ranked players will remain on the bench? If that's the case, today's game would be a complete waste of time for the audience. When Lu Rui's name appeared on the screen, it immediately caused a commotion. Most people thought Tianwu was underestimating Lu Zhang too much. Only a handful of people had their doubts. This small group had watched Lu Rui's match recordings before. On Tianwu's bench, there was a hidden pair of powerhouses. Even though they didn't send out their king Zhao Yuan, they went straight for their queen. Could it be that Tianwu intends to save their 2 SSS-ranked players for the team battle to ensure victory? Lu Zhang's team had a terrible track record, with barely any standout performances. Their matches were always unremarkable and strictly by the book. Both sides, please send out your players. The 5 players for the individual matches from both sides sat near the edge of the arena. The referee gave the signal to start the match immediately. Lu Rui was just about to stand up. Tianwu wanted to save face, so they were likely letting her, as a substitute, go first. Rui Jia, you're up last. Zhang Yan stepped forward with his blade. If you take them all out, how are the rest of us supposed to show off? Lu Rui was the youngest among Tianwu's 12 members. Of course, martial artists never judged by age. The others also nodded toward Lu Rui. Though Lu Zhang should be taken seriously, there was no need to reveal their strongest cards right at the start. Tianwu had no intention of pulling a 1-against-5 stunt like Jingwu, as they needed this match to train their team. A team like Lu Zhang, which was obscure yet strong, was exactly the kind Tianwu needed to face right now. They're sending out a swordsman. Anyone interested in taking him on? Someone from Lu Zhang's side chuckled as Zhang Nian stepped onto the stage. If you don't let me, Gao Lin, handle a swordsman, even if it's you, brother Lu, I'll have to teach you a lesson, said a young man about the same size as Zhang Yan as he stepped forward. Lin Ji, are you sure about this? A girl from their team asked. Don't ask. A man can never say he's not up to it. Gao Lin strode confidently into the arena. The girl clicked her tongue in mock disdain, while the others burst into laughter. The audience on the sidelines couldn't hear their banter clearly, but was Lu Jiang messing around? How could they still be joking at such an important moment? Brother Zhang, this is the 5th match where us lower-ranked academies have challenged the Big Five. Gao Lin pointed his blade at Zhang Yan. I hope you won't underestimate me. A challenge from a lower-ranked academy? If it's a challenge, why not throw in some trash talk? Zhang Yan had looked into Gao Lin's record before, more losses than wins. His swordsmanship wasn't mediocre but also wasn't extraordinary. In the national tournament, words mean nothing. Zhang Yan's expression grew serious. Bring your best to face me. That was my intention. Gao Lin's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Out of the thousands in the crowd, were there even 2 or 3 who believed in Lu Jiang? Probably not. But today, Lu Jiang was determined to show everyone the hunger of an underdog academy. As Gao Lin finished speaking, his feet moved in an odd rhythm, his entire body appearing to stumble toward Zhang Yan. This erratic, zigzagging movement was astonishingly fast. Before anyone could react, he was already in front of Zhang Yan. Clang! A loud crash echoed as their blades collided. Gao Lin, who had been sent off the stage in just a few moves during the preliminary and secondary rounds, forced Tianwu's Zhang Yan to retreat multiple steps with a single strike. The terrifying force transmitted through the blade left Zhang Yan with no chance to counterattack. He desperately braced himself, his feet digging into the ground. If he didn't stop, he'd be pushed out of the arena. Although being pushed out didn't technically count as a defeat, leaving the ring during a match would still result in a loss. Stop! Zhang Yan shouted, stomping his left foot hard on the ground. His retreating form finally came to a halt. At this point, he was less than 10 centimeters away from being forced out of the ring. The audience collectively gasped in shock. Did the Lu Jiang guy take some kind of drug? Or is this Tianwu player just a weakling? Regardless of the reason, the previously inattentive audience now had their eyes glued to the arena. Today's match might just exceed everyone's expectations. What? He hasn't gone down yet? Gao Lin murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. It seemed he had tremendous faith in his own strength. On the other side, Zhang Yan's face was flushed red. With his personality, he'd usually respond with a retort in situations like this. But this time, he said nothing. Because he gave it his all, using every ounce of his strength, fearing that he might be pushed out. At this moment, an immense force surged from his opponent's hand. If he opened his mouth and lost his composure, he would undoubtedly be pushed out. Seeing Zhang Yan remain silent, Gao Lin shook his head, withdrew his force, and stepped back several paces. Only then did Zhang Yan dare to let out a breath of relief. How could this guy possess such tremendous strength? Zhang Yan, after all, was an S-class explosive savage bear martial soul. In terms of sheer strength, he wouldn't lose to half of the SS-class martial souls. What are you daydreaming about? If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat, Gao Lin jeered. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yan had exhausted a significant amount of energy. He stomped repeatedly to steady himself, his inner force bursting out several times. Now that he had relaxed, a faint dizziness crept over him. I thought you guys were just strong, hiding your abilities somewhat. Zhang Yan's face darkened. I didn't expect you'd also have such deep scheming. His opponent continually disrupted his mental state. If it were Zhou Ming or Wang Shuang, those two fools, they'd probably have suffered a huge loss in an instant. Though Zhang Yan was also one of the troublemakers among Tianwu's top fighters, he wasn't as impulsive as those two. Scheming? Gao Lin's lips curled into a smirk. Are you thinking, good thing I'm not one of those two idiots in our team, otherwise, they'd have suffered due to their recklessness? Don't worry, they'll end up just like you soon enough. What does that mean? I haven't lost yet. The moment Zhang Yan faltered in thought, Gao Lin had already rushed right up in front of him. Damn it! Zhang Yan had calculated everything, but he was still affected by his opponent's words. He raised his blade to block, but under Gao Lin's powerful onslaught, he could only struggle to defend. Behind him was the edge of the ring, and his opponent's offensive was relentless. Losing the upper hand in one move, Zhang Yan didn't even get a chance to counterattack. Isn't this the guy who often loses in the preliminary and group stages? Zhang Yan felt like cursing inwardly, but there wasn't even an opportunity to speak. #. In the end, Zhang Yan couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Without landing a single strike, he was forced off the ring. Now he'd made a fool of himself on national television. I'm done for. I swore on national television. Zhang Yan's face turned as black as charcoal. Nianzi, What's wrong with you? As Zhang Yan was defeated, the rest of the group looked on in utter confusion. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was just a graduate of a regular key martial academy. How could Zhang Yan lose without even landing a single blow? I told you, maintain a sense of superiority in principle but treat them seriously in action. Wang Shuang even mocked him on the side. You've really let me down. The others also wore smiles on their faces. Overall, the situation was still optimistic. If Yuan Ge didn't step in, maybe he would have someone lost too embarrassingly? Of course, no one believed their side would suffer a disastrous loss in the individual matches. After all, the opponents were just Lu Zheng, not one of the other big five. As Tianwu fighters, and with the grueling training they'd undergone under Zhao Yuan's watch these past few days, everyone carried a solid sense of confidence deep down. Zhang Yan shook his head and sat down, muttering in a low voice, "Don't talk to me." This Gao Lin was stronger than he looked. But Zhang Yan, feeling extremely frustrated, merely gave a serious warning before lowering his head in contemplation. Whether or not they believed him, after someone else suffered a loss, the others wouldn't let their guard down again. "I'll go." With Zhang Yan defeated, the match continued. As one of the big five, Tianwu had drawn over 90% of today's audience. Losing one round didn't matter, the others could win it back. Zhao Chuan stepped onto the stage. His weapon was also a blade. When fighting fierce beasts, blades, spears, swords, and staves were almost always the optimal choices. He often sparred with Zhang Yan, with wins and losses evenly split. Seeing Zhang Yan lose so inexplicably, Zhao Chuan felt a bit indignant, but more than anything, he wanted to avenge his brother. Another blade user? Gao Lin sneered as he saw Zhao Chuan step onto the stage, a mocking smile on his lips. What a pity. That SSS class blade martial soul guy of yours is hiding in the team battle and doesn't dare come out. You think you're worthy of facing our Yuan Ge? Zhao Chuan retorted coldly. You should worry about getting past me first. You? Gao Lin glanced at Tianwu's substitute's bench. If it weren't for meeting on the battlefield, I wouldn't even be interested. Zhao Chuan followed his gaze and was startled to find Zhao Yuan sitting there. Well. They all wield blades, who wouldn't want to challenge Brother Yuan? But now, your opponent is me. Zhao Chuan's blood boiled as he charged toward his opponent with his blade in hand. To have emerged victorious from the 7th Academy and joined Tianwu's elite team, Zhao Chuan's strength was indisputable. Yet, compared to Zhang Yan, who hadn't even drawn his blade, the situation was entirely different. Gao Lin from Lujing was solely focused on defending, wielding his blade without any intent to counterattack. Why has the situation changed again? Some spectators, puzzled by the turn of events, began to murmur. Just moments ago, the guy from Lujing had eliminated a Tianwu contestant with a few swift moves, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. But now, facing a new opponent, he seemed to lose all momentum? The audience's excitement plummeted. Indeed, the people from Tianwu were overwhelmingly strong. The one who was just eliminated hadn't even managed to showcase their true abilities. Now, this one every move he makes is precise and well practiced. Even though Lujing posed no significant threat to Tianwu, the battle between the two was still intense and captivating. After Zhao Chuan unleashed a fierce wave of attacks, the situation shifted once more. I told you there's no point playing with you, Gao Lin sneered coldly. It's only been a dozen moves, and you're already out of tricks? They had yet to enter the advanced stages of training, relying solely on foundational blade techniques. For the most part, their moves reflected their personal understanding of these techniques. For a newcomer, mastering 3 to 5 offensive maneuvers was already commendable. Zhao Chuan's skills were largely attributed to his family's heritage and his recent training under Brother Yuan. Now being ridiculed like this truly irked him. They were all young, prone to impulsiveness. Stop wasting words with him, Zhang Yan shouted from the sidelines. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Zhao Chuan's offensive rhythm faltered, and his opponent's blade slashed across his chest. The tremendous force made Zhao Chuan spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, it was the blunt side of the blade. Of course, since it was the blade's back, the referee did not intervene. The referee's role was to maintain order and ensure no one died in the arena. As for injuries, they were not the referee's concern. Another one bites the dust. The spectators at the sidelines finally grew excited. Who said the 5 great schools were invincible? On the first day of the main competition, one of the 5 greats had already been eliminated. Now this guy from Lujing had taken down 2 Tianwu members in succession. If they could secure a significant lead in the individual matches, even with 2 SSS tier fighters in the team battle, there might still be hope for victory. Perhaps this year's National Freshman Martial Tournament could mark a new beginning for the evolution of the Dragon Country's academies. Who knows, there might be hidden surprises among the other teams too. How is he? Zhao Chuan, who had been carried off the field, looked pale and was clearly gravely injured. No damage to internal organs, but the meridians in his chest are injured. He'll need at least 7 days to recover, the medic quickly diagnosed. And that was under the top-tier medical care of Jingwu Academy. If treated at a regular hospital, it would likely take a month to heal. Damn it, that guy is ruthless. Wang Xuan cursed angrily. It's fine. If you recover quickly, you can make it to the next round, Zhao Yuan comforted on the side. Even if you miss it, there's still the finals waiting for you. While they were busy tending to Zhao Chuan, Zhou Ming had already stepped onto the stage. This guy had a self-centered personality, but he was young after all. When he saw the opponent targeting his comrade so viciously, he erupted with fury. It's just a match, but you went so hard on him, Zhou Ming growled, his gauntlet-clad fists creaking as he clenched them tightly. I didn't kill him because this is the arena, Gao Lin replied coldly. If it were elsewhere, none of you would last 3 moves against me. Facing Zhou Ming, Gao Lin's demeanor shifted again. He was very familiar with the Tianwu members. Zhang Yan's arrogance, Zhao Chuan's impatience, Zhou Ming's pride. While these traits might not be apparent within Tianwu, to outsiders, they were glaringly obvious. No one is perfect, everyone has their flaws. Compared to the strength of Lu Jing's fighters, their ability to read human nature was far more intimidating. Don't waste time arguing with them. Zhao Chuan, now resting at the back, heard Zhang Yan emphasize again. As for the one currently on the field, there was nothing he could do. When Zhou Ming got stubborn, even Brother Yuan's words wouldn't work. In the individual match roster, Tianwu only had Huang Feifeng and Lu Rui left. No matter the outcome, they couldn't afford to fall too far behind in points. The opponent had only sent out Gao Lin, and look at the state Tianwu was in. If Zhou Ming fell for the same tricks, they'd be left with just 2 women. Feifeng, Rui, you two better not engage in any chatter with him. Zhang Yan clasped his hands together, pleading. We can't afford to lose the individual matches too badly. He was only thinking now, just not to lose too badly. Otherwise, the pressure on the team members would be too great. Wow! Just as Zhang Yan was talking with the two, an exclamation suddenly erupted from the audience. The sound was so loud that it startled Zhang Yan. They turned their heads towards the field and happened to see Zhou Ming spitting blood, being sent flying. 3 consecutive defeats. The audience was almost in an uproar. Even that day's Jian hadn't been this miserable. Could Tianwu really be about to lose? Tianwu was going to fall. The audience erupted in an uproar. Every faction began shouting Green River's name. Not only the live audience, but also the Martial Arts Academy students and ordinary people watching through the live broadcast were cheering for Green River. People admired the strong, but they loved stories of underdogs rising to greatness even more. Although Green River was considered a key martial arts academy, its status was not particularly high. Compared to the other academies of the 7 Southern Institutes, Green River's reputation was not even prominent. Some people in the South didn't even know this academy existed. And yet, a freshman from such an unremarkable academy had managed to take on 3 top-tier competitors in a row. By the 3rd day of the competition, only someone from Jingwu Academy had achieved the feat of defeating 3 opponents consecutively. Of course, Jingwu's strength was among the nation's top, so eventually defeating 5 opponents in a row was not surprising. But the person in front of them, Gao Lin, was from Green River. Zhang Yan and Zhao Chuan were not very well known. But Zhou Ming was Tianwu's absolute mainstay. And yet, in just 3 moves, he was defeated by Gao Lin. If even he fell, what chance did Tianwu's other experts have? Fu Miaoyin, Zhao Yuan, and Qi Fei each sat grimly on the bench. Could it be that Tianwu was about to be completely swept by an unknown individual? During the preliminary and semi-final rounds, no one had ever accomplished a 1 versus 5. It had only happened once during the opening match, by someone from Jingwu. If someone were to do it again now, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation on social media. This Gao Lin guy would attract the attention of many major powers. No matter how far he eventually advanced, he was bound to become insanely popular. You fool, I told you not to waste time with him. The opponent wasn't even an entry-level martial artist. It shouldn't have been possible for him to defeat Zhou Ming so quickly. At this moment, the seriously injured Zhou Ming couldn't even speak. He had been overly careless, allowing the opponent to attack 3 times without resistance. How could someone who wasn't at entry level be stronger than the weaponry master, Zack? Even Zack couldn't instantly defeat him, so how could this guy do it? Yet somehow, this person did exactly that. The opponent's moves were precise, ruthless, and executed with extreme efficiency. Someone with such a demeanor made Zhou Ming feel fear after the second strike. It was as if his opponent wasn't participating in a competition but aiming to take his life. Even if this person hadn't killed before, he had at least seen blood often. Was Green River Martial Arts Academy's training for freshmen this brutal? Had they not even reached entry level but were already accustomed to bloodshed? Feifeng Jia, let me handle this. After stepping down, Zhou Ming would probably need 7 or 8 days to recover. Huang Feifeng stood up but was stopped by Lu Rui. Watch carefully. I'll create an opportunity for you. Huang Feifeng shook her head. Her odds of winning against this person were less than 30%. So she decided to pass the opportunity to Lu Rui. Fighting until now, this guy seemed to be toying with the Tianwu team. She had to force out his true strength, only then could Lu Rui secure some points. Before Lu Rui could finish her sentence, Huang Feifeng had already stepped onto the stage. The opponent used a blade, and she was least afraid of blade-wielding opponents. Of course, Zhao Yuan was an exception. Beauty, why don't you just forfeit? Gao Lin said as Huang Feifeng stepped onto the stage, a trace of concern and hesitation flashing across his face. You're not even from Tianwu. It's not worth getting injured for their sake. Enough. Huang Feifeng pointed her battle sword at him. Spare me your tricks, that tactic won't work this time. I'm serious, Gao Lin said earnestly. The people from Sky Wolf have already switched to other academies, you could do the same. Our Green River will replace the others sooner or later and become one of the new Big 5 academies. Rather than helping out in this meaningless fight, you could join Green River and truly become one of the Big 5. Huang Feifeng sneered disdainfully. With her talent, did he really think she couldn't get into Tianwu? Her initial choice might have been a misstep, but she would never easily change her mind. As for that guy Lu Yunfei, he wasn't even a man worth mentioning. Failing to win the heart of their captain, he then turned to pursue a captain of his own team. When neither side accepted him, he immediately defected from Skywolf and became a lackey for Demonwu Academy. Among all the martial arts academies, Demonwu and Tianwu had the worst relationship. Those people from Pingzhou constantly caused trouble for Tianwu, all because Demonwu was backing them. It wasn't worth bringing it up, but the moment it was mentioned, Huang Feifeng's temper flared. She didn't say another word, her expression focused as she stepped forward. Huang Feifeng, along with Zhou Ming, had long been excluded from team battles by Yang Ying. This was because her intense dedication to swordsmanship made her far more effective in solo combat than in team coordination. She excelled at offense. The moment she made her move, Gao Lin found himself under immense pressure. What's going on with the Tianwu team? The audience on the sidelines looked bewildered, thinking, every time, they send out someone useless, and now suddenly, there's another genius? The spectators, unable to see the full picture, assumed that Zhang Yan and Zhou Ming were just fillers. Only Zhao Chuan and Huang Feifeng were considered the real core members. In truth, Zhou Ming used to be one of the 3 giants of Tianwu. Beauty, there's an old saying, take advice, eat your fill. Gao Lin defended against 6 or 7 moves, seemingly losing patience. His task was nearly complete. The 4 main players were all strong. If he stayed silent and didn't figure out the depths of Tianwu's main players, brute-forcing his way through might still lead to victory. But achieving a 1 versus 5 was almost impossible. Zhou Ming, in particular, was absolutely troublesome. If he opted for a head-on clash, his chances of winning were, at best, 60%. Even if he emerged victorious, he'd have little strength left for what followed. Defeating this woman named Huang Feifeng? Nearly impossible. As for the substitute? Gao Lin didn't even bother to take him seriously. Lu Jiang had been hiding his strength all this time for today. If they hadn't encountered the Big 5, it might have been fine. But now that they had, breaking through Tianwu, no matter the cost, was inevitable. As long as he could achieve a 1 versus 5, the team battle only needed to eliminate 1 player from Tianwu to ensure they wouldn't lose. If they could take out 2 opponents, victory for Lu Jian would be sealed. They were well aware of Tianwu's second team's group battle skills. Even if the first team was strong, it wouldn't be overwhelmingly so. Perhaps they could wipe out everyone except the SSS tier players. Gao Lin lowered his blade slightly, by half an inch, and in the next moment, it passed dangerously close to her ear. This guy, did he want to kill someone? Huang Feifeng felt the same aura Zhou Ming had experienced earlier. It was killing intent. Had her reaction been a second slower, that blade, if not fatal, would have at least cost her an ear. Damn, Lu Rui muttered under her breath. The second slash came down, the blade resting directly against Huang Feifeng's neck. The blade stopped, but a thin line of blood appeared on her skin. Victory! 1 versus 5. 1 versus 5. The audience erupted into cheers. All the core players had been wiped out. What use could a mere substitute be? If Tianwu were eliminated today, it would be entirely their fault for underestimating their opponents. This was a single elimination tournament on a nationwide stage. How could they dare to take it so lightly? Sister Feifeng, did you see clearly? Huang Feifeng, ignoring the jeers and cheers from the audience, calmly returned to Lu Rui's side. Don't worry, Sister Feifeng. Lu Rui stepped forward with her spear. Step down. Don't waste any more time. As soon as Lu Rui appeared, the audience erupted once again. For main players had all been defeated with a single blade strike, what was the point of this substitute struggling any further? 1 versus 5. Another portion of the audience continued chanting these 3 words. Since Huang Feifeng's defeat, they had been shouting non-stop. A 1 versus 5 scenario was rare in some years of competition. An entire tournament might not see it happen even once. Yet this year, with the major reforms, the second such match was already unfolding by the 3rd day of the main event. How could they not be thrilled? Only a few, like Pingzhou and Tianlang, wore serious expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the woman who had just taken the stage. They alone understood just how strong this woman was. It seems Lu Jiang is determined to achieve a 1 versus 5 to shatter the psychological defenses of my Tianwu team members, Lu Rui said as she advanced. Am I wrong? That's about right, Gao Lin said, sizing up the beauty before him. Tianwu was truly a treasure trove, a team of 5 girls, and every one of them stunning. Especially this substitute, Lu Rui, along with their captain, Fu Miaoying, who was an unparalleled beauty among beauties. Just as Gao Lin was observing, the other party spoke again. Since the audience wants to see a 1 versus 5, Lu Rui's gaze swept across the audience seats, then let's show them. Lu Rui held her spear in one hand. The spear in her hand looked ordinary, a standard weapon commonly seen in martial arts halls and training grounds. Although the spear itself had nothing special about it, the aura emanating from her maid Gao Lin, who had experienced countless battles, feel an inexplicable sense of danger. They had researched Lu Rui's background and found that she only possessed a B+ ranked flamingo martial soul, which seemed like nothing more than a decorative presence in Tianwu's team. Tianwu had 2 SSS ranked freshmen as its backbone, so having someone ornamental in the team didn't seem out of place. Lu Rui was stunningly beautiful, easily ranking among the top 3 in looks among the freshmen of this year's National Freshman Martial Duel Tournament. Usually gentle and charming in demeanor, she now stirred a vague unease in Gao Lin's heart. Among Tianwu's 12 members, they had thoroughly studied 10, leaving only 2 unexamined. One was the SSS-ranked Zhao Yuan, who was hidden on Tianwu's reserve bench, and the other was Lu Rui with her B+ martial soul. The former had too little information available to analyze, except for the fact that he had once single-handedly defeated Zhang Yahan, the captain of Heiress. His strength ranked at least in the top 5, possibly even the top 3, among the tournament's competitors. As for Lu Rui, Gao Lin, unlike others who overlooked her, had only gathered some trivial bits of information. He thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't let this small oversight ruin Green River's counterattack plan. A B+ martial soul? That couldn't be a threat, could it? Gao Lin took a deep breath, wearing a professional smile on his face. I didn't expect Lu to not only be so beautiful but also have such a witty sense of humor. I almost don't want to fight you, he said. Placing his battle blade on his back, he continued, but I'm not someone who shows mercy to beauty. Lu, why don't you surrender gracefully? Well, what a coincidence, Lu Rui replied, raising her spear with one hand and pointing it at Gao Lin. The spear in my hand never fails to draw blood. Green River, why don't you all surrender together? The calls for a 1 versus 5 from the audience instantly fell silent. The spectators, Gao Lin, and the other 4 members on Green River's bench were all stunned. Ha! What does she mean? Several seconds passed before someone finally reacted. This seemingly gentle and lovely girl had just uttered such shocking, contrasting words? Green River was ready for a 1 versus 5, and yet she was suggesting they all surrender instead? This was the National Freshman Martial Duel Tournament, not a beauty pageant. If it were a competition of looks, the 5 members of Green River combined couldn't compare to this stunning young lady. Could it be that Tianwu was really about to lose? Someone couldn't resist sneering. But Lu Rui's beauty was so striking that it induced a sense of awe, making her undoubtedly a campus queen even among national martial academies. For a moment, no one knew how to respond. Competitors, please be mindful of the time. If this delay continues, both sides will be disqualified. The referee's voice broke the stalemate. Gao Lin shook his head and sighed. If I accidentally hurt you, I'll cover the medical expenses. No need, Lu Rui replied, shaking her spear. The medical bills for you 5 are too expensive for me to afford. As soon as she finished her sentence, she grabbed the end of the spear with one hand and made a sudden thrust. That's it, she's just a pretty face. In the audience, those who had expectations for Lu Rui sighed and covered their faces. After watching so many matches, even a fool could see that Gao Lin's footwork was extraordinary, right? A direct thrust? And with one hand? Just as the crowd was worrying for Lu Rui, the spear she thrust suddenly vibrated. The tip of the spear in front of her instantly seemed to split into three. No, this was just a standard spear, not an armed spear. Even a low-grade armed spear couldn't produce such an effect. This was a spear technique. A martial technique? Of course not. Lu Rui hadn't yet ascended to that level. She had merely learned some advanced spear techniques under Zhao Yuan's guidance. This method of vibrating the spear required an extremely high level of control. When the tip of the spear created three illusions, her rear hand holding the spear remained as steady as a rock. Gao Lin, seeing her thrust toward him, had initially been calm and composed, planning to dodge and counterattack once the spear reached him. A beauty like this could make even a dull match much more entertaining with a bit of teasing. It wasn't until the tip of the spear approached that he realized his opponent had suddenly split into three. All escape routes were blocked. A master. An absolute master. What vase? What 1 versus 5? It's simply a fantasy. Gao Lin hurriedly adjusted his footwork, desperately trying to create distance for a counterattack. But the opponent's attacks followed him like a shadow. The more he retreated, the closer the tip of the spear came to his throat, forehead, and chest. Stop! Gao Lin retreated until he had nowhere left to go and finally stopped. His saber slashed out violently. He couldn't distinguish which spear tip was the real attack and which was a mere illusion. He was gambling on choosing correctly. Unfortunately, he lost. The moment his saber cleaved through empty air, the spear transitioned from a stab to a sweep, striking him directly across the face. With just one strike, Gao Lin was sent flying several meters, landing outside the arena. He didn't even let out a groan before passing out cold. Wow! Is this what you call a vase? Whoever said she's a vase, they're dead wrong. This is the Gun Queen. The most stunning performance since the start of the tournament. The audience erupted, finally cheering for Tianwu. Today's reversals were simply too many. Who said Tianwu underestimated their opponents? Someone began shouting in excitement. They clearly saw Lu Zhang's potential, so they pulled the beautiful Lu off the bench. Didn't you notice that Lu defeated Gao Lin in almost the exact same way she took out Tianwu's first opponent? Someone had caught on to the key detail. With this realization, the crowd's enthusiasm reignited. Hey, Lu, wasn't that a bit too harsh? A woman stepped forward from Lu Zhang's team, her voice filled with grief, as if overwhelmed by anger. Yun Shu, wielding twin willow leaf blades, stepped onto the arena. I warned him, but he refused to admit defeat, Lu Rui replied calmly, unshaken by the accusation. That guy would only lose a few teeth and perhaps sleep it off for half a day. Meanwhile, the injured Zhao Chuan and Zhou Ming might not even make it to the next match. Take this. Yun Shu attacked first. As a close combat fighter, making the first move was her chance to turn the tide against a spear-wielding opponent. Unfortunately, she underestimated this Gun Queen. No matter how fiercely Yun Shu attacked, Lu Rui maintained an impenetrable defense. After a dozen moves, the spear flicked, and both blades were severed. The spear tip grazed Yun Shu's neck, and the overwhelming killing intent caused the Lu Zhang fighter to collapse instantly. Here we go. Here we go. The Gun Queen of Tianwu is starting her counterattack. The audience exploded once more. Did you see that? She's not just winning, she's replicating Lu Zhang's earlier victory style. Brother Lu. The remaining two members of Lu Zhang's team turned to Zhao Xiaolu. Keep going. Even if we can't force out her trump card, we'll exhaust her inner strength. Zhao Xiaolu said grimly. Not yet ascended to the next tier, could she still win against me after 4 consecutive matches? Zhao Wei stepped into the arena, but unfortunately, she was overpowered and defeated in a single exchange by Lu Rui. 3 consecutive victories. Word of the Gun Queen spread across the audience and among freshmen nationwide. Even those watching live streams at home remembered her name. Rui is unstoppable. Zhang Nian was so exhilarated his intestines felt cleared. Who would have thought that Rui, our Rui, possessed such a vengeful streak? Keep going. Over on the green riverside, Zhao Xiaolu's expression grew increasingly grim. 1 versus 5. 1 versus 5. These 3 words once again ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. The expressions of the players from both Tianwu and Green River teams instantly reversed, completely different from their previous morale. Not just Zhang Nian, but everyone else was also cheering for Lu Rui. Wang Shuang, with his booming voice, nearly shouted the ceiling off the arena. The 4th player from Green River, Zhao Chunming, launched a fierce assault as soon as he stepped onto the stage.
His offensive was incredibly aggressive, attempting to force his opponent to replicate the tactics Gao Lin had previously used against them. At this moment, if he opted for defense, he could find a way to break the deadlock. Even if this girl defeated him, she couldn't truly exact revenge. However, while he could lose, Green River absolutely could not afford to. Brother Liu was strong too. He had to fight for a chance for Brother Liu. If his team couldn't secure a single point in the individual matches, how could their captain and the others face the team battles against squads led by two SSS-grade rookies with any confidence? Zhao Chuanming's all-out assault mirrored the state Huang Feifeng was in earlier almost exactly. And the result? It was exactly the same. The long spear harshly struck his chest, leaving Zhao Chunming heavily injured. Including Gao Lin, while 2 players from Green River had sustained injuries, there were no fatalities. The Gun Queen is just too dominant, too powerful, someone exclaimed, beginning to admire this beautiful Gun Queen. Have you noticed? The moment she makes a move, that girl next door vibe she gives off instantly vanishes, replaced by an aura full of heroism. She's amazing, I'm in love. Who doesn't love a beauty? A powerful beauty with a delightful personality? People love her even more. We really underestimated Tianwu, Yang Xiaolu said as he stepped onto the stage, holding a long spear in his hand. Who would have thought that facing a weak team like us, you'd send out someone like her? Weak team? Lu Rui's face looked slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In the 3 practice matches Tianwu participated in, we faced ordinary martial arts academies, prestigious academies, and even the top 5 powerhouse teams. The only ones to make us lose 4 consecutive rounds, you, Green River. If you're a weak team, then what does that make everyone else? Yang Xiaolu narrowed his eyes slightly. Just what had this woman been through to remain so calm? Even Gao Lin, after winning 4 consecutive matches, could potentially feel psychological pressure. Yet she seemed entirely unaffected by the deafening cheers and uproar around her. I've even given you some time to catch your breath, Yang Xiaolu said, pointing at her long spear. If this drags on, the referee might just declare us both as failures. I imagine that's not the outcome you want, is it? And should I be thanking you for that? Lu Rui responded coldly. This guy was nothing like Yuan Ji. He deliberately stalled for time when his opponent was tense, a schemer no less cunning than Gao Lin. The 3 players in the middle lacked the strength to showcase their strategies. But the entire Green River team seemed to be full of tactical experts. In contrast, Yuan Ji had always relied on overwhelming strength to crush everything. Even someone as skilled as Sister Ao Han had to lower her head in submission before him. I recall that the individual matches allow for 1 pause, correct? Why doesn't classmate Yan use it now, too? As soon as Lu Rui said this, Yang Xiaolu's expression changed dramatically. The audience burst into laughter upon hearing her words. This gorgeous woman wasn't just powerful but also had such a sharp wit in her retorts. The audience wasn't blind. Naturally, some could see that Green River's players had been using tactics to provoke Tianwu's team members. Zhang Nian could be said to have underestimated them, while Zhao Chuan and Zhou Ming had been provoked to the point of making mistakes. Huang Feifeng, just like Zhao Chunming from Green River, had no choice but to fight for a chance for the team's final player. Do you need it? Yang Xiaolu looked at the referee. If you do, I could call for a pause for you. No need, Lu Rui smiled. As she spoke, the spear in her hand trembled slightly. Tactical schemes were only effective when the strength gap between opponents was minimal. When the gap was too wide, such tactics became meaningless. You Green River players are really something. If it were me, I'd just take action directly. Lu Rui's sarcastic remark had many in the audience slapping their thighs in delight. She could have taken a break, she could have even taken 2 consecutive pauses, a full 10 minutes. Yet she chose to forego them with such confidence. What did this show? It showed that she was brimming with self-assurance. Well then, classmate Lu, you'd better be careful. Yang Xiaolu stared at this breathtakingly beautiful, seemingly gentle woman, his heart filled with doubt. Could such a woman truly be a hidden master? Lu Rui wasn't some hidden master at all. Her sole focus was on training, and her only other concern was finding ways to mend the relationship between her 2 older sisters and Yuan Ji. Everything she did was taught by Zhao Yuan. The National Martial Arts Tournament is not just a battle for Tianwu. She must exhibit her best state in every single match. Only in this way can she secure the best contracts. Although she has already become a disciple under Master Pei, she cannot always rely on his resources. After this tournament concludes, she must sign a premium contract and repay Master Pei with her own strength as much as possible. At the same time, she must also repay Zhao Yuan. Facing Lu Jiang, this was a golden opportunity. This team, obscure yet incredibly powerful, was her best choice.
So today, no matter who the opponent was, she could not back down. Tianwu's Lu Rui, pleased to make your acquaintance.
Lu Rui held her spear with both hands and solemnly announced her name in front of the live audience, the streaming platforms, and the viewers at home.
Such a brief self-introduction. Lu Jiang, Yang Xiaolu.
Yang Xiaolu suddenly realized that his composure was no match for the woman standing before him.
Her actions were also extending him an opportunity.
Please. Both bowed to each other simultaneously. Why do I feel a bit nervous? Someone in the audience murmured, palms sweating.
The battle between the two would determine the outcome. Would the relatively unknown Lu Jiang take the first victory, or would the veteran top 5 team Tianwu achieve a 1 versus 5 right out of the gate? If it was the former, the outcome would remain uncertain. If it was the latter, then Tianwu's move would undoubtedly be a direct challenge to Jingwu.
The scene of Jingwu's 1 versus 5 just a few days ago was still fresh in everyone's mind.
Yang Xiaolu. Lu Rui. Finally, different voices emerged from the audience.
It was no longer a one-sided scene. Regardless of whether Lu Jiang had used underhanded tactics, today's match was extraordinarily exciting.
Ha!
Yang Xiaolu let out a low shout and made the first move. The woman across from him, despite having already fought 4 consecutive matches, still exerted an enormous sense of pressure on him. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he unleashed the most fundamental technique in spear combat, sweeping thousands of troops.
Clang! Lu Rui blocked horizontally with her spear. The powerful force pushed her back several steps. Her current martial soul strength was already infinitely close to Class A.
However, she hadn't undergone a second awakening yet, and her growth attributes were still inferior to Yang Xiaolu's. His strength was already nearing 15 cars, putting him among the elite of Class S and Class SS martial souls. In terms of strength, he was 3 cars stronger than Lu Rui. But the opponents she had faced before were Zhao Yuan and Fu Miaoyin. The two of them had simulated various opponents with strength levels below 18 cars for her.
15 cars? That was nothing to her.
With a horizontal sweep of her spear, she steadied her footing and launched a counterattack without hesitation.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The two continuously exchanged blows, their spears dazzling with brilliance on the battlefield.
Now this is the national tournament.
Zhang Yan and the others finally understood why everyone was so eager to make it to the main event. Only in the main event could one enjoy such a dazzling spectacle.
Brother Yuan, have you been giving Sister Rui special training?
Zhang Yan leaned closer to Zhao Yuan. His eyes were practically spinning from the rapid movements.
Get lost. Zhao Yuan had no interest in joking with him. Who didn't know that he often coached Lu Rui in spearplay?
At the training grounds, in private, he was always exceptionally serious.
It's time to end this, Zhao Yuan murmured as he gazed at the arena. Ha! Zhang Yan was puzzled. The battle in the arena seemed evenly matched. In fact, Lu Rui appeared to be at a slight disadvantage. The gap between martial souls wasn't something one could easily close. But Brother Yuan remained so calm, as if Lu Rui's victory was a foregone conclusion. Just as Zhang Yan observed, Lu Rui was forced into a hurried retreat by Yang Xiaolu's attacks. However, as Yang Xiaolu relentlessly pursued her,
this female spear master suddenly turned her head, performing a full bridge back maneuver, a returning horse spear. Her spear pierced Yang Xiaolu's shoulder. Had she not adjusted her move at the last moment, the spear would have gone straight through his throat.
Clang! With the sound of his spear dropping to the ground, Lu Jiang's last competitor was defeated. I lost.
Yang Xiaolu's face was pale, as if he had just emerged from a heap of corpses.
1 versus 5. 1 versus 5. The crowd erupted into chants of these 3 words, the atmosphere electric.
Lu Jiang had proven unexpectedly formidable, but unfortunately, they had encountered Tianwu.
Lu Rui, who couldn't even rank in the top 3 within Tianwu, had the strength to achieve a 1 versus 5.
This year, Tianwu was undoubtedly a strong contender for the championship.
Lu Jiang's performance today was absolutely on par with Pingzhou's yesterday.
Pingzhou had defeated Jianan, and with Lu Jiang performing even better, they naturally became the team everyone anticipated to defeat a second top 5 team. So at the beginning, the vast majority supported Lu Jiang.
But now, the glory belonged to Tianwu, to Lu Rui.
People called her the Spear Queen, not because she was truly a Spear King. To achieve the rank of Spear King, one had to reach at least the 7th tier. Even with exceptional talent, it would take 10 to 20 years to reach that level. Even someone as powerful as Fu Miaoyin took over 20 years of cultivation to reach the 7th tier king realm. Yet now, the girl standing in the arena with her gun in hand was seen as the queen of firearms in everyone's eyes. She had not yet stepped into the ranks but had mastered the unique technique of vibrating her spear. Her mastery of the returning spear.
technique was unparalleled. After today's battle, 90% of her opponents would not dare to pursue her recklessly when she retreated. This single move, the returning spear, could undoubtedly intimidate 90% of her foes. When the individual battles concluded, Tianwu's Lu Rui defeated 5 opponents single-handedly, arduously securing 1 point.
In the audience, the applause and cheers lasted for a full minute before gradually subsiding.
"Zach, can you perform her returning spear move?" In one corner of the audience, Zhang Ayahan asked his companion beside him. "I can't."
That move of hers was refined under the guidance of a specialized master in spear techniques. Zach shook his head and said, "From what I know, there are at least 5 or 6 variations of that move. If I hadn't ranked up yet, I wouldn't dare chase her either." Following Zhao Yuan's advice, Zach had focused most of his energy on mastering 3 weapons: blades, spears, and staves, with his priority being the staff, followed by the spear. Such a statement from him was enough to prove the brilliance and fearsome nature of the technique.
"If we get the chance, we should seek guidance from them," Zhang Ayahan whispered. "Boss, are you joking?" Zach looked somewhat agitated.
"As long as it's not an absolute secret, we should be able to negotiate something," Zhang Ayahan said, glancing at Lu Rui, who had walked over to someone with a shy smile on her face.
"If I could get guidance on even part of it, I might have a shot at mastering that move." Zach stood up and bowed to Zhang Ayahan. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Zhang Ayahan's expression turned severe in an instant. Didn't he notice that people near the audience seats were already watching them?
Only then did Zach realize he had gotten too excited and quickly sat back down.
After Lu Rui left the stage, she received the highest level of welcome from her teammates in Tianwu. "Sister Rui, is your martial spirit really only rated at B+?" After a round of praises, someone couldn't help but ask. "If the testing device makes a mistake once, it shouldn't mess up a second time, right?" Lu Rui responded half-jokingly, smoothly brushing off the question.
In reality, her martial spirit's strength was definitely no longer at the B level. Although her recent progress was not particularly evident, she had at least reached A-. As for how much further it could grow, that would depend on the effects of her upcoming rank up. Beyond that, it might become increasingly difficult for her to improve on her own. About a minute after the two sides' individual battle participants left the stage, the referee's voice rang out again. "Both teams, please submit your lineup for the team battle." With Lu Rui defeating 5 opponents in one go, she was destined to top the trending searches today. But the competition had to go on. The live audience, as well as viewers across the nation watching on their phones, computers, and televisions, were all eagerly anticipating the continuation of this thrilling match. How many more surprises could this little-known Green River team bring? And as the championship favorite, what unexpected moves could Tianwu deliver? Both team instructors submitted their lineups. The referee, upon receiving the lists, paused for a moment. Luckily, he had presided over numerous such martial tournaments. After confirming he hadn't made a mistake, he displayed the lineups. First to appear was the challenging Green River team. 2 blaring red names lit up on the screen. "They're sending in 2 substitutes?" The audience was stunned. "Does this mean Green River's bench also hides 2 secret weapons? Wait, their captain Wang Bo isn't on the list. Neither is their other star player, Xiao Ming." For those who had been following Green River, their hopes sank halfway. No matter how formidable their hidden cards were, it was impossible to justify benching a ranked player like Wang Bo. On a stage like this, even Jingwu had never fielded a lineup where all members were ranked. Quick rank-ups had their advantages, but for these prodigies, over-reliance on genetic serums would absolutely hinder their future cultivation. Otherwise, with the financial resources of the top 5 academies, they could easily assemble a 5-member ranked team without hesitation. However, such artificially boosted talents would see their martial paths cut short in the future. The Martial Artists Association will actively intervene in the investigation. If it is discovered that the higher-ups of the Martial Academy forced them to exchange their martial path future for results, the Martial Artists Association will impose severe punishments on those higher-ups, potentially even affecting the management rights of the Academy. Even if they do not lose management rights, once such incidents are exposed, they will be scorned by martial academies nationwide. Which talented newcomer in the country would still dare choose their academy? After all, choosing to go there would be equivalent to ruining their own future. Before advancing in rank, or even before reaching the second rank, this phase is not crucial for these geniuses. They must safely get through the low rank period. Only after stepping onto the battlefield will they truly begin to grow rapidly. A martial artist can only achieve a qualitative leap after experiencing the crucible of real warfare. Some people may appear unremarkable in normal times, but after undergoing the baptism of blood and fire, they often transform into entirely different individuals overnight. On the other hand, some who display exceptional talent during their training in martial academies might collapse on the spot when faced with a real test. As training for the younger generation in major martial academies becomes increasingly standardized, such cases have become rarer but have not disappeared entirely. The contestants from Lujiang, Green River, clearly belong to the type who are decisive and ruthless. Even in giving up, they were exceedingly straightforward. They might have been able to shine in individual battles, and perhaps even stand a chance in team battles. But after Lu Rui, single-handedly shattered their objective, Lu Jiang gave up entirely on competing this time. As for making a name for themselves in front of the nation's major powers, before their matches even started, Lu Jiang's team members had already signed contracts with multiple major powers in the northern region. In fact, at least 70% of talented newcomers are already targeted and recruited by major powers upon enrollment or awakening. Some do not sign contracts because they are dissatisfied with the terms, others hope to secure better contracts by performing on the national competition stage. The benefits are mutual: the better you perform, the more bidders there are, and naturally, the more benefits you can secure. As the audience prepared to vent their frustrations, a list of names appeared on the screen on the other side. 5 names in blue, these were the main lineup. After witnessing Lu Jiang's strength in the individual battles, the vast majority of teams would field their full main lineup. But Tianwu, Heavenly Marshal, was different. They kept their ace hidden on the bench. This had already become a well-known secret. Zhao Yuan, isn't playing? The audience was stunned. What is Tianwu doing? Are they playing mind games? If Lu Jiang's main lineup goes up against this main lineup without Zhao Yuan, would they have a chance of winning? They probably would, and not a small one. The expressions of Lu Jiang's lead instructor shifted several times but soon relaxed again. Ultimately, it came down to their own lack of confidence. They couldn't blame the other side for playing mind games like this. The mentor of Tianwu was simply a genius. The audience's attention quickly shifted from criticizing Lu Jiang's sudden withdrawal to Tianwu's bold tactics. Before understanding the strength of Lu Jiang's team, they cautiously brought their ace, the female Gun King, off the bench. But after gauging Lu Jiang's strength, they dared to keep one of their core players, SSS-ranked Zhao Yuan, on the bench, even while leading by just 1 point. What kind of nerves does that take? The audience couldn't help but grumble in their hearts while marveling at Tianwu's good fortune. If not for Lu Jiang's mentor's sudden blunder and decision to forfeit the match against Tianwu, today might have turned into a massive upset. Lu Rui, who had created the 1v5 legend, might have lost face entirely due to her mentor's audacious move. Regardless of the controversial tactics, Tianwu's captain, Fu Miaoyin, still led her teammates onto the battlefield. Unfortunately, while the first half of the match amazed the crowd, the second half completely fizzled out. Fu Miaoyin slung her longsword single-handedly over her back, silently watching her 4 teammates clash with Lu Jiang's 5 players. 4 versus 5? Even Lu Jiang's substitutes were no pushovers. What kind of strategy was this? Was Tianwu deliberately forfeiting their chance to advance, gifting Lu Jiang an opportunity? The audience, initially disenchanted, was once again intrigued by Tianwu's peculiar tactics. Although Lu Jiang's team had technically forfeited due to their mentor's decision, with Zhao Yuan benched and Fu Miaoyin holding back, even a cornered rabbit would fight back. As soon as the match began, Lu Jiang's team launched an aggressive assault. At first, Tianwu's 4 players were severely suppressed. But as time went on, the tide began to turn. The young man wielding the long whip single-handedly sparked the entire team's momentum. Wait, am I seeing this right? Has this guy also advanced to the next tier? Someone exclaimed in shock, realizing just how formidable this boy named Qifei truly was. The abilities he displayed while revitalizing his entire team could undoubtedly qualify him as a powerhouse, even in individual matches. Before long, everyone noticed that his performance was eerily composed, almost unsettlingly so. The long whip in his hand rarely launched attacks of its own. Instead, it was primarily used to support teammates like Wang Shuang and the others. Once Tianwu weathered Lu Jiang's initial offensive and began organizing a counterattack, Qifei only occasionally struck the opponents directly. Who says Tianwu was all about gimmicks? The audience erupted once more. While rooting for an underdog's rise was thrilling, watching a traditional powerhouse like Tianwu crush opponents with overwhelming strength had its own addictive allure. Just when you thought they underestimated their opponents and were about to lose to an obscure team in a 1v5 scenario, their bench produced the female Gun King, who effortlessly reversed the situation with her own 1v5 feat. And just when you assumed they were playing mind games to provoke their adversaries, they casually revealed a trump card. To others, it might have seemed like an unbeatable royal flush,
For Tianwu, it was merely 4-2s played one at a time. Lu Jiang's team crumbled under the pressure. The team fight, which started with high intensity, quickly fell apart. It turned out Tianwu had been using the match as a training exercise all along. The players from Lu Jiang lost all will to fight. Everyone on their side seemed to be acting like an Oscar-worthy performer, one accidentally slipping up here, another unintentionally faltering there, until Tianwu systematically eliminated them all. The match was spectacularly chaotic and immensely entertaining. But when the final score came in, it was a decisive victory for Tianwu. The audience was thoroughly entertained, and any criticism of Lu Jiang waned. After all, Tianwu hadn't even unleashed their ultimate weapon, yet they were already this formidable. Rumor had it that Fu Miaoyin was incredibly ruthless, never holding back when she struck. Even Tianlang, after a mere practice match against Tianwu, saw one of their core advanced level players lose their mental composure in defect to the more dominant Moa team. By 11 a.m. on the third day, the first round of official matches for all 5 teams had concluded. Jingwu dominated the trending topics for half a day, but the next 2 days were overshadowed by the shocking upset involving Jian. By the end of the third morning, news of the match between Tianwu and Lu Jiang flooded every channel. The players from Lu Jiang garnered significant attention, but Tianwu's team occupied multiple headlines. Among them, the female gun king, Lu Rui, received the most spotlight, followed by their captain, Fu Miaoyin. Although Fu Miaoyin hadn't made a move in the match, someone had somehow pinned the blame for Lu Yunfei's departure from Tianlang onto her. Some claimed she was too ruthless, traumatizing Lu Yunfei into leaving. Others speculated that Lu Yunfei had been heartbroken after failing to win her favor, prompting his departure. However, in the second version, Fu Miaoyin demanded that Lu Yunfei join a team capable of defeating Tianwu before agreeing to his pursuit. Jingwu never accepted such requests for temporary replacements. Even if someone was injured, they would rather fight short-handed than recruit reinforcements from other martial academies. Such news was mostly treated as a joke. But Fu Miaoyin's reputation quickly spread. Teams that had already advanced to the second round and those with a chance of advancing were all praying not to face Tianwu. Having experienced the shock from Muljiang, the people of Tianwu would only grow more cautious. Who knows, the next time they meet, Tianwu might just play 2 kings and 4 twos right off the bat. If they couldn't score any points in individual or team battles, how could they stand out in front of the major powers? How could they leave an impression on the national audience? Now, the prayers from various teams almost matched, if not surpassed, those from Jingwu. After Zhou Ming and Zhao Chuan were injured, Tianwu's training became even more intense. While recovering, the two of them also went to watch other teams' matches every day. After the first round ended, the real competitive pressure began to sink in for everyone. Wang Shuang, if you keep zoning out, you'll lose your spot as a main player in the team battles. Zhao Yuan reprimanded in a low voice. Yuan Ge, isn't the Black Dragon match coming up? Are we really not going to watch? Wang Shuang asked with a smile. Unlike the popular focus on Jingwu and Mo, Tianwu was more interested in the Black Dragon team. Zhou Ming and Zhao Chuan might not be able to gather any useful intelligence. Today marked the last day of the first round. After this round, there would be a 2-day break for the final teams to rest and adjust. The Black Dragon match was the last game of the first round. Everyone's anticipation was palpable. Yuan Ge, why don't we go take a look? Team captain Fu Miaoyin called out, Yuan Ge, causing Zhao Yuan to frown. Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge. Currently, in Tianwu's training, even their instructor Yang Ying was absent, with Zhao Yuan fully in charge. Alright, let's go. Zhao Yuan shook his head and agreed. Over the past few days of training, everyone had indeed worked hard. Qi Fei advanced by 1 rank, and the team's overall effort reached a new peak. Having 3 rank advanced experts on a team gave them a 90% chance of winning the championship in past tournaments. But this year was full of uncertainties. It was the most groundbreaking year in the century-long history of the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. Zhao Yuan finally nodded. Long live Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge is the best. The Tianwu team packed up and left the training room, heading straight for the arena. By this point, there were less than 10 minutes left before the Black Dragon match. When they arrived, the arena was already almost full. Miaoyin, over here. A shout called the Tianwu team over. In the back rows of the audience, Zhang Aihan had spotted the Tianwu team glancing around. There were still 3 or 4 empty seats where she was sitting. Free action. Fu Miaoyin said, pulling Lu Rui along with her. Following them was Zhao Yuan. As far as they knew, these two hadn't been in contact for several days. The others quickly went to find seats. Aihanjia, why are you here watching the match alone?
Lu Rui greeted her, taking the opportunity to sit on the other side as Zhang Ayahan stood up. Fu Miaoyin sat down next to Lu Rui, leaving 2 seats for the others. Zhao Yuan walked over and casually sat beside Lu Rui. Zhang Ayahan seemed a bit nervous. She had wanted to contact Zhao Yuan multiple times after Fu Miaoyin's advice but didn't know how to proceed.
Not interested in sitting on the chair?
The man's familiar yet distant voice came.
Why not just sit on my lap?
This left Lu Rui and Fu Miaoyin stunned. Zhang Ayahan's face instantly turned red as she quickly moved to the other side of him to sit down. The moment she sat, she felt a large hand slide around her lower back, pulling her close. Disappear like that again, and I'll go directly to your instructor to find you, Zhao Yuan's voice murmured near her ear.
With the referee's whistle, the match began, and both sides sent out their players.
Zhang Ayahan had initially come to observe the Black Dragon team Lu Rui had mentioned, to see what was special about them. But as the match progressed, her attention was almost entirely on Zhao Yuan beside her. Since she sat down, Zhao Yuan's hand had been resting on her waist. Over half an hour passed, and she found herself practically leaning into his embrace, clearly feeling his breath.
You're not watching the match?
Zhao Yuan wasn't particularly interested in the competition either. He had watched one of Black Dragon's matches before and was already familiar with the players. Especially in this match, where the opponents were only of average strength. Still, the players fought through every round of the individual battles.
Yet they lost by just 1 point.
The match itself wasn't particularly exciting, but it could still be considered passable.
Ha! Zhang Ayahan seemed a little confused.
Although they were sitting in a corner where it was hard for others to notice her, she still felt unusually nervous. The shouts of the audience in the arena were far less clear than the sound of the man's heartbeat beside her.
You're not mad at me?
Zhang Ayahan looked up, her gaze fixed on him. Zhao Yuan frowned slightly.
Zhang Ayahan felt a bit uneasy.
Fu Miaoyin had warned her before that Zhao Yuan wasn't someone easy to deal with. This is my first time being a girlfriend, I don't know how to do it, Zhang Ayahan said, then buried her head in his chest.
If I do anything wrong, you can teach me.
Zhang Ayahan thought she must have gone crazy. She had never cared about men before. Her talent had been acknowledged by her father, and she was considered one of the top-tier individuals among SSS-level awakeners.
She had trained with the other 5 major teams and had witnessed the strength of many SSS-level rookies and entry-level warriors.
But compared to Zhao Yuan, the gap was immense, to the point where even Fu Miaoyin might not measure up to him.
Could it be that Tian Wu had some extraordinary secret?
The rookies they nurtured were just too strong, so strong it was almost abnormal.
Zhao Yuan froze for a moment. Who wasn't experiencing their first time?
This was his first time having more than one girlfriend, too. You can learn from Rui, Zhao Yuan's voice sounded in her ear.
You can learn in all aspects.
In truth, he wanted to suggest that she learn from Fu Miaoyin instead. Recently, under his guidance, Fu Miaoyin had picked up quite a lot of new knowledge.
All aspects? Zhang Ayahan's ears were burning.
She understood the implications of those words. Though she was straightforward by nature, she wasn't naive.
She nodded lightly, thinking to herself, once I've learned, let's see if you can handle it.
The entire match lasted 2 hours. The Black Dragon team still managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Though they lost points in the individual battles, the team battle went down to the wire. The only player who wasn't eliminated was their team captain. Despite every member giving it their all, the Black Dragon team won the final spot in the top 10 by just 1 point, due to the different scoring rules for team and individual battles.
1 point again. Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui exclaimed almost simultaneously. Although Zhang Ayahan noticed the gazes of people around her, the match had already ended by now. Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui tactfully reminded her as well.
During the past 2 hours, they had tried their best not to disturb this rare moment between the couple. Zhang Ayahan suddenly emerged from Zhao Yuan's embrace, quickly tidying up her clothes around her waist. Zhao Yuan hadn't exactly been behaving himself while holding her. Sister Ayahan, the Black Dragon team's players are really impressive, Lu Rui said, winking at Zhang Ayahan.
Zhang Ayahan nodded like a pecking chick. Yeah, they really are.
Her small gesture made Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui exchange knowing smiles.
The captain of the Heavenly Wolf team hadn't even watched the match. Today's competition was genuinely dull.
The Black Dragon team clearly had the ability to win easily. Who knew who their next opponent would be? The 4 of them followed the crowd out of the venue. The spectators seemed largely uninterested.
Despite the seemingly thrilling action, the match had actually been rather lackluster.
Sister Fu, Sister Ayahan, and I have something to take care of, said Lu Rui apologetically as they were about to leave the arena.
Brother Yuan, you can head back first. With that, she pulled Zhang Ayahan away.
The next 3 days were a break in the competition, and all teams were busy arranging their training schedules.
Captain Zhang, who rarely had such free time, was determined to seize the opportunity to seek advice from Lu Rui. "They're chatting in private, aren't you going to listen in?" Zhao Yuan walked alongside Fu Miaoyin. "What's there to listen to?" Fu Miaoyin pouted. She understood Zhao Yuan's intention. He wanted her to open up and share what was on her mind with them. Ever since Zhang Ayahan stopped mentioning Lu Yunfei, she had been leaving her door open for him in the middle of the night. Lately, she felt like she was nearing her breaking point. Besides, she wasn't like Rui. Apart from being alone with him, she couldn't act as naturally as Rui did. Zhao Yuan frowned slightly. This girl was really stubborn. "Leave the door open for me tonight." With that, he walked away briskly. "Captain! Captain!" As soon as Zhao Yuan left, Guoxian and a group of others came chasing after him. His reflexes were truly sharp. Because Fu Miaoyin wasn't ready to make their relationship public, she often avoided being alone with Zhao Yuan in front of others. In this regard, Zhao Yuan rarely went against her wishes. Why did Brother Yuan leave? The group caught sight of Zhao Yuan's retreating figure. They all knew Fu Miaoyin, Zhao Yuan, and Lu Rui were close. "They had something to do," Fu Miaoyin replied, feigning calmness. "It's about time anyway, so we'll skip training today." The Halon, Black Dragon, team's match had lasted over 2 hours. Soon it would be dinner time, and there wasn't much point in heading to practice now. "Looks like they're off on another date," Zhang Nian sighed. But really, Brother Yuan, everyone knows about their relationship, yet he still acts like this. "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I won't report you to Brother Yuan?" Fu Miaoyin shot Zhang Nian a glare. Her ears turned bright red, but fortunately, everyone else's attention wasn't on her. This guy was so bold, saying such things in public. What if Guoxian and the others overheard? "Captain, Sister Miaoyin." Zhang Nian immediately backed down. Still, the Halong team is pretty impressive. 10 consecutive wins, all by a single point. With everyone's focus shifted, Fu Miaoyin finally felt a bit relieved. In the preliminary and second rounds, most people probably didn't notice, Fu Miaoyin said seriously. But after today, the Halong team's record will definitely be dug up. And they'll be investigated thoroughly. We of Tianwu should just focus on our own training. With that, she waved her hand. "Dismissed. Remember to join training on time tomorrow." The members of Tianwu finally dispersed. Fu Miaoyin didn't want to interact with him openly, and Lu Rui had been dragged away by Zhang Ayahan. At this moment, Zhao Yuan found himself feeling a bit bored, so he decided to wander aimlessly around the vast Jingwu campus. He recalled that Jingwu had an incredible opportunity in recent years. Unfortunately, it didn't quite suit him. That was why he had chosen Tianwu as his first pick. As he roamed, Zhao Yuan realized he might have gotten lost. Ahead, there seemed to be some commotion, but it was clearly not caused by the freshmen. Curious and with nothing else to do, he took a few steps forward. The air was filled with the scent of blood. As Zhao Yuan approached, he immediately caught the familiar smell. Over the past few months, he might have forgotten, but he had spent years guarding the front lines. This scent only appeared in real life and death battles. He saw several students wearing Jingwu uniforms gathered around an area. The smell of blood was wafting from there. After a moment of thought, Zhao Yuan understood where he was and what was happening. This must be the area for upper-year Jingwu students, likely second- or third-year students. What they were watching was probably a challenge from other martial academies or forces. In martial challenges, life and death were at one's own risk. The path of martial artists was grueling and monotonous. The group of freshmen in the audience seats cheered and shouted. Thinking the life of a martial artist was full of excitement, a way to relieve boredom through competition. But they didn't realize how terrifying life would become after their freshman year's protective period. Beyond that year, the harsh reality would often extend into the second year. Once they became sophomores, they would understand the brutal world of martial artists. Why did the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition rarely attract the attention of upper-year students? Even at Jingwu, the host school, it was rare to see their presence. Because, in the eyes of upper-year students, such competitions were like children's games. When true martial artists make a move, it's always a matter of life or death. He conducted special training for Lu Rui. Although he wouldn't go all out to harm her, most of the time, he didn't hold back either. The beatings she endured were far more than anyone else. If not for this, even if she had the potential to awaken an SSS-level Fire Phoenix martial soul for the second time, she wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly now. For a true martial artist, enduring hits meant nothing. Back in Tianwu, senior brother Zhang Gun was the real deal, someone who had seen blood and killed before.
This first year at the Martial University was a buffer period for the newcomers, provided by the upper echelons of the school. Even some freshmen with B or C level martial souls could generally enter the initial stage after a year of training. And in a genius-filled place like Jingwu, after 1 year, nearly everyone could reach the first stage, with many even advancing toward the second stage. Starting from their sophomore year, the higher-ups at Jingwu would give them opportunities for real-world practice and bloodshed.
Because even life and death challenges were nothing compared to stepping out of the safe zones and battling ferocious beasts.
At this moment, in the senior district of Jingwu, a sparring challenge was likely taking place. Zhao Yuan initially knew nothing about these things. It wasn't until his sophomore year that he understood what it truly meant to be a martial artist. Someone would come to issue a challenge, and senior brothers and sisters from the martial academy would accept it.
The exchanges weren't genuinely aimed at killing, but when they struck, there was no such thing as holding back.
Injuries were common, and fatalities or crippling outcomes were the norm. As long as it was an official challenge and both parties agreed, even the high-ranking experts of the martial academy would not interfere with the life or death outcome. Once a martial artist entered the initial stage, their martial soul could be summoned to enhance combat power.
As cultivation progressed, the martial soul would eventually take its final form.
Before this happened, however, severe trauma could potentially cause the martial soul to degrade or even collapse. Freshmen could only access a small portion of the Martial Academy's official website.
The remaining sections would only be unlocked when the higher-ups deemed the time appropriate.
Only then would they truly begin to understand the challenges of real martial artists. By the timeline, they had only been in school for 2 months. The senior brothers and sisters from the previous cohort had also only been sophomores for 2 months. Yet Jingwu had already unlocked their challenge rights so quickly.
At Tiannan 5 Academy, where Zhao Yuan had studied before,
such permissions were only granted during the second semester of sophomore year.
Zhao Yuan's arrival didn't attract much attention.
Although the battles in the arena were at the participants' own risk,
any private fights that broke out on the sidelines would be met with severe punishment by Jingwu's upper management.
At this moment, several people on the edge of the dueling arena were already seriously injured, with 2 even unconscious.
Medical staff from Jingwu were providing emergency treatment. Inside the arena, the smell of blood was thick in the air.
What on earth is wrong with Jingwu this year? A young man with a hooked nose stood in the center of the arena, looking at the Jingwu students with confusion in his eyes, but even more with disdain.
According to tradition, challenge rights wouldn't be granted until at least the end of the semester.
This year, not only had the sophomore year been affected,
but the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament for first years
had also undergone a major reform. They came from the Magic City, a total of 10 people, most of them third-year students. Upon arriving at Jingwu, they participated in 5 matches, all of which ended in devastating defeats for Jingwu's students. The reforms of Jingwu will ultimately benefit all martial artists across Long Country, declared one student as he stepped forward.
Defeat after defeat, Jingwu's performance was simply unbelievable.
At the beginning of the year, news about the reform of the newcomer martial arts tournament attracted immense attention from everyone. On the first day of school, Jingwu's leadership granted them partial access to the Academy's official website's permissions once again. From that moment on, everyone's worldview was completely overturned, especially when an email highlighted in red font was sent to each person's account. The news about the National Martial Arts Tournament for freshmen seemed far less important than grabbing a quick meal or spending 2 extra hours training in the practice room.
2 months after receiving the email, which was just 3 days ago,
the leadership began opening up the rights to challenge and be challenged among Jingwu's second-year students. From that moment on, regardless of whether they were from other martial academies, martial dojos, or even families of influence, as long as they believed their strength was formidable, they could come to Jingwu and challenge them. Of course, no matter who the challenger was, they were not allowed to use their higher realm to suppress their opponent. As long as it was a battle between those of the same tier, Jingwu would accept the challenge.
A martial artist should be courageous and enterprising.
This student's aura was immensely strong, having made significant progress at the first tier. His strength had reached at least 70 calories, nearly double that of Zhao Yuan. If he wasn't an SSS class talent or a wielder of an awakened power-type martial soul, then at least half of his 12 meridians were likely already cleared. Thinking back to himself, by the end of his first year, he had just barely entered the first tier. It wasn't until his second year that he managed to clear his first meridian of the 12. Even if you're a third-year senior, as long as you're at a similar level to us, then come and fight, the young man said gravely.
I am Fong Yuan from Jingwu's second year. Senior, please guide me.
His appearance greatly displeased the youth with the hooked nose. Indeed, he was a third-year student, but unfortunately, he had yet to step into the second tier. Thus, the only ones he could challenge were the younger second-year students of Jingwu. Having trained an extra year, even when facing an SSS class opponent, as long as that opponent had also not entered the second tier, he felt no fear. Honestly, why not let your third-year students step up for the challenge? Hiding behind these young ones and playing dead, what's the point? Even in Jingwu, ranked number 1 in the nation, there were still many third-year students who had not entered the second tier. The further one advanced in cultivation, the harder it became to break through without rapidly acquiring resources. The path of a martial artist lies in constant progress and fearless advancement. This point, as the Jingwu student just mentioned, was a principle often emphasized by their mentors and higher-level experts. Kid, do you know what kind of consequences this will bring? You're asking for trouble. The young man's face turned dark. Challenges between martial artists were no casual matter. The reason injuries but no deaths occurred was because he was carefully controlling his strength. If he were to go all out while at Jingwu, it would be a wasted journey. If it were only for sparring, there were plenty of people to practice with back in the Magic City. For martial artists to achieve bold progress, they must endure life and death trials. At this stage, aside from seeking challenges, they had no other options. This wasn't unique to the students from the Magic City. Low-tier martial artists around the globe faced the same situation. After all, throwing these high-potential individuals directly onto the front lines would result in a survival rate of less than 30%. Allowing them to challenge others and hone their combat strength and courage was the best choice. Some might think this approach was cruel. In an environment ravaged by fierce beasts and demonic creatures, humanity's internal competition seemed somewhat foolish. But in reality, martial artists only had a few years of golden opportunity to break through. Around the age of 20 was when their bodies developed rapidly, but it was also their most vulnerable period. At the first and second tiers, venturing outside safe zones was like budding flowers on a tree, easily blown off by the slightest wind. To address this dilemma, humanity's leadership convened meeting after meeting, spending years before finally deciding to open up such challenge rights. In today's world of advanced social media, it was almost impossible to see any sparring among martial artists above the second tier. Even if there was video footage of martial artists in action, it was mostly of their battles against fierce beasts and demonic creatures. The opening of this right, although ultimately aimed at giving low-tier martial artists more opportunities to grow stronger, also deviated from humanity's original goal of unity and collective resistance against fierce beasts and demonic creatures. Therefore, any martial artist, after entering a tier, was strictly prohibited from casually displaying their abilities in front of ordinary people. Now, challenge and combat videos between martial artists could only be viewed within the martial artist community. This is for third-year students, the young man with the hooked nose said coldly. I won't repeat myself a third time. Though he had struck multiple times, it was all merely toying with his opponent. His impatience had reached its peak. Fang Yuan, a sophomore from Jingwu University, accepts your challenge. Fang Yuan's gaze was resolute, his back straight as a rod. As a genius of Jingwu, he had stepped into the first stage during the first half of his freshman year. From entering the stage until now, he had trained in the first stage for 7 months. Whether in martial techniques, movement skills, or combat experience, he was among the best in his tier. Since the upper management of Jingwu had opened up the right to accept challenges, how could they back down when faced with challengers from outside? Moreover, among the third-year seniors of Jingwu, very few had not yet reached the second stage. And of those few, their combat power was generally mediocre. The slightly stronger ones, having undergone 2 years of rigorous training at Jingwu, would have long since stepped into the second stage. In other words, among the current batch of Jingwu students, apart from the small number who had already entered the second stage, Fang Yuan was considered a top-tier warrior in the first stage. It must be said, Jingwu was incredibly bold. Other prestigious martial academies typically wouldn't permit such challenges until the second semester or even the end of the second year. Even Tianwu University would only allow it after the first semester of sophomore year. The first few months of sophomore year were often considered the most awkward period for students. Among the top 3 to 5 or, at most 10 to 8 students, only a handful might have already stepped into the second stage. The rest of the students, even those who trained faster, might only be in the mid to late first stage. It would take another 3 to 5 months for them to reach the late stage or peak of the first stage. Facing challenges from other academies or factions at that time would be the optimal choice.
Zhao Yuan had experienced this policy before and knew well the overwhelming pressure it brought. At the moment, he was questioning whether someone in Jingwu's upper management had been provoked, leading to back-to-back major reforms in both the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament and the Sophomore Challenge rights.
If you continue down this path of stubbornness, we will no longer hold back, the hook-nosed young man said coldly. If there are casualties, you must bear the consequences yourself. Though his tone was angry, he made sure to say what needed to be said. After all, this was Jingwu University. Even if he ended up killing Jingwu's genius, the upper management of Jingwu wouldn't interfere or hold a grudge. After all, such decisions had already become a global consensus. If challenges like these led to enmity between two major factions, the human race would have long been extinct. We studied that agreement thoroughly at the start of the semester. Fang Yuan's eyes turned icy. Since we're still standing here, we've already put life and death out of our minds. After stepping into the first stage, many people found their training progress grinding to a halt. At the beginning of sophomore year, their mentors explained to them what it meant to be a true warrior. Only those who had faced life and death trials could truly be considered warriors. Without experiencing real combat, even an SSS class genius would become mediocre. Zhao Yuan understood this deeply. After clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians, the difficulty of clearing the 12 main meridians doubled. Although his internal energy flowed through his body like the vast celestial cycle, with immense growth in both quantity and accumulation speed, he had entered the first stage during the second semester of his freshman year, yet until the sophomore second semester challenge rights opened, he had only reached mid-first stage. It was only after facing challenge after challenge that his training speed picked up again, allowing him to make rapid progress within a short period. By the time he graduated in his senior year, his level was just a step away from the third stage. 1 month after graduation, he reached the third stage on the front lines of the battlefield. This was an achievement that many of his S-level or even SSS-level peers found difficult to attain. The young man with the hooked nose leveled his long spear. "Come and fight." Fang Yuan gripped a large saber and stepped forward. Though both were in the first stage, the opponent had trained for an additional year. While there was a tiger roaring in Fang Yuan's heart, he knew better than to underestimate his opponent. The young genius of Jingwu was the first to strike. With beginner-level footwork, he instantly crossed over 10 meters and appeared in front of the hook-nosed youth. Fang Yuan's blade was raised above his head but had yet to fall before he suddenly froze. The tip of the spear had already pierced through his chest. "Fool, this is a warrior's challenge, not a game," the hook-nosed youth's voice resounded, but Fang Yuan could no longer hear it. His consciousness faded in an instant. "You possess martial soul power yet chose not to use it. Is it because you look down on me, or do you think your life is expendable?" His voice was cold, and when his gaze once again fell on the other Jingwu students, it was filled with killing intent. The medical staff from Jingwu quickly arrived to carry Fang Yuan to the sidelines for emergency treatment. But Zhao Yuan knew that Fang Yuan was beyond saving. Even with advanced medical technology, the heart was still one of the body's most vital organs. Pierced through by a spear, death was inevitable within 10 breaths. Sure enough, before the medical staff could begin their rescue, their actions came to a halt. This young genius named Fang Yuan had fallen. In martial challenges, battles rarely lasted long. Unless the strength, martial techniques, and combat experience were closely matched, the fights ended swiftly. "Bring out the juniors from year 3, shouted another warrior from the Demon City faction, standing behind the young man with the hooked nose. On their very first day here, someone from Jingwu had already died in combat. This was an outcome that many had not anticipated. "You think you're worthy?" A few moments later, another Jingwu student stepped forward. "Hao Ji." Several Jingwu students shouted in unison. It seemed that this Hao Ji was highly regarded among the second-year students of Jingwu. "Zhao Hao of Jingwu Year 2, requesting your guidance." Zhao Hao's body radiated a murderous intent. It was bad enough they injured someone earlier, but now they dared to kill right in front of him. Fang Yuan, who bore an S+ martial soul, had fallen just outside the safe zone. He finally understood the brutality of martial challenges. "I've already said I won't hold back again," the hook-nosed man sneered coldly. "The stronger the opponent, the harsher my strikes." Zhao Hao replied icily, "You wouldn't gamble with your life, and neither will I." As his words fell, a fierce tiger's shadow instantly appeared behind him. The hook-nosed man let out a cold snort, and a raptor's shadow quietly emerged behind him as well. Both were S-grade martial souls, and both were top tier. Most notably, the hook-nosed man's martial soul appeared far clearer than Zhao Hao's. This man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the first rank. Zhao Hao wielded a battle blade as his weapon.
His approach was far more cautious than Fang Yuan's. His wide, sweeping strikes were much steadier than a reckless charge. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk in an instant, the two had exchanged multiple blows. Both had a physical strength of about 80 kilocalories, but with the augmentation of their martial souls, their explosive power reached at least 100 kilocalories. This was the true power of martial souls. The raw clash of power reverberated so intensely that the ears of the second-year students on the sidelines began to ache. After all, many of them had only recently entered the ranks. In terms of raw strength, most were only around 30 kilocalories. Their abilities were nowhere near those of Zhao Hao. Not good. After 3 exchanges, the hook-nosed man's spear traced an eerie arc. The long spear pierced Zhao Hao's chest, but fortunately, Zhao Hao reacted quickly and dodged in time. However, the spear instantly pierced through his left shoulder. With a tremor of the spear, Zhao Hao's entire left arm fell to the ground. Even though he had already won, the hook-nosed man struck again, driving his spear into Zhao Hao's left ribs. Under the relentless onslaught, Zhao Hao was sent flying and immediately lost consciousness. This was the cruelty of martial challenges: 1 death, 1 severe injury. 2 of Jingwu's S+ geniuses, 1 was dead, the other crippled. Many of the second-year students vomited on the spot, overwhelmed by the sheer bloodshed and terror. As the medical staff hurried to provide aid, a figure quietly stepped forward, casually picking up the battle blade lying on the ground. His face looked very young, younger than anyone present. But his eyes burned with fury. "Hey, kid, this isn't something you can handle." The hook-nosed man almost burst into laughter when he saw the young student step forward. "What are you here for?" The young man raised the battle blade, pointing it at the hook-nosed man. "What do warriors fight for?" His voice was cold, like a machine devoid of emotion. "What do warriors fight for?" The hook-nosed man mimicked his tone before sneering. "Of course, to grow stronger and strive for advancement." The young man appeared far too inexperienced, clearly a first-year student. The Jingwu faction was incomprehensible. How could they allow a freshman into the upperclassmen's area? These events were far too much for someone so young. Hopefully, this wouldn't shatter his martial spirit. "Just for that?" the young man asked again. "Of course." The hook-nosed man laughed, then added with feigned concern, "Go back to the freshman district. That blade belongs to your senior. It's not something you should even touch. Junior, leave now." Among the second-year Jingwu students, few recognized Zhao Yuan. They could barely remember all their own juniors, let alone someone like Zhao Yuan from an external academy. Warriors fight for life. Zhao Yuan's blade remained pointed at the hook-nosed man. He murmured under his breath. The higher-ups of humanity, the Jingwu authorities, had allowed challenge rights. But this wasn't meant for them to kill each other. It was to give newcomers more opportunities to rise, to seize this critical moment for rapid advancement. Martial challenges disregarded life and death. This was meant for warriors of equivalent strength to push their limits, to give their all. Thus, both life and death were possible outcomes. The upper echelons allow such challenge permissions, but it isn't meant to let them act recklessly and disregard life or death. The hook-nosed man was at the peak of the first tier, with combat experience and martial skills far superior to Fang Yuan and Zhao Hao of Jingwu. He could severely injure the two, leaving them bedridden for 3 to 5 months, or even a year or more. But he should not aim to take their lives with just one move. Zhao Hao losing an arm, though not fatal, meant his martial path was essentially destroyed. Without being able to fully connect the 12 meridians, he would never ascend to the second tier in his lifetime. In just a few minutes, the hook-nosed man had effectively destroyed 2 exceptionally talented individuals with boundless potential, both of them at least capable of striving to become martial masters. The upper echelons opened challenge permissions not simply to let us fight amongst ourselves. Zhao Yuan pointed his blade at the hook-nosed man. "If you don't change this vile mindset, you won't leave here today." "Kid, what are you saying?" The hook-nosed man laughed. Typically, hearing such words would ignite fury in anyone. But the young man before him was far too young. He was already in his 3rd year of university, possessing an S-class martial spirit. Facing a first-year freshman, how could he have any concerns? Even if he did, he wouldn't stoop to fighting this kid. Fighting to the death with second-year students was within the permissions allowed by Jingwu's upper echelons. But attacking a first-year seedling? That would be an unforgivable crime. Run along now. This is a world for adults, not a place for children to meddle, the hook-nosed man said with a smirk. Of course, when you reach this stage, I, Sun Hongfei, will gladly face you at any time. Martial artists train and fight to save lives, not to trample on them at will. Zhao Yuan murmured. Unfortunately, Sun Hongfei could not hear him at all. He turned to the others from Jingwu. What's wrong with you people? Not even one of you dares to step forward? Previously, when there were only injuries, their reactions were still considered normal. But now, with one dead and one crippled, this group was ashen-faced, stricken with terror. Is this all it took? Sun Hongfei knew this was his last chance. By the second half of the semester, he would have to follow the seniors out for training. If he could seize this opportunity to break into the second tier, his chances of surviving and even rising to glory outside the safe zone would significantly improve. There's no need to provoke these senior brothers and sisters. I'm standing right here to take you down, Zhao Yuan said, his body emanating a murderous intent. This killing intent made every pore on Sun Hongfei's body contract. The Jingwu crowd on the sidelines also fell into an inexplicable silence. Junior brother, this isn't a place for you to mess around, a beautiful young woman stepped forward. You have great talent, but this is far from the time for you to intervene. The crowd hadn't noticed before, but when Zhao Yuan unleashed his killing intent, they realized this young freshman had already stepped into the first tier. First-year students entering the tier in Jingwu could be counted on one hand. By this time next year, he would most likely reach the second tier. Don't worry, senior sister, Zhao Yuan showed no sign of retreating. I am Zhao Yuan, a freshman from Tianwu. This time, by chance, I came here and saw this man relying on a few more years of training to recklessly harm his own kind. His voice grew colder. Let me ask you again, do you practice martial arts just to make yourself stronger? Of course. Stimulated by Zhao Yuan's killing intent, Sun Hongfei's aura of murderous intent almost spiraled out of control. I have already warned them, yet they still dared to provoke me. Kid, you're young, but you've really overdone it with tolerance. But you've already entered the ranks. Even if I strike you, at most, I'll just be punished by being sent to the front lines early. I won't die. Sun Hongfei's murderous gaze was undisguised. Now that you've recklessly intervened in our fight, perhaps I won't even be immediately punished by being sent to the front lines. He sneered. Junior brother Zhao, step back. Finally, a young man walked over from the distance. His cultivation was also at the first rank, but he was clearly older than this group of sophomores. Senior, Zhao Yuan said firmly, I, Zhao Yuan, make this promise in front of everyone here. I am willing to make a move. I understand the martial artist challenge agreement. If I am not as skilled and die here, Tianwu will not hold anyone accountable. Kid. Sun Hongfei's smile vanished. This boy being able to mention the martial artist challenge agreement meant he wasn't acting on impulse. He was looking down on him. A mere freshman? The fastest anyone in Jingwu had ever entered the ranks was within a month. Even if he had achieved it faster, it wouldn't have been more than a month. What kind of combat experience could he have gained in a month? What martial skills could he have mastered? With just the bit of experience from the freshman martial arts tournament, he dares to look down on me, someone who has trained for 2 or 3 years? Junior brother Zhao. The Jingwu third-year student immediately signaled someone to fetch the Tianwu instructors. Even if they come, it won't matter. My martial path, my life, is my own decision. Zhao Yuan pointed at Sun Hongfei. I will only strike one blow. If you survive, you can do with me as you wish. Sun Hongfei's face darkened. A newcomer from Tianwu? If he dies, he dies. Everyone knows the relationship between Modu and Tianwu has always been strained. Kid, heaven has bestowed upon you excellent talent, yet you don't know how to cherish it. He planted his spear into the ground. It would be one thing if you didn't cherish it, but to humiliate your senior brothers in this way. With such a disposition, even if your martial path succeeds in the future, you will only become a scourge. I accept your challenge. I too will strike only once. If you don't die, I will return to Modu, step onto the battlefield, and never come back. Zhao Yuan's gaze turned icy. You won't have that chance. The situation in the field changed in an instant. Some of Jingwu's students hadn't yet reacted, while those who had started calling for senior brothers, sisters, and even instructors. However, the two in the field had already charged at each other, wielding blade and spear. After half a month comprehending the Annihilation Blade, Zhao Yuan was now confident he could execute its first form. Previously, without a suitable weapon, he hadn't dared to attempt it. Now, with a true battle blade in hand, the sensations of past combat surged back to him. This man was narrow-minded and selfish. If he were allowed to continue, who knows how many human martial artists would fall at his hands. The moment the two charged, the ferocious tiger's shadow behind Sun Hongfei reappeared. Yet behind Zhao Yuan, there was nothing. The Jingwu crowd instinctively shut their eyes. This young man was too impulsive. No matter how excessive Sun Hongfei's actions were, they were still within the bounds of the rules. With this boy's talent, if he could endure for a year, In a year, after reaching the second rank, wouldn't it be easy to defeat Sun Hongfei? The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang clearly in everyone's ears. Quick, save him! The third-year senior shouted abruptly. But the medics on the sidelines didn't move an inch. It was only then that everyone turned their gaze to the field. They saw a head rolling on the ground, blood spraying everywhere, instantly dyeing the blade-wielding figure red. The blade-wielding figure? He won! The freshman from Tianwu had defied the odds and slain the third-year expert from Modu. He won! The Jingwu sophomores were all dumbstruck. A severed head rolling, it should have been a terrifying scene. But at this moment, all their attention was on the blood-soaked young man holding the battle blade. He was just a freshman who had awakened 3 months ago, a student who had entered the first rank no more than a month ago. 6 or 7 of their sophomores had already been defeated. Each of them had cultivation at the late stage of the first rank, with strength of at least 50 kilograms. The slain Fang Yuan, the maimed Zhao Hao, both were among the top sophomores in Jingwu. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't defeat their opponent. Yet this freshman had killed him with a single strike. Such a young man would undoubtedly appear in the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. It's the Annihilation Blade technique, a Jingwu third year exclaimed. Has that senior from Tianwu found a successor? As for Sun Hongfei from Modu, his methods were indeed ruthless. Faced with a freshman, he cautiously and ruthlessly unleashed the power of his martial soul. In terms of strength, it was an overwhelming disparity of 70 to 30. With this slash, the boy in front of him would undoubtedly be cruelly torn apart. Yet, just as the two were about to collide, the boy strangely dodged the attack. The blade swung, and a head flew into the air. This was the scene witnessed by the majority of those present. Among the crowd, only 2 or 3 individuals saw the truth. Their weapons did indeed clash, but the one pushed back was the opponent whose strength far surpassed this young boy. With his original power enhanced by the martial soul, his strength had already exceeded 20 kilocalories. This freshman named Zhao Yuan was the one who directly repelled Sun Hongfei before killing him with a single slash. Standing in the arena, Zhao Yuan was drenched in blood, his anger and impulsiveness finally subsiding. After all, he was only 18 or 19 years old, and his fiery impulsiveness could not compare to someone over 50. His earlier actions were driven by instinctive anger and impulse. Now that he had calmed down, the consequences he would face were unknown and potentially terrifying. The first was the backlash from his internal force. He had just entered the first tier, with a strength barely exceeding 35 kilocalories. But the power he unleashed with that slash had reached 101 kilocalories. He had already stepped into the realm of an ordinary second-tier warrior. For martial artists with slightly inferior talent, those with martial soul levels below A grade and average vitality, entering the second tier usually meant a strength of around 80 kilocalories. For those with martial souls ranging from A grade to S grade, their strength upon entering the second tier rarely exceeded 100 kilocalories. Powerhouses like Zhao Hao, Fang Yuan, and Sun Hongfei had similar levels of strength when breaking into the second tier. Even though Zhao Yuan employed his subtle blade techniques and unique deflection skills, his internal force was now completely drained, empty to the last drop. His entire body's muscles and bones began to bear the brunt of the backlash. In an instant, the excruciating pain turned his face pale, and his eyes bloodshot. With a loud clang, the blade fell to the ground. His entire body followed suit, collapsing heavily onto the ground. The moment he fell, Zhao Yuan regained a sliver of clarity. But what followed was an endless wave of pain and exhaustion. Even with his willpower, he couldn't hold on and passed out directly. Of course, Zhao Yuan never intended to force himself to endure. This was his body's self-protection mechanism after enduring excessive backlash and strain. What he needed to do now was wait for the medical team to treat him. Quick, save him! The voice of a third-year student rang out as Zhao Yuan was about to lose consciousness. Jingwu students, where are you planning to take him? After the medical team had provided basic treatment for Zhao Yuan, they prepared to take him away. If you have any issues, take it up with our grade director. The senior from the third year followed the medical team members and quickly left. Today, Zhao Yuan's unauthorized intrusion into the second district, along with his early knowledge of the challenge permissions being unlocked, was bound to cause significant trouble. But Jingwu was Jingwu. Even if they had preemptively unlocked the challenge permissions, resulting in a massive impact on this year's sophomores, they could handle any trouble outside of the challenges. As Zhao Yuan was taken away, the challenge was forced to come to an end. The first reason was that this sudden freshman had already severely disrupted the rules and flow of the challenge. The second was that night had already fallen. They would be staying at Jingwu for half a month. By all accounts, this battle shouldn't have happened today. It was all because of Sun Hongfei and his group being too impatient. And now, they had even rushed to lose their lives. Knock, knock. 9 p.m. There was a knock on Fu Miaoyin's door. Come in. A soft and sweet voice came from inside the room. Although she had agreed to leave the door open, wasn't it a bit too early today? He usually wouldn't arrive until at least 9:30 or 10. It seemed Zhang Ayahan had deeply provoked him this afternoon. Through the light in the hallway, Fu Miaoyin saw a slender figure. Why was it Rui who came? Fu Jiejia, why are you going to bed so early? Lu Rui asked as soon as she entered, noticing Fu Miaoyin covered under the blanket. I'm a bit tired today, so I decided to rest early, Fu Miaoyin responded, her head peeking out from the blanket. At that moment, she was wearing a camisole, clearly not her usual attire. Brother Yuan is missing, Lu Rui said, having spent much of the day talking with Zhang Ayahan and confiding everything about her and Zhao Yuan to her elder sister. She had intended to connect with Zhao Yuan emotionally, as she had been too busy training recently to spend much time with him. Today's conversation had made her realize this. But when she returned, Zhao Yuan was nowhere to be found. She'd searched everywhere, but even his phone couldn't be reached. Don't worry, I'll call the mentor, Fu Miaoyin said, sitting up from under the blanket, both of them visibly anxious. She didn't even notice how different her attire was from her usual style. Mentor, Zhao Yuan. Fu Miaoyin began, but the voice on the other end of the line was stern. All right. She could only nod in response before the call was abruptly ended. It seems Brother Yuan might be in some trouble, Fu Miaoyin said, quickly putting on a jacket. She approached Lu Rui and comforted her gently. Don't worry, the mentor said he'll be fine. As time passed, Zhao Yuan did not return that night. Lu Rui, worried, ended up squeezing into Fu Miaoyin's room to sleep. She thought for sure he would return the next day. With Tianwu's strength, plus mentor Yang Ying personally intervening, what issue could possibly remain unresolved? However, Zhao Yuan was absent from the second day's training, and the third day's as well. Even from the mentor's side, after Fu Miaoyin made 2 calls, she dared not make another. Clearly, the mentor was preoccupied with Zhao Yuan's situation and had no time for them. The competition can't be delayed, he came this time to compete for the championship, Yang Ying had said. After that, anyone trying to contact her was met only with a busy tone. Without Brother Yuan, what are we supposed to do about the upcoming matches? Zhang Nian muttered discontentedly. The others sighed as well. Though Zhao Yuan didn't often take action, his presence was undoubtedly the backbone of the Tianwu team. The mentor said Brother Yuan is here to win the championship. Fu Miaoyin clapped her hands, her tone firm and resolute. We don't know what kind of trouble he's facing right now. But until the mentor and Brother Yuan return, we absolutely cannot lose. Absolutely cannot lose. The team members, inspired by their captain's words, shouted in unison. Though Brother Yuan seemed cold and indifferent, ever since he joined the team's training, everyone had learned a lot from him. Tianwu was indeed facing a major crisis now. Zhou Ming and Zhao Chuan were injured. If they were drawn for an early group battle or individual match tomorrow, they'd be short on people. Otherwise, they'd have to force the 2 injured members to fight. That was why everyone felt so disheartened. However, the captain's words reignited their fighting spirit. Brother Yuan might appear aloof, but his sudden enthusiasm must mean he had a deep desire for the championship. So, they absolutely couldn't let him down. Ahoo! A sharp gasp for breath startled the figure beside the hospital bed. Zhao Yuan, are you okay? A voice called out, pulling Zhao Yuan back from the darkness. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious this time. Throughout, it felt like he'd been dreaming. In the dream, he was still locked in a fierce battle with the 6th-tier Shadow Lord. The suffocating terror of it had nearly driven him to collapse. Fortunately, a gentle voice called him back to reality. Mentor? Zhao Yuan focused his gaze and saw that the person beside him was none other than Mentor Yang Ying. At this moment, she lacked her usual stern demeanor, instead exuding a maternal warmth. It's good that you're awake, Yang Ying said softly. Your body recovered quickly, but your consciousness remained dormant. The moment she arrived, she had taken out a top-grade 2nd-tier healing pill. Even for a 2nd-tier peak martial artist, as long as they still had a breath of life, this would save them. Zhao Yuan had merely suffered a backlash, how could there be any major problem? But for some reason, this kid's consciousness had remained asleep. Could it be that his cultivation wasn't sufficient, and forcibly using the annihilation blade triggered a soul shock? She had immediately called an old expert thousands of miles away, but the other person simply told her to stabilize the situation before hanging up. How long have I been unconscious? Zhao Yuan was still a bit groggy. In his dream, it felt as if he had been entangled with that 6th-tier Shadow Lord for an entire century. A day and 2 nights, Yang Ying replied. To be precise, it was a day and a half, plus 2 nights. At this moment, it was already noon on the 3rd day. Kid, you've really got some guts. Yang Ying's gentle expression slowly faded. Just over 2 months into your enrollment, and you dared to kill a 3rd-year student. I just couldn't stand him abusing his strength to maim or even kill other clansmen. Zhao Yuan struggled to sit up, scratching his head shyly. My impulsiveness has caused a lot of trouble for Tianwu and for you, teacher. A warrior without passion isn't worthy of the title. Yang Ying's stern face softened instantly. There might be a major trial soon. No matter what others ask, just stick to your beliefs. Leave everything else to your teacher to handle. Just as Yang Ying finished speaking, the door to the ward was pushed open. A group of tall and imposing figures appeared in the doorway. Now that he's awake, we must take him for questioning. The man leading the group radiated a murderous aura. Yang Ying, who had just moments ago been all gentle and kind, instantly turned into a fierce tigress. A terrifying aura emanated from her. He's just a new student at Tianwu. No matter what happened, you have no right to treat him this way. She stood alone at the door of the ward, blocking this group of powerful men. Under her imposing presence, these intimidating figures began to release their own aura to counter hers. However, this standoff lasted only a few seconds. The group of men, to everyone's surprise, withdrew their aura simultaneously. Teacher Yang Ying, we're merely conducting routine questioning. The leader's tone shifted from interrogation to routine questioning. This is the benefit of having a powerful backer. At an ordinary martial academy, even at a prestigious one, who would dare to confront the Martial Artists Association so boldly? Let's go, Yang Ying said, glancing at Zhao Yuan. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was still dressed in a hospital gown. Since his teacher hadn't asked him to change clothes, Zhao Yuan naturally wouldn't act on his own initiative. Soon, the two of them followed the Martial Artists Association's group of powerhouses to a grand hall. Before even entering, Zhao Yuan could feel the oppressive atmosphere. To interrogate a mere freshman, they had mobilized such a massive force. Inside the hall, there was likely a host of powerhouses at or above the 5th tier. Teacher, oh teacher, how will you protect me now? A glint of determination flashed in Zhao Yuan's eyes. Let's see how the teacher handles this first. If she can't hold them off, I've got my own plans. If he dared to draw his blade and kill, he naturally had a foolproof strategy. This wasn't a place for interrogating criminals, it looked more like a stage. He stood alone on the stage, while several groups of people sat below. In the center sat 2 men and a woman, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. The crossed swords emblem on their clothing marked them as members of the Martial Artists Association. As soon as news of Zhao Yuan's actions spread, the Martial Artists Association immediately got involved. To their left were several elderly men and women. This group must represent the senior leadership of Jingwu. On the right sat 3 middle-aged men with grim expressions. There was no need to guess, they were undoubtedly the instructors who had come from the magic capital to challenge Jingwu. Yang Ying stood below the stage. Though there were plenty of seats, she wasn't qualified to sit at this moment. Of course, she couldn't sit either. Zhao Yuan, the new student of Tianwu, correct? At the front, the woman from the Martial Artists Association spoke. Her voice was calm, devoid of any oppressive tone. Yes, that's me. Zhao Yuan nodded. At this moment, he had gone 2 days and nights without food, followed by 2 days and nights of unconsciousness. His face was deathly pale, appearing weak and frail. Around 5 o'clock the day before yesterday, you trespassed into the senior students area without permission and killed someone. Is that correct? The woman continued to ask. Her words made Yang Ying frown. I was wandering around Jingwu yesterday without any specific purpose and accidentally stepped into the area belonging to the senior brothers and sisters, Zhao Yuan replied. I'm asking you, did you kill someone without cause? The woman's voice suddenly rose in volume. In an instant, a powerful aura enveloped Zhao Yuan. Again with this tactic, Zhao Yuan's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. His face turned even paler than before. I have practiced martial arts for 3 years with the goal of slaying evil demons. I would never kill someone without justification, Zhao Yuan responded again. Yang Ying, who was about to intervene, withdrew her hand. Under the oppressive aura of a martial master, this kid could remain so calm? It seemed that old man really had found a rare gem this time. In front of everyone, you raised your blade and killed Sun Hongfei, a 3rd-year student from the 3rd Academy of the Magic City. And yet you dare lie in front of the Martial Artists Association, Jingwu's leadership, and the Magic City Martial Association? The woman's voice rose again. Our academy's Sun Hongfei was formally invited to issue a challenge according to the rules. A young instructor from the Magic City stood up. Do you know the price one pays for interfering in someone else's challenge? You wretched woman! Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yang Ying roared angrily, and her powerful aura shattered the oppressive pressure exerted by the female expert from the Martial Artists Association on Zhao Yuan.
She had deliberately not let this boy change his clothes or eat, just to make him appear pitiful. And yet this old hag dared to repeatedly oppress a newly ranked rookie.
Yang Ying, please mind the occasion. An elder from the Martial Artists Association rose to block Yang Ying. Mind your damn occasion.
Yang Ying abandoned her usual composure, her temper flaring explosively. I'm cooperating with you, so follow the proper procedures. If you keep spouting this nonsense, using aura suppression to bully my Tianwu student, then we'll go straight to war. Zhao Yuan, who was half kneeling on the ground and preparing to play dead, nearly popped his eyeballs out in shock.
In his previous life, even as the lord of a city, he had been nothing more than a blade of grass in the face of a major power like Tianwu. But this was the Martial Artists Association, and his own mentor dared to confront them like this. Once again, his understanding of the five great powers was shattered. With Yang Ying's outburst, the few strong individuals from the Magic City who had initially wanted to retort swallowed their words. Zhao Yuan, stand up and speak. Yang Ying shouted.
Even if your legs get crushed under her pressure today, you'll stand straight and speak to them. At these words, the three strong representatives from the Martial Artists Association all changed their expressions. They were only following procedures, there was no need to actually crush the boy's legs. If punishment were to be carried out, it would happen after the interrogation concluded and his guilt was determined.
At that moment, boom! A deafening explosion shook the hall, and half of the wall collapsed into rubble.
Someone had intervened, destroying the venue of the hearing. It must be noted that this interrogation hall was part of a century-old conference building at Jingwu. To destroy this place was tantamount to challenging Jingwu itself.
Who would dare cause trouble in Jingwu?
Everyone turned in shock to look at the collapsed wall.
Even the elderly figures of Jingwu wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps echoed as a figure emerged from the lingering dust.
The figure was not tall, barely over 1.6 meters. Yet his aura was divine and demonic, exuding unimaginable terror. The strong individuals who had stood up in alarm began dropping to their knees or pressing themselves flat against the ground one by one.
Who dares to threaten to break my disciple's legs? The newcomer was short, with grayish-white hair.
His hands were clasped behind his back as he walked out step by step from the rubble of the collapsed wall. His demeanor and pace resembled nothing more than an old man taking a leisurely stroll in a park. And yet, the moment this old man appeared,
other than Zhao Yuan and Yang Ying, no one in the hall could remain standing.
Even among Jingwu's elderly figures, only one managed to half-stand with the support of a chair. The rest were all drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground. As for the three representatives from the Martial Artists Association and the few from the Magic City, they were all prostrate on the floor.
It was only at this moment that Zhao Yuan understood why mentor Yang Ying had such confidence.
So it was old man Wang Heng himself who had come. He had been planning to act pitiful and try to get through the situation by whining. But this made him look downright foolish. Old Wang, at your age, why are you still so impulsive? The one elder from Jingwu who managed to stay half-standing wiped the sweat from his brow but still forced a smile.
Zhao Jigua, don't try to cozy up to me. Wang Heng took deliberate steps toward the stage.
As he passed by Yang Ying, he gave the Tianwu instructor a slight nod before stepping onto the stage. The old man approached Zhao Yuan, intending to help the young man steady himself. At that moment, the boy standing on the stage was dressed in a hospital gown, his face pale as paper.
As the old man neared, Zhao Yuan unexpectedly collapsed. Zhao Yuan wasn't faking his weakness to garner sympathy from the elder. He had been about to bow when he heard a command, faint. And the voice had come from none other than Wang Heng. As Wang Heng approached, his lips hadn't even moved, yet the command resonated in Zhao Yuan's mind. When the master commands, how could the disciple disobey? Thus, under the pretense of bowing, Zhao Yuan dramatically collapsed, pretending to faint. Disciple.
The old man moved like lightning, catching Zhao Yuan in one swift motion. Wife, hurry and save him. Wang Heng yelled toward Yang Ying as soon as he had Zhao Yuan in his grasp. It's over. Zhao Jigua from Jingwu let out a sigh of despair in his heart.
What a good child, loyal, filial, and courageous, Wang Heng remarked as he handed Zhao Yuan over to Yang Ying.
Then, turning his sharp gaze toward the three martial association members still sprawled on the ground, he continued, if your martial association keeps recklessly throwing its weight around without distinguishing right from wrong, I might have to pay that way fellow a visit to settle this.
Wang Heng, what are you doing?
Zhao Jigua felt his blood boiling, his face flushing a deep red, but he managed to stand his ground.
With me, Zhao Zhigua, here, how could I let him suffer injustice? Really? Wang Heng's intense aura seemed to recede slightly.
I've heard that Zhao Zhigua is a man of reason, someone who never lets the younger generation of Jingwu be bullied. Of course, Zhao Zhigua replied with a forced smile, wiping the sweat from his brow.
They were just asking some questions, nothing more.
As Wang Heng's aura eased, the Martial Association members and the powerhouses from Moto finally found the strength to stand up.
Senior Wang.
The Martial Association members all bowed deeply toward the elderly master.
Wasn't this boy supposed to be an extraordinary talent but merely an orphan?
They had only intended to intimidate him a bit, maybe apply a small punishment to appease Modu. After all, the boy hadn't been committing atrocities elsewhere or killing innocents indiscriminately.
Would an SSS-level rookie from Tianwu really be sent to an outer danger zone?
The thought alone seemed absurd.
You protect the cubs of Jingwu, Wang Hong sneered coldly. But my last disciple, the sole inheritor of my teachings, how could I allow him to be bullied by these people?
The group, who had just managed to straighten their backs, found themselves crushed to the ground once more by his overwhelming pressure. They had come seeking accountability, but somehow, they were now the ones being punished. Sun Hongfei, that brat, had lost because he lacked the skill to best a mere freshman. They had only hoped to exploit the situation for some benefit, leveraging their knack for manipulation and dirty tricks. Yet not a single one of their schemes had come to fruition.
How had the situation turned so completely against them?
Wang Heng, our Jingwu Dean isn't in Shanjing. We didn't even know this boy was your disciple, Zhao Zhigua interjected, mentioning the Jingwu Dean in an effort to de-escalate the situation.
The cause of all this,
Wang Heng retorted, showing no signs of backing down, was that brat from Moto wantonly harming your Jingwu students. With a disdainful laugh, he continued, and your Jingwu students were too incompetent to stop him. My disciple, kind-hearted and full of righteous fervor, stepped up to defend you Jingwu people. Zhao Jigua's face grew redder and redder, and he seemed on the verge of collapsing like the others, almost prostrate on the ground.
Old Wang, about Xiao Zhao's incident, our Jingwu Association will take full responsibility.
Before Zhao Zhigua could finish his sentence, the aura surrounding Wang Hong had grown increasingly terrifying. No, Xiao Zhao acted valiantly.
Our Jingwu will handle this matter properly and ensure he is not wronged in the slightest. As he spoke, Zhao Zhigua desperately signaled to the representatives from the Martial Association and the people from Modu.
Senior Wang, it was an oversight on our part to question young Master Zhao without conducting a thorough investigation first, said a middle-aged
man from the Martial Association, looking at Wang Heng.
We will definitely investigate the truth and ensure young Master Zhao receives justice.
The people from Modu shook their heads fervently. We never intended to pursue any responsibility against young Master Zhao. We just wanted to personally inquire about the situation upon seeing him awake.
In that case, I expect to hear from you about this matter before my disciple regains consciousness tomorrow.
Wang Heng's aura instantly withdrew, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
Old Zhao.
Zhao Zhigua quickly stepped forward. Old Wang, is there anything else I can assist you with? Prepare me some food. Wang Heng's stomach growled thunderously.
I heard my disciple was nearly beaten to death, so I rushed here from the southern battlefield without rest for 2 days and nights.
I'll have it ready immediately. Zhao Zhigua's face turned pale. A hungry martial king?
One meal could cost a fifth or no, a sixth-tier beast. This was something only the headmaster could handle, it was beyond his authority. Yet the headmaster, avoiding any meeting with this madman, surely wouldn't miss the commotion of this meal. Find a quiet place. My disciple must not be disturbed.
Wang Hong added. I'll arrange it right away. Zhao Zhigua had no choice but to fully cooperate.
This high-ranking figure of Jingwu, at least a sixth-tier martial lord, was now acting as a mere servant to Wang Hong. He arranged for accommodations and stayed with Wang Hong until the meal was served, only stepping aside afterward. Throughout the process, Yang Ying stayed by Zhao Yuan's side, taking care of him, and hardly interacted with the others. It was only after Wang Hong had eaten his fill and personally cleaned up that he finally left.
Come out, all of you, Zhao Zhigua said as soon as he stepped out of the room.
The old man, seemingly indifferent to whether Zhao Zhigua could hear, called out directly to Yang Ying and Zhao Yuan. Senior Wang, Zhao Yuan followed Yang Ying and walked out. Although he still appeared weak, his condition was visibly better than before.
Why are you calling me Senior Wang?
The old man casually sat down.
Call me Master. Did you think I was joking when I said I rushed here from the southern battlefield for 2 days and nights? Wang Hong mused.
Of course, he had spent a day handling military affairs along the way, without resting for even a minute.
So, those 2 days and nights weren't a lie. Zhao Yuan, Pay respect to your master. Zhao Yuan was ecstatic. He couldn't quite understand what quality of his had caught Wang Heng's attention, enough to make him rush from the southern battlefield to Jingwu. After all, trains don't run daily. But then again, couldn't a martial king fly? Bah, what was he thinking? Even if Wang Heng could fly, traveling over 10,000 miles from the southern battlefield would be exhausting for anyone, even a martial king. As Zhao Yuan bowed, Wang Heng calmly accepted. Today had been full of surprises for him. He had considered numerous solutions to the problem, but never expected that it could be resolved so easily, leaving him entirely unscathed. Perhaps tomorrow, he would even receive various apologies and compensations. This was the intimidating power of a peerless Blade King. Since his master said nothing, Zhao Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. He did not hurry to rise. Wang Heng was very pleased by this. He quickly stood, then pulled Yang Ying to sit in the seat he had vacated. He himself stood behind Yang Ying. My dear disciple, today I'll formally introduce someone to you. Wang Heng's voice rang out. As Zhao Yuan looked up, he saw the awe-inspiring martial king standing behind a petite martial lord. Yang Ying, your master's wife, Wang Heng said, noticing the look of confusion on Zhao Yuan's face. The only love of the Blade King. Disciple Zhao Yuan greets master's wife. Zhao Yuan was a bit stunned, but having lived through 2 lifetimes, he quickly knelt in respect. Rise, Yang Ying's voice was gentle, devoid of her usual sternness and domineering tone. When Zhao Yuan looked up, he noticed that her gaze felt somewhat familiar. Indeed, when he woke up in the hospital room earlier today, the first face he saw was hers. At the time, he thought his mentor's demeanor was simply a reflection of a woman's innate maternal warmth. He hadn't expected it to leave such a deep impression. Ah-ing, go prepare some food for the child. Don't let those folks notice. Old Master Wang Heng looked at Zhao Yuan, whose face had gone pale, and then spoke to Yang Ying. All right, you two master and disciple have a good talk. Yang Ying quickly stood up and left. Even though she was now his master's wife, certain matters were best left for the two of them to discuss privately. Once Yang Ying left, Old Master Wang Heng sat down. Here's a card I took from 2 fallen martial artists I casually killed a few days ago. Old Master Wang Heng tossed a bank card to Zhao Yuan. Teacher. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Wang Heng waved his hand. This is the only financial support you'll receive from me. However, if you have questions about martial arts, you can leave me a message anytime. His phone, however, was only turned on under specific circumstances. Outside the safe zones, signal coverage was scarce, and turning on a phone was an added risk. Those ferocious beasts could track the locations of human martial artists through electromagnetic signals. Initially, there were attempts to extend signal coverage outside the safe zones, but the cost was too high, and the effort was eventually abandoned. Thank you, teacher. Only then did Zhao Yuan accept the card. Typically, loot from such encounters would belong to the martial artist who took action. Given his master's status, the money in this card was likely in the tens of millions. With this sum, he and Rui wouldn't need to worry about food, clothing, or even basic weaponry before they ventured out of the safe zone. You already have a couple of girlfriends, don't you? The old man suddenly chuckled. Zhao Yuan scratched his head and held up 3 fingers. 3? The old man's smile vanished instantly. Some martial artists think they're so powerful they can afford to take multiple wives. But indulging excessively will ultimately hinder your path in martial arts. They all have SSS-grade martial soul talents, Zhao Yuan muttered. That's not right, is it? Wang Heng was initially startled, then frowned deeply. Rui's martial soul is a variant of the Fire Phoenix, Zhao Yuan quickly explained. When she first awakened, it was rated as an E-grade martial soul. It has since gradually evolved to B+. Later on, I'll find materials to help her undergo a secondary awakening, aiming for the full form. That's good, Wang Heng nodded, though his brows remained furrowed. This disciple's talent exceeded his expectations, so apart from periodically checking on his blade techniques, Wang Heng planned to adopt a hands-off approach. Jade needs to be polished to become a gem. If he poured all his resources into nurturing this kid, Zhao Yuan could undoubtedly rise to the ranks of martial sect, martial lord, or even the king stage. But doing so might ruin even the best potential. Thus, apart from this financial support, he wouldn't provide another penny in the future. However, when it came to this disciple's wives, meeting gifts would inevitably need to be prepared. If they were ordinary people, he wouldn't bother. But all 3 had either SSS grade potential or the possibility of evolving to SSS grade after a secondary awakening. They would inevitably become indispensable forces for his disciple in the future. Thinking about this, even the peerless Blade King found himself with a slight headache. Accept the items they deliver tomorrow, the old man continued. Understood, teacher, Zhao Yuan quickly nodded. And one more thing, I need to warn you. Wang Heng's expression suddenly turned stern.
Zhao Yuan immediately sat upright, listening intently. As long as I'm around, no matter how big a hole you tear in the sky, I'll patch it for you. The old man's words were full of dominance. But if I'm not around, keep a low profile. After all, distant water often can't extinguish nearby fires.
Zhao Yuan nodded solemnly. Disciple will remember teacher's teachings.
He wasn't the type to stir up trouble to begin with.
Sit down and let's talk. The old man's expression soon softened again. Kid, you probably already guessed my identity, didn't you?
When I entered the special training room, I had my suspicions.
Zhao Yuan scratched his head.
When I saw the Blade of Destruction scripture, I was about 70 to 80% certain. He didn't dare reveal the truth about his reincarnation to the old man. But heaven and earth could bear witness. The actions he took a few days ago weren't because he had a 7th-tier king protecting him. Even if he hadn't known old Master Wang Hong, even if he had no backing, he would have still made the same choice. The old man had rushed back from the southern battlefield with great difficulty. This was an opportunity not to be missed.
Zhao Yuan, using the extinction blade technique, sought guidance from the creator of this blade technique. It wasn't until Yang Ying brought
some food for Zhao Yuan that the master and disciple were forced to pause.
After their meal, the two engaged in an almost all-night conversation.
Setting aside their earlier coincidental meeting at Tianwu, this was clearly their first deep exchange on blade techniques and cultivation insights. By the end of the day, the master and disciple had grown as close as if they had known each other for 20 years. When they finally stopped, daylight had already broken. The people offering their apologies have arrived, Yang Ying said, looking at the two who had finally paused, her eyes full of relief but also tinged with concern. The old man, having reached the martial king's 7th tier, could go days without sleep without issue. However, the young one, just recently recovered from severe injuries, was still pushing himself relentlessly in his pursuit of martial arts, something entirely unnecessary. The forces of Jingwu, Modu, and the Martial Artists Association were all present, not a single one missing.
Though Zhao Yuan was energetic when discussing blade techniques through
the night, as soon as he stopped, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked utterly exhausted.
The young one appeared frail and sickly, while the elder exuded a menacing aura.
The three groups approached respectfully, offering their apologies and gifts.
Only after the Blade King of Judgment nodded in
acknowledgement was the matter considered settled.
Zhao Yuan's accidental intrusion into Jingwu's senior division and his premature
apprenticeship gave him a first-hand glimpse into the terrifying power of martial arts at their peak. Even colossal entities like the Martial Artists Association, Jingwu Academy, and Modu Martial Academy had no choice but to bow before his teacher. In just 2 short days, Zhao Yuan's yearning for the pinnacle of martial arts had grown even more intense than before.
All these things
will be kept by your master's wife, his teacher Wang Hong declared with a cold snort.
They really can't stand even a tiny loss.
Among the 3 treasures was an intermediate-grade combat blade, identical in appearance to the one Zhao Yuan used.
However, it was far too early for him to wield it.
Without a strength of 1,000, he wouldn't even be able to lift this blade.
The second item was a protective heart mirror, also of intermediate grade. If he wore it now, it would crush him into pulp.
As for the Martial Artists Association's gift, it was a
mid-tier movement technique manual that Zhao Yuan could study after reaching the 2nd tier, though it wouldn't hurt to browse through it now.
Beginner-grade equipment could range from tens of thousands to, at most, 3 million. But for intermediate-grade equipment, even the cheapest would cost over 10 million. Such compensation was
indeed precious to Zhao Yuan. However, with a master like the Blade King of Judgment, these offerings were merely ceremonial.
Only the Martial Artists Association's gesture seemed genuinely sincere. As the personally recognized successor of the Blade King of Judgment, Zhao Yuan could not afford to be at odds with the Martial Artists Association.
Naturally, he had no objections.
As for the 2 pieces of equipment, even if he had 10 times his current strength, he couldn't take them away.
I should be going, too, Wang Hong said with a wave of his hand. Hurry back and let your little girlfriends know you're safe.
Zhao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. It had already been 4 days since his disappearance.
The second round of the draw might already be over. Disciple bids you farewell. Zhao Yuan bowed deeply and left quickly.
As for seeing his master off, with his master's wife present, that was not his responsibility. The second round draw for the main competition was scheduled to take place in the morning. The Tianwu team had 12 members, but now 2 were injured, and 1 was missing.
Unable to gather enough people, Fu Miaoyin brought Lu Rui along for the morning draw. Missing 3 members, one could only imagine how the internet would speculate about Tianwu.
But if 10 were absent, people would simply assume Tianwu exuded confidence and was intentionally mysterious. Even with just 2 attendees, these 2 stunning beauties, both in stature and looks, still captured the attention of the majority present. Why do these 2 beauties look so cold today? Someone commented as Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui quickly left after the draw concluded.
The onlookers seemed to sense an unusual atmosphere. Are you kidding?
At an event like this, should they be anything but serious? Someone retorted. As the competition progressed, the matches became increasingly brutal.
No team had the luxury to joke around. Even the defending champions from Jingwu wore solemn expressions.
Ha, Motu and Tianlang are facing off directly, someone remarked. Their captain always has a grim face, business as usual.
Tianwu drew Motu's second team, which is one of the best possible scenarios among the top 10, another said in a deep voice. Something must have happened.
Something happened? Of course. The second round of the main competition was tomorrow, yet 2 of their injured members were still less than 50% recovered.
Most importantly, Zhao Yuan was still nowhere to be found.
Though their mentor had assured them that he would return safely. The very mention of safety implied that he must have encountered trouble, perhaps even danger. Otherwise, why emphasize the word safety so specifically? Sister Fu, let's focus on the competition, Lu Rui said, holding Fu Miaoyin's hand, trying to draw her attention back. The mentor said he would return safely, so there must be no problem. If we want to win the championship, we must give it our all.
Fu Miaoyin squeezed Lu Rui's hand. As the elder sister and team captain, how could she be less composed than Rui?
When they returned to the apartment, everyone was waiting for the 2 of them. This time, the draw was really favorable.
Magic's second had indeed been lucky to make it this far.
From the first day they arrived at Jingwu, they had observed their battles. Compared to the Bamboo Horse team, Jingwu's strength was about the same.
And Bamboo Horse hadn't even made it to the official competition.
Of course, as time passed, the strength of every team had been improving rapidly. Whether in cultivation or battle experience, they were much stronger than half a month ago.
Captain, your luck is as great as ever.
Without Brother Yuan around, the team's atmosphere had been a bit chaotic these past few days. Even group battle practices had become difficult.
Exactly, Captain's draw put us directly into the top 5. Everyone laughed and chimed in. Have you forgotten the lesson from Green River? Fu Miaoyin snorted coldly. Training cannot slacken.
The training over the past few days had all been self-arranged.
Fu Miaoyin's voice was icy, her expression stern. No one dared to joke anymore.
In fact, their teasing was an attempt to get the captain to relax her tightly wound nerves.
As the group dispersed, Fu Miaoyin turned and headed to her room.
In recent days, she had been forcing herself to use the power of ice to calm her emotions. The old her would never have let anything affect her mood.
Those so-called family siblings and parents couldn't possibly make her care so much.
Sitting on the sofa in a daze, she didn't know how much time had passed when a sudden knock on the door startled her back to reality. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and opened the door. What greeted her was a pale, familiar face, looking haggard. Yet fortunately, those eyes still carried their deep, profound light.
Brother Yuan. Without hesitation, Fu Miaoyin threw herself into the man's arms.
Only when she caught the familiar scent on him did her restless heart over the past few days finally settle down.
Sister. Fu.
10 seconds later, a voice sounded by her ear.
Startled, Fu Miaoyin tried to pull away from his embrace.
Her mind had been so unfocused, and with little rest in recent days, she had failed to notice Lu Rui standing just a few steps away. Yet the hand around her waist showed no sign of letting go.
After returning, Zhao Yuan had informed Lu Rui of his safety,
making up a casual excuse to brush the matter off. He too hadn't rested well over the past few days and had planned to head back and sleep. But Lu Rui reminded him that he should inform their captain. Over the days he'd been gone, the 2 people most worried about him were her and the captain. And so, the knock at the door just now happened.
Rui, No, that's not.
At this moment, Fu Miaoyin felt as if her ability to speak had malfunctioned. Her social skills seemed to have regressed by several months within just those few seconds. I haven't slept for days. I'm here to crash for a bit, Zhao Yuan said with a small lie. He looked utterly exhausted. These past days, I encountered quite a fortuitous opportunity. I've taken a powerful senior as my mentor. He briefly recounted his experiences over the past few days.
Then, turning to the still-stunned Lu Rui, he asked, Rui, want to squeeze in too?
Although Lu Rui and Zhao Yuan had done nearly everything together except the last step, this suggestion was clearly too much for her to process.
Meanwhile, Fu Miaoyin, whose brain was already overloaded, couldn't even think of how to refuse. At this moment, all she could hope for was that Rui wouldn't get angry. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know what to do. I'm about to break through a tear. I'll go back to cultivate. Rui blurted out an excuse and dashed to her room without hesitation. Zhao Yuan pulled Fu Miaoying closer with one arm and shut and locked the door with the other. Rui, she. Only after being used as a pillow did Fu Miaoying's speech capability seem to return partially. She's known for a while. Zhao Yuan adjusted his position, making himself more comfortable for sleep. But Fu Miaoying wanted to say more. I haven't slept for 3 days and nights. Zhao Yuan didn't even finish his sentence before soft snores began to escape. He was clearly exhausted. 3 days and nights without sleep, she was probably not far off herself. Following the rhythm of his breathing, Fu Miaoying's tense mood relaxed completely within moments. In the room across from Fu Miaoying's, having fled back to her room in shock, Rui wasn't upset or sad. In her heart, there was only joy. She had long suspected that there was something unusual between Sister Fu and Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan was too strong. She needed support in every sense, someone who could assist her and also help Brother Yuan. A few seconds later, she made a phone call. Sister Ayahan, I won. As soon as the call connected, Rui said these words. On the other end, Zhang Ayahan seemed busy. It was noisy on her side. What did you win? Zhang Ayahan had been feeling quite drained lately, especially today. She was utterly exhausted. She had drawn Mo. Wu, Magic Marshal, as her opponent, and it was scheduled for the morning session tomorrow. She was busy calming everyone's nerves. Brother Yuan has returned. He's now resting at Sister Fu's place. She succinctly relayed Zhao Yuan's words and the scene she had witnessed to Zhang Ayahan. Since the other party was occupied, the two didn't delve into details. After hanging up, Zhang Ayahan's expression finally changed. The stern look she had maintained due to her team's uproarious behavior now turned resolute. Tomorrow's battle victory is the only option. Yes, Captain. Zhao Yuan slept exceptionally well this time. Ever since his rebirth, he often had dreams of battling the 6th-tier Shadow Lord, a fight he had relived countless times in his slumber. After forcibly using the Annihilation Blade technique before, the backlash had plagued him with nightmares of slaying the 6th-tier Shadow Lord over 1,000 times. Perhaps this time, he had finally severed the lingering consciousness of that foe. He reached out, and the pillow in his arms let out a soft hum. Unbeknownst to him, his hands had climbed to the summit. The clock on the wall pointed to 4:30 in the afternoon. He had slept a solid 6 hours. Fu Miaoying must have been awake for quite a while. Rui has already sent us several messages. Fu Miaoying's affectionate voice rang out. Everyone's waiting for me to start the meeting. Their battle was scheduled for the second round of the main competition tomorrow afternoon. Zhao Yuan's return had made Fu Miaoying especially indulgent toward him. Even though everyone was waiting for her to convene the meeting, she didn't disturb him, treating him as a human-sized pillow with complete contentment. Rui probably hasn't told them I'm back yet, has she? Zhao Yuan asked while continuing his ascent. No, she hasn't. Fu Miaoying's voice grew softer. That's perfect. I'll go find something to eat. Zhao Yuan's stomach let out a thunderous growl. He hadn't eaten much in the past few days, with only one meal the previous evening. Now he was truly famished, lacking the energy to continue his climb. Only then did Fu Miaoying get up, tidying her clothes. Before leaving, she even gave him a sweet kiss. Indeed, being thick-skinned made it easier for them to accept this kind of relationship. Clearly, their earlier communication wasn't solely about the competition. Judging by Fu Miaoying's demeanor, it was evident she had handled things quite well. After waking up, Zhao Yuan felt completely refreshed. He waited until everyone else in the team had left before quietly heading to the cafeteria. After eating, he returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. His injuries were almost healed, but the strain from forcibly exerting himself still left a dull ache in his meridians. He knew he couldn't participate in tomorrow's match. However, even without him, their chances of defeating Mo Wu's second team were still high. If they could make it through this round, he estimated that his condition would recover by 80 to 90%. That evening, he didn't meet with anyone else. It wasn't until the morning of the second round of the main competition that Zhao Yuan finally appeared before the team. Brother Yuan. Zhang Nian's booming voice instantly brought everyone in the group running over. Even the injured Zhou Ming and Zhao Chuan came rushing out. But seeing Zhao Yuan's pale, sickly complexion, similar to their own, they began to grow concerned. Brother Yuan, what happened to you? Wang Shuang asked loudly. Did some punks secretly ambush you? Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes at him. I was a little too hasty with my training and got slightly injured. This explanation was something he had coordinated with his mentor, Yang Ying. Clearly, he had also discussed it with Fu Miaoyin and Lu Rui. He still hadn't had the chance to explain in detail about his apprenticeship. But it's fine now.
I should recover in at most 3 days, he said apologetically, glancing at everyone. So for today's match, I'll have to rely on all of you to work together and pull through.
Brother Yuan, just having you sit on the sidelines makes me feel secure, Zhang Nian declared loudly. Exactly. Without you around, I even feel wobbly when I walk. Wang Shuang added, his flattery even more exaggerated than Zhang Nian's. If you feel wobbly, then maybe stop watching those movies, Gu Xin retorted sharply. Xin Jia, you're wronging me. Wang Shuang immediately quieted down.
Zhao Yuan's return, even though he couldn't participate for now, injected a strong dose of confidence into the Tianwu team. After breakfast, the group set off together for the competition venue. The morning match featured the Serious team against the Magic Martial team.
Tianwu had not scheduled any training for the day. Watching the 5 major matchups live would be more rewarding than any last-minute practice.
Fortunately, they arrived early. The front rows were almost fully occupied, leaving them with no choice but to sit separately in the back. The competition was set to start at 9 a.m., but by 8:30, the venue was already packed. Latecomers had to stand at the very top of the bleachers to watch. The 10 teams that advanced to the second round, including the other 8 besides the featured teams, had also arrived early.
This year's tournament was far more thrilling than in previous years. On the first day of the first round, one of the top 5 teams was eliminated.
On the first day of the second round, another top 5 team was destined
to be knocked out.
By the end of the competition, at least 2 of the top 5 spots were expected to be taken by non-top 5 teams. Such results were unprecedented in the history of the freshman martial arts tournament.
If Jingwu or Tianwu encountered any unforeseen issues, things would certainly get even more interesting. At precisely 9 a.m., the teams from Magic Martial and Serious gathered in the arena.
The atmosphere among the Magic Martial team was calm, with everyone appearing composed and
confident.
On the other hand, the Serious team exuded aggression, their faces filled with hostility.
Many speculated that today's showdown was deliberately arranged by the organizers.
During the first round, the top 5 teams were not allowed to face each other. However, the grudge between Serious and Magic Martial dated back to half a month ago. A key player from Serious had suddenly transferred to Magic Martial just before the competition. Since the draw was announced yesterday, all eyes online had been fixed on these 2 teams. Today's battle promised to be a clash of titans, undeniably thrilling. Both sides had fielded their main rosters for the individual matches. Serious had retained the same lineup they had used during their previous training match against Tianwu, with Zach Kermu still at the helm.
Magic Martial, on
the other hand, was led by their star player, Sun Hongyu. His extraordinary talent had already been showcased in earlier matches. He was a super genius who had already reached an advanced stage in his martial arts training.
It's over.
Serious has only one advanced stage newcomer left. There's no way they'll win the individual matches, someone voiced their concern for the Serious team.
As the team abandoned by Lu Yunfei, Serious still had a lot of moral support from various quarters. However, there were also many who agreed with Lu Yunfei's decision, believing that his choice to join the stronger, championship-likely Magic Martial team was not a mistake. Zach's advanced stage status wasn't widely known.
During the first round, although he was listed on the individual match roster, his opponents had never lasted long enough for him to take the stage.
Ever heard of a desperate army is bound to win, someone countered. If someone betrayed me, I definitely wouldn't let them get away with it.
What followed was a wave of mockery.
Regardless of Lu Yunfei's reasons for joining Magic Martial, in the eyes of many, it was an act
of betrayal. Consequently, any voices defending his choice as a wise bird choosing the right tree were quickly drowned out by scorn. If you're all ready, then let's begin, the referee announced as the names of both teams appeared on the screen. The referee wouldn't take their personal grievances into account. The match had to proceed according to schedule.
Zach, you know you can't win, so why bother struggling? Before the competitors even took the stage, Lu Yunfei taunted Zach from the sidelines.
Serious was down to just a few players, and the only one who had ever refused Lu Yunfei had to be Zach.
Zach responded with a contemptuous smirk, refusing to even glance at the traitor. Lu Yunfei's face darkened with anger and resentment.
Yuji, our agreement still holds, right? He asked, turning his gaze to a hawk-nosed young man preparing to enter the arena. The first participant from the Serious team was a young man named Gao He. The members of Tianwu were somewhat familiar with him. Though not as tall as Zach, Gao He was exceptionally muscular. His weapon of choice was a solid brass staff, and he was known for his formidable offensive power. In the previous training match against Tianwu, his potential hadn't been fully displayed due to Zhao Yuan taking the stage early. It wasn't until the last round of the official competition that Gao He finally had the chance to shine. Go have some fun with him, Sun Hongyu instructed, turning to one of his teammates. Understood, UGE, the young man replied. As he stood up, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Gao He was already impressively built, but next to this young man, named Zhou Xian, he seemed almost ordinary. Wait, wasn't he part of the magic martial team during the group battles? Someone asked, puzzled. In the group battles, Zhou Xian had wielded a shielded blade, primarily focusing on defense. But now, he was holding a large staff as well. Could this guy be a weapons master too? The audience began to speculate. Zhou Xian's demeanor shifted instantly, and the staff in his hands exuded an intimidating aura. Zhang Yan, watching from the stands, couldn't help but feel puzzled. How is he so familiar with Gao He's techniques? Zhou Ming retorted dismissively, if someone with his build could also be a weapons master, then there'd be way too many weapons masters around. Despite his injuries, he still couldn't resist taking a jab. The primary goal of martial artists was to eliminate ferocious beasts and magical creatures. The shielded blade was merely a defensive tool Zhou Xian had trained with to support group battles. With two power-focused competitors about to clash, the audience was filled with anticipation. However, events unfolded in an unexpected way. From the moment the match began, Zhou Xian overwhelmed Gao He. Both were strength-based fighters with straightforward techniques, but Zhou Xian seemed to have an uncanny understanding of Gao He's every move. It's all Lu Yunfei's fault. Huang Feifeng snorted coldly. That traitor disclosed all of the serious team's weaknesses to the opponents. That guy is really despicable, Zhang Yan muttered under his breath. You'll see in the next round, Huang Feifeng said with disdain. If he could betray Sirius and defect to Mo Wu, selling out his teammates' information is nothing to him. In the first match of the individual battles, Gao He was defeated in a rather humiliating manner. Although the fight seemed impressive on the surface, anyone observant could notice Gao He's mistakes. These were top-tier geniuses, how could they make such glaring errors in front of their opponents? Though Gao He lost, he wasn't seriously injured. With a dark expression, he walked back to his team. Zack, they've got 5 of you over there, Gao He sneered, his face full of resentment. We really misjudged this time. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Humph. Zack snorted lightly but said nothing more. I'll go. Wang Lili stepped forward. She was an agility-type fighter, functioning as both an assassin and a scout on the battlefield, and was especially effective against heavy opponents. Be mindful of your habits, Zack advised in a low voice before Wang Lili stepped onto the stage, especially the flaw I mentioned before. Wang Lili paused for a moment and then nodded earnestly. Her weapons were a pair of short blades. You won't be able to handle my great staff. Why not just forfeit? Zhou Xian said, sizing up the petite girl who stood no taller than 1.6 meters and likely weighed less than half of what he did. His tone was dismissive. Wang Lili said nothing. She lowered her stance and darted forward like a nimble housecat. Her petite frame evoked the image of an adorable little animal, but such animals, if not restricted in their activity and regularly checked for temperament, would need to be reined in or even eliminated if they exceeded their limits. This little housecat, once in motion, displayed the agility of a leopard. Her twin blades gleamed like the claws of the beast she resembled. Her martial soul was an S-grade silver claw leopard, and her movements were as fast as lightning. Towering and adept with his great staff, Zhou Xian appeared especially cumbersome in front of her. Using her speed, Wang Lili swiftly weaved around him. Zhou Xian's expression turned serious as his eyes locked onto her every movement. However, against such a nimble opponent, his patience quickly wore thin. He was the kind of fighter who preferred direct confrontations, and all the circling made his gaze grow unfocused. It was in that moment that Wang Lili struck. A leopard hunts not just with speed but also with immense patience. Only when its prey starts to falter and exposes a weakness does it deliver the fatal blow. Here it comes. The audience, clearly knowledgeable, cried out as Wang Lili seized upon Zhou Xian's laps and decisively lunged for the back of his neck. However, just as she closed in, Zhou Xian's previously unfocused eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp gleam. The great staff in his hand, as if imbued with life, swung backward with a powerful arc. A blind swing landed squarely on Wang Lili's shoulder. The force of the impact sent her flying. Ugh! The petite girl spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious to the ground. I told you, you should have just surrendered. Zhou Xian's face brimmed with mockery.
Sirius's strengths and weaknesses were entirely exposed to Mo Wu.
Aside from Zack, everyone else on the team was under their control.
Mo Wu was determined to secure at least 4 points in the individual battles. "Wow, this guy is amazing," someone in the audience exclaimed.
Not only had he overpowered Gao He, but he had also used cunning strategy to defeat this speed-type fighter. Sirius, last year's runner-up, was now facing their second consecutive defeat.
The crowd erupted in excitement. 1 versus 5. 1 versus 5.
Having witnessed the 1 versus 5 feats from Jingwu and Tianwu in earlier matches, the audience would chant this slogan enthusiastically whenever someone began a winning streak.
"Zack?" The remaining 2 members looked toward their vice-captain.
Although the team didn't officially assign such a position, Zack had always assumed that role in their hearts.
"You 2 go first," Zack said calmly, remaining motionless. "They want a 1 versus 5? Let's give them the chance."
The anger and disappointment on the 2 teammates' faces were instantly replaced with hope.
Zack was clearly furious now. Lu Yunfei's defection to Mo Wu had only elicited mild regret from them before.
After all, the guy had always been a troublemaker within the team.
But to think he would stoop to such underhanded tactics to steal victory from Sirius? No way.
The third and fourth participants from Sirius fell in quick succession. The audience's chants of 1 versus 5 grew louder and more fervent. With a key player missing, Sirius was beginning to show signs of collapse.
Zhou Xian single-handedly defeated 4 members of Sirius in a row.
The shouts of 1 versus 5 from the stands were even more deafening
than during Tianwu's match.
After all, Zhou Xian's opponents this time were far stronger than those Lu Rui had faced back then. These 2 teams were among the best of the 5 major powerhouses, occasionally even managing to dethrone Jingwu from their championship position in past years.
Between them, no one had ever achieved the extraordinary feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row.
In fact, such a scenario had never occurred among the 5 major teams.
Could this reform truly break the old patterns and create new history? With Zack's appearance, the crowd's fervor reached its peak.
"I thought bringing him to Mo was just about poaching talent," Zack said as he walked slowly into the arena, gripping his eyebrow-height staff.
"But your actions are truly despicable. Is it that Tianlang can't afford to lose?" Zhou Xian frowned. "Or are you suggesting my earlier victory wasn't earned through skill?" Zhou Xian sneered. Even his
10-year-old brother understood the concept of strategic deception.
The high-ups in his team had paid a steep price to recruit Lu Yunfei. Was it merely for reinforcement? Moa's true rival had always been Jingwu.
Any other opponents standing in their way were obstacles to be eliminated.
Last year's runner-up, Tianlang, naturally became their primary target. "You've disgraced all 5 major teams," Zack continued, ignoring the provocation. These shameless people had clearly prepared their arguments in advance. "But the pride of Tianlang is not something for you to trample on." Zack's gaze was icy as he gripped his staff tightly and locked eyes with Zhou Xian. "You want to see someone take down 5 opponents in a row? I'll grant your wish." Even Zack hadn't anticipated that he would reenact the scenario he'd once witnessed on the Tianwu team in today's match. "Really?"
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Xian's eyes.
Zack was the most formidable opponent among the individual competitors.
If not for having advanced to a higher stage, Lu Yunfei would have had no chance against him. As such, they had conducted extensive analyses before the match. Of course, the MOA team wasn't unprepared either, as UGE had been specifically assigned to the individual battles as a higher-tier powerhouse to prevent any surprises. Zack made a step forward, swinging his staff down toward Zhou Xian. Though his attack was riddled with flaws, it filled Zhou Xian with glee, as it presented him with an opportunity. Initially, he had only intended to clear the path for UGE, but if he could truly defeat 5 opponents in a row, it would undoubtedly land him headlines and instant fame. The reason Jingwu and Tianwu had garnered so much attention this season was precisely because someone from each team had achieved the dazzling feat of defeating 5 opponents consecutively. However, both had accomplished this against teams outside the top 5 major teams. Zhou Xian's situation today was entirely different. If he won, he would undoubtedly become the most celebrated individual for some time. Zhou Xian swung his staff in return, aiming directly at Zack's shoulder. His staff was much longer than Zack's, giving him an immediate advantage. However, just as his attack was about to land, Zack suddenly flicked his staff upward. Like a battle blade, Zack's eyebrow-height staff struck Zhou Xian's right arm with fierce precision. A crisp crack resounded, followed by an agonizing scream. Zhou Xian's arm bone was fractured, sidelining him for at least 1 or 2 months. Zack's ruthless tactics shocked the audience. Moments ago, the crowd cheering for a 5-opponent victory now felt like fools.
You've advanced to the next stage?
Sun Hongyu shouted furiously as the medical team
rushed onto the scene to assist Zhou Xian. For today's individual battles, securing at least 4 points was the minimum requirement.
Now that Zhou Xian had been defeated, no one else could hope to overcome Zack.
Is there a rule stating only you can advance?
Zack retorted with a cold sneer.
Referee, this man has clearly advanced to the
next stage and showed such brutality against a non-advanced opponent. I demand his disqualification. Sun Hongyu protested loudly. Zhou Xian's arm is fractured but has not suffered irreversible, catastrophic damage, the referee replied coldly.
Please do not question our professionalism. Advanced
fighters were prohibited from using lethal force against lower-tier opponents. While the gap between breaking through the 7th and 8th extraordinary meridians appeared
minimal, the actual difference in strength was monumental. Even an SSS-grade rookie's strength would only reach 15 to 18 cards before advancing, with the rare exception of
extraordinary awakenings touching the threshold of 20 cards. Once those SS or SSS-grade talents advanced, however, their strength would typically soar to around 30 cards. To put it bluntly, a casual move from an advanced fighter could easily be fatal to a non-advanced one.
UGE?
The other members of the Moa team looked at Sun Hongyu in panic, the excitement of aiming for a 5-opponent victory now entirely extinguished. Sending non-advanced fighters to wear down an advanced one was a futile strategy. What's more, the team needed a decisive margin of victory. Bringing in Lu Yunfei wasn't just about defeating Tian Lang, it was about making a push for the championship. On this path to the championship, Moa's record had to be flawless.
Fine. Let me end this individual battle today.
Sun Hongyu stepped into the ring. His weapon was a long, heavy battle spear. Before Lu Yunfei joined Mo, Sun Hongyu and Zhou Xian had been the two main pillars of Moa's front line. But now Zhou Xian was seriously injured, and it was impossible for him to recover even after finishing the finals. The moment Sun Hongyu entered the arena, he displayed an imposing and awe-inspiring presence. Zack, who had mastered weaponry and recently advanced a tier, caused a stir in the audience from MOO, Magic Martial University. Lu Yunfei bowed his head, explaining something to a young man, his face revealing fear and panic. With his understanding of Zack, Sun Hongyu was destined to lose this match. Fortunately, no one else in the team was likely to advance a tier in the short term.
In team battles, MOO had to win.
Sun Hongyu made his move, a thunderous strike. The war spear had immense destructive power, more lethal than a long spear and more damaging than a long staff. However, Zack, standing before him like a phantom, easily evaded all of his attacks. After 7 or 8 exchanges, Zack's staff struck heavily against Sun Honyu's chest. A first-tier martial artist, the top prodigy of the Sun family in the Magic Capital, was defeated on the stage of the national competition in his first all-out effort. Blood spurted wildly, and Sun Hongyu collapsed unconscious. Zack struck again, severely injuring 2 more opponents to the point of unconsciousness. The remaining 3 teammates had already lost the courage to fight. From Moa's team, a young man with an intimidating aura snorted coldly, still refusing to surrender? Even though Sun Hongyu was injured, the team could still field another tiered martial artist for the individual battles. But if every one of them ended up critically injured, there would be no point in continuing the competition. The remaining 3 from MOU all chose to surrender voluntarily. The gap between non-tiered martial artists and tiered ones was simply too vast. They might have been able to hold their own against some ordinary tiered martial artists, but they were absolutely no match for Zack, who had mastered weaponry. The moment Zack advanced a tier, he had firmly taken the first step toward becoming a weapon master. Regardless of the team's overall strength, Zack's individual combat prowess would undoubtedly rank in the top 5 of this year's freshman martial arts tournament. Another 1 vs 5 victory. Today's trending headlines would undoubtedly belong to Zack. Even if MOU managed a comeback to win the final match, no one would be able to surpass him. How is Zack getting more and more terrifying? Someone in the Tianwu team looked toward Zhao Yuan. They wondered whether Zhao Yuan could still keep Zack under control after his advancement. Don't look at me. I've said it before, within the same tier, no one is my match, Zhao Yuan replied helplessly, repeating his statement once again as everyone's gaze fell on him. Hearing this, the others refocused their attention, as the main event was about to begin. They were the ones who would decide which team advanced to the top 5 today and which team would become the second of the top 5 to be eliminated. The team battle began. Both Tian Lang and MOU fielded lineups of 4 main players with 1 substitute. It seemed as if this had been pre-arranged. The 4+1 strategy was activated almost simultaneously. It appeared ridiculous at first glance, and in truth, it really was absurd. Their matchup wasn't because both teams, as part of the top 5, had to reveal their trump cards. Instead, Tianlong's team was short-handed, so they had hastily pulled someone from the substitute bench to make up a 5-person lineup. As for Moo, it was due to Lu Yunfei transferring schools midway through the tournament. Even though he could fill a spot, he could only compete as a substitute. However, as a substitute, he would very quickly transition to being a core player. As long as Moo wasn't eliminated, he would undoubtedly be a core member. Those in the know had long since abandoned any hope of Tianlang winning. The only thing they wanted to see was how Lu Yunfei would perform when facing his former team. A showdown between a new team and an old one was often the least desirable scenario for martial artists. Mo's 5-man team was led by their captain, Gu Zhanting. To his left stood Du Changxing, the strongest left-handed swordsman who had previously made an appearance for Moo. To his right was Lu Yunfei, who had transferred from Tianlang. Lu Yunfei, who should have been standing beside Zhang Yahan, now made Zhang Yahan appear a bit lonely. Across from them stood 3-tiered martial artists, while Tianlang had only Zhang Yahan left. This was going to be an extremely one-sided battle. Forget about Du Changxing, the strongest left-handed swordsman. Their captain, Gu Zhanting, the young master of the Gu family in the magic capital, was the most outstanding genius Moo had produced in the past decade. With all the titles he carried, he could already dominate the national freshman martial arts tournament. And he carried even more than that, a halo of promise. He was the one with the highest hopes of leading his team to defeat Jingwu, Capital Martial University, this year and securing the hosting rights for the next national freshman martial arts tournament. Especially with Lu Yunfei joining the team, their odds of success had increased by at least 30%. From a previous 20 to 80 chance, they now had a 50 to 50 shot. Sister Ao Han, why not join me at Moo? As both teams exchanged formal greetings, Lu Yunfei extended an invitation to Zhang Yahan. This one sentence left the members of Sirius stunned. Even if you're not reminiscing or exchanging harsh words, isn't it a bit much to immediately try to poach our captain? Before the official match began, Lu Yunfei leaving was already a blow, especially since he joined the team over there as a substitute. Now, even if Zhang Yahan were to go, she wouldn't even make it into the Moo main team. Are you playing your match just to have our captain cheerlead for you? I am a son of the grasslands, I'd rather die in battle than defect to the enemy. A low voice came from one of Zhang Yahan's teammates. That single statement instantly wiped the smile off Lu Yunfei's face. Captain Gu's methods are truly impressive, Zhang Yahan said without even sparing Lu Yunfei a glance. Lu Yunfei's departure was entirely due to Gu Zhanting's intervention. Through his efforts, both Moo and the Gu family had offered Lu Yunfei extremely favorable conditions. Even without the drama between him and her, it would have been difficult for most people to resist such temptations. Captain Zhang, if you're willing to come over, we're prepared to offer double the conditions we gave to Brother Lu, Gu Zhanting said with a faint smile. If Miss Zhang is agreeable, the position of the Gu family's matriarch could also be yours. Gu Zhanting's words nearly turned Lu Yunfei's face green. But he quickly regained his composure. In the few days since joining Moo, Lu Yunfei had already begun to enjoy the perks. Gu Zhanting, noticing his weakness for women, ensured that as long as it didn't interfere with training, his desires would always be indulged. Rather than hanging himself on Zhang Yahan's tree, he'd much rather roam a forest. Following Gu Zhanting, Lu Yunfei's life had finally gained some color. Back with Zhang Yahan, it had been nothing but relentless training. To leave a good impression on her, he had turned down countless confessions from other women over the years. Had he known things would turn out like this, why bother pretending to be so pure all those years? If young Master Gu is interested, there are plenty of eligible women from prominent families in the Northwest Grasslands, Zhang Yahan said with a faint smile. You're welcome to marry into one of their families. I guarantee they'll pamper you into a fair and plump man. As it turns out, smiles never disappear, they merely shift locations. Gu Zhanting's expression instantly darkened. Over the years, no one had ever dared reject him. Woman, you've successfully angered me, Gu Zhanting said, his words emerging through clenched teeth, each one dripping with menace. Zhang Yahan's smile froze for a moment before she quickly led her team to retreat. What on earth is this? A lunatic tyrant with delusions of grandeur? She had absolutely no interest in such a person. In terms of family background, the Zhang family of the Northwest was no less than the Gu clan of the Magic City. Lu Yunfei, didn't you say she was easy to talk to? Gu Zhanting turned to his newly recruited lackey. Lu Yunfei's face was a picture of disbelief, but internally, he was overjoyed. If I can't have her, you shouldn't even think about it. She wasn't like this before, Lu Yunfei explained in a low voice. Maybe it's because you two aren't familiar yet? She's always been very kind to the members of Sirius.
Gu Zhanting snorted coldly. Let's hope that's the case.
Lu Yunfei quickly reminded him, Brother Ting, her martial soul is the crimsonite snow eagle. If you can win her heart, she'll be loyal to you for life. A glint of interest flashed in Gu Zhanting's eyes. He prided himself on his high standards. Though his methods were often ruthless and less than honorable, he would only choose women who matched him in talent, strength, and beauty.
This year's freshman martial arts competition had a few promising candidates. However, he wasn't keen on provoking the one from Jingwu. That left Zhang Ayahan from Sirius as the optimal choice. This girl had exceptional talent, renowned as the Northwest's top young bladeswoman, sharing the title of first bladesman with Du Changqing.
If he could bring her over, not only would he gain a proper wife, but the Gu family's combat strength would also see a significant boost.
Break her. Make her submit. Gu Zhanting commanded as he led his team to withdraw. Captain.
The members of the Sirius team gathered around, their eyes all on Zhang Ayahan. They had thought the two teams' strengths were fairly close, but after Lu Yunfei's departure, the gap became glaringly wide. Originally, both teams had 3 martial artists who had reached the entry realm.
Now, it was 4 against 2.
And in team battles, the other side had 3 individuals who were especially formidable. If it came to a real fight, even if the 4 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to take down a single one of their opponents.
We concede. Zhang Ayahan raised her hand and looked toward the referee.
After all, Zack had already achieved a 1 against 5 victory, and the reputation of Sirius had long been restored under his staff strikes. As for this team battle, there was no way Lu Yunfei, that little guy, would hold back. After Lu Yunfei left, she reflected on everything from the past. She hadn't realized it when she spoiled him before, but now, thinking back, she saw just how terrifying his scheming and cunning truly were.
Using the name of his deceased father, he had always been demanding from her.
No wonder her father had warned her multiple times not to indulge this boy too much. Her father had seen through him all along.
Captain of the Sirius team, are you sure?
The referee reminded her again.
Zhang Ayahan nodded, then led the team off the field. Sirius's concession elicited a collective sigh from the audience.
They should have been met with boos and ridicule, but at this moment, there was almost none. With the main competition approaching, their absolute core player had been poached, and the sheer disparity in the number of rankers forced the Sirius captain to forfeit. If she insisted on fighting, it wasn't that they couldn't, but her teammates might suffer in the process.
Yet, it wasn't Sirius's surrender that angered the audience the most.
The captain of Moa nearly coughed up blood in rage. Zhang Ayahan had been his chosen target. He thought that by poaching her younger brother, it would give him an advantage in pursuing her. But he hadn't expected this woman to give him no chance to showcase his strength at all.
The first internal battle among the Big Five ended with Mo's overwhelming victory. Although
they lost 1 point in the individual battles, their complete domination in the team battle, earning 6 points, secured their place in the top 5 rankings.
Mo's victory should have
been a cause for celebration, but no one on the team dared to laugh. Their captain's face was as dark as coal. At this point, anyone who dared to joke around would be courting disaster. Lu Yunfei, come with me to see her.
The atmosphere within the team was gloomy. Even the Moa mentor left immediately after celebrating their victory.
He was just there for appearances. Most of the team's matters were handled by their captain, Gu Zhanting. After the two left, the others finally let out a sigh of relief, even Du Changqing, who was a member of the Gu family. Sirius's forfeit had made today's matches end earlier than usual. The audience gradually left, their hearts filled with dissatisfaction.
Some believed that
Sirius's easy surrender was a disgrace, completely unlike their previous tough and unyielding style.
Some even started criticizing Zhang Ayahan, accusing her, as a female captain, of lacking backbone. Of course, more people were venting about Moa's lack of sportsmanship. Thus, even though Moa was the
victor in this Big Five conflict, the trending topics were more focused on Zack.
His unprecedented 1 against 5 feat had stunned the other teams.
After the match, Zhang Ayahan left alone, while the rest of the Sirius team was taken away by Zack. Ever since Lu Yunfei left the team, aside from training sessions, their captain had almost always acted alone, leaving Zack sidelined.
Ayahanjia. At one corner of the arena, a voice called out, pulling Zhang Ayahan out of her daze.
But her expression quickly shifted from delight to disgust. The person who arrived was not the one she had been expecting.
Lu Yunfei stood
behind a man with an arrogant face, looking like a sycophant.
Having stayed in the Zhang family for so many years, how had he not learned even a shred of the Zhang family's pride? Instead, after just a few days, he had become like this? Miss Zhang.
The man with the arrogant demeanor finally spoke as he saw her.
Gu Zhanting said, "My earlier proposal still stands." Zhang Ayahan frowned, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "What proposal?" Gu Zhanting's brow furrowed slightly but soon relaxed. Serious stopping at the top 10, this was almost impossible in the past. She was in a bad mood, forgetting other matters was understandable. He decided to kindly remind her again. "As long as Miss Zhang agrees, the position of the future mistress of the Gu family will be yours," Gu Zhanting confidently repeated his words. "I seem to recall that the current head of the Gu family is not yet 100 years old?" Zhang Ayahan raised her eyebrows. "I wonder if the young master of the Gu family is hoping for the family head to die early or planning to arrange a marriage for your grandfather? Either way, I'm sorry, but I'm still young and have no interest in someone as unfilial as you." Zhang Ayahan's words were sharp as a blade. Gu Zhanting's once confident smile froze instantly. His father had decent talent but nothing extraordinary. The position of future head of the family would most likely pass directly from his grandfather to him. However, his grandfather was a formidable 6th-rank martial sovereign. As long as he did not die in battle outside the safety zones, living to 200 years was entirely possible. For Gu Zhanting to take over as family head, it was simply out of the question for the next 30 or 50 years. Even if he was an SSS class awakened, surpassing his grandfather might not be achievable within that time. As for the latter statement, it made him feel very uncomfortable. He had come to see Zhang Ayahan with the intention of proposing marriage. His grandfather already had 8 wives and concubines, and it had been 30 years since his last marriage. "Miss Zhang, I, Zhen Ting, am destined to surpass the 7th rank of martial king," Gu Zhanting declared boldly, without concealing his ambition. "If the Gu family and the Zhang family were to unite through marriage, we might cultivate a warrior beyond the 7th rank in the future." In this world filled with martial artists, the 3rd rank was a significant threshold. Over 50% of martial artists could never break through the 3rd rank in their lifetime. As one ascended the ranks, each progression would eliminate a large number of martial artists. By the time one reached martial sect or martial sovereign levels, they became exceedingly rare. Especially at the rank of martial king, such individuals were scarcely found in the entire Long country. As for those above martial king, they were practically legends. Ordinary people had no hope of encountering such beings, and even many martial sects and martial sovereigns might never witness such a level in their lifetimes. His ambition was undeniably immense. How coincidental. "I share the same thought," Zhang Ayahan replied coldly, "but the Zhang family of the Northwest has no interest in gaining benefits through marriage alliances. I have my war blade, and it can cut through all obstacles." Gu Zhanting's eyes shone with an even more intense light. Nonetheless, he did not truly lose his temper. He knew well that the Zhang family of the Northwest was no weaker than the Gu family. The woman he had set his sights on would be his, no matter the method. If his approach failed, then he would have his grandfather intervene. Gu Zhanting's unparalleled talent earned him the Gu family's deep affection. A marriage alliance with the Zhang family was vital to the Gu family's future. He believed his grandfather would not refuse such a proposal. Ayahanjia. Just as Gu Zhanting and Zhang Ayahan turned to leave, a figure swiftly darted past him and threw itself into Zhang Ayahan's embrace. It was another beautiful and enchanting young woman. Although she could never become the mistress of the Gu family, and she had no chance of even becoming one of his women because she already had a boyfriend, Gu Zhanting still paid some attention to her. Her name was Lu Rui, a prodigious young woman who was the first to achieve a 1-against-5 victory this year. Lu Rui and Zhang Ayahan's relationship, it was unexpectedly this close? Gu Zhanting's thoughts began to shift subtly. "What's wrong?" Zhang Ayahan gently petted Lu Rui's head with affection. One had to admit, Zhang Ayahan's height was indeed astonishing. No wonder, in her previous life, Zhao Yuan had mistaken her for a boy. Even Lu Rui, standing at 170 centimeters, appeared petite next to her. "Are you okay?" Lu Rui asked in return. Seeing Lu Yunfei and Gu Zhanting, she feared that Ayahanjia might be taken away by someone else. Although in her heart, they weren't even qualified to hold Zhao Yuan's shoes. But as the eldest daughter of the Zhang family of the Northwest, Ayahanjia had always had only herself accompanying brother Yuan. Now, there was also sister Fu. In this situation, any girl might feel uneasy. Lu Rui felt it was her responsibility to maintain harmony between brother Yuan, sister Fu, and Ayahanjia. "I'm fine," Zhang Ayahan thought to herself. That ungrateful scoundrel was not even as considerate as this supposed rival sister. When she noticed her mood was off, she immediately came to console her. Yet that ungrateful scoundrel had once claimed he always liked her and pursued Fu Miaoying just to test her feelings. And then, in the blink of an eye, he wanted to hand her over to someone as dim-witted as Gu Zhanting. "Where's Miaoyin?" Zhang Ayahan looked around. "Ayahanjia."
Upon hearing her inquiry, Fu Miaoyin emerged from around the corner. They had come to comfort Zhang Ayahan, but they had not expected Gu Zhanting and Lu Yunfei to also be present. This was the first time the three of them faced each other together after Lu Rui had caught her and Zhao Yuan's relationship. Three campus spell-level beauties gathered together, and even Lu Yunfei couldn't help but be dazzled. However, he quickly restrained himself. Because during their meeting, they had all but treated young Master Gu as if he were invisible. This scene enraged young Master Gu, who turned and left in fury. Lu Yunfei didn't dare linger and hurriedly followed him. "These ungrateful women, young Master Gu, will make you regret this sooner or later," Lu Yunfei thought to himself. Perhaps by then, he might even get to bask in the glory.